Due to these circumstances, the members of the Huo family harbor a disdain for Huo Tianci. However, the outside world hold an even greater contempt for him, regarding him as a useless individual, a mere waste. Today, however, a momentous change is at hand, for within Huo Tianci dwells a system capable of aiding his cultivation. Initially, Huo Tianci had hoped to surprise his grandfather, but now, "No, I must see my grandfather one last time." Huo Tianci shook his head, yearning to return to the Huo family estate to bid farewell to his grandfather. Yet, the wealthy merchant before him barred his path, preventing him from leaving. The Seven Stars Mountain range meanders like a great dragon coiled upon the land of Jiulong continent. At the far end of this mountain range lies a small town named Bailey Town. Within the Seven Stars Tavern in Bailey Town, a 15-year-old boy, clutching his head, slowly rises from the dining table. As he gazes at his surroundings, both familiar and alien, he stands frozen in place. Am I traversing through worlds? After pinching his arm and giving himself a resounding slap, the boy awakens from his stupor. Indeed, Huo Tianci from Earth has crossed over. Before his crossing, Earth was graced with the unseen-a-century yearned meteor shower, culminating in a nearly 10-meter-high meteorite that obliterated Huo Tianci's home into fragments. Simultaneously, Huo Tianci inexplicably perished on Jiulong continent. It seems that due to the synchronicity of time and the sharing of names, the two unrelated entities won a vessel, the other a soul miraculously merged, leading to his rebirth. Ouch! It hurts! As the soul assimilated, the amalgamation of memories from two lifetimes caused Huo Tianci's head to throb anew. This is Jiulong continent. Ultimately, Huo Tianci learned the name of this new world. In Jiulong continent, martial prowess is revered to master the martial path is to unify the 9 realms, achieving the mysterious body and unleashing the profound energy. Once one cultivates this profound body and energy, even the weakest practitioner possesses immense strength, capable of shattering stones and splitting mountains, while the powerful can carve rivers and cleave mountains asunder, and the transcendent can traverse the heavens and the earth, shattering the void to wander vast realms. Martial arts determine fate, dictate life, and death. The weak are oppressed, while the strong gaze down upon the world. However, the first requisite for martial cultivation is possessing a dantian. Yet Huo Tianci, in his previous life, was merely an ordinary individual, lacking even this essential foundation. "So I am but a waste who lacks even a dantian," Huo Tianci lamented. For such circumstances exist solely in tales. Typically, novels depict characters with flawed dantians, unable to cultivate, yet here he was devoid of one entirely. Damn it! Huo Tianci cursed inwardly, but fortunately, in his former life, he was one of the 3 tyrants of Bailey Town, the young master of the Huo family, a second-generation heir, which afforded him some prestige and protection from bullying. Regrettably, Huo Tianci was without parents, having been adopted by none other than the current head of the Huo family, the venerable Huo patriarch. Ding! Host has awakened. System is merging. Please hold on. Suddenly, a bright and clear voice resonated within Huo Tianci's mind. System? Merging? Huo Tianci's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as he pondered the nature of this phenomenon, the system chimed in again. Ding! System merge successful. Please claim your novice lottery gift package. Claim. Lottery. Gift package? Huo Tianci was further astonished, for he had not anticipated the existence of such a gift. After a brief moment of recovery, he hesitantly inquired, "How? Do I claim it?" Operational instructions loading. Please wait. The system responded in its mechanical tone. Moments later, a stream of data fully integrated into Huo Tianci's brain. So that's how it is. Realization dawned upon him, and with a mere thought, a slot machine-like lottery apparatus materialized in his mind, accompanied by a large gift package awaiting his acceptance. With a flick of his consciousness, he gently tapped the gift package, which opened to reveal a novice task book and a lottery coin. A coin? A slot machine? Am I to insert this? Huo Tianci had played such machines before on Earth, and he instantly understood the procedure. Grasping the lottery coin, he tossed it into the slot machine. Ding! This coin is a novice experience coin, guaranteeing a 100 draw of a divine item, but the effect is limited to 1 use. Huo Tianci comprehended this was merely a trial version. Finally, he pressed the lottery button, and the entire machine sprang to life. Wow! This is the Amaterasu technique used by Uchiha Itachi from Naruto. And isn't that the Rui Jingu Bang, the weapon of Sun Wukong? And here, the legendary martial arts manual, the 9-in manual. My heavens! Could it be that this lottery machine contains everything imaginable? As an array of dazzling rewards spun within the machine, Huo Tianci was utterly mesmerized. In response to his inquiry, the system offered but one word: yes. Upon hearing this affirmation, Huo Tianci gasped in disbelief, for this was indeed beyond comprehension. With this lottery machine, let's see who dares to call me a waste in the future. Although Huo Tianci, as the young master of the Huo family, had the protection of the venerable patriarch, the stigma of being unable to cultivate remained a deep-seated wound within him. In Zhulong continent, martial prowess is paramount, and those who cannot cultivate are scorned by all. As Huo Tianci reveled in his lottery draws, a portly man adorned in gold and silver entered the Seven Stars Tavern. This man was a renowned merchant in Bailey Town, and upon entering, he immediately beckoned to a young attendant. Quickly, tidy up the Tianhao room, I shall dine there shortly. Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression shifted, for the Tianhao room was currently occupied by the young master of the Huo family. Noticing the change in the attendant's demeanor, the merchant frowned and inquired, "Is there someone inside?" The attendant, with an awkward smile, replied, "You guessed correctly. It is indeed that one from the Huo family." Another waste. Upon learning that Huo Tianci had occupied his room, the merchant was incensed. Damn it, I couldn't act against him while that old fool was around, but now, let's see if he dares to be arrogant. With that, the merchant strode toward the second floor, accompanied by two henchmen, heading for the Tianhao room. Chapter 2. Amaterasu. Bang. With a fierce kick, the wealthy businessman flung open the door to the private room and commanded his two henchmen to dispose of Huo Tianci. Throw this filthy wretch down the stairs. The henchmen hesitated, for Huo's grandfather was the foremost master in Bailey Town. Any harm done could spell their doom, though not fear. That old fool is clinging to his last breath as for the rest of the Huo family. They would relish the demise of this wretch. Even if you were to kill him, no one would dare protest. Indeed, certain members of the Huo family might even reward us handsomely for it. The businessman grinned wickedly at Huo Tianci, cackling with glee. What did you say? What's wrong with my grandfather? Huo Tianci's expression shifted drastically upon hearing those words. Though he had traversed from another realm, the memories of Huo Tianci's past life had fused completely with his own, meaning that the grandfather of his current body was indeed his grandfather, inseparable from him. I say your guardian spirit is dying. Of course, you won't last long either. You are merely a bastard of the Huo family. Who besides that old fool would wish to see you live? The businessman laughed even harder. Huo Tianci could not refute this statement. The truth was undeniable. It was already discontenting for some within the Huo family to have an unknown bastard as their young master. And to make matters worse, he was a useless one who could not cultivate. What qualifications did he have to lead the Huo family, the future heir to the family head? This was the reason for their disdain. The outsiders, too, loathed him for being a waste, a failure. However, today would mark a profound transformation. For within Huo Tianci resided a system that could aid his cultivation. He had intended to surprise his grandfather, but no. I must see my grandfather one last time. Huo Tianci shook his head, determined to return to the Huo family to bid farewell to his grandfather. Yet, the businessman barred his way. Do you still think you can go back? Is that even a possibility now? The businessman sneered. Having long awaited this moment. You little wretch, you used to flaunt your power, relying on that old man, but today, I shall see how you dare to oppose me. Beat him to death, at the businessman's cold command. The two henchmen advanced menacingly towards Huo Tianci. Do not insult my grandfather. Huo Tianci's rage ignited, but the businessman continued his taunts. I will call him an old fool. What are you going to do about it? Come and bite me? The businessman's words were laced with filth. Finally, Huo Tianci erupted. If you insult him again, I shall make you pay with your life. He gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at the businessman. The businessman laughed heartily. A mere waste at the first level of body refinement dares to threaten me. What a joke. And you two, why are you still standing there? Attack and kill him. Okay. The henchmen, initially ready to strike, were paralyzed by the murderous aura that erupted from Huo Tianci. However, dismissing it as mere illusion, they approached him from either side. Listen well, you little bastard. I say your grandfather is an old fool. And you are a mere little wretch. Do you hear me? And why am I still alive? Did you not say that if I insult your grandfather again, you would kill me? Ha! I doubt you have the ability. The businessman continued his provocation. You force my hand. You force my hand. Huo Tianci, gritting his teeth, was on the verge of madness. And what if I do? What can you do about it? The businessman persisted with his taunting demeanor. Finally, in a fit of rage, Huo Tianci clenched his jaw and uttered two words, Amaterasu. His left eye's pupil widened, and suddenly, a black flame ignited upon the businessman. And you too, die as well. His gaze shifted, and the black flame engulfed the two henchmen as well. What is this? The businessman exclaimed, feeling the black flames consuming him. He frantically tried to extinguish it, but no matter how he struck, the flames refused to disappear. Instead, they grew ever more ferocious, ultimately devouring him whole. The two henchmen, witnessing this, attempted to douse the flames with water, but they had gravely underestimated the potency of the black fire, for it was an eternal blaze that could not be extinguished unless Huo Tianci willed it. This was the reward Huo Tianci had drawn moments ago, a chance to use Amaterasu. Hearing the screams from above, everyone assumed something had happened to Huo Tianci, especially since news had just arrived that the patriarch of the Huo family had passed away. In other words, Huo Tianci was now a rat in the street, hunted by all. To their astonishment, however, the one who emerged unscathed was none other than Huo Tianci himself. How could he still be alive after the businessman had sent people to teach him a lesson? The innkeeper was flabbergasted, but even more astonishing was the endless black flame that continued to blaze. Fire! Put it out quickly! Although no one had ever witnessed such black flames, many felt the searing heat, prompting the innkeeper to shout for help. Alas, the black flames were impervious to extinguishing. This Amaterasu fire cannot be left to burn. Though filled with vengeance, Huo Tianci knew that with the three men dead, his vendetta was satisfied. The Amaterasu flames would never be extinguished. Anyone familiar with the lore would understand that if left unchecked, they could consume all of Bailey Town. Thus, Huo Tianci's pupils widened once more, and in an instant, the ceaselessly burning black flames vanished entirely. Ding! Amaterasu? Skill experience concluded. Please rate, host. The system's voice echoed in his mind as Huo Tianci raced back to the Huo family, instinctively murmuring a phrase he often used while shopping online on Earth. 5-star review. Chapter 3. Poisoned in the Huo family hall, wails filled the air. Ironically, few were genuinely shedding tears, for the so-called Huo family members were merely feigning grief. As they gazed upon the frail, white-haired corpse in the center, a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes smirked slightly. If one looked closely, they would see the smile on his face. This man was Huo Lei, the current grand elder of the Huo family, the most powerful figure aside from the patriarch, boasting an unmatched prowess at the 9th level of body refinement. Beside him stood a scrawny old man known as Old Zhang, a steward of the Huo family. Old Zhang, has the matter been handled? Huo Lei inquired, shedding his ceremonial robes for mourning attire. Old Zhang, covering his mouth, cackled, Rest assured, my lord, that little wretch is as good as dead. The poison I used was the rare crane-top red. The little wretch referred to Huo Tianci, which explained his inexplicable demise. Unfortunately, Huo Tianci had resurrected, miraculously returning with an incredibly powerful lottery system. Upon hearing this, Huo Lei's face radiated with pride, for with this, he would dominate the Huo family. However, in the next moment, a familiar figure burst into the hall. Grandfather. It was none other than the tardy Huo Tianci. Upon seeing his grandfather had passed, the innocent child's face was soon awash with tears, for his grandfather had always treated him with kindness. Grandfather, open your eyes and look at Tianci, just once. Just once. Yet, no matter how Huo Tianci called out, the patriarch lay motionless. Eventually, Huo Tianci turned his gaze to the gathered Huo family members, pondering how his grandfather had seemed so vibrant that very morning. What could have transpired in such a short span that not only had he died, but so had the patriarch? There was certainly a hidden secret at play. Meanwhile, upon witnessing that Huo Tianci was still alive, Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, while Huo Lei quickly pulled him aside, demanding, "Didn't you say he was certain to die?" "My lord, I didn't he know?" Old Zhang stammered. He had indeed administered the crane-top red poison and had seen Huo Tianci consume it. So how could he possibly be unscathed? This was simply impossible. Didn't he know? You fool. In a fit of rage, Huo Leading delivered a resounding slap to the elderly Zhang, for at this moment, Huo Tianci could not be killed. To assassinate the head of the family was indeed a grave sin. If discovered, it would lead to his expulsion from the Huo family lineage, banishing him from ever crossing the threshold of the Huo household again. Moreover, it was not just Huo Leading who aspired to the position of family head. The second elder, third elder, and even the fourth elder harbored similar ambitions. Should they unite to protect Huo Tianci? It would prove exceedingly difficult for Huo Tianci to lay a finger on him. This was supposed to be a foolproof plan. Why, of all times, did it falter because of this useless fool? Huo Tianci was consumed with anger. Earlier that morning, while the other elders were absent, he had remained to guard the house. During this time, he intended to poison and eliminate both the old master and Huo Tianci. Believing his scheme would succeed, to his dismay, Huo Tianci had survived, an outcome he never anticipated. In truth, Huo Tianci had perished, but unbeknownst to anyone, his soul had traversed from earth. He watched the actions of Huo Tianci and the old Zhang with keen eyes. Although he could not decipher their conversation, he surmised their intent. After all, Huo Tianci was the only one at home. Surely, it was they who orchestrated his prior demise. Being a traveler, Huo Tianci quickly deduced this. Recalling the memories he had absorbed, which revealed that he had died immediately after consuming a meal, only to be reborn as the Huo Tianci from earth. Upon examining the old master's pallid visage and checking his mouth, Huo Tianci confirmed the old man had indeed been poisoned, for remnants of sweet rice cakes, his favorite delicacy, lingered on his lips. It was Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci trembled with rage, clenching his fists as he glared at Huo Tianci, who was conversing with the old Zhang. Had he known, he would have acted differently. Regret gnawed at him. The divine skill he possessed could only be employed once. Unable to avenge himself against his sworn enemy, he felt immense frustration. Nevertheless, Huo Tianci was not blinded by hatred. He understood the disparity in strength between himself and Huo Tianci. A mere finger from Huo Tianci could extinguish his life. Therefore, he resolved to endure. For survival was paramount. Only by living could he hope for retribution. Yes, he must live. He would rely on the lottery system within his mind to seek vengeance. Ultimately, Huo Tianci placed all his hopes in this system. As dusk approached, the other elders of the Huo family hurriedly returned. Yet many were not there to mourn the old master, but rather to seize power. In the grand hall of the Huo family, the 6 elders sat in a row, their gazes fixed upon the seat of the family head, which Huo Tianci occupied. However, he had no voice in the matter, merely serving as a puppet, reminiscent of the concept of using a sovereign to command the vassals. As it is said, a nation cannot exist without a ruler for even a day. A family cannot thrive without a head. For the future prosperity of the Huo family, I propose we select a new family head. And I nominate the first elder, Huo Tianci, for this esteemed position. The 6 elders aligned themselves with Huo Tianci, thus centering their discourse around him. Yet, the second elder, third elder, and fourth elder were somewhat displeased, as they did not wish for Huo Tianci to ascend as head of the family, nor did they want Huo Tianci to do so. After much heated debate, the previously silent 5th elder wiped away his tears and stepped forward to speak a word of reason. Huo Tianci is still young. Should he directly inherit the position of family head, I suspect many would be unconvinced. Let us appoint an acting family head first, and then discuss matters further. The 5th elder, who presided over the family's laws and managed the rewards and punishments, was known for his impartiality. The death of the old master had greatly impacted him, as evidenced by his prolonged sorrow. In contrast to the other elders, who were consumed by power struggles, Huo Tianci felt a measure of fondness for the 5th elder's suggestion. Let strength prevail. Whoever triumphs shall become the acting family head. The 2nd elder was confident in his abilities, yet when faced with Huo Tianci, he was defeated in mere moments. When did you? He gasped. Only to cough up blood after receiving a blow, for he was merely at the mid-level of the 9th rank in body refinement, falling short in raw strength. After vanquishing the 2nd elder, Huo Tianci did not rejoice, for according to his original plan, he should already be the family head, not merely an acting one. His gaze drifted toward Huo Tianci seated in the head's position, and a wave of frustration washed over him. Why did he not die as he was supposed to? Once he became the acting family head, Huo Tianci's first order of business was to establish his authority. Targeting Huo Tianci directly. As the saying goes, even a sovereign must answer for his crimes alongside the common people. Today, Huo Tianci set fire to the 7 Stars Tavern, resulting in the death of the wealthy merchant Qian. This merchant had substantial business dealings with our Huo family, and Huo Tianci's reckless actions have brought disaster upon us, causing significant financial loss. Naturally, matters of reward and punishment typically fell under the 5th elder's jurisdiction. Thus Huo Tianci turned to him. 5th elder, please advise us on how to proceed with the punishment. Though Huo Tianci yearned for Huo Tianci's demise, he understood that a direct approach would not suffice. Hence he resorted to this indirect method. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci maintained his impassive expression, remaining silent. He understood that the more he spoke, the more they would seek his life, eager to resolve the matter of the family headship. The fifth elder, witnessing Huo Tianci's demeanor, felt a pang of sorrow, yet he was bound by family rules. According to the rules, Huo Tianci was to receive 50 lashes. However, given the circumstances, the elder suggested he be sent to a small grass hut to reflect for a month. As a form of filial piety toward the old master. The small grass hut. Where is this hut? The other elders inquired. By the brook in the western outskirts, where it is tranquil, given the old master's recent passing. This child has suffered greatly. A period of solitude would do him good, replied the fifth elder. Upon hearing these words, the other elders internally rejoiced, for this was a veiled expulsion of Huo Tianci from the Huo family. Despite claiming to be fair and just, it was evident that the fifth elder harbored his own ambitions for the position of family head. This was only human nature. After all, who does not wish to be the leader? Thus, Huo Tianci was hastily expelled from the Huo family. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall avenge you. After casting a final glance at the old master, Huo Tianci, accompanied by a loyal servant named Haizi, was driven from the Huo family's gates. Haizi, who had grown up alongside Huo Tianci, though not a brother, was closer than one young master. Grandfather has passed away. Haizi wept, oh not cry. I will return to avenge grandfather. Huo Tianci comforted, tears streaming down his face. After one last look at the family's gate, the two weeping figures, burdened with a few meager belongings, set forth towards the brook in the western outskirts. Truth be told, everything had transpired too swiftly for Huo Tianci to fully comprehend. He had been transformed from a privileged young master into a mere beggar overnight. With the old master poisoned and no longer providing protection, Huo Tianci could only struggle to survive. All of this left the newly transported Huo Tianci feeling utterly disoriented. These unscrupulous individuals, upon the old master's death, wasted no time in expelling me from the family. Huo Tianci felt utterly powerless, recognizing his insignificance in comparison to the 6 elders. Yet he possessed a trump card, his system. He resolved to delve into this system before anything else. Previously, Huo Tianci had merely scratched the surface of this system. He was still unaware of its full capabilities. However, he understood that within this system resided godly skills capable of vanquishing deities and demons alike. For instance, the technique he had employed at the Seven Stars Tavern, Amaterasu. Amaterasu, within the realm of Earth, was an SSS-level technique from the world of Naruto, capable of unleashing an everlasting black flame, a signature move of Uchiha Itachi. In this world, none could withstand the might of Amaterasu's black fire. This knowledge granted Huo Tianci the confidence to survive, for this system was his path to vengeance. With a mere thought, Huo Tianci summoned the system's interface back into his mind. After a meticulous examination, he discovered that it was a lottery system, with the rewards drawn from machines resembling slot machines. To partake in this lottery, one must consume lottery coins. However, how does one acquire these lottery coins? Just as Huo Tianci pondered this, the system's sprite provided a hint. Completing a novice task would yield 1 coin. Novice tasks? Could it be the novice task book obtained from that grand gift package? With this thought, Huo Tianci focused his mind, and the novice task book promptly materialized in his consciousness. Ding. Host has accepted novice task. 1. Status check. Status check? Huo Tianci's eyes widened, for this was something typically encountered in games, akin to checking an opponent's attribute bar to discern their strength. The status check task was divided into 3 smaller tasks. The first was to check his own attributes, the second to observe an opponent's attributes, and the third to examine a monster's attributes. While he understood the first 2, the last, regarding monster attributes, left him perplexed. Chapter 5. Bronze Lottery. Regardless, he decided to first examine his own attributes. With another thought, Huo Tianci opened his attribute panel. Huo Tianci, male, age, 15, level, ordinary person. Upon completing the novice task, he could break through to the first level of body refinement. Current status, hungry. Energy points, 10. Overall combat power rating, 5 points. What? Could he break through? Seeing the possibility of cultivation exhilarated Huo Tianci, as those without a Dantian in the 9 Dragons continent were unable to cultivate. Yet this system allowed him to cultivate. How could he not be thrilled? But what was this 5-point combat power? Next, Huo Tianci checked the attributes of Haizi. Haizi, type, unknown. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Level, unknown. The series of unknown attributes baffled Huo Tianci. Could there be a significant secret surrounding Haizi? Master, there are many mice here. They run so fast. I can't chase them away. By this time, Huo Tianci and Haizi had arrived at a grass hut beside a creek in the western suburbs. But the hut was infested with mice, incessantly squeaking. Haizi, being somewhat clumsy, was unable to drive them away. leaving Huo Tianci to devise a solution. As for why Heise referred to him as master, Huo Tianci was uncertain. In his memories, Heise had always called him that. His parents, however, had never existed in his recollections, as he was raised solely by the old master. Huo Tianci often inquired about his parents, to which the old master would fondly pat his head and say, "In due time, you shall know." Because of this, some in the Huo family often remarked that Huo Tianci was an outsider brought in. Yet the old master insisted that Huo Tianci was a precious gift from heaven to their family, deserving of utmost respect. Perhaps that was why Huo Tianci bore the name he did. He was indeed a heavenly bestowal. Indeed, there are many mice. Until now, Huo Tianci had been preoccupied with the system in his mind, scarcely noticing the cacophony of squeaks in the hut. But now, as he gazed into the darkness, he finally perceived the multitude of red dots, each one the eyes of the mice. Could he check the status of these mice? A sudden thought struck him, and upon checking the status of the mice, a notification chimed again. Ding, congratulations, host has completed novice task 1. Status check. Ding, task has entered the next phase. Novice task 2. Eliminate 50 mice. Mice, low-level beast class, Mammalia, order, Rodentia, family, Muridi. A simple introduction, identical to that of Earth. Even though Huo Tianci was an ordinary person, he could easily crush these palm-sized rodents. Ding, host has successfully killed 1 mouse. Ding, host has successfully killed 1 mouse. Once the task was assigned, Huo Tianci immediately began to ruthlessly exterminate the mice, for completing the novice task would enable him to cultivate, and the rewards for the task were considerable. After much effort, he finally killed 50 mice. Ding, congratulations, host has completed novice task 2. Eliminate 50 mice, reward, 1 lucky bronze coin. Now entering the final phase, novice task 3. Successfully draw once. Another chance at the lottery? Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci felt an inexplicable thrill. Following the system's explanation, he learned that the lottery was categorized into 7 tiers, each corresponding to a specific tier of lottery coins. For instance, with the lucky bronze coin in his possession, Huo Tianci could only draw from the bronze lottery machine, obtaining rewards, skills, or character cards of the same tier. The 7 tiers were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, and supreme, with corresponding coins being bronze coin, silver coin, gold coin, platinum coin, diamond coin, extraordinary coin, and supreme coin. Lucky coins could be synthesized. 10 lucky bronze coins could create 1 lucky silver coin. 10 lucky silver coins could create 1 lucky gold coin, adhering to a 10:1 ratio, and so forth. The lottery machine itself was a familiar sight, resembling a slot machine, though the winning images within were numerous and unpredictable. Huo Tianci sighed wistfully upon realizing this was merely the lowest tier of lottery coin. After some contemplation, he felt more at ease, acknowledging that not all rewards could be as magnificent as those from the sun god. After all, that was merely an experience. Regardless, he decided to see what he could draw. Ding, system notification. You now possess 1 lucky bronze coin. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? I will, Huo Tianci affirmed. Following the system's prompt and selecting confirm.as, he did so. A bronze-framed lottery machine materialized in his mind. Huo Tianci mentally inserted the lucky bronze coin into the machine, which then began to spin rapidly, the reward images whirling before him. After approximately 5 seconds, the images came to a halt. He counted 12 distinct rewards. Yet the lottery ring continued to spin, indicating the drawing was still in progress. The bronze lottery machine offered a plethora of rewards, encompassing everything from celestial deities to the simplest abilities, and the first image fixation represented a selective capture of 12 items. Skills, or character cards for the host to choose from. As the 12 rewards solidified, the system chimed once more. Ding, system notification. The host may redraw the lottery once daily. This meant that if he was dissatisfied with the 12 rewards, he could redraw. Huo Tianci, uncertain of what the rewards entailed, hesitated. However, upon inspecting them, he was rendered speechless. The first reward was none other than the shadow clone technique from Naruto. Chapter 6, First Level of Body Refinement. Those familiar with Naruto know that this technique allows one to create a perfect clone of oneself capable of independent action. Huo Tianci had often fantasized about possessing such a skill on Earth. One clone could play games at home while the other attended school. A truly delightful scenario. If only he could draw the shadow clone technique. Clenching his fist, he silently wished for it, recognizing the formidable nature of the skill, as it could effectively double his combat strength. Turning to the next reward, Huo Tianci's expression fell dramatically. What the heck? The Sunflower Manual? Upon reading this, he instinctively clamped his legs together, for to master this skill, one must undergo self-castration. and he had no desire to become a eunuch. Next was a character card. Upon clicking to view it, Huo Tianci's face lit up with joy, for it featured a character from League of Legends. The novice tutorial had previously indicated that the lottery system included various character cards, and drawing one would allow the host to equip it and unleash all the skills contained within. After viewing the card, Huo Tianci grinned widely. It was none other than Rengar, the Pride Stalker. The name of the proud hunter Rengar may not be familiar to many, yet when it comes to the champion known as the Lion Dog, many will undoubtedly have an epiphany in his previous life. Huo Tianci was an ardent fan of gaming, having experienced the exhilarating gameplay of the Lion Dog champion, particularly relishing the thrill of leaping from the bushes and unleashing a flurry of skills to vanquish foes. The lottery system before him was astonishing, offering a plethora of rewards. Huo Tianci was momentarily taken aback, for the 3 prizes he beheld were sourced from various realms of entertainment on Earth: anime, television dramas, and video games. Could it be that items from these animated series and games could truly be drawn from this lottery machine? His speculation was soon validated, as the subsequent reward revealed itself to be Yamcha's technique from the animated series Dragon Ball, the Wolfang Fist. Following this was the renowned Foshan Shadowless Kick, a signature move of the legendary hero Wang Feiheng, known for its swift and elusive nature. Next came the 9-yang Divine Art and Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, both extraordinary internal and external martial arts techniques from Jin Yang's martial arts dramas. To his astonishment, he also received 500 taels of gold and 100 cultivation points. Could these truly be considered rewards? As he continued to examine the prizes, he stumbled upon 2 rather disappointing rewards: a parry skill, which left him incredulous, as it was a skill from World of Warcraft that simply allowed one to withstand melee attacks. The final 2 rewards were weapons. However, Huo Tianci found little value in them, as one was a crude iron wolf tooth hammer and the other an unimpressive, dark-hued sword resembling a firewood stick. After reviewing all 12 rewards, he noticed they emanated with different hues. The 9-yang Divine Art and Dragon Elephant Prajna skill radiated orange light, clearly indicating they were the most exceptional rewards among the lot. Classed as orange tier items, those familiar with gaming would recognize that the color of equipment signifies its quality, white being the most inferior, green slightly better, blue average, purple indicating moderate prosperity, pink representing divine artifacts, and orange denoting super artifacts. At a glance at the LOL character card, the proud hunter, Rengar, revealed a pink glow, suggesting it held considerable value. The Sunflower Scripture, categorized as an orange tier martial arts manual, had been downgraded to pink status due to its prerequisite of self-castration for mastery. With a multitude of purple rewards, including the Wolfang Fist, parry skill, Foshan Shadowless Kick, and clone technique, Huo Tianci finished reviewing the rewards just as the system chimed in with another notification. Congratulations, host, for completing all beginner tutorial tasks. As the message concluded, a golden light enveloped Huo Tianci's entire being, prompting him to check his status. Huo Tianci, male, age 15, level, body refinement stage 1, cultivation points, 0-100. Current status, hungry, energy points, 100-100, overall combat power evaluation, 50 points. Could he begin his cultivation journey? However, what were these cultivation points? While Huo Tianci pondered this, he inadvertently stepped on a mouse. Ding. Host successfully killed a mouse. Gaining 1 cultivation point, energy points limit increased by 0. It dawned on him that defeating monsters yielded cultivation points. Huo Tianci realized why there had been no such notification earlier. He hadn't undergone a breakthrough and was merely an ordinary person, thus lacking rewards for killing mice. In addition to cultivation points, he could also acquire mouse hides and teeth, along with some silver. After slaying nearly 30 mice, he had only obtained a mere 2 taels of silver, indicating just how low the drop rate was for these creatures, which was unsurprising given their level. Having picked up the silver, a beam of sunlight streamed into the hut, revealing that he had spent the entire night hunting mice. At that moment, shouts of anger erupted from outside the grass hut. "You wretched beast, do you not have eyes? The items I was carrying were breakfast ordered by the master, and now they are strewn across the ground. If you all go hungry later, it is not my concern." Huo Tianci recognized the voice. Was it Lu San? Peering outside, he confirmed it was indeed Lu San. The food, which had been steaming in a basket, lay scattered on the ground. Lu San occasionally stomped on it, clearly having no intention of allowing Huo Tianci and his companion to eat. Blackie felt a pang of sympathy, for they had not consumed anything since yesterday, and he had gone out earlier solely to find food, only to stumble upon this unfortunate incident. "This isn't Blackie's fault. He already stepped aside for you," Blackie protested, looking quite aggrieved. Earlier, upon encountering Lu San, he had attempted to yield to him, but Lu San had unexpectedly moved in the same direction, leading to their collision. Hey, you little beast, do you dare argue with me? If I say you knocked into me, then you knocked into me. I won't let you quibble. Lu San, incensed by Blackie's retort, raised his leg and kicked Blackie fiercely. Blackie fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, yet Lu San continued his relentless assault. Lu San, what on earth are you doing? Seeing his companion being bullied, Huo Tianci rushed out in anger. Damn it, you bully me, and now even your master's servant dares to oppress me. Lu San was the son of Huo Leitang and a servant of Huo Lin, who had always held disdain for Huo Tianci. Seemed this time he had come for revenge, especially since Huo Tianci was now powerless and devoid of status. If it isn't young Master Tianci. Lu San's tone shifted as he saw Huo Tianci, no longer displaying the servile demeanor he once had. Now, he carried himself with an air of arrogance, for everyone was aware that Huo Tianci's guardian, Old Master Huo, had passed away. Young Master Tianci, your servant just knocked over the breakfast I was delivering. I merely taught him a lesson for being so clumsy. There is no harm in that, right? Lu San asked Huo Tianci with an air of superiority, seemingly unperturbed by any potential consequences, for he knew Huo Tianci was perceived as a worthless individual, incapable of cultivation. Lu San's arrogance infuriated Huo Tianci. It was Huo Lin who instigated you to do this, wasn't it? Huo Tianci clenched his fists, furious as he confronted Lu San. Caught out, Lu San openly admitted, yes, it was young Master Lin who instructed me. What of it? Do you think that old fool can rise from the grave to assist you? He insulted old Master Huo, and that was the final straw for Huo Tianci, who glared at Lu San as if he were ready to devour him whole. This little glare of yours. Do you think you can strike me? Lu San, now dropping all pretenses, had come with the intent to humiliate Huo Tianci and perhaps deliver a beating for good measure, all to return and claim his reward from Huo Lin. I will make you pay. Huo Tianci's resolve to kill was firm. Lu San, however, wore a look of disdain, confident that Huo Tianci posed no threat to him. Before Huo Tianci could make a move, Lu San turned to teach him a lesson. As Lu San approached, Huo Tianci calmly checked his status. Lu San, male, 17 years old, position. Acting head of the Huo family, son of Huo Leitang, servant of Huo Lin. Level, body refinement stage 2. Huo Tianci knew Lu San's strength was not formidable, but upon examination, he realized it was even less impressive, as he was merely at body refinement stage 1. While a body refinement stage 1 cultivator might possess strength akin to a bull, a stage 2 cultivator wielded the might of 4 bulls. The disparity was evident. However, Huo Tianci possessed the lottery system. With a thought, the bronze lottery machine manifested in his mind, its light still spinning. As Huo Tianci had forgotten to stop it amidst his late-night mouse hunting. Stop, he commanded with his mind, and the spinning gradually ceased. The sound of his voice made Lu San believe Huo Tianci was begging for mercy. Regretting it now? Too late. Lu San, a fierce character, launched a powerful kick toward Huo Tianci. As the kick approached, Huo Tianci felt a rush of urgency, yet just then, the lottery system's light came to a halt. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have drawn a reward, 100 cultivation points. Ding! Cultivation points full. Your strength has broken through to body refinement stage 2. Ding! You have received a bronze lucky coin. Ding! You have obtained 5 bottles of basic healing ointment. Ding! You have received 10 taels of silver. The cascade of reward notifications resonated in Huo Tianci's mind. Upon hearing of his breakthrough, Huo Tianci immediately raised his hands, bracing himself to withstand Lu San's frontal assault. A fool's errand, yet, Lu San harbored no doubts about Huo Tianci's ability to endure, for he was a master of the second level of body refinement, while Huo Tianci was merely an ordinary person, utterly devoid of power. However, a miracle transpired. Huo Tianci, with his hands raised before him, astonishingly absorbed Lu San's strike, which carried the force of 4 bulls. Following this, Huo Tianci bellowed, "Let me draw again." During his recent breakthrough, the system had rewarded him with a bronze lottery token, allowing him another chance at fortune. The 12 reward options remained, though one had been marked with an X, the one that had been drawn by Huo Tianci previously, which consisted of 100 points of cultivation value. This 100 points were akin to a lifeline for Huo Tianci, as it was precisely what he required to ascend from the first to the second level of body refinement. Moreover, following his upgrade, the system had bestowed upon him several additional rewards. The wheel of fortune continued to spin, but to save time, Huo Tianci promptly chose to halt it, for he urgently needed rewards to confront Lu San. "What? You actually broke through?" Lu San exclaimed. astonishment etched across his face as he witnessed Huo Tianci withstand his strike. After all, Huo Tianci was a waste without a dantian. How could he possibly cultivate or even break through? Just as Lu San was taken aback, Huo Tianci lifted his leg, preparing to deliver a lethal kick, but Lu San, trained in martial arts, easily blocked Huo Tianci's attempt with a simple raise of his hand. Then, with a swift countermove, Lu San sent Huo Tianci crashing to the ground. This maneuver was known as the reversal palm from the Huo family's martial arts. Although Huo Tianci had never practiced it, he had witnessed it before. The outcome of this technique could lead to a sprained arm at best or a severed limb at worst. Fortunately, Lu San was merely a lowly servant of the Huo family and had only learned the basics of this technique. After being thrown down, Huo Tianci immediately attempted to rise, but Lu San was relentless, sitting upon him and pinning him down, making it difficult for Huo Tianci to breathe. Ding system notification. Congratulations, you have drawn a reward. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Would you like to learn it? Just as Huo Tianci found himself in dire straits, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 8, Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Why, of course, I shall learn it. Huo Tianci realized he desperately needed martial arts techniques. Otherwise, despite being in the second level of body refinement, he would not have been so thoroughly beaten by Lu Sa and I in the Nine-Dragon Continent. Martial skills were classified into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Beyond the 9th rank, there existed profound techniques, further divided into 9 tiers: Tao, God, Immortal, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and White. Among these, the Tao tier was the highest, while the White tier was the lowest. Yet, even the White tier techniques were scarce in the entire Bailey town, as such existences were beyond the reach of this small town. The Huo family's reversal palm was a first-rank martial skill. Despite its rank, it had left Huo Tianci battered and bruised. This exemplified the stark difference between possessing martial skills and lacking them. Now, with the Wolf Fong Wind Fist at his disposal, those familiar with Dragon Ball would recognize its initial ferocity, capable of rendering even the protagonist, Sun Wukong, unable to retaliate. The speed and ferocity of the strikes were akin to that of a wolf. As Huo Tianci decided to learn the technique, all its information flooded into his mind. Subsequently, he transformed his fists into claws and unleashed 5 or 6 rapid strikes against Lu San, who was caught completely off guard. In an instant, Lu San lost 3 teeth to Huo Tianci's ferocious blows. Finally, Huo Tianci merged his claws into one powerful strike aimed at Lu San's abdomen. This combined attack was immensely powerful, sending Lu San flying off him. Huo Tianci sprang to his feet, his fists now resembling wolf claws, poised to strike with terrifying intent, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, instilling dread in those who beheld him. With a powerful leap, he lunged at Lu San, sinking his claws into the latter's neck. Die. Go to your death. Huo Tianci growled, his eyes bloodshot as he tightened his grip, with a decisive motion upon landing. He brutally snapped Lu San's neck, sending his lifeless body crashing to the ground. In that moment, Huo Tianci, resembling a ferocious wolf, used his agile form to leap onto Lu San's corpse, executing the kill with the swiftness and ferocity of a true predator. Aptly named the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Ding. Host has successfully killed Lu San, gaining 50 cultivation points, maximum strength increased by 10. Ding. Host has received a bottle of body refining ointment. Ding. Host has obtained 10 taels of silver. Can killing someone yield rewards? As the series of notifications rang out, Huo Tianci, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, felt as if he had awakened from a dream. The cultivation points gained were the experience needed for his breakthrough. Once they reached their limit, Huo Tianci could ascend. As for the strength points, he had learned about them during the novice tutorial. Simply put, they were akin to magical energy. Just like a normal person, lifting something requires effort. Once that effort is depleted, they can no longer lift anything. The use of a powerful technique like the Wolf Fong Wind Fist demanded strength points, and here Huo Tianci sat, breathless, having nearly exhausted all his energy. After several deep breaths, Huo Tianci gazed at his fists, an exhilarating realization washing over him. I just unleashed 5 punches in an instant. Truthfully, he had no idea how he managed it. Looking at his hands, he smiled and laughed heartily toward the sky, for the quest for vengeance was about to commence. After catching his breath for a moment, Huo Tianci turned to his companion, Hey Z, saying, Hey Z, stop dawdling. We need to dispose of this dog-s corpse quickly, or else if anyone discovers I killed him, those old thieves will surely come after me. Huo Tianci's ability to cultivate must remain a secret. Otherwise, the old thieves from the Huo family would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Could even be said that Huo Tianci's survival was largely due to his inability to cultivate. Otherwise, he might not have made it through the previous night. Huo Lin, I will send your entire family to the 18th level of hell. Huo Tianci was keenly aware that Lu San was merely a pawn of Huo Lin. The principle of vengeance was clear. Repay enmity with enmity. He was determined to avenge this grudge and reclaim what was rightfully his from the Huo family, as it was the only legacy his grandfather had left him before passing. However, Huo Tianci was not yet in a position to confront Huo Lin, whose strength far exceeded his own. It was said that Huo Lin had attained the 6th level of body refinement. And as for Huo Lei, Huo Lin's father, that old thief, just the thought of Huo Lei and Huo Lin's contemptible faces filled Huo Tianci with rage. Walking along the stream, within half an hour, Huo Tianci found himself entering a dense forest located at the far edge of the 7-star mountain range. This area, often plagued by wild beasts, was commonly referred to as the Beast Forest by the townsfolk of Bailey. Huo Tianci intended to dispose of Lu San's body here, leaving it for the beasts to devour, thus erasing all traces of his actions. At the periphery of the Beast Forest, several young riders on red-maned horses could be seen, each clad in white martial attire, adorned with a large red Hua embroidered on their chests. It was evident they belonged to the younger generation of the Hua family. Among these young disciples, one robust individual named Hua Zhuang stood out, his physique matching his name. Brawny and imposing, with arms as thick as bowls, he was regaling his companions, Hua Ying and Hua Cheng, with tales of his prowess as he pointed at a wild boar beneath him. This wild boar is nearly a fierce beast. Yet, ha ha ha, it fell victim to my 23 bulls of strength and was crushed with a single punch, as Hua Zhuang gestured to the side of the wild boar. A gaping wound, large enough to fit a fist, was visible, blood gushing from it. A sight that was truly shocking. In the 9-dragon continent, beasts were classified into 3 categories, the lowest being wild beasts. Like the wild boar at Hua Zhuang's feet. Above wild beasts were fierce beasts, known for their extreme brutality. When a wild beast evolved into a fierce beast, its size would increase exponentially. The wild boar before Hua Zhuang was nearly 3 meters long, qualifying it as a semi-fierce beast. Lastly, there were the magical beasts, the most terrifying of all, as they possessed intelligence and could rival humans. Wild beasts were consumed for their meat, fierce beasts for their blood, while magical beasts were sought after for their beast cores, fulfilling humanity's needs. Glancing at the ferocious wild boar beneath Hua Zhuang's feet, Hua Ying and Hua Cheng beside him burst into laughter. I say, Hua Zhuang, do you truly believe that with your mere 23 gene of strength, you could obliterate this wild boar with a single punch? Chapter 9. Class A Mission. This wild boar is akin to a semi-beast, its power approaching the 6th stage of physical refinement, while Hua Zhuang, with his 23 gene strength, is merely at the peak of the 4th stage of physical refinement. Tio assert that a 4th stage individual could shatter the skull of a semi-beast at the 6th stage with one blow is simply preposterous. Hua Ying and Hua Cheng are not fools. Upon realizing the truth, Hua Zhuang, far from feeling embarrassed, laughed even harder. After all, the 2 formidable tusks of this wild boar alone could fetch 500 taels of silver. And although the beast's blood may not be as valuable as that of a true beast, it could still be sold for a few hundred taels. Adding in the beast meat, a total of 1,000 taels of silver is easily attainable. All of which was simply picked up by chance. Wouldn't that bring Hua Zhuang immense joy? Picked up? Exclaimed Hua Ying and Hua Cheng, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. They hurriedly approached Hua Zhuang to inquire about the source of this unexpected fortune, eager to share in his luck. Well, ha, Hua Zhuang replied with a cunning smile, rubbing his fingers together, clearly indicating he expected some benefit in return. Hua Ying and Hua Cheng, not oblivious, responded, Brother Hua Zhuang, we are all members of the Hua family. Must you be so calculating? Furthermore, we brothers do not possess much silver ourselves. Hua Zhuang clapped his hands and looked at the 2, saying, I know not about your silver, but I do know you both possess elixirs. Elixirs? What elixirs? Hua Ying and Hua Cheng feigned ignorance, but Hua Zhuang quickly exposed them. Who doesn't know that you 2 are close with Hua Lin? Last night, after Huo Tianci was expelled from the Hua family, Hua Lin took all his elixirs and distributed 5 refining pills to each of you. I was so envious I nearly perished. Of course, being from the same family, I do not ask for much. Just 1 pill each will suffice. These details were mere rumors Hua Zhuang had heard. Regrettably, he had previous grievances with Hua Lin. Thus, he could not enjoy such benefits himself. To be honest, he felt quite envious. Upon realizing the situation had been laid bare, Hua Ying and Hua Cheng decided not to hide it any longer. Though they still harbored a bit of cunning. Brother Huozhuang, it's true we received some elixirs, but surely it's absurd to claim 5 pills each. That's an exaggeration. Huo Lin only gave us 1 each. And if we were to give you 1, we would have nothing left. Exchanging a small piece of information for a refining pill valued at 300 taels of silver is undeniably a fair trade. All right, but that place is quite perilous, located in the central area of the beast forest. As he spoke, Huozhuang took out a piece of paper and sketched a rough map, handing it to the two. Upon receiving it, their faces lit up with joy. In that case, Brother Huozhuang, we shall take our leave. After handing Huozhuang 1 refining pill, they mounted their horses and headed towards the beast forest. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci, hidden among the bushes with Blackie, observed everything intently. It was only after Huozhuang departed and Hua Ying and Hua Cheng entered the beast forest that they revealed themselves. That moment, a notification from the system rang out. You have accepted the assassination mission. Target: Hua Ying, Hua Cheng. Difficulty: Class A. Hua Tianci was taken aback yet unsurprised, for he had already intended to eliminate those two. To his astonishment, the system presented him with this mission at just the right moment, as Hua Ying and Hua Cheng were indeed Hua Lin's lackeys, having previously humiliated Hua Tianci on numerous occasions. Thus, they must die. This marked the beginning of Hua Tianci's revenge. For if they did not perish, then it would be he who faced death. Such is the way of survival. The weak are oppressed, while the strong look down upon the world. Only those with might reign supreme. Locking onto Hua Ying and Hua Cheng, Hua Tianci examined their statuses. Hua Ying, male, 17 years old, level, 4th stage of physical refinement. Hua Cheng, male, 16 years old, level, 3rd stage of physical refinement. Following Hua Ying and Hua Cheng, Hua Tianci and Blackie ultimately arrived at a stable. This stable, built by the Hua family on the outskirts of the beast forest, served as a place for the young masters of the Hua family to keep their horses. The stable was rather rudimentary, and within sat an elderly man over 60 years of age. Hua Tianci was all too familiar with this old man, harboring an intense animosity towards him, for it was he who had poisoned Hua Tianci. It seems even heaven has conspired to grant me my vengeance. Though Hua Tianci respected the elderly, he was resolute in his intent to swiftly eliminate this treacherous old man. At that moment, upon noticing the young master's arrival, the old man immediately approached to greet them. Old Zhang, the horses are a gift from young Master Hua Lin. You must not neglect them, Hua Ying instructed after dismounting. Curiously, Hua Cheng inquired, Old Zhang, I recall you were working in the inner courtyard. Why have you come to this desolate place? Old Zhang smiled bitterly. Isn't it because Hua Tianci has yet to perish? Thus, Hua Leitang has sent me here to avoid the storm. However, he could not reveal this truth and instead lied. I am here to guard the ancestral shrine for the old master. Then continue your watch. We brothers have no time to waste. Nodding, Hua Cheng and Hua Ying departed the stable, heading towards the central area of the beast forest, where various fierce beast carcasses awaited them. If they could bring back even 1 or 2, it would translate to a fortune. Just thinking about it excited them greatly. Meanwhile, Old Zhang leisurely tied 2 horses in the stable, when suddenly, a figure darted towards him like a shadow. In an instant, claw-like hands akin to wolf fangs latched onto his neck. Upon realizing it was Hua Tianci, despair filled Old Zhang's eyes. Even in his desperation, he was curious as to how Hua Tianci had managed to cultivate. He attempted to call for help, but Hua Tianci's grip tightened around his throat, stifling any sound from escaping. Chapter 10. The Killing of the Old Zhang. Do you understand what despair feels like? Hua Tianci inquired as he slowly twisted Old Zhang's head to face the direction of the beast forest, where Hua Ying and Hua Cheng's figures could still be seen fading away. Do not be anxious. Shortly, I will summon them to keep you company. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Hua Tianci snapped Old Zhang's neck with a deft motion. Notification: Host successfully killed Old Zhang. Gained 20 cultivation points and increased power limit by 5. Notification: Host obtained a confidential letter. Notification: Host received a lucky bronze coin. A lucky bronze coin. Upon hearing that this creature had dropped such an item, Hua Tianci was exhilarated, for he lacked nothing but the chance to draw from the lottery. With it, he could acquire everything. What is this confidential letter? Picking it up, Hua Tianci read it with great interest. However, as he read, he was left dumbfounded, for Old Zhang was actually an undercover agent sent by the Wu family to infiltrate the 3 tyrants of Bailey Town. The Hua family had planted spies within the other 2 families as well. A precaution known to all, yet the identities of these spies remained a mystery. To his shock, Old Zhang was a spy for the Wu family. The depth of this concealment was likely beyond even Hua Leitang's knowledge. Moreover, It was he who incited Huo Tianci to orchestrate the plot to poison both Huo Laoyizi and Huo Tianci, intending for the 6 elders of the Huo family to clash fiercely over the position of family head, thus allowing the Wu family to capitalize on the ensuing chaos to severely weaken the Huo family or even swallow it whole. However, what they did not anticipate was that Huo Tianci, the young master of the family, had survived. This unexpected turn of events disrupted all of Wu family's plans. The latest communication sent to old Zhang from the Wu family concerned an upcoming annual sacred water enlightenment ceremony, wherein the Wu family had intended to have old Zhang publicly accuse Huo Tianci of poisoning Huo Laoyizi. If this were to transpire, Huo Tianci would undoubtedly be expelled from the Huo family's lineage. Facing dire consequences, one must acknowledge the ruthlessness of the Wu family's strategy. Yet again, this plan had been thwarted by Huo Tianci, MD, so it turns out the Wu family was behind all this. Huo Tianci could hardly believe how convoluted the situation had become. After stowing away the confidential letter, he pondered for a long while, ultimately clenching his fists and silently vowing, "It seems the Wu family cannot be spared." After his dark musings, Huo Tianci instructed Heizi to set down the corpse of Lu San. He then embraced Heizi's neck, directing his gaze toward the 2 red-maned horses tethered in the stable. "Soon, my brother, we shall feast on roasted horse meat." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Heizi immediately began to prance with excitement. The young master is truly kind to Heizi. Meat is my favorite. Seeing Heizi's exuberance, Huo Tianci promptly wielded a chopping knife and proceeded to slay the 2 red-maned horses, for he too was ravenous, having gone nearly an entire day without sustenance. Ding! The host has successfully slain a red-maned horse, earning 5 cultivation points. Stamina limit increased by 0. Ding! The host has successfully slain another red-maned horse, earning 5 cultivation points. Stamina limit increased by 0. Ding! Critical hit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient Taijiquan technique, wild horse splitting mane. What? A secret technique has dropped. Slaying horses can yield such rewards. After delivering 2 swift strikes, Huo Tianci found himself momentarily stunned, gazing down at a golden glimmering ancient tome that had mysteriously appeared at his feet. Picking it up, he confirmed it was indeed the ancient Taijiquan technique, wild horse splitting mane. This technique, known for its singular offensive capability within Taijiquan, allows one to strike with the ferocity of a galloping wild horse, making it elusive and difficult to defend against a ha. What a fortunate discovery. I shall learn it immediately. As Huo Tianci absorbed the knowledge, the golden tome swiftly infused itself into his mind. Not only was there horse meat to savor, but also a technique to master. Huo Tianci was beside himself with joy. He then rummaged through a small shed in the stable and found some rice. "Today, dear brother, I shall prepare a horse meat rice bowl for you." Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Huo Tianci prepared to cook a delightful meal for Heizi. Alas, there's no cumin or pepper. "Well, it's better than nothing," he sighed, acknowledging the limitations of this world compared to Earth. Ultimately, Huo Tianci decided not to dwell on such trifles, as filling their stomachs was the priority. The 2 not only devoured an entire pot of rice, but also consumed both red-maned horses entirely, with Heizi eating the most. Noticing Heizi's lingering hunger, Huo Tianci knew the lad was still unsatisfied, for in his memories, Heizi had always possessed a hearty appetite. "Fear not, brother. I shall prepare a wild boar for you next. We shall have roasted suckling pig." He patted Heizi's shoulder, reassuring him about their future meals, for a whole 100-beast forest awaited them. Before embarking on their next adventure, however, Huo Tianci felt the urge to spin the wheel of fortune and suggested they rest a little longer after their meal. As for Huo Ing and Huo Chang, Huo Tianci was unconcerned about encountering them. They would inevitably return to the stable. With a mere thought, the bronze lottery machine reappeared in Huo Tianci's mind. Since this round offered 12 splendid rewards, he chose not to exchange them, opting instead to draw from these 12 rewards. Pressing the start button, the light ring on the lottery machine began to whirl rapidly. At this moment, 12 rewards had dwindled to 10, as Huo Tianci had already claimed the 100 cultivation points and the Wolf Fong Wind Fist reward. The remaining rewards included Shadow Clone Technique, Sunflower Scripture, Character Card, Proud Hunter, Reinhardt, Foshan No Shadow Kick, 9 Yang Divine Skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, 500 Gold, Parrying Skill, Iron Wolf Fong Hammer, and a dark, unremarkable sword. It goes without saying that even if he drew the Sunflower Scripture, Huo Tianci would not practice it, and the 500 gold was of no use to him at present. While the parrying skill could deflect attacks, Huo Tianci found himself disinterested, for he believed the best defense is a good offense. As for the last 2 weapons, they seemed rather lackluster and would serve little purpose. Beyond those, any other reward would suffice. Truth be told, Huo Tianci was most reluctant to acquire the sunflower scripture, as it held no utility for him. After all, he had no intention of self-castration. Anything but the sunflower scripture. Anything but the sunflower scripture, he mumbled as the light ring spun swiftly. Chapter 11. Character card gradually. The light ring began to slow down, the rotation becoming more languid. Shadow clone technique, this could work, but the light has passed 500 gold. The light has also passed 9 young divine skill. Come on, stop here. Sunflower scripture. No, I absolutely refuse. I'm still a virgin. When the light settled on the sunflower scripture, Huo Tianci felt a tightening in his core. Thankfully, it passed. Character card, excellent, Huo Tianci exclaimed with delight, for he was heading to the 100-beast forest. A treacherous wilderness. The proud hunter, Reinhardt, known for his prowess in the wild, would make this encounter a massacre. It seemed the light ring sensed Huo Tianci's fervent desire and came to a halt on the character card. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on drawing the character card, proud hunter, Reinhardt. Wonderful, just wait and see how I'll dominate. As the notification chimed, Huo Tianci erupted with joy. The proud hunter, Reinhardt was a character from the game League of Legends, capable of utilizing a unique brutal mechanic to enhance his skills, allowing him to eliminate isolated foes or defend the front lines. Huo Tianci had always favored this hero on Earth for his ability to dominate lesser opponents. Upon acquiring the character card, Huo Tianci immediately examined its details. Character card, Proud Hunter, Reinhardt. Upon using this card, the host instantly gains all of Reinhardt's skills for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 72 hours. Note: Reinhardt is a no blue cost hero, so the host need not worry about stamina depletion. No stamina cost. Huo Tianci rejoiced, although the 1 hour duration seemed insufficient. Unconsciously, he began to mutter again. Just then, the system chimed in. Host. Items, skills, or character cards can be leveled up. Leveling up not only reduces stamina consumption but also increases skill damage, duration of character cards, or the power of equipment. Leveling up? Huo Tianci thought, and with a mere thought, a skill bar popped up in his mind. Currently, this skill bar displayed only 2 skills and 1 character card. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Skill level. Beginner. Proficiency. 330. Stamina cost. 100 points. Ancient Taijiquan Technique. Wild Horse Splitting Mane. Skill level. Beginner. Proficiency. 0-100. Stamina cost. 40 points. Character card. Proud Hunter. Reinhardt. Card level. Beginner. Proficiency. 0-10. Cooldown. 72 hours. Stamina cost. None. Next. Huo Tianci checked his status. Huo Tianci. Male. Age. 15. Level. Refining Body 2nd Stage. Cultivation points. 8250. Current status. Excellent. Stamina. 215-215. Overall combat power evaluation. 100 points. When Huo Tianci was an ordinary person, his stamina was merely 10 points. But upon entering the refining body realm, it surged to 100, marking a dramatic transformation. This exemplifies the stark contrast between ordinary individuals and those skilled in the refining body realm, that a practitioner of the refining body realm possesses strength akin to a bull at the 1st stage, 4 bulls at the 2nd, 9 at the 3rd, and so forth. Upon reaching the 9th stage, one gains immense power, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. The realm of the profound disciple is a dream for countless individuals. Yet this aspiration remains elusive, as in over a century, only Huo Tianci's grandfather has achieved it in Bailey Town, though sadly, he has since passed. By the way, system, can I resurrect my grandfather? Given the myriad of possibilities within this lottery system, it stands to reason that resurrection techniques would also be included, right? The system sprite nodded. The highest realm of Maoshan Taoism, soul summoning technique, can resurrect the deceased, provided the body is intact. Ensure the body is intact. Huo Tianci found himself in a quandary. As per Bailey Town's customs, the deceased must be cremated on the 1st night. The system sprite seemed to sense this dilemma. Then, utilize the impure earth rebirth. By employing the bodies of other deceased individuals, you can resurrect your grandfather, though this would only restore his soul. For full resurrection, the external path, cycle of rebirth technique is required, which demands a sacrifice of your own life. The system sprite presented Huo Tianci with several examples. However, both of these techniques could only be drawn from the extraordinary lottery machine, which required 100,000 bronze lottery coins for redemption. Even if he amassed sufficient coins, the odds of drawing them were uncertain. Nevertheless, Huo Tianci remained optimistic, believing that with perseverance, he would one day resurrect his grandfather. Only his grandfather knew the whereabouts of his parents. On Earth, Huo Tianci had no parents, having been raised by his grandfather. In a sense, the two shared a similar plight. However, he vowed never to allow himself to remain in such a state again. Absolutely not. Haizi, remove your clothes. After solidifying his thoughts, the rejuvenated Huo Tianci patted Haizi on the shoulder and produced a wooden box. Inside the box lay a creamy ointment known as the primary healing ointment, a gift from the system sprite when Huo Tianci broke through to the second stage of body refinement. Having been previously beaten by Lu San, Huo Tianci intended to help Haizi with his injuries. However, upon Haizi removing his clothing, Huo Tianci's eyelids flickered with trepidation as he beheld the multitude of wounds covering Haizi's body, some of which were gaping open. A sight that was utterly harrowing. Who could have done this? Huo Tianci's eyes widened in disbelief, for Haizi was his only remaining kin. Was it Huo Lin and the others? The previous night, Huo Tianci had sensed something amiss with Haizi, who limped and frequently rubbed his back that time. Engrossed in studying the system, Huo Tianci had refrained from questioning him further, as Haizi claimed to be fine. But now, little master, I'm all right, just some minor injuries. Haizi pouted, offering Huo Tianci a reassuring smile, not wishing to cause him worry. Chapter 12. The initial application of body refining ointment. Yet Huo Tianci could not suppress his concern. Clenching his fists, he vowed to Haizi, Haizi, I, your brother Tianci, promise you that no one will ever bully you again. As he applied the ointment to Haizi's wounds, Huo Tianci's resolve deepened. He was well aware of Haizi's sacrifices. From a young age, Haizi often took the beatings meant for him. Unable to retaliate against the bullying from their peers in the Huo family, Huo Tianci had felt powerless, merely watching and waiting for old Master Huo to intervene. This was solely because he was deemed a waste, incapable of cultivation. But now, those days would be behind him, for he had gained the ability to cultivate. Those who dared to harm Haizi would face dire consequences, like Lu San, who would meet his end. Not long after applying the primary healing ointment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The bruises and wounds on Haizi's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In less than 30 seconds, they were completely gone, astonishing all who witnessed. Huo Tianci regarded the ointment in his hand. Primary healing ointment, usable for cultivators below the 4th stage of body refinement. External injuries can be completely healed within 30 seconds. Having examined this, Huo Tianci promptly retrieved the body refining ointment he had acquired from defeating Lu San. Body refining ointment, usable for cultivators below the 5th stage of body refinement. When applied to the entire body, it increases cultivation by 1 point per second for 2 minutes. Good heavens, this is a miraculous elixir. Huo Tianci's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily applied the ointment all over his body, knowing it would augment his cultivation. Although the increase was modest, just 1 point per second, the 2-minute duration meant a total of 120 points of cultivation value, a substantial reward indeed. To ascend just 1 level, he required only 250 points. Thus, this vial could elevate him half a level. How could this not drive Huo Tianci into a frenzy of joy as he awaited the influx of cultivation points? The system sprite suddenly chimed in with a message. Ding, system notification. The host has not fully applied the ointment. Ding, system notification. The host has not fully applied the ointment. Huo Tianci, perplexed, thought, haven't I already applied it everywhere? Surely that includes... Reluctantly, he glanced at his lower regions and, in a moment of surrender, applied the ointment there as well. Surely they don't mean when the notification persisted. Huo Tianci felt a wave of unwillingness wash over him. But his desire for cultivation points compelled him to comply. After much effort, he finally finished applying the ointment. The breeze enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. The sensation was incredibly refreshing, akin to the cooling powder on Earth. Oh, how refreshing! Huo Tianci couldn't help but exclaim aloud. However, the initial coolness soon escalated to an overwhelming sensation of pain, reminiscent of the effects of excessive medicated oil. Huo Tianci felt as though his skin were being pricked with needles, followed by a sharp, intense pain that coursed through his body. The ointment, akin to medicated oil, had been applied everywhere, even to his most sensitive areas. Huo Tianci realized that earning those 120 cultivation points was not as easy as he had hoped. In that moment, with a fiery sting radiating from his lower regions, he wobbled about in the small wooden hut of the stable, looking utterly absurd, resembling someone engaged in an invisible dance. I might just perish from this. Huo Tianci grimaced, recalling the mischievous antics of his roommate back on Earth, who had once dripped medicated oil on him while he slept, leaving him sleepless and in discomfort for days. Tears streamed down his face as he endured the torturous 2 minutes. feeling the overwhelming urge to cry. "Little master, why are you hopping like a rabbit?" Haizi, observing Huo Tianci's odd movements, was filled with curiosity. Haizi attempted to imitate him but failed miserably, his movements clumsy and slow. "Hopping like a rabbit? I'm in agony here." Huo Tianci clutched his groin, desperately trying to contain his tears. After a brief rinse with water, he still felt as if his rear was exposed to the elements, while the front felt ablaze. "Damn it," gritting his teeth, Huo Tianci gestured to Haizi. "Let us move out." Haizi nodded and followed closely behind Huo Tianci like a loyal tail as they stepped into the 100 Beasts forest. The forest was eerily silent, reminiscent of a tranquil sea, serene yet fraught with hidden dangers, for no one knew when the next calamity would strike. Huo Tianci scanned the surroundings and suddenly raised his hand, signaling Haizi to halt. The silence was unnerving, so quiet that not even the chirping of birds could be heard. His heightened alertness, a result of his prior experiences, warned him that something sinister was watching them. Sure enough, scarcely a second after Huo Tianci signaled to stop, a towering figure sprang from the nearby thicket. Hiss, roar. A deafening roar shook the surrounding trees, revealing a ferocious beast resembling a lion-tiger hybrid, lunging towards Huo Tianci with bared fangs and claws. This creature was akin to a common beast, possessing strength comparable to the first stage of body refinement. In the past, Huo Tianci would have fled at the sight of such a creature, being an ordinary person with no means to defend himself. But now Chapter 13. The mighty pill. "Hey, Haizi, Brother Tianci will prepare you a splendid fried lion head." With that, Huo Tianci adopted a stance, legs spread wide, and unleashed his fists against the charging lion-tiger beast. The force surged within him, and even before his punch landed, the wind from it struck the beast first. Boom! The mere gust sent the lion-tiger flying. Huo Tianci, having already adopted a firm stance, propelled himself forward like a wild stallion, crashing directly into the beast's path. "Down you go." With arms united, he delivered a powerful blow, sending the lion-tiger crashing into a nearby tree. Bang! The tree shuddered violently, leaves raining down from its branches, leaving an imprint of the lion-tiger on the bark, as if deliberately crafted by a hand. What a formidable technique! Huo Tianci marveled at his fists, overwhelmed with astonishment. The technique, known as the wild stallion split mane, was not only swift but strikingly accurate and powerful. It truly embodied the essence of the Radiant Orange martial arts manual. After dispatching the lion-tiger, a series of system notifications rang out. Ding! The host has successfully slain the lion-tiger beast, gaining 10 points of cultivation value, and the limit of physical strength increased by 1. Ding! The host has obtained a lion-tiger hide. Ding! The host has acquired a lion-tiger skeleton. Ding! The host has received 5 pieces of lion-tiger meat. Huo Tianci had intended to dissect the lion-tiger himself, but to his surprise, the system had automatically provided the spoils. Akin to defeating a monster and receiving loot, an exhilarating experience indeed. The pelt of a liger can fetch a handsome price, and tiger bones are also highly sought after. According to Huo Tianci's understanding, a complete liger skeleton can be sold for no less than 50 taels of silver, as tiger bones are used in medicinal preparations for treating injuries. However, liger meat is the least valuable, likely fetching no more than 5 taels, with no one willing to take it. Consuming it raw, Huo Tianci was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw Haizi toss a piece of liger meat into his mouth. Yet, witnessing Haizi's enjoyment as he devoured the meat, Huo Tianci chose not to intervene. In the end, Haizi polished off all 5 large pieces of liger meat and patted his belly, declaring himself full. "Ah, I'm so stuffed. This is the fullest I've ever been." Haizi wiped his mouth, his expression radiating delight. "Having not eaten so much in ages, in the future, Brother Tianci will ensure you eat your fill every day." Huo Tianci fetched some clean water to wash Haizi's face, as the little rascal had gotten himself all messy. Meanwhile, Huo Ying and Huo Cheng, who had ventured into the beast forest before Huo Tianci, were grumbling about their misadventure. They had taken a significant risk entering the inner circle of the beast forest, yet found no remnants of wild beasts, let alone semi-ferocious or ferocious creatures. The two felt utterly deceived. "Damn it! I knew that scoundrel Huo Zhuang was pulling our leg. How could he have stumbled upon such good fortune?" Huang stomped his foot in frustration, muttering about how Huo Zhuang had even swindled him out of a body-tempering pill. "Once I return home, I will make him cough it up. That pill is worth 300 taels of silver," Huo Ying lamented, feeling the sting of loss. However, Huo Cheng had a different perspective, recalling that Huo Zhuang had indeed stepped on the corpse of a semi-ferocious beast at the time. "Perhaps our luck just hasn't arrived yet." Why don't we search a bit longer? Huo Cheng mused optimistically, for even a lowly semi-ferocious beast's carcass could be worth 1,000 taels of silver. Besides, having come this far, it would be disheartening to return empty-handed. Let's search for another hour. If we find nothing, then we can go back and settle the score with Hua Zhuang. Hua Ying continued to fume. An hour later, against all odds, the two misfortunate souls stumbled upon some good fortune. Ha ha ha. Although we didn't find any semi-ferocious beast carcasses, we did uncover several 5 willow roots, which is quite lucky. The 5 willow roots are auxiliary medicinal materials used to make strength-enhancing pills, each worth over 200 taels. With 4 roots, they had amassed a total that was more than 1,000 taels. This haul was certainly profitable. Huo Cheng was equally ecstatic. They promptly gathered their belongings to return home, aware that they were in the inner circle of the beast forest, a region frequented by ferocious beasts. Encountering one would spell disaster for them. Meanwhile, at the edge of the beast forest, a 15-year-old boy was engaged in a fierce struggle with a massive rhinoceros, testing his strength against its horn. With a mighty roar, the boy managed to lift the great beast and slam it to the ground, rendering it unconscious. Seizing the moment, he sprang into the air like a wolf, transforming his fists into lethal claws. Delivering a fatal blow to the rhinoceros with his wolf-fang wind fist, the ferocity of his attack left countless claw marks on the creature's body. The young master is incredible. Cheering him on were Huo Tianci and Haizi, who were both astounded. Ding! Host successfully killed the great horned rhinoceros, gaining 15 cultivation points. Maximum strength limit increased by 2. A series of notifications followed. Ding! Host received 1 rhinoceros horn. After the flurry of alerts, the crucial announcement came. Ding! Cultivation points maxed out. Host's strength has successfully broken through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Ding! Host received 5 strengthening pills. Ding! Host received 1 strength-enhancing pill. Ding! Upgrade reward. Host received 1 lucky bronze coin for a lottery draw. Indeed, after several hours of hunting beasts, Huo Tianci had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of body refinement. Upon discovering the green-hued pill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This strength-enhancing pill was a prized item. He quickly examined its effects. Strength-enhancing pill, a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Upon consumption, it permanently increases strength by 1 ox, with a maximum limit of 5. Wow! Huo Tianci's joy intensified, for this pill could immediately bolster his strength by 1 ox. At the 3rd level of body refinement, he currently possessed a power of only 9 oxen. This single pill could elevate him significantly. How could he not be elated? Chapter 14. Ruler of the Wilds. Ah, delicious. Without further ado, Huo Tianci swallowed the strength-enhancing pill. Instantly, a surge of robust power coursed through him, revitalizing his spirit manifold. The strengthening pills, which increased cultivation, each provided 100 points but required half an hour for refinement. With other pressing matters at hand, Huo Tianci decided to set them aside for now. Positioned at the periphery of the beast forest, Huo Tianci not only sought to slay beasts and enhance his cultivation, but also awaited the arrival of Hua Cheng and Hua Ying to ambush them. Just as he anticipated, the 2 Hua family disciples clad in white martial attire approached, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing them, Huo Tianci signaled for Haizi to hide. Hua Ying, let us split these 4-5 willow roots evenly. Hua Cheng proposed as they discussed the distribution of their find. Hearing the suggestion of division, Hua Ying immediately frowned. Hua Cheng, don't forget that I contributed a body-tempering pill. If we split it 50-50, that would be a significant loss for me. Hua Ying was no fool. Hua Cheng chuckled out, of course, I understand. But I can't very well give you 2.5 roots, can I? These 5 willow roots are not like ordinary herbs. If we divide them, they lose all value. That makes sense. Hua Ying nodded. So what do you propose? Rest assured, I won't just give you 2 roots. How about this? Consider the body-tempering pill you gave to Hua Zhuang as a joint contribution. Since 1 pill is worth 300 taels, I'll give you 150 taels. You see, there's no need for you to be so stingy and upset. Hua Cheng devised a solution that preserved the integrity of the 5 willow roots while maintaining harmony among them. Hua Ying was elated. Yes, that sounds perfect. Let us hurry and settle this. Why the rush? Is this urgent? Am I that type of person? Hua Cheng retorted, defending his stance on clear accounting among brothers. All right, no need to get physical. I'll pay myself. Ultimately, Hua Cheng had no choice but to produce the silvered AT that moment. A shadow, ethereal like a dream, stealthily navigated through the thicket, poised to strike with lethal precision. This figure was invisible to all, as if cloaked in an invisibility garment, moving freely within the beast forest, appearing as though it held dominion over this land, compelling all to submit. or perish. This figure was none other than Huo Tianci, and his ability to remain hidden was attributed to the character card, Prideful Hunter, Rengar. Observing Huo Tianci at this moment, one would be astounded to see a massive white lion-shaped shadow enveloping him. Intricately intertwined with his being, as Huo Tianci moved, the shadow mirrored his every action, exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity. A closer inspection would reveal that this shadow was the true form of Rengar, akin to a wolverine possessing razor-sharp claws. It was well known that Rengar, the lion dog, possessed 5 skills. While there were some differences from the game, the core principles remained unchanged. Point 1. Invisible Predator. Passive skill when the host is in tall grass or in a stealth state. Their normal attacks will allow them to leap beside the target enemy. For every skill used against an enemy, the host gains 1 point of brutality. Upon reaching 5 points, the next skill will be enhanced with additional effects. 2. Ruthless. Active skill. The host's next normal attack will deal double damage to the target. Point 3. Brutal Reward. The next normal attack will inflict triple damage and grant a 10 speed boost for a limited time. 4. War Roar. Active skill increases the host's defense. Point 5. Brutal Effect. Increases defense while also healing the host. Point 6. Lasso Strike. Active skill throws a lasso to slow down the enemy. Point 7. Brutal Effect. Directly binds the target, rendering them immobile. Point 8. Hunting Rhythm. Active skill. The host activates their predatory instincts, entering a stealth state, while also sensing other nearby creatures. Upon the end of stealth, the next attack will be a leap, accompanied by a speed boost and gaining a total of 5 points of brutality over 5 seconds. Huo Tianci had diligently studied these 5 skills prior to using the character card. Although they deviated slightly from the game on Earth, their fundamental application remained similar, for this was not merely a game but a reality in the Julong continent, a world he had traversed into. Utilizing the rhythm of hunting to enter stealth, Huo Tianci took a lengthy detour, arriving stealthily behind Huo Cheng and Huoying. Although he had transformed into Rengar and mastered all of Rengar's skills, his power still remained at the 3rd level of body refinement, which meant that Huo Tianci could only exert the strength of this tier. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Gazing ahead at Huo Cheng and Huoying, who were currently dividing silver coins, Huo Tianci seized the opportunity. Like a ferocious beast unleashed, he broke his stealth and leapt towards Huo Cheng, who was at the same level of body refinement. With a swift and brutal sound characteristic of Rengar's predatory prowess, Huo Cheng, busy counting his silver, was suddenly slammed to the ground by Huoying in the next instant. An invisible, sharp claw lunged at Huo Cheng. Mercilessly, the claw pierced through Huo Cheng's arm, causing blood to spurt forth immediately. Sensing the attack on Huo Cheng, Huoying swiftly drew his large blade and swung it towards Huo Tianci. However, Huo Tianci's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the nearby underbrush, leaving no trace behind. Huoying could only hear the commotion without seeing the assailant, as Huo Tianci had struck from behind and disappeared just as quickly, leaving Huoying momentarily stunned. Not daring to approach the thicket, he ultimately abandoned any desire for retaliation, as he witnessed Huo Cheng clutching his shoulder, groaning in agony at my hand, my hand. Huo Cheng cried out, his arm grievously wounded. Huoying, hearing his companion's cries, was at a loss for what to do, uncertain if the attacker would return. Looking at Huo Cheng's arm, blood gushed forth, staining his once white martial attire crimson. The wound resembled a savage beast's claw mark, horrifying to behold. Chapter 15. A slaughter. Could it be a ferocious beast? As Huoying had not seen the attacker, he remained oblivious to what had struck them. Yet Huo Cheng had caught a glimpse. It was not a beast, but a human. However, he could not discern who it was, as everything transpired too swiftly. Tsme. Just as the two were speaking, a shadow reappeared, akin to the arrival of death itself, leaping into the air once more. It's you. Huo Cheng and Huoying's eyes widened in shock. Oh, it's you. This useless waste. Huoying recognized Huo Tianci's true nature, a good-for-nothing with no dantian, who had succeeded only through luck. With that, he charged forward wielding his large blade. But at that moment, an invisible shackle ensnared him. 5-star lasso strike. Huo Tianci had unleashed his ultimate skill during his retreat into the underbrush. He amassed 5 points of brutality. This binding force was not an actual shackle but a manifestation of energy resembling a lasso, which effectively restrained Huoying, who had aimed to slash at Huo Tianci. Brother Ing, why aren't you moving? Brother Ing. Seeing Huoying frozen in place, Huo Cheng, who was nursing his wounded arm, was bewildered. Realizing that a shape-shifting force was binding Huoying, he pleaded, Tianci, we are family. Please don't kill me. In a desperate bid for survival, Huo Cheng produced a small dagger from his sleeve. Family. Ha ha ha. Huo Tianci laughed disdainfully. But have you ever regarded me as family? Not just you, but the entire Huo family, who besides my grandfather has ever treated me as one of their own. Huo Tianci roared, venting the suffering he had endured over the past 2 days. Having faced inhumane torment and even death, he had come to understand the world's cold indifference, realizing that only strength could ensure survival, living like a human, not like a dog, a wretched creature abused by others. As Huo Tianci unleashed his fury, Huo Cheng, who had been begging for mercy, revealed a treacherous smile. Die. He lunged the dagger towards Huo Tianci's heart with a vicious intent, hoping to slay him in one swift motion. The stark contrast between his former plea for mercy and this sudden attack was jarring. Huo Tianci felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated Huo Cheng's hidden malice. He had assumed Huo Cheng was merely afraid, but instead, he had concealed a deadly intent, poised to take his life. In that instant, panic surged through Huo Tianci, for a strike to his heart would surely be fatal. Despite his fear, Huo Tianci remained composed, throwing out another lasso strike. This time, it was merely a standard version of the skill, as the 5-star lasso strike and the ordinary one were entirely different abilities that could be cast in succession. Akin to gameplay mechanics in a well-known game, the ordinary lasso strike would only slow the enemy, not bind them as the 5-star version had. Yet, it was sufficient. As Huo Cheng's speed diminished, Huo Tianci swiftly maneuvered his body to evade the deadly strike aimed at his heart. Simultaneously, he activated War Roar to bolster his physical defenses. The dagger merely grazed Huo Tianci's abdomen, without fully penetrating, leaving only a cut. What? Huo Cheng was astounded that his lethal strike had failed. He looked up to find Huo Tianci retaliating. Die, Huo Tianci proclaimed. Witness my merciless nature. The invisible claws reappeared, this time not merely piercing Huo Cheng's arm, but plunging directly into his heart. You wish to pierce my heart? Then let us see how it feels to have your own heart pierced. Huo Tianci summoned all his strength, his fist aimed at Huo Cheng's heart. The claws not only pierced Huo Cheng's heart, but also drove through Huo Tianci's entire arm, resulting in a gruesome and bloody scene. However, Huo Tianci felt no remorse. Huo Cheng deserved this fate. After Huo Cheng fell lifeless, Huo Tianci, filled with murderous intent, once again vanished into the underbrush to fully unleash Rengar's passive abilities, for when Rengar enters the underbrush, his next attack becomes a leap strike. Meanwhile, Huo Ying stood frozen in shock at the sight of Huo Cheng's heart being pierced. He was paralyzed by fear, barely able to stand, having never witnessed such brutality before. At merely 16 or 17, he was utterly overwhelmed by the horrors of bloodshed. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to. Huo Ying trembled. Panic etched across his face as he gripped his large blade. Constantly glancing around in search of Huo Tianci, uncertain of where the next strike would come from. This was the terrifying nature of Rengar. With a swift motion, the distinctive sound of Rengar's lethal attack echoed once more. A menacing figure materializing behind Huo Ying. Although Huo Ying was at the 4th level of body refinement, fear had nearly paralyzed him. Yet, the instinct to survive compelled him to grasp his blade tightly. "I'll fight you," Huo Ying roared, attempting to summon courage. Yet, Huo Tianci's speed surpassed his own. Once again, Huo Tianci unleashed a lasso strike, slowing Huo Ying's movements. What is happening? Feeling himself ensnared once more, Huo Ying sank into despair. However, this time, the binding was not as complete as before. It merely slowed him down. Chapter 16. Ruthless and merciless. Realizing this, Huo Ying, believing himself doomed, reignited his will to survive. He raised his blade and swung it down towards Huo Tianci's head. Determined to live, Huo Tianci did not expect the lasso strike to bind Huo Ying completely. He merely sought to accumulate more brutality points. Ruthless and merciless, the invisible claws clashed against Huo Ying's blade, producing a distinct metallic sound. How did he block that? Huo Ying could only see the air, unaware of Rengar's claws, which were visible only to Huo Tianci. War Roar, Huo Tianci bellowed, forcing Huo Ying back. At that moment, a radiant golden light emanated from Huo Tianci, for he had accumulated 5 layers of brutality. Behold my 5-star ruthlessness. Huo Tianci let out another roar, ultimately resembling a true Rengar as he charged towards Huo Ying, who had just been shaken back. Simultaneously, the color of his previously invisible claws transformed from a dull hue to a dazzling golden. For this was the cruelty of the 5 stars. It was sheer, unrelenting brutality. The two collided face to face, exchanging positions, their forms frozen in time as if captured in an animation, facing away from the audience. Upon observing them, it was evident that Huo Tianci's arms were gushing blood, indicating he had been cut. while Huo Ying's neck was drenched in crimson, revealing 3 deep claw marks that instilled a profound terror, a throat-slitting strike. A single, fatal move. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the A-class kill task. The notification from the system chimed in just as well. Ding! Host has received task rewards, 300 cultivation points, 5 blood-stopping pills, and 1 strength-enhancing pill. Ding! Host has received kill rewards, 5 willow roots, 7 body refinement pills, and 800 taels of silver. The multitude of rewards left Huo Tianci momentarily dazzled. However, instead of collecting them immediately, he activated the hunting rhythm skill once more, entering stealth mode. Behind a large tree, a one-eyed man wielding a longbow suddenly gasped in astonishment, for his target had inexplicably vanished. Where did he go? The one-eyed man, a member of a mercenary group within the 100 Beasts forest, had been trailing Huo Ying and Huo Chang after witnessing them acquire several 5 willow roots, harboring intentions of robbery. Now, with the sudden emergence of Huo Tianci, he planned to benefit from their conflict. Yet, just as he prepared to shoot the injured Huo Tianci, an incredible spectacle unfolded. Huo Tianci completely disappeared from sight. Are you looking for me? Just as the one-eyed man pondered how Huo Tianci had vanished, a figure leapt out from behind him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the previously invisible Huo Tianci. The hunting rhythm skill not only enabled the host to enter stealth, but also allowed him to sense the presence of nearby creatures. Huo Tianci had detected the one-eyed man during his first use of the skill, but remained uncertain of his intentions until he drew his longbow, revealing his murderous intent. Death suddenly approached as the one-eyed man was engulfed in terror. Unable to comprehend how Huo Tianci had discovered his presence and appeared silently behind him, without a hint of awareness. Just a mere child, and injured at that. Surely, you cannot stir up any waves in this vast ocean. Despite his fear, the one-eyed man maintained his composure. Unlike Huo Chang and Huo Ying, who were naive and inexperienced, he was a seasoned warrior, having shed blood in the 100 Beasts forest, which was why he had survived this long. Is that so? A voice of disdain emerged as Huo Tianci regarded the one-eyed man with contempt. In that case, let us see how you fare against my 5 stars, cruel and unrelenting. The execution of the 5 stars, cruel and unrelenting, would instantly triple Huo Tianci's strength. With a current power of 10 bull's might, this would elevate him to 30 bull's might. Such strength was akin to that of the 5th level of body refinement, albeit limited to a single strike. Facing the one-eyed man, who was at the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement, boasting a maximum of 24 bull's might, the disparity was unmistakable. You wish to exchange blows with me? The one-eyed man laughed heartily, for he believed Huo Tianci's strength to be merely that of the 3rd level of body refinement, while he himself stood at the 4th. Witness how I shatter you with a single punch. As he crouched down to unleash his most powerful punch, the air between their fists crackled with energy before they even made contact. What? The one-eyed man was taken aback as he found himself leaning backward, astonished that his superior strength was being challenged by this child. His legs stumbled uncontrollably, leaving deep impressions in the earth beneath him. Please, do not kill me, otherwise, the wolf mercenary group will surely not let you go. Realizing his fist had twisted, the one-eyed man sensed the looming specter of death and desperately threatened Huo Tianci. If I spare you, your group will be even less inclined to let me live. The wolf mercenary group, is it? Ha! Watch as I obliterate them. Huo Tianci would not fall for the same trick again. He vividly recalled the lethal blow Huo Chang had dealt him earlier. Die, with the command. Huo Tianci unleashed all his strength, and with a single devastating punch, the one-eyed man's left arm was shattered. Following this, his invisible claws emerged, executing a fatal throat slash that sealed the fate of the one-eyed man. Ding! Host has slain a member of the wolf mercenary group, earning 30 cultivation points. Ding! Host has activated a subjugation task, entering the first phase. Eliminate 50 members of the wolf mercenary group. Completing all 3 phases will reward the host with a final prize, a silver lottery coin. Chapter 17. Relying on cultivation for sustenance. Upon hearing the words silver lottery coin, Huo Tianci's eyes sparkled with excitement, as a single silver lottery coin equated to 10 bronze lottery coins. This reward was indeed substantial, and the silver lottery coin could be used to draw from the silver lottery machine. What could he possibly obtain? Huo Tianci found himself filled with anticipation for the wolf mercenary group. He was somewhat familiar. They were notorious bullies around Bailey Town, frequently engaging in robbery and murder. Rumor had it that a few young women from Bailey Town had been abducted by this group, and Huo Tianci could only shake his head at the grim fate that befell them. Killing them would indeed be a good deed. Huo Tianci showed no mercy, for being lenient with foes equated to cruelty towards oneself. If one does not kill, then they themselves may be slain, just like the one-eyed man, whom Huo Tianci had no acquaintance with, yet he had attempted to strike from the shadows. Fortunately, Huo Tianci had detected him in time. Otherwise, the one to meet their demise would have been him. After concealing the one-eyed man's body and collecting his rewards, Huo Tianci returned to his previous location. Besides the cultivation points, the one-eyed man had also dropped some silver coins and 2 bottles of body refinement ointment. Gazing at the ointment in his hands, Huo Tianci felt a rush of mixed emotions, for this was nothing short of a massacre. The sensation was overwhelming. After a moment of reflection, Huo Tianci made his way back. Gathering the items he had previously overlooked, he then traversed through a thicket, arriving at a tree hollow. "Where is Haizi?" Upon noticing Haizi's absence, Huo Tianci felt a wave of despair wash over him. As if he had plunged into an endless abyss. "You truly scared me." Just a few steps into his search, Huo Tianci spotted Haizi, his face adorned with distinctive markings, eagerly gnawing on a wild boar. Relieved, Huo Tianci exhaled deeply, for Haizi was his only family, and he could not bear to lose him again. Haizi had grown hungry and ventured out in search of food. Master won't be angry with Haizi for sneaking out, will he? Haizi lowered his head, fidgeting with his fingers, wearing a pitiful expression, for Huo Tianci had instructed him to remain in the tree hollow, yet he had disobeyed. That moment, Haizi resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. Evoking a sense of affection, "Of course not. Brother Tianci would never blame you. In fact, I must commend you. Did you hunt this wild boar?" Huo Tianci wiped the corners of Haizi's mouth and praised him. Although the wild boar was not formidable, it was still a genuine beast, possessing the strength of the first level of body refinement. The fact that Haizi had slain it indicated that he too possessed similar strength. "Yes, Haizi did it. Haizi is just as powerful as Master, for I killed the wild boar with a single punch." Upon receiving praise instead of reprimand, Haizi gleefully jumped up and down, excitedly recounting how he had defeated the wild boar. Huo Tianci affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, commending his efforts. Subsequently, he took a keen interest in assessing Haizi's current state. Indeed, there were changes. Haizi, who had previously been of unknown rank, had now reached the first level of body refinement, meaning he could cultivate. However, had Haizi ever practiced? Huo Tianci had not witnessed any such activities during their journey from the thatched cottage. He had only seen Haizi continuously eat. The character's sudden realization was a reminder for Huo Tianci. Could it be that Haizi simply needed to consume food to enhance his strength? As he pondered this, Haizi's power surged, elevating him from the first level of body refinement to the second. Astonishingly, right before Huo Tianci's eyes, Haizi managed to raise his rank merely by eating. This left Huo Tianci utterly astonished. He was completely dumbfounded, for this method of cultivation rivaled his own unparalleled cosmic lottery system. Exhausted from jumping, Haizi yearned for sleep. After his rank increased, he let out a yawn and collapsed onto the grass. Dozing off. Observing this, Huo Tianci uttered no words but gently carried him back to the safety of a tree hollow, a far more secure resting place. Upon their return, a prompt from the system chimed in. Character card, Proud Hunter, Rengar. Usage time expired, now entering cooldown for 72 hours. Turned out the character card had reached the end of its usage time. One must admit, Rengar's character card was exceptionally useful, though the duration and cooldown period were rather lengthy, making Huo Tianci feel a twinge of regret, as it was indeed a valuable asset. The character card was the size of a playing card, with the first 3/4 depicting Proud Hunter, Rengar, while the remaining quarter listed Rengar's 5 skills. As the card entered cooldown, Huo Tianci stored it back in his mind, as both character cards and lottery coins could be kept within the mind. However, other items needed to be held in hand. If he chose not to carry them, they would simply be consumed. Gazing at the 2 bottles of body refinement ointment previously obtained from the one-eyed dragon, Huo Tianci gritted his teeth and used them up, as the ointment was only effective for those below the 5th level of body refinement. Beyond that, it would be rendered useless. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Huo Tianci endured a torturous 4 minutes, akin to walking on a bed of nails. The transition from the 2nd to the 3rd level of body refinement required a mere 250 points of cultivation. Yet advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level necessitated a staggering 1,000 points. It was undeniable that cultivation was growing increasingly arduous, explaining why many remained stuck at the 2nd or 3rd levels for their entire lives. However, for Huo Tianci, this merely represented the quantity of cultivation points, providing him a significant head start. After applying the body refinement ointment, Huo Tianci's gaze shifted to the body refinement pills. The pills offered similar benefits to the ointment, the distinction being that one was ingested while the other was applied externally. Of course, pills were bound to be more effective than ointments. Otherwise, the body refinement pills would not increase cultivation points by 2 per second for a duration of 3 minutes. Having previously consumed body refinement pills, Huo Tianci was mentally prepared, though the ointment was a first for him. To his surprise, it had to be applied to the most sensitive areas, leading him to finally understand the late-night screams he had often overheard while at the Huo residence. Upon consuming the pill, he initially felt a rush of comfort, but soon thereafter, the pain was excruciating, as if his very organs were being torn apart, driving him to the ground in agony. Although he could endure the pain, the sensitivity of that area was simply unbearable. With the ointment for external use and the pill for internal use, after a night of torment, Huo Tianci successfully broke through to the 4th level of body refinement. In the morning, within a grand residence bearing the Huo family emblem, an 18-year-old youth, clad in a blue silk robe, slammed his palm against a wooden table in indignation. In his left hand, he held a white folding fan, and a golden belt adorned his waist, complemented by black riding boots. He exuded an air of authority, for this attire was exclusive to Huo Tianci. Alas, everything had changed. A servant had merely come to report on the situation. Not anticipating the fury of his master, "I don't know. I just didn't see Lu San when I was counting heads this morning. Perhaps he left early for some leisure," the servant stammered, trembling as he knelt before Huo Lin, who was known for his volatile temper. Yesterday, a servant had been severely punished for a minor oversight concerning Huo Lin's prized steed, leaving the servant in a state of dread. "You don't know? You conducted a head count and have no explanation? Now, tell me, what are you going to do about this?" Huo Lin, incensed, kicked the servant. The absence of both Huo Cheng and Hua Ying last night, coupled with Lu San's disappearance, led Huo Lin to contemplate a particular individual. "Come here. Immediately check the cottage in the western outskirts to see if those 2 little brats are still there." The consecutive disappearances stirred unease within Huo Lin. Just then, a burly man clad in the formal attire of the family had approached. "No need to check. I have already been there. The cottage has been burned down, and the 2 brats have vanished." The speaker was Huo Lin's father, Huo Leitang, currently acting as the head of the Huo family, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. "Father, why are you so cheerful? They're missing." Huo Lin was perplexed. "Because they are dead?" Huo Leitang burst into laughter. "Liner, I initially thought those 2 brats had escaped, but I discovered 3 corpses near the outskirts of the beast forest, 2 of which were clad in their clothing. The last belonged to Lu San. Most likely, Lu San chased after them and inadvertently entered the beast forest, where he was devoured by wild beasts. Truly, fortune favors me." Huo Leitang was ecstatic, for he had been contemplating how to eliminate Huo Tianci, only to learn that Huo Tianci had already met his end. Is it true? Huo Lin's eyes sparkled with joy, realizing he had sent Lu San to deal with Huo Tianci, inadvertently leading to Huo Tianci's demise. "It is indeed true," Huo Leitang exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. This meant he could swiftly ascend to the true family head position. "Father, this is a blessing for both of us." Huo Lin rejoiced, as this development would place the entire Huo family under their control. "By the way, what about Hua Ying and Hua Cheng?" Amidst the celebration, Huo Lin inquired about the fate of his 2 lackeys, Hua Ying and Hua Cheng. Huo Leitang sighed. "If all goes as expected, they are likely dead in the beast forest." "Those 2, he lamented, recalling that he had inquired about their whereabouts that morning. He learned from Hua Zhuang that they had ventured into the inner circle of the beast forest, a place notorious for its ferocity. 2 children lacking even the 5th level of body refinement had ventured into such peril, a certain recipe for disaster. How could they have gone into the inner circle? That area is not only home to ferocious beasts, but also to the evil wolf mercenary corps. Encountering them would be a death sentence. It was the corpse of a half-beast. They must have envied Hua Zhuang's good fortune. So they foolishly sought their own luck, only to pay with their lives. "Ah, such misfortune," Huo Lin remarked sadly, while Huo Leitang suspected that Hua Ying and Hua Cheng had fallen victim to beasts or mercenaries. The truth was that they had been completely eliminated by Huo Tianci, who had staged the scene to deceive Huo Leitang and his son into believing he and Hazy were dead. The bodies of Hua Ying and Hua Cheng were cleverly disguised, leaving Huo Leitang oblivious to the ruse. Huo Tianci's cunning was commendable. He needed to feign death for his safety during this month. As Huo Leitang would undoubtedly seek to kill him. As for his future plans, Huo Tianci had already devised a strategy. He would re-emerge during the upcoming sacred water ceremony next month and reclaim the position of head of the Huo family. In the depths of the beast forest, despite the early morning hour, both Huo Tianci and Hazy had already risen. At this moment, on a relatively open patch of grass, a man and a beast were engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, with a powerful punch, a massive black bear, adorned with formidable teeth and fangs, collapsed to the ground. Unlike before, this time it was Huo Tianci who stood by as the cheerleader, applauding enthusiastically, for Huizi was indeed remarkable. Although his cultivation was only at the second level of body refinement, he possessed the strength to completely overpower the great black bear, which boasted the strength of 10 bulls. Feeling flattered by Huo Tianci's praises, Huizi became somewhat bashful, shyly rubbing his nose with his finger and humbly stating, "The young master is the most formidable." After finishing a hearty meal of roasted bear meat, Huo Tianci unfurled his map. Preparing to procure some supplies, his flint had run out, and without it, akin to a lighter on earth, he could not cook. Huo Tianci, who could not stomach raw meat or other unsavory items, needed to acquire various essentials, including clothing and shoes. The map he possessed had belonged to the one-eyed dragon. Upon inspection, the nearest location was a village named Long Village. Currently, Huo Tianci was situated between Long Village and Bailey Town. Since he could not venture into Bailey Town, he resolved to first explore Long Village. The quickest route to Long Village was to traverse the outskirts of the Beast Forest, once they established their direction. The two young boys continued on their journey. As they passed a fork in the road, Huo Tianci noticed 2 bandits loitering by the roadside, engaging in robbery. With a classic line, one rotund bandit, brandishing a large sword, proclaimed, "This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. Go past this road. You must pay a toll." A lean bandit beside him, seemingly lazy, had planted his sword in the ground and chimed in, "Did you hear what my big brother said?" Moreover, he continued to taunt, "Why are you covering your face? Are you hiding something?" The larger figure, unmistakably a woman, possessed an enchanting beauty, with a graceful figure that left no doubt of her allure. The lean bandit, perhaps sensing an opportunity, began to approach her, eager to unveil her obscured visage. He leered as he approached, saying, "No money. That's fine, my brother and I haven't had a proper meal in ages. If you entertain us, we might just let you pass unharmed." As he spoke, drool nearly dripped from his mouth, his demeanor reminiscent of a man who had just been released from a lengthy imprisonment. Having never laid eyes on a woman before, nearby, the plump bandit also salivated, exclaiming, "You take the big one. I'll take the small one." Hearing this, a young girl of about 12, who stood beside the beautiful woman, retreated a few steps in fright. "Sister Ching, these two seem like bad people," she whimpered, her face betraying her fear. "Do not fear, little one. I adore children." The rotund bandit chuckled sinisterly. "Uncle will be gentle. I promise it won't hurt." As he wiped his drool, he inched closer to the frightened girl. At that moment, a hero emerged. "Release that girl." Huo Tianci, who had initially wished to remain uninvolved, could no longer stand idly by as the bandits threatened a child. It was a matter of principle. One could only tolerate so much. Have you got the audacity to disturb my affairs?" The plump bandit retorted, his excitement quickly turning to irritation, as if he were interrupted at a critical moment. When the lean bandit looked up and saw 2 mere children confronting them, he laughed derisively. "Big brother, you continue. I'll take care of this. Brothers, stick together. Once I'm done, I'll give you a share." The plump bandit patted his companion on the back and resumed reaching for the girl. However, the next moment, the lean bandit flew back and landed at the plump bandit's feet, utterly incapacitated. Big brother, something's not right." The lean bandit stammered, his front teeth knocked out, and blood trickling from his mouth, looking quite miserable. The sight left the plump bandit in shock, as the strength of these 2 children exceeded his expectations. Realizing he was outmatched, he abruptly knelt, exclaiming, "It was them. They forced me into this life of crime. I never wanted to rob anyone. It was my companion who led me astray." As he pleaded, tears streaming down his face, Huo Tianci regarded him with disdain. "Oh, you have an elderly mother at home waiting for you, and a toddler learning to walk." The bandit wailed louder. "Yes, I do have an 80-year-old mother and a young child waiting for me. I had no choice." Seeing Huo Tianci preempt his own lines, the plump bandit grew increasingly desperate. "It was just a moment of madness. I was provoked by this scoundrel." Huo Tianci and the veiled woman remained unfazed, aware that he was merely fabricating excuses. The 12-year-old girl, however, was moved to tears. "Sister Ching, he seems so pitiful. Shouldn't we give him some silver to buy food?" The girl's innate kindness shone through as she produced a silver ingot to offer the bandit. "Thank you, kind lady, thank you." The plump bandit expressed his gratitude profusely, relieved that he would not face dire consequences. The woman named Qingqing nodded approvingly at the girl's compassion, but she also wished to impart a lesson. Concerned that the girl might be deceived in the future, she crouched down, gently touching the girl's face, and asked, "Longer, have you forgotten that he intended to harm you?" In that moment, the veil covering her face slipped, revealing an exquisite visage, delicate brows like crescent moons, lips as enticing as cherries, and flowing hair that danced in the breeze, captivating all who beheld her. Huo Tianci, unable to avert his gaze, found himself overwhelmed by the beauty before him. Suddenly, he winced in pain, clutching himself as he fell to the ground. "Damn it, I forgot about that." Huo Tianci had been using a body-refining ointment that required application to every part of his body, including the most sensitive areas. The sight of such breathtaking beauty had unleashed a reaction he could hardly contain as he writhed in discomfort. The woman, named Lu Qingqing, hurried over, concerned for his well-being. "Little hero, what is the matter?" She knelt beside him, anxious for his condition, as he had just saved them. Seeing Huo Tianci turn away, Lu Qingqing found him to be quite honorable. Unlike many who would take advantage of her vulnerability, he averted his gaze. "Are you all right?" she asked, but when he did not respond, she gently helped him to his feet. As she did, Huo Tianci felt himself pressed against her softness, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Attempting to suppress any inappropriate thoughts that "What's wrong?" Lu Qingqing inquired, her concern growing as Huo Tianci appeared to be in distress. But his response brought a flush to her cheeks. "My stomach hurts." "Humph, you rogue." Lu Qingqing initially believed that Huo Tianci was merely teasing her. Embarrassed, she threw him away and said, "Longer, let us depart." After discarding Huo Tianci, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, she grasped the hand of a young girl named Longer and swiftly exited the crossroads, leaving behind the portly bandit and Huo Tianci, along with Haizi, in disarray. "Did I tell you to get up?" Seeing the bandit attempt to rise, Huo Tianci, recently thrown, was filled with displeasure. "What a curse I have endured today," he thought, covering his groin as he slowly sat up, still in pain. This was the only moment in his life when he wished to avoid the sight of beautiful women. Meanwhile, the kneeling bandit was on the verge of tears, as he knelt upon a bed of sharp stones, causing him immense discomfort. "Great heroes, may I change my kneeling spot?" The bandit wished to shift due to the unbearable pain. Noticing his grimace, Huo Tianci, despite his foolishness, understood the situation. Why choose such an unworthy profession as a bandit? The world is vast, with countless opportunities. This path holds no future. Do you not agree? Huo Tianci grinned, playfully patting the bandit's shoulder while imparting his wisdom. The bandit, enduring the pain in his knees, nodded fervently, yet Huo Tianci continued to speak. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, the bandit weakly asked, "Brother, can we stand and talk?" "Get lost." After sufficiently punishing the bandit, Huo Tianci relented. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." The bandit, elated, finally managed to stand, feeling as though his legs were no longer his own. Just as he was about to leave, Huo Tianci suddenly called out, "What did I say earlier? To stand by your brother through thick and thin. Your comrade lies here. Will you not carry him to safety?" Of course, of course." The bandit nodded vigorously, but hadn't he taken many steps before Huo Tianci halted him again. "What now?" the bandit lamented, feeling utterly beleaguered. "The silver." "Leave the silver behind," Huo Tianci demanded, recalling that the girl named Longer had given him a substantial amount before departing. "Oh, brother, take it. I do not want it anymore." The bandit sighed in relief, thinking he had averted further trouble. "You can only spare me 1 ingot?" Huo Tianci glared at him. Reluctantly, the bandit handed over another ingot. "Just 2? You're a bandit, for heaven's sake. Don't tell me you only stole 10 taels this morning." In the end, Huo Tianci extorted the 2 bandits of their large knife used for robbery. "That's our means of survival. Please let us go." The bandit was astonished at Huo Tianci's ferocity, who replied, "If you utter another word, I will leave you without even your undergarments." With that, Huo Tianci eyed the bandit's clothing, causing the portly bandit to flee with his companion. Chapter 21. Long Village. However, the unfortunate duo had not ventured far when a furious gale surged upon them, tormenting them mercilessly. It was as if an unbreakable tether ensnared them, leading to their demise. The silent execution went unnoticed by Huo Tianci and Haizi, who were 100 meters away, as everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Perched upon a tree, a man with a menacing countenance retracted his fingers. Should anyone have glimpsed him, they would have seen his bloodshot eyes and cold, unfeeling expression, exuding an aura of lethal intent that was truly imposing. Foolish mortals! After effortlessly eliminating the 2, the man vanished from the tree, leaving no trace behind. Long Village, situated beside the eastern edge of the Hundred Beasts Forest, differed from Bailey Town, being merely a small hamlet. Nevertheless, it attracted numerous adventurers, particularly those seeking to hunt beasts for profit. At this moment, Huo Tianci and Heisey had arrived at the village entrance. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you unaware of the rules?" At the village entrance stood several armed guards, who immediately apprehended a young lad attempting to sneak in. "Please, don't be rash. I know the rules. I'm just getting my money." The lad trembled as he was pointed at by a gun, ultimately surrendering 10 copper coins to the lead guard. "What nonsense is this? I must pay a toll to enter this shabby village." It was evident that the lad was reluctant to part with his coins, but being merely a second-stage martial artist left him with no choice. "If I were a fourth-stage martial artist, I wonder if you would dare treat me this way," he grumbled, noting that the guards were only third-stage martial artists. "What's that? If you linger one more moment, I'll charge you double," the guard, displeased by the lad's interruption, warned him. The lad dared not protest further and hurried into the village, fully aware that these guards were merely state-sanctioned bandits, a commoner. He could not afford to provoke them unless he possessed superior strength, which was rather unrealistic. After the lad left, a wealthy merchant, adorned in gold and silver, strolled past the guards without a second glance. "Master Wu has arrived. What goods have you brought this time? Do you require assistance, brothers?" The guards fawned over him, recognizing the merchant's status. Behind the affluent merchant trailed several horse-drawn carts, each adorned with the Wu family emblem. Fluttering in the wind with undeniable majesty. It's the Wu family's caravan," Huo Tianci mused, surprised, as the Wu family was a prominent household within Black River Fortress. Bailey Town was merely a small settlement within Black River Fortress, while Long Village was a mere hamlet nearby, highlighting the vast disparity in their standings. No wonder the guards wore such obsequious expressions. After shaking his head, Huo Tianci finally understood the guards' ingratiating behavior. Soon after, more individuals passed through, with those clad in lavish attire and gold jewelry being waved through without scrutiny, while those dressed more modestly had their strength assessed. Only those of fourth-stage martial strength were granted passage without question. In stark contrast, the poorly clad and weak individuals were detained for questioning. Those who paid the toll were allowed to proceed, while others faced a kick or worse, revealing the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Huo Tianci observed intently, gaining significant insight. Finally, it was their turn to pass through Two Little Brats. The guard immediately frowned upon seeing them. "Where are your guardians?" "None." Huo Tianci shook his head. "None? Then your guardians must have given you toll money, right?" The guard rubbed his hands, skeptical that these ragged boys possessed the strength of fourth-stage martial artists, believing them to be beggars from some desolate place. Beggars were not permitted into the village. But if they paid the toll, he would make an exception. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to use force. The guard's irritation grew as he noticed Heisey ignoring him and attempting to walk past. Enraged, the guard raised his fist to strike Heisey. Huo Tianci, initially prepared to pay, felt compelled to refuse upon witnessing the guard's disdainful treatment of his brother. "Dare you bully my comrade?" With a deep squat, Huo Tianci propelled himself forward, intercepting the guard's fist with his left, while his right fist crashed into the guard's face. The impact sent the guard sprawling, losing his balance and tumbling helplessly to the ground. "Boss." Seeing their leader assaulted, the other guards quickly surrounded Huo Tianci. "Stand down." The lead guard, realizing Huo Tianci's overwhelming strength, ordered his comrades to retreat. "He is a fourth-stage martial artist. Let these young masters through." In the Nine Dragons continent, strength reigned supreme, and this was evident in every interaction. In the end, with a cold grunt from Huo Tianci, the guards scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. Remarkably, Huo Tianci was rather restrained. Had it been another young master, those guards would likely have become mere corpses. This fear stemmed from their weakness, rendering them as insignificant as ants, subject to the whims of stronger foes. To escape this fate, they must continually enhance their own strength, striving to become the sovereigns who dictate the lives of others. This, indeed, is the path to greatness, the pursuit of the profound truths of cultivation. Ultimately, Huo Tianci and Heisey stepped into Long Village, leaving the guards trembling in fear, their legs weak as they collapsed to the ground. Long Village, while not particularly large, thrived due to its proximity to the Hundred Beasts Forest, bustling with activity as people came and went. The streets were lined with numerous stalls, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, reminiscent of a lively marketplace. "Come and take a look." A 5-inch fine iron dagger, exquisitely crafted and delicately designed, forged by the renowned Master Kuang of Black River Fort, an essential tool for any household or traveler, perfect for dispatching wild beasts. 10 bottles of body refining ointment and 5 body refining pills. Heroes seeking to enhance their physique, hurry and take a look. If you wait too long, they might be gone. Qi Lian Snake Scale Armor, a 4th grade treasure. As you all know, the Qi Lian snake is a ferocious beast. Wearing this armor, even those in the early stages of body refinement will find it impossible to harm you. I urgently need money and am letting it go for just 2,000 taels of silver, an opportunity not to be missed. The incessant calls of the vendors captivated Huo Tianci, for he found himself in need of many things. However, amidst the shouts, there were both genuine and deceptive offers. Take the vendors selling daggers, for example, bringing goods from Black River Fort to this humble Long village. Clearly, he was preying on unsuspecting youths as expected. The mention of Black River Fort and Master Kwang's name attracted a crowd, as this was city merchandise in a rural setting. The exquisite dagger ultimately sold for 50 taels of silver. Much to the joy of the vendor, who laughed heartily at the naivety of the villagers. As the vendor counted his coins, he muttered about the foolishness of the villagers. Yet, some items were indeed of high quality. Though Huo Tianci could not afford the 2,000 taels, after lingering at the stall selling the Qi Lian snake scale armor for a while, he reluctantly walked away. "Hold on, young brother," the stall owner, a familiar-looking man in his 30s, called out to Huo Tianci. He did not appear sinister, and his tone was approachable. Upon being addressed, Huo Tianci paused. "Is this person accompanying you?" the owner inquired, pointing at Haizi. Sensing potential danger, Huo Tianci instinctively stepped back, aware that in this world, there were no altruistic figures, only insatiably greedy individuals. Noticing Huo Tianci's wariness, the owner chuckled and quickly clarified, "You must be new to Long Village. So I understand your caution. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhu, and I own the local slaughterhouse. I noticed your companion has quite a collection of beast materials, and I was hoping to purchase them from you. Of course, I will offer you a fair price." Zhu, with keen insight, immediately recognized the skeleton of a lion-tiger beast slung over Haizi's back, knowing it possessed the strength of a first-level body refiner. Huo Tianci, feeling a bit awkward, explained, "I apologize, but we have encountered numerous challenges, and as the saying goes, one must always be cautious of others." Zhu understood, having faced similar situations in the past. "So, are you interested in selling that lion-tiger skeleton?" he asked. "Indeed," Huo Tianci replied, "To be honest, our purpose in entering the village was to sell these items." As he spoke, he instructed Haizi to place their goods on the ground. "What else do you have?" Zhu wondered as Huo Tianci revealed a disarray of items before him, leaving Zhu astonished. In Chapter 22, Wu Family, Wuan Shuan, the narrative continues with Huo Tianci showcasing impressive items. The horn of a great wild rhinoceros, the heart of a raging bear, and perhaps the pelt of an iron shadow blood wolf, indicating escalating levels of body refinement. Zhu gasped when he saw the heart of the raging bear, knowing it represented peak strength in the 4th level of body refinement. It was common knowledge that beasts of equal strength would always surpass humans in power, making the act of hunting them considerably challenging. Those who underestimated their prowess often found themselves as prey. When Zhu laid eyes on the wolf pelt, he was taken aback by Huo Tianci's youth, realizing that this boy, scarcely 15 or 16, possessed the strength of a 5th-level body refiner. How could he, at 30, still be at the same level? What a prodigy! Zhu could only think of the word genius. Huo Tianci noticed Zhu's astonishment and remarked, "This iron shadow blood wolf was merely a fortunate find. I stumbled upon it in a weakened state last night and managed to capture it." Zhu, a seasoned trader, shared his wisdom. "Young brother, beasts are most formidable in their final moments." Huo Tianci nodded, recalling how he had nearly been killed during the encounter. "May I ask which prominent family from Black River Fort you hail from?" Zhu presumed Huo Tianci belonged to a noble lineage. "Sent out for practical experience." Huo Tianci merely smiled, choosing not to divulge his true circumstances. This ambiguity allowed Zhu to treat him with great respect, almost venerating him. "Your lion-tiger skeleton is impeccably dissected. A testament to your skill. Such a flawless specimen is wasted on medicine. It would be far better displayed as a trophy in your home," Zhu remarked, genuinely impressed. Huo Tianci hadn't realized the artistry of his work, but Zhu's praise ignited a spark of excitement within him, recognizing the potential for profit. "Does my lion-tiger skeleton command a higher price than others?" Huo Tianci inquired eagerly. "Absolutely," Zhu affirmed, captivated by the skeleton's beauty. As onlookers gathered, one wealthy merchant, who happened to be Boss Wu of the Wu family trade caravan, approached to inquire about the price. As the crowd recognized Boss Wu, they all stepped aside to allow him passage. Upon seeing that it was Wu Anshuan, Zhu Desheng immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply in respect. Wu Anshuan waved his hand dismissively, then fixated his gaze on the lion and tiger skeleton. Inquiring, Zhu Desheng, "Is this your possession?" "No, no. It belongs to this young brother," Zhu Desheng quickly replied, pushing Huo Tianci forward. Wu Anshuan, upon noticing the child, brightened up and carefully scrutinized Huo Tianci before nodding in satisfaction multiple times. "What remarkable dissection skills! This is the first time in my life I have witnessed such perfection. The skeleton is flawless, as if it were newly formed, exquisitely magnificent." As he spoke, Wu Anshuan extended his thumb in approval towards Huo Tianci. "Let us not discuss anything else. Based solely on these dissection skills, I believe it is worth 300 taels of silver." A gasp echoed through the crowd. Typically, a lion and tiger skeleton would fetch only about 50 taels of silver, with the finest ones reaching a maximum of 80, yet here was Wu Anshuan, offering an astonishing 300 taels, leaving everyone astonished. However, after observing the skeleton's impeccable quality, the onlookers had no objections, for as Wu Anshuan had stated, the dissection skills alone justified the price. Could one possibly argue otherwise? Seeing Huo Tianci rendered speechless, Wu Anshuan raised the offer by an additional 50 taels. Huo Tianci hastily waved his hands in protest. "No, no, that's too much. I was merely astonished earlier." Chapter 23. The invitation. "Very well. I shall give you the extra 50 taels as well. By the way, young brother, would you be interested in joining our Wu family?" Wu Anshuan extended the invitation, recognizing Huo Tianci's exceptional strength at such a young age. His prowess matched that of their own young masters, and nurturing such talent within the family could lead to the emergence of another formidable practitioner. It would be a waste for him to remain in Long Village, thus Wu Anshuan's desire to recruit him arose. The crowd gasped once more at Wu Anshuan's words. This young brother was poised to soar to great heights. After all, the Wu family was one of the two dominant powers within Heha Fort. What did poised even mean? He was already on his way to greatness. It seemed this young brother had a boundless future ahead, inciting envy among the onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd buzzed with discussions about Huo Tianci's promising future. Yet in the next moment, Huo Tianci shook his head, respectfully declining Wu Anshuan's offer. "I appreciate Boss Wu's kindness, but I have some personal matters to attend to, and I cannot join any other factions at this time. I hope for your understanding." "What? This young man is actually unwilling. I recall when I sought employment as a laborer at Wu's residence, I was turned away. Now, Boss Wu personally invites him, and he refuses? How infuriating. Indeed, has he lost his mind? This is a dream for countless people. I would even be willing to clean the latrines just to be part of the Wu family." The others looked on in disbelief. Was the Wu family of Heha Fort not superior to the shabby Long Village? It was perplexing. However, Wu Anshuan understood. After all, Huo Tianci was merely a child who needed time to contemplate his decisions. Finally, he smiled and produced a wooden token from his pocket, prominently displaying the character Wu. "Here, take this token. If you reconsider, you can come find me at the Wu family anytime." After presenting the token, Wu Anshuan departed, as he had pressing matters to attend to. This boy must be out of his mind. If it were me, I would have gone without hesitation. The crowd dispersed amidst envious murmurs, congratulating Huo Tianci for gaining Boss Wu's favor. Although Wu Anshuan was merely an outer elder of the Wu family, his influence was significant. "With this, young brother, you are destined to ascend to great heights." Zhu Desheng's attitude towards Huo Tianci became even more favorable, recognizing the boy's newfound connection to the Wu family of Heha Fort, which promised a boundless future. In truth, Huo Tianci himself was taken aback. Heha Fort was a vast place, akin to a county, while Bailey Town, where the Hua family resided, was merely a small township. It was clear which held more opportunity. Yet, Huo Tianci's ambitions extended beyond Heha Fort. He was acutely aware of this, which was why he had declined Wu Anshuan's invitation. His mind was set on transcending even the Nine Dragons continent and achieving dominion over the heavens. Huo Tianci silently proclaimed within himself, for only then could he ensure he would no longer be bullied by anyone. Aside from Wu Anshuan's invitation, the lion and tiger skeleton that was initially worth 50 taels had now sold for 350, filling Huo Tianci with excitement, as its value had multiplied 6 or 7 times. Pointing to the remaining items, Huo Tianci eagerly asked, "Boss Zhu, how much can I get for the wild rhinoceros horn, the heart of the raging bear, and the pelt of the iron shadow blood wolf?" Zhu Desheng had been so focused on congratulating Huo Tianci that he nearly forgot about these treasures. After a careful examination, he confirmed that these items were all in perfect condition. The wild rhinoceros horn was excellent material for crafting third-grade swords, typically valued at around 100 taels of silver. However, given the impeccable state of this horn and its proximity to the fourth level of body refinement, Zhu Desheng proposed, "I will offer you 150 taels of silver. How does that sound?" Zhu Desheng knew that the horn bore 4 ring patterns, each representing a level of refinement. Unfortunately, one of the rings was incomplete, indicating that it had not fully reached the 4th level yet. Huo Tianci listened intently, grateful for Zhu Desheng's insights. The knowledge he imparted was a lifetime's worth of experience distilled from hunting beasts. And Huo Tianci was deeply appreciative. "Your guidance is invaluable," he responded. After discussing the various items, Huo Tianci gained significant insights. This knowledge was a testament to Zhu Desheng's expertise, and had Huo Tianci been lacking in strength, Zhu Desheng might not have even acknowledged him. Chapter 24. A reunion with the young beauty. Strength commands respect. With power comes admiration. Huo Tianci felt this truth profoundly. Previously, he had been derided as a waste due to his inability to cultivate. But now, with the strength of the 4th level of body refinement, he was hailed as a genius. Even the Wu family of Heha Fort sought to recruit him. This was indeed a world where strength reigned supreme. Zhu Desheng's implication was clear. To take the blood wolf pelt and have it crafted into a 3rd-grade armor? Huo Tianci quickly grasped the meaning. "How much would that cost?" he inquired, aware that he would need to pay a processing fee. His funds were currently quite limited, which was why he had been so focused on observing rather than purchasing. "It's quite reasonable. Only 300 taels," Zhu Desheng replied, offering him the lowest price. Nodding slightly, Huo Tianci expressed his acceptance and thus entrusted the blood wolf hide to Zhu Desheng for the crafting of armor. Ultimately, upon calculating his finances, Huo Tianci found himself with a surplus of 500 taels, supplemented by some illicit earnings, totaling over 700 taels, considered quite affluent by ordinary standards. However, glancing at the exquisite crimson serpent scale armor valued at 2,000 taels, he felt impoverished by comparison. After all, he was not alone. A single piece of blood wolf hide armor could not accommodate both him and another. He vowed silently, embracing Haizi, that once he earned enough, he would certainly procure that armor for him. Haizi, enamored with the serpent scale armor, nodded excitedly, acknowledging Huo Tianci as the best master. "Of course," Huo Tianci replied. "Now, let's go have a meal." The crafting of the armor would require 3 days, and Zhu Desheng instructed Huo Tianci to return then. After checking the time and realizing it was already noon, Huo Tianci took Haizi to dine. "What a splendid time to eat. I'm quite hungry," Haizi exclaimed, delighted as his favorite mealtime had arrived. At the finest tavern in Long Village, a disdainful waiter, upon spotting the 2 ragged children, intercepted them before they could enter. "What are you little beggars doing here? This is no place for you." He sneered, judging them by their tattered clothes and the dust covering one of their faces, clearly mistaking them for beggars. "Step aside," Huo Tianci retorted, teaching the arrogant server a lesson. With a swift kick, he sent the waiter sprawling to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The waiter looked astonished, realizing the little beggar before him possessed the strength of a 4th-stage body refiner, struggling to rise. The waiter immediately transformed his demeanor, smiling apologetically at Huo Tianci. "Oh, it is the young master. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Next time, do not judge by appearances," Huo Tianci coldly warned, and the waiter nodded vigorously in agreement. As they entered the tavern, the waiter enthusiastically offered, "Young masters, would you like to freshen up first?" Noticing his own ragged attire, Huo Tianci nodded. "Fetch me a few sets of clothing, and consider the rest a tip." Weighing the silver coins handed to him, the waiter beamed with joy, realizing the 5 taels of silver would easily cover the cost of several ordinary garments. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." Upon hearing about the extra coins as a reward, the waiter's spirits soared, completely forgetting his earlier humiliation. "Prepare 2 top-tier private rooms for the young masters to freshen up," the waiter shouted joyfully upstairs, where a cheerful acknowledgement echoed back. Once upstairs, Huo Tianci was thoroughly satisfied. After a refreshing bath, he donned a stylish outfit, admiring his reflection in the bronze mirror. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by fine attire. Exiting his room, the waiter awaited at the door. "Everything is prepared for you, young masters. Delicious food by the window in a private booth," he announced, gesturing to a table laden with steaming dishes below, his face radiating delight. However, before they could take more than a few bites, 2 young ladies approached, a striking woman resembling a noble and a charming little girl. Before Huo Tianci could utter a word, they seized chopsticks and began dining. "Excuse me, this is my table. At least greet me." Huo Tianci recognized them as the veiled beauty and the little girl named Longer, whom he had encountered at the crossroads. Now unmasked, the beautiful woman showcased her stunning features and alluring figure, making Huo Tianci's mouth water as memories of lying in her embrace flooded back. Damn it, not now. He grimaced, feeling a sudden pang of pain as the effects of the body-refining ointment lingered. Noticing Huo Tianci clutching himself in discomfort, Lu Qingqing realized his thoughts had turned impure once more. Little rogue, she teased, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she playfully slapped him. I'm in genuine pain. How could you be so beautiful? Huo Tianci protested, speaking the truth. Flattered by the compliment, Lu Qingqing felt a bit giddy, reconsidering her view of him as just a little rogue, since he spoke so candidly. Huo Tianci, thick-skinned as ever, continued, I could make a living off my looks, but I hold myself to higher standards. I must rely on my abilities. After a light-hearted exchange, Huo Tianci introduced himself. I am Huo Tianci. This is my brother, Haizi. What is your name, beautiful lady? I am Lu Qingqing, she replied, somewhat shyly, while Longer chimed in, I'm Liang Longer. You can call me Longer, brother Tianci. Liang? Huo Tianci was taken aback, as the Liang surname belonged to the imperial family of the Great Liang Empire, which comprised 13 prefectures and numerous cities. He struggled to comprehend the implications, the complexity overwhelming him. Seeing his astonished expression, Lu Qingqing burst into laughter, as Huo Tianci's wide eyes and dazed demeanor were amusing. The Great Liang Empire is merely a small country among hundreds of others under the Azure Rainbow sect. Do not just eat. Share more about your homeland, Huo Tianci implored, his curiosity piqued. Just then, Huo Tianci triggered a quest, a cultivation task that entailed spending a day with Lu Qingqing, promising a reward of 1,000 cultivation points. In the realm of online gaming, one often encounters tasks akin to sitting in meditation or practicing martial arts. Typically, lower-level players follow higher-level ones, earning rewards in the process. At present, Huo Tianci has unwittingly triggered a similar quest. Having accepted hospitality from others, Lu Qingqing felt it inappropriate to refuse. Here, take this and see for yourself. As she spoke, Lu Qingqing conjured a tome from thin air, titled The Chronicles of the Nine Dragons. This book meticulously chronicled various aspects of the Nine-Dragon continent, yet Lu Qingqing remarked that it merely scratched the surface. As the continent is vast and boundless, its secrets eluding even the most powerful beings. Nevertheless, this knowledge was sufficient for Huo Tianci. After their lunch, Lu Qingqing and Longer prepared to depart. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to travel to the imperial capital as well? Lu Qingqing had come to visit family, and Longer's identity was unmistakable. She was the princess of the Great Liang Empire. Taken away to a fifth-tier sect at a young age, the sect hierarchy ranges from 9 tiers, with the lowest being 9 and the highest being 1. The Great Liang Empire is merely one among hundreds within the 9th-tier Qinghong sect. It is difficult for Huo Tianci to fathom the magnitude of a 5th-tier sect, akin to a newborn calf realizing that their world is but a small planet among countless others in the solar system, which is merely a speck within the galaxy, which itself is just a dot in the vast universe, an infinite expanse beyond a child's comprehension. Huo Tianci was that child. I wish to learn something from you. Beautiful sister, Huo Tianci said, scratching his head in embarrassment, fully aware of the absurdity of his request. After all, the disparity in their statuses was immense. The emperor of the Great Liang Empire would bow to Lu Qingqing, not daring to show even the slightest disrespect. Now, a mere commoner was audaciously asking her for favors. Truth be told, should she take offense, a mere flick of her finger could spell his end, and he would have no recourse. Seizing the opportunity was commendable, yet Lu Qingqing pondered whether to grant Huo Tianci this chance. Chapter 26. Pleasing Lu Qingqing. The gesture she made was tantalizing, akin to a red apple beckoning one to pluck it. However, Huo Tianci did not let ambition cloud his judgment, for he was preoccupied with other thoughts. Meanwhile, Longer subtly tugged at Lu Qingqing's arm, hoping to persuade her to acquiesce, as she believed Huo Tianci to be a good person. Just give him a chance. I knew you. A beauty like you wouldn't be so cruel. Huo Tianci began to flatter her, for this opportunity was worth 1,000 cultivation points. Moreover, he truly yearned to learn. He realized he must seize this moment. To do so, he needed to charm Lu Qingqing. What do beautiful women desire? Firstly, sweet words, which Huo Tianci had already offered. Secondly, wealth, which Lu Qingqing clearly did not lack. Thirdly, handsome men. Huo Tianci mused as he touched his own handsome face. And lastly, delicious food. Beautiful sister and little sister Longer, I can also make delightful dishes. Have you ever tasted cake? The sweet, creamy kind? One bite, and it melts in your mouth. And what about candied hawthorn? I can even make fries. Huo Tianci was willing to go to great lengths to become her disciple. He then proceeded to explain the delights of cream cakes, candied hawthorn, and crispy fries. As a diligent university student on Earth, he was well-versed in preparing these simple dishes. For instance, the cream in the cake is made from egg whites. Fries are simply potatoes cut into strips and fried. And candied hawthorn is made by pouring syrup over the fruit. To his surprise, after his enthusiastic descriptions, both women, who had just finished their meal, found themselves salivating. Well, given that Longer has pleaded on your behalf, I will teach you for a day, but how much you learn depends on your own fortune and truth. Lu Qingqing had desired the candied hawthorn, but was too shy to admit it, hence her acquiescence. Longer longed for the cream cake, and they both adored the crispy fries. Lu Qingqing then stipulated a condition. They would eat first, and then she would teach. All right, then let us accompany you two sisters. Huo Tianci exclaimed in delight at Lu Qingqing's agreement. Blackie nodded and followed Longer, while Huo Tianci clung to Lu Qingqing, eager to fulfill his task. Eggs, milk, and potatoes were readily available. However, Huo Tianci could not find hawthorn. He considered substituting it with other fruits like strawberries, but ultimately discovered a wild fruit that resembled hawthorn, both sour and sweet. Through a flurry of activity, the world unexpectedly bore witness to the emergence of cream cakes, candied hawthorn, and fries, which should not have existed. Gulp. This time, all three of them swallowed in unison, including Blackie, who was also tempted. Brother Tianci, is it done yet? The sweet aroma of cream wafted through the air. And seeing Huo Tianci shape the cream into flowers, Longer, the cute little girl, could hardly contain her excitement, her delicate legs bouncing in anticipation. All right, all right. Huo Tianci turned and presented the cream cake to the adorable little girl. Noticing a bit of cream on his own face, Lu Qingqing gently wiped it away with her finger and tasted it. Delicious, she exclaimed, savoring the flavor. Then, leaning down, she pressed a soft kiss on Huo Tianci's cheek. Leaving him utterly stunned. Oh no, Lu Qingqing's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized she had merely wanted to taste the cream, forgetting that it was smeared on Huo Tianci's face. However, it was truly delectable. She had never tasted anything like it before. Meanwhile, Longer had gotten cream all over her face. Brother Tianci's skills are remarkable. I adore this cream cake. In the end, the little girl devoured all 7 or 8 cream cakes. Standing beside Longer, Blackie licked his lips, still waiting for his share. What are you waiting for? Make more cream cakes, Lu Qingqing urged when she saw Huo Tianci in a dazed "Oh, right." Huo Tianci snapped back to reality. Nodding eagerly, he began making the cakes while reminiscing about the kiss. After all, Lu Qingqing had kissed him, and as a young man, he found it difficult to process that it was only natural for him to be momentarily entranced. Lu Qingqing, however, was unfazed, considering Huo Tianci merely a child. Yet, Huo Tianci's heart raced as he felt the warmth on his cheek, a sensation that stirred complex emotions within him. Thus, Huo Tianci busied himself preparing cakes, frying fries, and crafting candied hawthorn. Thoroughly engrossed in the task, having strength was indeed advantageous on Earth. He would require various appliances to prepare these snacks, but here, with his formidable physical prowess, he could easily forego such tools. This was a world of fantasy. At long last, Huo Tianci managed to satiate the appetites of the 3 food enthusiasts, though they still bore expressions of longing. Alas, their bellies were nearly bursting, yet they would have continued eating had they not been so full. Well, we have eaten and drunk our fill, beautiful sister, Huo Tianci said with a goofy grin directed at Lu Qingqing. Sipping the fruit juice Huo Tianci had prepared, Lu Qingqing licked her lips and said, "Come closer." Okay. Huo Tianci complied without hesitation, leaning in towards Lu Qingqing. Oh dear, this is troublesome, he thought, closing his eyes to brace for potential pain, fearing he might lose control. You little rascal, you're quite clever for your age, Lu Qingqing remarked, understanding his trepidation. She extended 2 fingers towards his forehead, and was taken aback by what she discovered. Chapter 27. The Gathering Qi Technique, Inno Dantian. Lu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Come closer to me. Putting aside her playful demeanor, Lu Qingqing became serious. Initially, she suspected she had made an error, but upon further examination, she confirmed the astonishing reality. Huo Tianci lacked a dantian. Without a dantian, how can one cultivate? Lu Qingqing was momentarily at a loss. In the realm of body refinement, as the name suggests, one engages in the strengthening of the physical form. However, alongside the cultivation of bodily strength, the mastery of vital energy is of paramount importance. for the competition among practitioners in this domain typically hinges upon the magnitude of one's vital force. The quantity of this force is determined by the dantian, the reservoir of such energy. Yet, Huo Tianci lacks a dantian, yet his prowess has reached the fourth level of body refinement. Where, then, does he store this vital energy? This question perplexed Huo Tianci, who could not possibly reveal that he possessed an extraordinary system that allowed him to level up simply by defeating monsters. Rendering the notion of a dantian trivial, if he were to speak such things, no one would believe him, so he chose silence. Conversely, Lu Qingqing assumed that Huo Tianci was merely reluctant to share. Everyone has their secrets. I want to press you. She remained open-minded, yet lamented that she could not assist him further, as the techniques she wished to impart required a dantian, which Huo Tianci did not possess. Lu Qingqing intended to teach Huo Tianci some exceptional skills, but her efforts were hindered by his limitations. Fear not, beautiful sister, Huo Tianci replied, scratching his head, for he was content with the prospect of earning 1,000 experience points. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing pondered and then recited a technique to him. Beep, system notification. Lu Qingqing is about to bestow upon you the conceal vitality technique. Will the host choose to learn it? Must I even ask? Of course, I shall learn. Huo Tianci initially felt surprised, but was soon overwhelmed with joy at the unexpected reward. Beep. Host Huo Tianci has successfully learned the skill conceal vitality technique. This skill allows one to completely mask their presence. However, if the opponent's level exceeds that of the practitioner by 3 tiers, the concealment will be ineffective. Upon reviewing the skill's capabilities, Huo Tianci felt a twinge of disappointment, as it did seem somewhat esoteric. Nevertheless, it could prove vital in critical moments, possibly even preserving his life. Casting a glance at Lu Qingqing, he noticed her gazing at him with a mixture of awe and admiration, as if she could scarcely believe that he had mastered the technique so swiftly. After all, she had only just finished reciting it moments ago. To learn the conceal vitality technique in under 10 seconds was nothing short of genius. Regrettably, Huo Tianci's lack of a dantian meant that, despite his remarkable talent, he would not be nurtured within any sect. As these thoughts crossed Lu Qingqing's mind, she let out a wistful sigh, finding herself inexplicably fond of this young man. Beep, Quest 2. Assist Lu Qingqing and Liang Longer in creating 1,000 cream cakes, 1,000 candied hawthorns, and 1,000 French fries. Task reward: 1 special lottery draw. Another task. Huo Tianci was elated, feeling that the alluring woman and the adorable little girl were indeed his lucky stars. A special lottery draw awaited him. Even if it takes everything I have, I must complete this. That night, Huo Tianci toiled in the kitchen until dawn. The following morning, having sacrificed a night's sleep, he presented a veritable feast before Lu Qingqing and Liang Long. You were about to leave, and I have nothing to offer you, so please accept this food as a token of my gratitude. Huo Tianci scratched his head sheepishly as he laid out several tables of delicacies. The 2 girls gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment, deeply moved by his gesture. Did you stay up all night to prepare these for us? Lu Qingqing bit her lip, her heart swelling with emotion, while Liang Longer, overwhelmed, burst into tears and threw herself into Huo Tianci's arms, sobbing for quite some time. Brother Tianci, you are the best. I will miss you dearly. Liang Longer had simply asked him for a few cakes to enjoy on their journey, but was astonished that he had made 1,000. Brother Tianci, I will miss you too, and dear sister. Farewell. Although they had known each other for only a day, Huo Tianci felt as if they had shared a bond for centuries, driven by an indescribable sense of attachment. Will we meet again? Liang Longer knew Huo Tianci was being optimistic, for the disparity between them was immense, much like the vast, shimmering galaxy. Seemingly close yet eternally unreachable. Certainly, after you finish those 1,000 cakes, I will appear before you. Brother Tianci promises that he spoke with confidence, sealing their pact with a pinky swear. Liang Longer extended her little finger, and Huo Tianci smiled, mirroring her gesture. They sealed their vow with a promise of eternal friendship. Here, this is a gift from me to you. After their pinky swear, Liang Longer presented a beautiful jade pendant to Huo Tianci, intricately carved with a fierce dragon on one side and a graceful phoenix on the other. Accompanied by the characters of their names, it was evident that this was a royal treasure, precious and rare. Thank you, Longer. Huo Tianci accepted the gift, cherishing it as a memento. Afterward, Lu Qingqing called Huo Tianci over. Come here, to be frank. Lu Qingqing held a fondness for this young man. After summoning him, she gently tapped his forehead with her delicate finger. In an instant, Huo Tianci felt a tremor coursing through his body. But it quickly subsided. All right, you keep striving to be the way. I researched some ancient texts last night. They indicate that vital energy can be stored within the muscles. Millions of years ago, a powerful barbarian named Qi Yu utilized this method to break through to the Xian Emperor realm, ultimately shattering the void with his raw strength and ascending beyond the Nine-Dragon continent. I believe you will become the next Qi Yu Emperor. Lu Qingqing spoke to encourage Huo Tianci, urging him not to give up, for nothing is absolute. Even without a dantian, what does it matter? Thank you, beautiful sister. Huo Tianci felt touched, and Lu Qingqing leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his cheek. Chapter 28. Xian King. Farewell, little scoundrel. With a smile, the enchanting lady and the little girl vanished from Huo Tianci's courtyard. As he gazed at the now empty tables, he realized the extent of Lu Qingqing's prowess. There was no worry of the food spoiling. After all, a single pill could remain effective for millennia, let alone simple treats. This courtyard was a recent acquisition for Huo Tianci, purchased for a mere 100 taels of silver. It comprised 3 rooms and a modest courtyard, spacious enough for his needs. Given that he would reside in Long Village for a month, staying at an inn would be far more expensive than buying this quaint abode. Just as Lu Qingqing and Liang Longer departed, a young man with blood-red wings descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the eaves of Huo Tianci's courtyard. This fierce-looking youth was the remarkable master who had effortlessly dispatched 2 bandits with a mere gesture. Upon spotting Huo Tianci and Haizi in the courtyard, the young man's murderous intent surged forth. With a steely gaze, he extended his hand, intent on suppressing Huo Tianci, unaware of the man's presence until the overwhelming pressure forced him to kneel. Huo Tianci struggled to lift his head, confronting the sight of a blood-red-eyed figure adorned with wings, reminiscent of a harbinger of death. Wings? Could you beat the Xian King? Huo Tianci's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that this youthful figure before him possessed the power to transform vital energy into wings. Indeed, you possess keen insight. The young man intensified his grip, exerting even more force, as Huo Tianci felt the weight of the pressure. His body contorted painfully, bones cracking as he sank deeper into the earth. The sound was reminiscent of a can being crushed into a heap of scrap metal, evoking a sense of dread. Faced with such overwhelming force, Huo Tianci remained calm. Haizi, you must flee. Aware of his impending doom, he urged Haizi to escape while he still had the chance to speak, for this man was a madman. Intent on killing him without hesitation, however, Haizi did not flee. Instead, he stood resolutely in front of Huo Tianci, bracing against the oppressive force alongside him. Haizi would never abandon his master. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Haizi collapsed instantaneously due to the intensified force exerted by the young man. In the end, both Huo Tianci and Haizi found blood seeping from the corners of their mouth. To this point, the young man ceased his assault, yet the oppressive aura he wielded remained unrelenting. Why do you wish to kill us? Huo Tianci gritted his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze upon the young man before him. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, akin to a mere ant, toyed with at the whims of another. The sensation of his life being manipulated by someone else was a profound realization for Huo Tianci. Why, cousin? Lu Qingqing, is reason enough, the young man replied coldly. Huo Tianci had anticipated this, but did it truly mean death was inevitable? The young man's pupils dilated, and the ground trembled as if the very earth was quaking, ultimately compressing Huo Tianci and Haizi into the soil beneath them. Was this the end? The force was insurmountable, and just when Huo Tianci believed his life was about to extinguish, a shield of golden energy enveloped him. How can I move? Huo Tianci marveled at the sudden turn of events. The oppressive weight vanished, granting him and Haizi their freedom once more. Indeed, my cousin holds you in high regard, but what surprises me is that she left a strand of celestial energy within you, capable of saving your life. However, this energy can only save you once. The young man, initially astonished, soon donned a knowing smile, as he prepared to shatter the protective barrier and annihilate Huo Tianci and Haizi. The celestial energy transformed into a piercing arrow, shooting towards the young man's brow. What? The young man gasped in shock, realizing the potential of the celestial energy not only to protect Huo Tianci, but also to inflict harm upon those who sought to kill him. Should their strength fall short of the sovereign level, they would likely meet their demise. Even those at the sovereign level would suffer severe injuries. The young man, possessing sovereign strength, escaped death but coughed up blood. Clearly gravely wounded. Good boy. Once I recover, I will seek you out again. Then, we shall see who can save your life. Fearing for his own survival, the fierce youth unfurled his crimson wings and vanished. In the aftermath, only Huo Tianci and Haizi remained, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The suddenness of the encounter with a sovereign-level individual had nearly cost them their lives. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing's celestial energy had saved them, even wounding their assailant. Otherwise, they would have surely perished. That was close, too close. Huo Tianci, lying on the ground, bore an expression that suggested he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He glanced at Heise, who shared a similar sentiment. First, we must tend to our injuries. Huo Tianci felt agony coursing through his body, as if his bones had shattered and his organs were in turmoil. He retrieved 2 vials of basic healing ointment to address his external wounds. While for his internal injuries, he had no remedy at hand and would need to procure one. However, the purchased medicine could not compare to what he had received from the system. It was akin to the difference between taking days to recover from a cold in reality versus a single pill in a game that could heal one instantly. Though anything was better than nothing, Huo Tianci brewed 2 bowls of medicinal soup for himself and Heise, gulping them down eagerly. Warning: severe internal injuries healing in progress. Estimated recovery time: 3 days. To his dismay, the healing process would take 3 days, while the ointment provided immediate restoration within 20 seconds. Such was the disparity. After completing these tasks, Huo Tianci fell into a state of panic. Recalling the young man's warning that he would return once his injuries had healed. Time was of the essence for leveling up. Clenching his fists in frustration, Huo Tianci was unwilling to remain an ant, subject to the whims of others. The sensation of his life being controlled was unbearable, and he vowed to reclaim his dignity. I will make him pay dearly for this, when the time comes. I shall ensure he kneels before me, unable to lift his head again, but for now, he needed to heal internally and await the completion of the blood wolf armor. Just then, a slightly plump man in his 30s hurried into the courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately widened his eyes in astonishment at the devastation that resembled the aftermath of an earthquake. Huo Tianci and Heise were still in the undamaged room, drinking their medicinal concoction. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Boss Zhu, who had previously taken Huo Tianci's wolf skin for armor processing. Young brother Tianci, what on earth happened here? Zhu stammered, bewildered by the destruction that even he, a 5th-level body refinement expert, could not have caused. Did you break through? He speculated, only to be met with Huo Tianci's vehement headshake. No, we were just not playing around. By the way, Boss Zhu, what brings you here? Huo Tianci evaded the question, knowing that revealing the involvement of a sovereign would be met with disbelief. I see. Just some roughhousing. Zhu chuckled nervously. The courtyard was arranged by Zhu, who was aware of its location. We had a shipment of beasts arrive at our slaughterhouse yesterday afternoon, including a fierce creature. I was hoping you could help us with the dissection, of course, with ample rewards. It turned out Zhu admired Huo Tianci's skills in dissecting beasts. But Huo Tianci was at a loss as he had no such expertise. It was all a product of the system. He fumbled for words, unsure of how to respond. However, a brilliant idea struck him, one that would serve multiple purposes. Boss Zhu, I can assist with the dissection, but I have a request. What is it? Zhu inquired eagerly. The beasts must be alive. This proposition served Huo Tianci's interests well. He could level up by defeating monsters, earn some coin, and potentially acquire valuable items or elixirs from the slain beasts. Alive beasts? Zhu was momentarily speechless, pondering how to transport living creatures into the village. Additionally, dissecting them alive would be a laborious task. Nonetheless, for Huo Tianci, it was a matter of principle. Boss Zhu, it's just a personal quirk of mine. Otherwise, I won't get the proper feel for dissection, which would hinder my work. Zhu nodded slowly, recognizing that some individuals possess peculiar habits. Just as he himself must drink a jar of strong liquor before sleeping, it seemed Huo Tianci had his own eccentricities. I'll see if there are any living beasts available, Zhu replied, preparing to leave. However, Huo Tianci called out to him, Wait, Boss Zhu. I haven't finished my request. As long as the beasts have a single breath left, that's acceptable. They must not be dead. This stipulation delighted Zhu, as it simplified his task of bringing living beasts back to the village. As expected, before noon arrived, Boss Zhu paid another visit, having arranged for a few beasts of the body refinement 3rd stage to be delivered to Huotianci.at, the slaughterhouse on the western side of Long Village. When Zhu Desheng appeared with a young lad still reeking of milk, the seasoned beast dissection masters felt a twinge of displeasure. Is this truly the dissection master you mentioned to us the other day? Boss Zhu, Old Wang, the leading dissection master, looked down on Huo Tianci. He resembles those children playing in the mud at the village entrance. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among all present, with some suggesting Huo Tianci should return to the village to play in the mud, while others called him a fraud. Boss Zhu, don't be deceived. Can this little brat truly take on beasts? I heard he even claimed he could dissect live ones. Ha! I reckon the beast would eat him before he could do anything. Laughter echoed once more. Chapter 30. The Master Dissector. Clearly, these dissection masters held little regard for Huo Tianci's abilities. However, he intended to silence them with sheer strength. A surge of energy erupted, causing the nearest dissection master to stumble and fall to the ground. Although the others remained standing, they instinctively stepped back, some even leaving a meter-long mark with their shoes. This was the body refinement 4th stage. Everyone around was astonished, for the strongest among the dissection masters was merely at the 3rd stage. The fact that a mere child could overpower them left them feeling utterly humiliated. Some, however, still tried to save face, shouting at Huo Tianci, "High realm, doesn't he equate to dissection skill?" "Indeed," echoed the others. Seeking to regain their dignity, "If you're capable, show us your dissection skills." Old Wang insisted. "Yes, dissect a beast." They all clamored in unison, demanding Huo Tianci perform a live dissection before their eyes. A live dissection? Huo Tianci frowned and shook his head repeatedly. He could only slay monsters and loot their remains, but he could not reveal this to them. "Boss Zhu, did you see? He says he dares not." Huo Tianci's refusal became fodder for the dissection master's taunts. But then, Huo Tianci waved his finger, which only added to their irritation, as it seemed he was mocking them. "What I mean is, I wish to dissect alone. For my techniques are confidential." Huo Tianci feigned superiority. Old Wang retorted, "Let us see if you can indeed work wonders with just your hands and a scalpel." To this, Huo Tianci merely smiled. "You guessed correctly. For I can indeed create marvels." The two exchanged barbs until Boss Zhu stepped in with a smile. As the saying goes, talk is cheap. "Young brother Tianci, why not demonstrate your skills for Master Wang?" Boss Zhu was also eager to witness whether Huo Tianci possessed the rumored extraordinary dissection techniques. "Very well, but everyone must step aside. I require solitude for the dissection, and my brother Haizi must be present." Huo Tianci insisted on bringing Haizi along, for he could not shake off his worries. Eventually, Boss Zhu arranged for a spacious dissection room, and several attendants carried in a few tightly bound beasts. "Everyone, please withdraw." When the attendants hesitated to leave, Huo Tianci revealed his body refinement 4th stage power. Finally, amidst their astonished expressions, the attendants retreated. Initially intending to assist Huo Tianci, they feared he might lose control over the living beasts. However, upon witnessing his formidable prowess, they were left astounded. Knowing their inability to see through his strength was due to his energy-concealing technique, Huo Tianci smiled as he gazed at the beasts before him. For they all represented cultivation points. Wild Horse Splitting Mane, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. With a flurry of moves, he dispatched the 4 near-death beasts. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully killed a sawtooth wild boar. Gaining 15 cultivation points. No increase in energy limit. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully killed a lion-tiger beast. Gaining 5 cultivation points. No increase in energy limit. Ding! Host has acquired a piece of wild boar hide. Ding! Host has obtained a pair of sawtooth fangs. Ding! Host has acquired 3 pieces of wild boar meat. A series of notifications rang out. Why did the lion-tiger beast only yield 5 cultivation points? Wasn't it 10 before? Huo Tianci pondered, but soon realized that his current strength had significantly increased, reducing the experience gained from lower-level monsters. Ding! Host has obtained 3 doses of cleansing powder. Finally, a medicinal pill. Due to the low-level monsters, the probability of obtaining pills was quite low, yet Huo Tianci's good fortune prevailed. Cleansing powder. Usable for those below body refinement 9th stage. After use, it completely restores internal injuries within 3 hours. Truly a life-saving potion. Huo Tianci felt miserable all over. The timing of the cleansing powder was impeccable. The powder, resembling the miraculous Ban Lan Jin from Earth, must be taken dissolved in hot water. Pushing open the dissection room's door, Huo Tianci requested some hot water from Boss Zhu, after which he and Haizi promptly ingested the cleansing powder, so refreshing. As the potion coursed through him, Huo Tianci felt a wave of relief wash over him, alleviating the burden of his previously accumulated internal injuries. "What is this? Not returning?" Old Wang was perplexed, thinking Huo Tianci merely stepped out for a drink to ease his fatigue, as he knew dissection was a laborious task. "I've already dissected everything. The remains are laid out on the ground. You may enter and see for yourselves." While sipping the cleansing powder, Huo Tianci responded. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned before an uproar of laughter erupted in the dissection hall. "Impossible! He must be lying. He just went in for a few minutes, certainly not even 10, and he claims to have fully dissected those 4 beasts the size of cows. Even Old Wang would take half a day to do that." "Exactly, Boss Zhu. I told you this little brat is a fraud. You've been duped. Laughter continued unabated, causing Boss Zhu to feel increasingly embarrassed. The notion of completing 4 dissections in 10 minutes was utterly preposterous. Even if one were to sever a head, it was still unbelievable. Finally, a young attendant entered the dissection room, prompting the crowd to cease their uproarious mockery. Boss Zhu, you must come see this. The attendant's voice trembled with trepidation, as if he had encountered a ghost. The others followed suit, and upon entering, they too gasped in horror, for they witnessed the unimaginable in broad daylight. What kind of apparition could there be? One scoffed, however, upon stepping inside. Even old Wang was left speechless, astonished beyond belief. Curious, Boss Zhu entered as well, and his astonishment mirrored that of the others. The dissection room floor was meticulously arranged with the skeletons, teeth, flesh, and fur of the 4 beasts, all intact and undamaged. These remains appeared akin to exquisite works of art, pleasing to the eye. What is wrong? Why the silence? Huo Tianci casually asked, tapping his fingernails, addressing the crowd that had fallen into a stupor. Afterward, nearly everyone began to stutter, for what had occurred was nothing short of a miracle. Truly astonishing, that I inquired. What on earth is going on? The mute has just been cured, and now everyone is stuttering. Huo Tianci raised his head and continued to ask. Boss Zhu was the first to regain his composure, and immediately he brought forth a cup of fine tea, bending slightly at the waist, and smiling apologetically at Huo Tianci, saying, Brother Tianci, I was momentarily blinded by a single leaf, unable to recognize the towering mountain before me, that I hope you can forgive me. Earlier, Boss Zhu had mocked Huo Tianci, deeming it impossible, yet Huo Tianci had transformed the impossible into reality. Thus, Boss Zhu's apology was entirely understandable, for Huo Tianci possessed genuine skill, and that was sufficient. No worries. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. By the way, about this, Huo Tianci rubbed his hands, indicating it was time to settle accounts. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhu promptly handed over 100 taels of silver from the dismembered beast, and moreover, he gifted Huo Tianci the prized red snake scale armor he had selected the previous day. Brother Tianci, consider this my apology, he said. The red snake scale armor was worth 2,000 taels of silver. And it must be said, Boss Zhu was quite generous. Huo Tianci understood perfectly well why Boss Zhu was so magnanimous. It was undoubtedly due to the admiration for his dissection skills. Otherwise, Boss Zhu would not have been so extravagant. Since you insist, I cannot decline without appearing to disrespect you. Brother, Huo Tianci declared, graciously accepting the gift. He was in no position to refuse, given his newfound ability to receive gifts, thanks to his remarkable dissection techniques. Looking at the self-important dissection masters, their faces were now devoid of mockery, replaced instead with deep respect for Huo Tianci. After all, he had accomplished in 10 minutes what they could not achieve in an entire day. And moreover, he had done so with superior quality, leaving not a shred of the beast's materials to waste. This was truly admirable. Master Tianci, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you can overlook my impudence. The chief dissection master, Old Wang, addressed Huo Tianci with utmost respect. This was indeed a world where strength commanded reverence. If one possessed power, all would bow before them. Conversely, without it, one was as insignificant as an ant, easily trampled to death. Reflecting on this, Huo Tianci noted that the world, including Earth, was quite similar. Without wealth, no one would regard you. Without power, one would be bullied and exploited. The only difference was that in the Julong continent, things were more direct and brutally straightforward. Huo Tianci had an epiphany. All worlds were alike in their cruelty, demanding relentless effort lest one be at the mercy of a mysterious king, governing life and death. Power, I need power. I crave boundless strength, Huo Tianci fervently echoed in his heart. Just as everyone was marveling at Huo Tianci's extraordinary dissection skills, a voice on horseback echoed outside the dissection area, causing a commotion as a young servant hurried to Boss Zhu to report, Boss Zhu, Lord Qin has captured a red snake alive. Although the servant was breathless and panicked, the joy on his face was unmistakable. Captured, a red snake. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, for the red snake was indeed a formidable beast, possessing strength equivalent to a 6th-level body refinement. Even when faced with a 7th-level human expert, it could put up a fight. The fact that it had been captured suggested a significant struggle had ensued. Who is this Lord Qin? Huo Tianci mused, equally astonished by the exaggeration of the capture. Lord Qin is Boss Zhu's sworn brother, and moreover, a peak expert of the 7th level of body refinement. A nearby servant enthusiastically explained, pride evident on his face, in the entire Long village. Only 3 individuals attained the 7th level, and Lord Qin was one of them, which was exhilarating for the servant. 7th level of body refinement? Huo Tianci gasped, for such strength was something he could only aspire to. At that moment, Boss Zhu waved his arm, signaling everyone to gather and witness the captured red snake. Let us go support Lord Qin. Under Boss Zhu's lead, everyone made their way to the entrance of Long Village, where a 9-foot-long silver-scaled serpent was tightly bound with iron chains and ropes to a thick log. However, the massive snake was as thick as 3 logs, a sight both striking and terrifying. Suddenly, the bound red snake flicked its tongue, and just as the crowd feared it might lash out, a young servant, around 15 or 16, swung a heavy wooden stick at its head, shouting, "I'll teach you to be arrogant." The snake twisted its neck and was knocked unconscious, for Boss Zhu had warned that captured beasts must not be killed. Although the reason behind this was unclear, Lord Qin complied, sustaining an injury to his arm. Otherwise, he could have easily subdued the red snake unscathed. This distinction between capturing and killing was crucial. "Brother, what happened to your arm?" Upon seeing Lord Qin's bandaged left arm, Boss Zhu quickly inquired. Lord Qin waved his right hand dismissively. "It was just a tail whip from the beast. Nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice." "But why must we keep it alive?" Lord Qin was perplexed, for both dead and alive beasts would be dissected. This time, Boss Zhu shook his head that it's different. "It's different." He pushed Huo Tianci forward, saying, "This is my brother Tianci, the one I mentioned to you earlier. His dissection skills are said to be second to none, truly unparalleled." Remarkably, Boss Zhu even gave a thumbs up, as they had all witnessed Huo Tianci's prowess. What makes his skills so unparalleled? Lord Qin was taken aback, for it was merely a pair of hands and a dissection knife. Could Huo Tianci truly perform wonders? Just wait and see. "Brother," Boss Zhu replied excitedly. Eventually, the group carried the fearsome red snake back to the slaughterhouse. To be honest, Huo Tianci was equally exhilarated, for this was his first encounter with a true beast, and soon, he would be killing it. He wondered how much cultivation value he would gain. Perhaps it would yield further treasures. Gazing at the bound red snake, Huo Tianci chuckled to himself, as this represented an opportunity for a level up. Currently at the 4th level of body refinement, he was about to face a 6th-level beast. This was a clear challenge beyond his current capacity. "Oh, you're sticking your tongue out at me," he chuckled, witnessing the snake regain consciousness. Huo Tianci seized a sturdy iron rod and struck fiercely at its vital spot. Striking a snake at its weak point was critical. And under Huo Tianci's relentless blows, the ferocious red snake met its end. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully killed 1 red snake, gaining 700 cultivation points. Strength limit increased by 30. Ding! Host has obtained 9 pieces of red snake scales, 1 red snake gallbladder, 2 red snake fangs, and 7 pieces of red snake meat. Ding! Host has received 2 lucky bronze coins and 1 strength pill, along with 3 body enhancement pills. Yet, these rewards paled in comparison to the final announcement, which left Huo Tianci utterly astonished. Ding! Host has acquired 1 Qinkuan bag. Huo Tianci had encountered mentions of the Qinkuan bag in the book Zhilong Fengyan Lu, given to him by Lu Qingqing. It stated that the Qinkuan bag, no larger than a palm, could hold countless items due to its spatial enchantment set by a powerful being. In other words, this small bag could contain an entire building. However, Qinkuan bags came in various grades, and he wondered what quality this one was. A low-grade Qinkuan bag typically held around 10 square meters, a mid-grade could contain 20 to 30 square meters, and a high-grade could hold over 100 square meters. He gazed at the Qinkuan bag, now stained with the blood and flesh of the red snake. It became evident that it was not a reward from the system, but rather an item that belonged to the snake itself. It was likely that some unfortunate soul had been consumed by it. Upon opening the Qinkuan bag, he found it empty, with a space merely a few dozen square meters in size. "Damn it! It's just a low-grade Qinkuan bag," Huo Tianci exclaimed, frustrated as he stomped his foot and shook his arm. This was the most basic level of Qinkuan bag. If anyone else saw it, they would likely vie for it fiercely. For even a bag of this size could fetch millions of taels of silver, sometimes even tens of millions, as such items were rare and sought after. Huo Tianci was well aware of the immense value of the Qinkuan bag. Thus he was determined to keep it hidden from prying eyes. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly invite a calamity upon him. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent but bears the burden of possessing a gem. Consequently, he concealed the bag beneath the soles of his shoes. After collecting the elixir that the red snake had produced along with the lottery coins, Huo Tianci pushed open the door to the dissection room. Master Qin and Boss Zhu, The red snake has been expertly dissected, Huo Tianci announced, bowing slightly to the two men at the forefront. Is it done? Master Qin asked, astonishment etched across his face, while Zhu Desheng remained remarkably composed. Following a moment of disbelief, Master Qin stepped into the dissection room alongside Zhu Desheng. What? The astonishment echoed just moments after entering, prompting Zhu Desheng to hurriedly invite Huo Tianci inside. Brother Tianci, did you manage to extract all the scales from the red snake? Zhu Desheng's surprise was palpable, and Master Qin was equally taken aback. He recalled a previous encounter from last month when he had hunted a red snake, which had been meticulously dissected by the skilled Master Wang at the slaughterhouse. It had taken Master Wang an entire day and night to fully dissect a 9-inch long red snake. However, the quality of the dissection had left much to be desired, as he had only managed to extract one complete scale from the 9 on the snake's back. That single scale had ultimately been crafted into a piece of armor, which Zhu Desheng had just gifted to Huo Tianci. Yet now, Huo Tianci had completely dissected the red snake in a mere 10 minutes. Extracting all 9 scales without inflicting any damage, the realization left them awestruck, for those 9 scales were equivalent to 9 pieces of armor, each valued at 2,000 taels of silver, totaling 18,000 taels. Chapter 33. A renewed shock. Moreover, with the extraction of the snake's gallbladder and fangs, Huo Tianci had elevated the value of what was originally a 2,000-tael beast to an astounding 20,000 taels. This revelation left everyone in a state of astonishment. As the crowd marveled, He tugged at the hem of Huo Tianci's clothing, directing his gaze towards the 7 substantial pieces of snake meat. Understanding He's craving, Huo Tianci addressed Master Qin and Boss Zhu. Masters, I would like to purchase this snake meat. Feigning a desire to buy it, Huo Tianci was met with reluctance from Master Qin and Zhu Desheng to accept his payment. Instead, they insisted on covering the cost for him. Brother Tianci, take the snake meat freely. It hardly holds any value. As for the red snake, it is worth a fortune. Naturally, we shall split the profits evenly. And you shall take the lion's share of 10,000 taels. Master Qin proclaimed generously, fully aware that, without Huo Tianci, the snake would have fetched no more than 2,000 taels, upon hearing the offer to take it freely. He gleefully rushed over to the pile of snake meat and began to feast. Huo Tianci was taken aback by the generosity, realizing that he had essentially received a significant dissection fee. Given that the 9 scales alone were worth 18,000 taels, it was only fair for Master Qin to share half of the profits with him. When the 10,000 taels were finally in hand, the other dissection masters nearby looked on with envy. While they earned merely dozens of taels for dissecting a beast, Huo Tianci had effortlessly amassed 10,000. Goodness, this lad is practically robbing us of our livelihood. Seeing that Huo Tianci had single-handedly completed the task and earned a substantial sum sparked discontent among some dissection masters. If he stays here, we might as well starve. Indeed, it takes us half a day to dissect a beast. While he does it in less than 10 minutes, at this rate, we will all go hungry. As the murmurs of discontent spread, the dissection masters began to plot how to acquire Huo Tianci's secrets, believing they could usurp his position by learning his techniques. That evening, in Huo Tianci's modest courtyard, Zhu Desheng demonstrated his thoughtfulness. Immediately after Huo Tianci left, he sent people to clean the previously disreputable yard, not only tidying it up but also reinforcing the 2 collapsed houses. Tonight, Huo Tianci prepared a hearty snake soup using the meat from the red snake, filling a large pot that was thoroughly consumed by the 2 of them. The meal prepared by the young master is truly delectable, He exclaimed, leaving no remnants in the pot. Realizing He was still hungry, Huo Tianci roasted another large piece of snake meat for him. Watching the boy eat with such joy filled Huo Tianci with happiness. Gazing at the starry night sky, a vision of a regal lady and a small girl flickered in his mind. Alongside them, he thought of the one person he cherished most on earth, but all of that was now lost, for he was in the 9-dragon continent, a different world altogether. Gathering his thoughts, Huo Tianci prepared to draw from the lottery. He observed his lottery coins. 3 bronze coins were in his possession, in addition to a special multicolored coin awarded to him after completing a training task. He began with the bronze coins, his heart racing with excitement as he realized he could draw 4 times today. Before proceeding, he checked his status. Huo Tianci, male, age, 15 level, 4th stage of body refinement, cultivation value, 1800-2500, current status, excellent. Energy value, 795-795, comprehensive combat power evaluation, 250 points, skills acquired, Wolf Fang Fist, skill level, beginner, proficiency, 2130 wink with a frown ancient Tai Chi technique, wild horse splitting mane, skill level, beginner, proficiency, 19-100. Character card, Proud Hunter, Reinhardt, card level, beginner, proficiency, 110. The Wolf-Fang Fist and Wild Horse Splitting Mane were practiced by Huo Tianci during his spare time, as he aimed to improve their proficiency. The character card could only be used once every 3 days, meaning it would take him at least a month to fully master it one step at a time. After contemplating, Huo Tianci turned his attention back to the bronze lottery machine. The rewards had dwindled from 12 to 9, with the character card, Wolf-Fang Fist, and 100 experience points already drawn. The remaining rewards were Shadow Clone Technique, Sunflower Manual, Foot of the Buddha, 9 Young Divine Skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, 500 Tails of Gold, Parry Skill, Iron Wolf-Fang Hammer, and a small sword resembling a fire poker. Chapter 34. Triple Draw with 3 chances to draw. Huo Tianci was determined to avoid the Sunflower Manual, Iron Wolf-Fang Hammer, and the fire poker-like sword. He would gladly accept anything else, even the 500 Tails of Gold, which could be exchanged for 50,000 Tails of Silver, enough to procure a complete set of 4th-tier equipment in Long Village. Spirits of the heavens, manifest. May the Lord bless me. Amen. Namo Amitba. Avalokiteshvara, save me. Regardless of the deity, Huo Tianci offered his respects before finally pressing the start button, causing the bronze lottery machine to whirl rapidly. Stop, he commanded, pressing the stop button, and the spinning rewards gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. 500 Tails of Gold. The spotlight landed on the 500 Tails of Gold reward section. MD, my foul mouth. Before drawing, Huo Tianci had claimed that drawing gold would suffice. Yet now that it has truly manifested, he finds no joy in it. This silver is something that can be earned, but other rewards are unattainable even with wealth. After giving himself a hefty slap, Huo Tianci continued with the lottery. This time, he called out his refusal. No sunflower scripture, no Wolf-Fang Hammer, no firewood stick sword. Yet, the system responded, congratulations, you have drawn the firewood stick sword. As the words rang out, a pitch-black little sword appeared in Huo Tianci's hand. Furious, he tossed the sword outside. Buzz. At the moment he threw the sword, a buzzing sound echoed. Curiosity piqued, Huo Tianci stepped outside to find the little sword had penetrated a large tree, finally lodging itself in the outer gate. The buzzing was the sound of the sword trembling. How sharp it was, even without being drawn from its sheath. What on earth is this mysterious object? Huo Tianci's curiosity was ignited, prompting him to check the origins of the sword through the system. Xiantai dagger. This was actually a dagger? Huo Tianci had dubbed it the firewood stick sword due to its dark, unified appearance, resembling a charred stick. Yet who would have guessed it was a dagger? Delving further, Huo Tianci was further astonished to discover that its previous owner was none other than Wei Xiaobao. Could this truly be Wei Xiaobao's dagger that slices through iron like mud? As a fan of Jin Yang's works, Huo Tianci recalled the book's description of this dagger, stating, the Xiantai dagger is deep black, faintly emanating a red glow, exceedingly heavy, with a high melting point and magnetic properties. Once sharpened, it can slice through iron like mud. There were also insights drawn from the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber regarding the dagger's origin, believed to be half of the Heaven Sword. After all, during the era of the Deer and the Cauldron, which follows the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, the latter is set in the Ming Dynasty while the former represents the anti-Qing restoration. Half of the Heaven Sword. Huo Tianci was momentarily taken aback. Xiantai dagger, level, Xianqi first rank. The system even rated it as a Xianqi item on the 9-dragon continent. Weapons are classified into 7 tiers: mortal, yellow, Xian, spirit, earth, heaven, and saint, each further divided into 9 ranks. Additionally, there exist legendary artifacts and divine tools, rarely seen by mortals, making it a significant achievement for a formidable expert to possess a saint-tier weapon. To have received a dagger rated as Xianqi is indeed remarkable, demonstrating it as half of the Heaven Sword. Looking at the Chilean snake scale armor on Blackie, which is merely a mortal tier 4th rank, worth 2,000 taels of silver, this Xian-tier dagger must be worth a fortune. Huo Tianci was elated, realizing he had drawn something extraordinary. Excitedly, he tested it on a piece of scrap iron and, as advertised, it sliced through effortlessly. After joyfully stowing away the Xiantai dagger, Huo Tianci turned his gaze back to the bronze lottery machine. The previous 2 items he had drawn were precisely what he had wished for. Thus, he declared, I want the 9 Young Divine Skill. I want the Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. The 9 Young Divine Skill originates from the 9 Young Zhenjing, found within Jin Yang's the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. It is said to be the supreme technique of the world, encompassing the essence of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, with a balance of hardness and softness. Mastery of the 9 Yang Divine skill allows for rapid internal energy regeneration, granting immense power even to ordinary strikes and a formidable defense that rebounds external attacks. It is also a sacred healing technique, capable of countering all cold and dark internal energies. Conversely, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, featured in Jin Yong's The Return of the Condor Heroes, is a supreme protective technique of the secret sect, divided into 13 levels. Each strike possesses tremendous power, surpassing 1,000 pounds. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is notably slow, with each subsequent level requiring exponentially more time to master. Huo Tianci was overwhelmed with thoughts of the extraordinary skills, realizing their cultivation was beyond his current understanding. He was merely at the body-refining stage. While the powers of the dragon and elephant belong to the realm of Xin practitioners, Huo Tianci contemplated the intertwining of the internal 9 Yang Divine skill and the external Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. He lamented the fact that he only had 1 bronze lottery coin left, and the chance of drawing was uncertain. Ding! Just as Huo Tianci braced himself, the system chimed in. His heart raced, teetering on the edge of excitement. For this was his final opportunity. Buddha, Jesus, Laozi, Bodhisattva, Maitreya, Teletubbies, grant me strength. Huo Tianci clasped his hands in prayer, nearly kneeling. Suddenly, a book materialized in his hands, though its contents were unknown to him. The system's voice revealed, "Congratulations, you have drawn the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill." Ding! An orange reward was drawn, and Huo Tianci was informed he must reselect his rewards. What? If I draw an orange reward, I must choose again. What about my 9 Yang Divine skill? Huo Tianci complained. Feeling a sense of betrayal, you may retain 1 reward item, excluding the orange reward item, the system reiterated. Frowning, Huo Tianci asked, does that mean I cannot keep the 9 Yang Divine skill? The system explained that orange rewards are rare, with only a 1 in 100,000 chance of being drawn, and the higher the lottery machine level, the greater the chance of encountering such rare items. With no other choice, Huo Tianci reluctantly agreed. Then I will keep the clone technique. He chose it without hesitation, deeming it the most powerful and impressive among the rewards. Ding! Clone technique retained. The remaining 11 rewards will be drawn again next time. Frustrated, Huo Tianci lamented, "Oh, my 9 Yang Divine skill." Yet he still held hope, for he had 1 special lottery coin left, wishing for something truly useful. As he thought this, the bronze lottery machine in his mind transformed into a vibrant, multicolored machine. The special lottery coin was of 7 colors, indicating this machine was for special rewards. As he inserted the coin, the machine erupted in brilliant lights, reminiscent of a jackpot on a slot machine, signaling a potential grand prize. Ding! Special reward drawing in progress. After a brief moment, special reward drawing successful. Upon checking the lottery machine interface, Huo Tianci found only 6 rewards, yet each one was extraordinary. The first reward was a Naruto design, allowing the direct acquisition of a skill from the main character. The second reward was the random acquisition of a character card from League of Legends. The third was a divine weapon, at least of Xin Chi level. The fourth reward resembled the first, but from One Piece, granting a skill from the main character, Luffy. If he were to draw the powerful one, that would be invincible. Huo Tianci pondered endlessly. The fifth reward was a Dragon Ball, which meant extracting a skill from the protagonist, Sun Wukong. Transforming into a Super Saiyan and wielding the Kamehameha wave, Huo Tianci could hardly contain his excitement. However, the final reward utterly bewildered him. What on earth was this Calabash Boy? As he saw the unexpected appearance of a Calabash Boy, Huo Tianci was left dumbfounded, for the last reward was none other than the image of the domestic animation character. Calabash Boy. Noticing Huo Tianci's astonishment, the system merely responded with 4 words. Support domestic products? Support domestic products? Why not something like Journey to the West, or Investiture of the Gods? What does it mean to choose a Calabash Boy? Are we teaming up to fight demons? Huo Tianci asked incredulously, as it all seemed absurd. Moreover, randomly selecting a skill from the protagonist, I must ask, do those 7 Calabash Boys possess any useful skills? Huo Tianci questioned. Yet, this inquiry enlightened him. Goodness, this is truly extraordinary. Huo Tianci gasped, for those 7 Calabash Boys were indeed formidable. Surely everyone has watched this domestic animation, and the abilities of the 7 Calabash Boys are well known. The first boy, the red one, possesses immense strength and can freely change size. The ability to change size is every man's dream. If he were to draw that, it would be something to revel in. Huo Tianci suddenly found himself greatly intrigued by the Calabash Boy. The second boy, the orange one, has keen eyesight and hearing, along with a special ability for X-ray vision. The third boy, the yellow one, boasts a copper head and iron arms. Impervious to blades and bullets, the fourth boy, the green one, can spit fire and absorb flames with a remarkable precision, even emitting lightning from his mouth. The fifth boy, the blue one, can absorb water and unleash torrents. The sixth boy, the indigo one, possesses stealth and invisibility techniques, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Lastly, the seventh boy, the purple one, though lacking significant abilities, wields a magical gourd that can absorb everything, rendering him invincible. Considering all this, these 7 Calabash boys are not inferior to the other rewards. In fact, they may even surpass them by a margin. Goodness, domestic animations truly excel. Huo Tianci couldn't help but beam with joy. Such exquisite rewards! He chuckled heartily, for no matter what he drew, it would be a gain. Finally, as Huo Tianci pressed the activation switch, the light circle on the lottery machine began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Calabash Brothers reward. The second round of the lottery continues. Chapter 36, Keen Eyes and Sharp Ears. It really is a Calabash boy. At this moment, Huo Tianci inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness. For the second round of the lottery entailed extracting one skill from the protagonist's entire repertoire, meaning he could only gain one of the 7 Calabash boys' abilities. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Keen Eyes and Sharp Ears ability. As the reward announcement faded, a refreshing sensation flowed from Huo Tianci's ears to his eyes. Facet? In an instant, Huo Tianci felt that his eyes and ears were different from before. Shall I give it a try? Huo Tianci felt a rush of excitement. Keen eyes and sharp ears. A divine level skill. Skill level. Beginner. Proficiency. 0-100. Energy consumption. 5 of maximum energy per minute. TOC for a minute requires 5 of energy. Huo Tianci felt a pang of concern, for such consumption was quite substantial. Nevertheless, this ability was remarkable. Once activated, it would surely place Huo Tianci in an advantageous position. So, let us try seeing and hearing for a minute to gauge the sensation. With that, Huo Tianci focused his gaze and slightly trembled his ears, immediately utilizing the divine skill, Keen Eyes and Sharp Ears. To his dismay, there was indeed a limitation. He had anticipated it wouldn't be so simple. Huo Tianci found himself speechless, for the range of vision and hearing he could access was merely within a kilometer. However, that was sufficient, as his range would expand with the growth of his strength. Gazing into the neighboring courtyard, he noticed a large wooden bed in one of the rooms, where a plump businessman in his 40s was fervently engaged with a young woman in her 20s. Why is there no sound? He wondered, activating his keen ears to immediately hear the sounds of passion, which lasted for several seconds before culminating in the businessman's heavy breathing, indicating that his performance was lacking. Mr. Wu, must you be so hasty? I haven't even taken my pants off yet. The young woman giggled, urging the man to rise, but it was already over. She didn't seem to mind, for as long as he had money, that was enough. After all, this was a transaction of flesh, and money speaks volumes. The young woman immediately began to flatter. Mr. Wu, you're so powerful. I almost passed out from pleasure several times. You're so bold. I adore you. But the truth was, nothing had truly transpired. Yet, Mr. Wu enjoyed hearing such praise. As long as you know my prowess, go fetch me 10 taels of silver. I'm in a good mood today. So I'll reward you generously. He playfully patted the young woman's backside. Mr. Wu sat up, lighting a pipe, for as they say, a smoke after is blissful indeed. Mr. Wu knew how to indulge. I assent that the steward of the Wu family? Huo Tianci did not keep his gaze fixated on the exposed young woman, as he had seen enough. Instead, he turned his attention to Mr. Wu, ultimately confirming his identity. He was one of the 3 tyrants of Bailey Town, the steward of the Wu family, who had come to Long Village presumably for business and, incidentally, to indulge in some pleasure. Although Old Master Ho's death was primarily orchestrated by Ho Leitang, the Wu family had certainly contributed to the chaos. Without their interference, such events would not have unfolded. Now that I have encountered him, let it be his end. Besides Old Master Huo Tianci had also faced demise at the hands of the Wu family once, through the poisoning orchestrated by Old Zhang, who belonged to the Wu family, hence the vendetta must be avenged. Just as Huo Tianci prepared to confront Mr. Wu, at a distance of 100 meters in the courtyard, an imposing figure inquired, Old Zhang, is that the courtyard? Don't get it wrong. Huo Tianci recognized this man as one of the butchers from earlier that day, surnamed Zhang. The towering figure beside him was a skilled mercenary he had hired at great expense. There's no mistake. I've scouted this place dozens of times today. Tonight, if you can secure that dissection manual, we will reward you with 1,000 taels of silver. The 1,000 taels were pooled together by several butchers. Otherwise, they couldn't afford to hire a master of the 5th stage of body refinement. Upon hearing such an easy task, the burly man was elated, for the job was straightforward. To procure a book from a mere child, surely, it was a guaranteed success. At that point, it would be a matter of cash on delivery. He thumped his chest with confidence, of course, and remember, leave no witnesses. Old Zhang chuckled sinisterly, believing that Huo Tianci's strength was merely at the 4th stage of body refinement, while the burly man was at the 5th stage, thus deeming the task foolproof. Rest assured, it's just a child. I could take him down with my eyes closed. The conversation between the two men was entirely captured by Huo Tianci. Courtesy of his keen eyes and sharp ears. How dare they plot against me? Huo Tianci clenched his fists, unable to comprehend their audacity. Yet, upon hearing the words dissection manual, clarity dawned upon him. So, they seek my dissection techniques? Unfortunately for them, they will never obtain it. A smirk crept onto Huo Tianci's lips, for the system held his greatest secret. I must learn the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Huo Tianci had yet to master the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. So he quickly seized the opportunity while the burly man was approaching to learn this extraordinary technique. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully learned the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. The notification chimed. The golden book in Huo Tianci's grasp transformed into specks of golden starlight that surged into his mind, ultimately merging with him completely. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Supreme external skill, a total of 13 levels. Current host realm, level 0, 10,000 cultivation points. Note: cultivation points can be converted from leveling points. During meditation, one can earn 100 cultivation points per hour. 10,000 points are required to level up. Huo Tianci was taken aback. This truly is one of the slowest cultivation techniques available. The cultivation method for the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill includes 2 approaches. One may practice according to the manual, gaining 100 cultivation points per hour, or, as stated in the introduction, directly convert leveling points into experience points for skills, akin to a gaming system. Chapter 37. The Emergence of Divine Skills. Let us convert 1,000 cultivation points. Huo Tianci promptly initiated the conversion. Ding! Conversion successful. Upon examining his status, it became evident that Huo Tianci's cultivation level in the 4th layer of body refinement, originally standing at 1,800 points, had been reduced by 1,000, leaving him with a mere 800 out of 2,500. Meanwhile, his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had transformed to 1,000 out of 1,000. As this shift in cultivation values occurred, a powerful energy surged within Huo Tianci. The initial layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill imbued him with a force derived from both a dragon and an elephant. Thus, the 1,000 points of cultivation value represented 1/10 of the total 10,000, meaning 1/10 of the dragon and elephants might have been conferred upon him. Such formidable power. Though it was merely a fraction, Huo Tianci distinctly felt an enhancement in his strength. After all, it was the force of the dragon elephant. He mused that his strength had increased by at least 20 units, coupled with his original capacity in the 4th layer of body refinement. He estimated his current strength to be at least 36 units, allowing him to contend with those in the 6th layer of body refinement. But I still have 2 great strength pills remaining. With that thought, Huo Tianci quickly consumed the great strength pills he had obtained from defeating monsters. Each pill permanently augmented the user's strength by 1 unit, with a maximum allowance of 5. Having already consumed 3, and with his 36 units of strength, he realized he had surpassed 40 units. Huo Tianci felt almost unrecognizable, for typically, a practitioner in the 4th layer of body refinement possessed only 16 units of strength. Yet, through the prowess of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, he had directly exceeded 40 units. Undoubtedly, supreme techniques are unmatched and formidable. As Huo Tianci reveled in his newfound power, a figure dashed into the courtyard, an imposing man. Regrettably, Huo Tianci possessed no dissection manuals, as those had merely dropped from the monsters he slayed. "Quit hiding," he called, noticing the man attempting to conceal himself behind a tree no thicker than a bowl. The man seemed to realize this too. "You're quite clever, aren't you?" he remarked, stepping out from the shadows, cracking his knuckles as he fixed his gaze on Huo Tianci. "Be smart and hand over that dissection manual. Or else, don't blame me if you find yourself wishing for death." The man's threat was underscored by the fact that he was at the 5th layer of body refinement, while Huo Tianci was merely at the 4th. "And what if I refuse?" Huo Tianci retorted. If this had occurred a minute prior, he might have felt some trepidation, but now, even a 6th layer practitioner would not intimidate him. Seeking death. Seeing Huo Tianci's defiance, the man charged forward, clenching his fist, ready to silence him with a blow. he intended to use his fist as a weapon to coerce Huo Tianci into submission. 1,000 taels of silver, he thought, giddy at the prospect of filling his pockets. Yet, while he reveled in his anticipation, Huo Tianci executed a swift forward lunge, performing a wild horse split, with both fists unleashed. Bolstered by his newfound strength of 40 units, he sent the man flying like a cannonball. The sound of impact echoed. Crash, snap, boom. The man collided with a tree, breaking it in half, then barreled through the courtyard's gate before crashing into a mud wall, which ultimately succumbed to Huo Tianci's formidable might and crumbled entirely. Such power! Huo Tianci marveled at his fists, feeling as though they were not his own, yet, upon glancing at the man buried beneath the debris, his confidence surged anew, for that powerful strike had indeed originated from him. Ding. Host Huo Tianci has slain Lai San, gaining 100 cultivation points. Strength limit increased by 1. Ding. Host has received 3 energy recovery pills and 1 strengthening pill. What? He is dead already? Huo Tianci was taken aback, astonished that a single punch had dispatched Lai San. Approaching the spoils, he collected the pills, disregarding Lai San's fate, for he sought to establish his reputation. Otherwise, the dissection masters would come seeking him. As for Wu Yi, he scoffed at the thought. With a leap, Huo Tianci vaulted over the 3-meter courtyard wall into Wu Ye's domain. That moment, Wu Yi had just begun his exploitations anew, having previously been interrupted. Wu Yi, you're so wicked. I'm almost soaring to the heavens. The alluring young woman found herself pinned beneath Wu Yi. Her words laced with temptation. Wu Yi, licking his lips, continued, you little enchantress, let us ascend together. As their vulgar exchange reached Huo Tianci's ears, he smirked and quipped, since you both insist, I shall play the benefactor and send you both skyward. Before the couple could react, Huo Tianci struck with 2 swift blows to their necks. Lacking considerable strength, they collapsed onto the bed. Ding. Host Huo Tianci has slain Wu Gu, gaining 1 cultivation point. Strength limit increased by 0. Ding. Host Huo Tianci has slain Xiao Taohua, gaining 1 cultivation point. Strength limit increased by 0. Ding. Host has acquired 8,000 taels of silver. Though both had granted him a mere point of cultivation, the silver was substantial, amounting to 8,000 taels, indicating Wu Gu had indeed come to conduct business in Long Village. Unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with Huo Tianci, the harbinger of doom, and thus found himself an innocent victim of circumstance. Chapter 38. Establishing authority after the killings, it was time to erase all traces. Huo Tianci retrieved the 8,000 taels of silver and set the courtyard ablaze. As for Lai San's remains, he left them undisturbed, allowing them to lie where they fell at dawn, before the sun had risen. A series of urgent knocks roused Huo Tianci from slumber. Who is it? He yawned, stretching as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met with astonishment. What has happened to my courtyard? The sight of the destruction left him exasperated, yet he feigned ignorance. The visitor was Zhu Decheng, who, upon confirming Huo Tianci's safety, felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Huo Tianci was their fortune. Nothing could happen to him. Phew, brother Tianci, it's truly wonderful to see you unharmed. I feared you had been killed. Killed? Has someone perished? Huo Tianci feigned surprise. Lai San has died, a master at the 5th layer of body refinement, and the neighboring house caught fire last night. Were you not aware? Zhu Decheng inquired, puzzled, for the commotion should have been significant. I had no idea. Huo Tianci shook his head, appearing genuinely bewildered, as if the events bore no relation to him. I was exhausted from dissecting beasts yesterday and collapsed onto my bed to sleep. That makes sense, Zhu Decheng conceded, nodding. After all, when one is utterly fatigued, sleep comes easily. Huo Tianci had indeed spent the night dissecting 5 wild beasts, one of which was a fierce creature, leaving him utterly drained. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. Everything else is inconsequential. Zhu Decheng had merely come to check on Huo Tianci's well-being. He cared little for anything else. By the way, brother Tianci, we captured another 7 or 8 small beasts last night. If you're free, could you assist us with the dissection? Zhu Decheng implied that he sought Huo Tianci's help once more. Now is the perfect time, Huo Tianci declared, eager to assist with any task at hand. He called for Zi, and the duo followed Zhu Decheng to the slaughterhouse. Upon entering, they found the dissection masters trembling in fear at the sight of Huo Tianci. Unable to meet his gaze, as if they bore guilty consciences, their trepidation was well-founded. News of Lai San's demise had already spread throughout Long Village. and those who had intended to harm Huo Tianci were now acutely aware of the peril he posed. At this moment, the dissecting masters were engaged in lively discussions about recent events. Have you heard? Last night, a certain Lai San, a practitioner of the 5th stage of body refinement, was brutally killed, seemingly by a single punch. The village elders speculated that the assailant must have been someone at the 7th stage of body refinement. What? The 7th stage of body refinement? The only masters in our village at this level are Elder Qin, the village elder himself, and the proprietor of the grocery store, Wang. Could it be one of them? The last statement was uttered in hushed tones. That seems unlikely. Another person immediately shook his head, stating, if it were one of those three, Lai San would have been dead long ago. There would have been no need to wait until last night. This reasoning made sense. So, who killed Lai San? I suspect that he drank too much last night and provoked some outsiders, which ultimately led to his demise. Since it wasn't anyone from the village, it must have been those visitors from outside. However, some dissecting masters held a different view, for they were acutely aware of Lai San's intentions that night. He had taken their money to seek out a non-existent dissection manual and subsequently attempted to kill Huo Tianci. Now that Huo Tianci had survived, it was Lai San who lay dead, instilling panic among them, for they knew that they could be next. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Master Zhang. Why did you just wet yourself? The mastermind, old Zhang, was so frightened that he had urinated in his pants. For he was indeed the one who had plotted to seize the dissection manual and orchestrated the attempt on Huo Tianci's life. I'm not feeling well. Old Zhang trembled all over, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, desperate to avoid death. Not feeling well? Then go home and rest. Is your boss Zhu preventing you from taking a break? Huo Tianci turned to Zhu Desheng. Seeing that Master Zhang was genuinely unwell, Zhu Desheng arranged for someone to escort him home to recuperate. After all, Huo Tianci was sufficient for the tasks at the slaughterhouse. Yet, Huo Tianci shook his head, unwilling to take away the livelihood of the dissecting masters. Moreover, there were few low-level beasts left worth hunting. Firstly, they didn't yield much cultivation value, and secondly, they were the dissecting master's prey. If Huo Tianci were to claim all the beasts, they would truly starve. That I will not dissect beasts below the 4th stage of body refinement, Huo Tianci declared to Zhu Desheng. Zhu Desheng nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a waste of resources. Consequently, those beasts below the 4th stage fell into the hands of the dissecting masters, while those above the 4th stage were taken into a separate dissection room by Huo Tianci, creating a harmonious arrangement. As for Master Zhang, he did not survive to see the next day. It wasn't Huo Tianci who killed him. Rather, he frightened himself to death, his complexion pale as he lay lifeless in bed. This truly exemplifies the saying, what one does, heaven sees. Those who commit wrongdoing will eventually meet their demise. Throughout that day, Huo Tianci dispatched 7 beasts of the 4th stage of body refinement and 3 semi-beasts of the 5th stage. However, he did not encounter any beasts of the 6th stage, as they were ferocious and difficult to capture alive. Furthermore, the only one capable of contending with such beasts, Elder Qin, was injured. Thus, they would have to wait for his recovery to attempt another capture. Chapter 39. The 5th stage of body refinement beasts of the 4th stage yielded 150 points of cultivation value each, while those of the 5th stage provided 200 points. In total, Huo Tianci accumulated 1,650 points of cultivation value that day. Besides the cultivation points, these 10 beasts also yielded several medicinal pills, 4 vials of body refinement ointment, 7 body refinement pills, and 11 strengthening pills. These 3 types of pills all enhanced cultivation value, and since they were of different varieties, they could be consumed together, allowing their effects to stack. The body refinement ointment increased 1's cultivation by 1 point per second for 2 minutes. The body refinement pills by 2 points per second for 3 minutes, while the strengthening pills provided a significant boost of 100 points but required half an hour to refine. One could apply the ointment all over their body, while the other 2 types were consumed orally. Simultaneously, Huo Tianci did not neglect the practice of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. With a flurry of swiftness, countless powerful strikes emanated from Huo Tianci, who occasionally spun as he sat cross-legged, sending waves of palm energy radiating outward, reminiscent of the exceptional masters portrayed in martial arts dramas. Due to his intense focus on cultivating the dragon-elephant prajna skill, the discomfort from the body refinement ointment and body refinement pills became less severe. Ding. Host has gained 30 points of cultivation value. Ding. Dragon-elephant prajna skill has gained 100 points of cultivation value. Practicing the dragon-elephant prajna skill only increased its specific cultivation value, while consuming pills augmented his personal cultivation. It was worth noting that personal cultivation could be transferred to the dragon-elephant prajna skill. But the reverse was not true. Huo Tianci understood this well, having played similar games on Earth, and upon receiving the system notifications, he quickly grasped the concept. That night, Huo Tianci, through the consumption of pills, accumulated a total of 3,700 points of cultivation value, allowing him to break through to the 5th stage of body refinement. He practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill for 7 hours, gaining 100 points of cultivation value per hour, which led to a realization. Wait a moment. Upon noticing that the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had increased by 750 points, Huo Tianci was momentarily taken aback. After thorough investigation, Huo Tianci uncovered the truth. During the latter part of the night, he had indeed advanced to the 5th stage of body refinement, and at this stage, practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill for an hour yielded 125 points of cultivation value. This meant that Huo Tianci's strength was directly correlated with the speed of his cultivation. The higher his strength, the faster he could cultivate. Indeed, upon reviewing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Huo Tianci confirmed his suspicions. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, supreme external skill, a total of 13 layers. The host's current level, layer 0. 1,750 cultivation points. These points can be converted from the upgraded cultivation value. If in training, one can gain 125 points of cultivation value per hour. Previously, it was 100 points per hour. Now increased to 120-5. For Huo Tianci's current strength, he was a 15-year-old male at the 5th stage of body refinement, cultivation points, 3,650. His status, hungry, energy value, 900. Overall combat power evaluation, 500 points. Now, leveling up required a staggering 1,000 points of cultivation value. Clutching his growling stomach, Huo Tianci felt an immense pressure as he had to sustain both his personal cultivation and that of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Reminiscent of the burdens of mortgage and car loans back on Earth, it was truly overwhelming. Never mind. Let me grab a bite to eat first. After a long night of cultivation, Huo Tianci was particularly famished. He and He Zi headed to the finest hotel in Long Village for a sumptuous meal, treating themselves for their hard work at the Tongfu restaurant in Long Village. Ever since the last incident where Huo Tianci had reprimanded a waiter, the latter had taken to bowing and scraping upon Huo Tianci's arrival, remembering the generous tip he had received last time. Welcome, esteemed guest. What would you like for breakfast today? The waiter cheerfully ushered Huo Tianci to a private room on the 2nd floor. Glancing around at the bustling dining hall, Huo Tianci frowned slightly, then reached into his pocket, tossing a few pieces of silver to the waiter. Why are there so many people this early? With the prospect of a reward, the waiter instantly brightened, explaining, well, a few days ago, there was a house fire in the village. It is said that the deceased was Wu Gu, the external affairs manager of the Wu family from Bailey Town, responsible for the finances. Now that he is dead and the money is gone, the Wu family has sent people to investigate. But guess what happened during the investigation? The waiter left Huo Tianci hanging with suspense. Not one to hold back, Huo Tianci tossed another handful of silver, eager for information, since he had indeed killed Wu Gu. Thank you, esteemed guest. The waiter hadn't actually sought the silver. The matter was hardly a secret. Wu Gu had perished in a rather scandalous manner, burned to death alongside a woman, their bodies charred together in a most embarrassing position. Even the Wu family members who came to view the scene were left with faces as black as coal, utterly humiliated. Moreover, the wife of the deceased arrived, crying and shouting that it was a tragedy, but the shame of it was too great for the Wu family to bear. Now, the entire village was flocking to witness this spectacle. As the waiter recounted the tale, so that's what happened. No wonder I saw so many people gathered around this morning. Huo Tianci finally understood everything. Indeed, the Wu family is currently preparing to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the village, as they reportedly lost a staggering 8,000 taels of silver. It remains a mystery as to which unfortunate soul may have stumbled upon this fortune. Should the thief be discovered, it is likely that the silver would be of no use, as their life may very well be forfeit. A true stroke of ill fate indeed. The innkeeper, feeling a mix of jealousy and trepidation, added a hasty remark. His envy stemmed from the immense sum of 8,000 taels. His fear was rooted in the formidable reputation of the Wu family, particularly that of its patriarch, a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. If they were to trace the silver back to him, his life would surely be in jeopardy. Chapter 40. Wu Tianba. As fate would have it, the Wu family stormed into the courtyard just moments after Huo Tianci had departed. The scene of Wu Gu's demise was adjacent to Huo Tianci's residence. The circumstances surrounding Wu Gu's death were public knowledge. It was a tragic accident during an illicit rendezvous, where a careless mishap had ignited a fire, ultimately leading to his demise. Yet, it seemed implausible that the silver could have perished in the flames, surely. There must be molten silver remaining. However, the Wu family found nothing at the scene, suggesting that the silver had likely been taken by someone else. Naturally, the individuals closest to the scene became prime suspects, prompting the Wu family to seek out Huo Tianci without delay. Regrettably, their timing was off, as Huo Tianci had just left, and with his death, any potential confrontation became moot. Within Huo Tianci's small courtyard, over a dozen robust men clad in crimson martial attire, emblazoned with the character for Wu, were meticulously searching the grounds. Leading them was a burly man sporting a bushy beard, named Huo Tianci. Towering at over 6 feet, he exuded an imposing presence, akin to a titan standing resolutely within the courtyard. "Boss, we have scoured the entire area and found nothing. No sign of life," reported one of the Wu family's guards. Cupping his fists in respect, Huo Tianci, visibly agitated, slammed his hand down, his teeth audibly grinding in frustration. As the captain of the Wu family's guard and the elder brother of Wu Gu, his anger was palpable. He concluded with conviction that the owner of the premises must be the culprit behind the theft, possibly even responsible for his brother's death. Robbery and murder are all too common. The absence of the homeowner suggests they may have fled after committing the crime. Huo Tianci asserted. "What should we do now?" inquired the guard. "What do you think? We must track down the owner of this courtyard." "Are you really so dim-witted?" Huo Tianci retorted, exasperated by the guard's lack of initiative. Dividing their forces, Huo Tianci dispatched one group to pursue the fleeing culprit, noting that the warmth of the bed indicated the individual had not departed long ago. The other contingent was tasked with locating the previous owner of the property, the individual who had sold the house to Huo Tianci. If the house had changed hands, he would surely recognize the buyer's visage. Huo Tianci planned to have him sketch Huo Tianci's likeness, thereby uncovering the identity of the individual who had absconded with the 8,000 taels, allowing him to avenge his brother Wu Jiu. It must be said, Huo Tianci possessed quite a keen mind. After some investigation, he traced the property back to Zhu Dasheng at the slaughterhouse, as the house had been transferred through him to Huo Tianci. "Zhu, the Wu family has never had any quarrels with you. Yet you dare to harm my brother over 8,000 taels. You must provide me with an explanation," Huo Tianci declared, leading a formidable entourage that surrounded the slaughterhouse. Faced with such an imposing display from the Wu family, Zhu Dasheng was instantly cowed. The Wu family was one of the 3 dominant forces in Bailey Town, while Long Village was merely one of its numerous satellite settlements. The disparity in power was glaringly apparent, especially with Huo Tianci standing before him, a master of the 7th level of body refinement. Zhu Dasheng, realizing he was no match for Huo Tianci, immediately adopted a conciliatory tone, shaking his head vigorously. "Boss, we only learned of your brother's predicament today. Is it truly worth jeopardizing our entire livelihood over 8,000 taels? Besides, I was a close friend of Wu Gu. Every time he visited Long Village, I treated him as an honored guest. How could I possibly harm him?" As Zhu Dasheng spoke, a furious woman burst forth, seizing his clothing and berating him. "Honored guest? Is that why you took him to your mistress? Give me back Wu Gu. Return him to me." It was common knowledge that Wu Gu had perished alongside a woman of ill repute. "Sister-in-law, I swear, I had nothing to do with it. I had no idea Wu Gu was involved with that woman." Zhu Dasheng stammered, fearing for his life. "Boss, I truly did not know. Please, you must see reason," he implored, casting a helpless glance at Huo Tianci, who was growing increasingly impatient with the commotion. With a decisive gesture, Huo Tianci ordered several guards to forcibly remove the woman from the premises. "I shall take your word this time, but you must present the person to me," he commanded, fixing a steely gaze upon Zhu Dasheng. Zhu Dasheng maintained his innocence, visibly distressed. "Who? What person, boss? Do not play coy with me. Do you want me to storm in and seize them myself?" Huo Tianci threatened, rising suspicion in his tone. "Not at all. Boss, I assure you, that person is not the one who harmed your brother. He is not in need of silver. If he were, he could easily have accompanied Master Wu," Zhu Dasheng stammered, desperate to defuse the situation. Upon hearing the name Wu, Huo Tianci and his men abruptly halted, recalling their recent encounter with the Wu family. "Master Wu? Could it be that one?" Huo Tianci mused, realizing the significance of the name. "Indeed, it is the Wu family of Heihe Fortress, Wuanchuan," Zhu Dasheng confirmed, wiping the sweat from his brow. When Master Wu sought to recruit him, this young man declined. Such a character would never resort to murder over a mere sum of silver. Huo Tianci, intrigued, pressed, "Then bring him forth. I wish to see him." However, Zhu Dasheng hesitated, explaining, "He is unwilling to be seen." which is precisely why he has taken refuge here. Chapter 41. The discovery Huo Tianci was now a dead man, and thus could not risk being discovered alive. Not only would the Wu family seek his life, but his own kin might also come to claim him. Consequently, he had sought sanctuary within the slaughterhouse, only to ultimately be found. Refusing to show him? What does this mean? Wu Tianba's apprehension grew as Zhu Desheng's evasiveness raised alarm bells. Well, you see, that young man is feeling unwell today. Perhaps, boss, we could postpone the meeting for a few days? Zhu Desheng suggested, avoiding eye contact with Wu Tianba. This only intensified Wu Tianba's suspicions. What if I insist on seeing him? Bring me to him. With a sweeping motion, Wu Tianba commanded his guards to draw their weapons. The sight of numerous gleaming blades sent a shiver through the crowd, causing some of the butchers to collapse in fright. The Wu family guards surged into the slaughterhouse, taking control of the premises. Search thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Wu Tianba ordered. At that moment, Master Qin emerged, challenging, Wu Tianba. What is the meaning of this? That young man has been specifically designated by Master Wu. Do you intend to harm him? Noticing Qin's wounded arm, Wu Tianba smirked. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to ascertain his identity. Yet, you all refuse to let me see him. There's something sinister at play. Wu Tianba suspected that the individual hidden away was indeed the true culprit behind his brother Wu Gu's murder, and that the fire may have been a deliberate act to obscure the truth. Do not overstep your bounds, Wu Tianba. Master Qin protested, brimming with indignation. Had his arm not been injured, he would have confronted Wu Tianba directly, for they had the support of Master Wu. Wu Tianba, unfazed, retorted with a mocking smile, you guessed correctly. I am indeed here to bully you. What will you do about it? Just remember, if you challenge me, do not say I took advantage of a cripple. Seeing the displeasure in Master Qin's eyes, Wu Tianba grew increasingly arrogant. His arrogance irked Master Qin, yet he felt powerless due to his injuries. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, swung his arm in frustration, and chose to submit. Originally, Master Qin had no intention of showing himself, especially after just being wounded, and the Wu family was not to be trifled with. His presence at the slaughterhouse, blocking the entrance, was entirely due to Huo Tianci's request for assistance in stalling for time. Although Master Qin was unsure of Huo Tianci's intentions, he still decided to help him, for Huo Tianci was deserving of such aid. His unparalleled dissection skills, coupled with the favor shown by Elder Wu Anshuan, made it imperative to assist him. Boss, we've searched everywhere. There's no one here. One of the Wu family's guards reported after thoroughly scouring the slaughterhouse. No one? Wu Tianba exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the brat has already escaped? Frowning, he inquired further, but the guard shook his head. Impossible, boss. My brothers surrounded the place inside and out. Not even a fly could escape, let alone a person. Then how come we found no one? Did you search meticulously? Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. Frustrated, Wu Tianba slapped the guard, sending him crashing to the ground. The guard, now holding his swollen face, pointed weakly towards a room behind Master Qin. Boss, we searched thoroughly, except for that room. This reminder, Wu Tianba immediately realized. Placing his hands on his hips, he sneered at Master Qin. Master Qin, I've shown you enough respect. Otherwise, today this slaughterhouse would surely run red with blood. You should know what to do now. Master Qin thought to himself. What arrogance! Despite his injuries, he knew he was not someone Wu Tianba could easily intimidate. However, he chose to step aside, acknowledging the wisdom in knowing when to yield. Ultimately, under Wu Tianba's pressure, he moved aside. Brother Tianci, I can only assist you this much. He shook his head and sighed. You lot, go in and capture him. As Master Qin stepped aside, a smug grin appeared on Wu Tianba's face, and he instructed several guards to enter and seize the person. Inside the dissection room, prompts echoed. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully slain the beast, fire pattern leopard, gaining 120 cultivation points and increasing strength limit by 3. A series of notifications continued, culminating in a brilliant red-white light spiraling from Huo Tianci, signifying a breakthrough. Ding! Host successfully advanced Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to the first level. Finally enough. Over 100,000 taels of silver were well spent. Indeed, the white light indicated a breakthrough in skills, while a golden light typically indicated a realm advancement. Aside from slaying beasts for cultivation points, Huo Tianci had consumed various medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. The pills were the Iron Triangle, Body Refinement Ointment, Body Refinement Pills, and Strengthening Pills, some purchased due to Huo Tianci's limited stock. The spiritual herbs, all bought at 1,500 taels each, could instantly boost cultivation points by 100. He had procured 50 of them, borrowing over 30,000 taels from Master Qin and Zhu Dishang. The power of both dragon and elephant was indeed formidable. All of this was worth it, for Huo Tianci now possessed the strength of both a dragon and an elephant. Feeling entirely invigorated. Just then, a group of ill-fated individuals barged in, brandishing razor-sharp knives. Two children. The Wu family guards were taken aback upon finding only 2 children in the vast dissection room. Did they really need to hide? They could have simply come out. However, upon seeing Huo Tianci's face, they fully understood. You are Huo Tianci. Before they could finish their sentence, Huo Tianci sent 3 to 5 Wu family guards flying with a single punch. Chapter 42. The revenge mission begins. With that punch, even half of the dissection room collapsed. The force was so terrifying that it nearly brought the structure down. The beams shattered, and the building trembled, with windows and doors crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Outside, everyone stood astonished, bewildered by the scene unfolding within, as no one knew what had just transpired. The guards who had just been sent flying were now bleeding profusely, twitching on the ground, clearly on the brink of death. 4 masters at the 4th level of body refinement had been knocked back by a single blow. Who on earth was this person? Wu Tianba was now in a state of panic, fearing he had provoked a powerful figure, as some eccentric high-level beings despised disturbances to their tranquility. Senior, I beg your forgiveness for my previous offense. I hope you won't hold it against me this time, he trembled, bowing deeply. Senior? Seeing Wu Tianba nearly burying his head in his arms, Master Qin was somewhat taken aback, for within that room were only Huo Tianci and a child named Haizi. Yet, the power of that punch did possess a certain seniority about it, as everyone pondered who this senior might be. A childlike figure emerged from the debris. Kneel and bow twice, and I shall spare your life. Huo Tianci pointed and commanded, his words carrying an air of adult authority, yet it was comical and ironic, coming from a child. Hearing the child's voice, Wu Tianba, filled with curiosity, slowly raised his head to see who this person was, only to take a huge step back in shock. You're supposed to be dead. Compared to earlier, Wu Tianba was now even more terrified, for Huo Tianci had indeed been declared dead, and the Huo family had even held a funeral for him. But now, here he stood, alive and well. How could this not instill panic in them? Aside from Wu Tianba, the rest of the Wu family members shared similar sentiments. This left Master Qin and his companions utterly bewildered. Of course, they could not be blamed, for they were unaware of Huo Tianci's identity. Dead? Ha! If I hadn't pretended to be dead, would you have let me go? Everyone in the Huo family wished for my demise. While you Wu family members often plotted against me, if I hadn't feigned death, I would have surely met my end, Huo Tianci roared, revealing that he now had sufficient strength to protect himself. You pretended to be dead. Wu Tianba suddenly understood, and after a moment of shock, he felt an exhilarating thrill. He commanded his men, quickly, seize this little waste alive. Wu Tianba aimed to capture Huo Tianci alive and use him as leverage during the Holy Water Enlightenment ceremony to threaten the Huo family. This would inevitably throw the Huo family into chaos, as a supposedly dead person suddenly reappearing would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Once the Huo family was in disarray, the Wu family could seize their opportunity, even potentially swallowing the Huo family whole. However, Wu Tianba forgot one crucial detail: Huo Tianci's strength. This oversight was understandable, as in the minds of everyone, Huo Tianci would forever be viewed as a talentless waste without a dantian. How could someone without a dantian cultivate? Soon, 3 Wu family guards, following their orders, brandished their knives and surrounded Huo Tianci as if the collapsed half of the room did not exist. A bunch of fools. I want the living. Put away your knives, Wu Tianba roared at the guards. However, before he could finish, the 3 Wu family guards were sent flying. With a technique called wild horse splitting mane, Huo Tianci unleashed his right fist. Yet before he could fully swing, the 3 guards were already sent sprawling. The foremost guard flew over 10 meters away, crashing into wooden frames along the way, splintering them with a cacophony of breaking wood. To the left and right, 2 others smashed against the wall, creating a gaping hole, burying them beneath bricks and rubble. One unfortunate guard landed on the dissection slab meant for beasts, where a large butcher's knife lay waiting. As fate would have it, he slid across the blade, and upon examination, blood covered the back, revealing a fatal throat cut. The host has slain 7 out of 58 of the Wu family guards. Should he eliminate them all, he will complete Revenge Task 1, which rewards him with a minor return pill. This minor return pill, a white grade 9th tier elixir, grants an instantaneous increase of 10,000 cultivation points upon consumption. The moment he beheld such a reward, Huo Tianci's eyes widened in astonishment, for it was exceedingly bountiful. Without waiting for Wu Tianba to send someone to capture him, he charged ahead, with every punch striking flesh and every kick shattering teeth. In less than a breath, 3 to 5 Wu family guards were dispatched by Huo Tianci. His strength was far beyond what these men could withstand. After all, he possessed the might of a dragon and an elephant. While they were but insignificant cattle, thus, the quality of his power was on an entirely different plane. Step aside. At that moment, a burly man in his 30s, his face marred with scars, approached from behind. Huo Tianci recognized him as Wu Yulong, a master of the 6th stage of body refinement. Looking at his scarred visage, Huo Tianci couldn't help but think he resembled a living meat-faced dragon. However, soon enough, he intended to turn him into a lifeless husk, for this man's son had often bullied him, igniting Huo Tianci's fury. Huo Tianci, though I am unaware of how you have managed to cultivate. In the face of absolute strength, all is futile. Prepare to meet your end. Wu Failong mused, believing that if his son could easily torment Huo Tianci, he would be even less formidable. With that thought, Wu Failong unleashed all his energy, which amounted to a staggering 36 bulls of might. With such a force erupting from him, the stones beneath his feet trembled, creating an intimidating sight. Yet, Huo Tianci merely emitted a dismissive snort. Humph, absolute strength? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate what true absolute strength entails. As he spoke, energy coiled around Huo Tianci's body, forming a dragon and an elephant that entwined around his fists. He then crouched into a stance resembling a wild horse, culminating in a perfect fusion of the dragon's head from his left fist and the elephant's head from his right. Dragon and elephant combined strike. With a mighty tremor, dust billowed as the surrounding onlookers were left dazed and deafened. When Huo Tianci propelled himself from the ground, the stone slabs beneath him shattered into debris, causing those who had been momentarily stunned to collapse as they succumbed to the overwhelming force. What? Wu Failong's face turned ashen, realizing the gravity of Huo Tianci's power. No, please. Even before the punch landed, the wind from Huo Tianci's fist distorted his features. The master of the 6th stage found himself pleading for mercy against the child before him, his face paling as he shook his head in terror, unable to bear the thought of facing that punch. Death. This single word encapsulated Huo Tianci's response. He would not spare the Wu family, for the deaths of his grandfather and himself were tied to them, a vendetta that could not be overlooked. I don't want to die. I beg you, spare me. Wu Failong was engulfed by true dread, grasping the reality of absolute strength, yet he had nowhere to retreat as he found himself cornered against the wall. With no escape left, he resolved to fight Huo Tianci to the death. But the outcome was inevitable. Huo Tianci's dragon and elephant fists shattered Wu Failong's incoming attack and struck mercilessly at his chest. In an instant, the towering figure of Wu Failong vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers of the Wu family speechless. Huo Tianci's punch had obliterated him into mere fragments, and as the shock settled, a rain of blood erupted from the sky like fireworks. A gruesome display of Huo Tianci's brutal prowess. In his mind, Huo Tianci felt no remorse for the cruelty he exhibited. After all, in such a world, one must be ruthless to survive. He understood that had he lacked such power, he would have faced a fate far worse, being devoured by the Wu family and used as a pawn against the Huo clan. Though he held little affection for his family, they were still his grandfather's kin, and Huo Tianci wished to see the Huo clan endure on this continent. Blood splattered. The faces of the Wu family turned pale, their spirits crushed by despair. Some even dropped their weapons, quaking in fear, for Huo Tianci had become a harbinger of death. However, Wu Tianba, the leader, roared, "Do not panic. This boy is but one. Let us unite and slay him." His fervent cry acted as a shot of adrenaline, rousing the previously terrified Wu family members from their fear. Yes, what the boss says is right. Even if he is formidable, he is still alone. Together, we can defeat him. Kill. We must avenge our fallen brethren. The morale of the Wu family surged as they picked up their weapons and surged towards Huo Tianci. Yet, against the overwhelming power he possessed, these mere 3rd and 4th stage fighters posed no threat whatsoever. With a thunderous shout, Huo Tianci unleashed a heavy punch that sent 3 men flying. Another powerful blow felled 3 more. That moment, a 2-meter-tall figure, resembling a dog, crawled towards the exit, none other than Wu Tianba, who had earlier rallied the Wu family to confront Huo Tianci. You must hold your ground. Wu Tianba had no real hope of defeating Huo Tianci, whose displayed strength surpassed his wildest imagination. One punch had effortlessly annihilated a master of the 6th stage, reducing him to mere fragments, a feat even the most exceptional masters of the 9th stage could not achieve. Thus, Huo Tianci sought to flee. But escaping in broad daylight proved far from simple. In a moment of desperation, he devised a plan to send the other members of the Wu family to attack Huo Tianci, essentially sacrificing them to buy himself time to escape. It was a treacherous move, one that would surely incite the wrath of those who realized they were being used as mere cannon fodder. Yet, they remained oblivious to his betrayal, believing they could still emerge victorious. However, all was in vain, for Huo Tianci's strength far exceeded theirs. Beep. Host has killed 57 out of 58 Wu family guards. What? One remains? Observing the sea of corpses around him, Huo Tianci felt a surge of bloodlust. Yet reason prevailed, keeping him grounded. Fear not. I, Huo Tianci, shall repay every drop of kindness with a torrent of gratitude. He gazed at the butchers in the slaughterhouse, who were paralyzed with fear, along with Zhu Deshang and Elder Qin, realizing they had aided him by buying him precious time. Particularly, Zhu Deshang and Elder Qin had lent him over 30,000 taels of silver. Truth be told, had it not been for that sum, he might have perished today, for he had lacked the confidence to face a master of the 7th stage. Elder Qin, we have ample time ahead, and you too, boss, I shall repay the silver 100-fold in the future. After gathering the spoils of battle, Huo Tianci clasped his fists in gratitude, a gesture of respect for those who had assisted him. The treasures he gathered were visible solely to him, and as he collected them, he was astounded by the sheer volume of loot spread across the ground, shimmering brightly, a testament to his recent triumph over 57 Wu family guards. These items could be utilized by him or shared with others. A boon that held no conflict. Seeing that Huo Tianci did not take action against them, the weaker dissection masters finally exhaled a sigh of relief. For Huo Tianci, to kill them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. No, there was no need for repayment. Master Qin was also terrified. He dared not ask Huo Tianci for repayment now. All he wished for was for this god of death to leave swiftly. For every human fears death, and Master Qin was no exception. Huo Tianci, of course, perceived Master Qin's inner thoughts and understood that this place was no longer safe to linger in. After all, he had slain over 50 members of the Wu family. And once they learned of this, they would undoubtedly send people to hunt him down. Perhaps even the Wu family patriarch, Wu Dingtian, would make an appearance, after checking his energy levels, which were nearly depleted. Huo Tianci prepared to depart. The use of the dragon elephant prajna technique also consumed energy at a staggering rate of 50 points per minute. For Huo Tianci at this moment, this consumption was considerable, as his total energy limit was merely 900 points. In martial arts novels, employing any technique necessitates the expenditure of internal energy, which closely parallels Huo Tianci's current energy levels. In simpler terms, it could be likened to depleting mana in an online game. One drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Huo Tianci reiterated, by the way, Master Qin, do you have a horse? Master Qin, trembling, pointed toward the entrance. There is one. It seems to belong to Huo Tianci, who wrote it just now. Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci finally recalled who had yet to meet his demise, with his eyes widening and ears subtly twitching. He activated a skill reminiscent of the characters from the Calabash Brothers, Farsight and Ears of the Wind. This ability was indeed formidable. Although it served primarily as assistance, its efficacy was remarkable. Within moments, Huo Tianci located Huo Tianci, who had recently fled the slaughterhouse. Previously, as a practitioner at the 4th level of body refinement, Huo Tianci's range for this ability was limited to within 1 kilometer. However, now, with his strength having ascended to the 5th level, the range had expanded to over 5 kilometers. This correlation between the ability's range and Huo Tianci's strength indicated that as his power increased, so too did his capacity to perceive. It was clear that mere training in secret manuals was not sufficient. Enhancing one's abilities was paramount. Huo Tianci reflected upon his earlier decision to invest all his cultivation points into the dragon elephant prajna technique to facilitate its rapid breakthrough. Without such sacrifice, it would have been impossible to advance to the 1st level so swiftly, a choice that bore significant costs. Presently, Huo Tianci found himself at the 5th level of body refinement with 0 cultivation points. Starting anew, however, the 57 Wu family guards he had slain had granted him nearly 3,000 points, and he still had yet to claim the grand prize, a white-grade, 9th-tier elixir known as the Minor Recovery Pill, which could directly augment his cultivation by 10,000 points. Having pinpointed Huo Tianci's position, Huo Tianci swiftly mounted a steed alongside Hazy to pursue him. As they departed, the survivors, shaken by their brush with death, collapsed to the ground in terror. Yet, upon witnessing the surrounding carnage, they scrambled back to their feet, their expressions somewhat comical. Master Qin sighed, recognizing that his slaughterhouse was utterly ruined. Thankfully, no one had been harmed. Reluctantly, he ventured into the collapsed dissection chamber, where his eyes suddenly brightened. In the farthest corner lay an array of disassembled beast parts. Could it be that the skeleton of a fourth-level body refinement beast, the white-headed tiger, was here? Good heavens, this young man had even skillfully severed the notoriously difficult to disassemble white fur atop its head. And what about the teeth of the fifth-level body refinement bloodthirsty flying leopard? Did he not realize that the venom contained within these fangs could be fatal with just a single drop? The collection of beast parts gleamed magnificently, resembling exquisite art pieces. Indeed, these remnants were left by Huo Tianci. Master Qin was left dumbfounded. All the beasts he had previously given to Huo Tianci had been meticulously dissected, and shockingly, nothing had been taken away. Everything was left for him. This young man was both loyal and ruthless. Such a person would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. As he gazed upon the impressive array of remains, Master Qin instinctively uttered these thoughts. Though loyalty and ruthlessness may seem like opposing concepts, they can coexist within the same individual, for there is no inherent contradiction between them. Meanwhile, as Huo Tianci galloped away, in a small grove to the west of Long Village, a towering man stood leaning against a tree. Panting heavily, he occasionally glanced toward Long Village to check for pursuers. Only when he confirmed that no one was following did he finally collapse to the ground. Indeed, this man was none other than Huo Tianci, who had narrowly escaped from hell. The slaughterhouse earlier had indeed been a hellish scene, replete with corpses, blood, and severed limbs. If one were to encapsulate the earlier battle in 4 words, it would be a massacre. Damn it! How could that waste become so powerful? Huo Tianci felt a mix of fear and jealousy that he feared that Huo Tianci might suddenly appear before him and deliver a fatal blow. He was envious of Huo Tianci's unparalleled strength. Chapter 45. Slaying Huo Tianci. That fellow had previously returned from the dead once, and now he seemed to have done so again. Could it be that he possessed an immortal body? Huo Tianci was aware of old Zhang's role as a mole within the Huo family. When old Zhang came to report to the Wu family, Huo Tianci had been present. Old Zhang had claimed to have witnessed Huo Tianci consuming poisonous food, specifically the deadly crane-top red poison. Yet, the outcome was that Huo Tianci had emerged unscathed. Then came the funeral, where all believed Huo Tianci had been devoured by beasts, only for him to reappear. Now imbued with formidable strength, was it possible that heaven sought to annihilate the Wu family? Huo Tianci clenched his fists, pounding them into the ground, overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. He had sacrificed over 50 Wu family members to secure his own survival. And that sacrifice was his doing. After all, they were all worthless. Their deaths were inconsequential. As long as he, the strong one, remained alive, the Wu family would still have hope. Huo Tianci was indeed ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have committed the earlier acts. Just then, a hellish voice echoed in his ears. Are you truly certain that you are still alive? The voice was hollow, as if it descended from the heavens. Looking up, he was astonished to see Huo Tianci perched atop a branch of the very tree he leaned against. You, when did you arrive? Huo Tianci trembled, for Huo Tianci appeared like a specter, having approached without a sound. At that moment, a thought surfaced in Huo Tianci's mind. You, are you human or ghost? Huo Tianci genuinely suspected that Huo Tianci was a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Huo Tianci let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he replied, I am indeed a ghost, a vengeful spirit from hell, and all of you shall perish, with the wolf Fong Wind fist unleashed. Huo Tianci executed his strongest attack, the combined might of the dragon and elephant, instantly obliterating Huo Tianci. The manner of Huo Tianci's demise was even more gruesome than that of Wu Failong. He was pulverized into fragments, becoming mere fertilizer for the vast earth. Ding! Host Huo Tianci successfully slayed Huo Tianci, gaining 1,000 cultivation points and increasing energy limit by 5. That a series of reward notifications rang out. The bounty exceptionally rich, for Huo Tianci held the position of chief guardian of the Wu family, a man of considerable power, and his strength reached the 7th level of body refinement in gaming terms. He was akin to a mini-boss, and defeating a mini-boss naturally yielded greater rewards. Suddenly, Huo Tianci received a notification for completing a task. Ding! Host has completed the revenge task. 1. Receiving stage 1 revenge task reward, minor recovery pill. Ding! Revenge task 2 initiated. Slay 6 elders of the Wu family. Stage 2 revenge task reward, Advanced Skill Stone. An Advanced Skill Stone. What could this be? Huo Tianci was curious, for typically, the rewards for the second stage should surpass those of the first. The first stage reward was a minor recovery pill, which could raise cultivation by 10,000 points. Thus, an Advanced Skill Stone must be something extraordinary. The Advanced Skill Stone, when utilized, directly raises a skill level by 1. What? It can directly enhance the level of a skill? Then, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique could be upgraded as well. Huo Tianci took a deep breath, fully aware of the formidable power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, which he had just experienced. It was akin to slaying gods and Buddhas alike. However, the system's response left him somewhat disappointed, as the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was classified as a divine technique rather than a martial art maneuver. Divine techniques and martial arts are distinctly different categories. Thus, the Advancement Skill Stone could not elevate the level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Nonetheless, Huo Tianci mused to himself that it was still a favorable outcome. For the cultivation of maneuver levels was exceptionally arduous. One could only gain a modicum of proficiency through actual use, rendering it exceedingly difficult to master. However, with the Advancement Skill Stone, an immediate elevation was attainable, akin to taking a significant shortcut. Though the item was valuable, the 6 elders of the Wu family were no ordinary individuals. The Wu family's dominance in Bailey Town was upheld not only by a patriarch at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, but also by 6 elders, each of whom was at least a peak expert of the 8th level of body refinement. While Huo Tianci could contend with them using the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, it was an incredibly taxing endeavor. Just then, an alert from the system echoed, warning him that his energy value had entered a perilous zone and urging him to replenish it promptly, lest he succumb to a state of weakness. Huo Tianci indeed felt the fatigue of his body, akin to having expended all his strength, leaving him utterly exhausted. Upon checking his remaining energy value, which stood at a mere 27 points, he hastily consumed a restorative powder. This restorative powder was capable of replenishing energy values, allowing for a gradual recovery of 500 points within 5 minutes. Previously, when Huo Tianci had slain Lai San, he had obtained 3 such powders, which had enabled him to maintain ample energy during his recent confrontation with the Wu family. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to eliminate them so effortlessly. After collecting the items dropped on the ground, Huo Tianci and Haizi ventured once more into the 100 Beasts forest, realizing that returning to Long Village was no longer an option. An hour after Huo Tianci's departure, a large contingent rushed towards the eastern side of Long Village. Led by 3 men clad in martial robes emblazoned with the character WUIT, was evident that these men were the Wu family members who had come in response to the news. And the 3 men in Wu robes were among the 6 elders of the Wu family. What? Who could have done this? The white-haired 3rd elder of the Wu family trembled upon witnessing the sea of corpses before him. Over 50 lives had been extinguished. The 5th and 6th elders stood beside him, equally aghast, and the 3 of them summoned Qin Yi and Boss Zhu for questioning. Chapter 46. The 3 elders of the Wu family finally. You 3 have arrived. Qin Yi feigned sorrow as he began to weep. My slaughterhouse is utterly destroyed, and not only that, but that wretched boy also plundered my savings of several thousand taels. You must seek justice for me. Qin Yi's lamentations incited the ire of the 6th elder of the Wu family, who slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Qin Yi. What is there to cry about? Over 50 of our kin have perished, and Wu Feilong and Wu Tianba are still missing. Spare me your theatrics and tell us everything you know. The 6th elder was eager for revenge. Reluctantly, Qin Yi divulged the truth. Huo Tianci? Are you certain that is his name? Upon hearing this name, not only was the 6th elder astonished, but the 3rd and 5th elders also shared his disbelief. The owner of that name was already dead, and even his funeral had been conducted. Could it be that this boy had risen from the grave? The 5th elder felt a wave of inexplicable dread. Qin Yi shook his head, his face contorted in confusion. No, he claimed he was feigning death, fearing you would kill him. So that's how it is. The 3rd elder stroked his long white beard, now grasping the situation. But why was he in your slaughterhouse? And are you sure he killed our kin, the 56 of them? The 6th elder was baffled, for Huo Tianci was widely regarded as a useless waste, a cultivator devoid of potential. The idea that such a person could slay over 50 practitioners of body refinement was utterly incomprehensible. He came to sell wild beasts. As you know, my slaughterhouse is in this business. When someone brings goods, one cannot simply refuse them. Who would have thought this calamity would ensue? Moreover, he robbed me of all my money, leaving not a single coin behind. As Qin Yi spoke, he began to weep once more. Immediately, the 6th elder admonished him. Enough. We are aware of your plight. Now, tell us, Did he indeed slay our kin? Oh yes, I will tell you right away, but truthfully, I couldn't see clearly at the time. It all happened so fast. As if in the blink of an eye, everyone was dead. Furthermore, there have been several similar incidents recently. Qingyi recounted the deaths of Lai San and the mysterious burning of Wu Gu. Could it be that this boy has a powerful ally? The third elder suddenly harbored doubts. After all, Huo Tianci was a waste, unable to cultivate. The only plausible explanation was that he had befriended a formidable figure, who was now protecting him. Brother, you are overthinking this. If Huo Tianci truly knew such a powerful individual, he would have returned to Bailey Town to unify the Huo family, rather than hiding in this insignificant Long village. The sixth elder dismissed the notion. Then how did our kin perish? The fifth elder, who had remained silent, timidly inquired. The sixth elder pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "It must have been Huo Tianci who diverted our attention, utilizing that powerful individual's absolute strength to ensnare our kin in a trap. Unaware of the truth, we unwittingly provoked that powerful being, falling prey to Huo Tianci's cunning scheme, resulting in our massacre." The sixth elder expounded at length, and the third and fifth elders nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the plausibility of his theory, they had not anticipated that this boy could be so malicious. Had they known, they should have eliminated him earlier. The third elder slammed the table in frustration, expressing his dissatisfaction, for the Wu family had lost over 50 members, including 2 who had vanished, Wu Failong, who had been shattered into fragments, and Wu Tianba, who had been slain by Huo Tianci in the small grove to the west. These 2 were elite members of the Wu family, and their loss was a significant blow. Finally, the third elder turned to Qingyi. "Since that little wretch has taken all your money, you must seek it back." Upon hearing this, Qingyi nodded vigorously, slamming the table in agreement, declaring, "Of course, this time, I will assist the Wu family in hunting down this little wretch, and we shall make him pay dearly." Excellent. The third elder had been waiting for Qingyi to say this, as they were in dire need of manpower. With Qingyi's strength at the 7th level of body refinement, his assistance was invaluable, for the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Otherwise, Qingyi would have been eliminated by the third elder. It was fortunate that Qingyi had played his part convincingly. Once the 3 departed, Qingyi muttered a curse under his breath. "Those wretched fools expect me to lead the charge and die for them. Their calculations are quite shrewd, but they are mistaken. I know Huo Tianci would not kill me." Half an hour later, after a thorough search across the mountains, the Wu family discovered remnants of Wu Tianba in the small grove to the west. Upon examining the hoofprints, they concluded that someone had ridden off toward the 100 Beasts forest. That little wretch must have hidden himself within the 100 Beasts forest. This conclusion was obvious to all, as Huo Tianci had nowhere else to flee but the 100 Beasts forest. Ultimately, the Wu family sent Qingyi to lead the charge, unwittingly underestimating Huo Tianci's intentions, for he had no intention of killing Qingyi. Thus, 2 days passed in a secluded cave within the 100 Beasts forest. Smoke wafted from outside, revealing 2 youthful figures roasting beast meat. The boy on the left was clad in a mottled red snake scale armor, appearing somewhat daft, with a slightly dark complexion. To the right stood a youth clad in blood-red wolf leather armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. His skin was not only fair but also glistened with a sheen. And if one were to behold both youths, they would resemble the yin-yang symbol, one dark and one light, undeniably intriguing. Indeed, these 2 were none other than Huo Tianci and Haizi, pursued relentlessly by the Wu family. Chapter 47. The enclosure in the beast forest. The blood-red wolf leather armor adorning Huo Tianci was crafted from the hide of the Iron Shadow Blood Wolf, a low-grade armor of the 3rd tier. "Haizi, how does this tomato sauce made by my brother Tianci taste?" Huo Tianci cheerfully inquired, his expression devoid of any sense of danger, as if he were not being hunted at all. Haizi nodded vigorously, his mouth busy savoring the sauce, exclaiming, "It's tangy and sweet, exceptionally delicious. Young master is truly remarkable. I simply adore it." With the Qingkuan bag in hand, Huo Tianci had stowed away many delightful items, and this tomato sauce was one of them. "Later, we shall have afternoon tea with cake," he added, relishing the thought. Upon hearing the mention of cake, Haizi beamed with joy, as cake was a heavenly delicacy, and he was curious about how his young master had crafted it, though he was content just to enjoy it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the enclosure, a young man wielding a broad-bladed knife and donned in wolf leather armor approached a burly middle-aged man. Furrowing his brow as he spoke, "Boss, we haven't caught anything in the past 5 or 6 days. How are we to report to the leader?" The urgency was palpable, for their return to the stronghold loomed, and without suitable offerings, they risked reprimand and punishment. having previously failed to deliver any bounty. The middle-aged man, incensed by the situation, halted abruptly and slammed his wolf fang club into the ground, creating a resounding thud that sent dirt and dust swirling around them. I finally managed to surround an iron shadow blood wolf, thinking we had a catch, perhaps even earning the leader's praise, only for it to vanish right under my nose, he fumed, stamping his feet in frustration. His gaze turned to the young lackey beside him. And you have the audacity to laugh. If it weren't for your blind eyes, that wolf wouldn't have escaped, after delivering a sharp slap to the young lackey, who winced in pain. The latter protested, "Boss, this isn't my fault. I was focused and even landed a solid kick on that beast, but it somehow slipped through my legs. I followed the blood trail, but it just disappeared. I suspect someone must have picked up our prize. How dare you argue with me, you blind fool? If you hadn't let it escape, it wouldn't have ended up in someone else's hands. I toiled all night only for someone else to reap the rewards. I swear, if I catch that person, they'll pay dearly." The middle-aged man's ire was directed not just at his underling, but even more so at the individual who had claimed the Iron Shadow blood wolf, Huo Tianci. Having seen the wolf in its last throes, Huo Tianci had engaged in a fierce battle, nearly succumbing to the beast's final desperate attack. Yet, in the end, the Iron Shadow blood wolf met its demise, allowing Huo Tianci to seize the spoils while the mercenaries faced the wrath of their leader for failing to present timely tributes. Observing the group closely, one would notice a matching iron badge emblazoned with a wolf's head adorning their chests. The open jaws of the wolf seemed to promise a predatory menace, marking them as members of the infamous Wolf Mercenary Corps, notorious within the beast forest for their ruthless dealings, seeking both beasts and humans alike for profit, be it gold or medicinal elixirs. However, even the most nefarious forces eventually encounter their reckoning. It's already noon, and we haven't even spotted a wild boar. Our luck is abysmal, lamented the middle-aged man, his stomach grumbling, echoed by his companions who had not eaten since the morning. Suddenly, one of the young lackeys perked up, sniffing the air. "Boss, it seems someone is roasting meat, and there's sauce too." "Roasting meat? Sauce?" The middle-aged man, along with the others, immediately began to sniff the air, discerning the scent. It must be beef. To their astonishment, the middle-aged man identified the type of meat with remarkable accuracy. Filled with excitement, he hoisted his wolf fang club and rallied his companions. "Brothers, let us go feast on that beef." Meanwhile, Huo Tianci and Haizi, having just finished their meal, lay back on the ground, content and relaxed. However, their tranquility was short-lived as the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears, leading Huo Tianci to suspect it was the Wu family in pursuit. Upon using his enhanced senses to investigate, he discovered it was, in fact, the Wolf Mercenary Corps, a group he had encountered frequently in recent days. As their territory overlapped with his own, Chapter 48, a fateful encounter with the Wolf Mercenary Corps boss, it appears we have two children here. Following the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat and the curling smoke, the mercenaries arrived at the entrance of Huo Tianci's cave. Comprising 6 members, the leader, a burly man of the 6th level of body refinement, stood beside a younger subordinate of the 5th level, while the remaining 4 were at the 4th level. By the heavens, isn't that the 4th-tier armor, the red serpent scale armor? Upon seeing Haizi's armor, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Huo Tianci clad in blood-red wolf leather armor, which, while inferior to the serpent scale armor, was still formidable, crafted from the hide of the Iron Shadow blood wolf. "Wait, what did you just say?" The younger lackey, excitedly detailing the armors, was abruptly halted by the middle-aged man. "I said it's made from the blood wolf skin of the Iron Shadow blood wolf." The younger man, momentarily puzzled, soon realized the implication. In unison, they turned to Huo Tianci, shouting, "Damn it, so it's you little brat." "Me?" Huo Tianci furrowed his brow, confused, as he noticed their intense gazes fixed on his armor. Realization dawned upon him. "So the Iron Shadow blood wolf that night was killed by you, and you just handed me a great opportunity?" The coincidence was astonishing. "You little brat, we've been searching for you for ages. If it weren't for you, would we have faced the leader's wrath? Now, take off that blood wolf armor." The middle-aged man seethed with anger, witnessing his hard-won prize adorning another. "To this," Huo Tianci merely smirked, saying, "That depends on whether you possess the ability to make me with that." He rose from the ground, tightening his belt, ready to teach these intruders a lesson. "Boss, let me handle this. There's no need for you to dirty your hands with such small fry." One of the lackeys, brandishing a mountain axe, stepped forward, eager to take on the challenge. "All right, you go ahead. Make it quick." He patted the shoulder of the ruffian, a middle-aged man with hands on his hips, preparing to watch as Huo Tianci met his demise. As the ruffian walked away, he brandished a broad axe, measuring 4 feet 6 inches in length, with a dual-edged blade, one side larger than the other, topped with a protruding spike. At first glance, it appeared rather unimpressive, a sentiment echoed in Huo Tianci's mind. As he was confident that his own weapon would easily outclass such a trinket, Huo Tianci then drew a small sword measuring merely 7 inches from his boot. However, upon unsheathing it, its blade was barely 10 centimeters long, resembling a dagger more than a sword. The incongruity of its size and the scabbard perplexed him, as it had come from a lottery draw, yet one should never underestimate it. This was indeed the very dagger used by Wei Xiaobao, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, and it was also a fragment of the legendary Tianjian, a true divine weapon. The ruffians, however, were not so easily convinced. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. I thought it was a sword. But it turns out to be a dagger less than 10 centimeters. Do you really think that puny thing can harm me? As he mocked Huo Tianci, the ruffian swayed his hips provocatively, the taunt unmistakable. Huo Tianci, however, remained silent, and in an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance between them. What? So fast? The ruffian's expression shifted from surprise to a ghastly grimace of pain as a scream escaped his lips. Blood erupted from his lower body, staining the ground. I thought your weapon was tougher than my dagger, but it seems you can only boast. Huo Tianci's strike had been swift, and not a drop of blood marred his dagger, demonstrating his lethal precision, akin to slaughtering a bird without a trace of blood. The ruffian, now in agony, initially felt as if something had fallen from him, but soon the searing pain made it clear. He had been castrated. And in the blink of an eye, damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Fueled by rage and humiliation, he resolved to take Huo Tianci down with him, deeming his life worthless now that he had lost his pride. However, reality proved harsh. Although the ruffian wielded a formidable axe, it was as fragile as tofu against Huo Tianci's exquisite dagger, which cleaved it in two effortlessly. What? That axe was forged from fine iron. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Boss, that kid's dagger might be a yellow-tier weapon, the young ruffian exclaimed, astonished. The middle-aged man nodded, recognizing that only a yellow-tier weapon could achieve such might. Damn it, if it's a yellow-tier weapon, then go help him, he barked, slapping the young ruffian in frustration. But it was too late. The ruffian who had confronted Huo Tianci lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Seeing his comrade slain, and in such a humiliating manner, the middle-aged man seethed with rage. You dare kill a member of my evil wolf mercenary group? Do you have a death wish? After issuing his threat, his tone softened slightly. However, if you hand over that yellow-tier weapon, I might just let you off the hook. How about it? A fair trade. Wouldn't you agree? Huo Tianci merely shook his head in response. Chapter 49. The 7-day death pill. Upon seeing Huo Tianci shake his head, the middle-aged man barked. What? You dare refuse? Do you not value your life? The downfall of his ruffian had stemmed from underestimating Huo Tianci, compounded by the vast disparity in their weapons. After all, he was just a mere child. How formidable could he truly be? Unfortunately, he had stepped on a nail. Yet, Huo Tianci waved his finger again, stating, this dagger of mine is not some worthless yellow-tier weapon, but a true Xin-tier artifact. What? A Xin-tier weapon? The 5 members of the evil wolf mercenary group widened their eyes, for such a weapon was worth at least 10 million taels of silver. Excitement surged through them, the middle-aged man grinning widely as if the recent death of his ruffian was of no consequence. Kid, if you hand over that dagger, I will definitely let you go, he promised eagerly. Huo Tianci's response was bold. If you have the ability, then come and take it. Very well, then all of you. Attack! The middle-aged man commanded, and the remaining 4 surrounded Huo Tianci in a tight formation. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the force of Huo Tianci's fist. Boom. One punch scattered the 4 assailants, causing them to spit blood. With the weakest losing consciousness, those with slightly greater strength struggled to remain standing, finally realizing that Huo Tianci's prowess was far beyond their expectations for a mere 15 or 16-year-old child. Boss, we need to escape, the young ruffian gasped, his insides racked with pain, urging the middle-aged man to flee. Right, the man stammered, nodding vigorously. Yet, Huo Tianci was quicker, already at his back, just as he turned to flee. A powerful fist sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Fortunately, the man had the strength of a 6th-tier body cultivator. Otherwise, that punch would have incapacitated him. Of course, Huo Tianci had held back. intending for him to remain alive, while earlier displays of strength had been to showcase his capabilities, for he could have easily dispatched the man with a mere slap. Struggling to rise, the middle-aged man grasped a nearby wolf-tooth club, ready to defend himself, but upon seeing the shin-tier dagger in Huo Tianci's hand, despair washed over him. The club, despite its imposing appearance, was merely a mundane weapon, while Huo Tianci's dagger was a genuine treasure. The disparity was insurmountable. Realizing he had underestimated Huo Tianci's strength, he dropped the club in a comical display of defeat, kneeling before Huo Tianci, pleading for mercy. "Young hero, I was blind and disrespectful. Please spare my life. I have elders above and children below." The middle-aged man babbled his apologies. Huo Tianci barely listened. "Enough. Raise your hands high. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to become a eunuch?" As the man hesitated, Huo Tianci gestured ominously with the dagger towards his groin. The man, understanding the implication, complied without hesitation. Becoming a eunuch was far worse than death. "Now close your eyes and open your mouth." Huo Tianci's lips curled into a smile. "His intentions unclear. If you refuse, you will become a eunuch right now. The choice is yours." With that, Huo Tianci unsheathed the shin-tier dagger, causing the man to tremble in fear. "I'll do it. I'll do it," he exclaimed, nearly in tears, realizing he was at the mercy of Huo Tianci. "Excellent." Huo Tianci stifled a laugh, crafting a clump of mud into a pill-like shape before tossing it into the man's mouth. The middle-aged man, eyes closed, felt something strange enter his mouth, but it was too late to regurgitate. Panic ensued as he clung desperately to Huo Tianci's leg, demanding to know what he had just ingested. Huo Tianci replied solemnly, "The 7-day death pill. 7 days, death pill." Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man was engulfed by despair, for he knew that Huo Tianci would not easily let him off the hook. "Little hero, I have elderly parents and young children depending on me. I implore you, grant me the antidote. Just give it to me, and I swear I will reform. Yes, I promise to turn over a new leaf. I will never engage in wrongdoing again. Truly, if you provide me with the antidote, I will immediately return to my rural home to cultivate the land. I swear by heaven and earth." In his desperation to survive, the middle-aged man was willing to do anything. "Of course, I will give it to you, but you must assist me in return." Before Huo Tianci could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man, seeing a glimmer of hope, eagerly nodded his head. "Name it. I will comply with any request, even 1,000 tasks." His inner monologue was a frantic plea. "I have no choice but to agree, especially now that I have ingested poison. Just tell me what you need. Why make it so difficult for me? Take me to the headquarters of the evil wolf mercenary group. Once we arrive, I will provide you with the antidote to the 7-day death pill." This was Huo Tianci's true objective, as he aimed to eradicate the evil wolf mercenary group entirely. Chapter 50. Evil Wolf Mountain. I agree, but I wish to consume the antidote first. Otherwise, I fear I won't last until then. Ever since he ingested the 7-day death pill, the middle-aged man felt utterly drained, as though death were imminent. The 7-day death pill would only manifest its lethal effects after 7 days. At that time, I will deliver the antidote to you, but only if you cooperate with me. Otherwise, after 7 days, you will surely meet your demise. As he spoke, Huo Tianci cast a menacing glance at the middle-aged man. Though this was merely a ruse, for the so-called 7-day death pill was nothing more than a ball of mud. Huo Tianci's true intention was to infiltrate the headquarters of the evil wolf mercenary group and wreak havoc. To infiltrate the headquarters, one must first know its location, hence the earlier exchange. "SOI will die only after 7 days? Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly frightened me to death." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, who had initially believed himself to be on the brink of death, sprang up from the ground, all previous discomfort vanishing as it was merely a figment of his imagination. A psychological response. Thus, Huo Tianci and his companion followed the middle-aged man towards the headquarters of the evil wolf mercenary group. A day later, deep within Beastwood Forest, at the foot of a relatively concealed mountain. "Is this the headquarters of the evil wolf mercenary group?" Huo Tianci surveyed the mountain intently. "Indeed, little hero, this is the headquarters of our evil wolf mercenary group, Evil Wolf Mountain," the middle-aged man promptly replied. Evil Wolf Mountain appeared rather petite and unassuming. If one were not careful, they might mistake it for a mere slope. However, the interior expanded significantly, as if hollowed out, becoming increasingly spacious. The terrain was perilous, easily defensible yet challenging to assault. There was but one entrance to ascend or descend the mountain, which explained why the evil wolf had established its base here. After a thorough examination, Huo Tianci formed a unique perspective on Evil Wolf Mountain. The term Evil Wolf was actually the name of the mercenary group's leader. Point 1. Must admit that the Evil Wolf was quite clever, not only naming the group after himself, but also the mountain. It appeared that the Evil Wolf was both dictatorial and domineering. Our leader is indeed quite tyrannical, and each week we must present offerings to appease him. The middle-aged man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he had come empty-handed this time. Just as he felt awkward, a caravan of mercenaries arrived at the foot of Evil Wolf Mountain. Upon spotting the middle-aged man, a young squire riding a fine steed smugly approached him. "Oh, isn't this Lord Bai? How is it that you are the only one left from your group?" The squire, while stroking his horse's neck, flaunted their bounty, as they had acquired something of great value. Before the middle-aged man could react, another ruffian on a swift steed came to the squire's side, scolding him. "How dare you speak to Lord Bai like that? Did I not instruct you to refrain from boasting?" The ruffian shot a menacing glare at the squire, who, terrified, quickly dismounted to apologize to both the ruffian and the middle-aged man. However, it was evident that his demeanor was feigned, as anyone could see that the group was indeed flaunting their success. Given that the swift steed alone was worth 100 taels of gold, Huo Tianci observed this spectacle, reflecting, "It seems that being a bandit is not as easy as it appears." The three men watched as the caravan ascended the mountain. "By the way, what is your surname, Bai?" Huo Tianci inquired, intrigued by the surname. The middle-aged man, wearing a forlorn expression, replied, "My name is Bygone." "What, Bygone? Ha ha ha!" Huo Tianci erupted in laughter, for the name was exceedingly amusing, especially given the man's previous circumstances, which only made Huo Tianci chuckle more heartily. At that moment, a celebratory banquet was underway atop Evil Wolf Mountain, an event held weekly, essentially a day for the underlings to present tributes to the Evil Wolf. "Boss, we have slain a total of 13 beasts at the 4th level of body refinement, 3 at the 5th level of body refinement, and 1 at the 6th level." Various factions began reporting their achievements. Upon hearing such results, the Evil Wolf's joy was palpable. "Quickly, prepare a first-class seat for our third," he exclaimed, elated. The seating arrangements at the banquet were hierarchical. Exceptional achievements earned one a first-class seat, average results a middle seat, and poor performances relegated one to a lowly seat. Those assigned to the latter often faced disdain from other mercenary groups, and Bygone frequently found himself in this position due to his consistent, underwhelming contributions. "Boss, we successfully robbed a total of 900 taels of silver and a large gold bracelet weighing approximately 3 to 5 taels. The second individual began recounting his achievements. "Middle seat," the Evil Wolf responded. Somewhat satisfied, "Boss, we brought back 13 beautiful maidens." The mention of maidens sent a wave of excitement through the Evil Wolf mercenary group, as these rugged men, who typically took matters into their own hands, were especially lacking in this regard. However, when the maidens were presented, the eager expressions quickly dimmed, for while they were indeed lovely, they were not particularly beautiful. "Well, at least it's better than nothing, right?" one man reasoned. "Cough, cough, you make a fair point. Middle seat it is," the Evil Wolf conceded, recognizing that it was certainly more enjoyable than doing the work themselves, and besides, once the candles were extinguished at night, it made little difference. The remaining members either presented beasts, silver, or maidens, until it came to the middle-aged man's turn. "I lost 5 brothers." Bygone struggled to voice his words, feeling embarrassed as others had returned with spoils. While he had lost 5 men. 1 could not deny that he lived up to his name, Bygone indeed. Upon hearing that 5 brothers had perished, the previously jovial Evil Wolf's expression soured immediately. He forcefully slammed his cup to the ground and roared at Bygone, "Do you still expect a seat? Get out!" Chapter 51. The hardship of Bygone. "Boss, I have my reasons. Please allow me to explain." Bygone pleaded, his face etched with despair. Yet the Evil Wolf refused him the opportunity. "I do not wish to hear your excuses. Last time, you brought nothing, and this time you have cost me 5 brothers. Truly, you are more trouble than you are worth. Get out! Get out!" The Evil Wolf, enraged, delivered a powerful kick that sent Bygone flying like a ball, rolling out of the hall. Fortunately, the ruffian they had encountered at the foot of the mountain happened to be passing by. Spotting Bygone in such a state, he could hardly contain his laughter. "Oh, Lord Bai, what kind of training is this?" The ruffian helped Bygone to his feet, pretending to be serious as he inquired. Bygone, with a face full of despair, dusted himself off but said nothing. Meanwhile, the ruffian, still chuckling, strode into the main hall, reveling in his own success. "Boss, let Bygone's tribute count as mine," the ruffian declared. Raising his thumb to indicate himself, upon hearing this, The evil wolf's eyes sparkled, his mood lifting considerably. Cough, cough, come on in. Since someone was willing to cover for Bygone, the evil wolf spared him this time. Amidst the laughter of all, Bygone hung his head, slowly returning to his previous spot. Old Fourth, what splendid treasures did you bring back this time? The evil wolf inquired, his gaze fixed eagerly on the ruffian. The ruffian grinned, clapping his hands, and soon 3 or 5 attendants appeared, carrying a large sack and a sizable box to the center of the hall. At that moment, the sack contained something that was still wriggling, and it was evident that it housed a person. Upon opening the large chest beside it, all present in the hall widened their eyes in astonishment, for the chest was brimming with gold and jewels. The leader of the bandits, exulting in their plunder, boasted, in addition to this treasure trove, we have also seized 10 magnificent steeds, one of which is a prized horse worth 100 taels of gold. His exuberance was palpable as he recounted their bountiful spoils. The leader of the pack, overwhelmed with joy, declared, "Today, the Fourth will share my seat." His excitement was infectious as he invited the bandit to sit beside him, celebrating their unprecedented success. However, the revelations were not yet complete. The bandit teased, directing his gaze toward the sack. Could it be that what lay within was of greater value than the gold and jewels? The leader's eyes widened in anticipation, as did those of the others, for the bandit had brought forth an abundance of surprises that day. Indeed, the bandit continued, his enthusiasm unabated, as he approached the sack and untied its bindings. To the astonishment of all, a demure and delicate young woman emerged from the shadows. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her body tightly bound by ropes, and her mouth gagged with a piece of cloth. Evoking a sense of pity, as the sack was removed, the woman finally glimpsed the light, which should have been a moment of relief. However, upon seeing the bandits surrounding her, her pallid complexion turned to one of despair. She realized she was ensnared in the den of wolves. Rather than succumb to indignity, she contemplated self-destruction, yet the gag prevented her from biting her tongue. Consumed by resentment, she writhed in her bindings, emitting muffled cries, hoping for a swift end. "Oh, this little vixen is quite spirited," remarked a burly bandit, licking his lips as he reached out toward her. In a panic, the woman recoiled, desperate to evade their lecherous hands. "Still trying to escape? Do you think you can elude my grasp?" The rotund bandit was nearly salivating, captivated by her beauty, a stark contrast to the previous shabby captives. Her tattered clothing hinted at previous struggles, revealing glimpses of her form, much to the delight of the bandits. Just as the bandit's filthy hands approached her, she spun around and delivered a powerful kick, stunning him. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend that she could still retaliate despite her bindings. Yet, undeterred, he chuckled, "I relish your fiery spirit. It adds to the thrill of conquest." As he repositioned himself, the woman, now utterly exhausted, had no choice but to close her eyes and brace for what was to come. Tears like pearls glistening on her porcelain cheeks, for she knew the fate that awaited her. Fortunately, the bandit intervened, confronting the fat one. "What do you think you're doing, you glutton?" he growled, kicking the rotund man away before the latter could retaliate. "How dare you touch my woman? Which hand dared to lay upon her? I swear I shall sever it." The leader, a formidable character, brandished his sword menacingly. The overweight bandit, trembling, pleaded for mercy. "I swear I didn't touch her. If I did, I would cut it off myself." "Very well, you may escape death, but you shall not escape punishment. Drag him out and give him a good beating." With that, the leader approached the woman, his desires stirring, for he had not tasted flesh in many days, and her beauty ignited a primal hunger within him. However, the bandit who had initially recounted their spoils stepped in to stop the leader. "Boss, this woman is from the Qin family of Bailey Town." With a foolish grin, he explained, "My plan was to ransom her for silver, but if you touch her, we risk losing that fortune, and the Qin family might retaliate." Realizing the implications, the leader halted in his tracks. The Qin family was one of the 3 powerful factions in Bailey Town, boasting significant influence. Their rapid rise from obscurity to prominence was no mere coincidence. They wielded considerable wealth, as the saying goes, money can move mountains. Recognizing the potential for profit, the leader shifted his approach, contemplating the woman as a bargaining chip for negotiations. Upon hearing this, the woman sighed in relief, realizing that matters could be resolved with silver rather than brute force. The leader patted the bandit on the shoulder, commending him for his astuteness. "This time, we appointed a vice-captain for our mercenary group, and I believe the Fourth would be an excellent choice." The bandit was taken aback, for the position was one of great prestige. Just as he prepared to accept this honor, a mocking voice interrupted from behind. "What's the big deal? Our esteemed Bai has procured 5 or 6 bottles of body-forging pills." The source of the interruption was a young boy with a smudged face, causing panic among the others, particularly Bai, who had nothing of the sort to offer. Seeing the chaos unfold, the bandit fumed. "Bai, your new little minion seems to lack manners. Shall I teach him a lesson?" The leader, however, was intrigued by the mention of the pills. Knowing their immense worth, he was particularly interested in the lesser pills of the 9th tier and the more valuable yellow-tier pills, which were rare and could not be purchased even with money. "Did you just mention body-forging pills and?" he inquired, excited by the prospect. For him, the allure of pills surpassed that of silver, as they held the promise of life extension and growth in power. An enticing proposition indeed. Undoubtedly, it was indeed fate. Upon noticing that the leader of the evil wolves had taken the bait, Huo Tianci promptly retrieved 5 bottles of body-tempering pills from his pocket. "Leader of the evil wolves. These are treasures that our master Bai has obtained through great effort," he declared, aligning the 5 bottles neatly on the long table. Each bottle contained 9 pills, each valued at 300 taels of silver, which meant that the 5 small bottles laid before them were worth a staggering 13,000 taels of silver. "Leader of the evil wolves. These are genuine body-tempering pills." During this moment, some individuals, unable to contain their excitement, opened a bottle to take a glance, and indeed, as Huo Tianci had asserted, there were 5 bottles of body-tempering pills. What about the small elixirs and the profound energy pills? Upon confirming their authenticity, the leader of the evil wolves hastily inquired, for body-tempering pills had become of little use to him, as he had already reached the 8th level of body refinement. While such pills were only beneficial for those below the 7th level, they were taken by members of the Wu family. Huo Tianci cunningly redirected the blame towards the Wu family. He then recounted the entire affair to the leader of the evil wolves. Though the tale was entirely fabricated, with a simple plot, he had accompanied Bai gone to discover a grand tomb. Fearing to venture inside, they merely strolled around its perimeter, only to unexpectedly find some elixirs. However, on their return, they encountered members of the Wu family, leading to the demise of the other 5 companions and the confiscation of the elixirs. "Leader of the evil wolves, we initially had 3 bottles of small elixirs and 1 bottle of profound energy pills. But alas, they were seized by the Wu family during an ambush. Had we not been swift on our feet with Master Bai, we might have lost even these 5 bottles of body-tempering pills. Or worse, our lives," Huo Tianci lamented, his expression a perfect display of feigned despair, truly deserving of an Oscar. In Chapter 53, the evil wolf takes the bait. These 5 bottles of body-tempering pills were obtained by Huo Tianci after defeating the Wu family's guards in Longsuan. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice in order to catch a wolf. Thus, Huo Tianci was prepared to invest heavily to ensnare the evil wolf. If the evil wolf fell for his ruse and subsequently clashed with the Wu family, Huo Tianci, the opportunist, would reap the rewards. Indeed, Huo Tianci's strategy of using another's weapon to achieve his goal was executed with remarkable finesse. Meanwhile, Bai Gan fanned the flames, as Huo Tianci had signaled him to do so. "Leader of the evil wolves, I was just about to discuss this matter when you struck me. I am truly wronged." The members of the evil wolf mercenary group also expressed their grievances regarding the Wu family. "Leader of the evil wolves, we too have been attacked by the Wu family these past few days, suffering heavy casualties among our brethren. Just yesterday, we encountered them. Fortunately, we managed to escape quickly, or we would have faced dire consequences. Furthermore, we are puzzled as to why they have remained in the 100 Beasts forest for nearly 3 to 4 days without leaving." After hearing Master Bai's words, I suspect it is related to that tomb. Perhaps there are treasures hidden within. The Wu family had been lurking in the 100 Beasts forest to capture Huo Tianci, which inadvertently caused the evil wolf mercenary group to be caught in the crossfire. Due to the disparity in strength, the mercenaries faced unfortunate outcomes, with some narrowly escaping while others fell victim to death. So it was for the treasure. The leader of the evil wolves' eyes gleamed with understanding. Although he was aware of the Wu family's presence in the 100 Beasts forest, he had been oblivious to their intentions. However, Huo Tianci's revelation finally illuminated the truth, that they were after the treasures of the tomb. "We must not allow the Wu family to get there first," the leader of the evil wolves declared, slamming his hand on the table to address everyone. However, knowing that haste would bring misfortune, he resolved to set out the following day, allowing his men to rest, for they had just returned to the stronghold, weary from their journey. So, send them into battle in such a state would spell disaster. The leader of the evil wolves was no fool. Old Four and Old Bai have performed admirably. Let us dine together. As for these 2 young brothers, They will have the best seats, he continued. Huo Tianci and Haizi's identities had already been conveyed to the leader, and upon confirming there were no issues, the evil wolf mercenary group commenced their grand feast. The captive woman was escorted by 2 young mercenaries into the dungeon. At the moment the woman was taken away, a system notification chimed. Rescue mission. Save Wu Qiushuang from Evil Wolf Mountain. Reward. 1 bronze lottery coin, 500 cultivation points. Wu. Could it be that the woman is from the Wu family of Hehe Fortress? Huo Tianci furrowed his brows as he focused intently on the departing woman. Regardless of her identity, he was merely interested in the reward as he dined. He mused that this was a prize delivered straight to him. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a careful plan. After all, he was within the stronghold of the evil wolf mercenary group, and a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Halfway through the meal, Huo Tianci patted Haizi on the back, and the two slipped away from the hall under the pretext of needing the restroom. Their true intention was to seek out the woman named Wu Qiushuang, all-seeing eyes and all-hearing ears. Activate, with a slight widening of his eyes and a subtle twitch of his ears, Huo Tianci surveyed the entirety of Evil Wolf Mountain. So this is where she is, he smirked, veering left and navigating several turns until he encountered a large door resembling a prison cell. Outside the door, 2 young mercenaries stood guard. Goodness, are we the only ones without food in this entire stronghold? Not only are we starving, but we also have to stay with these beauties. I can hardly bear it, complained the younger guard, while the older, 50-something-year-old mercenary remained unfazed. Don't be so ungrateful. This position is something others in the stronghold would beg for. The middle-aged mercenary's gaze lingered on the group of women behind him. For typically, they could merely watch from afar and entertain themselves. But those guarding the cell had the privilege of indulging in some clandestine pleasures. As he contemplated this, the middle-aged mercenary became excited. The younger guard, however, remained dismissive. You'll understand in a few years, if not in a few months, he retorted. The middle-aged mercenary, licking his lips, discreetly retrieved the cell keys, turning to the younger guard. Help me keep watch for 10 minutes, and I'll get you something to eat. The middle-aged mercenary was preparing for some mischief. The younger guard, feeling especially hungry, agreed without hesitation. However, the women were not agreeable to the plan, not out of fear, but because they found the middle-aged mercenary unattractive. Our princess said she wants that young, handsome one, a plump girl with a round face and freckles, called out, directly demanding the younger guard. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged mercenary was left in shock. Wait, is it not I who should be the one to play with you? You little minx, how dare you choose someone else? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson, but to his surprise, he was overpowered by the sheer number of women, about 10, who swiftly subdued him. Ultimately, a nearly 200-pound girl sat heavily on him, leaving him in a rather pitiful state. Princess, I have taken care of that ugly man, the plump girl declared, brushing off her hands and directing her gaze towards the back of the group. There, a woman with a gaunt face resembling a horse appeared before everyone. In truth, this woman was only in her late 20s. To inquire about her appearance, one would have to question her parents. As for the other women, they ranged from round-faced to plump, and there were those with barrel-like waists, each more peculiar than the last, but all sharing the same descriptor. Unattractive. In Chapter 54, Princess Malinois. The woman, partially obscured by a silk scarf, waved her hand towards the young guard outside the door. Handsome, that ugly man. No, that uncle has fainted. We weak women do not know what to do. Could you come inside, perhaps? Weak women? The young guard was evidently skeptical. A mere glance revealed to him the formidable presence of several robust women. Boldly, the young guard, noticing the unconscious middle-aged mercenary, stepped forward to open the cell door, intending to investigate. However, as soon as he did, he was forcibly dragged inside by the beautiful women. No, don't. Just then, fortune favored Huo Tianci and Haizi, who arrived on the scene. They were met with the sight of the young guard, stripped bare, surrounded by a throng of alluring women, or rather, a group of beauties. Huo Tianci rubbed his eyes, convinced he was mistaken, yet before him stood a group of enchanting women. After casting another glance at the young attendant, Huo Tianci mused, this lad is rather handsome. How did he become so desperate? Moreover, can he truly consume all of this? Gazing at the array of matronly figures, Huo Tianci, having just finished his meal, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Never mind, I shall rescue them first. Heroically, Huo Tianci made his entrance, only to discover that the one calling for help was not the matronly women, but rather the young attendant. Brother, save me, please. Upon seeing Huo Tianci, the young man appeared as if he had encountered a savior, overwhelmed with excitement. Unfortunately, Huo Tianci's powerful punch could not be retracted in time, and the young attendant was swiftly knocked to the ground. Upon witnessing the handsome youth rendered unconscious, the matron with the horse-like face was instantly displeased. "What have you done? You owe me for my handsome man. He was finally about to lose his virginity. And you've ruined everything. You must compensate me." The matron was on the verge of tears, vehemently pounding her fists against Huo Tianci as if he had grievously offended her. Momentarily bewildered, Huo Tianci thought, "But I was here to save him." Glancing around the cell, he began to discern the underlying issue. These matronly women were engaging in reverse seduction, hence his faux pas. It dawned on him that he had interrupted their schemes. With a rueful expression, Huo Tianci found himself at a loss for words. The matron persisted, demanding compensation. "Now that this handsome man is unconscious, shouldn't you owe me something? Compensate? How should I compensate?" Huo Tianci queried weakly. "You must take his place," the matron replied directly. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci's jaw dropped, and he vigorously shook his head. Retreating step by step, "Please, sister, I am but 15, still a minor." 15? Huo Tianci stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, appearing like a young adult, so the matron did not suspect a thing. "I don't care. You must compensate me." The matron insisted, her anger palpable, yet soon she began to sob. "I'm already 28 and still unmarried. Today, I finally had a chance, and you ruined it. Woe is me." With that, she turned her head away, as if suffering a great injustice. The surrounding chubby women, witnessing their princess in tears, immediately surrounded Huo Tianci, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a meaty sandwich. "Little handsome, you've made our princess cry. Don't you think you should take some responsibility? To be honest, had it not been for your good looks, you would have ended up like that old man." One of the chubby girls threatened, pointing at the middle-aged mercenary who had been knocked out by her. Gazing at the mercenary, who was foaming at the mouth, Huo Tianci felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The sight was simply too horrific. "Responsibility, of course. I will take responsibility," he stammered, reluctantly agreeing, as the situation demanded it. Hearing Huo Tianci's acceptance, the matron ceased her weeping. "At least you have a conscience." With that, she playfully poked Huo Tianci's arm with her delicate fingers. "Is this a flirtation?" Huo Tianci shivered, somewhat taken aback. Now that he accepted responsibility, the four chubby girls surrounding him dispersed. With their departure, Huo Tianci felt a surge of relief. The pressure had diminished immensely. Finally, Huo Tianci cleared his throat and suggested, "How about I help you all escape?" As soon as he uttered those words, the system chimed with a notification. Rescue mission upgraded. For every additional victim rescued, the host receives a 10 bonus on the mission reward. A 10 bonus? Huo Tianci's eyes widened in astonishment. There were over 20 victims in this dungeon. If he rescued them all, it would yield 3 bronze lottery coins and a reward of 1,500 cultivation points. Such a bountiful reward. Upon hearing the possibility of escape, the matron perked up, full of energy. "You heartless wretch. You're so kind to me upon first meeting. Could it be that you truly," she giggled, covering her mouth. In that moment, Huo Tianci understood her eagerness to promote herself. It was somewhat pitiful. "Himph. You think this princess truly fancies you? You are just a mere child," the matron retorted with pride. "A princess? You are a princess?" Huo Tianci appeared skeptical. But in the next moment, a chorus of voices erupted from the chubby girls. "Listen well, don't be scared later. This is our Guiyang County's first beauty. As beautiful as a fairy, Princess Ma Lanhua." The chubby girls posed like flowers, while the matron stood in the center, chin resting on her hands, presenting a small flower. Huo Tianci felt his hidden awkwardness resurface, while his companion, Hazy, applauded enthusiastically, praising the performance. Hazy even stepped forward, pretending to be a flower, albeit a dark one, due to his complexion. "Indeed, this young brother has discernment. Come, I shall protect you henceforth," Ma Lanhua said, embracing Hazy, while Huo Tianci was left feeling overwhelmed by the attention. "I haven't done anything," he lamented, feeling somewhat helpless. Afterward, Huo Tianci turned to Ma Lanhua and asked, "Sister Ma, what about that beautiful lady who was bound?" Upon hearing Huo Tianci refer to another as beautiful, Ma Lanhua's expression soured. "I haven't seen her," she replied, turning her neck away. "Really? You're getting jealous?" Huo Tianci found himself speechless. Fortunately, Huo Tianci possessed a silver tongue. "Actually, Sister Ma, you have a unique beauty. Of course, this is an inner beauty, which most cannot perceive, but I believe that one day, a prince on a white horse will recognize it." Realizing he needed to flatter her, Huo Tianci watched as Ma Lanhua stifled laughter behind her hands. You have a good heart. That lady is downstairs. Go find her. Malanhua gestured towards a staircase leading downward. Descending the stairs, Huo Tianci discovered a dimly lit cell where Wu Qiushuang was bound to a wooden cross. Her mouth gagged with cloth to prevent her from biting her tongue. Seeing Huo Tianci, her brows knitted tightly. She had clearly heard the commotion above, including the sounds of distress from women. Without a doubt, this young rascal was up to no good. Hello, Huo Tianci began to introduce himself, but before he could finish, Wu Qiushuang delivered a swift kick towards him. Fortunately, Huo Tianci was quick and managed to block the kick with his hands, avoiding a potentially disastrous injury. That was close, he thought, realizing the girl had attempted to deliver a devastating blow. Damn it, these fools didn't even tie her up properly. Upon closer inspection, Huo Tianci noted that Wu Qiushuang's legs were not securely bound. The ropes lay slack on the ground. Relieved that her hands were tied, Huo Tianci exhaled deeply and focused on Wu Qiushuang once more. She scrutinized him, and upon noticing his lewd gaze, she felt a surge of anger. She attempted to kick him again, wishing to incapacitate him for good. However, Huo Tianci had calculated the distance, standing just out of reach. Unable to unleash her wrath, Wu Qiushuang resigned herself to inaction. The sight of her leg extended before him was a feast for Huo Tianci's eyes. After savoring the view, he licked his lips and declared, "Beautiful lady, I am a good person. A good person? You look rather lecherous." Wu Qiushuang could only grumble silently, signaling with her eyes for Huo Tianci to remove the cloth from her mouth. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The primary healing ointment can only treat individuals below the 4th level of body refinement, whereas this intermediate healing ointment can treat those up to the 9th level, including the 9th level itself. This was acquired during the skirmish with the Wu family guards in Long Village. I will apply it myself." Wu Qiushuang certainly let Huo Tianci take advantage of her. "This ointment is remarkably effective." Remarkably, within 20 seconds of application, the bruises on Wu Qiushuang's abdomen visibly healed. "I am not deceiving you," Huo Tianci proclaimed proudly. "Indeed, he did not deceive me." Wu Qiushuang was ecstatic. But when she attempted to circulate her energy, she realized that her dantian was blocked, rendering her powerless. Upon noticing this, Huo Tianci quickly explained, "I forgot to mention, this ointment only heals external injuries. For internal injuries, you might want to try this blood-clearing powder." To be honest, Huo Tianci was uncertain of its efficacy, since it was a matter of a damaged dantian, and the blood-clearing powder was merely meant to eliminate internal bruising. As expected, it was ineffective. However, it did alleviate both her internal and external injuries sustained from battling the ferocious beast prior. "My back hurts a bit, and I can't reach it. Please help me," Wu Qiushuang said, turning her face away in embarrassment, revealing her fair back to Huo Tianci. It was a moment of great honor for him. Huo Tianci was exhilarated, as such an opportunity was a dream come true for any man. He spread the ointment evenly across his palms and applied it to Wu Qiushuang's smooth back, akin to applying sunscreen to a beautiful woman on the beach. Relishing the moment, "Is it not finished yet?" Wu Qiushuang's face flushed, as Huo Tianci had been gently rubbing her back for nearly a minute. Of course not. Huo Tianci would never admit to that. After all, such an opportunity was too precious to squander. He pretended to explain, "This ointment requires gentle rubbing for 3 minutes to take effect. Otherwise, the medicinal properties won't penetrate the skin if it leads to lingering ailments. That would be disastrous." Huo Tianci wished to indulge for a few more minutes. "Oh, is that so? Then please continue," Wu Qiushuang replied, uncertain about the effects of the intermediate healing ointment. Thus, she accepted whatever Huo Tianci said. In truth, the effects were evident within 20 seconds, and one could not deny Huo Tianci's mischievousness. While Huo Tianci was absorbed in the pleasurable task of massaging the lovely lady's back, a series of footsteps echoed from above. Upon looking up, the first thing that caught his eye was a horse-like face. It was the matronly Malanhua. She was taken aback upon witnessing Huo Tianci in such close proximity to Wu Qiushuang, particularly as he was massaging her back. Despite nearing 30, she was still an innocent maiden at heart. "You heartless scoundrel! I knew you were up to no good with this vixen," Malanhua exclaimed, turning away, adhering to the adage of "see no evil, hear no evil." Such a display was utterly shameful. Huo Tianci quickly withdrew his hands and explained, "Sister Ma, I am merely helping her with her injuries." "Healing? Do you think I would believe that? Is there such a thing as healing through undressing?" Malanhua was furious, though jealousy simmered beneath her anger. "It truly is for healing. Look, I have the ointment," Huo Tianci insisted. By the way, why have you come down?" He sensed that something was amiss, upon being questioned. Malanhua suddenly paused. "Right? What was my purpose for coming down? She was momentarily flustered by the earlier scene and nearly forgot her mission. Finally, she was reminded by the chubby maid above and regained her composure. County Princess, the bandits are approaching. Yes, yes, the bandits are coming. You and Brother Heisey must hurry out. If you're discovered, it will be disastrous. Ma Lanhua urged Huo Tianci to leave. Huo Tianci calmly secured Wu Qiushuang to the wooden frame, tying the knots in a way that would allow her to escape if needed. If anyone dares to bully you, just deliver a decisive kick. Be careful. Wu Qiushuang nodded, and Huo Tianci once again stuffed a cloth into her mouth. After completing these tasks, he swiftly assisted Heisey in carrying the two unconscious individuals out of the dungeon. They splashed some water on them to wake them up. No, no, please don't. The young servant woke first, clinging tightly to Huo Tianci's leg, repeatedly muttering, I did not lose my virginity. Ha! I did not lose my virginity. Upon realizing his trousers were still intact, the young servant jumped up in excitement. Brother, you saved me. He regarded Huo Tianci as his savior. Huo Tianci nodded. Indeed, the situation was dire. Go prevent you from being harmed. I had to knock you out with a punch. That way, they could not succeed. Am I not clever? His wit was impressive. Clever indeed, the young servant agreed, his expression turning bitter as he gazed into the dungeon. Those ferocious women, if it weren't for you, I would have. As he spoke, he began to weep. Nearby, the middle-aged mercenary also regained consciousness, his face reflecting immense relief upon realizing he was still alive. That it was this young brother who saved us. The young servant introduced Huo Tianci. So he is our savior. The middle-aged mercenary's tears flowed, recalling how he had nearly been crushed by the chubby maid. Moments later, several lackeys approached, bringing food. Old son, why are you clutching your waist? Did something happen? One lackey jested, assuming old son had been engaged in some illicit activity. Given his condition after a strenuous encounter, get lost. Those ferocious women, if you're so bold, go ahead and eat. The middle-aged mercenary was thoroughly frightened, cradling his aching back as he ate, his tears falling silently. For only he understood the pain he endured. Chapter 58. An inside job indeed. I cannot bring myself to eat either. However, that young lady is quite alluring. It's a pity that the wolf leader dares not approach her. We, as mere lackeys, stand no chance. One of the lackeys spoke of Wu Qiushuang, recognizing her ethereal beauty compared to Ma Lanhua and her group. Enough of this. We must patrol now. By the way, I brought you both some wine. This is a 20-year-old daughter red. With that, the lackey presented a jar of wine from behind. Why is the food so lavish today? The middle-aged mercenary was taken aback, for this 20-year-old daughter red was worth 50 taels of silver per jar. Tomorrow, we will be exploring an ancient tomb. This young brother knows the details best. The lackey gestured towards Huo Tianci, who had brought this news. As Huo Tianci infiltrated the Wolf Mountain, on the other side. In the Beast Forest enclosure, Third Elder, I have discovered that little beast Huo Tianci. Qinyi dismounted and reported at a tent. Inside sat the Wu family's third elder. Is that true? The third elder's face lit up with excitement upon hearing such promising news. Let us see how this little beast escapes this time. Indeed, Qinyi was an undercover agent planted by Huo Tianci within the Wu family. A few days prior, Huo Tianci had encountered Qinyi, and the two formed an alliance to eliminate the Wu family, as Qinyi was well aware that the Wu family would not spare him after the slaughter of over 50 members, all of whom had perished in his slaughterhouse. The reason the Wu family had not yet killed him was that they were using him to capture Huo Tianci. If Huo Tianci were caught, would there be any hope for him? The answer was a resounding no. Not foolish, Qinyi chose to join forces with Huo Tianci without hesitation. Ultimately, Qinyi detailed a specific location to the Wu family's third elder. A meeting point prearranged with Huo Tianci. Tomorrow, at this time, Huo Tianci would lead the wolf mercenary group to this location. The ensuing conflict between the two factions would be inevitable. Humph, with a sly smirk. Qinyi exited the tent, admiring Huo Tianci's genius strategy of utilizing others as pawns. A night passed without incident. The following day, at the foot of the Wolf Mountain, a neatly organized troop stood ready to advance. Led by the formidable wolf, with a single wave of his hand, the entire wolf mercenary group set off. To the left of the wolf road by Gone, and to the right was Huo Tianci. He had left Heisey behind at Wolf Mountain, ensuring Wu Qiushuang and Ma Lanhua were safe, giving him peace of mind. After walking for a while, Huo Tianci signaled for everyone to halt and then clasped his fists towards the wolf, saying, Wolf leader, just a mile ahead lies the ancient tomb. At that moment, a scout rushed in with news. Wolf leader, we have spotted the Wu family. They seem to be searching for something. Perhaps they are looking for the ancient tomb. The elixir of Huo Tianci was seized midway by the members of the Wu family, leaving them unaware of the precise location of the ancient tomb. However, the crux of the matter is that the Wu family was never in pursuit of any tomb. Such tales were merely fabrications spun by Huo Tianci to deceive these wolves. In truth, the Wu family was searching for Huo Tianci himself, a fact that the wolves were oblivious to. The leader of the wolves likely believed they had yet to locate the tomb. Feigning excitement, Huo Tianci suggested to the wolf leader, rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative and launch a surprise attack. We can annihilate them, and then the treasures of the ancient tomb will belong solely to you. The wolf leader stroked his chin, laughing heartily in agreement. That makes sense. Everyone, dismount and prepare to ambush the Wu family. Meanwhile, within the Wu family, Elder Qin was devising a strategy. The three elders, the brat is located in this vicinity. He indicated the map before the three elders of the Wu family and continued. At the northernmost point of this area lies a cliff. If we secure the eastern, western, and southern approaches, Huo Tianci will have nowhere to escape. Currently, the three elders of the Wu family were assembled, and to be candid, Huo Tianci could hardly contend against all three of them. Each elder possessed a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of body refinement. Therefore, the plan was to divide and conquer, forcing them apart and leveraging the wolves' strength to inflict mutual destruction, allowing Huo Tianci to reap the benefits. Elder Qin's scheme was well received by the three elders, culminating in the eldest slamming his palm on the table, declaring, we shall proceed as Elder Qin advises. Elders 5 and 6, you will lead your respective teams from the east and west to encircle them, while I will guard the south. This time, I shall see how that wretch intends to escape. The wolf mercenary group was positioned on the eastern side of the beast forest, while Elder 6 of the Wu family commanded the team heading east. Eventually, the two factions crossed paths on a small hillside. Kill them. With preparations in place, the wolf mercenaries charged at the Wu family members without hesitation. The Wu family, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wolves, found themselves unprepared for the onslaught. Do not panic. Stay calm, Elder 6 of the Wu family shouted, but the two sides had already become embroiled in a fierce clash. Observing the disarray among his comrades, he leapt from his horse to join the fray. What is the meaning of this, wolf? As the saying goes, to capture the thief, first capture the king. Elder 6 seized the opportunity to strike at the wolf leader with a fierce palm attack. The wolf leader retreated a few steps, steadied himself, and met the attack with his own palm. The two were momentarily locked in a fierce contest of strength, neither yielding. Chapter 59. The second phase of the annihilation mission begins. What? How is this possible? Elder 6 was taken aback, realizing that the wolf leader not only withstood his strike, but also matched him in strength. In his memory, the wolf had only been at the initial stage of the 8th level of body refinement. Yet, from their earlier encounter, it seemed the wolf now stood on equal footing with him. Elder 6 withdrew his palm and questioned the wolf leader. What is your intention? It seems the Wu family has no quarrel with your mercenary group. No quarrel? Your family killed my men days ago and even stole my possessions. You dare claim there is no quarrel? The wolf leader retorted, launching an attack of his OWN. It was your men who first provoked us. You cannot blame the Wu family for your misfortune. And speaking of grievances, I almost forgot that your mercenaries took the lives of 13 of our kin. I was planning to settle that score. With this realization, Elder 6 was no longer interested in negotiations. Previously, while attempting to apprehend Huo Tianci, the Wu family had remained in the beast forest, during which they had several skirmishes with the wolf mercenary group. It was Huo Tianci's covert assistance that had fueled their enmity, setting the stage for mutual destruction on this fateful day. Seeking vengeance against me? We shall see if you possess the capability. The wolf leader declared. Moreover, the treasures of the ancient tomb belong to me. The Wu family shall not lay claim to a single share. With that, the two resumed their fierce battle. Treasures of the ancient tomb? Upon hearing this phrase, Elder 6's eyes gleamed with interest. Could it be that the wolves are here in search of treasure? To extract information from the wolf leader, he feigned confidence, stating, do not get your hopes up. That treasure already belongs to the Wu family. What have you found the entrance to the tomb? The wolf leader exclaimed in shock, mistakenly believing the Wu family had discovered the tomb's location, of course. Elder 6 replied coldly, though internally he was rejoicing, realizing that the wolf leader was indeed in search of treasure. It seems the entrance must be nearby. Excitedly, he commanded, quickly fire a signal flare to summon Elders 3 and 5 for support. A young servant of the Wu family hastily retrieved a bamboo tube, thick as a thumb and measuring about 10 centimeters long, complete with a pull string at its base. Just as the servant prepared to pull the string to release the signal flare, An unseen figure suddenly emerged from stealth. Without mercy, as the figure appeared, invisible claws followed suit, and soon the servant's throat bore 3 visible wounds, gaping like the size of a fist, a sight that was truly horrifying. Why hasn't the signal been sent? With the wolf engaged, Elder Six was unaware of the assassination that had just transpired behind him. Glancing back in a moment of leisure, he was horrified to find the young servant who was to send the signal had been slain. Who did this? Elder Six was bewildered, as the servant had been directly behind him, surrounded by his own kin. There was no reason for him to have been attacked. Unless the assailant possessed the ability to turn invisible, an impossibility in his mind. However, Huo Tianci had transformed this impossibility into reality. Indeed, he had utilized the character card, Prideful Hunter. Rengar. Upon activation, he immediately entered a stealth mode, circling behind Elder Six, poised to strike with lethal intent. Yet, as fate would have it, he found the opportunity to eliminate the young servant instead, for the wolf still held value and could not be allowed to perish so soon. After dispatching the young servant, Huo Tianci swiftly concealed himself in nearby foliage, intending to complete the first phase of his mission. Huo Tianci was currently tasked with 3 objectives: to eliminate the 6 elders of the Wu family, rescue the hostages held by the Wolf Mercenary Group, and the ongoing mission to annihilate the Wolf Mercenary Group. The annihilation mission was divided into 3 phases, the first of which required him to eliminate 50 members of the Wolf Mercenary Group, of which he had only completed half. Thus FAR.AS for the second phase of the mission, he was unaware, as the system would not provide details until the first phase was completed. Thus, with his face concealed, Huo Tianci shifted his focus to the Wolf Mercenary Group. Brother, thank you. One of the Wu family guards exclaimed in gratitude as Huo Tianci assisted in dispatching the members of the Wolf Mercenary Group. Yet, in the next instant, a razor-sharp dagger pierced through his body. I am not your brother. Rather, I am your greatest enemy, Huo Tianci replied coldly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He intended to annihilate both the Wu family and the members of the Wolf Mercenary Group, leaving no survivors. In the face of despair, the Wu family guard collapsed into a pool of blood, unaware of the identity of his assailant. Ding. The host has successfully completed the first phase of the annihilation mission, receiving a reward, a chi replenishing pill. Finally, he had succeeded. Huo Tianci exhaled in relief, but the endeavor was far from over. Ding. The second phase of the annihilation mission has commenced. Eliminate the 3 chief protectors of the Wolf Mercenary Group. In addition to the Wolf leader, the mercenary group was guarded by 3 chief protectors, each of whom was formidable, rivaling the leader himself. According to Huo Tianci's knowledge, one of them was at the 8th stage of body refinement, while the other 2 were at the pinnacle of the 7th stage. Let us first eliminate the weaker 2. As he spoke, Huo Tianci once again entered a state of stealth, for the cooldown period of his hunting rhythm skill had come to an end. At this moment, the battlefield in the northwest was ablaze with combat. Old man, is your strength truly formidable enough to withstand my earth-shattering palm? The speaker was a burly man with bare arms. One of the 3 guardians of the evil Wolf Mercenary Group. Chapter 60. Chi-enhancing pill. In the midst of battle with him was a steward from the Wu family's inner sect, who had taken a firm stance, channeling all his strength into his right fist as he launched a fierce counterattack against the burly man's aggressive strike. Their powers seemed evenly matched, causing both to remain locked in place. Yet the ferocity of the energy emanating from them was palpable, ultimately toppling several experts at the 4th and 5th levels of body refinement. Truly, it was a clash between peak practitioners of the 7th level of body refinement. 10 meters away, behind a large tree, Huo Tianci, hidden in stealth, felt the surge of energy unleashed by their confrontation. Compared to the previously decimated Wu Tianba, the strength of these 2 was indeed on another level. Yet it still fell short. With fists clenched tightly, a surge of energy began to spiral from the ground beneath Huo Tianci, enveloping him entirely. As this energy coursed through his being, the stealthy Huo Tianci erupted forth like a specter, launching himself towards the bare-armed warrior with deadly intent. Relentless and merciless, empowered by the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, Huo Tianci, merely at the 5th level of body refinement, transcended his physical limits and unleashed a blow rivaling that of a practitioner at the 9th level. Poof! The burly man was caught off guard when a figure suddenly emerged behind him. Before he could react, he was pierced through by Huo Tianci's invisible claws, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Don't even think about escaping. The Wu family steward, witnessing the burly man's swift demise, was gripped by terror. As he attempted to flee, an energy-formed shackle ensnared him, rendering him immobile. In battles among experts, Even a moment's distraction or a fleeting thought could prove fatal, much less being trapped for a second or two. And of course, Huo Tianci's own strength was merely at the 5th level of body refinement, while the Wu family steward was, at the very least, at the peak of the 7th level. Using gaming terminology, it was a matter of level suppression. Thus, the binding duration of the 5-star lasso was but a fleeting moment. Yet, that was more than sufficient, as Huo Tianci merely wished to prevent his escape. "Let's see who is faster," Huo Tianci exclaimed, casting a regular lasso strike to slow the Wu family steward down. He then crouched low, springing forth like a spring, wild horse splitting mane. With punches flailing, the bewildered Wu family steward was sent flying by Huo Tianci's technique, the outcome already foretold by the system. Beep. Host Huo Tianci has successfully slain the Wu family steward, earning 1,000 cultivation points. Beep. Host has acquired 3 bottles of intermediate healing ointment and a set of qi-enhancing powder. What followed was a cascade of reward notifications. Upon hearing the mention of qi-enhancing powder, Huo Tianci immediately traced the trajectory of the steward's flight to retrieve the powder, as it was beneficial to him. Currently, Huo Tianci was utilizing the dragon-elephant prajna technique, which consumed considerable energy. Should his energy be depleted or insufficiently replenished, he would be in dire straits. Thus, collecting the qi-enhancing powder and qi-enhancing pills was imperative. This relationship was akin to that of a gun and its bullets. Huo Tianci represented the gun, while the qi-enhancing powder served as the ammunition. Without bullets, no matter how powerful the gun, it would be rendered useless. Subsequently, Huo Tianci employed the same strategy to eliminate the second guardian of the Evil Wolf mercenary group. Just as he prepared to take down the Great Guardian, a chilling system notification sounded. Beep. System notice. Character card, Prideful Hunter. Rengar has reached its usage time limit and is now in cooldown for 72 hours. Damn it, the time has come. Huo Tianci violently shook his arm, a hint of displeasure evident. However, he had no choice, as the character card could only be used for an hour, with an exceedingly lengthy cooldown. Devoid of the lion dog's power, Huo Tianci emerged from the thicket, gazing upward at the Great Guardian, now besieged by a group of Wu family disciples. Could it be that reinforcements from the Wu family have arrived? Huo Tianci furrowed his brow. Sure enough, a large contingent of horse-riding Wu family experts surged forth from the west side of a small hill. 6th Elder, 3rd Elder have sent us to assist you. Unable to signal with flares, the Wu family had resorted to secretly dispatching individuals to relay messages. These Wu family experts, upon quick inspection, numbered around 40 to 50, including several formidable practitioners at the 6th and 7th levels of body refinement. Excellent, just what I needed. The 6th Elder of the Wu family was elated at the arrival of reinforcements. In stark contrast, the Evil Wolf was momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated such a large number of reinforcements from the Wu family. Did that kid not say the Wu family had only this many people? How could so many suddenly appear? The Evil Wolf was bewildered, for Huo Tianci had informed him that only 1 elder and a small troop had been dispatched by the Wu family. Yet in reality, there were 3 elders and 3 large contingents. Indeed, Huo Tianci deceived you. Evil Wolf, if you reveal the location of the treasure, perhaps I might spare you. The 6th elder of the Wu family was also covetous of that treasure. But alas, that was all a fabrication spun by Huo Tianci. So you never found it. You were merely trying to extract information from me. The Evil Wolf came to a realization. What do you think? Hemph. After a cold chuckle, the 6th elder of the Wu family charged once more, engaging the Evil Wolf in combat, while the Great Guardian, overwhelmed by the onslaught of the Wu family, was forced to retreat in disarray. How did so many people suddenly arrive? The Great Guardian, with a foundation at the 8th level of body refinement, ultimately summoned all his remaining strength to break through the encirclement. Little brother, save me. Upon spotting Huo Tianci awaiting him in the thicket, his bloodied face lit up with unbounded joy. But in the next second, a chilling dagger pierced through his body. What? The Great Guardian could not comprehend why Huo Tianci would kill him. Because I am a good person, and you are the villain. Huo Tianci was ruthless, quickly gathering the spoils before retreating to conceal himself, for he could not yet be discovered by the Wu family. Beep. Host has successfully completed the second phase of the extermination mission, earning Phase 2 reward, 1 Qi-enhancing pill. Chapter 61. Fragment of the ancient map. It was a blue pill. Upon seeing the pill radiate a blue glow, Huo Tianci immediately checked its attributes. Qi-enhancing pill, yellow grade. First rank. Consuming this pill permanently increases the user's energy value limit by 100 points. Maximum usage, 5 pills. With a thought, Huo Tianci promptly reviewed his own attributes. Huo Tianci, male, 15 years old, level, 5th level of body refinement, cultivation points, 5,210,000, current status, normal, energy value, 581,000, comprehensive combat power evaluation, 900 points. My energy value has breached 1,000. Huo Tianci rejoiced. For a higher energy value meant he could utilize his skills and techniques for a longer duration. What a delightful reward! Huo Tianci was ecstatic, as this directly increased his energy value limit by 100 points. Just as he was reveling in his joy, the system chimed again. Beep. The final stage of the extermination mission has commenced. Eliminate the leader of the Evil Wolf mercenary group, Evil Wolf. Final stage reward. 1 silver lottery coin. As expected, the ultimate task was as Huo Tianci had anticipated, eliminating the Evil Wolf. Watching the sixth elder of the Wu family and the Evil Wolf, both battered and bruised, Huo Tianci couldn't help but crack a smile. For he understood that action combined with strategy leads to creation. Wolf Fong Wind Punch. With the final stage of the mission at hand, Huo Tianci no longer needed to conceal his intentions. He leaped forth like a wolf, charging directly at the two still entangled in combat. During this, Huo Tianci's fists swung through the air, creating swirling gales that ultimately transformed into a massive wolf with its jaws agape. Huo Tianci, little brother. Upon witnessing Huo Tianci's sudden appearance, the sixth elder of the Wu family and the Evil Wolf were taken aback and elated, respectively. Of course, it was the sixth elder who was astonished. For he had never expected Huo Tianci to be present. As for the Evil Wolf, he was thrilled, believing Huo Tianci to be his ally, just as he thought Huo Tianci would unleash a devastating onslaught upon the Wu family elder. In an instant, both the sixth elder and the Evil Wolf widened their eyes, for Huo Tianci's punch was aimed at both of them. Dragon-elephant combined strike. In mere seconds, a dragon and an elephant materialized on Huo Tianci's fists, transforming him into a colossal wolf as he struck at both their chests with explosive force. Poof! The sheer force of the blows exceeded the imagination of the two men. Exhausted from their previous struggle, they ultimately could not withstand the might of Huo Tianci's powerful punch. Both coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully slain the sixth elder of the Wu family, earning 1,500 cultivation points and an increase of 10 in energy capacity. Ding! The host has received 5 Qi replenishing pills, 10 essence condensing pills, and 1 power gathering pill. Ding! Host Huo Tianci has successfully killed the Evil Wolf, earning 1,500 cultivation points and an increase of 10 in energy capacity. Ding! The host has acquired 5 hemostatic pills, 10 bottles of intermediate healing ointment, and 1 power gathering pill. Ding! The host has obtained a fragment of an ancient map. An ancient map fragment. What could this be? The final prompt sent Huo Tianci into a state of exhilaration, for these two had yielded numerous valuable items and, unexpectedly, an additional surprise. Eagerly, he examined the properties of the ancient map fragment. Ancient map fragment, a parchment resembling a treasure map, requiring the collection of 4 additional fragments for exploration. Treasure map. These words instantly sparked a glimmer in Huo Tianci's eyes, though it was a pity that this was merely 1/5 of the complete map. He decided to store it away for now, hoping that luck would be on his side in the future, allowing him to gather the rest. As he collected the pills scattered on the ground, Huo Tianci felt a surge of delight. As for the essence condensing pill and the power gathering pill, he recalled that the former, which he had previously obtained, was a type of pill that increased cultivation points, functioning similarly to the strengthening pill, though it required time for refinement. Essence condensing pill, white tier, 4th grade, usable below the 9th layer of body refinement. After consumption, it grants an increase of 1,000 cultivation points, but requires 1 hour for refinement. Knowing the effects of the essence condensing pill, Huo Tianci quickly checked the effects of the power gathering pill. Power gathering pill, white tier, 6th grade, usable below the 9th layer of body refinement. Upon consumption, it provides an instantaneous increase of 1,000 cultivation points. Instantaneous gain. Huo Tianci was astonished, for although both pills granted an increase of 1,000 cultivation points, the latter was far more efficient compared to the former. For instance, Huo Tianci's current cultivation points had reached the 5th layer of body refinement. Cultivation points, 8,210,000. Should he consume the essence condensing pill, he would be unable to break through, as he lacked the hour required for refinement. The power gathering pill, however, was different. It provided an immediate increase in cultivation points, similar to the small recovery pill he received as a reward after completing a task. Huo Tianci had yet to consume the small recovery pill, as he still had some strengthening ointment left, which was effective only for those below the 5th layer of body refinement. Should he break through, it would be wasted. Thus, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he had refrained from using the small recovery pill. Deciding to consume all the pills at once, he thought the strengthening ointment would not contribute significantly to his cultivation points. With that, Huo Tianci tossed all 3 pills into his mouth. Ding! The host has gained 1,000 cultivation points. Ding! The host has gained 1,000 cultivation points. Ding! Cultivation points are full. Congratulations to host Huo Tianci for successfully breaking through to the 6th layer of body refinement, earning 1 bronze lottery coin. Ding! The host has gained 10,000 cultivation points. What? It takes 50,000 cultivation points to break through to the 7th layer of body refinement. After checking his status, Huo Tianci felt utterly speechless. As his realm increased, the required cultivation points for advancement also soared, but what frustrated him more was the scarcity of lottery coins. For the past few days, he had not obtained any from defeating monsters. Just as Huo Tianci was lamenting this, the system prompted again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the entire extermination task, earning the final task reward, a silver lottery coin. Finally, with the system's notification, a shimmering silver lottery coin fell into Huo Tianci's hand. Alongside a bronze one, he could now draw twice. After securing the 2 lottery coins, Huo Tianci departed the area, having completed his tasks of killing the evil wolf and the 6th elder of the Wu family. With the demise of these 2, chaos erupted in the hillside area. "Avenge the evil wolf," shouted one side, while the other cried, "Kill! We cannot let the 6th elder die in vain." These 2 were swiftly taken down by Huo Tianci. After eliminating them, he quickly vanished into the fray, leaving no trace of his presence, leading the Wu family and the evil wolf mercenaries to believe that the evil wolf and the 6th elder had perished together. Soon after, the 3rd and 5th elders of the Wu family arrived, but alas, they were too late. "6th brother, my 6th brother," the 3rd elder lamented. "Had I known it would come to this, I should have led the team myself." He blamed all his grievances on Huo Tianci, exclaiming, "It's all that little bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, my 6th brother would not have died." The 3rd elder directed all his anger towards Huo Tianci, for his hesitation to come personally stemmed from fear of Huo Tianci escaping. Instead, he ended up losing the 6th elder to a mutual demise with the evil wolf. Does anyone know why the evil wolf appeared here? The 3rd elder furiously pointed at the evil wolf's corpse and roared at everyone around. A Wu family steward stepped forward and said, "According to the mercenaries, the evil wolf came for treasure and encountered the 6th elder of the Wu family." The steward fell silent as the 3rd elder, wielding a large blade, began to execute the captured mercenaries one by one. "He must be that little brat Huo Tianci. It has to be him." The 3rd elder refused to believe there was any treasure here, for if there had been, it would have already been excavated by their 3 tyrants of Bailey Town. Suddenly, Elder Qin exclaimed, "3rd elder, look, it's that little bastard Huo Tianci." Of course, Elder Qin was merely pretending. The 3rd elder followed Qin's gaze and spotted Huo Tianci riding away, solidifying his earlier suspicion that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by that little rascal. He had lured the evil wolf with the promise of treasure, then used it as a weapon against the Wu family, resulting in mutual destruction while he reaped the benefits. "What are you waiting for? Mount up and pursue him," the 3rd elder roared in fury, but unfortunately, Huo Tianci was already too far away, riding a swift steed. Seeing they could not catch up, Elder Qin pretended to ask, "3rd elder, what should we do now?" "Continue the pursuit. We will not cease until we capture him." Upon hearing this, a sly smile crept onto Qin's face, fearing that the Wu family might retreat. Finally, with a smirk, he discreetly marked a few trees, a signal arranged with Huo Tianci for their final confrontation. That night, amidst the pitch-black expanse of the beast forest, flames soared into the sky, and smoke curled upward, revealing the Wu family's camp, where they had erected tents and wooden barriers, resembling a military encampment. In the largest tent at the center of the camp, the 3rd elder of the Wu family meticulously studied a map. "Why can that little rascal consistently evade our encirclement? What could be the reason?" Frustrated, he tore the map apart. "Could there be a traitor among us?" the 5th elder of the Wu family suddenly suggested. All eyes turned to Elder Qin, the sole outsider among them. No, it can't be me." Qin was drenched in cold sweat under their scrutiny. He frantically waved his hands, explaining, "3rd elder, 5th elder, I am innocent. I have been with you these past few days, never leaving your side. Even if I were a traitor, I could not betray you." Terrified, Qin was indeed the traitor, yet he had never betrayed them. To be frank, he was curious about how Huo Tianci always managed to escape the Wu family's pursuit. This was the miraculous ability of the eyes of 1,000 miles and ears of the wind. For everything the Wu family did and said was under Huo Tianci's control, and at this moment, He was using the eyes of 1,000 miles and ears of the wind to observe their actions and listen to their words. Oh no. Qin is in danger. In fact, Huo Tianci had intended to return to the evil Wolf Mountain. But upon seeing the mark left by Qin, he turned back. The mark indicated that Qin would face off against the Wu family that night. He could not delay any longer. Otherwise, Qin's identity as a traitor would be exposed. And the Wu family had already begun to harbor doubts about him. A sense of urgency enveloped the air as chaos erupted outside. There was a fire. Just as the crowd began to cast doubt on Master Qin, a young servant from the Wu family hurried in to report the situation. Moments later, another servant rushed in, breathless with urgency. Third elder, fifth elder, that rascal Huo Tianci has appeared again. Is that true? Upon hearing the name Huo Tianci, the third elder of the Wu family dashed out of the large tent. Indeed, third elder, that scoundrel is just over the slope ahead, and look, he is holding a torch. It seems the fire in the grain pile was indeed his doing. The servant pointed towards Huo Tianci in the distance, torch in hand. Meanwhile, Master Qin quietly slipped away. The Wu family members mounted their horses and set off in pursuit of Huo Tianci. However, after chasing for a while, they lost sight of him again, particularly in the darkness of night. Curse it! That little rascal has escaped us again. Upon returning to the camp, the Wu family members were filled with resentment. Where was Master Qin? The absence of one person made the third elder furrow his brow in concern. After searching fruitlessly, a Wu family steward suddenly had an epiphany. It must be Master Qin. It's definitely him. What do you mean by that? Be clearer, the third elder pressed, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Today's plan to encircle Huo Tianci was proposed by Master Qin, and it was he who discovered Huo Tianci's whereabouts. The revelation struck everyone like a spark igniting a flame, awakening the Wu family members to the truth. Moreover, it was clear that Huo Tianci had employed a clever tactic to divert their attention, luring them out to facilitate Master Qin's escape. With Master Qin now missing, their suspicions were confirmed, so it was him. How could I have not realized it sooner? The third elder's fury caused him to shatter the wooden table with a single strike. We have been completely outwitted by that scoundrel. The fifth elder seethed in anger. At that moment, a sharp pain gripped the hearts of the Wu family. Could it be the venom from the bloodthirsty flying leopard? The third elder, well versed in various poisons, immediately identified the cause of the distress. The others turned pale at the mention of the venom, knowing that even a single drop could be fatal for an ordinary person. While its effects varied for practitioners of different realms, who has a cleansing heart pill? We need it. For those below the 6th level of body refinement, the only option for survival was to consume the cleansing heart pill. However, merely taking the pill was insufficient. The poisoned individual had to immediately circulate their energy to expel the venom, or else the pain would persist until death ensued. I have 3. A servant from the Wu family, after consuming one, immediately offered the remaining 2 cleansing heart pills. However, as 2 Wu family guards reached out to take them, 2 fierce strikes landed on their backs. The third elder and fifth elder seized the pills, while the 2 servants, spitting blood, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. The sight left the remaining Wu family members in shock, for both elders had the strength to suppress the venom themselves and did not need the pills. Especially in such a critical moment when each pill could save a life. Why? Why? Everyone's hearts echoed the question, but none dared to voice it, knowing that speaking out could mean death. The third and fifth elders sat on the ground, preparing to expel the venom from their bodies. At that moment, an unseen figure emerged from the shadows, speaking as it approached. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. Couples are like birds of the same forest. Yet when danger approaches, they flee. So, what can be said of you insignificant Wu family members? Your only bond is a shared surname. You must have seen how these 2 old fools would rather kill their kin for a mere cleansing heart pill. Such ruthlessness is truly eye-opening. The figure came to a halt before the Wu family members, illuminated by the firelight, revealing the face of Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci, I knew it was you. Not only have you poisoned us, but now you come to sow discord among us and disrupt our morale. You think I want to kill you? The fifth elder, disregarding his own affliction, raised his palms to attack Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci remained unmoved, standing like a stone statue. Just as the fifth elder's palms approached him, Huo Tianci coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe you can harm me?" Before the words could settle, Huo Tianci's claws intercepted the fifth elder's attack with astonishing speed, leaving everyone in disbelief, as if witnessing a wolf pounce upon its prey. What? The fifth elder's eyes widened in shock, for this was inconceivable. You are capable of cultivating? Though sensing Huo Tianci's cultivation, the fifth elder dismissed the possibility that he could have matched his prowess in such a short span of 2 weeks. Given that he was at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement, certainly, I can cultivate, and I must thank your Wu family for it, Huo Tianci replied, seizing the fifth elder's wrist with vice-like grip. With a slight exertion of force, the fifth elder fell to his knees, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Old Five, hold on, the third elder shouted, urging him to endure just a bit longer until he could expel the venom. Yet, the fifth elder could not withstand the pressure. Die. With a flick of his wrist, a dark dagger appeared in Huo Tianci's hand, which he swiftly directed towards the fifth elder's throat, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. Host Huo Tianci has successfully slain Wu family's fifth elder, earning 1,500 cultivation points and increasing energy capacity by 10. Additionally, Host has acquired 3 Qi recovery pills, 6 concentration pills, and 2 strengthening pills. You little scoundrel, I will kill you. The third elder could no longer remain passive, knowing that Huo Tianci would not allow him the luxury of recuperation. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Huo Tianci launched a ferocious assault, his fists striking with the speed of thunder and the power of a wild stallion, catching the third elder off guard. As the third elder attempted to defend himself, he underestimated the force of Huo Tianci's blow, resulting in a tumble that sent him crashing to the ground. How can this brat possess such strength? He wiped the blood from his mouth, finally stabilizing himself, but Huo Tianci's next strike was already upon him. The third elder, though afflicted by the venom, was still a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement and retaliated with his own punch. Endure my fist, Huo Tianci roared, ready to unleash another blow. The third elder of the Wu family showed no hesitation, directly engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Ultimately, the two of them collided their fists once more. The sound of their fists meeting was akin to the explosion of a hot air balloon, creating a whirlwind around them. The force was so tremendous that it sent the large tent flying. Illustrating the sheer power of their strikes, a crackling sound followed, as the ground beneath their feet began to fracture, leaving the onlookers breathless in shock. Such immense strength. The Wu family elder marveled at the ferocity of Huo Tianci, who resembled a raging dragon. He had initially thought he could easily overpower Huo Tianci, but upon receiving his punch, he realized the boundless nature of this strength. Additionally, the operation of his dantian had caused the toxic energy within him to spread, leading him to conclude that if this continued, he would surely perish. This child must not be allowed to live. Faced with imminent death, the elder made a decisive choice. He withdrew his hand, crushed the necklace around his neck, and a blood-red pill materialized in his palm. Though small, this pill was formidable. It was a violent elixir crafted from the blood of a profound tier beast. Consuming it would grant the user the strength of a first-level practitioner, but at the cost of burning their own life force. Indeed, the Wu family elder was prepared to fight Huo Tianci to the death, for if Huo Tianci survived, it would mean the annihilation of the entire Wu family. Little beast, let us see if you can escape death this time. With a fierce expression, the elder swallowed the violent pill. Almost instantaneously, he felt a surge of power and charged towards Huo Tianci. Boom! This time, Huo Tianci staggered back several steps. What is happening? Huo Tianci was alarmed, sensing something was amiss. Compared to before, the elder had undergone a dramatic transformation. His speed had doubled, and his strength now surpassed Huo Tianci's. To the elder's astonishment, his punch was nearly equivalent to that of a first-level practitioner. He never expected Huo Tianci to withstand it. Fortunately, Huo Tianci had not completely absorbed the blow, as evidenced by the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The elder surged forward again, the wolf Fong Wind fist. Huo Tianci was not one to sit idly by. Realizing his strength was lacking, he unleashed the wolf Fong Wind fist. Countless wolf-shaped fist shadows surged towards the advancing elder. In martial combat, aside from the disparity in levels, the significance of techniques and martial skills cannot be overstated. Superior techniques can often amplify a warrior's power manifold. The Dragon Elephant Righteousness technique exemplified this. As Huo Tianci, despite only being at the 6th level of body refinement, could contend with a 9th level master. The Wolf Fong Wind Fist was categorized as a 7th-tier martial technique, a fact evidenced by its substantial energy consumption. Executing it required 100 points of energy, while the Wild Horse Split main required only 40. Under the myriad of wolf-shaped fist shadows, Huo Tianci not only withstood the elder's attack, but also pushed him back, with both retreating 4 to 5 steps before finally halting their backward momentum. Remarkably, the elder seemed unaffected by fatigue or pain. After being repelled, he charged at Huo Tianci once more. Huo Tianci had no choice but to temporarily evade, as his energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, he had a superior elixir to replenish his strength. The Qi Recovery Pill, White Tier, 6th grade, suitable for practitioners below the 9th level of body refinement. It could instantly restore 500 points of energy. The Qi Recovery Pill was a more direct and potent option compared to the Qi Recovery Powder, allowing Huo Tianci to venture deeper into enemy territory and engage the Wu family members. This was also thanks to the assistance of Master Qin's poison. Huo Tianci was pleasantly surprised, recalling that the fangs of the bloodthirsty flying leopard were left behind for Qin to sell. He had borrowed over 30,000 taels from Qin, and taking the beast materials would have been inconsiderate. Thus, he had left them for Qin, unaware that the fangs would prove invaluable today. Chapter 65. The Dangers of Excessive Medication. After swallowing the Qi Recovery Pill, Huo Tianci then consumed a hemostatic pill, White Tier, 5th grade, which could stop bleeding externally and internally. Previously, he had sustained internal injuries from being struck by the elder's palm. Although he had managed to repel the elder using the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, he too had been pushed back, exacerbating his internal injuries. Therefore, the hemostatic pill was essential. The elder, seemingly tireless, appeared to be ignoring his pain, likely due to some illicit substance. Observing the blood spilling from the elder's mouth while his assault remained relentless, Huo Tianci grew more certain of this, having seen the elder consume a pill. This pill must belong to the category of violent elixirs, which Huo Tianci had read about in the 9 Dragons and Winds record gifted by Lu Qingqing. Such pills were concocted using the blood of high-tier beasts or demon beasts, combined with certain magical herbs, yielding immediate effects that could elevate a person's cultivation level, albeit with severe side effects, ranging from losing 1's cultivation to death.md. You think you can outdo me in the realm of pills? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate who truly possesses the greater stock. With his internal energies stabilized and his strength restored, Huo Tianci charged forward once more, executing the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. The air was filled with wolf-shaped fist shadows, creating an overwhelming spectacle. The elder of the Wu family was equally relentless, his strength now equivalent to that of a first-level practitioner due to the temporary boost from the violent pill. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, countless deadly palms erupted from the elder's hands, colliding with Huo Tianci's fists. The clash resonated with a deafening sound, as fierce winds whipped around them, uprooting trees and scattering flora. Bang! The sound echoed, indicating that their combined strength had reached its peak. ATA critical juncture. Both combatants were propelled away from each other, flying 5 to 6 meters before finally halting. Yet, both leapt back into action, fists poised for another exchange, undeterred by fatigue. After an indeterminate number of strikes, the two were once again sent reeling, but neither advanced further. Huo Tianci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a smirk directed at the battered elder, inquired, "Old man, I trust the effects of your pills are nearing their end?" As he spoke, Huo Tianci tossed another hemostatic pill and Qi Recovery Pill into his mouth. Within moments, he felt his body crackle back to life, standing tall. Meanwhile, the elder, with disheveled hair and panting heavily, sensed the effects of the violent pill waning. "You do? Why do you still have pills to consume?" The elder felt his body deteriorating, but it was of little consequence now. The side effects of the violent pill had begun to manifest, compounded by the lingering toxicity in his system. He was like a bowstring about to snap. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Huo Tianci possessed so many pills. During their fierce exchange, the elder had witnessed Huo Tianci consume no fewer than 20 hemostatic and Qi Recovery pills, each valued at thousands, if not tens of thousands, of taels that I found them, Huo Tianci replied, as he charged forward like a wild stallion, executing the wild horse split mane. Ultimately, he struck down the nearly defeated third elder of the Wu family. Alert! Host Huo Tianci has successfully killed the third elder of the Wu family, gaining 2,500 cultivation points and an increase of 15 in his energy limit. Alert! Host has acquired 10 hemostatic pills, 10 Qi Recovery pills, 10 concentration pills, and 3 power pills. Alert! Host has received a special lottery fragment. A special lottery fragment. Could it be a shard of that coveted lottery coin? Intrigued, Huo Tianci immediately examined the properties of the multicolored fragment. Upon this realization, Huo Tianci was overwhelmed with joy, for it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The special lottery shard. Collect 5 pieces to assemble a complete special lottery coin. Remarkable. Huo Tianci was acutely aware of what could be drawn from that special lottery machine. Not to mention, the auxiliary divine ability, 1,000 miles eye and wind listening ear, was indispensable. Without it, he would never have been able to frequently evade the pursuit of the Wu family in the Hundred Beasts Forest. Nor would he have been able to vanquish 3 elders of the Wu family, along with that ferocious wolf. The 1,000 miles eye and wind listening ear provided Huo Tianci with invaluable intelligence, such as the mark left by Lord Qin. Had it not been for this divine ability, he would remain oblivious to Lord Qin's imminent actions or the Wu family's encampment that very night. However, all of this was merely the result of this auxiliary divine ability. If he were to draw those possessing offensive capabilities or superlative skills, he could scarcely fathom the implications, for it would be utterly extraordinary. One could not deny that this lottery system had bestowed everything upon Huo Tianci. After dispatching the 3 elders of the Wu family, Huo Tianci glanced at the remaining survivors from the Wu family, who had managed to expel the venom from their bodies. Those who could not were already either dead or grievously wounded. Huo Tianci was neither a demon nor a beast. He was a man, a person of conscience. Observing the remnants of the Wu family, he turned away, leaving their survival to fate. At the entrance of the tent, a figure crouched in the grass, peering inside. There was no need to look further. It was none other than Lord Qin. Upon hearing the voice, Lord Qin sprang to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. I never anticipated that Brother Tianci would prove to be so formidable. Even the Wu family's elder at the 9th level of body refinement was no match for you. Now, I can rest easy. With Huo Tianci as his backing, who would dare to trouble Lord Qin? He was utterly thrilled, grateful for his successful wager, for he had always believed in Huo Tianci's exceptional nature. Rest easy? Huo Tianci chuckled, for all of this was merely the beginning. By the way, have you sent someone to the Wolf Mountain? I have. Zhu Desheng and a few of my close brothers have gone. One of them possesses peak strength at the 6th level of body refinement, so it should be perfectly secure. Lord Qin had not forgotten Huo Tianci's instructions. In fact, these individuals had arrived near Wolf Mountain early that morning, shortly after Huo Tianci had departed. The entire Wolf mercenary corps had been dispatched, rendering Wolf Mountain nearly deserted, save for a few attendants left to guard the area. Consequently, when Zhu Desheng and those at the 5th and 6th levels of body refinement entered, they effortlessly seized control of the entire Wolf Mountain. Good, let us return to Wolf Mountain. Huo Tianci, wary of potential mishaps for his comrades, prepared accordingly. The two mounted their horses and hurried through the night towards Wolf Mountain, for the members of the Wolf mercenary corps had not been entirely annihilated during the ambush on the Wu family. Some had managed to escape, and naturally, they would return to Wolf Mountain. Thus, Huo Tianci was eager to return without delay, for it was better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. Chapter 66. Zhu Desheng. On the verge of madness in the early morning, near Wolf Mountain, by a small stream, several burly men with large blades were washing their wounds. Damn it, can't you be gentle? Under a nearby tree, others were applying medicine and bandaging wounds. One particularly fierce-looking man was vociferously reprimanding the mercenary assisting him. The mercenary, with a pained expression, meekly replied, "Sir, I'm not using any force at all." "Then why does it hurt so much?" The fierce man continued to scold. Beside them stood a middle-aged man wielding a wolf-tooth club, who, while appearing uninjured, had a countenance that suggested he was on the brink of despair. "What's wrong with you, by gone? You're not even hurt, yet you look like you're dying." The fierce man was unable to contain his frustration, as Bygone appeared to be in a state of utter despondency. "Mind your own business." This sorrowful-looking man was indeed Bygone, and this group comprised the remnants of the Wolf mercenary corps following their battle with the Wu family. At this point, the Wolf mercenary corps had dwindled to fewer than 20 members, with a significant portion of them wounded. As for Bygone's miserable demeanor, it stemmed from Huo Tianci's absence, for Huo Tianci had administered the 7-day death pill to him. "Oh, my little ancestor, where have you gone? You haven't given me the antidote yet. If I had known, I should have asked you for it sooner." Bygone was on the verge of tears, as it was already the 5th day. If he had not received the antidote by the 7th day, he would perish from the poison. Could he not be distressed? "Bygone, why are you crying? You're a grown man. Is it really that serious?" The fierce man was dumbfounded as he saw Bygone inexplicably weeping. Finally, he pointed towards Wolf Mountain and asked Bygone, "Are you leaving or not? If not, we're setting off." "Of course I'm leaving. I want to enjoy myself in the few days I have left." Wiping away his tears, Bygone hefted his wolf-tooth club and set off with the fierce man and the others towards Wolf Mountain. Atop Wolf Mountain, Boss Zhu, when do you think that brat will return? Wu Qiushuang had asked Zhu Desheng this question countless times. Frankly, had Wu Qiushuang not been the 3rd young lady of the Wu family from Black River Fortress, Zhu Desheng might have lost his temper, for she buzzed around him like an incessant mosquito, a source of great annoyance. Of course, Wu Qiushuang was relatively better, as others were even more formidable. Here she comes again. I say, little Zhu, your culinary skills are lacking. This sweet and sour ribs should primarily be sweet. Why did you not add any sugar? And all I see is bone. Where's the meat? Did you eat it? Granny Ma, with a face like a horse, interjected, followed by a plump girl weighing nearly 180 pounds, who chimed in, Our Lady is asking you a question. Are you mute? Frankly, Zhu Desheng was nearing his wit's end. However, he dared not react, for he could not afford to offend any of these individuals. He managed a silly grin at Wu Qiushuang, saying, Third Miss, Brother Tianci is a person of exceptional fate. He is incredibly powerful and will surely be fine. I guarantee he will return before noon. After delivering this assurance, he turned to the horse-faced granny with a conciliatory smile. My lady, it's not that I didn't add sugar, but rather there is none available in this remote area. And the meat? Ma Lanhua banged her chopsticks on the bowl, demanding an answer. Well, Zhu Desheng discreetly glanced at the plump girl beside Ma Lanhua, for she had been sampling the food while he cooked, and had claimed she was testing it for the lady. As a result, the meat had mysteriously disappeared. Naturally, Zhu Desheng dared not expose her, as she was a favored companion of the lady. Ultimately, he resorted to saying, My lady, eating too much meat can make you gain weight. I did fry a plate of vegetables and mushrooms, and I also stewed a tomato and egg soup. Eating more vegetables is good for your health. I like that sentiment. I'll let you off this time. Upon hearing that she might gain weight, Ma Lanhua immediately relented, for she was already in her current state and did not wish to become even less desirable. She still harbored hopes of marrying someday. The plump girl beside her secretly exhaled in relief, for it was she who had pilfered the meat. Just as this little interlude concluded, a burly man wielding twin blades rushed in, panting heavily. Not good, Master Zhu? There's a large group of people coming down from the mountain. The man gasped for breath. A large group? Zhu Desheng furrowed his brow. If Huo Tianci had returned, it would only be a few people. Could it be that the Wolf Mercenary Corps had returned? Zhu Desheng's eyes widened, for their fighting capabilities barely reached the 6th level of body refinement. If they encountered a skilled foe, it would spell disaster. Thus, Zhu Desheng hurriedly followed the burly man outside. Quick, lead me to see. All right, upon seeing the group, Zhu Desheng heaved a sigh of relief, as they numbered only around 20, the majority of whom were wounded. In a clash, the outcome remained uncertain. In the shadows, they lay in wait, for the members of the fierce wolf mercenary group were entirely oblivious to their presence. With a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, Zhu Desheng swiftly devised a preemptive strategy. You few, take your crossbows and conceal yourselves in the dark. We shall disguise ourselves as members of the wolf mercenary group and launch a frontal ambush. Thus, Zhu Desheng and his companions donned the attire of the mercenaries, transforming into figures reminiscent of the guards at the mountain stronghold's gate, patiently awaiting the arrival of their unsuspecting foes, at the foot of the mountain. As the gate swung open, the returning members of the wolf mercenary group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, for they had finally returned home. However, the very next moment, as they stepped through the threshold, Zhu Desheng and his compatriots, cloaked in disguise, swiftly struck down the foremost among them. Chaos erupted as the remaining members of the wolf mercenary group, taken aback by the unfamiliar faces of their assailants, began to panic. The leader, drawing his blade, bellowed, Who are you? Yet, Zhu Desheng and his comrades had no intention of lingering. Having gained the upper hand, they retreated hastily. Don't let them escape. Chase them down, kill them, the command rang out. But before they could pursue far, a volley of crossbow bolts whistled through the air, claiming the lives of several who had rushed forward. This is a trap, the leader realized, stunned by the enemy's cunning, disguising themselves as allies to mount a surprise attack, only to withdraw without engaging further. They had unwittingly been lured into an open area, where a handful of skilled archers transformed them into targets. Fortunately, the enemy's numbers were not as formidable as anticipated. Only 6 or 7 remained. Realizing this, the leader urged his men to scatter and seek cover. Spread out, find shelter. They are outnumbered. We need not fear. Following his directive, the members of the wolf mercenary group dispersed, seeking refuge among the many large stones and wooden crates littering the stronghold. Zhu Yi, what shall we do now? One of Zhu Desheng's companions inquired. Despite the open ground, the stronghold was filled with ample cover. The remaining members of the wolf mercenary group had successfully concealed themselves, prompting the archers to cease their futile barrage, recognizing it as a wasted effort. What now? Zhu Desheng pondered, uncertain of their next move. Although they had successfully eliminated 6 or 7 foes, those slain were barely a hindrance, while the survivors were seasoned warriors, adept at evading their trap. Just then, the wolf mercenary group initiated their counterattack, armed with bows and arrows of their own. "Fall back to the hall," Zhu Desheng commanded as they struggled to withstand the onslaught. "Brothers, charge with me!" The mercenaries, led by the leader, pursued relentlessly, and soon, the two factions clashed in close quarters within the hall. Upon glancing around the hall and spotting the rescued women, the leader suddenly comprehended their purpose. "So, you are here to save them. Indeed. We have come to rescue them and to uphold justice. Your group has committed heinous acts of murder, arson, and the abduction of innocent women. Such despicable deeds are an affront to humanity," Zhu Desheng declared with righteous fervor. In response, the leader merely scoffed, casting a derisive gaze at Zhu Desheng. "What are you pretending for? Haven't you taken lives yourself? You're what, over 30 and still a virgin?" Zhu Desheng found himself at a loss for words, for the leader's taunt held a kernel of truth. This world thrived on the law of the jungle. Sensing his silence, Wu Qiushuang stepped forward. "While you speak true, we have never harmed the innocent or the defenseless. And what of you? Look at these girls." She gestured to the battered women, confronting the leader. "This is the very distinction between humanity and savagery." The leader dismissed her words with disdain, before turning to Bai Gan, chuckling darkly. "Bai, this little lady accuses us of being beasts. Let us see if we can't show her just how beastly we can be." Wu Qiushuang, possessing striking beauty, had long piqued the leader's interest. Now, emboldened by the opportunity, he advanced toward her, brandishing his blade. In response, Zhu Desheng and the other sturdy warriors formed a protective line before the women and children. For Wu Qiushuang was right. They were human, while their adversaries were mere brutes. "You think you can stop us with just a handful?" The leader sneered, confident in the presence of his 4 formidable warriors. In contrast, Zhu Desheng could muster only 2. "Bai, once we've dealt with this little lady, we can enjoy her together," the leader lustfully remarked. Yet Bai Gan retorted fiercely, "Get lost. I choose to be a man. I want to change my ways." After delivering a solid kick to the leader, Bai Gan stood tall, weapon in hand, defending the group of women and children. This surprising turn of events left everyone stunned, particularly the leader, who clutched his aching midsection and furiously pointed at Bai Gan. "Bai Gan, what the hell? Have you lost your mind? This was a sure victory. If we eliminate these nuisances, wealth and beauty would be ours. And we could reign together. Why would you betray us now? I have found my conscience." "Is that not allowed?" Bai Gan replied, a sheepish smile on his face as he approached Ma Lanhua, the matronly figure. "Seeing you here puts my mind at ease." He was reassured by the presence of Haizi, indicating that Huo Tianci would return. With that, the poison from the 7-day death pill could be countered, explaining Bai Gan's sudden defection. However, Ma Lanhua misinterpreted his intentions, believing he had turned against his allies for her sake. As she fainted into the arms of a nearby companion, Ma Lanhua dreamily murmured, "Hero, don't go." Bai Gan turned, momentarily stunned by her beauty, realizing she was his ideal type. His heart raced, and feeling a tinge of bashfulness, he asked Haizi, "Little brother, who is this lady?" Haizi, wide-eyed, turned to Ma Lanhua, asking innocently, "Sister Ma, he wants to know who you are. Should I tell him?" The question sent Ma Lanhua into another swoon, while Bai Gan fretted, "Miss, are you all right? Have you fallen ill?" Believing her flushed cheeks indicated a fever, Bai Gan was unaware that she was merely flustered. Nearby, the leader, still seething from his earlier defeat, was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Bai Gan would choose to side with the women. "Brothers, let us take Bai Gan down with the rest." The leader growled, rising to his feet, blade in hand, now aimed at Bai Gan. Yet, Bai Gan stood undaunted. "Miss, I will return shortly." He shook off his apprehension, exuding an air of dominance, while Ma Lanhua, half concealing her face, cautioned, "Hero, be careful." With that, chaos erupted as both sides clashed in a fierce battle. Bai Gan's arrival significantly alleviated the pressure on Zhu Desheng's group. As Bai Gan joined the fray, the enemy's strength diminished correspondingly, transforming the odds from mere inches to a vast chasm in their favor. Regrettably, one fist cannot contend with 4 hands. The adversary's numbers are overwhelming. "Bai Gan, you rebellious wretch, I shall slay you." After delivering a kick that knocked Bai Gan to the ground, the villain, gripping his large blade with both hands, ruthlessly thrust it towards Bai Gan's chest. Although Bai Gan possessed the strength of the 6th level of body refinement, he was merely a novice at it. While the villain stood at his peak, Despite having sustained some injuries earlier, Bai Gan was still no match for him, illustrating the stark disparity in raw power. Warrior. Observing that Bai Gan was on the brink of being slain, the flower of Mulan, who had just entertained thoughts of spring, felt as if she had plunged into an endless abyss. Had it not been for the chubby girl holding her back, Mulan would have charged towards the villain in a fit of desperation. Beauty! Aware of his impending doom, Bai Gan directed his final gaze towards Mulan, wishing to behold her one last time. This frustrated the villain, who scoffed, "Oh, look at you, indulging in a farewell scene. But do not be too anxious. For soon, I shall send you to accompany him." Cackling with malevolence, the villain, momentarily stunned, finally made his move. Warrior! Woo-woo. As the blade descended swiftly, Mulan erupted into inconsolable tears. Everyone present believed Bai Gan was doomed. However, just as the large blade was about to pierce his chest, a sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to a crossbow bolt being released, creating a sonic boom. A dark figure swiftly penetrated the villain's back. Finally, it arrived. Subsequently, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before the crowd. The dark silhouette was none other than the mysterious iron dagger he had just launched. Indeed, it was Huo Tianci, who had rushed back overnight. "You little rascal!" Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Qiushuang, who had previously appeared lifeless, instantly regained her spirit, while Mulan halted her tears and shouted at Huo Tianci, "You heartless fiend! You finally returned!" Witnessing Huo Tianci's sudden appearance and the swift demise of the villain revived the exhausted Zhu Deshang and the others, filling them with newfound vigor. Under Huo Tianci's leadership, the members of the Wolf Mercenary Corps were utterly vanquished. "Liuzi, were you not already Dati?" That moment, the tardy Master Qin entered, supporting a pale-faced comrade named Liuzi, who had been grievously wounded in the battle against the Wolf Mercenary Corps and had appeared to be dead. Zhu Deshang was astonished. "Master Qin, what is the meaning of this?" Liuzi was supposed to be. Master Qin turned his gaze towards Huo Tianci. It was Brother Tianci who expended 7 or 8 hemostatic pills, along with a special ointment and a dozen energy-replenishing pills that pulled him back from the brink of death. When Huo Tianci discovered Liuzi, he was covered in blood and convulsing. Upon inspecting his status with the system, it indicated that he was not dead but rather hovering on the edge of death. Clinging to the last breath. It was only when Master Qin mentioned him as a brother that Huo Tianci resolved to spend several pills to sustain his final breath. What? 7 or 8 hemostatic pills? A dozen energy-replenishing pills? My heavens! Upon hearing this, Zhu Deshang and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. For each hemostatic pill cost at least 3,000 taels of silver, and the energy-replenishing pills were even more expensive. To expend so many on a person nearing death? Truth be told, had it been anyone else, such an act would have seemed utterly unwarranted. Liuzi himself could not have anticipated this outcome, as he merely sought a swift end. Yet, Huo Tianci had produced dozens of pills to prolong his life. Brother Tianci truly embodies righteousness. While astonishment filled Zhu Deshang, he did not forget to give Huo Tianci a thumbs up. Huo Tianci, however, felt no particular pride in his actions, for it was simply what he ought to do. Zhu Deshang and the others had come to aid in the rescue, and truth be told, they were under no obligation to do so. Yet, they had come without hesitation, which was a kindness he could not overlook. Furthermore, had they not fought valiantly, the women and children present would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. Chapter 69. Self-destruction in the end? Huo Tianci remarked, "A fortune of 1,000 taels is easily acquired. Yet, finding a friend to risk their life for you is rare. These are merely small pills. I can earn more later. A life, however, is singular." With that, Huo Tianci distributed a hemostatic pill to each injured individual present to aid in their recovery. Upon hearing these words, Wu Qiushuang was utterly mesmerized, for they echoed the profound wisdom of her ancestors. A fortune of 1,000 taels is easily acquired, yet, finding a friend to risk their life for you is rare. Wu Qiushuang's admiration for Huo Tianci soared exponentially. The others present also voiced their approval of Huo Tianci's actions, recognizing that silver could be earned again, but a life is truly irreplaceable. Feeling slightly abashed by the praise, Huo Tianci approached the seemingly lifeless Bai Gan and gave him a gentle kick. "I say, how long do you intend to lie there?" Huo Tianci sighed, for the blade had never even grazed him. He was merely lying quietly to one side. "I'm not dead?" Bai Gan, initially believing himself to have perished, slowly opened his eyes to find Huo Tianci kicking him. "Of course not. If you were dead, you couldn't open your eyes." Huo Tianci nearly scolded him. "Oh, what is this?" Bai Gan attempted to rise but realized he was pinned to the ground by something. Turning his head, he discovered a dagger had pierced through his clothing under his arm, pinning him down. When Huo Tianci had thrown the dagger, it had not been a mere coincidence. It had aimed directly at Baigan after piercing the villain. Huo Tianci's throw was remarkably precise, aided by the keen eye and swift ear ability. Otherwise, he would not have dared to throw so boldly. "Isn't this your mysterious tear dagger, Brother Tianci?" Upon seeing the dagger, Baigan felt a chill run down his spine, for had it advanced a mere inch further, he would have lost his arm. The thought made him gulp nervously, as it was too close for comfort. What? Mysterious tear dagger. The mere mention of those words caused everyone in the hall to gasp in astonishment, for it was an absolute divine weapon that it could be said that most present had never even seen a yellow tear weapon. Let alone a mysterious tear one. Wu Qiushuang had certainly never laid eyes on one, as the most formidable weapon in the Wu family of Black River Fortress was merely a yellow tear 9th rank. She was the first to approach Huo Tianci and retrieve the dagger from the ground. A girl playing with daggers is not wise. You might cut your fingers. Seeing Wu Qiushuang take the dagger, Huo Tianci wore a pained expression, realizing he would have to reclaim it. You might cut yourself, Wu Qiushuang retorted. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci felt a wave of exasperation. Look at your stingy attitude. I am not refusing to return it. I merely wish to see what this mysterious weapon looks like. Once Wu Qiushuang perceived that the weapon posed no threat, she prepared to return the mysterious iron dagger to Huo Tianci. I am not stingy. I simply remind you that the dagger is sharp. When Huo Tianci saw her turning away, he grew anxious, for he truly was not jesting. I, a man, would not go back on my word. Give me 3 months. If I do not acquire a mysterious weapon for you by then, I shall, he faltered. I shall chop off my tongue. Huo Tianci was indeed resolute. However, in the next moment, a notification chimed. The system announced, host has received, gift mission, mission target, Wu Qiushuang, mission objective, gift at least 1 Xian level weapon, mission completion reward, 1 golden lottery coin. What? A golden lottery coin? Upon hearing this reward, Huo Tianci felt a surge of excitement, for he had never anticipated that such an action could trigger a mission. Moreover, the reward was astonishingly generous, as 1 golden lottery coin equated to 100 bronze lottery coins. Yet, the system's notifications did not cease there. It continued to chime. Mission deadline, 3 months. Mission failure penalty, loss of manhood. After the final notification, Huo Tianci, who had been brimming with enthusiasm, stood frozen in place like a wooden puppet. Utterly stunned, he hastily checked his 3rd leg and, upon confirming it was still there, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. Thankfully, it remains intact. He'll be honest, at that moment, Huo Tianci's back was drenched in sweat. As the penalty for failure was horrifying, he would turn into a eunuch. Observing Huo Tianci's indecorous actions, Wu Qiushuang's cheeks flushed slightly. You rascal, what are you doing? Huo Tianci wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and weakly replied. Just checking to see if it's still there. Damn it, why did I say that? Ah, my careless mouth. Why did I make such a hard promise? Now it seems the threat is real. Huo Tianci was merely posturing, never expecting the system would actually assign him such a task. No wonder the mission reward was so enticing. It all made sense now, and Huo Tianci was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Wu Qiushuang, staring at Huo Tianci's lower half, finally grasped the meaning of it. You pervert? How despicable! Pervert! Despicable? Huo Tianci erupted in indignation. How am I a pervert? How am I despicable? Besides, isn't this all for you? For me? Touching there is for me? I'm going to kill you, you lecher. Upon hearing Huo Tianci's inappropriate remarks, Wu Qiushuang immediately took action. This was all for you. Would I have made such a threat otherwise? Oh my, are you a dog or something? All right, I was wrong. After being bitten twice, Huo Tianci conceded defeat. Beside them, Ma Lanhua, nestled against Baigan, looked at the bickering couple and affectionately remarked to Baigan, Brother Bai, that's just immature romance. Baigan, unfazed, replied to Ma Lanhua, You're absolutely right, Lanhua. After all, we are adults. How about we engage in some adult activities? Ma Lanhua blushed and nodded slightly, just as she prepared to be open and sincere with Baigan when he added, Then let us ride horses together, accompanied by the world, carefree and easygoing. Huo Tianci's inner monologue. No wonder he is still a virgin at over 30. Serves him right. Chapter 70. Making sense of it all thus. A day passed. The next morning, at the foot of Evil Wolf Mountain, Baigan pulled Huo Tianci aside, crying out for the antidote. For this was already the 6th day. If he didn't obtain it before nightfall, he would be finished. Brother, don't ignore me. The antidote for the 7-day fatal pill. Seeing Huo Tianci's reluctance to respond, Bai Gan nearly fell to his knees. Huo Tianci had already explained this matter countless times. I told you. That was a lie. There's no such 7-day fatal pill. Yet Bai Gan remained unconvinced. Brother, I truly intend to mend my ways. If I commit any more misdeeds, may I meet a horrible fate. Bai Gan raised 2 fingers to the sky, swearing. Upon hearing this oath, Huo Tianci regretted his words. How could I have made such a vow? Huo Tianci felt like crying because if he didn't gift a Xin-level weapon to Wu Qiushuang within 3 months, he would be forced to practice the Sunflower Manual. He certainly did not wish to become a eunuch. Brother, why are you crying? Seeing tears welling in Huo Tianci's eyes, Bai Gan felt a chill run down his spine. Thinking Huo Tianci had lost the antidote, I haven't lost it. Now close your eyes. Huo Tianci rolled a ball of mud and tossed it into Bai Gan's mouth, for he knew he wouldn't believe otherwise. Upon tasting the familiar concoction, Bai Gan felt rejuvenated. Thank you, brother. This is the feeling. I'm completely healed. Indeed, the power of the mind was immense. It was akin to someone on Earth being diagnosed with a grave illness. Only to feel better upon hearing the diagnosis. By the way, brother, I'm going to Guyang County with Lanhua. Bai Gan pointed to the carriage across the way, looking excited. Guyang County? Huo Tianci glanced over at the carriage, where Ma Lanhua was waving at him. Can it be? With your looks, you managed to find a sugar mama? Huo Tianci was stunned, for he had never imagined Bai Gan would be involved with someone like Ma Lanhua. But given her mature charm, he believed it, and no wonder he heard creaking sounds all night. It was you up to no good. Huo Tianci finally understood everything. Seeing Huo Tianci speak up, Bai Gan felt no embarrassment and tossed his disheveled hair, saying, after all, I'm handsome and enduring. Since that's the case, brother, we're off. All right, then you all go. May we meet again. We must meet again. Remember to look for me in Guyang County. After leaving this message, Bai Gan set off toward the west with a group of beautiful girls, as for Wu Qiushuang. Hey, where are you going? Huo Tianci turned to ask her. What do you mean by hey? Call me third miss. Wu Qiushuang replied, equally proud. Don't be so aloof. How about this, I'll call you honey, and you call me darling? Huo Tianci mischievously suggested, knowing full well that it was just a teaser regarding her lack of English skills. Darling? What does that mean? Wu Qiushuang asked, intrigued by the pronunciation. Huo Tianci explained, darling means dear. Honey means sweetheart. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the full truth. It's a term of respect. After all, men and women are equal. So we can use honey and darling to respectfully address close friends. Huo Tianci was just rambling, but it didn't matter. What was important was that he was making sense, and Wu Qiushuang was hooked. Then, darling, I'm going to Bailey Town. Wu Qiushuang regarded Huo Tianci as a friend and thus addressed him respectfully. All right, honey, I'll accompany you. Huo Tianci replied, acknowledging that this fellow had a knack for playful banter. Beside them, Zhu Desheng chimed in, darling, shouldn't we first check out Long Village? He even patted Huo Tianci on the back. Huo Tianci shot him a fierce glare and retorted, I'm not into that. Along the way, Huo Tianci shared his experiences with Wu Qiushuang. After listening, she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes resolute. Darling, don't worry. I'll avenge you. Forget it. Your injury isn't even healed yet. Huo Tianci did not want Wu Qiushuang to show off her bravery. Are you still going back? Huo Tianci's power was merely at the 6th level of body refinement. Returning to Bailey Town, a den of danger, would be akin to courting death. For not only would the Huo family come after him, but the Wu family would not let him off either. Third miss, don't worry. Brother Tianci is formidable. The third elder of the Wu family is a master at the 9th level of body refinement, and yet he was still defeated by Brother Tianci's fists. On the right, Qin Yi cheerfully recounted the night Huo Tianci battled the third elder of the Wu family. What? The third elder, the 5th elder, and the 6th elder of the Wu family are all dead. Zhu Desheng and the others were astonished, for this was utterly shocking. After all, each of those 3 possessed at least peak 8th level body refinement strength. That they all perished at Huo Tianci's hands was unbelievable. To be honest, if this were told to others, they would surely consider it a boast, as it seemed impossible. Wu Qiushuang was equally astonished, for Huo Tianci had previously told her he had no dantian. To be able to defeat such experts without a dantian was truly monstrous. Just then, as Huo Tianci and his companions completely exited Evil Wolf Mountain, a notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the rescue mission. Mission reward, 1 bronze lottery coin, 500 cultivation points. Ding! The host has successfully rescued an additional 27 victims, resulting in a reward bonus of 270 for the rescue mission. Ding! The host has received the following bonus rewards. 2 bronze lottery coins, and 7 fragments of bronze lottery coins. Note: 10 fragments can be combined to form a complete bronze lottery coin, along with 1,350 experience points. The rewards have finally arrived. Huo Tianci was overjoyed, for this meant he could draw 4 more times consecutively. No, it should be 5 times, as he still possessed 1 bronze lottery coin gifted by the system during his upgrade. Combined with the 3 newly awarded coins, totaling 4, the final coin was a silver lottery coin rewarded for completing the extermination task, making it 5 in total. Chapter 71. Return to Bailey Town 2 days later. At the entrance of a small town marked by the characters Bailey, it was unclear what had transpired, but the ordinarily quiet entrance of Bailey Town was now bustling with 2 long lines of people. Armed guards, wielding sharp spears and swords, were inspecting each passerby wishing to enter the town. Upon closer inspection, the guards bore a large embroidered character Wu on their chests, as the townsfolk waited in line. Some of those toward the back began to engage in conversation. "It's been 3 days. When will the Wu family finish their inspections?" grumbled a middle-aged merchant. Behind him, a burly man carrying a hoe chimed in. "Indeed, they keep inspecting without a clue about what they're looking for. Did someone from the Wu family die? Speaking of which, you must have heard about the incident in Longsuan," the middle-aged merchant whispered to the burly man. The man shook his head, as he was not well informed, but curiosity was piqued. "Brother, do tell me. There's nothing else to do right now." "All right, but you mustn't spread it around. It was Huo Tianci who did it." "What? That waste from the Huo family? Isn't he already dead?" Upon hearing that name, the burly man trembled, dropping his hoe in shock. The news of Huo Tianci's death was common knowledge, even to the point of him being buried. "Brother, don't scare me in broad daylight." The burly man felt a cold sweat break out on his back, as the thought was too frightening. In truth, the middle-aged merchant was skeptical too. After all, he had seen the coffin buried. How could Huo Tianci possibly rise from the grave? Yet, during his recent visit to Longsuan, someone had described Huo Tianci's appearance to him. "I'm not scaring you. It was the waiter from the tavern in Longsuan who told me himself. He said that the 58 members of the Wu family who died were all slaughtered by Huo Tianci. Afterward, 3 elders from the Wu family went into the beast forest to capture him. But as of now, they have yet to return." Just as the middle-aged merchant was passionately recounting the tale, a group of individuals clad in black robes, wearing hats and veils, approached the town entrance. Their peculiar attire and the fact that they were hiding in broad daylight instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers, including the guards from the Wu family inspecting suspicious individuals. "Boss, a group of black-robed individuals is approaching. They seem suspicious." A servant of the Wu family nudged a burly man beside him, pointing at the incoming figures. The burly man immediately drew his sword upon seeing them. "Surround them." The guards obeyed. Encircling the 9 black-robed figures, in response to this, the leader of the black-robed group merely beckoned the Wu family man with a finger. "Come here." The Wu family man was bewildered. The black-robed individual was turning the tables. However, he did not lose his temper. "Humph, I was planning to unveil your hat anyway. Now is a perfect opportunity." As he approached the leader, ready to lift the hat, the black-robed figure preemptively struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Slap. The force was so great that the Wu family man spun around several times before finally stopping. A deep handprint now etched into his slightly plump face. "MD, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Once he regained his composure, the stunned Wu family man brandished his sword towards the black-robed individual. Just as he was about to bring the sword down, he suddenly changed his demeanor, kneeling on the ground instead and began to slap his own face. I'm sorry. I was blind and did not recognize you. Please spare my life." The black-robed individual simply rasped. "Scram. I'm going. The Wu family man was terrified, realizing that the person before him was from the Wu family of Heihe Fortress, seeing the Wu family token in the black-robed individual's hand. He was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, struggling to get back on his feet. Finally, he waved to the guards at the entrance of Bailey Town, and all the Wu family soldiers promptly withdrew. It was only after the black-robed individuals departed that they dared to show themselves. "Damn it, I've kicked a steel plate." The Wu family man rubbed the handprint on his right cheek. Lamenting his misfortune, the black-robed figures were none other than Huo Tianci and his companions. "Kid, why did your voice change just now?" Once safely inside the town, Wu Qiushuang curiously asked Huo Tianci, who was next to her. Huo Tianci pointed to his throat and replied, "If you pinch it, you'll become mute." "How foolish that you're the foolish one. I just didn't know." Wu Qiushuang retorted, refusing to be labeled as a silly girl. Finally, she playfully threatened Huo Tianci, showing her little tiger teeth. Huo Tianci felt a twinge of fear, for the bite marks on his arm had yet to fade. All right, you are the clever one. That's satisfactory? Much better, Wu Qiushuang said, feeling pleased with herself as she led Huo Tianci and the others toward the Qian residence. It must be said that the Qian residence was indeed wealthy. Even the plaque bearing the name Qian was gilded, making the entrance appear grander than that of the Huo family. The Huo family had 2 gates, while the Qian family boasted 4. An impressive display of opulence. At that moment, a servant sweeping the entrance paused and looked up. Quickly inform my aunt that Qiushuang is here to see her, Wu Qiushuang said, while removing her black robe. The servant seemed taken aback. Aunt, Qiushuang, are you the 3rd miss? The servant had been informed by Master Qian that the 3rd Miss Wu Qiushuang would be visiting soon. So everyone in the Qian household was aware of her arrival. The servant hurried inside the Qian residence, shouting, Master, Madam, the 3rd Miss has arrived to see you both. Chapter 72. Qian Wenguang. Upon hearing the call, Qian Wenguang, who was discussing matters in the main hall, immediately set aside his affairs to welcome her. Qiushuang, your uncle has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. His face was filled with joy, for he had not expected the Wu family to send their 3rd Miss Wu Qiushuang to celebrate with them. Uncle, these gifts are prepared personally by my parents for you. As she spoke, Wu Qiushuang instructed Qin Yi and the others to place a large chest filled with gold and jewels down. You are too kind, my brother. Qian Wenguang felt his status soar, as these were gifts from the head of the Wu family, especially with outsiders present. Noticing the guests, Wu Qiushuang continued, my parents wish to visit personally, but they simply lack the time, so they sent me to convey their congratulations. Understanding this, Qian Wenguang replied, after all, the entire Wu family relies on you, my brother, to steer the course. Coming to this small town like Bailey is a hassle, and I would not want to neglect your hospitality. Perhaps in the near future, I will accompany my wife to visit Hehe Fortress and pay my respects. That sounds excellent. By the way, who is that person? Wu Qiushuang inquired, pointing to a figure emerging from the side. Upon seeing the individual, Huo Tianci's murderous intent surged, for this was someone he longed to kill in his dreams. He was Huo Leitang, the head of the Huo family in Bailey Town, who had come to deliver congratulatory gifts to Qiushuang's aunt. Qian Wenguang explained, that was Huo Leitang. Just now, he overheard our conversation, which has only reinforced his belief that he has found the right person, as the Qian family's backing is indeed as he imagined, supported by the Wu family of Hehe Fortress. With that, Huo Leitang cupped his hands respectfully toward Wu Qiushuang. I am honored to meet the 3rd Mississippi. Since that is the case, Brother Qian, I shall take my leave. Turning, he bowed once more to Qian Wenguang before contentedly departing the Qian residence. Wu Qiushuang paid him no mind, instead turning her attention to Huo Tianci. Although he was clad in a black robe and his face was veiled, she could still sense the murderous aura emanating from him. Bang! Crack! The stone slabs beneath my feet, as solid as rock, were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments by the sheer force unleashed by Huo Tianci. Observing this, Qian Wenguang immediately turned to Wu Qiushuang and inquired, Qiushuang, who are these individuals? Upon noticing that the newcomers were all clad in black robes, Qian Wenguang had already sensed something amiss. Yet, out of consideration for Wu Qiushuang, he had refrained from asking. Now, witnessing the scene unfold, he could no longer hold back his curiosity. Moreover, logically speaking, the individuals accompanying Wu Qiushuang should have been the guards of the Wu family. Why, then, was there not a single protector in sight? Uncle, let us discuss this inside, Wu Qiushuang urged, instructing a servant to close the main gate, after which she led Qian Wenguang into the main hall. As Wu Qiushuang closed the door to the hall as well, Qian Wenguang was left even more perplexed. Could it be that there were secrets hidden within these walls? He pondered. However, even if there were secrets, could the Wu family not handle them? While he grappled with these thoughts, Huo Tianci removed his black robe's hood, causing Qian Wenguang's eyes to widen in disbelief. I thought you were dead, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by terror as the revelation was utterly unfathomable. I was merely feigning death, Huo Tianci replied, his gaze still heavy with gravity, for his sworn enemy had just brushed past him. Understanding dawned on Qian Wenguang, allowing him to recover from his shock, which clarified why Huo Tianci had shattered the stone slab with a single kick. So, Qiushuang, what is your relationship with him? Qian Wenguang asked, struggling to comprehend the dynamics at play. It is as follows, Uncle. Wu Qiushuang began to recount the incident in which Huo Tianci had saved her. Qian Wenguang listened, utterly astonished, for Huo Tianci was well known in Bailey Town as a notorious good-for-nothing, incapable of cultivation. How could he possibly have rescued Wu Qiushuang? Yet, when he heard that the 3 elders of the Wu family had met their demise at Huo Tianci's hands, He was so taken aback that he fell to the ground. What? You did it? Qian Wenguang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. More or less, Huo Tianci replied with an air of nonchalance. A hero indeed emerges from youth. The Huo family has truly misjudged him. And old Master Huo's death was most unjust. Qian Wenguang, being somewhat aware of the circumstances, recognized that rumors had begun to circulate, alleging that old Master Huo had been slain by Huo Leitang. Though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain that it was indeed him, and I nearly fell victim to his poison as well, Huo Tianci refrained from divulging that he had died once, for that remained a personal secret. Along with the lottery system in his mind, indeed, Qian Wenguang nodded, recalling that on the morning of old Master Huo's poisoning, he had just paid him a visit to that time. Old Master Huo appeared vibrant, hardly resembling a man afflicted by illness. Yet, by noon, news had spread that he had contracted a mysterious ailment and was on the brink of death. By the way, Huo Leitang came to see me regarding that matter earlier. Having pledged to aid Huo Tianci, Qian Wenguang felt compelled to share, for Huo Tianci had saved Wu Qiushuang. Such a debt of gratitude could not go unacknowledged, as he considered the Wu family as his own. What matter? Huo Tianci asked, a hint of confusion in his voice, as they had discussed numerous topics. The fact that the 3 elders of the Wu family were slain by you, Qian Wenguang clarified. However, it seems Huo Leitang is unaware that you are responsible for their deaths. He added that the head of the Wu family, Wu Dingtian, had gone to great lengths to conceal the demise of the 3 elders. Yet for reasons unknown, Huo Leitang had become privy to the information. Subsequently, Huo Leitang intended to conspire with Qian Wenguang under the pretext of delivering congratulatory gifts, targeting the Wu family together. Presently, the Wu family lacked the strength to maintain their status as one of the 3 great powers of Bailey Town, particularly after the loss of 3 elders, which had significantly diminished their power. Should the Qian and Huo families join forces, the annexation of the Wu family would merely be a matter of time. This, then, was the reason behind Huo Leitang's earlier visit. However, Qian Wenguang hesitated to agree, for this was merely Huo Leitang's perspective. What if the 3 elders of the Wu family were still alive? Would he not become an accomplice and scapegoat? I see, Huo Tianci said, realization dawning upon him. With a slight smile curving his lips, he continued, since he wishes to devour the Wu family, we shall turn his scheme against him. Huo Tianci conceived a plan, while Qian Wenguang remarked that it was overly complicated. There is no need for such intricacies. Qiushuang and I are both peak experts of the 9th layer of body refinement. I propose we assist you in reclaiming the Huo family first, and then settle scores with the Wu family at our leisure. If such a course were feasible, it would undoubtedly simplify matters considerably. Unfortunately, Wu Qiushuang's dantian was damaged, and Huo Tianci desired to exact his own form of revenge. For this was his personal affair. What? Your dantian is damaged, Qiushuang. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Qian Wenguang grew anxious and promptly summoned a physician to tend to Wu Qiushuang. The 3rd miss has only sustained a slight injury to her dantian and is temporarily unable to exert her strength. Other than that, there are no significant issues. With regular medication and 10 days of recuperation, she will surely recover, the physician explained after a thorough examination, providing a prescription to restore her dantian's function. Qian Wenguang wasted no time in dispatching servants to gather the necessary herbs. And, upon seeing Madame Qian, Wu Qiushuang rushed over to engage in casual conversation, while Huo Tianci and his companions retreated to a separate courtyard of the Qian residence. Master Qian, we do not require any servants here, Huo Tianci declared, having grown wary of everyone around him. Qian Wenguang nodded, suspecting there was an informant among them, which explained how Huo Leitang had learned of the 3 elders' demise. Consequently, he promptly expelled all servants from the courtyard. Finally shedding the constricting black robe, Huo Tianci sighed with relief. It had been stifling and suffocating. After removing his own robe, he assisted the young boy beside him. Haizi, in discarding his as well. What is it? Huo Tianci asked, noticing Haizi's hesitance. Gently patting the boy's head, he inquired further. Haizi, a tad disheartened, finally voiced his feelings. Young master, when can we go home? I miss home. Hearing these words, tears welled in Huo Tianci's eyes, for he too longed for home. In half a month. I promise to take you back, dear brother, he assured, wiping away his tears. Haizi nodded, then embraced Huo Tianci tightly, weeping unabashedly like a child. While Huo Tianci wished to cry and release his pent-up emotions, he restrained himself. Tears were not easily shed by a man. Huo Leitang, just you wait. Ultimately, Huo Tianci transformed his sorrow into a fervent desire for revenge, recognizing that tears would serve no purpose and would only reveal his weakness. Time passed, and Haizi, nestled in Huo Tianci's embrace, cried himself to sleep. Huo Tianci chuckled softly, shaking his head at the boy's innocence. To avoid disturbing Haizi, Huo Tianci gently carried him to the large bed in the guest room. After days of travel, he too was exhausted. Tucking the blanket around Haizi, Huo Tianci turned to the other bed. With 5 lottery draws ahead of him, he wondered what rewards awaited him this time. Filled with anticipation, he sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared for the draw. With a thought, the bronze lottery machine materialized in his mind. And Huo Tianci decided to start with it. Ding, system notification. Reward item retrieval in progress. Please hold on, host. Ding, due to the reward, clone technique, being retained, the total number of reward items for this draw is only 11. The notifications echoed repeatedly, and at last, ding, reward item retrieval successful. Ding. The host may redraw rewards once daily. As the reward images solidified before him, Huo Tianci's heart raced with anticipation, uncertain of what the system would bestow upon him this time. With great eagerness, he scrutinized the 11 rewards, recognizing that the clone technique was one of the skills he had previously retained. The first reward was a pill. Secret recipe grade 1 strength pill, yellow grade 1 pill upon consumption. It temporarily increases strength by 50 gene, penalty for use. After the effect expires, the host will lose 3,000 points of cultivation. This bore a striking resemblance to the berserk pill consumed by the 3 elders of the Wu family. However, it seemed that this particular pill did not require sacrificing one's life force. Typically, berserk pills carried severe side effects, ranging from complete loss of cultivation to fatality. Yet, this grade 1 strength pill did not impose such extreme consequences. Of course, it required some cost, but it was not nearly as dramatic. When Huo Tianci saw that the penalty was merely a loss of 3,000 points of cultivation, he became elated, for trading 3,000 points for a temporary boost of 50 gene in strength was undoubtedly a worthwhile exchange. Potentially saving his life in critical moments. To put it plainly, it is akin to exchanging 3,000 experience points for an extra life. Is this not a worthwhile trade? Certainly, it is, to his astonishment. The first reward turned out to be a delightful surprise. At this moment, Huo Tianci was in dire need of these potent elixirs that could instantly augment his strength. The emergence of this first-grade power pill bestowed upon him a formidable trump card. However, he reminded himself not to celebrate too soon, for the chance of actually obtaining it remained uncertain. With a heart full of excitement, Huo Tianci continued to delve deeper. Could it be? Before even examining the attributes of the second reward, Huo Tianci was momentarily taken aback. The shape reminded him of a buff from a game, and indeed, he was not mistaken. It was the dragon buff from League of Legends. He could hardly fathom that this could also be a reward. The unexpected nature of this revelation filled him with astonishment and joy. Though seemingly absurd, the lottery machine had indeed granted him this boon. Without further ado, he hastened to examine its properties. Baron S hand, S3 enhancement aura upon use. It temporarily elevates the host's realm by 3 levels, grants the ability for self-healing, restores vitality, and provides an additional 40 units of strength. This dragon buff felt somewhat outdated, for when Huo Tianci traversed into this world, League of Legends on Earth had already progressed to Season 6, and the dragon buff had undergone numerous updates. He distinctly recalled that the Season 6 dragon buff attributes had transformed to enhance minion attack power and expedite their return. Ironically, he had been playing League of Legends when he was struck by a meteor and transported here. The dragon buff he now encountered must have belonged to either Season 2 or Season 3. It was explicitly indicated as an S3 enhancement aura. A chuckle escaped him as he patted his head, recalling that the description had indeed stated it was an S3 enhancement aura. As a seasoned League player, Huo Tianci vividly remembered the effects of the dragon buff from that era. An additional 3 maximum health, mana, and health regeneration, along with a boost of 40 AP and AD. Undoubtedly, the lottery system displayed remarkable finesse. As it meticulously captured the details, effects such as boosting minion attack power and swift returns held no value in this world. Perhaps this was why the buff was designated as S3. Upon comparing the 2 versions, Huo Tianci discerned that there were minimal changes. The 3 maximum health bonus was replaced with a temporary elevation of the host's realm by 3 levels, while the health and mana regeneration were transformed into self-healing and self-restoration of vitality. The final enhancement of 40 AP and AD was substituted with an increase of 40 units of strength. Although the changes appeared significant on the surface, the essence remained unaltered. At this point, Huo Tianci felt a deep admiration for this system, for its attention to detail was truly invincible. Indeed, the dragon buff was equally formidable. One might assert that as long as Huo Tianci obtained it, he could effortlessly vanquish that Huo Leitang with a single punch. The first two rewards were progressively better, with the dragon buff being particularly coveted. He glanced at the reward colors. The specially crafted first-grade power pill was of blue quality, while the dragon buff gleamed with orange quality. Following these two rewards was a ninja kunai, a tool used by ninjas in Naruto, unremarkable in nature, with a mere white quality. Next came the explosive talisman. Huo Tianci's eyes lit up at the mention of this reward, for it was also a tool from Naruto, akin to a bomb, yet simpler and more straightforward. It resembled a sticker, making it easy to carry. Moreover, its method of use was astonishingly simple. Once affixed, it would explode. Huo Tianci defined it as an invincible ambush tool, for unbeknownst to anyone else, this seemingly inconspicuous piece of paper held explosive power equivalent to that of a grenade. As he continued, the fifth reward was one of the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin, the art of wall running. The sixth reward was another of the 72 supreme skills, also a light-footed technique, the gecko wall climbing technique. The seventh reward was a yellow-tier first-grade pill, chi-enhancing pill. The eighth reward was somewhat disappointing, amounting to 100 taels of gold. The ninth reward was equally underwhelming, yielding 1,000 points of cultivation value. However, when Huo Tianci beheld the 10th reward, he realized what a true pitfall looked like. Was it not a bottle of Waha AD calcium milk? This was indeed a testament to the randomness of the rewards. Huo Tianci felt overwhelmed by the system's might. He was effectively kneeling before it in his lottery endeavors that, of course, this Waha also had attributes. When given to a female friend, it would increase affection. A light bulb went off in Huo Tianci's mind, so it was intended for wooing. The 11th reward shimmered with a pink hue, and without needing to guess, he knew it was a pink quality reward. Upon closer inspection, it was a ninjutsu, lotus. This was a technique employed by Li. Huo Tianci was somewhat taken aback and quickly checked its attributes. Lotus, C-rank ninjutsu, a technique utilized by martial arts masters in Naruto. It involves kicking the opponent's chin to launch them into the air, then moving behind the opponent, wrapping them in bandages, and finally crashing to the ground. Note: this technique can be upgraded to B-rank ninjutsu lotus and A-rank forbidden technique lotus. It was no wonder it was of pink quality. It could be upgraded. However, this technique inflicted significant self-damage along with the harm to the enemy. Having watched the Naruto series, Huo Tianci was aware of how this technique worked. It tied both the enemy and himself together and then plummeted to the ground from a height of over 10 meters. Just imagining it was painful, which explained why it was classified as a forbidden technique. The final reward was the shadow clone technique he had retained from last time. With that, he had perused all 12 rewards. Compared to the previous set of 12, this time's rewards felt somewhat lacking, as there was only one orange reward, and it was merely a buff, a one-time use item. The pink rewards were also scarce, leaving an overall impression of diminished quality. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that these items were still quite beneficial to Huo Tianci at present. That I won't exchange. I'll draw again, Huo Tianci declared, and with a flick of his mind, he pressed the lottery button, causing the wheel atop the lottery machine to spin rapidly. After approximately half a minute, the wheel gradually came to a stop on the image of the chi-enhancing pill. The next moment, a system prompt chimed. Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. One chi-enhancing pill. As long as it's not Waha, I'm relieved. Huo Tianci breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the lottery button once more, continuing his drawing. Damn it, what a divine lottery. Congratulations, you have drawn a reward. For bottles of Waha AD calcium milk. After the prompt, a row of 4 bottles of Waha appeared in Huo Tianci's hands. For a moment, he was stunned, realizing the system was deliberately countering him. Just after he had expressed his desire to avoid Waha, it promptly delivered it to him. Better to have drawn it earlier. With my luck, I would have gotten it eventually. Huo Tianci steadied his mindset and continued to draw. Congratulations, you have drawn a reward. A stack of explosive talismans. A stack, not just a single one. Huo Tianci had initially thought the explosive talisman was singular, yet it turned out to be a stack. However, he did not feel overly excited, for these items were explosive, and he had never used them before. Cautiously unwrapping the paper packaging, he revealed 5 rectangular soft papers inscribed with black explosive characters. These soft papers measured approximately 20 centimeters in length and 7 to 8 centimeters in width. Aside from the black runes, they resembled ordinary paper. Yet, one should never underestimate them, for their power was comparable to that of a grenade. 5 pieces. What a pleasant surprise! Huo Tianci felt a flicker of delight, as he had expected only one, but was pleasantly surprised by the 5. Last draw. Give me something good. After securing the explosive talismans, Huo Tianci placed his final bronze coin into the lottery machine. Give me the dragon buff, or the specially crafted first-grade power pill will do. Honestly, I also wish to draw the shadow clone technique and the lotus ninjutsu. Well, I'll settle for any 4 rewards. Huo Tianci did not wish for too much, as he desired all of them, but primarily coveted the shadow clone technique, not for any other reason, but for its flair and practicality. Congratulations, you have drawn a reward, shadow clone technique. Wow, it really is true that thoughts manifest. Huo Tianci was ecstatic, leaping to his feet, for he was eager to try out the shadow clone technique. Of course, before attempting, he needed to check its attributes. Shadow clone technique, yearned ninjutsu, one of the most basic techniques in Naruto, capable of creating illusory clones to confuse opponents. Note: this clone possesses no offensive capability. Lacking any offensive capability, upon seeing these words, Huo Tianci immediately furrowed his brow, for this was in stark contrast to his expectations. After all, the shadow clone technique utilized by Naruto was indeed capable of combat. Just as Huo Tianci pondered this perplexity, the system provided yet another notification. Shadow clones are corporeal and possess combat ability. This revelation was akin to a sudden awakening from a dream, as Huo Tianci had mistakenly conflated shadow clones with mere clones. Damn it! Huo Tianci felt utterly deceived. Nevertheless, he resolved to try it out first. With that, Huo Tianci formed hand seals and executed the cloning technique, in an instant. With a resounding bang, a figure identical to Huo Tianci appeared before him. This clone was immobile, and when Huo Tianci reached out to touch it, his hand passed straight through its form. Indeed, just as described, it was merely an illusory clone. However, akin to a shadow clone, it would vanish upon sustaining damage. Just then, as Huo Tianci's hand passed through the clone, there was another loud bang, and smoke billowed forth, causing the identical figure to vanish from sight. Although this cloning technique lacked combat power and mobility, it could effectively confuse an opponent. Witnessing this, a sudden idea surged forth in Huo Tianci's mind. A cunning plan for revenge. That moment, a knock echoed at his door. Forget it, I'll draw next time. Huo Tianci had intended to use the silver lottery coin, but upon hearing the knock, he hesitated. He opened the door to find a stunningly exquisite face before him. Hey, brat, it's time for dinner. The visitor was Wu Qiushuang, who entered as she spoke. Oh, what's this? She exclaimed, noticing the waha on Huo Tianci's bed. Curiously, she picked it up and shook it. Does it contain water? Having never seen waha before, her curiosity was piqued. Something like that. Huo Tianci replied, surprised by her keen observation. Since she had noticed it, he decided to gift it to her, as it was merely a tool for flirting. Here, take it, by the way. Remember to treat me better in the future and refrain from biting me at every turn. Humph, do you think I want to bite you? If it weren't for my injured Dantian, I would have dealt with you already. As she spoke, the girl gritted her teeth and mimicked a slicing motion. Huo Tianci instantly felt a chill, aware of the implications. Hold on, sister, that was just a natural reaction. Besides, it was you who touched me first, so I was at a disadvantage. Huo Tianci merely stated the facts. Yet, this ignited Wu Qiushuang's fury, for she had clearly stipulated that this matter should never be mentioned. You little brat, if you dare hide, I'll kill you, she exclaimed, her anger palpable. Wait, I treated you to a drink. Besides, I didn't say anything inappropriate. Huo Tianci circled the table, evading Wu Qiushuang, fearing her wrath. You still dare to speak? I'll turn you into a eunuch. Wu Qiushuang was flustered, as she was still an innocent maiden. If word got out, her reputation would be tarnished. All right, I won't say anything. Huo Tianci raised his hands in surrender. Seeing this, Wu Qiushuang relented. Humph, I'll let you off this time. By the way, how do you drink this? After fiddling with the waha for some time without success, she ultimately requested Huo Tianci's assistance. Observing her struggle, Huo Tianci's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this can genuinely increase affection. Under normal circumstances, Wu Qiushuang would not have let him off so easily. It seemed that the waha was indeed remarkable. After receiving the waha from Huo Tianci, he opened the plastic packaging and extracted the straw, piercing the foil seal of the bottle's opening. Wu Qiushuang took a sip, and her earlier foul mood dissipated entirely, for it was exceptionally delicious. Where did you buy this? She inquired, wishing to procure 1,000 bottles to savor slowly, as this delightful taste was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Buy? You can't find it for sale. There are only these 4 bottles. Once they're gone, they're gone. Huo Tianci had initially intended to keep them for himself, but decided to gift them upon noticing her interest. What? Just 4 bottles? Wu Qiushuang felt a tinge of disappointment, leading her to switch from large gulps to cautious sips, aware that these were the only 4 bottles available. After waking up Haizi, the 3 of them went together for dinner. Chapter 76. Huo Tianci. As dusk fell, the stars began to twinkle, adorning the night sky, heralding a dark and treacherous night. Outside the walls of the Huo residence in Bailey Town, a shadow clad in night attire leapt into the depths of the Huo family estate. From a vantage point overlooking the entire Huo residence, one would note that this area was the most poorly guarded, as a patrol of Huo family guards passed by only once every half-incense stick of time. Naturally, only significant members of the Huo family would be aware of this, and Huo Tianci was one such member, though that was now a thing of the past. Indeed, the figure infiltrating the Huo household was none other than Huo Tianci himself. There were hardly any guards present. Huo Tianci had frequently escaped to this very spot for leisure, thus he was well acquainted with it. Successfully breaching the Huo estate, Huo Tianci set his sights on the sixth elder of the Huo family, Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci was the younger brother of Huo Tianci, and not only did they share a close bond, but he was also one of the true culprits behind the poisoning of the late patriarch of the Huo family. As for the others, Huo Tianci had no intention of taking action against them. Although they had not treated him kindly, none had harbored murderous intent toward him, nor had they contemplated harming the late patriarch. Justice must be served, and Huo Tianci would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Ultimately, with the assistance of the thousand-mile eye and wind listening ear, Huo Tianci pinpointed Huo Tian's location, who was currently practicing in his courtyard. Who goes there? Suddenly, Huo Tian spotted a shadow darting about on the opposite rooftop. This was a deliberately crafted ruse by Huo Tianci to lure Huo Tian out. Naturally, Huo Tian pursued, for he was a master at the 9th level of body refinement. Although he had only just broken through, he prided himself that no one in Bailey Town could defeat him, as the most formidable opponent in the town was merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Trying to escape, ultimately, in a dense forest, Huo Tian leaped from a tree like a cannonball, landing directly in front of Huo Tianci with a thunderous crash that cracked the ground beneath him. "Why aren't you running? Do you think you can't escape from me and are ready to give up?" Seeing Huo Tianci rendered motionless by his attack, Huo Tian was filled with triumph. He then prepared to approach and unveil the identity of this masked figure, as Huo Tianci was obscured by a veil. However, as he neared Huo Tianci, his hand unexpectedly passed through the entire form of Huo Tianci. "What is happening?" Huo Tian was taken aback. With a resounding bang, the figure before him transformed into smoke and vanished entirely. Indeed, this was merely an illusory clone conjured by Huo Tianci's cloning technique. Sixth Elder, long time no see. Suddenly, a voice that Huo Tian recognized all too well echoed around him, lingering in his ears. Huo Tian quickly identified the voice. "You truly are not dead?" "Of course I'm not dead." As he spoke, the owner of the voice emerged slowly from behind a large tree. Removing the black cloth that concealed his face, Huo Tianci's visage was fully revealed under the moonlight. Allowing Huo Tian to see him clearly, "Huo Tianci, it is indeed you." Startled, Huo Tian cackled with glee. "For this time, Huo Tianci would not escape. This time, I shall see how you evade me. You wish to capture me?" Just as Huo Tian prepared to seize Huo Tianci, the latter calmly pointed at the ground beneath him. "First, ascertain the situation before making a decision, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise." Huo Tianci's composed demeanor instilled a sense of caution in Huo Tian, as he sensed something was amiss. How could Huo Tianci dare to confront him directly? This was simply inconceivable. With a growing unease, he lowered his gaze to his feet. What is this? Illuminated by the moonlight, he discovered that peculiar paper-like objects were affixed to his feet. These were explosive talismans, and should he dare to move, they would detonate with a resounding boom, sending him skyward, as Huo Tianci explained. He mimicked an explosion. Upon hearing this, Huo Tian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and after swallowing hard, he trembled as he questioned Huo Tianci. Don't he deceive me? Such things cannot exist? Humph. Why do you stutter then? And if you don't believe me, feel free to come over and catch me. I am right here, absolutely not moving an inch. Huo Tianci is indeed afraid that you might not trust him. In the end, Huo Tian, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, still dared not move an inch, for he was unwilling to gamble his life on this occasion. "Rest assured, shortly, someone will come to accompany you. By the way, during my absence, feel free to shout for help. Who knows, perhaps a beast might come to your rescue. This forest is merely the outskirts of the beast forest. Calling for help here is akin to courting death." Just as Huo Tianci stated, it is very likely that instead of humans arriving, a beast might show up first, and then Huo Tian, unable to move a muscle, would be devoured as dinner. How infuriating! How despicable! Huo Tian gritted his teeth, for he never imagined he would fall victim to Huo Tianci, that little scoundrel's scheme. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" in contrast. Huo Tianci burst into wild laughter and leisurely departed from that place. Half an hour later, an identical figure appeared at the Wu residence. This time, Huo Tianci's target was the fourth elder of the Wu family. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Tianci darted past the fourth elder of the Wu family like the wind. Upon seeing Huo Tianci clutching a bundle in his hand, the fourth elder of the Wu family immediately gave chase. "You little thief. Do you wish to throw away your life? How dare you steal in the Wu residence? Come here and face your doom," to lure the fourth elder of the Wu family into his trap. Huo Tianci deliberately stole some items. Otherwise, the fourth elder may not have pursued him. "Oh no," Huo Tianci exclaimed, clutching his throat, while simultaneously dropping some gold onto the ground to entice the fourth elder further. As expected, upon realizing that the stolen goods were gold, the fourth elder of the Wu family pursued even more fervently. "You little thief, hand over the gold. I shall spare your life," due to his hoarse voice. The fourth elder did not recognize Huo Tianci and assumed he was merely an ordinary little burglar. It was not until he entered a thicket and encountered someone else that he discovered the thief was indeed Huo Tianci. "Huo Lei-yin, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Huo Lei-yin standing motionless beneath a large tree, the fourth elder of the Wu family instinctively took a few steps back, suspecting it was a trap set by the Huo family to lure him into an ambush for assassination. Huo Lei-yin had maintained his position for nearly an hour. Truth be told, he was on the verge of breaking down, not from physical exhaustion but from mental torment. Imagine standing under a bomb for an hour. Unable to cry for help, such isolation is akin to hell. However, upon seeing the fourth elder of the Wu family approach, Huo Lei-yin found a semblance of solace, a mental anchor, knowing that someone would soon accompany him. "What are you laughing at?" When the fourth elder of the Wu family saw Huo Lei-yin's terrifying smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, after scanning the surroundings and noticing no ambush, he concluded that it did not seem like a trap, for if the rest of the Huo family were lying in wait nearby, they would have emerged immediately. "Look behind you." Huo Lei-yin continued to wear that horrific smile, finally trembling as he pointed behind the fourth elder of the Wu family. "Is someone behind me?" The fourth elder did not check behind him, as he had just come from that direction. But when he turned around, he saw a figure clad in dark clothing, holding a large package. "So it is you, little thief," the fourth elder thought, realizing it was the same burglar. However, when the thief revealed his face, the fourth elder's eyes widened in shock. "Huo Tianci, it's you, you little scoundrel." "Indeed, it is I. What, do you wish to kill me?" Huo Tianci crossed his arms and lifted his head, exuding an air of calmness. In stark contrast, the fourth elder of the Wu family appeared as if he wished to devour him whole. "You little scoundrel, you poisoned and killed 3 of my Wu family elders. I have been seeking vengeance for that. Who would have thought you would deliver yourself right into my hands today?" The fourth elder of the Wu family ground his teeth, yearning to devour Huo Tianci alive right then and there. "Shall I grant you the pleasure of killing me twice?" As he spoke, another Huo Tianci appeared before the fourth elder's eyes. What is happening?" The fourth elder stood in stunned silence, initially thinking he was seeing things. But upon rubbing his eyes, he realized there were indeed 2 Huo Tiancis, identical in every way. "Why not let you kill me twice? Is that not to your liking?" As he spoke, a third Huo Tianci materialized, followed closely by a fourth. This spectacle left both the fourth elder of the Wu family and Huo Lei-yin utterly speechless, for Huo Tianci's display exceeded their comprehension. At that moment, they both pondered why so many Huo Tiancis had appeared. "I am asking you a question. Why are you not responding? Since you choose not to answer, I shall take action." With that, the real Huo Tianci sprang forth like a wild stallion, launching himself from his position. In an instant, he closed the distance of 10 meters and landed right in front of the astonished fourth elder of the Wu family, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing backward. Following that, he struck again. Although the fourth elder had regained his composure this time, he could not withstand Huo Tianci's strength, which surpassed his expectations. What tremendous power! The fourth elder was once again thrown back. And as he struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing the caliber of the being he had provoked. This child cannot be left alive. After a moment of reflection, he followed the same course of action as the third elder of the Wu family, crushing the necklace around his neck, revealing a pill, a violent pill. Huo Tianci had anticipated this. With a sly smile, he prompted the fourth elder of the Wu family to examine himself. "Don't consume it just yet. First, take a look at what is on you." "On me?" The fourth elder raised his head, only to discover a talisman lying beneath his feet. Just as he was about to tear it off, Huo Tianci called out, "I advise you not to touch it." Why? Before Huo Tianci could respond, Huo Tianci interjected, "Because it will explode." This detonating talisman had stuck to the fourth elder when Huo Tianci had struck him, anticipating that the fourth elder would resort to taking the pill. "No wonder you remained still. It all makes sense now." Upon hearing the word explode, the fourth elder's back became drenched in sweat. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, trembling. Huo Tianci replied nonchalantly, "I intend to let you experience what it means to face death." Huo Tianci had perished once before, poisoned by these very individuals, and today, he intended to employ a far more brutal method to ensure they understood what it meant to suffer. "You are insane." The fourth elder of the Wu family was engulfed in fear. Across from him, Huo Tianci roared, "Even if I am mad, it is because you beasts have driven me to it, of course." "I am not mad. Rather, I am quite clever. Listen, the sound of galloping horses approaches from two directions. Can you guess who these two parties are?" With a grin, Huo Tianci erupted into laughter. The fourth elder and Huo Tianci exchanged glances, finally grasping the entirety of the situation. "You are a lunatic. You are undoubtedly a lunatic." Huo Tianci continued to laugh maniacally. "Finally," he declared, "soon, Huo Tianci and Wu Dingtian will arrive. If they find you two perish together, they will surely act. After all, one is a younger brother, and the other, an older brother." Indeed, the fourth elder of the Wu family was the biological brother of Wu Dingtian, the head of the Wu family. Thus, Huo Tianci had chosen him deliberately. This was Huo Tianci's true intention, to instigate a complete rift between the Wu and Huo families. Chapter 78. Song and the methods for detonating the explosive talisman are threefold. One is by touch, akin to stepping on a landmine. Another involves hand seals, similar to a remote-controlled bomb. And the last is time-based detonation, essentially a timed explosive. Ultimately, as Huo Tianci formed hand seals, an explosive sound erupted from the forest, engulfing the fourth elder of the Wu family and Huo Tianci in flames. Simultaneously, the forces of both the Wu and Huo families arrived in the woods. Tianci, upon witnessing his brother blown to pieces, Huo Tianci charged forward. Wu Dingtian mirrored his actions, and soon the two were locked in combat. "Wu Dingtian, your family has caused my brother's death. Tonight, I shall make you pay in blood." Wu Dingtian retorted defiantly. "Then let us settle this once and for all." With that, the two engaged in fierce battle. However, for reasons unknown, the two sides ultimately reached a stalemate. It is worth noting that the Wu family suffered the loss of 4 elders, whereas the Huo family lost only 1. Had the plan devised by Huo Tianci been followed, the Wu family should have been annihilated that night, as the battle was expected to be overwhelmingly one-sided given the vast disparity in strength between the two factions. It was only after some inquiries that it became apparent that the Wu family had secured assistance. What? The Song family of Heihe Fortress. Upon hearing this from Qian Wenguang in the Qian family's hall, Huo Tianci furrowed his brow. The Song family is known as one of the 2 dominant forces in Heihe Fortress, alongside the Wu family, and it was inexplicable why the Wu family had enlisted their aid. It was due to the Xian stone, which Wu Dingtian somehow acquired and presented to an elder from the Song family's outer sect, who subsequently sent someone over. Qian Wenguang had inquired thoroughly and, after relaying this information, his expression grew tense, for the outer sect elders of the Song family typically possess at least the strength of a Xuantu. Xuantu. Huo Tianci was astounded by this revelation. And even more alarming was the fact that the outer sect elder would arrive in 3 days. The Xian stone is an essential item for breaking through to the Xuantu stage and is exceedingly expensive. It is said that even the lowest quality Xian stone can fetch more than 1,000 taels of gold. It is no wonder then that Wu Dingtian managed to invite a Xuantu expert for assistance. If this continues, the Huo family will be obliterated. A single Xuantu expert is more than capable of flattening the entire Bailey town, a fact that Qian Wenguang understood all too well, just as Huo Tianci did. Although Huo Tianci had previously slain the Wu family's 3rd elder, who possessed Xuantu strength obtained through the consumption of a berserker pill, at that time, he was also afflicted by a bone toxin. Nevertheless, these details were of little importance. What mattered was that the Xuantu possesses Xuanqi within, a force that is vastly superior to ordinary energy. It was precisely this reason that the Wu family's 3rd elder could not defeat Huo Tianci. For he lacked the Xuanqi that only comes with true Xuantu cultivation, despite having temporarily reached that level through external means. This was why Huo Tianci managed to kill him. Now, however, a true Xuantu was about to appear. And in the face of such an entity, Huo Tianci could only shake his head, for they were simply on different levels. The Huo family cannot be destroyed. Huo Tianci had no desire to see the Huo family vanish. And finally, He turned his attention to Wu Qiushuang. Right? You can step in to protect the Huo family. Huo Tianci's tactics from the night before were merely intended to ensure that Huo Tang and the Wu family would inflict mutual destruction. As the Huo family held the upper hand at that time, having only lost one elder while the Wu family had lost four, Huo Tianci had anticipated that with such a significant disparity in strength, the Wu family would surely be eradicated by the end of the night, allowing him to seize the weakened Huo family and claim the position of family head. This plan, to be honest, was quite flawless. However, no one expected that the Wu family would find help, and from such a formidable ally as the Song family. This unexpected turn of events completely disrupted Huo Tianci's plans. But fortunately, they had the Wu family on their side. 3 days later, within the Qixing Tavern of Bailey Town. Upon seeing Wu Qiushuang enter the tavern hall, everyone present immediately rose to their feet. The younger ones greeted the third young lady of the Wu family. To the left was the Wu family faction, and then an elderly man in a gray robe adorned with the character for Song bowed deeply to Wu Qiushuang. This elder, named Songin, was over 50 years old and was the Song family's helper invited by Wu Dingtian, a formidable Xuantu of the second tier. However, in the presence of Wu Qiushuang, he could not display his Xuantu demeanor. For she was the third young lady of the Wu family, a figure no subordinate of the Song family could dare offend, even if he was a Xuantu expert. Since we are here, let us commence. With that, Wu Qiushuang stepped onto the right section, where the heads of the Qian family and the Huo family, Qian Wangguang and Huo Tang, were seated. Huo Tang was genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated that Qian Wangguang would join forces with him at such a critical moment. However, he was not entirely shocked, as the Song and Wu families had always been at odds. Now that the Song family aided the Wu family, it was only natural for the Wu family to assist him. Yet, the true reality was that this was orchestrated by Huo Tianci. Third young lady, does the Wu family truly intend to aid the Huo family? Songin inquired, curious about the Wu family's intentions. If your Song family can assist the Wu family, then surely the Wu family can extend a hand to the Huo family as well. Wu Qiushuang replied tartly, of course not. Of course not. Songin hastily gestured, fearful of offending Wu Qiushuang, for she was the daughter of the Wu family head, while he was merely a minor elder from the Song family's outer sect, a vast disparity in status. He quickly clarified, what I meant was that our two families can join forces. Join forces? How do you propose we do that? Wu Qiushuang asked with keen interest. We shall directly eliminate the Huo family. And then the Song and Wu families will split the spoils equally. Would that not be advantageous for all? Songin suggested. The Song family would shield the Wu family while the Wu family would protect the Qian family. And frankly, the Huo family had no stake in this matter. Yet, it was puzzling why the Wu family sought to protect the Huo family, leaving Songin somewhat bemused. Chapter 79. Intermediate Wolfang Wind-Fist. It is understandable that he was perplexed, for the true orchestrator of this game was none other than Huo Tianci, who had yet to reveal himself. Otherwise, the Wu family had no reason to protect the Huo family, as it was indeed irrelevant to them. Are you implying that the Song family intends to safeguard the Wu family? Wu Qiushuang narrowed her eyes. Indeed, I am here as a representative of the Song family, Songin asserted with conviction. Wu Qiushuang smirked slightly and continued. Then how is it that I have heard that the head of the Wu family offered you some benefits, prompting you to come forth and assist them in secret? This statement momentarily stunned Songin, as it was indeed true that he had accepted a private arrangement due to the allure of a Xian stone, which he found utterly irresistible. However, Songin quickly regained his composure and responded. Third young lady, you must have heard incorrectly. I share a familial bond with Brother Wu, and I have already reported this matter to some elders in the inner sect before departing. Oh, so you have reported it? You seem quite diligent, far superior to those who accept gifts yet fail to act. Wu Qiushuang remarked. I must admit, I do not quite understand your words, third young lady, Songin retorted, unwilling to acknowledge that he had accepted any benefits. Since the Song family had truly intervened, let us discuss matters of substance. Had Songin not reported this affair to the Song family's higher-ups, perhaps Wu Qiushuang's threat would have intimidated him into retreat. However, that tactic had already failed, leaving her with no choice but to resort to Plan B. Third young lady, please speak plainly, Songin said, not anticipating that his tempting scheme would falter. The two families would join forces, dividing Bailey Town between them, yet the Wu family insisted on protecting the seemingly inconsequential Huo family, which left Songin with no choice but to engage in a genuine confrontation in a week's time. Bailey Town would host the annual Holy Water Enlightenment Ceremony, during which the Song and Wu families would send representatives to select exceptionally talented children and youth to cultivate within their fortress. Why not hold a competition among the younger generation on that day, with the victor claiming supremacy and the vanquished departing as exiles? This was Plan B. Upon hearing this, Song slowly nodded. For he comprehended Wu Qiushuang's implication. Whoever lost would exit Bailey Town and abstain from any future disputes within its confines. Very well, as the third young lady proposes, Song readily agreed. Should the Wu family be defeated, the Song family would promptly withdraw from Bailey Town without protest. But he added, however, should the Huo family lose, I ask that you, third young lady, uphold your promise made today. Seeing Wu Dingtian nod in agreement, Song promptly spoke. Wu Dingtian's son, Wu Feiyu, stood at the pinnacle of the 6th tier of body refinement, making him the foremost expert among the younger generation in Bailey Town. Hua Leitang also nodded, as his son Hua Lin had similarly reached the apex of the 6th tier of body refinement. Both men were confident of victory. Then, we shall meet in 7 days. With that, Wu Qiushuang led her entourage away. Given the stakes involved regarding the territorial claims of Bailey Town, news of this development swiftly reached the ears of the heads of the Song and Wu families within Heihe Fortress. Both family heads were highly attentive to the matter, as neither wished to suffer defeat. Consequently, they dispatched inter-sect elders to Bailey Town to bolster their respective sides. Third young lady, how confident are you about this competition? The master is particularly concerned about it, inquired a figure who was not only an elder of the Wu family's inter-sect, but also the family's chief steward, possessing the formidable strength of the 3rd tier of Xian practitioners. Wu Qiushuang raised an eyebrow and replied slowly, 100%. For they had Huo Tianci on their side, and Huo Tianci, at the end of the day, was a member of the Huo family. Regarding the prowess of Huo Tianci, those who are aware of it understand that even masters at the 9th level of body refinement have perished at his hands. This implies that in this contest, the Wu family is destined for victory. Is that true? The steward exclaimed joyfully, Third Miss, if Bailey Town truly falls into our Wu family's grasp, then the master will undoubtedly be overjoyed. The steward's face was nearly splitting with glee. For this was no mere contest, but rather a game of power between two formidable factions within Black River Fortress. The Wu and Song families both aspired to dominate one another, to bring shame to the opposing side, or even to render them breathless, perhaps even to death. Rest assured, victory is assured, Wu Qiushuang said playfully, tugging at the steward's long beard with delight. Oh dear, miss, be gentle, the old steward exclaimed, feeling as though he might be undone. Having lost several strands of his beard to her playful grip, this is no fun at all. I'm off to find that scoundrel, as the steward grumbled. Wu Qiushuang pouted and turned towards the Qian family's courtyard. At that moment, Huo Tianci was diligently practicing in the courtyard, where a nearly 2-meter-tall wooden training dummy was on the verge of collapse, bearing the brunt of his relentless assault. Wu Qiushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. For the dummy was crafted from ironwood, its hardness rivaling that of steel. Yet now, it bore countless wolf-shaped fist imprints inflicted by Huo Tianci, and the protruding wooden spikes had been shattered in threes. How brutal! The onlooking Qin and others were left agape, having never witnessed a single individual so thoroughly dismantle a wooden training dummy of ironwood. Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Just as they were marveling, a flurry of wolf-shaped fist shadows erupted, culminating in the wooden dummy being cleaved in half. Why heavens! The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, for he was nothing short of a monster. Huo Tianci, however, remained composed, retracting his fists and exuding a faint smile. Ding, system notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the Wolfong Wind Fist to intermediate level. Finally, a breakthrough. Huo Tianci was preparing for the upcoming contest. While victory seemed almost guaranteed, his aspirations extended beyond mere triumph. Indeed, Huo Tianci's goal was to slay Huo Leitang before the eyes of all, reclaiming the Huo family and ultimately annihilating the Wu family. Only then could he avenge his great grievances. This was his method of revenge. Chapter 80. The day of the contest. Why are you exerting yourself so? After marveling at his prowess, Wu Qiushuang fetched bandages to tend to Huo Tianci's wounds. As his fists had sustained injuries during his assault on the wooden dummy, blood seeping from the minor cuts. Because I must protect everything, I can never allow those around me to perish. Extending his hand, Huo Tianci declared. Initially, he intended to speak of revenge, but after a moment's pause, he chose his words more carefully. The deceased were gone, and he needed to consider the living. Surely, the old man in heaven would wish for him to do so. Yet Huo Leitang and his son, along with the Wu family, must perish. That was an undeniable fact. Huo Tianci's response sent a tremor through Wu Qiushuang's heart, for she had never expected this younger brother, 2 years her junior, to grasp so much wisdom. Ultimately, cultivation is fundamentally about protection. The greater the strength, the heavier the responsibility. Point 1 must guard more lives. shield more souls. The head of a family protects the entire household. The lord of a fortress safeguards the stronghold. The sovereign of a city defends the populace. And the ruler of a nation shields the entire realm. In the act of protection, one cannot escape the necessity of violence. For this world is inherently brutal. Since one cannot change it, one must adapt. After all, the world will not bend to accommodate you unless you become its sovereign, commanding all. Yet, that remains a distant dream. Fortunately, absolutes do not exist in life. Huo Tianci believed that one day he would ascend to become the master of this world, thereby transforming this land of slaughter. All bandaged up. After wrapping Huo Tianci's injured hand, Wu Qiushuang tied a charming bow, adding a touch of adorability to the scene. Still, you should be more demure and graceful. Huo Tianci smiled at the girl before him, 2 years his senior. Go to hell. I've always been perfectly demure. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Wu Qiushuang lifted her elegant leg and aimed a playful kick at Huo Tianci's waist. A murder attempt on my husband. Huo Tianci raised his hand to block and shouted, retreating in haste as Wu Qiushuang pursued him, declaring, I will kill you. Stop running, you scoundrel. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Huo Tianci not only advanced the Wolf Fang Wind Fist to intermediate level, but he also made strides with the Wild Horse Splitting Main Technique. As for the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he refrained from practicing it. Even if he did, he could not fully harness its power due to his low cultivation base. It would be akin to an unparalleled master injecting 50 years of experience into the body of an unremarkable novice. While one may possess the strength, they would be incapable of wielding it. Furthermore, even if one could unleash it, their body would not withstand such power, inevitably leading to self-destruction if forced. Huo Tianci previously felt that he had not fully realized the potential of the dragon elephant power. After progressing from the 5th to the 6th level of body refinement, he confirmed this notion. The maximum limit of utilizing the dragon elephant strength was indeed tied to his own cultivation level. Should he push beyond his limits, his body would bear the brunt of the strain. Additionally, advancing the dragon elephant prajna skill from the 1st to the 2nd level required a staggering 100,000 cultivation points, which was daunting to Huo Tianci. Therefore, he focused on his training, ultimately achieving the 7th level of body refinement. Upon breaking through, the system rewarded him with a bronze lottery coin, from which he drew a secret first-grade strength elixir. Although he did not acquire the coveted dragon buff, this elixir was still a valuable asset, providing him with a powerful trump card. Reviewing his current status, Huo Tianci noted, Huo Tianci, male, age, 15, level, 7th level of body refinement, cultivation points, 0-100, 000, current condition, excellent, vitality, 1700, overall combat power evaluation, 1,500 points, Wolf Fang Wind Fist, skill level, intermediate, proficiency, 050, vitality cost, 90 points, previously 100 points, grade, 8th rank martial technique, previously 7th rank. Ancient Taiji skill, Wild Horse Splitting Mane, skill level, intermediate, proficiency, 0-150, vitality cost, 40 points, grade, 6th rank martial technique, previously 5th rank. Character card, Proud Hunter, Rain Gall, card level, beginner, proficiency, 410, cooldown, 72 hours, vitality cost, none. Clairvoyance and enhanced hearing, divine skill level technique, skill level, beginner, proficiency, 2100, vitality cost, 5 of maximum vitality per minute. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, supreme external skill total of 13 layers. Current level, first layer 0-100,000 cultivation points. This cultivation points can be converted from upgrade cultivation points, and during cultivation, one can gain 200 points per hour. Consumption, 50 points of vitality per minute. Both the Wolf Fang Wind Fist and the Wild Horse Splitting Mane underwent certain qualitative changes, while other aspects remained largely unchanged. After assessing his current state, Huo Tianci summoned the silver lottery coin into his mind. With a thought, a gleaming silver lottery machine materialized in his consciousness. Ding system notification. Reward item retrieval in progress. Please wait, host. Ding. A total of 10 reward items retrieved this time. The silver lottery machine can only retrieve 10 types of rewards? Huo Tianci inquired. The system responded in a mechanical tone. Indeed, host. The rewards drawn from the silver lottery machine are guaranteed to be 1 grade higher in overall quality than those from the bronze lottery machine. Meanwhile, at the Bailey Town Martial Arts Arena, the Wu, Huo, and Qian families were seated separately. At the forefront sat the heads of the 3 prominent families, Wu Dingtian, Huo Leitang, and Qian Wenguang. However, these 3 were not the focus of the day. Their gazes were directed towards the central grandstand, which was divided into two sections, each adorned with enormous red banners emblazoned with the characters Wu and Song, fluttering proudly in the wind. Below the grandstand, three teams of youths donned martial attire in red, blue, and white, representing the Wu, Huo, and Qian families. Indeed, today marked the annual Sacred Water Enlightenment ceremony in Bailey Town, a day of competition for the younger generation, and a day of life and death for the Wu and Huo families. For today, the losing side would see their backing withdrawn from Bailey Town, no longer interfering in the familial strife within the town. This was a fatal blow for anyone, for without the protection of the formidable Wu and Song families, only death awaited them. Chapter 81. The manifestation of presence. All the weight of these circumstances rested upon the shoulders of the children, who, to be honest, were somewhat anxious. Yet, when gazing at the faces of the young competitors, they appeared devoid of any signs of trepidation or panic. Unbeknownst to them, today's contest held the gravitas of their family's survival. They believed it was merely another opportunity for friendly sparring. Holland, this year's sacred water shall undoubtedly be mine, and just like last year, I will defeat you to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Ha ha ha. A youth clad in crimson martial attire sneered at the boy beside him, who was dressed in white. This audacious figure was none other than Wu Feiyu, the son of Wu Dingtian, the head of the Wu family, who had claimed victory in last year's sacred water ceremony. The sacred water he referred to was a specially crafted to do that, when consumed, could aid in breaking through to the next level of physical refinement. However, its production was limited to a single drop each year, exclusively benefiting youngsters under the age of 18. Due to the sheer number of participants, the single drop was insufficient, prompting the annual tradition in Bailey Town where all eligible youths would compete for the coveted prize. Observing Wu Feiyu's arrogance, Holland was equally unyielding. Wu Feiyu, I only lost to you last year due to a momentary lapse in concentration, but this year, I will reduce you to a pig's head. Throughout the past week, Huo Leitang had prepared numerous elixirs for Holland, aiding him in achieving a breakthrough to the 7th level of physical refinement just 2 days prior. This instilled him with great confidence. Wu Feiyu, too, had attained the same level, despite the mystery surrounding his father's decision to provide him with the necessary elixirs. Reduce me to a pig's head. You think you can manage that? How laughable. Enough of this verbal sparring. Let our skills speak for themselves on the competition stage. I shall relish watching how you intend to turn me into a pig. Wu Feiyu maintained his air of invincibility. In response, Holland could only huff, then let us see whose prowess prevails on the stage. I shall show you my true capabilities. The tension between the two heightened the atmosphere around them, contrasting sharply with the more relaxed demeanor of the Qian family competitors, who had been instructed to merely participate without expectation this year. In the central grandstand, upon witnessing the gathering of the three families' young scions, an elder from the Song family suggested to Wu Qiushuang, Miss Wu, now that everyone is present, shall we commence the competition? Wu Qiushuang surveyed the horizon, responding, let us wait a moment longer. Not everyone has arrived. Not everyone has arrived. The Song family elder furrowed his brow, as he had received the participant list confirming that all members were accounted for. Just as he pondered who might still be missing, a figure cloaked in a black robe slowly entered the arena. Now that figure has arrived, Wu Qiushuang's lips curled upwards slightly, for the main character of the day was about to make an entrance. The others around her quickly noticed this figure, as did the audience in the arena. Who is this person? Why is he wearing a cloak in broad daylight? Doesn't he find it hot? Some spectators began to whisper amongst themselves, indeed, does he fear being seen due to an unsightly appearance? Moreover, he seems to have entered without a ticket. How shameless! Shameless! This is sheer cleverness. Had I known I could evade the ticket, I would have arrived last too, and why 5 taels of silver were spent just to witness this competition. The audience buzzed with chatter, as did the seats occupied by the 3 prominent families. Who is this individual? Wu Dingtian frowned, sensing trouble brewing. On the opposite side, Huo Leitang's eyes widened with recognition, as he felt an uncanny familiarity with the figure. The other members of the Huo family shared this sentiment. Conversely, Qian Wenguang, the head of the Qian family, remained composed, for he recognized the identity of the figure. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, the young competitors pondered, who is this cloaked man? Is he also a contestant? If so, why is he dressed this way? Is he attempting to draw the attention of the 2 inner elders from the Wu and Song families? Given your suggestion, it certainly seems plausible. After all, the Wu and Song families are the 2 dominant powers within Heihe Fortress. If he captures their attention and is subsequently nurtured within their ranks, it could lead to his meteoric rise. As they spoke, The younger generation of competitors began to envy this mysterious figure. However, when the cloaked man removed his hood and tossed it into the air, the arena fell into stunned silence. Indeed, the figure was none other than Huo Tianci. With arms crossed, he surveyed his surroundings, inhaling deeply before declaring, "I'm back." A cacophony of gasps and astonished exclamations filled the arena. Isn't this the so-called waste? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The audience rose in disbelief, as tales of Huo Tianci's demise had circulated widely, with some having even witnessed his coffin being buried. Now, his sudden appearance before them instilled a sense of dread in many. Their gazes shifted towards the three families seated apart. Huo Leitang's face was a mask of disbelief. Although he had suspected the figure's identity, he could not accept it. After all, Huo Tianci had been buried by his own hands. The very notion that he could still be alive was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Qian Wenguang remained unfazed. In stark contrast, Wu Dingtian could no longer contain himself. Chapter 82. I am the head of the Huo family, little beast. Come here and accept your fate. Wu Dingtian's expression was one of ferocity. For Huo Tianci had orchestrated the poisoning and deaths of the three elders of his family. A deep-seated vendetta. With a furious roar, he leapt from his seat, charging towards Huo Tianci, intent on slaying him and reducing the young man to mere pulp to be fed to the dogs. Yet, this act was insufficient to quell his rage. He aimed to annihilate the entire Huo family once and for all. Such insolence! The Wu family could not remain passive, and the old steward of the Wu family, who had been seated beside Wu Qiushuang, vanished before reappearing beside Huo Tianci in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, an elder from the Song family moved into action. Wu brother, what do you intend to do? As the steward prepared to confront Wu Dingtian, the Song elder intervened. That question should be directed to you. Both men unleashed a fierce clash of palms, resulting in a powerful shockwave that forced them both back several paces. The elder from the Song family, who had attained the mid-stage of the third level of the Xian realm, found himself hesitant against the peak-level opponent from the Wu family. That he furrowed his brow. Addressing the Wu elder, we agreed that this competition would solely involve the younger generation. Your intervention is unwarranted. Unwarranted? You must first inquire of him. The steward pointed at Wu Dingtian, continuing, this young friend is a participant from the Huo family, yet he has just attempted to eliminate him. You question my actions? The Song elder, unfamiliar with Huo Tianci, remained oblivious to the animosity between him and the Wu family. Just as he prepared to pull Wu Dingtian back, Huo Leitang shouted from the back. He is no longer a member of the Huo family. Do with him as you please. Huo Leitang was cunning. His words implied that without the protection of the Wu family, Huo Tianci would be left vulnerable to Wu Dingtian's wrath. This was a masterstroke of manipulation. However, unbeknownst to him, the Wu family had merely acted as Huo Tianci's ally. Had it not been for Huo Tianci's insistence, the Wu family would likely have been exterminated by the Wu clan long ago. Wu brother, it seems the head of the Huo family claims not to know him. How would you explain this? The Song elder halted, noticing the murderous intent in Wu Dingtian's eyes directed towards Huo Tianci. The steward was momentarily taken aback, for Huo Leitang's sudden betrayal had caught him off guard. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci erupted into laughter. The uproar of laughter left everyone utterly bewildered. Huo Leitang? It appears you have failed to grasp a crucial matter. Huo Tianci turned his gaze towards Huo Leitang. What matter? Huo Leitang was somewhat perplexed by Huo Tianci's words. Playing the fool with me, are you? Very well, I shall be blunt. The head of the Huo family is none other than I. Huo Tianci bellowed to all present, declaring that he, Huo Tianci, was the true head of the Huo family, not this mere substitute Huo Leitang. How dare you, a mere acting head, claim that I am not of the Huo family? Do you intend to rebel? Huo Tianci furiously pointed at Huo Leitang, his voice booming in accusation. Within the Huo family, seeking power and usurping authority is a grave offense. Once discovered, one would be stripped of Huo family membership, cast out and forever barred from entering the Huo family gates. Of course, Huo Leitang was not foolish. He merely smirked and replied, Huo Tianci, who would still acknowledge you as a member of the Huo family? If there is anyone, let them come forth to testify on your behalf. Just as Huo Leitang's words hung in the air, the fifth elder of the Huo family suddenly stood up. I am the fifth elder of the Huo family, responsible for upholding the family's laws and managing its rewards and punishments. I can attest that Huo Tianci is indeed the head of our family. As for how Huo Leitang came to assume the headship, it was due to Huo Tianci's ineptitude and subsequent mysterious demise. which led to the decision to allow Huo Ting to temporarily take on the role. Now that Huo Tianci is alive and present, the head of the Huo family remains him. The fifth elder, unwavering and impartial, spoke to the matter rather than the individual. Did you hear that, acting head? Huo Tianci emphasized the word acting with particular weight. Initially, the fifth elder had expelled Huo Tianci from the Huo family, but not out of malice. Rather, it was for his protection. Keeping Huo Tianci within the family would have only provided Huo Ting and his son with more opportunities to scheme against him. Thus, leaving was not a misfortune, but rather a blessing. Regrettably, Huo Tianci met his untimely death the very next day, a news that left the fifth elder despondent for many days. However, today, Huo Tianci's miraculous return brought tears of joy to the elder's eyes upon seeing that familiar face once more. Though he maintained a stern exterior, he held a deep affection for Huo Tianci in his heart, as the elder had always admired him. Fifth elder, what is the meaning of this? Seeing the fifth elder suddenly rise to defend Huo Tianci, Huo Ting was infuriated, for had the elder not intervened, Huo Tianci would have perished. I mean no offense, merely stating the truth. Though you question the veracity of my words? The fifth elder wiped away a tear and firmly interrogated Huo Ting. To be honest, were it not for the presence of others, Huo Ting would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the fifth elder on the spot. However, reality proved too harsh, and he could only stamp his foot in frustration. Resigned to the facts laid before him now, does anyone harbor doubts? The fifth elder inquired of the assembled crowd. None. The elder from the Song family shook his head, casting a glance at Wu Dingtian, and remarked, "Are you not leaving?" Chapter 83. The duel begins. Wu Dingtian had no choice but to relent. After all, with the Wu family present, even if he wished to kill Huo Tianci, he lacked the capability. The preceding events had made that abundantly clear. He had attempted to strike first, but the elder from the Wu family had intercepted him. Had it not been for the assistance of the Song family elder, he might very well have met his demise. You little wretch, I will surely kill you and eradicate your entire Huo family. After uttering this threat, Wu Dingtian stormed away, following the elder from the Song family. Yet his resolve to eliminate Huo Tianci remained unshaken, for this was a matter of blood vengeance. Likewise, Huo Tianci felt the same, as the true culprit behind the poisoning of the old master Huo was none other than Wu Dingtian, who had been incited by the Wu family to act against him. Huo Ting had long desired to do so. It was merely a matter of timing. Thus, Wu Dingtian must die, and the Wu family must be eradicated. The miraculous resurrection of Huo Tianci astonished all present. However, they were not optimistic about his prospects. Though Huo Tianci had returned from the dead, he was still labeled a failure. Even if he appeared now, what use would it be? Could he possibly claim victory? The audience in the stands began to murmur about Huo Tianci. Nearby, another spectator laughed derisively, saying, "Claim victory? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Who doesn't he know that Huo Tianci lacks a dantian? Without a dantian, one cannot cultivate. Furthermore, even if he could cultivate, could he possibly compete with the young heirs of the three prestigious families? Indeed, I have heard that Wu Feiyu from the Wu family broke through to the pinnacle of the 6th stage of body refining 6 months ago, and that Huo Lin is similarly impressive. While the Qian family's heir, although slightly less formidable, has also reached the initial stage of the 6th level, the waste without a dantian entering such a competition would surely be eliminated in moments. He might even receive a severe beating. Almost all the spectators held a negative view of Huo Tianci, for his reputation as a failure was well known. Looking towards the 3 prominent families, Wu Dingtian called Wu Feiyu over, whispering, "If you encounter that little wretch, make sure to strike hard. Ideally, kill him." Wu Dingtian was unaware of Huo Tianci's true strength, as the 3rd and 5th elders of the Wu family had succumbed to poison, enabling Huo Tianci to defeat them. This information had been relayed to him by the returning servants of the Wu family. However, the actual truth was likely known only to Huo Tianci himself. Meanwhile, at the Huo family's seating area, Huo Ting summoned Huo Lin. "Liner, if you encounter that little wretch, remember, show no mercy." Huo Lin responded with a cold smile. "I shall kill him directly. After all, in a duel, accidents do happen. Hehehe." Huo Lin was indeed ruthless, a true chip off the old block. Huo Ting nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, just kill him, for you can always claim it was an accident." If Wu Dingtian was oblivious to Huo Tianci's true strength, then Huo Ting was even more in the dark. They both believed Huo Tianci was still the inept failure he had always been. In contrast, Qian Wenguang, seated with the Qian family, summoned his son, But unlike the venomous words of Wu Dingtian and Hua Ting, his advice was more of a warning. Jia, if you encounter that little wretch, surrender immediately. Surrender? Jia was taken aback, for despite his shortcomings, he was still a master of the 6th stage of body refining, and Huo Tianci, a well-known failure. Now, asking him, a 6th stage master, to surrender to a failure. This was utterly unacceptable. Why, father? Jia asked, filled with resentment, for this felt like an insult to him, to surrender to a failure. How could he possibly accept that? Seeing his son's discontent, Qian Wenguang merely smiled, because even I might not be able to defeat that little wretch. Qian Wenguang spoke the truth, while Jia, upon hearing this, was utterly dumbfounded. His father was a peerless master of the 9th stage of body refining. How could he not defeat that failure? Even if he killed him, he found it hard to believe. Just surrender, that's all. Qian Wenguang refrained from elaborating further, patting his still-dazed son on the shoulder, urging him to prepare for surrender. The dueling arena was expansive, prompting the organizers to divide it into 4 separate platforms to expedite the determination of winners. Given the large number of participants, if they were to conduct one match at a time, it would likely take until tomorrow to conclude. Additionally, this arrangement catered to the audience who had paid to watch, as a larger venue with multiple platforms provided a more impressive spectacle. This group is quite remarkable, featuring Huo Lin. The audience erupted in excitement, for they knew Huo Lin was the foremost young talent of the Huo family. Having secured 2nd place in last year's Sacred Water competition, a veritable prodigy, the adjacent group was also impressive, showcasing the Qian family's 2nd son, rumored to possess strength at the 5th stage of body refining. What? The Qian family's 2nd son is merely 13 years old, and he has already reached the 5th stage. This revelation widened eyes, for such talent surpassed even Huo Lin, who was already 17 and only at the 6th stage. In comparison, the Qian family's 2nd son was a true genius among geniuses. The audience buzzed with excitement. Qian Wenguang felt a sense of pride, for his youngest son was indeed extraordinary. Surpassing even his elder son, Qian Jie in the center of the arena. Waiting for the competition, Huo Tianci was astonished to learn that at merely 13 years of age, he had reached the 5th level of body refinement. This truly was a remarkable feat. The rules of the contest dictated that opponents would be determined by drawing lots. Being the last to arrive, Huo Tianci could only wait for his name to be drawn while observing the matches of others. On the left stage, Qian Hao, the 2nd son of the Qian family, clasped his fists in greeting to his opponent and introduced himself. His adversary was a young disciple of the Huo family, Huo Zhuang, someone Huo Tianci was quite familiar with. Huo Zhuang had previously reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement, but to Huo Tianci's surprise, he had now attained the 5th level. Both competitors possessed equal strength at the 5th level, which explained the audience's anticipation for an exciting match. Before the contest commenced, Huo Zhuang had issued a warning. Qian Hao, do not think I will show mercy simply because you are younger. Be prepared. At 18, Huo Zhuang considered Qian Hao a child, as he was 5 years his junior. In response, Qian Hao smirked slightly, declaring, I shall not hold back either. This only fueled Huo Zhuang's irritation. He had expected Qian Hao to be intimidated, yet the younger boy stood resolute, vowing not to show leniency. As the match began, Huo Zhuang charged forward, executing a technique known as turning arm and breaking palm. Although this technique was of the 1st rank, its power was considerable, especially since Huo Zhuang had mastered it to perfection, rendering its might comparable to that of a 2nd-rank skill. A faint, dim aura radiated from his palm. Trivial skills. Qian Hao's eyes widened, and in the blink of an eye, his previously unmoving stance transformed as he darted forward. The 13-year-old swiftly seized the edge of Huo Zhuang's martial attire and sent him crashing to the ground. It was a swift victory. Without even utilizing a technique, he had effortlessly defeated an opponent of equal rank, leaving the audience astounded. They had anticipated a lengthy battle, given that both were at the 5th level of body refinement. Yet the outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. Huo Zhuang, now on the ground, shared the audience's shock, unable to fathom his defeat. So fast. Realizing he could not rise, Huo Zhuang raised his hand in surrender. Simultaneously, on the adjacent stage, Huo Lin had also dispatched his opponent with a single move, as his adversary was merely at the 4th level, creating a significant disparity in strength. The judges on both stages announced the victors. Huo Lin and Qian Hao advanced to the next round. Brother, you did well. Upon his triumphant return, Qian Hao immediately congratulated his elder brother, Qian Jia. Qian Jia patted his chest, urging him to await his own victory. I will draw lots now, and you can expect me to win with a single move as well. As an elder brother, he was determined not to be outdone by his younger sibling and strode toward the lot-drawing platform. Upon drawing a wooden stick, Qianlingjia's heart sank as he first spotted a prominent character Hua. If his opponent's name consisted of 2 characters, the placement of the Hua would have been lower on the stick. However, it was clear this opponent bore a 3-character name, and it was indeed Hua. His second glance revealed the character Tian. He pondered, is there anyone in the Hua family named Huo Tian? I can't recall. Suddenly, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. His father, Qian Wangguang, had sternly advised him to surrender without hesitation if he ever encountered Huo Tianci, for even he might struggle against him. With a troubled expression, Qianlingjia presented his drawn lot to the judges, who announced that his opponent would be Huo Tianci. The next bout on stage 1 would feature Qianlingjia of the Qian family against Huo Tianci of the Huo family. Taking a deep breath, the judge amplified his voice with his internal energy, announcing the competitors. Otherwise, the spectators at the back would not hear, having paid to witness the contest as the names were called. The arena erupted in excitement. The primary focus of the day was not the champion but rather whether Huo Tianci could survive the first round. Some underground gambling houses discreetly opened betting pools, with nearly everyone wagering against Huo Tianci, known throughout Bailey Town as a notorious weakling. Sensing that this betting was rather dull, as it was evident Huo Tianci would likely lose, some well-meaning individuals initiated alternative bets. They speculated whether Huo Tianci would leave the stage standing or lying down, or if he would succumb after the first strike from his opponent. There were even bets on whether he might be defeated outright. As the crowd anticipated Huo Tianci's imminent defeat, excitement surged when they learned that his opponent was the Qian family's strongest young master, Qianlingjia. Some spectators leaped to their feet, eager to profit. I wagered 10 taels on Huo Tianci being defeated. This could be promising. After all, the payout is 100 to 1, translating to 1,000 taels. I hesitated to bet earlier, thinking death was implausible. But now I see it as a possibility. Qianlingjia is a formidable 6th-level master. Surely he could defeat that incapable Huo Tianci with a single blow. Brother, if you win, you must treat me to a drink. One spectator expressed his eagerness to profit, excitement bubbling within him. However, just as everyone expected Huo Tianci to be felled by a single punch, Qianlingjia on the left side of the stage slowly raised his hand and meekly declared, I concede. Though it felt humiliating, Qianlingjia ultimately chose to surrender, recognizing that his father's words were wise. Huo Tianci now emanated an aura that was markedly different from the weakling he had been perceived as before. It was a terrifying presence, one that hinted at the experience of having taken many lives. This transformation starkly contrasted with the formerly protected, pitiful boy. Realizing this, Qianlingjia had no choice but to surrender without hesitation. Upon hearing the words of concession, the judge was momentarily bewildered, unable to fathom that Qianlingjia would lose. In a state of astonishment, the judge announced the result. Huo Tianci wins. The audience erupted in disbelief, as many had placed large sums on Huo Tianci's defeat. Yet here he was, victorious without engaging in battle. This unexpected outcome raised suspicions of foul play among the onlookers. There must be a conspiracy. We demand a rematch. The disgruntled spectators could hardly contain their anger, as the match had scarcely begun. For a 6th-level master to concede to an incapable weakling was unbelievable. It was a scenario that defied logic. Meanwhile, Qianlinghao, witnessing his brother's return, was perplexed. Brother, what are you doing? Why surrender? Can you truly not defeat that weakling? Qianlingjia merely shook his head and sat down, the chilling aura of Huo Tianci still haunting him, leaving him drenched in sweat. Qianlinghao, unable to comprehend his brother's actions, eventually relented. While he remained skeptical that Huo Tianci could truly best his brother, he gritted his teeth and muttered, You better not cross my path. If you do, I will make you pay. The agitated spectators, having lost their bets, were calmed by the underground gambling house's representatives, who assured them that any wrongdoing would result in a 10-fold refund. The underground gambling house was, after all, affiliated with the Qian family, and one had to admit that Qian Wangguang was indeed a shrewd businessman. The remaining audience continued to watch the unfolding events. On the other side, Huo Tianci stepped down from the competition stage, just as a chime echoed, signaling a system notification. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the Holy Water Contest, earning a reward of 500 cultivation points. The task for the Holy Water Contest had been accepted by Huo Tianci after he embarked on his journey, and although he was unaware of the total number of stages, he knew that the ultimate reward would be a silver lottery coin. He had already exhausted his previous silver lottery coins, and the rewards he had drawn had greatly satisfied him, for, as the system stated, The overall quality of the rewards was superior to those from the bronze lottery machine. After all, it took 10 bronze lottery coins to exchange for a single silver one. As the competition continued, victorious shouts filled the AIR.in the first round of the 5th elimination match at Arena 3. Qian Huaxing emerged victorious. In the first round of the 9th elimination match at Arena 1, Huo Dahong claimed victory. In the first round of the 11th elimination match at Arena 2, Wu Yanquan triumphed. Before long, the first round of elimination matches came to a complete end, with the remaining victors predominantly being elite descendants from the 3 prominent families, Huo Tianci being the only exception. Others regarded his advancement to the next round as sheer luck, believing he was an unworthy, untalented individual. You best pray not to encounter me in the next round of eliminations. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. A member of the Wu family, clad in red martial attire, descended from the arena as he passed by Huo Tianci. His face twisted with malice, he issued a threat. Huo Tianci looked up to see that it was Wu Yanquan, who had just decisively defeated a member of the Huo family. After delivering his threat, Wu Yanquan did not intend to leave. Are you looking to collide with me? As Wu Yanquan prepared to shoulder check him, Huo Tianci scoffed, if you seek death, I shall gladly escort you on your journey. With a resounding thud, their shoulders collided, yet Huo Tianci remained unyielding, while the burly Wu Yanquan was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Observing this spectacle, the other competitors turned their gazes in disbelief. How could Wu Yanquan be knocked down? One exclaimed. Indeed, Wu Yanquan possesses peak strength at the 4th level of body refinement. Peak at the 4th level? My friend, that was last month. Wu Yanquan has already entered the 5th level. Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd, yet someone questioned, how could he be knocked down by this waste? Huo Tianci? At that moment, everyone was perplexed. Conversely, Wu Yanquan, having risen from the ground, was equally baffled by his own downfall. To salvage his pride, he grumbled, my foot slipped. Realizing this, the others nodded in understanding, concluding that Huo Tianci had merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Had it not been for Wu Yanquan's slip, Huo Tianci would surely have been sent flying, or perhaps even crippled. Kid, had it not been for my slip, I would have made you pay dearly. You better pray not to cross my path again, otherwise, I will end you. With his pride restored, Wu Yanquan resumed his air of superiority. Huo Tianci merely smiled, choosing not to engage, for conversing with such a simpleton would only diminish his own stature and reduce him to a fool. He believed that the best form of retaliation lay not in words but in silencing his opponent with action. However, Huo Tianci's silence led others to misinterpret his demeanor as fear, particularly Wu Yanquan, who boasted, Huo Tianci, if you kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, I might feel generous enough to spare you. Otherwise, should we meet again, you shall regret it. As Wu Yanquan finished his taunts, the second round of draws concluded. The robed referee announced with a booming voice, in the second round, the first elimination match will feature Wu Yanquan from the Wu family against Huo Tianci from the Huo family. The crowd erupted in excitement, eager to witness Huo Tianci's true capabilities. Should he be found to be a charlatan, they would receive tenfold compensation. The 3 prominent families buzzed with anticipation, with the Wu family confident of Huo Tianci's imminent defeat. The Huo family shared a similar sentiment, while the Qian family reveled in the prospect of profit from the underground dealings they controlled. The participants were also eager. The so-called lucky waste was finally set to be eliminated. Indeed, I received news that Qin Ingjia forfeited due to illness today. Otherwise, that waste would have lost in the first round. Wu Yanquan, my father sends a message, Wu Feiyu whispered to Wu Yanquan. What instructions does the patriarch have? Wu Yanquan asked respectfully. Feign a slip, then eliminate him, Wu Feiyu replied coldly. Although Huo Tianci did not eavesdrop with his extraordinary senses, he surmised the intention was to have Wu Yanquan eliminate him. Yet, he questioned whether Wu Yanquan possessed the strength to do so. As the two ascended the stage, Wu Yanquan cast a sly glance at Huo Tianci, declaring, Huo Tianci, even if you beg me 100 times, it won't matter. Huo Tianci merely stated, Huo family, Huo Tianci. Wu family, Wu Yanquan. The two exchanged polite gestures, and upon confirming their readiness, the referee announced the match's commencement. With the directive to eliminate Huo Tianci fresh in his mind, Wu Yanquan unleashed his most prized and formidable martial technique. The stone-shattering palm, a second-tier martial skill, when perfected, could shatter mountains and stones with unparalleled force. Look, it's the second-tier stone-shattering palm. This time, that little waste is doomed. Ha, I can see it too. Although Wu Yanquan hasn't mastered the technique, it's evident he has at least reached a significant level. Martial skill cultivation is categorized into 4 tiers. Entry, Minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. This meant Wu Yongquan's strike had the power to uproot a sturdy tree, even shake stones, although he was still far from mastering the technique. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to deal with Huo Tianci. Wu Yongquan believed this, yet the reality was quite different. Huo Tianci merely extended a finger to meet the incoming palm strike, halting it in its tracks. Simultaneously, Wu Yongquan found himself frozen, not by his own volition but by the immovable barrier of Huo Tianci's finger. Despite exerting all his strength to push forward, Wu Yongquan discovered that Huo Tianci's finger was an insurmountable barrier, utterly resisting him. In that moment, he felt as though his energy had vanished, akin to a droplet merging into the vast ocean. Panic and silence washed over his face. The onlookers were astonished, for Huo Tianci had effortlessly thwarted Wu Yongquan's powerful strike with a mere finger. "This cannot be," they gasped, some doubting their own vision until they rubbed their eyes and confirmed the truth. Huo Tianci had indeed used just a finger to counter the formidable strike capable of shaking mountains. A collective uproar erupted, reverberating throughout the arena, for Huo Tianci was deemed a waste, a being without a meridian and incapable of cultivation. Yet today, at the annual holy water ceremony, he had withstood the mightiest blow from a master at the 5th level of body refinement with nothing but a single finger. This revelation left everyone in utter disbelief. This is impossible. Wasn't he a talentless waste? The Wu family patriarch, Wu Dingtian, could no longer remain seated. Hua Lei Ting from the Huo family had previously declared that as long as Huo Tianci could cultivate, he would return the position of the family head. Now, it was evident that Huo Tianci had indeed reached a level of cultivation. Below the martial arts arena, Qianing Jie, who had conceded earlier, felt an overwhelming surge of emotions upon witnessing this scene. He realized that he could not possibly match Huo Tianci, who had effortlessly blocked such a formidable attack with just a single finger. That strike was the shattered stone palm, a second-tier martial skill at the great perfection stage, capable of shaking mountains. Yet, it was effortlessly countered by Huo Tianci's diminutive finger. What level of mastery had Huo Tianci attained? The onlookers were left perplexed. Looking towards the arena, the previously stoic Huo Tianci suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "I recall you mentioned wanting to break my legs, did you not?" With a fierce gaze, he locked onto Wu Yongquan, who was now trembling in fear, acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between him and Huo Tianci. The disparity felt akin to that of a droplet of water against the vast ocean, entirely incomparable. "I surrender. I want to surrender." Just as he prepared to raise his hand in concession, Huo Tianci struck first. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as Huo Tianci executed a sweeping kick. Sending Wu Yongquan crashing to the ground, Wu Yongquan curled up, clutching his legs and wailing incessantly, for the force of Huo Tianci's kick had shattered both his legs, rendering him utterly incapacitated. "Can I declare my victory now?" Huo Tianci inquired of the stunned referee, who was still reeling from the astonishing display of prowess he had just witnessed. "Yes, you may." Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the referee announced in the second round, first elimination match, on Platform 1, Huo Tianci wins. With the referee's proclamation of victory, a notification from the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for completing the second phase of the Holy Water Battle and receiving a reward of 1,000 cultivation points." This reward was quite substantial. Amidst the astonished crowd, Huo Tianci descended from the platform, while Wu Yongquan was carried away, both legs broken and rendered a true invalid. Chapter 87. The 9-star linked leg technique. 1 strike to designate the universe. 1 kick to shatter bones. It was truly extravagant. Was this still the same waste of a person? The strength displayed by Huo Tianci had astounded everyone present, for it was a remarkable transformation from his previous feeble state. Everyone began to wonder, was this truly the same Huo Tianci? Defeating Wu Yongquan with a single move seemed trivial. Seeing Huo Tianci steal the spotlight, Huo Lin was filled with discontent. Wu Feiyu echoed this sentiment. "If I wished, I could defeat Wu Yongquan with just a finger." Both individuals dismissed Huo Tianci and boasted that they could surpass him. Of course, they had the competence to back up their words, as they had both significantly improved compared to before. Qianing Hao, too, felt intrigued. "It seems I cannot underestimate you." After witnessing Huo Tianci's strength, he suddenly yearned to challenge him, for he was a super genius, having reached the 5th level of body refinement at a mere 13 years of age. He wished to defeat Huo Tianci and prove to everyone that he was the strongest. It must be noted that geniuses are often proud and self-assertive, yet Huo Tianci was undeniably so, for he possessed absolute strength. Soon, the second round concluded, and the third round commenced on the spot. The number of competitors dwindled from over 100 to merely dozens, yet these few were the elite among elites, including experts at the 6th level of body refinement. The excitement of the matches escalated. "Excuse me," after defeating his opponent with another finger, Huo Tianci gracefully exited the platform. This time, he refrained from using excessive force as his opponent was a member of the Huo family, and their conflict was not significant. Thus, Huo Tianci merely knocked him down. "Thank you." The defeated Huo family youth stammered, still in shock, for Huo Tianci's prowess far exceeded his expectations. It could be said that had Huo Tianci desired, that single strike could have ended his life in an instant. Though the match was brief, its intensity was remarkable, as spectators once again witnessed Huo Tianci's lethal fingertip technique. In truth, it was no mere technique. Huo Tianci had merely feared causing harm to the Huo family youth, and his previous match against Wu Yangkuan was simply a display meant to conceal his true strength. Next up, Qian Hao from the Qian family would battle Wu Zhihui from the Wu family. The two ascended the platform under the referee's watchful eye. A wave of excitement rippled through the audience. For this match was highly anticipated. Wu Zhihui was a renowned expert at the 6th level of body refinement, while Qian Hao was only at the 5th level. However, Qian Hao had demonstrated prowess that suggested he was beyond the 5th level. After all, he had dispatched his previous opponents in mere moments, and one of them had been at the peak of the 5th level. Now, the crowd was eager to see if the super genius Qian Hao could overcome the 6th level expert Wu Zhihui. The two exchanged respectful bows before the battle commenced. Shattered stone palm. Having witnessed Qian Hao's previous matches, Wu Zhihui initiated the fight with the Wu family's signature second-tier martial skill, the shattered stone palm. Compared to Wu Yangkuan's execution, Wu Zhihui's was significantly more refined, suggesting he had mastered it to perfection. One strike could shatter mountains, let alone a mere human frame. I estimate that this powerful strike possesses at least 40 units of force. Qian Hao will likely evade this attack and wait for an opportunity, given his only 5th level cultivation, a spectator analyzed. Just as everyone anticipated Qian Hao to dodge, he instead spread his arms wide. Adopting a stance reminiscent of a soaring rock, he launched himself into the air, delivering a flurry of 7 rapid kicks towards the advancing Wu Zhihui. "Behold my 7-star linked leg technique." The force of his kicks was astounding, accompanied by a whooshing sound, indicating not only power but also remarkable speed. What a swift technique! Wu Zhihui was taken aback and immediately switched from offense to defense. Otherwise, he would certainly be struck by all 7 kicks. However, as he braced himself to withstand the 7th strike of the 7-star linked leg technique, he found himself unable to gain an advantage, instead being forced to retreat step by step. The blows were heavy. Each kick was more powerful than the last, and by the time he endured the 6th kick, Wu Zhihui had been pushed back 4 to 5 meters. One more step and he would tumble off the platform, resulting in disqualification. Wu Zhihui was determined not to lose, especially to a 13-year-old whose cultivation was a level below his own. The thought of being ridiculed for being unable to defeat a child was unacceptable to him. The spectators gasped as they witnessed Qian Hao's remarkable leg technique. The 7-star linked leg technique was a 4th-tier martial skill, officially known as the 9-star linked leg technique. This technique comprised 9 forms, 1 for each star, and Qian Hao had demonstrated the 7th form. The rank of a martial skill dictated its power and the complexity of its mastery. Thus, higher-tier skills were inherently more challenging to learn, which explained why most individuals began their training with simpler techniques. Yet here was a mere 13-year-old who had mastered a 4th-tier skill and even reached the 7th form, leaving everyone astounded. Chapter 88. The battle against Qian Hao on the platform. As Wu Zhihui desperately sought a countermeasure, he had already endured Qian Hao's 7th heavy kick. "I must retreat from this edge." Realizing he was on the brink of falling off the platform, Wu Zhihui swiftly turned to evade. But at that moment, another heavy kick surged towards him. Nowhere to escape, Qian Hao shouted, delivering the 8th heavy kick aimed directly at Wu Zhihui. "What?" Wu Zhihui's eyes widened in astonishment. He had thought it was all over, only to be taken by surprise as yet another powerful kick struck him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was sent sprawling off the stage, crashing heavily onto the ground. The crowd erupted in excitement. 8th star. Even Qian Hao's father, Qian Wenguang, could not contain his exhilaration, for he had been unaware that his precious son had mastered the 8th technique. "Indeed, it is my second son, Qian Hao," the proud father exclaimed. The old steward of the Wu family hurried over to offer his congratulations. Contemplating the prospect of bringing Qian Hao back to the Wu family for further training, as such talent was rare even in Hehe Fortress. Yes, indeed. I must call you my lord, as you are the brother-in-law of the master. The steward said with deep respect. It was undeniable. When one achieves greatness, those around them also rise. With Qian Yinghao's remarkable talent now evident, the Wu family would undoubtedly take notice. Looking towards the arena, Qian Yinghao was filled with elation, for he had kept his mastery of the 8th technique a secret, saving it for this moment to astonish everyone. He had triumphed in a single move. Defeating an opponent of higher rank, the referee declared Qian Yinghao the victor, and the audience erupted in applause, captivated by the thrilling match. Impressive, young man, remarked Huo Tianci as he passed by, extending his congratulations. Though Qian Yinghao showed no gratitude, I will defeat you, he declared, his blood boiling with the thrill of victory after having just bested his opponent. Huo Tianci merely smiled, recognizing Qian Yinghao's prowess while knowing their skills were not comparable. Very well, I await your challenge, he replied, his gaze returning to the arena. As expected, Huo Lin and Wu Feiyu dispatched their opponents with ease, both advancing to the next round, having achieved the 7th level of body refining. Huo Tianci saw through their strengths, as the system would reveal their true levels regardless of any attempts to conceal them. After another hour, the 3rd round of eliminations concluded, leaving only 24 contestants. The matches continued across 4 stages, with the next round featuring Huo Tianci against Qian Yinghao. At last, the moment had arrived. Qian Yinghao's face radiated confidence, yet he glanced at his father, Qian Wenguang, whose expression betrayed a sense of dread. Was it mere bad luck that he faced the formidable Huo Tianci right away? Immediately, Qian Wenguang summoned his eldest son, Qian Yingjia. Did you tell your brother to concede if he faced Huo Tianci? Qian Yingjia, bewildered, admitted he had not, thinking the conversation was private. What? You did not? Qian Wenguang was taken aback. He had witnessed Huo Tianci's formidable abilities firsthand. He rushed to Wu Qiushuang, urging her to halt the match for fear that Huo Tianci might harm his beloved son. Wu Qiushuang remained composed, assuring him that Huo Tianci was not malicious by nature, but rather kind-hearted, having once saved her. His ruthlessness was reserved for his adversaries, and he would not act similarly towards friends. Wu Qiushuang understood Huo Tianci well. Let that impudent boy receive some proper education. He must learn that there are always greater forces at play, she mused. Indeed, it is beneficial for him to be tempered, the old steward chimed in. Moreover, Master Qian, our young masters can be quite temperamental. If your son enters the Wu family with arrogance, it could lead to complications. Qian Wenguang nodded, acknowledging their wisdom. In the audience, the announcement of the upcoming match between Huo Tianci and Qian Yinghao ignited a surge of excitement, as the competition became increasingly thrilling. This year's event was far more worthwhile than the last, with audiences proclaiming it the most spectacular in history. No one could predict the victor in the past. They would have unhesitatingly favored Qian Yinghao, dismissing Huo Tianci as a mere waste. Yet, now, having intimidated a 6th-level body refiner and defeated 2 5th-level refiners with a mere finger, Huo Tianci's unfathomable strength left everyone in eager anticipation. As the referee declared the match to commence, both competitors introduced themselves. Huo Tianci of the Huo family, Qian Yinghao of the Qian family. Without delay, Qian Yinghao assumed a stance akin to a great bird taking flight, launching himself fiercely at Huo Tianci with the 8-star continuous kick. The rapid succession of kicks sent shivers through the crowd, and the ferocity of his strikes was breathtaking. I see how you can withstand this. Qian Yinghao smirked, believing wholeheartedly that Huo Tianci could not endure his powerful technique. However, as Qian Yinghao prepared to deliver his relentless assault, Huo Tianci remained calm and collected, merely extending a single finger. What? Just one finger? The audience gasped in disbelief as Qian Yinghao faltered, unable to comprehend how one finger could possibly withstand the fierce onslaught of a 4th-tier martial technique. Huo Tianci was no ordinary opponent. He was indeed a 7th-level body refiner, transforming the impossible into reality. His finger flicked like the motion of celestial bodies, effortlessly countering each of Qian Yinghao's powerful strikes. Why apologies? I accidentally pointed one too many times. Huo Tianci remarked nonchalantly after the final blow, as Qian Yinghao could only muster 8 kicks. No, this is impossible. Qian Yinghao despaired, retreating in disbelief as Huo Tianci effortlessly neutralized his attacks with a mere finger. The crushing realization that his efforts were trivial in Huo Tianci's eyes shattered his spirit. I refuse to believe this. Regaining his composure after several steps back, Qian Yinghao resolved to unleash his most formidable technique once more, the 8-star continuous kick. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. I won't accept this. He kicked fiercely, again and again, until, after what felt like an eternity, he managed to unleash a 9th kick. This unexpected display finally caused Huo Tianci to take a small step back. surprised that his opponent could grow stronger even while being overwhelmed. Not bad, Huo Tianci acknowledged simply. However, Qian Yinghao could only weep in frustration, feeling utterly defeated by Huo Tianci's overwhelming superiority. Huo Tianci wins. The referee stammered, astonished by the sheer magnitude of Huo Tianci's prowess, as he had single-handedly neutralized Qian Yinghao's ferocious attack with just a finger. As Qian Yinghao sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, Qian Wenguang could no longer bear to watch and lifted his son off the stage. Huo Tianci had decisively reduced a 13-year-old child to tears in this contest. That impudent boy can be quite ruthless, Wu Qiushuang remarked, unable to bear the sight. Yet, she understood that this was precisely the intended outcome. With a thoughtful smile, she nodded in agreement. Beside the arena, upon witnessing the prowess displayed by Huo Tianci, the elder of the Song family's inner sect could no longer remain composed. The outcome of today's competition bore significant implications for the ultimate dominion over Bailey Town. Should the Wu family emerge defeated, the Song family would forever be barred from meddling in any affairs within Bailey Town, a prospect that left the elder in a state of frantic anxiety. Songen, did you not claim that the younger generation of the Huo family lacked capable individuals? The elder pointedly questioned. Songen, wearing a distressed expression, felt a surge of trepidation, for he too was baffled by Huo Tianci's unexpected emergence. Elder Wu Yin, I, too, am at a loss, he admitted. This elder, known as Song Wu Yin, had been informed of prior events in Bailey Town by Song An, who had confidently declared the Wu family's impending victory based on their triumph in the Sacred Water Enlightenment competition the previous year. The news had sent Song Wu Yin into a frenzy of elation, for the Song family had long coveted a stake in the affairs of Bailey Town. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, he had reported the matter to Song Tianzong, the family patriarch, who, upon hearing that victory would yield territorial gains, had been overjoyed and entrusted Wu Yin with full authority in the matter. However, the sudden emergence of Huo Tianci, displaying such formidable strength, was utterly unforeseen. A revelation that took everyone by surprise. You're unaware? You fool, Wu Yin fumed, acutely aware that if the Wu family were to lose, Song Tianzong would undoubtedly hold him accountable, perhaps even stripping him of his salary. If the Wu family falters, I will ensure you suffer the consequences. Feeling utterly betrayed, Wu Yin was incensed, realizing that no opportunity is ever handed to one so freely. Yes, I am willing to bear all responsibilities. Songen stammered, terrified. Bear all? Can you truly shoulder that burden? Wu Yin, in a fit of rage, kicked him off the platform. Songen, seizing the moment, made his way to the Wu family's seating. Master Wu, did you not assert our assured victory? Wu Yin turned his ire towards Wu Dingtian, who found himself cornered. Wu Dingtian, too, had not anticipated Huo Tianci's remarkable capabilities, yet he remained unperturbed. Elder Song, have you forgotten that we, the Feiyu, have achieved the 7th level of body refinement? Furthermore, Elder Wu Yin has imparted a secret technique to him. That little wretch cannot stir up much trouble. Indeed, how could I almost overlook that? Phew, you nearly frightened me to death. To be candid, Elder Wu Yin just vented his frustrations on me and even kicked me. He lamented, revealing the shoe print left on his attire. Upon seeing the 500-tael gold note, Wu Dingtian immediately tucked it into Song An's sleeve, advising, use this to wipe off the shoe print. It would be unfortunate if your clothes were soiled. Yes, you are right. I must clean it. Song An's demeanor transformed upon receiving the gold, as if the previous incident had never transpired. After Song An departed, Wu Dingtian summoned Wu Feiyu. Feiyu, what is your confidence level in defeating that little brat? Wu Dingtian refrained from discussing the idea of killing Huo Tianci, as merely defeating him would suffice. If the Wu family withdrew from Bailey Town, they would have free reign over the Huo family as well. Wu Feiyu, brimming with confidence, replied without hesitation, Father, rest assured, my strength has reached the 7th level of body refinement, and I possess the secret techniques taught by Elder Wu Yin. That little wretch is as good as dead. Excellent. Wu Dingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him at his son's unwavering confidence. Across the arena, Huo Lin from the Huo family echoed similar sentiments, boasting of his certain victory and claiming he could defeat Huo Tianci within 10 moves. Yet the audience held a different opinion, as Huo Tianci's earlier display of strength had left them astounded. Could it truly be that this so-called waste, spoken of derisively for years, was poised for a remarkable comeback? Indeed, there was an undeniable feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. The spectators no longer dared to label Huo Tianci as a waste. If he were one, then what would that make them? Perhaps even less than that in previous Sacred Water Enlightenment ceremonies. Only the outer sect elders of the Wu and Song families would attend, and sometimes they would skip the event altogether. However, this year, every outer sect elder appeared, and even the third miss of the Wu family made her presence known, suggesting that something extraordinary lay behind the scenes. The audience, astute in their observations, sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. After another half hour, the roster of the top 12 was finalized, and it was evident that the three dominant families of Bailey Town, Huo, Wu, and Qian, each had a significant presence, with 11 of the 12 participants hailing from these clans. The last contender, a dark horse named O Zhang, emerged from a humble background, yet possessed an astonishing 6th level of body refinement. He was set to face Huo Tianci in the next round as the match commenced. Both contenders bowed in greeting. Huo Tianci, I am aware of your formidable strength, and I do not consider myself your equal, O Zhang stated, suggesting that if Huo could withstand his strongest attack, he would concede. Huo Tianci, willing to grant him this opportunity, replied, very well. Thank you, O Zhang expressed, and before the words fully left his lips, he assumed a powerful stance and launched a forceful strike at Huo Tianci, akin to a giant axe cleaving through stone. I concede. I knew you were extraordinary, O Zhang admitted, shaking his head as he felt his attack effortlessly intercepted between Huo's fingers. Raising his other hand, he signaled his surrender. Thank you for your mercy. Releasing his grip, Huo Tianci offered a respectful bow, acknowledging the dedication of someone like O Zhang, who dedicated himself to relentless training. I shall not be defeated next time we meet, O Zhang declared, filled with determination as he exited the arena, resolved to surpass Huo Tianci through rigorous effort. Meanwhile, other matches intensified, with Huo Lin and Wu Feiyu dispatching their opponents with ease. While the fourth arena witnessed a fierce contest, the two combatants unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously, both falling from the platform, unable to rise. The referee, witnessing this, had no choice but to declare both eliminated. The final match of the 12-6 was equally gripping, with both competitors collapsing from exhaustion. The referee began a countdown, and if neither could rise, they would both be disqualified. In a surprising turn, a disciple from the Qin family managed to stand at the last second, clinching victory, though he was left severely injured and ultimately had to concede. The list of the final four for this year's Sacred Water Enlightenment competition was announced. Huo Tianci from the Huo family, Huo Lin from the Huo family, Wu Feiyu from the Wu family, and Qian San from the Qian family. The host proclaimed the successful contenders with a booming voice, followed by the drawing of lots. May those two wretches from the Huo family draw against one another, letting them fight to the bitter end, Wu Dingtian mused, calm in his demeanor. Regardless of the outcome, his precious son would easily eliminate his opponent. For Wu Feiyu had achieved the 7th level of body refinement and possessed secret techniques, an unstoppable force. It seems even fate is favoring the Wu family, Wu Dingtian exclaimed, rising in excitement as the draw revealed that Huo Tianci and Huo Lin were indeed matched against each other. Meanwhile, his son Wu Feiyu would face Qian San, a significant advantage given that Qian San was merely at the peak of the 6th level of body refinement, posing little threat. While Wu Dingtian reveled in his fortune, Song Wuyin in the highest stands also felt elated, for this meant Wu Feiyu would secure a place in the finals, while the Huo family would engage in a fierce internal conflict, one that was likely to be lethal. Given the enmity between Huo Tianci and Huo Lin, should they inflict mutual harm, first place would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Song family. Ha ha ha. Song Wuyin laughed uncontrollably, almost preemptively congratulating. As Song and beside him joined in, Elder Wuyun, you were absolutely worrying for nothing. Moreover, just a few days ago, you imparted that secret technique to Wu Feiyu. With that technique in play, who could possibly rival him? Song said joyfully. Elder Wuyun nodded. As long as the Wu family emerges victorious this time, I assure you, I will speak highly of you in front of the head of the family. Thank you, Elder Wuyun, thank you. The joy radiating from the Song family left the Wu family members nearby feeling uneasy, for they all knew they were destined to win this contest. This was precisely why the Wu family had suggested a duel among the younger generation. With Huo Tianci in their ranks, victory was all but assured. Otherwise, would you think the Wu family foolish enough to hand over Bailey Town so easily? Of course, there lay an even greater motive behind this. That motive was Huo Tianci. Just wait, soon you'll understand the prowess of that little brat, Huo Qiushuang scoffed. As attention shifted back to the arena, the snapping sounds echoed continuously. Eventually, the four platforms in the center began to converge, merging into one colossal stage. After the platforms combined, the referee stepped into the center, signaling the two contestants for the first match to ascend. Wu Feiyu of the Wu family faced off against Qian San of the Qian family. Qian San, towering at approximately 1.9 meters, showcased his formidable strength, reaching the astonishing pinnacle of the sixth layer of body refinement, undeniably a prodigy among those under 18. Wu Feiyu, today, I shall see how you intend to defeat me, Qianxin declared, immediately revealing his peak sixth layer prowess. Gasps erupted from the audience. The Qian boy has actually broken through. Just a week ago, Qianxin was merely in the mid-stage of the sixth layer. Yet, unexpectedly, at the last moment of this grand tournament, he advanced further, which explained his previous victories that secured his place in the top four. How dare a mere peak of the sixth layer be so arrogant before me? In stark contrast, Wu Feiyu expressed disdain, and a vortex of energy swirled above his body, and why goodness. Could this be the unique cyclone of the seventh layer of body refinement? Gasps filled the air once more. Impossible! Wu Feiyu has actually advanced to the seventh layer. In comparison to Qianxin, the audience was even more astonished by Wu Feiyu's strength. Indeed, he had reached the seventh layer. The entire arena erupted with exclamations. As among those present, aside from the three prominent families, almost no one possessed such prowess. Now, a mere child had achieved it, leaving them in a WEIT. Seemed that this year's Sacred Water Enlightenment Tournament was destined to belong to the Wu family once again. At that moment, every spectator believed that victory was assured for the Wu family this year. However, witnessing the crowd's astonishment at Wu Feiyu, Huo Lin, also at the seventh layer, felt a twinge of displeasure. Damn it, why am I not the one competing in the first match? Huo Lin thought. If he had been the one to take the stage, all the cheers and gasps would have been directed at him. As he simmered in indignation, Wu Feiyu landed a punch that sent Qianxin flying, igniting the arena into a frenzy once more. Damn it. Next, I will also deliver a punch that will send him flying. No, I will kill him with one blow. Huo Lin glared at Huo Tianci in the distance, his teeth gritting in frustration. The next match, Huo Lin of the Huo family versus Huo Tianci of the Huo family. The referee announced. The two immediately leaped onto the stage, preparing for battle. Once on stage, the impatient Huo Lin unleashed his seventh layer strength, prompting another round of gasps from the audience. However, compared to the initial shock, this second wave was somewhat diminished, leaving Huo Lin feeling dissatisfied. Thus, he turned to Huo Tianci, as the saying goes, fists and feet are blind, and force is merciless. What will you do if I cannot restrain my strength and accidentally kill you? The rules of the competition dictated that killing was prohibited. Otherwise, one would be deemed the loser. Yet, there existed an exception. If both parties signed a life-and-death contract beforehand, Huo Lin intended to do just that. And Huo Leitang hoped for it too, for Huo Tianci had to die. Otherwise, his position as head of the family would be transferred to Huo Tianci, a scenario Huo Leitang was desperate to avoid. Therefore, he could only allow Huo Lin to kill him in the arena. As for Huo Tianci, he was troubled about how to prompt Huo Lin to do so, but before he could speak, Huo Lin mentioned it first. Perfect. Then let us sign the life-and-death contract. Fate shall decide our ends. Huo Tianci wasted no time, as this was his aim, to kill Huo Lin in front of everyone, and then eliminate Wu Feiyu, ultimately bringing down Huo Leitang. Indeed, Huo Tianci's plan was straightforward: kill, boldly and openly eliminate all his enemies. After drafting the life-and-death contract, both parties signed and pressed their seals. With the match now deemed a fight to the death, the excitement in the arena reached its zenith. This was precisely what the audience had anticipated. I knew something significant was about to unfold here. Unfortunately, this person could only predict a fraction of the impending events. For this life-and-death battle was merely the beginning. No wonder Huo Tianci had appeared today. He had calculated the opportunity and sought a death match with Huo Lin. At this moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. Looking towards the Wu family, Wu Dingtian was ecstatic, for the situation had developed in a manner he relished. Hoping they would all perish beside him. Within the Huo family, the five elders were confronting Huo Leitang. Huo Leitang, what do you mean by this? Have you forgotten that if we lose this match, the Huo family will be annihilated? The five elders were on the verge of panic, I am well aware. Huo Leitang replied calmly. Then why would you allow Huo Lin to engage in a life-and-death battle with Huo Tianci? What if they both suffer grievous injuries? The elders intended to have one of the two surrender and preserve their strength for the showdown against Wu Feiyu. However, now it had turned into a fight to the death, and one of them must die to determine a victor. 2 casualties? Humph. Do you believe Linner's seventh layer strength could be harmed by that little beast? Just wait and see as Linner punches him to death. With that, Huo Leitang dismissed the five elders, fully aware of their concerns. They feared he might continue as the family head. However, Huo Leitang was mistaken. At that moment, the 5 elders of the Huo family only wished to preserve the family. After all, without the family, what use was the head? Huo Leitang, today, the Huo family will undoubtedly fall at your hands. The 5 elders declared, biting their lips, their bodies trembling as they pointed at Huo Leitang. This match could have allowed one of them to enter the finals at full strength, but Huo Leitang's actions had jeopardized everything. If either of them sustained injuries, they would be at a disadvantage against Wu Feiyu, and should they lose, the entire Huo family would face destruction. Yet, for the sake of securing his position as head of the family, Huo Leitang disregarded the stability of the Huo family and sent his son Huo Lin to fight Huo Tianci to the death. Purely blinded by power, it was likely this same mentality had driven him to poison and kill Old Master Huo and Huo Tianci. At this moment, on the stage, the two youths locked eyes, exuding an aura of murderous intent, the tension palpable as if a taut crossbow ready to unleash its bolt. Wretch, die. After sizing each other up, Huo Lin struck first, channeling all his strength into his right fist as he charged towards Huo Tianci. Since it was a fight to the death, Huo Lin showed no mercy. After all, it was either his life or Huo Tianci's. Moreover, he intended to fulfill his earlier promise to kill Huo Tianci with a single punch. In contrast, Huo Tianci did not remain stationary, nor did he attempt to block with a finger. Instead, he proactively launched a punch. In the end, the two fists collided midair, and before they even made contact, the force generated between them erupted. The arena was engulfed in a whirlwind, creating a tempestuous gale. The referee, perched high on his seat, was caught in the chaos as his chair toppled, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. What? Could it be that Huo Tianci is also at the 7th layer? As he prepared to rise, the referee was met with gasps of astonishment from the audience. When he finally looked up, he saw Huo Tianci and Huo Lin's fists locked in confrontation, both exerting their strength, as if frozen in time, neither side yielding. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the referee's eyes widened in astonishment. For it was evident that Huo Tianci had indeed reached the 7th level of physical refinement. Otherwise, their strengths would not be so closely matched. What? How is this possible? Huo Lin exclaimed, shocked to see Huo Tianci withstand his powerful blow. Huo Lin had intended to annihilate him with that strike, yet Huo Tianci appeared to have absorbed it with apparent ease. Could it be that you have also attained the 7th level of physical refinement? Huo Lin struggled to believe this, remembering that just a month ago, Huo Tianci had been a complete waste, utterly incapable of cultivation. Now, he was being asked to accept that such a waste could achieve 7 levels of breakthrough in a mere month. This was unfathomable. On the Huo family's spectator seats, Huo Leitang was utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. No, this cannot be. That little waste could never be at the 7th level of physical refinement. He shook his head in panic, while behind him, the 5 elders of the Huo family wore expressions of desolation, as the worst scenario they had dreaded had indeed come to pass. This little beast had hidden his true capabilities well. However, Huo Dingtian laughed heartily, for this match was a battle of equals, a life-or-death struggle where only one could emerge victorious. Regardless of who from the Huo family won, his son Wu Feiyu would hold a significant advantage. As he was currently recuperating and preparing for the final showdown, in contrast, the Huo family would require a sacrifice to proceed, indicating that the Wu family was already in a favorable position. Defeat for me? Huo Lin bellowed from the arena, as a cyclone of energy expanded beneath his feet, intensifying the force of his strikes. Faced with this sudden surge of power, Huo Tianci was sent flying, revealing that Huo Lin's strength was indeed superior, otherwise Huo Tianci would not have been so easily propelled backward. Yet the truth was that Huo Tianci was merely putting on a show. Had he unleashed his full power, he would have effortlessly defeated Huo Lin. Thus, he feigned a struggle, creating an illusion of an evenly matched contest. Wu Feiyu, witnessing this, would surely believe victory was within his grasp. And when Huo Tianci later provoked him into a life-and-death duel, Wu Feiyu would accept, thinking it an easy win, one he could not refuse. This was Huo Tianci's strategy. No matter if you have reached the 7th level of physical refinement, a waste will always remain a waste. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Huo Lin could not contain his elation. He continued his relentless assault, aiming to crush Huo Tianci. However, he overlooked a crucial principle. A single push can lead to exhaustion. As Huo Lin unleashed his third powerful punch, Huo Tianci stepped aside, executing a sweeping kick that sent Huo Lin crashing to the ground with effortless precision. His technique was simple yet lethal, devoid of any hesitation. In contrast, Huo Lin's previous ferocious strikes, though imposing, had failed to inflict any substantial damage on Huo Tianci. At most, they had merely pushed him back. What good is brute strength if it can be overturned with a single kick? Huo Tianci retorted, echoing Hua Lin's earlier words, for it was said that one must strike the face when delivering a blow. This was more than mere banter. It was a provocation aimed squarely at Hua Lin. True to form, Hua Lin became infuriated. "You wretched creature, die!" After his roar, Hua Lin spun around, launching a fierce palm strike in all four directions. Ultimately, the four strikes merged into one, aiming to obliterate Huo Tianci's face. The Four Directions Palm, Chapter 93. Killing Hua Lin. The technique was fierce, causing the air around to tremble, a testament to its might. Heavens! It's a fourth-tier martial technique, the Four Directions Palm. It seemed Hua Lin had mastered it to perfection. How could Huo Tianci possibly withstand such an attack? Previously, he had struggled against Hua Lin's ordinary strike. Now, facing a fourth-tier martial technique, the force was at least doubled. The onlookers were filled with apprehension, questioning whether Huo Tianci could endure it. "You think you are the only one skilled in martial techniques?" Huo Tianci crouched into a stance, preparing for a charge. In an instant, he shot forward like an arrow released from a taut bow. His speed astonishing. Galloping wild horse, with fists drawn back, he moved with the swiftness of a shooting star, disappearing from sight before reappearing before Hua Lin. The crowd could hardly comprehend how Huo Tianci had moved so quickly. Finally, Huo Tianci's fists met Hua Lin's incoming Four Directions Palm. The collision produced a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the arena, sending both combatants careening backward. "Damn it, I still have to pretend." Upon noticing Hua Lin's bloodied lips, Huo Tianci begrudgingly bit his own lip to feign injury. After all, his galloping wild horse technique was equivalent to a sixth-tier martial technique. Facing the fourth-tier Four Directions Palm, he held a decisive advantage. Moreover, Huo Tianci was inherently stronger than Hua Lin. A slight exertion had caused Hua Lin to spew blood, prompting Huo Tianci to mimic the act in order to maintain the facade. Both fighters were sent flying, causing the audience to gasp in concern, only to discover that they were both bleeding. That kid actually blocked it. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Huo Tianci had withstood the attack. I suspect Huo Tianci just unleashed a fourth-tier martial technique as well. Otherwise, there's no way he could have matched Hua Lin blow for blow. Some spectators were excited, for martial techniques were scarce in Bailey Town, yet today, they had witnessed three fourth-tier techniques, a rare spectacle. At last, Huo Tianci, who had fallen to the left, rose first, appearing largely unharmed, while Hua Lin continued to cough blood profusely. Heavens! Could it be that Huo Tianci's previous strike was a fifth-tier martial technique? Observing the disparity in their conditions, the crowd erupted once more, with some even speculating that Huo Tianci had employed a fifth-tier technique, as Hua Lin was gravely injured while Huo Tianci seemed merely lightly wounded. In reality, it was a sixth-tier martial technique, and Huo Tianci had sustained no injuries. He had barely exerted himself during the galloping wild horse technique. Had the audience known this, they would have been left as astonished as Hua Lin, who was now bleeding excessively. "No, this cannot be. It is absolutely impossible." Hua Lin lay on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom his own defeat, yet his incapacitated body told him otherwise. His insides churned, blood flowed freely from his mouth, and as he gazed at Huo Tianci, who approached with measured steps, he felt the presence of death itself. "You dare, little beast?" Hua Leitang could no longer contain himself. With only one son, if Hua Lin were killed, his lineage would be extinguished. What is there to fear? Huo Tianci coldly fixed his gaze on Hua Leitang before delivering a powerful kick toward Hua Lin, who was sent tumbling several times before coming to a stop. "I will kill you." Hua Leitang slammed his hand on the table, his immense strength lifting him momentarily into the air. He then assumed a stance, charging at Huo Tianci. Preposterous! The Wu family would not remain passive either. A Wu family elder stepped in, restraining Hua Leitang with a powerful palm strike that pinned him to the ground. "Elder Wu? What do you mean by this?" Hua Leitang was perplexed to see a Wu family elder intervening, as the Wu family had been an ally. "What do you mean?" The elder glanced at Huo Tianci and then at Wu Qiushuang, seated above. Realization dawned upon Hua Leitang, leaving him utterly stunned. He understood everything at last. Initially, he believed the Wu family supported the Hua family to counterbalance the Wu family, but the truth was that they were backing Huo Tianci. That little waste! This revelation shocked him. No wonder the Wu family elder had earlier protected Huo Tianci. Hua Leitang now comprehended that the Wu family's protection of the Hua family stemmed entirely from Huo Tianci's existence. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated the previous week. "No, please!" Hua Leitang cried out in anguish, but without hesitation, Huo Tianci delivered a decisive blow, ending Hua Lin's life. Ding! The system announces. Congratulations to the host for completing the 6th phase of the Holy Water Contest, and for receiving the 6th phase task reward, a bronze lottery coin. The rewards for the first 5 phases consisted solely of cultivation points, but unexpectedly, the 6th phase has transformed into a bronze lottery coin. After pocketing this coin, a fierce expression emerged on Huo Tianci's face as he glanced at Huo Leitang and remarked, "The feeling of having a loved one killed must be unbearable, right? You little beast. Don't even think about escaping." Witnessing his son perish before his eyes, Huo Leitang felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. Of course, I won't flee. I still have to avenge my grandfather, and today, you will all die. There will be no escape for any of you. Huo Tianci furiously pointed at Huo Leitang with his left hand and at the entire Wu family with his right, roaring as the sound echoed throughout the arena. The roar was deafening, causing everyone present in the martial arts arena to cover their ears, and even passers-by outside the arena could hear it clearly, illustrating just how immense the sound was. Once the sound subsided, the audience inside the arena slowly removed their hands from their ears. Chapter 94. Life and Death of Wu Feiyu. What? Could it be that old Master Huo was killed by Huo Leitang? Conversations erupted among the crowd. In fact, I had suspected this long ago. Although old Master Huo was elderly, he was in remarkably good health and could have lived for at least another decade. Yet that day, for reasons unknown, he suddenly fell gravely ill. At that moment, I surmised that something sinister was afoot, but never did I imagine that it was an act committed by his own kin. If old Master Huo had any spirit left, he would surely find it hard to rest in peace upon learning of this treachery. Who could find peace knowing that a treacherous wolf lurked nearby? Moreover, old Master Huo met such a tragic end. It is truly disheartening. Indeed, old Master Huo was very benevolent towards the townsfolk, having treated my father's leg ailment without accepting any payment. Upon hearing these words, those who had received favors from old Master Huo quietly prayed that Huo Tianci would succeed in his quest for vengeance. I finally understand why Huo Tianci has emerged. It is to seek retribution. However, given the current circumstances, can he truly contend with the Wu and Huo clans? Simultaneously, some were concerned that Huo Tianci might fail in his pursuit of revenge. All we can do is wait and see. Alas, there is nothing more we can assist with. Everyone's gaze returned to the arena. Upon discovering that old Master Huo had been killed by Huo Leitang, the 5 elders of the Huo family stepped forth. Although each harbored ambitions of becoming the family head, none had ever contemplated ascension through treachery. Huo Leitang, why are you silent? The 5 elders surrounded him, demanding answers. Huo Leitang trembled, though he had not completely relinquished his resistance. No, it wasn't me. It was that little beast. Yes, it must be him lying. For how could I have killed the old master? Still trying to wriggle out of it. Huo Tianci bellowed in fury, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you want me to present evidence?" Huo Tianci then produced the secret letter written by Wu Dingtian to old Zhang. This letter clearly stated that old Zhang had incited Huo Leitang to orchestrate this heinous act, intending not only to kill old Master Huo, but also to eliminate Huo Tianci himself. Moreover, old Zhang's true identity was that of an undercover agent for the Wu family. Once the truth was laid bare, a wave of shock rippled through the martial arts arena as the situation proved to be more convoluted than they had imagined. In a way, old Zhang, an undercover agent? This letter must be a forgery. Huo Leitang exclaimed, his mind racing in disbelief. Look for yourself. After tossing the letter to the ground, Huo Tianci strode towards the arena as the final match was about to commence. Meanwhile, Wu Feiyu, with a fierce glint in his eyes after learning of Wu Dingtian's revelations, also made his way to the arena. The two stood on opposite sides, preparing for the ultimate showdown, a battle to the death. They simultaneously declared to the referee, for today, the Wu and Huo families would engage in all-out war. It would be either his demise or mine. Thus the battle to the death was the most direct resolution. Humph, I am eager to see how you will fight me. Wu Feiyu exuded confidence, for Huo Tianci had just suffered a severe injury and spat blood moments ago. However, as Huo Tianci wiped the blood from his lips just before signing the death warrant, a small wound revealed itself to Wu Feiyu's astonished eyes. Upon witnessing this, Wu Feiyu stood frozen in disbelief. Finally, Huo Tianci coldly retorted, "Now, let's see how you intend to fight me." He echoed Wu Feiyu's earlier taunt with a tone of authority and immense power. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Feiyu suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind?" Huo Tianci had just single-handedly dispatched Huo Lin with a single blow, and in light of such prowess, Wu Feiyu's laughter was puzzling. Huo Tianci was curious about the source of this audacity. This is what makes it entertaining. Wu Feiyu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he licked his lips before addressing Huo Tianci. But are you certain you can handle this? With that, Huo Tianci's figure vanished in an instant, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches towards Wu Feiyu. Reacting swiftly, Wu Feiyu crossed his arms to protect his chest, managing to absorb the force of the blows. Ultimately, though he withstood the punches, he could not contain the energy behind them, and was sent careening backward like a cannonball, flying several meters away. The arena was designed to withstand such impacts. Had it not been, Wu Feiyu would have surely been thrown out. What incredible strength! Rising to his feet, Wu Feiyu felt his arms tremble, a telltale sign of numbness, highlighting the immense power behind Huo Tianci's strikes. Yet, this only heightened his excitement for the contest. You little beast, today I shall demonstrate the might of my secret technique. Wu Feiyu prepared to unleash the forbidden technique imparted to him by an elder of the Song family, a technique that would guarantee his victory today. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he pressed on various acupoints on his head, Shunting, Bai Hui, Tongtian, Fengqi, and others, until finally, he pressed down on the Yintang acupoint at his brow. Upon activating the Yintang acupoint, a radiant aura enveloped Wu Feiyu, transforming his very presence, as if he were an entirely different person. Furthermore, his strength surged exponentially, reaching an astonishing pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. What kind of technique is this? Huo Tianci had never encountered such a method, but some spectators in the stands gasped in astonishment. This is the golden needle acupoint technique, which stimulates latent potential. However, the side effects are quite severe. A burly man exclaimed in surprise. Side effects? What side effects? Curious onlookers inquired. For a lifetime, one remains forever stuck at the 9th level of body refinement, unable to ascend a single step. The man shook his head. Upon hearing this, others merely chuckled, for this was inconsequential to them. They would never surpass the 9th level of body refinement to become true practitioners. The burly man shook his head again, realizing the futility of their conversation, for the aspiration to become a practitioner was the dream of every martial artist. After all, what is a life without dreams if not akin to a salted fish? So it is the golden needle acupoint technique. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci immediately comprehended, as this technique frequently appeared in martial arts dramas back on Earth. He had merely failed to recognize Wu Feiyu's finger-pressing technique earlier. Yet the outcome remained the same. An enhancement of power in the highest stands. Witnessing Wu Feiyu employ the secret technique, Song Wuyan, who had previously harbored concerns about losing the match, breathed a sigh of relief. Now we are sure to win. He felt an overwhelming sense of security and feigned nonchalance as he cast a disdainful glance at the Wu family members beside him. Instantly, the Wu family was thrown into a state of panic, for they had not anticipated that Song Wuyan would impart such a forbidden technique to Wu Feiyu. Third miss, what should we do now? The elderly steward of the Wu family asked, anxiety etched on his face. The use of this secret technique would instantly elevate a person's cultivation level to the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. How could Huo Tianci withstand such an onslaught? Wu Qiushuang was also taken aback, for utilizing this technique would render a person's life forever anchored at the level of body refinement, which, truthfully, was akin to being rendered useless. That, of course, one could reign supreme in small towns where there were no formidable opponents. But what significance did that hold? Do not fret, that scoundrel undoubtedly will not approach this unprepared. After all, he has slain experts of the 9th realm of body refinement before. Moreover, his strength has surged dramatically during this period. Confronting that Wu Feiyu should not pose a problem as she concluded her thoughts, Wu Qiushuang hesitated slightly, for she had not fully witnessed Huo Tianzi's true prowess. She only knew that he was extraordinarily formidable, yet she could not articulate the extent of his strength. Beside her, the elder steward of the Wu family stood in stunned disbelief. What? That brat has killed experts of the 9th realm of body refinement. While the steward recognized Huo Tianzi's might, he had no inkling that it was to such an extent. This revelation left other elders of the Wu family equally incredulous, as Huo Tianzi's current strength was merely at the 7th realm of body refinement. Although the difference between the 7th and 9th realms is only 2 levels, the actual disparity in strength is nearly double. A practitioner at the 7th realm possesses a mere 49 units of strength, while one at the pinnacle of the 9th realm boasts at least 81, if not nearing 100. Yes, he has killed those elders of the Wu family, Wu Qiushuang replied candidly. This statement assuaged the earlier anxiety of the Wu family steward and others, allowing them to resume their observation of the match, which bore significant implications for their family's interests. At that moment, on the arena, Wu Feiyu, having exhausted his secret techniques, slowly rose from the ground, reveling in the immense power granted to him. Once fully upright, he disdainfully pointed at Huo Tianci, reiterating his earlier challenge. Huo Tianci, I am eager to see how you intend to fight me this time. In response, Huo Tianci unleashed a single punch. With the augmentation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, his fist struck with such force that it sent the already formidable Wu Feiyu, at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of body refinement, crashing to the ground. In the end, Huo Tianci declared, "This is how I choose to fight you." Now empowered by the dragon-elephant prajna technique, Huo Tianci's strength had surpassed 100 units, reaching as high as 150, a veritable titan among those beneath the body refinement realm. "I shall not squander any more time with you," he proclaimed, launching himself into the air, his hands coiling into claws as he unleashed a flurry of wolf-shaped punches upon the prostrate Wu Feiyu. With the onslaught of wolf-shaped strike images, Wu Feiyu could no longer rise. Blood quickly stained the arena, and upon closer inspection, he appeared almost flattened. Ding system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the final phase of the Holy Water competition. Receiving the task reward, 1 silver lottery coin. The silver lottery coin was an unexpected reward for Huo Tianci, and the spectators were equally astonished. They had anticipated that Huo Tianci would be swiftly defeated, given Wu Feiyu's astonishing strength, yet the outcome revealed Huo Tianci's overwhelming prowess, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Why Wu Dingtian trembled, unable to fathom how rapidly the events had transpired, as he observed Wu Feiyu's body slowly collapsing. He could no longer remain composed and staggered toward the arena, desperate to ascertain the fate of his son. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked arena, Wu Dingtian glared at Huo Tianci with venomous rage and, disregarding everything, charged at him, intent on vengeance. "Do you think you can withstand me?" Huo Tianci raised his hand, striking directly at Wu Dingtian's vital point. Wu Dingtian, resolute in his murderous intent, no longer concealed his power. "You little beast, prepare to meet your demise," he shouted, retaliating with a powerful palm strike, imbued with a faint hue of energy suspended above his hand. In the clash of their palms, Huo Tianci was sent flying within 3 seconds. Upon crashing to the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What kind of technique is this? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huo Tianci hastily consumed a hemostatic pill, for Wu Dingtian's strike had completely overpowered him. Akin to the struggle between a wooden stick and an iron rod, similar in size, yet of vastly different quality. Chapter 96. I still wish to fight. Could that faint energy be the unique essence of a Shintong? Huo Tianci was astounded, for he had not anticipated that Wu Dingtian had already ascended to the Shintong realm. "You little beast, perish." As Huo Tianci grappled with his shock, Wu Dingtian loomed above him, fingers outstretched. Old Wu, on the highest platform, Wu Qiushuang immediately instructed the steward to intervene. "Understood, third miss," he replied, vanishing momentarily before reappearing beside Huo Tianci. He raised his hand to strike at Wu Dingtian's head, but Huo Tianci urgently called out, "Do not kill him. He is mine." He desired to avenge himself personally. Upon hearing Huo Tianci's roar, the steward transformed his lethal strike into a defensive maneuver, firmly grasping Wu Dingtian's arms, rendering him immobile. "Very well." Wiping the blood from his lips, Huo Tianci rose to his feet. Though his insides still churned, he felt significantly better, thanks to the hemostatic pill he had just ingested. Once again, he ascended to the arena. "Today, I come for vengeance. Those who participated in the poisoning of my grandfather, regardless of who you are, shall meet their end today." With this declaration, Huo Tianci fixed his gaze upon the last 2 elders of the Wu family. "I shall grant you both an opportunity. Come at me together. If you manage to kill me, I shall spare the Wu family, allowing you to live." Huo Tianci prepared to face 2 opponents. Upon seeing Huo Tianci's injuries and his intention to take on both, the 2 Wu family elders readily acquiesced without hesitation. "You little beast, you have said it yourself. Do not backtrack." The elder of the Wu family pointed at Huo Tianci, for they had already lost. According to their previous agreement, their ally, the Song family, would immediately withdraw from Bailey Town, sealing the Wu family's fate. Yet now, Huo Tianci had proposed such a favorable condition, stirring excitement within them. "You little beast. If you have the audacity, inform everyone. Otherwise, who knows if your words hold any truth?" The second elder of the Wu family added. "As you wish." With that, Huo Tianci turned to Wu Qiushuang on the highest platform. "If I perish in battle, it shall only signify my inferiority. I hope you will respect my wishes." His gaze was resolute. Wu Qiushuang, observing this, nodded slowly and finally stated, "Should the Wu family emerge victorious, my Wu family shall not make things difficult for you." "Very well." the elder and second elder of the Wu family ascended the arena together, facing two opponents, both of whom were experts of the ninth realm of body refinement. Many were incredulous that Huo Tianci would dare to undertake such a challenge, especially after sustaining injuries. Was he truly unafraid of death? Come, with a thunderous roar, Huo Tianci's aura transformed as he propelled the dragon-elephant prajna technique to its zenith. Die! Under the immense might of the dragon and elephant, a corner of the arena was obliterated by Huo Tianci's dual punches, leaving no trace of its former structure, let alone that of any opponent. As Huo Tianci's true strength manifested, the arena erupted in astonishment, for no one had anticipated his extraordinary power. That lad has been playing possum. At this moment, all present sensed that Huo Tianci had been concealing his strength from the very beginning, only revealing his full capabilities for the sake of revenge. It must be said that Huo Tianci had hidden his true strength exceptionally well. Oh, annihilate two experts of the ninth realm with a single punch. Had he truly ascended to the Shintong realm? One spectator marveled. A nearby individual shook his head. That cannot be. Otherwise, Huo Tianci would not have been sent flying by Wu Dingtian's earlier strike. It seems he is on the cusp of the Shintong realm, yet still falls short. This is indeed plausible, another agreed, nodding vigorously, for the analysis held merit. However, being on the verge of the Shintong realm was still a formidable feat, especially considering Huo Tianci was merely a 15-year-old boy. At such a young age, to stand at the threshold of the Shintong realm was indeed astonishing. On the highest platform, the members of the Song and Wu families were equally astounded, for such a talent was a rarity. Appearing only once in a century, how could this child be so extraordinary? Song Wuyun furrowed his brows tightly, for Huo Tianci had grown quite close to the Wu family, while the Song family and the Wu family were sworn enemies. Should Huo Tianci mature, he would undoubtedly become a source of calamity for the Song family. Moreover, just moments ago, the conflict between the Wu and Huo families had been revealed, with the shocking revelation that the Wu family was indeed one of the true culprits behind the murder of Huo Tianci's grandfather. While the Song family had openly supported the Wu family, with the fuse already lit, there was no turning back. The boy must be eliminated. Song Wuyun was resolute, yet he would not openly attempt to assassinate Huo Tianci here, especially with a multitude of Wu family experts nearby. Thus, he could only resort to covert measures. Glancing aside, he noticed Song and trembling in fear, his legs weak beneath him. The Wu family had been defeated, and as per their previous agreement, the Song family was to completely withdraw from Bailey Town, never to meddle there again. All this failure would ultimately fall upon him, not to mention the wrath that Song Wuyun would surely unleash upon him. And even more so, the head of the Song family, Song Tianzong, would flay him alive. Tio's claim he was not terrified would be utterly untrue. Songan, at that moment, Song Wuyun called out to him. Songan, wearing a distressed expression, dared not lift his head. Finally, he fell to his knees before Song Wuyun, pleading for his life. Elder Wuyun, I truly had no idea that the boy was so formidable. Had I known, I certainly would never have agreed to that duel. As he spoke, he kept bowing his head. Song Wuyun's expression remained impassive as he leaned in close to whisper a few words in his ear. Make amends for your mistakes. Eliminate that boy. Chapter 97. The final battle with Wu Dingtian on the arena. After decisively slaying the two elder members of the Wu family with a single punch, a notification sounded. Ding. The host has completed revenge mission 2, kill 6 elders of the Wu family, and has received a reward for the second phase of the revenge mission. 1 advancement skill stone. At last, it was in his grasp. Huo Tianci had been eagerly awaiting its arrival, for with it, he could truly contend with Wu Dingtian. However, before that, Huo Leitang must die. Ding. Revenge mission 3, initiated. Kill Huo Leitang. Upon completion, the host will receive a reward for the third phase of the revenge mission, 1 Great Recovery Pill. The Great Recovery Pill, yellow grade, 3rd tier when consumed, it instantly grants 50,000 points of cultivation value. As Huo Tianci's killing intent surged, the system immediately assigned him this task. He pointed an accusatory finger at Huo Leitang and declared, Are you ready to face your demise? Come. Huo Leitang had descended into madness, for ultimately, it was he who had caused his own son's death. Had he not poisoned old Master Huo, would Huo Tianci have sought revenge? Absolutely not. Moreover, it was he who had been swayed by old Zhang's malicious words, leading him to poison both old Master Huo and Huo Tianci. Little did he know that old Zhang was actually an undercover agent meticulously placed by the Wu family. With these two revelations, Huo Leitang was driven to the brink of insanity, for he had lost everything and had become the greatest sinner of the Huo family. Perhaps only death could liberate him now. In a daze, he charged wildly towards Huo Tianci. Wolfang Wind Fist. Huo Tianci ultimately dealt him the fatal blow. Ding. The host has completed Revenge Mission 3, Kill Huo Leitang, and has received a reward for the third phase of the Revenge Mission, 1 Great Recovery Pill. Ding. The ultimate revenge mission has commenced. Kill Wu Dingtian. Upon completion, the host will receive 1 silver lottery coin. Wu Dingtian. You sought to kill me, and now I grant you that opportunity. Huo Tianci's gaze fixated on Wu Dingtian, who was currently restrained by the Wu family's old butler, unable to move an inch. Upon hearing this, Wu Dingtian immediately roared at Huo Tianci, "Then make him release me, of course, I shall release you." As he spoke, Huo Tianci tossed a pill into his mouth. This was the previously mentioned Great Recovery Pill, which would instantly elevate his cultivation by 50,000 points. Yet, this was not enough. Moments later, another pill landed in Huo Tianci's hand. This pill was a specially crafted first-tier strength pill, a reward he had drawn, which would instantly increase his strength by 50 units. Yet, still, this was insufficient. As his next opponent was a Xian practitioner, one with the aura of Xuanqi surrounding him. Therefore, Huo Tianci took the advancement skill stone he had just acquired and, with a thought, watched as it transformed into countless twinkling stars, flooding into his mind and merging with him. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would surely have found it profoundly mystical. This was Huo Tianci's true trump card, a reward he had drawn previously, and it was precisely because of it that he dared to confront the formidable Xian practitioner, Wu Dingtian. Elder Wu. After completing all these preparations, Huo Tianci instructed the Wu family's old butler to release Wu Dingtian. The old butler felt a twinge of unease, for he understood the vast disparity between a Xian practitioner and a body-refining warrior. To say it was like heaven and earth would not be an exaggeration. "I have confidence." Huo Tianci's eyes gleamed with determination. Seeing this, the old butler finally relented. "Very well, after all, life and death are in your hands, not fate. Little beast, come and claim your death." The moment the old butler released him, Wu Dingtian charged toward Huo Tianci, for Huo Tianci had slain his son, a grudge that could not be overlooked. Furthermore, Wu Dingtian was also one of the true culprits behind the murder of old Master Huo. Thus, Huo Tianci and he were sworn enemies. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Power surged within him, akin to boiling water, churning relentlessly. Huo Tianci felt an overwhelming force enveloping his entire being. At that moment, the specially crafted first-tier strength pill he had consumed began to take effect, instantly augmenting his strength by 50 units. Roar! The two formidable forces merged within him, and Huo Tianci could not help but unleash a fierce roar, expressing the intensity of his power. Finally, taking a stance to charge, he leaped off the arena with explosive force, akin to a cannonball being fired. Crash! The instant his feet left the arena, the solid stone slabs beneath him shattered, with several pieces crumbling into dust. A testament to the astonishing power he wielded. Wild horse splits mane. Huo Tianci unleashed a barrage of punches towards the charging Wu Dingtian. Boom! The air crackled as their fists collided, a fierce wind swirling between them. As their punches clashed, a powerful energy field enveloped both combatants, escalating in intensity, urgency, and ferocity, ultimately shrouding the entire arena in a tempestuous whirlwind. What kind of battle was this? My heavens! The wind is so fierce I can barely open my eyes. Oh dear, someone help me! The residents of Bailey Town had never witnessed such a level of combat. Some of lesser cultivation were even swept away by the force of the gale, on the highest platform. The members of the Song and Wu families were shielded by Xian practitioners, and thus remained unaffected, but the elders were left in astonishment, for Huo Tianci had actually withstood a strike from a Xian practitioner while in the body-refining realm. How is this possible? Song Wuyun could no longer remain seated. He stood up to gaze below, his eyes confirming that Huo Tianci had indeed withstood Wu Dingtian's attack. Beside him, the Wu family's old butler was equally stunned. For such a feat seemed impossible. One must understand that the disparity between Xuanqi and ordinary strength was akin to the difference between a firefly and the sun. Although both could emit light, they were fundamentally incomparable, as there was no basis for comparison between them. Chapter 98. The emergence of Xian technique Xuanqi is derived from the meticulous refinement of ordinary strength, ultimately transforming into a force that can be wielded. Its potency could be likened to steel, while the strength of an ordinary person, if one were to be generous, could only be described as wrought iron. Wrought iron must undergo extensive forging to become steel. Highlighting the vast chasm that exists between the two, yet Huo Tianci had withstood the blow, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be holding his own. He caught it. Wu Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, his strike had sent Huo Tianci flying, causing him to spew blood. So why had he managed to withstand it this time? This left him utterly perplexed. In truth, Huo Tianci had not fully absorbed the blow. Though he had forcibly bolstered his strength beyond 200 units through the dragon elephant prajna and the effects of the specially crafted first-tier strength pill, he still felt overwhelmed when his power clashed with Wu Dingtian's Xuanqi. For the qualitative difference between their strengths was immense. To illustrate, it was akin to the difference between ice and water. Although they share a fundamental essence, ice is inherently harder, larger, and heavier than water. Fortunately, the basin of water in Huo Tianci's possession was ample, reaching an impressive force of 200 bulls. Without this, it is likely he would have been sent flying by Wu Dingtian within mere seconds. Typically, reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, which exerts a force of 99 bulls, is already extraordinary. However, Huo Tianci, employing some special techniques, managed to double this strength. Otherwise, he would have lacked the confidence to engage in battle with Wu Dingtian. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay further. The use of the specially crafted first-grade power pill came with a time constraint. Once the time elapsed, Huo Tianci would instantly lose 50 bulls of energy, leading to his certain defeat. Thus, while he still had a tenuous opportunity to contend with Wu Dingtian, he had to devise every possible means to eliminate him. With this thought in mind, Huo Tianci swiftly withdrew his fist and evaded. Creating distance between himself and Wu Dingtian, it turns out that this little beast could not completely block his attacks. After the exchange, Huo Tianci's fists bore bruises of red and purple, trembling slightly. Upon noticing this, Wu Dingtian was overwhelmed with joy, for he could finally avenge his son. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci, having retreated to the edge of the arena, steadied himself and began to execute his next move. Huo Tianci raised his palms, suspended in the air, and struck forth with a series of flowing palm strikes, each movement as smooth as flowing water, leaving trails of energy in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these energy currents bore a hint of color, resembling the pristine white clouds drifting in the sky. Ultimately, these clouds grew denser, gathering upon Huo Tianci's palms, while the energy of the world surged into his hands. Merging seamlessly with the cloud-like essence, the mysterious energy stirred, and those with strength surpassing the body refinement realm in the martial arena sensed it, particularly Song Wuyan and the old butler of the Wu family. As they possessed the greatest power, following the flow of this enigmatic energy, they traced it back, only to be astonished to discover it emanated from Huo Tianci was him. All eyes widened in astonishment. For Huo Tianci's strength was only at the body refinement realm. How could he possibly absorb the world's energy for his own use? Could it be that his technique was at play? The utilization of this energy comes in two forms. One, where a practitioner reaches the Xian disciple level, generating energy within, resonating with the world's energy to absorb and wield it. And the second, learning Xian techniques. Powerful Xian techniques can directly absorb the world's energy and unleash it. Huo Tianci did not belong to the first category, thus he must belong to the second. The members of the Wu and Song families were utterly astounded. The lowest tier of Xian techniques was exceedingly rare in the entire Black River Fortress, let alone in this small hundredly town. None could have anticipated that Huo Tianci, a mere body refinement realm practitioner, would be capable of such feats. An instant wave of jealousy swept through them, as none of them could wield Xian techniques. This was not due to lack of ability or opportunity, but because such techniques were simply unavailable to them, highlighting their scarcity. Gazing at the arena, Huo Tianci's palms continued to draw in the world's energy, which merged with the cloud-like essence, rendering its color increasingly pure and dense, resembling the clouds in the sky. Evoking a sense of wonder, such formidable power. The clouds imbued with energy whirled chaotically within Huo Tianci's palms, and he felt an agonizing tearing sensation, as if his flesh were being ripped apart by the overwhelming force of the energy. Akin to a gas canister on the verge of explosion, instilling fear within him. Considering that this power would need to be contained within his body, Huo Tianci harbored concerns about whether he might self-destruct due to its overwhelming strength. It was no wonder that others spoke of the chasm between the Xian disciple and body refinement realm as insurmountable. Opposite him, upon witnessing the swirling white energy resembling clouds in Huo Tianci's palms, Wu Dingtian furrowed his brow. What trickery is this little beast up to? Wu Dingtian hesitated to act, fearful of a trap. However, upon noticing that the cloud-like energy could absorb the world's energy, he shouted in alarm. This is bad. Consequently, Wu Dingtian summoned all his strength to rush forward and interrupt Huo Tianci's impending technique. Yet, Halfway through his advance, an explosion erupted beneath his feet. It was indeed a trap. Huo Tianci had discreetly set an explosive talisman earlier, intending to buy time to unleash a technique comparable to a yellow-rank Xian technique. The sudden explosion startled everyone, and a thick cloud of black smoke enveloped half the arena. Amidst the chaos, a disheveled Wu Dingtian emerged slowly from the smoke. He had sustained minimal injuries. After all, his current strength was that of a Xian disciple, whose physical prowess was formidable enough to contain explosive energy. Huo Tianci had not anticipated that the explosive talisman would defeat him, as his primary goal was merely to stall for time to execute his lethal technique. Chapter 99. Cloud-pushing palm. This little beast certainly possesses cunning methods. But with this alone, you cannot kill me. With a tremor coursing through his body, Wu Dingtian stepped forward, his torn garments disintegrating into wisps of debris, approaching Huo Tianci with deliberate strides. Little beast, let us see how you escape this time. Wu Dingtian extended his colossal palm towards Huo Tianci's vital points, his approach direct and unyielding. No. Wu Qiushuang, unable to remain seated any longer, leapt down from the highest platform, but it was too late. Wu Dingtian's palm had already begun its descent, and the distance between him and Huo Tianci shrank to less than half a meter. Even if the old butler of the Wu family intervened, it seemed unlikely he could arrive in time. Was defeat imminent? As the audience witnessed the impending strike from such close range, a wave of sympathy washed over them for Huo Tianci, who had endured so much in pursuit of vengeance. Yet, it appeared that fate's judgment was inescapable. Alas, he was too impulsive. Wu Dingtian had already stepped into the realm of Xian disciples, while Huo Tianci, being merely at the body refinement realm, could hardly withstand such power. Indeed, if that boy had been granted another 6 months, he might have succeeded in avenging himself. Just as everyone believed Huo Tianci was doomed, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from sight. What? Wu Dingtian was momentarily dumbfounded, as Huo Tianci had completely disappeared before his eyes. This revelation jolted Wu Qiushuang, who had been weeping uncontrollably, back to life. I knew this ungrateful one would not perish so easily. Where has Huo Tianci gone? Concurrently, the crowd pondered this very question. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Look, there is someone in the black smoke." Instantly, all eyes shifted towards the lingering black smoke from the explosion. Gradually, Huo Tianci's true form emerged from the obscurity. The technique of duplication proved effective. At the moment of the explosion, Huo Tianci had swiftly created a duplicate of himself, while his true self concealed within the dense black smoke. Fearing there would not be enough time to gather the energy for his ultimate palm strike. Finally, it was complete. As Huo Tianci fully emerged from the black smoke, the air in the arena seemed to be sucked dry. The culprit being the cloud-like energy in his palm. Such immense power. In the next moment, the entire arena trembled slightly. Witnessing this, the members of the Wu and Song families were left utterly speechless. For Huo Tianci's palm strike had transcended the capabilities of the body refinement realm. It was now that of a Xian disciple. At this juncture, those who had previously worried for Huo Tianci suddenly turned their concerns towards Wu Dingtian, contemplating whether he could withstand this formidable strike. As everyone grappled with this thought, Huo Tianci, having steadied his stance, brought his palms together at his chest and unleashed the cloud-like energy towards Wu Dingtian. The momentum surged like mountains and rivers, a torrent akin to galloping horses. As the cloud-like energy swept past, the once unyielding stone slabs crumbled into fine debris, scattering across the ground. Moreover, the arena's surface was carved into a deep trench resembling a ravine. A sight both shocking and awe-inspiring, for this trench measured nearly a meter in depth. It is important to note that even if one were to manually excavate such a profound chasm, it would require a significant amount of time, most likely half a day, and the collective effort of a dozen individuals working in unison. Otherwise, the task would remain unaccomplished. Yet, astonishingly, Huo Tianci achieved this feat with a mere strike of his palm. Such a formidable and imposing gesture. Could Wu Dingtian withstand it? The rain cloud palm. At this moment, the true nature of this lethal move was unveiled. Indeed, it was the rain cloud palm, a silver reward previously drawn by Huo Tianci. This technique, akin to a yellow-tiered mystical art, was also the signature move of Bu Jingyun from the martial arts television drama Fengyun. With a thunderous roar, the ethereal clouds imbued with mysterious energy surged forth from Huo Tianci's palm, resembling a dragon of clouds soaring forth, wreaking havoc upon the landscape with its overwhelming grandeur. This is impossible. Wu Dingtian shook his head in disbelief. unable to fathom that such an awe-inspiring palm strike could emanate from the seemingly insignificant individual before him. No, I cannot lose. I am a mystical disciple. Channeling his mystical energy, a white aura enveloped Wu Dingtian's hands, yet this mystical force dissipated like soap bubbles upon contact with the cloud energy of the rain cloud palm, vanishing into nothingness. Ultimately, the dragon of clouds surged forth, piercing through Wu Dingtian's entire being, and with a sense of unwillingness, he knelt on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices on the other side. Huo Tianci also collapsed, for after unleashing this technique, he felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, and as darkness enveloped him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "You rascal!" Upon witnessing Huo Tianci faint, Wu Qiushuang rushed to his side. Her heart ached as she saw his palms stained crimson. "Why are you exerting yourself so? Is your life not worth anything?" Wu Qiushuang bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, the elderly steward of the Wu family arrived, and after a brief examination of Huo Tianci's condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Third miss, this young brother Hua has merely fainted. There are no serious injuries, but what about his hands?" Wu Qiushuang could hardly bear to look, for Huo Tianci's hands were mangled and scorched, resembling flesh charred by fire. The steward, noticing this, reassured her, "There is no need for excessive concern. This is merely a residual effect of the technique." The ferocity of that palm strike, imbued with significant mystical energy, was too much for the hands of a mere mortal like him to endure. Truthfully, had he not previously trained his body diligently, that strike could have shattered his hands entirely. Gazing at the half-destroyed arena, remnants of Huo Tianci's rain cloud palm still lingering, the steward felt a chill run down his spine. That palm strike was indeed as formidable as a tide, deserving of its title as the rain cloud palm. Chapter 100. Revenge Fulfilled. Ding system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing all revenge tasks and receiving the ultimate reward, a silver lottery coin. Although unconscious, Huo Tianci's consciousness registered the system's notification. "Grandfather, Tianci has finally avenged you." Yet, what occupied Huo Tianci's thoughts was the fulfillment of revenge, for the old master had showered him with affection in life. A sentiment that even the reincarnated Huo Tianci could deeply feel. "Third miss, we should take him back to recuperate," suggested the steward as he observed Wu Qiushuang weeping by Huo Tianci's side. Yes, let us tend to his wounds," she replied, hastily wiping her tears and calling for assistance to transport Huo Tianci to the Qian family for healing. Meanwhile, the Wu family members displayed expressions of despair, for death had arrived at their doorstep. Elder Song, I implore you to save my Wu family." The Wu family's steward cried out to Song Wuyan atop the highest platform. However, Song Wuyan remained indifferent, as they had previously made a pact with the Wu family. Should the Wu family lose, the Song family would withdraw from Bailey Town unconditionally, never to interfere again. Seeing that Song Wuyan ignored him, the Wu family steward pleaded once more, "Elder Song, I do not ask you to save my entire family, only to ensure the survival of my descendants. If you agree, I shall reveal a tremendous secret." Upon hearing the words "tremendous secret," Song Wuyan halted in his tracks. Yet, he remained silent, as he grappled with the dilemma of whether this secret was worth preserving a few members of the Wu family. "Elder Song, just days ago, my family head gifted you 3 precious items. Do you not wish to know their origin?" The Wu family steward insinuated further. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Wuyan agreed, for Wu Dingtian had indeed presented him with 3 pieces of mystical stone. The value of these stones surpassed that of gold, and at times, they were deemed priceless. Even wealth could not procure them. However, Wu Dingtian, a mere lord of a small town, had managed to gift him 3. Surely there was a significant secret behind this. Where are the remaining mystical stones? With a swift motion, Song Wuyan descended before the Wu family steward and inquired about the whereabouts of the remaining stones. "I, Song Wuyan, swear to protect your Wu family's descendants with all my might," he declared, raising 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn vow. Upon witnessing this, the previously despondent Wu family steward revealed a satisfied smile. He leaned in close to Song Wuyan and whispered, "Within Bailey Town, there exists a mystical stone vein. Remember your promise." With that, a trickle of dark blood flowed from the steward's lips, a sign of his self-administered poison, likely intended to prevent anyone from extracting this information from him. Though Song Wuyan grasped the gravity of the situation, he was taken aback by the steward's revelation. There existed a mystical stone vein. Tremors coursed through his body, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He had assumed that Wu Dingtian merely stumbled upon an ancient tomb and fortuitously acquired a few mystical stones. Yet the truth revealed a vein of mystical stones within Bailey Town. If this information were to leak, it could incite a frenzy across the entire Great Liang Kingdom, perhaps even drawing the attention of legendary sects and clans seeking to seize control of the mystical stone vein. An essential resource for the cultivation of mystics, the emergence of such veins often stirred upheaval throughout the entire Julong continent, with nations and sects having been obliterated over similar matters. This news must not be allowed to spread. Fully aware of the implications, Song Wuyan promptly led his family away from Bailey Town. True to his word, he safeguarded a few Wu family children before eradicating the rest without leaving a single survivor. The once resplendent Wu estate was engulfed in flames, leaving no trace of the Wu family behind. 3 days later, in the back courtyard of the Huo residence, Huo Tianci awoke after bowing 15 times before a gravestone. Rising to his feet, he said, "Grandfather, Tianci has avenged you, and I have fulfilled your wish to become the head of the Huo family. Look, what is this?" As he caressed the gravestone, Huo Tianci produced a jade token from his bosom. Intricately carved with the character Huo, which came to life with remarkable vividness, the token that only the head of the Huo family could possess. To Huo Tianci's left stood a chubby little boy, busily burning paper money. "I heard this paper money can buy food for Grandpa in the afterlife, so I'll burn more for him to eat well every day," the innocent child declared. On his right stood Wu Qiushuang, who, after Huo Tianci completed his bows, placed a bouquet of white flowers at the old master's gravestone. Behind Huo Tianci stood the members of the Huo family, who collectively knelt and bowed in reverence to the old master. The Huo family was now in charge. After a month of tumult, Huo Tianci found himself standing here once more. This time, however, he was not the feeble figure he once was, subject to the whims of others. Once seated in the chief position, all but the fifth elder of the Huo family knelt before him. "Master of the house, although we have contended for the position of the family head, we have never harbored any murderous intent. We implore your wisdom." The second elder of the Huo family was nearly trembling in fear, for Huo Tianci had previously slain practitioners of the Xian realm, and they, mere cultivators of the 9th layer of body refinement, could easily be dispatched with a single blow. Thus, they were filled with terror and hoped for Huo Tianci's mercy. Huo Tianci said nothing, merely casting his gaze upon the fifth elder, who presided over the laws and regulations. "Fifth elder, how should we proceed with their punishment?" The fifth elder clasped his hands and reported, "They should be sentenced to 3 years of wall-facing." To honor the old master, upon hearing this, the 4 men panicked. However, the fifth elder continued, "But considering their recent contribution in eliminating the Wu family, I suggest a punishment of 3 months, along with a half-year salary reduction. Are you all in agreement with such a punishment?" Huo Tianci inquired with authority, addressing the 4 kneeling before him. They dared not dissent. After all, compared to 3 years, 3 months was a considerable leniency. Not to mention they had preserved their lives. They bowed deeply in gratitude, acknowledging the mercy of the family head, before departing to reflect on their past actions. As the 4 left, Wu Qiushuang, who had been waiting at the door, stepped inside. "Why are you staring at me? Are you taken with me?" Huo Tianci felt a bit perplexed by her unwavering gaze and self-assuredly retorted, "Get lost." In response, she swiftly launched a playful kick at him, declaring, "I aided you tremendously, yet you have yet to express your gratitude." "Gratitude? Your life is mine. What need have I for thanks?" Huo Tianci replied defiantly. "Will you thank me or not?" Wu Qiushuang raised her fist, challenging him. "I shall not," he declared. "Then prepare yourself." A resounding crash echoed as items around them shattered. "Wait, how have you regained your strength?" Huo Tianci exclaimed amid the chaos. The sounds of destruction persisted, and as he witnessed his possessions being mercilessly obliterated by the spirited young woman, he felt compelled to protect them. Finally, he relented. All right, I thank you. Is that sufficient? More than mere words of thanks?" Wu Qiushuang extended her hand, and Huo Tianci, caught off guard, suggested with a sly grin, "How about I offer myself entirely?" "Go to hell," she retorted, delivering a swift kick. After some playful banter, Huo Tianci found himself restraining her. "Still want a kick?" he asked, blocking her long leg with ease and pulling her into his embrace. "Now you cannot strike me," he mused, focusing solely on subduing her without considering the implications of their close position, which appeared rather intimate. At that moment, the old steward of the Wu family entered, and upon witnessing the compromising scene, he quickly covered his eyes and exited, muttering about the impropriety of the situation. "Release me," Wu Qiushuang squirmed, realizing the nature of their closeness, her face flushing crimson. She had intended to bid farewell to Huo Tianci, perhaps with a touch of mischief, but as usual, she found herself outmaneuvered. "You are leaving?" Huo Tianci slowly released her, feeling an inexplicable void at her words, as if something precious were slipping away. "Indeed," she said, biting her lip. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and with a playful punch to his chest, she exclaimed, "Ha! Finally hit you. Then I shall accompany you," he replied, rubbing his chest, and together they exited the Huo residence. "By the carriage," Wu Qiushuang remarked, "do visit me at Heha Fort sometime." She playfully tapped his chest before adding, "I will come once the Huo family settles down." Huo Tianci nodded, but as she prepared to board the carriage, he called out, "Wait, what is it?" she asked, expecting a heartfelt confession. Instead, he quipped, "Don't miss me too much, go to hell." She shot back, and the old steward found their exchange amusing. As Wu Qiushuang climbed into the carriage, the steward leaned close to Huo Tianci and whispered, "If you have feelings for my young lady, make your intentions known before it's too late." With that, he mounted his horse and departed. Huo Tianci hesitated, wishing to respond, but the Wu family carriage was already disappearing into the distance. He watched as Wu Qiushuang peeked out, waving goodbye. With a heavy heart, he waved back until they vanished from sight. "Ah, let nature take its course," he murmured, returning to the Huo residence with thoughts of her playful yet sweet smile lingering in his mind. It would be a lie to say he felt no affection for her. "Indeed, the matters of the heart are the most perplexing," he sighed, shaking his head. Having never dared to confess his feelings back on earth for fear of rejection, he resolved not to let regret haunt him again. Clenching his fists, Huo Tianci seemed to have made a momentous decision. Meanwhile, after Wu Qiushuang's departure, the Song family, led by Song Wuyan, returned to Heha Fort after a grueling 3-day journey. The imposing estate, marked by the Song insignia, bustled with servants and patrolling guards, one of whom was a formidable master of the Xian realm, one of the twin heroes of Heha Fort. Inside the grand hall, Song Wuyan and his companions knelt, their foreheads pressed to the ground, too fearful to meet the gaze of the family head, Song Tianzong. His expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, which only intensified the dread among them. "Master, we have failed," they admitted. "The young man who won the contest, I have dispatched Song Un to eliminate him without leaving any future troubles." Song Tianzong merely raised an eyebrow. "These 3 pieces of Xian stone were given to me by Wu Dingtian. I present them to you as they are," Wu Yin continued, handing over an ancient parchment. "What is the significant secret?" Song Tianzong finally inquired, to which Song Wuyan replied, "I am not entirely sure." He then presented the scroll to his master. Song Tianzong opened the map and immediately beamed with joy. It was a treasure map. Seeing that Song Tianzong believed it, Song Wuyan sighed in relief, for the treasure map was a forgery. The true monumental secret lay within the mysterious stone vein hidden in Bailey Town. As for why Song Wuyan kept this a secret, it was simply because he wished to monopolize it. However, could one man alone truly claim such a treasure? This question had long occupied Song Wuyan's thoughts. Even if he could not seize it all, taking a few hundred, or even 1,000 pieces of the precious stone should not pose a significant problem. With such riches in hand, he would be free to revel in life, rather than deign to serve in the humble Song family. The answer was, of course, impossible. After all, people naturally aspire to rise higher. And Song Wuyan was no exception. "Very well, you may all withdraw," Song Tianzong said with a satisfied nod, his face alight with joy. He then set about organizing the treasure hunt, while Song Wuyan secretly plotted his mining venture. Meanwhile, back in Bailey Town, a figure wearing a bamboo hat emerged slowly from an inn, striding purposefully towards the Huo residence. This individual was Song Un, the assassin left behind by the Song family to eliminate Huo Tianci. Within the Huo family's main courtyard, Huo Tianci returned to his bedroom. He could not help but feel that nothing compared to the comfort of his own bed, a haven of rest. First, the lottery. A few days prior, Huo Tianci had earned a considerable number of lottery coins as a reward for completing a task. To his delight, most of these were silver lottery coins, which thrilled him immensely, as he had already witnessed the formidable prowess of the silver lottery machine. The technique Paiyun Palm was indeed inspiring. In keeping with his usual practice, Huo Tianci decided to start with the lower-tier lottery, opting to draw from the bronze coins first. Looking at the rewards available from the bronze lottery machine, he felt a pang of disappointment. The prizes were rather unimpressive, as he had already claimed the better ones. What remained were merely the buff of the Baron S hand and the body technique Lotus Blossom from Naruto, both of which were slightly useful. As for the other 6 rewards, the Ninja Kunai was the least desirable. Having no value since Huo Tianci possessed a Xian iron dagger, the flying eaves and walking walls technique from the Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills, while somewhat useful on Earth, seemed utterly trivial in this world, where martial artists could leap heights of 5 or 6 zhang. Huo Tianci had already achieved such feats, rendering those rewards largely ineffective. The golden reward of 100 taels and 1,000 cultivation points was also of little consequence, as he had already drawn the 100 taels during the climactic battle, alongside a special strength pill. These 2 bronze lottery coins were obtained from defeating the Wu family's 4th elder and Huo Luan. Huo Tianci was quite fortunate to have stumbled upon them. Dalong buff, body technique lotus blossom. Let's see what I get. With 2 silver coins still in his possession, Huo Tianci felt no pressure and proceeded to draw. Even if he ended up with a worthless reward, it mattered little, as the focus of the day was on the silver lottery. Just the thought of the high-end rewards available made him giddy with excitement. At last, the system chimed. Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Baron S hand S3 enhancement aura.as. The system notification faded. A gray 6-pointed star crystal fragment fell into Huo Tianci's hand. Ha, what luck? He exclaimed, staring at the aura in his hand, astonished. He quickly examined its properties. Baron S hand S3 enhancement aura can be shattered and applied to the forehead for use. Once activated, it temporarily elevates the host by 3 realms, grants self-healing capabilities, and restores energy. Additionally, it provides a bonus of 40 units of strength. Total effect duration, 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Huh? Huo Tianci felt a twinge of regret upon reading the duration, but the good news was that this Dalong buff bore no adverse effects, far surpassing the special strength pill in efficacy. Chapter 103. Silver Lottery Machine Rewards. Moreover, in terms of effectiveness, the Dalong buff was superior, even though it lacked the 10-unit strength bonus. However, its ability to instantaneously elevate the host by 3 realms was indeed formidable, befitting a reward of orange rarity. Yet, the brief duration was a drawback. After all, Huo Tianci was accustomed to effects lasting at least an hour, since the orange reward of the Baron S hand buff had been claimed. This round of drawing would require a complete refresh. Glancing at the remaining lackluster rewards, Huo Tianci felt disinclined to continue. Please retain 1 reward, the system prompted. Without hesitation, Huo Tianci chose to keep the body technique Lotus Blossom, as the other rewards were far from appealing. Lotus Blossom skill retained. The remaining 11 rewards will be redrawn during your next lottery. Once the bronze rewards were exhausted, Huo Tianci focused his thoughts, and the dingy bronze lottery machine transformed into a gleaming silver one. Beholding the luxurious silver lottery machine, Huo Tianci felt a surge of joy, for the rewards within far surpassed the bronze dross. As he scanned from top to bottom, the first reward was the Paiyun Palm, which he had previously claimed. Paiyun Palm, from the Wind and Cloud series, a technique of Bujingyun, System Comprehensive Evaluation, Yellow Tier, First Grade Mystical Art, Technique Level, Intermediate, Proficiency, 050. Initially, the Paiyun Palm was merely a white tier, 9th grade mystical art. However, after utilizing an advancement skill stone, it had risen to yellow tier, 1st grade, significantly enhancing its power and enabling it to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single strike to obliterate Wu Ding Tian, who had just broken through to the Xian disciple level. This was also due to Wu Ding Tian's lack of familiarity with the mystical energy's intricacies. Since the Paiyun Palm had already been drawn, its icon dulled and was marked with an X. The second reward was a skill icon resembling a crescent moon blade, adorned with a small 6-pointed star at its lower left corner. Indeed, it was a technique from DNF's Sword Soul, boasting an impressive name. Draw Sword Slash. In an instant, it condensed sword energy and swiftly unleashed a deep blue oval-shaped sword wave, cleaving through all enemies within its range. Just reading the description made Huo Tianci fall in love with it. It was undeniably powerful, but more importantly, it exuded an air of sophistication. Imagining the dramatic flair of drawing the sword and unleashing a wave of energy made Huo Tianci chuckle to himself. Continuing down the list, the third reward was a pill named Life Extension Pill, which, true to its name, could save a life in dire situations, allowing one to cling to existence. Such a life-saving item would be invaluable. As Huo Tianci reflected on the importance of survival, without life, one possessed nothing, and he deeply understood that he might not be fortunate enough to traverse realms a second time. The fourth reward, while not inherently bad, was akin to the life-extending pill, something that could be purchased with silver. However, it was more valuable than the pill. The mysterious stone, and judging by the icon, there appeared to be several pieces, at least 4 or 5. While mysterious stones could be procured in this world, winning them through a lottery was generally a loss, as most rewards were unattainable here, as the saying goes. Matters that could be resolved with silver were hardly matters at all. Huo Tianci thus regarded this fourth reward as both good and bad. For the fifth reward, it epitomized the concept of absolute rarity. Huo Tianci could hardly believe his eyes upon seeing it, as it was something commonly found in online games, a decomposition machine. Indeed, it was a machine designed to break down useless equipment into materials, proving far more advantageous than simply selling or discarding items. Upon further examination, Huo Tianci recognized this as a tremendous business opportunity. Due to the manner in which the Nine Dragons continent handles discarded equipment, the process involves smelting, essentially tossing broken swords and weapons into a furnace to melt them down, which then solidify into ingots of iron, ultimately handed over to blacksmiths to be reforged into new equipment. This melting of iron undoubtedly requires a significant amount of time. However, with the advent of the decomposition machine, one can simply toss items in, and in mere moments, materials are extracted. This revelation left Huo Tianci in a state of blissful disbelief. Yet, this was merely a figment of his imagination, as he had yet to acquire the decomposition machine, leaving its precise functionality a mystery to him. Nevertheless, he felt confident that the reality would closely mirror his expectations, and he yearned to obtain it for experimentation. Contrasting with his eagerness for the fifth reward, the decomposition machine, the subsequent sixth reward was rather underwhelming, a mere 10,000 points of cultivation value. Upon seeing this, Huo Tianci's expression soured instantly. Cultivation points were something he had in abundance, and such a paltry amount seemed almost insulting. He even suspected that the system was deliberately attempting to mock him. However, his spirits lifted somewhat upon glimpsing the seventh reward, the decapitating blade. This weapon, associated with the character Zabuza from Naruto, is renowned as the blade that can never be severed. Each time it cleaved an enemy, its power would augment, as it could absorb the blood of foes in battle, thereby self-repairing and enhancing its might. Although it was deemed the weakest among the 7 ninja swordsmen, it paradoxically held the potential to be the strongest. Ultimately, the system rated it as a grade yellow weapon, with an exceptional attribute, growth. This meant the decapitating blade could level up and transcend its current form, possessing the heart of a divine artifact despite starting as a basic weapon. Huo Tianci smiled at the prospect, then turned his attention to the next reward. The eighth reward, also derived from Zabuza, was the water release. Hidden mist technique, by manipulating chakra to create dense fog. One could obscure visibility in a shrouded world, enabling both lethal assaults and self-dash protection. In Naruto, Zabuza frequently employed this technique for stealthy assassinations, earning him the moniker the Demon of the Hidden Mist. When combined with the abilities of the all-seeing eye and the all-hearing ear, this technique became utterly invincible. While the user of the hidden mist technique would be blind to their opponent, Huo Tianci possessed the unique advantage of his extraordinary perception, allowing him to see his adversaries while remaining concealed. In such a scenario, victory seemed inevitable. Huo Tianci was overjoyed, believing this technique to be perfectly tailored for him. The ninth reward was an ancient form of Chinese martial arts, known as the 18 Falls of Clothing, originating from the Shaolin Dreaming Arhat Fist. This technique embodies the principle of using minimal force to yield maximum effect, enabling practitioners to evade and counterattack with finesse. In the heat of battle, it could exploit fleeting openings in an enemy's defense, employing a combination of grappling and strikes to subdue them. This technique comprises 18 moves, and once mastered, its combat effectiveness could rival top-tier yellow-grade techniques, with the potential to even compete with profound martial arts upon achieving perfection. Huo Tianci mused that acquiring the 18 Falls of Clothing would be quite advantageous. Given its formidable nature, finally, he set his sights on the last reward, which was of exceptional origin. It was the sole orange-grade reward in this round of silver draws, bestowed by the esteemed Taoist deity known as the Supreme Elder Lord. Many are familiar with the tales of the journey to the West and the legendary figure of Laozi, who is often regarded as the most powerful being across the realms. The reward was none other than the 8 trigrams furnace, a supreme treasure utilized by the Supreme Elder Lord for alchemical practices. It harbored one of the 4 heavenly flames, the 6 Ding divine fire, and most of the top-tier artifacts in the journey to the West were forged within its depths, such as the golden staff of Sun Wukong and the 9-toothed rake of Zhu Beiji. With the ability to merge alchemy and artifact forging, possessing this furnace implied dominion over all. Huo Tianci concluded his review of the 10 rewards. He felt exhilarated. The silver draw rewards far surpassed those of the bronze tier. The mere existence of the 8 trigrams furnace was enough to obliterate all others, as it not only facilitated alchemy but also artifact crafting, truly unmatched and otherworldly. With this, Huo Tianci envisioned himself as a master alchemist and artifact smith revered throughout the Nine Dragons continent. However, this was contingent upon actually obtaining it. With that thought in mind, he eagerly prepared to initiate the draw. Without further ado, he inserted a coin into the lottery machine, and as the spinning wheel whirled, each time it passed over the 8 trigrams furnace, his heart raced with anticipation. This furnace was simply extraordinary, deserving the title of a Taoist artifact, a classification that surpassed divine artifacts. The thrill of the moment surged through him, but ultimately, the wheel slowed and landed on the reward of mystic stones. Huo Tianci's heart sank as he cried out in despair. He had no desire for mystic stones, which, while valuable, could easily be acquired with a bit of currency. Just as he lamented, the wheel shifted down a notch, and a system notification chimed. "Congratulations! You have drawn the decomposition machine." Elated, Huo Tianci reveled in his fortune, for this machine was the second most coveted reward after the 8 trigrams furnace. Upon the completion of the notification, a mechanical contraption with a gear-shaped mouth materialized in his mind. The ability to store it mentally filled him with joy, as it indicated he could summon it at will, with a mere thought. The decomposition machine appeared before him as if by magic. Another thought, and it vanished, securely stored in his mind. Exhilarated by the discovery, Huo Tianci quickly discerned its operation. One simply needed to insert items into the gear-shaped mouth, with the decomposed materials emerging from an outlet at the rear. Having grasped the machine's function, he yearned to find something to test it on. However, the room offered no weapons or tools, save for a precious black iron dagger, which he deemed too foolish to sacrifice. Resolving to wait until after another draw, Huo Tianci prepared to use one of his 2 silver coins, one earned from a victory in the holy water competition and the other gifted by the system for completing a vengeance task. As he retrieved the second silver coin and inserted it into the lottery machine, excitement surged anew. At that moment, Song and stealthily infiltrated the Huo estate. Without warning, a sharp blade pressed against the neck of one of the Huo family guards. "Tell me where Huo Tianci is, or face death." Song had opted for stealth rather than a direct assault, knowing that several elders from the Wu family were stationed in the town. Given that the town now belonged to the Wu family, the presence of their elders was not unexpected. To avoid raising alarms, Song and chose assassination, as Song Wuyan wished to keep his identity concealed. Revealing himself could lead to dire consequences for the Song family, as the Wu family would surely exploit the situation to their advantage, potentially escalating matters and forcing the Song family into a compromising position. By that time, Song Tianzong, the head of the Song family, would undoubtedly be enraged. The ensuing chain reaction would inevitably lead to the selection of a scapegoat to bear the brunt of it all. Song was destined to be that scapegoat, and he understood this all too well. Thus, this assassination attempt left no room for failure. It was his sole opportunity to redeem himself. With a knife pressed against his neck, the servant of the Huo family trembled in fear. Ultimately, paralyzed by dread, he blurted out Huo Tianci's whereabouts without a second thought. The head is in the main courtyard. However, the servant did not anticipate that, even with this revelation, Song would not spare him. In a swift flash of steel, a torrent of warm blood splattered 4 paces away, and before his eyes could fully close, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. One could discern a semblance of unfulfilled repose upon his lifeless visage. At that moment, within the master bedroom of the main courtyard, Huo Tianci suddenly sensed a disturbance outside. Immediately, he activated his keen perception, allowing him to perceive the movements within the entire Huo residence. Sounds resonated within his ears, and he saw everything with clarity. Song. Even though Song had concealed his face, Huo Tianci's eyes pierced through the veil. For his extraordinary perception granted him the ability of foresight. Just then, the door was forcibly struck open, and a figure with hair of black and white leapt into the room. It was none other than Song. Upon confirming Huo Tianci's presence, he lunged forward with his sharp blade. Fortunately, Huo Tianci had anticipated this moment. With his extraordinary perception, he had sensed Song's approach. Otherwise, that sudden, lethal strike could have cost him his life. Song was indeed a genuine practitioner of the Xian realm, boasting considerable prowess at the 2nd level. His speed and strength could easily overpower Huo Tianci. Had Huo Tianci not detected him in time, that blade would have surely found its mark. Relieved, Huo Tianci reacted swiftly, producing a dark-hued dagger in his hand. He met Song's long knife head-on. The distinct sound of metal clashing rang out, but it ceased almost immediately, followed by the unnerving sound of breaking. The long knife in Song's hand shattered into 2 segments, revealing the formidable nature of Huo Tianci's dagger. The system's abilities? though seemingly trivial, had indeed saved his life at this critical juncture. What? Song An exclaimed in disbelief as his long knife, of the 9th rank, was effortlessly severed by a mere dagger. The shock of such an outcome left him reeling. Yet, a moment later, exhilaration surged within him. Ha! This divine dagger is now mine, he thought. If Huo Tianci were to perish, the dagger would undoubtedly belong to him. With that thought, the desire to kill Huo Tianci intensified within Song An. Prepare to meet your end. Clenching his fist, a visible aura of pale energy enveloped his hand, unmistakably the unique Xian energy that distinguished practitioners of the Xian realm. As this energy manifested, Huo Tianci felt the air around him tremble. This was the true power of the Xian realm. The weight of Song An's condensed energy bore down on Huo Tianci, a far cry from the newly initiated Wu Dingtian. Song An's mastery, honed through years in the Xian realm, dwarfed Wu Dingtian's capabilities. As Song An's fist drew near, poised to strike, Huo Tianci's mind was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. The recent silver lottery had concluded, filling him with hope that a favorable reward might grant him the means to counterattack. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, water style, mist concealment technique. Excellent, Huo Tianci exclaimed, delight flooding his heart as starlight fused with his consciousness. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully learned water style, mist concealment technique. In an instant, the essence of the technique surged into Huo Tianci's mind, and he comprehended its intricacies fully. With swift movements, he formed intricate hand signs, culminating in a powerful incantation. With a commanding shout, dense fog enveloped the entire room. What sorcery is this? Song An gasped as the sudden thick mist obscured his vision, rendering Huo Tianci invisible just 2 meters away. The fog was so dense that it felt as though one could not see their own hand in front of them. Damn it! After a brief moment of confusion, Song An unleashed a powerful strike imbued with Xian energy. But the fog merely swirled momentarily, revealing a fleeting glimpse before restoring its original density. It was akin to a droplet in the ocean, momentarily disruptive yet ultimately inconsequential. This is impossible. How could that brat wield such formidable techniques? The realization struck Song An, and he felt an uncharacteristic pang of fear. Trapped in this unfamiliar, obscured realm, he could hardly suppress his trepidation. Come out! Show yourself! In a bid to dispel his fear, he unleashed several more strikes of the wind palm technique, momentarily clearing a small area of visibility. There you are. After a few successful strikes, he spotted Huo Tianci above him. Seeing Huo Tianci's silhouette, previously filled with dread, Song An's confidence surged. Seizing the moment, he leapt toward Huo Tianci's unguarded back. Convinced of his impending victory, you've outsmarted yourself, he thought, believing Huo Tianci, like him, was blind to the surroundings. However, unbeknownst to him, Huo Tianci was not merely dawdling. He too was ensnared by the dense fog. Unable to navigate through it, another wind palm erupted from Song An, dispersing the fog once again. With clarity restored briefly, he struck Huo Tianci's back with all his might. You shall not survive this. As he felt the impact, elation coursed through him, but in the next instant, Huo Tianci transformed into a cloud of mist, merging seamlessly into the surrounding fog. Stunned, Song An's eyes widened in disbelief, for he had witnessed Huo Tianci execute this very technique himself. Indeed, this was the peculiar avatar technique employed by Huo Tianci during the fierce battle with Wu Dingtian a few days ago. However, what filled Song An with even greater dread was the sudden appearance of a talisman inscribed with the word explosion, which had inadvertently adhered to his palm when he struck towards Huo Tianci's rear. Although he was unaware of its precise nature, a chilling aura of imminent peril surged through his entire being. In that moment, a sinister voice echoed in his ears, revealing that the talisman was known as a detonation talisman, the very purpose of which was, without a doubt, to explode. Hiding within the mist, Huo Tianci coldly remarked, sending a shiver down Song An's spine. The mere mention of the detonation talisman had already conveyed its formidable nature to him. After all, the word explosion spoke volumes. Overcome with panic, Song An instinctively reached out with his other hand, attempting to peel off the talisman. That instant, Huo Tianci's icy voice resounded once more. If you wish to offer both your hands to me, then I shall gladly accept. Huo Tianci's initial intention had merely been to sever one of Song An's hands, as the detonation talisman lacked the potency to obliterate him entirely. However, Song An's reckless attempt to remove the talisman with his other hand was tantamount to inviting Huo Tianci to obliterate both of his hands. Ultimately, as Huo Tianci formed a hand seal, he bellowed the word explosion. The moment he invoked the detonation talisman affixed to Song An's palm, a deafening blast ensued, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, "Ah!" in an instant. Song An's hands were mangled, and more than half of his arms were obliterated. Despite his ironclad resolve, even he could not endure such excruciating pain. After all, the fingers are intimately connected to the heart. To make matters worse, with his hands destroyed, the piercing agony was unbearable. This gruesome spectacle unfolded before Huo Tianci's eyes, as his extraordinary senses relayed every detail. With Song An deprived of his hands, Huo Tianci mused that he could now forego the Grand Dragon buff. Gazing at the six-pointed star-shaped, dull crystal shard in his grasp, a faint smile graced his lips as he stowed it away. Initially, Huo Tianci had intended to utilize the Baron's hand, effectively the Grand Dragon buff, but given the current circumstances, it appeared unnecessary, for Song An was already a corpse, in the vast expanse of mist. A ghostly figure materialized behind the bloodied and limbless Song An, brandishing a dagger capable of slicing through steel. After delivering the fatal blow, Huo Tianci vanished into the shrouded mist once more, leaving Song An to roar in agony. "You little wretch, come out! I will kill you!" Song An had not succumbed to death. After all, the endurance of a practitioner of the Xian realm far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Truth be told, had this been an ordinary person, they would have likely fainted from the pain of having their arms severed. Yet, Song An persevered, even after sustaining a dagger wound, still managing to howl in defiance. It must be acknowledged that the Xian realm indeed possessed extraordinary resilience. However, Huo Tianci had more lethal moves in store. Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. A tremor coursed through his body as a potent, vigorous energy surged within Huo Tianci. He channeled this formidable force, alongside the essence of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, into his palms. After completing this preparation, Huo Tianci assumed a stable stance, raising his palms to unleash a flurry of strikes. Each as fluid as water yet as solid as a mountain, a harmonious blend of softness and strength. Simultaneously, the dense fog enveloping the Huo residence began to converge towards Huo Tianci's palms, gradually thinning and dissipating until it vanished entirely, restoring the world to its original state. That as for the fate of the dissipated mist, the answer lay in Huo Tianci's palms. Indeed, it had been absorbed by him. Harnessed for his own power, with a thunderous shout, a dragon of mist erupted from Huo Tianci's hands, soaring forth with tremendous force, cloud-pushing palm. This time, Huo Tianci refrained from drawing upon the energies of the heavens and earth, for such an endeavor would leave him utterly drained and vulnerable, at risk of collapsing unconscious. Thus, he exercised caution, yet the combination of the mist and the cloud-pushing palm wielded formidable power. Before Song An could fully comprehend the restored scenery, he was violently hurled away by the dragon of mist. The impact was such that it shattered 3 surrounding walls, showcasing the sheer might of the strike. Congratulations, host Huo Tianci, for successfully slaying Song An. You have gained 10,000 cultivation points, and your stamina limit has increased by 50. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 solidifying essence pills, 1 chi nurturing pill, and 1 virtual fire herb. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a piece of Xian stone. Finally dead. Upon hearing the system's notification, Huo Tianci collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent from the release of the cloud-pushing palm. At that moment, the Huo family's guards, alerted by the sound of collapsing walls and the battle, hurriedly arrived. They had long sensed the commotion but were hindered by the sudden dense mist that disoriented them. Left in confusion, they feared to take a single step until the mist dissipated. Once visibility returned, they followed the sound of destruction and discovered a lifeless body lying beyond the 3rd wall of the Huo estate's main courtyard. The sight of the shattered walls was harrowing. 2 of them had completely collapsed, while the outermost wall was partially down, revealing a body half buried beneath the rubble, missing its hands and bearing a gruesome visage that sent shivers down the spines of the approaching guards. Witnessing such a brutal scene, the guards of the Huo family rushed through the ruined walls towards the main courtyard, where they found Huo Tianci seated on the ground, panting heavily. "Master, are you unharmed?" In the Huo household, every individual addressed Huo Tianci with utmost respect, as he was the sole pillar supporting the family. This fact was well known among all, for without Huo Tianci's alliance with the Wu family, the Huo clan would have faced annihilation. His power was evident, having slain Wu Dingtian before the eyes of all in Bailey Town, earning him profound admiration and respect from his kin. Huo Tianci remained silent, merely closing his eyes in meditation while he consumed several pills to restore his energy. The guards, witnessing this, immediately silenced themselves, understanding that he was recuperating. After a considerable time, Huo Tianci opened his eyes and commanded, "Quickly go to the Qian residence and summon the 2 outer elders of the Wu family." Understood. The captain of the guards promptly set off towards the Qian residence. The 2 outer elders of the Wu family, currently residing there, felt a twinge of displeasure upon learning that Huo Tianci had sent a mere servant to invite them, believing he should have come personally, given their esteemed status as elders of the Wu family. "Let that Huo family's servant wait for half an hour," declared Wu De, the taller elder, with irritation evident in his voice. The shorter, slightly stout Wu Si added, "Come on, let's not make a fuss. You expect me to just let it go? I am still a Xian realm expert and an elder of the Wu family. Huo Tianci should have come himself to invite me, yet he expects me to hurry over. Am I his servant?" Wu De's anger stemmed from feeling belittled, as the servant had urged them to hurry. "And don't think Huo Tianci is as formidable as he appears, killing Wu Dingtian. If I wished, I could crush him with a single finger." Wu De seethed with indignation. Chapter 108. Living low-key for eternity. In response, Wu Si merely smiled, for Wood was entirely unaware of the true prowess of Huo Tianci. Naturally, Wu Si had come to understand Wood well over the years. He knew that Wood was quite concerned with his image. It irked him to be summoned by a mere child. However, Huo Tianci was not someone to be treated as an ordinary individual. Nor could he be dismissed as just a child. "I suggest we depart. Perhaps Huo Tianci has pressing matters that require our attention. Moreover, our third miss shares a close relationship with him. The steward specifically instructed us to assist the Huo family and support Huo Tianci. If we fail to comply and he reports to the third miss or the steward, we would certainly find ourselves in a precarious situation," Wu Si remarked, employing both soft persuasion and firm reasoning. Eventually, Wood was swayed. "Humph. Let's proceed to see what unfolds. If there is no significant issue, then it shall be on Wood's conscience for treating us like subordinates." Thinking himself a great figure, Wood grumbled, still displeased, yet wary of Huo Tianci's potential for retaliation. The two departed from the Qian residence, following the captain of the Huo family's guards as they hastened towards the Huo estate. Throughout the journey, Wood remained visibly agitated, and upon entering the Huo estate, his ire subsided only when he spotted a somewhat familiar corpse lying outside the main courtyard. Could it be? Although the face of the deceased was obscured by debris, Wood recognized the identity of the individual. Just then, Huo Tianci, fully recovered, rose from the ground and gestured for the guards to withdraw. "You two have finally arrived," Huo Tianci greeted them politely, clasping his fists in salute. "We ought to have come," Wu Si replied, stroking his beard. He then pointed to the corpse and inquired, "Hua, who is this individual?" Wu Si had his suspicions but found them hard to believe. After all, Song'an was a formidable practitioner, having reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Could Huo Tianci truly have slain him? It was simply inconceivable. "It is indeed Song'an. It truly is Song'an." Wood shrieked in terror, having cleared away the debris to reveal the face. Seeing this, Wood's previous disdain for Huo Tianci evaporated, realizing that Huo Tianci had now proven himself worthy of their respect. As his power was comparable to that of Song'an previously, Wood had dismissed Huo Tianci as unworthy of their attention, but now, he recognized the gravity of the situation. If Huo Tianci had indeed defeated Song'an, it was no stroke of luck. He possessed genuine strength capable of vanquishing a master practitioner, and such power warranted their admiration. In an instant, Wood's earlier contempt transformed into a profound respect for Huo Tianci. Wu Si, too, was taken aback upon confirming that the deceased was indeed Song'an, leaving him momentarily speechless, for the reality was astonishing. "Hua, could it be that you did this?" Wu Si stammered. Huo Tianci nodded. "He attempted to ambush me, but I managed to turn the tide." I doubt he anticipated such an outcome. A hint of pride flickered across Huo Tianci's face. After all, this was a feat worth boasting about. Yet, this was not the primary reason for summoning Wu and Wood. "Esteemed elders, the Huo family is currently under the protection of the Wu family. I suspect the Song family will not let this go unpunished. They likely underestimated me by sending only Song and to assassinate me. Should they learn I survived and that Song'an met his demise at my hands, they will undoubtedly dispatch more formidable opponents to eliminate me. The Huo family could face grave danger." Wu Si, being astute, immediately grasped the implication of Huo Tianci's words. "Are you suggesting, Hua, that you intend to feign death once more?" Huo Tianci had successfully deceived everyone in the past. Huo Tianci shook his head. "Not quite. Allow me to share my plans." He then conveyed his thoughts to Wu Si and Wood, who, upon hearing them, felt a wave of shame wash over Wood. Huo Tianci was offering them a significant advantage. Yet Wood had initially hesitated to assist him, viewing him with disdain. Your intention, Huo, is for us to publicly claim that Songan was slain by us, with no connection to you? Wuxi inquired cautiously for confirmation. Precisely, if the Song family realizes my true capabilities, they will not hesitate to eliminate me before I can become a threat to them, Huo Tianci replied candidly. The reality was stark. Should the Song family discover the truth, they would stifle Huo Tianci's potential before it could bloom into a genuine threat. Wuxi nodded in agreement, and would follow suit, recognizing the wisdom in Huo Tianci's assessment. Ultimately, Huo Tianci requested they keep certain matters under wraps. As for my strength, I hope you will keep it confidential. As the saying goes, live low-key for an eternity, while living high-profile leads to demise. I appreciate your discretion. He then presented them with a box containing valuable items. Chapter 109. The solidifying pill. Curious would open the box and was greeted by a dazzling array of gold. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be at least 100 taels. But the real significance lay in the accompanying gold notes. Gold notes served as currency, as carrying large quantities of gold was neither secure nor practical. Thus, people had devised these notes for ease of transaction. Upon inspecting the notes, he saw they bore the figure of 500 taels. Two notes, one 500 and another 500, amounted to 1,000 taels. Huo, we cannot accept this, Wood protested, feeling a sense of embarrassment. For they had already gained considerable rewards from slaying Song, and Huo Tianci had graciously bestowed this honor upon them. And now, to offer a gift felt inappropriate to Wood, who had previously regarded Huo Tianci with disdain. After a moment of hesitation, Wuxi spoke up. Since this is your intention, we shall graciously accept your offering. Wuxi was more astute than Wood. Accepting the gift signified their willingness to assist Huo Tianci. Wood, however, remained oblivious to this nuance. It was indeed beneficial to have a clever ally in such matters. After accepting the box, Wuxi added, should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Absolutely. If there is any way we can help, do not hesitate to let us know. Would eagerly concur. It is a timeless truth that people are drawn to the powerful and capable, and Wuxi and Wood were no exception. Now, Huo Tianci had proven himself worthy of their allegiance, as he represented untapped potential. Certainly, I appreciate your support, Huo Tianci replied cordially. After a brief exchange, Wood and Wuxi departed, taking Song En's body with them. Once the two had left, Huo Tianci turned his gaze towards the 3 collapsed walls he had caused to crumble. As he surveyed the wreckage, the earlier sense of impending peace vanished, replaced by anxiety. The Song family was a formidable force, a reality he could not afford to ignore. I cannot remain passive. Huo Tianci clenched his fists, biting his lip as he spoke to himself. He understood that the Song family would not simply overlook him. Thus, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength before they set their sights on him. If the Song family chose to act, the Huo family would inevitably suffer alongside him, potentially facing annihilation. As he contemplated these matters, Huo Tianci examined his current attributes. Huo Tianci, male, aged 15, level, 7th stage of body refinement, cultivation value, 87,000-100,000, present state, average. Chi force value, 1850, comprehensive combat power evaluation, 2,000 points. Divine abilities, 1,000-mile eye, wind listening ear, primary cultivation method, dragon elephant prajna technique, skills, wolf fang wind fist, wild horse splitting mane, cloud pushing palm, water escape, mist concealment technique, clone technique, character card, prideful hunter, Raingar, equipment held, crimson serpent scale armor, a 4th rank common treasure, and black iron dagger, a 1st rank mysterious artifact. Aside from these items, Huo Tianci also possessed a chaotic assortment of medicinal pills, all of which were obtained during missions or gifted by the system. After organizing the pills, he found 3 doses of clearing stasis powder, 53 bottles of basic healing ointment, 18 bottles of intermediate healing ointment, 51 units of body refinement ointment, 37 body refinement pills, 41 strengthening pills, 24 doses of chi restoration powder, 9 chi restoration pills, 8 hemostasis pills, 17 concentration pills, and 6 force gathering pills. Additionally, there were the solidifying pills and energy pills dropped from the recently slain Song. As he spoke, Huo Tianci placed the recently acquired pills on the bed and began to methodically arrange them. Truth be told, if anyone else saw Huo Tianci carelessly piling such a multitude of pills on the bed, akin to a child with candy, they would likely be consumed by jealousy. However, among these, the basic healing ointment, body refinement pills, and strengthening pills were no longer of use to him, as his cultivation level had surpassed the 5th stage of body refinement. Thus, he set these aside to later gift to others in the Huo family. The clearing stasis powder, which was meant for internal injuries, he neatly organized and placed in a corner of his Qinkuan bag. It must be said that having this Qinkuan bag was incredibly convenient. Although it could only hold up to 10 square meters of items, it was more than sufficient for Huo Tianci at this moment. After securing the clearing stasis powder, Huo Tianci stored the intermediate healing ointment in the bag, which was effective for external injuries and would show results in 30 seconds, a truly remarkable remedy. Following that were the Qi restoration powder, which continuously replenishes Qi force, and the Qi restoration pills, which instantaneously restore Qi force. Lastly, the hemostasis pills and concentration pills followed suit. As for the force-gathering pills, Huo Tianci consumed them all at once, as they could instantly increase his cultivation value by 1,000 points. 6 pills equated to 6,000 points. The pleasant sound of the system's notifications chimed 6 times, each one more gratifying than the last. And there were the solidifying pills and energy pills. With that thought, Huo Tianci checked their attributes. Solidifying pill, yellow grade, first rank, possesses the miraculous effect of solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. Usable by those below the 9th stage of body refinement, and upon usage, it can immediately reduce the user's total cultivation value by 10, with the restriction of only 1 per stage. A reduction of 10 of his cultivation value. Huo Tianci's eyes brightened at this revelation, yet the usage limitation left him somewhat disheartened, as he was currently at the 7th stage of body refinement. Had he discovered this pill earlier, he could have saved a significant amount of cultivation value, as the breakthrough from the 7th to the 8th stage requires 100,000 points, and 10 of that is 10,000 points. However, it is not too late. With a sense of glee, Huo Tianci stashed away 2 of the pills, intending to gift the remaining 1 to others in the Huo family. The energy pill, yellow grade. First rank upon consumption, restores 100 points of Xian Qi. After reaching the Xian disciple stage, a martial artist's Qi force transforms into Xian Qi. Thus, this energy pill is only usable by those above the Xian disciple realm. Upon realizing this, Huo Tianci also stored the energy pill away. By the way, what is this illusory firegrass? Gazing at the flame-like spiritual herb in his hand, Huo Tianci inquired of the system. The system replied in its mechanical voice, illusory firegrass is an essential material for crafting body refinement elixirs. Body refinement elixir? What is that? Huo Tianci asked with keen interest. The system continued. The host must use the body refinement elixir upon breaking through to the Xian disciple realm to refine the physical body. Otherwise, the host's physique will be insufficient to store and absorb the potent Xian Qi. Oh, that's how it is. This treasure must be carefully preserved. After cautiously placing the illusory firegrass into the Qinkuan bag, Huo Tianci turned his attention to the final item, the Xian stone. As expected, it required at least the strength of the 9th stage of body refinement to absorb it. Seeing that it was unusable, Huo Tianci casually tossed it into the Qinkuan bag like a pebble. Having organized his belongings, Huo Tianci took a cloth and placed the unusable pills inside before shouldering the large bundle and making his way to the Huo family's punishment hall. He felt most at ease in trusting these items to the stern and impartial 5th elder. At this moment, the 5th elder was engaged in discussions within the punishment hall, as he managed all affairs of the Huo family, while Huo Tianci merely acted as a nominal head. This was not because Huo Tianci was unwilling or lazy to manage, but rather that he simply lacked the knowledge to do so. With nearly 500 members in the extensive Huo family, how could he possibly oversee such a vast operation? Thus, Huo Tianci had ultimately decided to delegate all responsibilities to the 5th elder without a second thought. Upon seeing Huo Tianci enter, the 5th elder immediately rose and bowed, addressing him as master. Huo Tianci, with a smile, waved his hand and said, 5th elder, I have told you hundreds of times. Just call me Tianci. Yes, master. Although the 5th elder nodded in agreement, he could not change his address, for as the head of the family, formalities and hierarchy must be strictly adhered to. Otherwise, if everyone simply referred to one another by name, chaos would ensue. Huo Tianci pondered this and recognized the truth in it, thus deciding not to dwell on the title any further, as it was merely a formality. By the way, 5th elder, I have come to present these items. As he spoke, Huo Tianci laid the disordered bundle of cloth upon the table and unfurled it. When the bundle was fully opened, the 5th elder's jaw dropped in astonishment. For he had not expected that the rag held such invaluable medicinal pills, body refinement ointments, body refinement pills, strengthening pills. The 5th elder was nearly overwhelmed, but eventually, amidst the chaos, he spotted an exceptionally radiant pill. Could this be the solidifying pill? The 5th elder was utterly flabbergasted, as the solidifying pill was a yellow grade, first-rank pill. renowned as a miraculous medicine for body refinement. It could solidify the foundation and significantly enhance the probability of breaking through the body refinement realm. Because of this, the solidifying pill was extremely sought after. Whenever it appeared at major auction houses or stores, it would be snatched up immediately, with its value reaching a staggering 100,000 taels of silver per pill, equivalent to 1,000 taels of gold, a worth rivaling that of even inferior Xian stones. Master, this solidifying pill is far too precious. The fifth elder could hardly believe that Huo Tianci possessed such a treasure. He quickly added, Master, please keep this solidifying pill for yourself. After all, you are the hope for our Huo family's future. The fifth elder hurriedly returned the solidifying pill, as giving it to them would be tantamount to waste. Huo Tianci waved his hand and smiled, then once again handed the solidifying pill back to the fifth elder. I have this one. It is an extra. What? An extra? Upon hearing this, the fifth elder was rendered speechless for a moment, as it implied that Huo Tianci had more solidifying pills in his possession. He was at a loss for words. Of course, the fifth elder did not inquire how Huo Tianci came by these pills, for he was a wise man. Even if he had asked, Huo Tianci would not have divulged the secret, for it was solely his own. Master, what are the contents of this wooden jar? In addition to the pills, the fifth elder discovered some bottles and jars among the disheveled bundle, and upon realizing that the wooden jar could be opened, he found it contained a thick, ointment-like substance. Curious about this unknown item, he inquired of Huo Tianci. The basic healing ointment was a substance that did not exist in this world, as it only appeared within the system. Indeed, it was something that Huo Tianci obtained when killing monsters, and only he could possess it. Its effects were extraordinarily miraculous. When applied to any external wound, regardless of its severity, it would fully heal within 30 seconds. Naturally, this miraculous item had its limitations, as only those at the fourth stage of body refinement and below could use it. Just as Huo Tianci was detailing the astonishing effects of the basic healing ointment to the fifth elder, a servant of the Huo family rushed in urgently from outside. The servants of the Huo family stumbled in a panic, one of them even falling clumsily, before finally kneeling before Huo Tianci and Elder Wu, hastily reporting the dire news. It's terrible, Master. Elder Wu, young Master Huo Feng has been attacked by a beast and is bleeding profusely. What? Elder Wu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, for Huo Feng was his son, merely 12 years of age. How could he have been attacked by a beast? As he questioned the servant, he anxiously rushed outside, his worry palpable. When he ventured into the beast forest, he encountered a high-level beast at the fourth level of body refining. Chapter 111. The miraculous ointment. A beast of such strength was insignificant to Huo Tianci, but for Huo Feng and his companions, who were only at the second or third level of body refining, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. By sheer luck, Huo Feng managed to escape, but his back was savagely clawed by the bear, leaving a large, bloody wound. When Huo Tianci witnessed this scene, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for Huo Feng. Yet, remarkably, Huo Feng did not shed a single tear, demonstrating a stoic strength befitting a man. Despite his young age, ouch, Huo Feng winced as he was carried into the Huo residence. Several adults immediately rushed to staunch the bleeding. Throughout the process, Huo Feng remained resolute, like a stalwart warrior, not shedding a single tear. Once the bleeding was under control, Huo Tianci instructed everyone to step back. Elder Wu, try this. Huo Tianci handed a jar of basic healing ointment to Elder Wu. To be honest, Elder Wu was skeptical that such a small ointment could be as miraculous as Huo Tianci claimed. Huo Tianci asserted that within 30 seconds, any external injury could heal completely. Elder Wu could hardly believe it, especially when glancing at his son's mangled back. However, he chose to apply it, trusting that Huo Tianci would not harm his son or anyone from the Huo family. Taking the jar, Elder Wu promptly applied the white ointment onto Huo Feng's back. Instantly, Huo Feng, who had been grimacing in pain, suddenly relaxed, exhaling a soothing breath. It feels so refreshing. Father, what is this you've applied on me? To everyone's astonishment, Huo Feng, who had been lying on the bed, sat up cross-legged. Of course, Elder Wu immediately pressed him back down, saying sternly, lie down. Yet, the underlying affection in his tone was unmistakable. After a moment, Huo Feng complied, but soon after, he sat up again. This time, Elder Wu allowed it. For Huo Feng's previously mangled back was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, returning to its original state within 30 seconds. As if he had never been harmed at all. This spectacle left the other Huo family members surrounding the bed utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. This is truly miraculous. Curious, Elder Wu gently touched Huo Feng's back, confirming that it had indeed returned to normal. "You little rascal, shouldn't you thank Master?" Seeing his son safe and sound, Elder Wu was elated. Normally, such an injury would confine Huo Feng to bed for at least 3 months. Yet with Huo Tianci's miraculous ointment, he was healed in 30 seconds. Truly a divine remedy. Huo Feng, with a playful demeanor, hopped off the bed, saluted Huo Tianci with a fist salute, and expressed, "Thank you, Brother Tianci." "Call him Master," Elder Wu scolded, clearly displeased with this informal address. Huo Feng quickly corrected himself, "Thank you, Master." Huo Tianci was indifferent to the titles, understanding they were mere formalities, as long as you're safe. "By the way, Elder Wu, inform the younger generation of the Huo family to gather at the training ground." Huo Tianci was preparing to announce something significant. Elder Wu nodded in understanding. He was aware of Huo Tianci's intention, which had been interrupted by Huo Feng's injury. Now, seizing the momentum, it was the perfect opportunity to make the announcement. The Huo family training ground. All the younger members under 18 were seated, gazing up at Huo Tianci on the highest platform. Little did they expect that the person standing there was the so-called useless one they had often mocked. However, the disdainful expressions had vanished, replaced by awe, respect, and even admiration. Many began to take Huo Tianci as their idol, aiming to emulate him in their cultivation, as they recognized that he had saved the entire Huo family and allowed them to dominate in the Baizhan area. One could not deny that strength represented everything. As Huo Tianci looked down at the younger generation, he felt the weight of responsibility intensify 100-fold, for he was now the head of the Huo family, tasked with their protection. Gently patting the head of his loyal companion, Huo Tianci smiled fondly before instructing Elder Wu to present the items one by one for all to see. When the basic healing ointment was displayed, the training ground erupted in excitement. "Look, that's the miraculous ointment Huo Feng just used. It can restore injuries instantly." "Wait, that's not correct. I heard this ointment is edible and can cure all ailments. Isn't it said that it can even enhance one's cultivation? It's incredibly powerful." Amidst the chatter, Huo Tianci quickly clarified, for he too was uncertain if the ointment was safe to consume. However, it can indeed heal wounds instantly, which is already remarkable. Of course, it was only permitted for those below the 4th level of body refining to use. The main event was about to begin. After introducing the basic healing ointment, Huo Tianci raised his voice, and soon Elder Wu approached, holding a pearl-like pill. "What is that?" Some of the 17 or 18-year-old Huo family members recognized the item, gasping in astonishment. That was the yearned, valued at 100,000 taels of silver. It was renowned as a divine medicine for body refining. Chapter 112. The first trial of the decomposition machine. Upon hearing the name yearned and its association with being a divine medicine, the entire Huo family training ground ignited with fervor, as everyone understood the significance of this item. Even those who were unaware grasped the implications of its value. "What? All these medicinal pills and ointments are merely the rewards for this month?" The younger generation of the Huo family was ecstatic, for they had never witnessed such an abundance of rewards before, let alone that it was all from a single month. "Master, is the yearned also a monthly reward?" Many eagerly inquired. "Of course, as long as you are strong enough, any reward will be within your reach." Huo Tianci spoke with confidence, for he possessed a unique artifact capable of generating wealth. No, it was more accurate to say it could print money. Indeed, this artifact was the decomposition machine. "Master, how do we obtain these rewards?" Upon learning that these were indeed monthly rewards, everyone excitedly questioned Huo Tianci about the conditions for receiving them. Huo Tianci gestured toward Elder Wu, stating, "The method of distribution for these rewards is entirely in Elder Wu's hands. However, the fundamental principle remains. You must be sufficiently strong." Having conveyed this, Huo Tianci departed from the training ground with his companion, for he had said all that needed to be said. The remaining matters were for Elder Wu to handle alone. Moreover, having made the bold claim of monthly rewards, Huo Tianci needed to devise a plan to generate income. Otherwise, if he failed to deliver on his promises, his reputation as the family head would be tarnished, and he would be ridiculed for being boastful and unreliable. Thus, the first step in earning money was to understand how to operate the decomposition machine. And now Huo Tianci was determined to learn its workings. In the open space of the main courtyard, Huo Tianci stood amidst it, and with a mere flicker of his thought, a boiler machine, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in both width and height, materialized before his eyes. This machine featured a large gear-like mouth at its front and an intricate hollow outlet at the back. He pondered what this broken ordinary 9th-grade longsword could yield. This longsword belonged to Song An, but regrettably, during their previous fierce battle, It had been cleaved in two by Huo Tianci's mysterious iron dagger. Otherwise, it would have been worth a considerable sum, perhaps around 50,000 taels of silver, as such ninth-grade weapons were a rarity in Bailey Town, only available for sale at Heiha Fortress. After a moment's regret, Huo Tianci cast the broken sword into the maw of the disassembly machine, recognizing that since it was already in two pieces, no amount of sentimentality could restore it. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Please confirm whether to disassemble the ordinary ninth-grade longsword. This system prompt was particularly user-friendly, designed to prevent him from mistakenly disassembling the wrong item. For this, Huo Tianci felt compelled to commend the system. After all, losing a valuable item to carelessness would leave him in despair. Thus, he uttered his affirmation. However, the subsequent notification struck his mind like a bolt from the blue. Ding! This disassembly requires the consumption of 9 durability points. Does the host confirm immediate disassembly? What? It consumes durability points? Huo Tianci was taken aback. Did it mean that once the durability was depleted, the machine would become useless? Having played games before, he understood that durability equated to the life of a weapon or equipment. Without durability, it would become nothing more than a lifeless hunk of iron unless repaired to restore its full durability. Indeed, host, disassembling any equipment requires a certain expenditure of durability points, which correlates with the equipment's grade. The higher the grade, the greater the durability consumption, and vice versa. However, you may reduce the durability consumption by upgrading the disassembly machine's level. Additionally, the machine's level determines the quality of materials obtained and the quantity produced post-disassembly. Having received answers to his inquiries, Huo Tianci understood that the disassembly machine possessed levels. The higher the level, the better the disassembled equipment. In summary, it was a straightforward concept. The second question regarding the machine's attributes had already been addressed. Disassembly machine, auxiliary equipment, current level 1, can disassemble yellow grade first level and below equipment, current durability 100-100, experience 0-500, and will upgrade automatically upon reaching full experience. Note: the disassembly machine's durability resets every 24 hours. Please do not waste it, dear host. With a sigh of relief, Huo Tianci felt a weight lift from his shoulders upon realizing that the durability refreshed daily, and the machine would not become unusable after a single use. This revelation was rather considerate. He chuckled with glee and confirmed the disassembly once more, directing his thoughts towards the machine. Instantly, the gear-like mouth of the machine began to whir with activity, resembling a person enjoying a meal, easy and pleasant. After a brief second, a cacophony of metallic crunching sounds erupted from the machine, echoing for about 5 to 6 seconds before culminating in a final, train-like whistle, accompanied by a plume of black smoke, signaling the completion of the disassembly. Remarkably swift, Huo Tianci was nearly left speechless, as it had taken less than 10 seconds. Once the machine ceased its operations, he hurried to the hollow outlet at the back, where 2 palm-sized, rectangular pieces of iron lay. Ding! Disassembly successful, durability-9, experience Ford. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 pieces of exquisite refined iron. So, it was exquisite refined iron. No wonder it glimmered with a silvery sheen. Huo Tianci mused as he weighed the 2 pieces in his hands, noting that they seemed to retain about 60 to 70% of the original longsword's weight. In essence, the disassembly machine had extracted a significant portion of exquisite refined iron from the broken sword in a mere 10 seconds. Frankly, this was quite a bargain considering the substantial costs involved in melting, casting, and forging a weapon from raw materials. Yet, Huo Tianci was unaware of the exact expenses incurred in these processes. Hazy, let us visit the Huo family blacksmith shop, Huo Tianci decided, as he was woefully ignorant of the intricacies of metallurgy. Fortunately, there was a blacksmith shop within the Huo family. Such establishments existed in every small family, crafting mundane weapons, bows, horseshoes, and iron furniture for daily use. This was especially true for the Huo family, one of the largest clans in Bailey Town. Inside the expansive Huo family blacksmith shop, a burly man with bare arms was directing a group of workers bustling about. Upon spotting Huo Tianci, he immediately approached, bowing deeply. Greetings, esteemed head of the family. This man was Huo Tianci, the overseer of the blacksmith shop. Head of the family, are you here to select weapons? Huo Tianci's face radiated excitement. If so, that would be splendid, for I have just forged an ordinary 4th-grade weapon. With that, Huo Tianci eagerly presented a longsword to Huo Tianci, who listened intently as Huo Tianci enthusiastically boasted about his creation. His words were filled with pride, as this was indeed a remarkable achievement. Give me another 10 years, and I will be able to forge a 6th-grade weapon, truly becoming a master craftsman. The glint in Huo Tianci's eyes reflected his aspirations. For becoming a master craftsman was the lifelong dream of many blacksmiths. The threshold for such a title was the ability to produce at least one sixth-grade weapon, a feat incredibly difficult to accomplish. Observing Huo Tianci's nearly 40 years of age, Huo Tianci recognized the challenges inherent in metallurgy. Crafting high-grade weapons was a formidable task, often hindered by limited resources. The Huo family was merely a small clan within a town, and creating high-grade weapons required exquisite refined iron, a material as valuable as silver, far beyond the Huo family's means. Each failure in forging consumed exquisite refined iron worth at least 100 taels of silver, a cost the family could not afford. Hence, purchasing weapons was far more economical than having Huo Tianci forge them. Moreover, talent played a significant role in metallurgy, akin to cultivation. Huo Tianci's age and his current ability to forge only fourth-grade weapons suggested a rather mediocre talent. In Bailey Town, he might be considered a master blacksmith, but it was evident that few could manage to produce fourth-grade weapons, explaining Huo Tianci's exuberance. "Excellent," Huo Tianci remarked, patting Huo Tianci on the shoulder in commendation. Recognizing the effort involved, he understood the potency of high-grade weapons. Had he not possessed the mysterious iron dagger to sever Song An's white-grade 9th-grade longsword, he might not have survived. If the Huo family could proliferate fourth-grade weapons, their combat prowess would multiply exponentially, as most other families in Bailey Town wielded only first- or second-grade weapons, with some lacking any grading at all. Contemplating this, Huo Tianci shook his head, reflecting on the poverty and backwardness of Bailey Town. A mere small settlement. What are the chances of successfully forging this fourth-grade weapon? Huo Tianci inquired. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci's demeanor shifted to one of fervent enthusiasm. As the head of the Huo family, if he could persuade Huo Tianci, perhaps he might receive financial support, allowing the blacksmith shop to flourish, at least 50%. Huo Tianci confidently asserted. Despite it being his first attempt at forging a fourth-grade weapon, he felt assured, as he had mastered the crafting of third-grade weapons with near certainty. Although he lacked the funds for quality materials, Lord Master, the materials for this fourth-grade longsword were painstakingly refined by me. Huo Tianci lamented, clearly indicating their financial struggles, which were indeed genuine. He proceeded to elaborate on the current state of the blacksmith shop to Huo Tianci. Wait, are you saying there are many discarded swords and blades here? Before Huo Tianci could finish his sentence, Huo Tianci abruptly called a halt to his words. Although Huo Tianci was perplexed as to why Huo Tianci was interested in such worthless items, he nevertheless responded, "Yes, there are quite a number of them. These were collected during the cleanup after defeating the Wu family. However, most of them are damaged. Some are even broken in two, rendering them completely unusable. My subordinates were planning to bundle these scraps and send them back for smelting in due time. This way, we can create iron blocks and save some silver expenses for the Huo family." As Huo Tianci spoke, he led Huo Tianci into a storage room filled with various broken swords, spears, and halberds, some of which still bore traces of blood. "So many!" Huo Tianci exclaimed in astonishment, as the weapons nearly filled the entire room. Soon after, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, now I have nothing to worry about." To others, these damaged weapons were merely scrap metal, but to Huo Tianci, it felt akin to discovering a treasure. He had been fretting over how to source such items to enhance the level of his decomposition machine. And now, unexpectedly, they were right here in the Huo residence. In the midst of his excitement, Huo Tianci turned to Huo Tianci and inquired, "By the way, how much new iron can typically be extracted from such a large sword if it's refashioned?" He pointed to a large sword at his feet that had a cracked blade, eagerly awaiting Huo Tianci's response. Huo Tianci, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Reporting to the master, with my current smelting technique, we can extract at least 20% of new iron." "What? Only 20%? Huo Tianci was taken aback. He understood that the process of remelting into iron blocks would incur significant losses, but he hadn't anticipated it to be so drastic. He realized that while Huo Tianci's method yielded only 20%, his decomposition machine could extract as much as 60 to 70%. This meant that if the sword at his feet were to be taken for remelting, it would take Huo Tianci a considerable amount of time to produce a single block of iron. In contrast, Huo Tianci could effortlessly toss it into his decomposition machine and obtain 3 or 4 pieces in mere seconds. The comparison was indeed stark. Finally, overwhelmed with joy, Huo Tianci could not suppress a hearty laugh, for that decomposition machine was akin to a money-printing press. Observing the myriad expressions on Huo Tianci's face, Huo Tianci felt utterly bewildered. "Master, are you all right?" Huo Tianci's sudden fits of laughter led Huo Tianci to suspect he might have contracted some strange ailment. Aware of his own uncharacteristic behavior, Huo Tianci cleared his throat to regain composure, signaling that he was fine. Cough, cough. I'm fine to be by the way. Have all these items transported to my main courtyard. Also, a large shipment of quality iron will arrive at your forge tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci, who had been poised to ask why, promptly sealed his lips, as this statement alone was sufficient to satisfy him. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I will do my utmost to forge weapons for the family, and I will immediately send these scraps to your main courtyard. Huo Tianci was overwhelmed with excitement, knowing that Huo Tianci had promised a delivery of quality iron the next morning, enabling him to hone his crafting skills further and bring him closer to his dream of becoming a master craftsman. Once all the discarded weapons were transported to the main courtyard, Huo Tianci began the decomposition process. Ding, system notification. This sword is a common grade weapon. Decomposing it will consume 1 durability point. Please confirm if you wish to decompose it immediately. Decompose. Huo Tianci commanded without a moment's hesitation. Ding, decomposition successful. Durability-1, experience 1. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 pieces of inferior black iron. 2 pieces of iron, glimmering with a black sheen, slowly emerge from the aperture at the back of the decomposition machine. Iron ores vary in quality. The inferior black iron in Huo Tianci's possession was the lowest grade. The darker the iron, the more impurities it contains. Black iron is categorized into 4 grades: supreme, superior, medium, and inferior. Slightly better than black iron is refined iron, which also has 4 grades: excellent, superior, medium, and inferior. Above refined iron is forged steel, followed by mysterious iron, and beyond that are rare and precious ores with various names and properties. Some even possessing elemental powers or the ability to transform into beasts. Thinking of this, Huo Tianci decided to shift his focus back to the task at hand. He took out the supreme refined iron obtained from the previous decomposition of a 9th grade long sword and compared it with the 2 pieces of black iron in hand. The only similarities between them were their size and shape. Otherwise, they were strikingly different. The refined iron weighed at least 10 times more than the black iron and felt vastly superior in texture. One was rough like sandpaper, while the other was smooth like marble. Curious, Huo Tianci placed both pieces at the same height and allowed them to drop onto the muddy ground. The supreme refined iron immediately sank into the mud, while the inferior black iron bounced off due to the ground's hardness. It was undeniable that quality iron was indeed superior. After briefly comparing the 2 types of iron, Huo Tianci resumed his decomposition efforts. Time passed, and suddenly, a system notification interrupted his work. Ding, decomposition machine durability has reached 0. No further decomposition can be performed. No wonder the equipment won't accept any more items. It seems the durability has depleted. Huo Tianci realized that the gears of the decomposition machine felt as if they were sealed by an invisible barrier, preventing him from inserting any more items. He glanced at the neatly arranged black iron pieces beside him. 172 pieces of inferior black iron, 49 pieces of medium black iron, 6 pieces of superior black iron, and additionally, 2 pieces of supreme refined iron. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the rumbling sounds of machinery echoed throughout Huo Tianci's main courtyard. In less than 20 minutes, he had exhausted the 100 durability points of the decomposition machine. Observing the mountain of iron blocks before him, Huo Tianci felt an immense sense of accomplishment. I bet Huo Tianci will be utterly astonished when he sees all this. At the entrance of the forge, Huo Tianci stood in a daze, staring at the black iron blocks Huo Tianci had delivered. Medium black iron, superior black iron, and even supreme black iron. Huo Tianci was nearly dumbfounded. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. At that moment, he was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. The sheer quantity of iron blocks before him was worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. Huo Tianci had truly been exceptionally generous to him. If only he knew that these black iron blocks were merely the result of the discarded scraps he had previously transported, at no cost to him. His astonishment would surely have intensified it. Of course, Huo Tianci kept this secret to himself, thinking, there is no need to thank me. Simply crafting quality weapons is the best gratitude you can offer to me and the Huo family. I will exert all my efforts, Huo Tianci vowed fervently. Huo Tianci then inquired about the value of the black iron blocks. Master, do you not know the price of the items you purchased? Huo Tianci was momentarily perplexed. Huo Tianci felt a bit embarrassed, realizing the irony that he was indeed inquiring about the value of something he had purchased. However, since these items were actually obtained through decomposition, he could not reveal that. Finally, he replied, "Oh, I had a friend acquire them for me, and I just wanted to check if I got my money's worth." I see. Huo Liqin then proceeded to explain the approximate values of the black iron blocks. Master, for iron blocks of this size and shape, the inferior black iron is worth at least 1 tael of silver each. The medium black iron is worth no less than 10 taels, while the superior black iron should be priced at around 100 taels. As for the supreme black iron, I believe purchasing it for 2,000 taels would be quite reasonable. That aligns closely with the price I had in mind. Huo Tianci nodded, cleverly deflecting the conversation as he realized that these black iron blocks were not purchased, but rather the fruits of his decomposition efforts. Indeed, there is another matter I require you to attend to. In addition to transporting the black iron, Huo Tianci has another task at hand. Upon hearing this, Huo Liqin displayed a look of utter confusion. Master, are you intending to acquire broken blades and discarded swords? What purpose could that serve? Furthermore, did I not already deliver a substantial quantity to you yesterday? At this moment, Huo Liqin's mind was inundated with questions for Huo Tianci, as the acquisition of such worthless items seemed an utter waste of time. Apart from being remelted into new iron, they held little other utility. In response, Huo Tianci elucidated, my friend, who deals in iron, finds them useful. He possesses unique methods for smelting, achieving yields of 30 to 40%. Hence, he is willing to pay a premium for these broken weapons to refine them into new iron. He calculated a value of 10,000 taels of silver for yesterday's haul, which I find quite profitable. Huo Tianci had to invoke the existence of this fictitious friend, lest Huo Liqin persist in questioning him. 30 to 40%. My heavens! Huo Liqin was once again astonished. He had believed his own yield of 20% to be commendable. Yet here was evidence of greater prowess. Without delay, he promptly set about this task, invigorated by the prospect of profit. The plan was simple: acquire at a lower price and sell to Huo Tianci's friend. Thus pocketing the difference, as dusk approached, Huo Liqin returned, brimming with joy, for he had indeed procured a considerable number of broken blades and discarded swords. Haizi, do me a favor and inform the master. He instructed. Huo Tianci had explicitly decreed that no one should enter the main courtyard without his consent, except for Haizi. At that moment, Haizi was outside the Huo family estate, engaged in sparring with several younger members of the family. When Huo Liqin called out to him, Haizi dashed over, especially upon learning there were treats involved. The younger members, however, were dismissed with a stern glare from Huo Liqin, pouting as they retreated. Yet, Haizi still shared the treats with them. Much to their delight, Haizi brother is the best. Uncle Liqin is so stingy. They all shot Huo Liqin disapproving looks. As Haizi munched on the sweets, he approached the main courtyard. Just as he was about to enter Huo Tianci's chamber, a sudden thundering sound echoed through the air. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Huo Liqin, standing outside, felt the tremor, as did everyone within the estate. The intensity of the sound indicated that a high-level practitioner was experiencing a breakthrough. Could it be that the master has successfully advanced to the 8th level of body refinement? Huo Liqin was left speechless, incredulous at the rapid progress. For merely a week prior, Huo Tianci had been in the early stages of the 7th level. It seemed unfair, as he himself had lingered at the 7th level for nearly 3 years without success. When Huo Tianci finally emerged from his room, Huo Liqin quickly confirmed his suspicions. Congratulations, master, on your successful breakthrough, he exclaimed, eager to report his findings from the day, which included unexpected surprises. Master, I followed your instructions to acquire damaged weapons from the town market, and to my astonishment, I collected 70 to 80 pieces in just one afternoon. Among them, there were several weapons of the 5th rank and even a 6th rank great axe. Regrettably, the axe was too damaged to be repaired, or else it would have been a formidable weapon. At this point, Huo Liqin clapped his hands in frustration, lamenting the rarity of 6th rank weapons, which were nearly non-existent in Hundredly Town. To find one, even in disrepair, was exasperating for someone whose livelihood depended on weapon crafting. A 6th rank great axe, indeed, a remarkable find. 2 days later, on another sunlit morning, Huo Liqin was taken aback to see Huo Tianci arrive with yet another cartload of iron blocks. Master, you have procured far too much. The black iron you sent 2 days ago is sufficient for our needs for half a year. Huo Liqin urged him to cease further purchases, as they would be surplus to requirements. Not enough. Huo Tianci had never considered this. For as long as there were damaged items to deconstruct, he could always acquire more iron blocks. If there is excess, we can sell it. Continue to procure damaged equipment. Huo Liqin responded helplessly. Master, we have nearly exhausted all the broken blades and swords in the town over the last 2 days. Even if there are more, they won't be in the same quantity as before. Then we shall source from other towns. With that, Huo Tianci turned and left, leaving Huo Liqin bewildered. Despite his confusion, Huo Tianci held no complaints, for Huo Tianci provided him with ample resources for crafting. As he gazed at the cart filled with black iron ore, he felt a surge of excitement. However, as he prepared to unload the iron, he made a stunning discovery. Atop the black iron blocks lay 3 gleaming pieces of refined iron. He quickly seized them, and his excitement soared. These were low-grade refined iron, suitable for forging 6th-rank weapons. Each piece was worth at least 3,000 taels of silver, explaining Huo Tianci's exhilaration. Thanks to this wealth of resources, Huo Tianci managed to forge a 5th-rank sword within a week, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the Huo family. Master, your black iron blocks are in high demand, and no matter where I sell them, they are quickly snapped up. In the Huo family's main hall, Huo Tianci reported to Huo Tianci regarding the sales of the iron blocks. Master, here is a bundle of silver notes totaling 200,000 taels. Huo Tianci presented the stack to Huo Tianci, and the other attendees gasped in astonishment. The Huo family typically celebrated an annual income of 100,000 taels as a bountiful year. Yet Huo Tianci had surpassed that total in merely a week. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Huo Tianci merely smiled, instructing Huo Tianci to pass the silver to Elder Wu for the family's expenses. At this point, the Huo family members finally grasped the meaning behind the words of the late patriarch. Huo Tianci was indeed a benefactor to their family. Master, families from neighboring towns wish to place orders for black iron blocks. I am uncertain whether to accept. Please advise. After relaying the information to Elder Wu, Huo Tianci looked to Huo Tianci for guidance. The booming sales of black iron blocks had been evident to Huo Tianci from the outset. Firstly, the quality was superior. Compared to other low-grade black iron, Huo Tianci's version was notably better. Secondly, the aesthetic appeal of the elongated iron blocks made them visually pleasing and easy to transport. Most importantly, they were time-efficient. Huo Tianci's black iron blocks were compact and ready for immediate use, unlike raw black iron that required multiple processing stages. Furthermore, the elongated shape allowed for quick melting in furnaces, with some even calculating that Huo Tianci's iron blocks could have the melting time. Thus, it was no wonder that these blocks were so highly sought after, selling out wherever they were offered. Certainly, I shall comply, welcoming all who come. Huo Tianci was overjoyed. We could allow them to exchange their damaged equipment. As for the method of exchange, you can decide that in truth, Huo Tianci had long anticipated that his blocks of black iron ore would be in high demand. For they were of superior quality, easy to use, and convenient to carry. More importantly, they significantly reduced melting time. The reason for this efficiency was simple. Huo Tianci's black iron ore was in a long cylindrical shape, no larger than the palm of one's hand. In stark contrast to the bulky iron blocks the size of basketballs, it would be challenging for the latter to melt as swiftly. This was indeed an advantage of compactness. Your orders will be executed, replied his subordinate. After that, Huo Tianci clasped his fists and returned to his position. Subsequently, the others continued their discussions about the appropriate matters within the Huo family and the promising future ahead. When the deliberations reached a satisfactory conclusion, Huo Tianci departed, for the decomposer was due for an upgrade today. That will be all for now. If there are any trivial matters, please consult Elder Wu. He will handle everything on my behalf. The members of the Huo family now looked to Huo Tianci with unwavering respect, for he not only provided their children with medicinal pills for cultivation, but also brought immense wealth to the Huo family. Holding the 200,000 taels of silver notes Huo Tianci had just given him, Elder Wu and the others felt nothing but gratitude. Upon returning to the main courtyard, Huo Tianci immediately summoned the decomposer from his mind. Gazing at the iron contraption that appeared before him, Huo Tianci quickly examined its attributes. Decomposer, auxiliary equipment, current level 1, capable of decomposing equipment of yellow rank level 1 and below, current durability 100-100. Experience points 476-500. Upon reaching full experience, it will automatically upgrade. Note: the durability of the decomposer can reset and recover every 24 hours. Hosts must not waste it. Just 24 experience points remain for an upgrade. Seeing the imminent upgrade, Huo Tianci was filled with excitement. Chapter 117. Decomposer Upgrade Task. Huo Tianci continued decomposing equipment, and soon the sound of clanking echoes reverberated throughout the entire main courtyard. After 2 or 3 days of scouring, the broken swords and knives in Bailey Town were nearly exhausted. Consequently, Huo Tianci instructed Huo Tianci to scour the nearby towns. Since the broken swords and knives were of little use, the sellers were more than willing to part with them, especially since Huo Tianci offered a fair price. Naturally, even a higher price would not be a loss, for in Huo Tianci's hands, they would transform into highly sought-after exquisite iron bars. He speculated that upon reaching level 2, The decomposed items would be even better. Huo Tianci thought joyfully. Ha, just 499 experience points left. One more item should do it. With that, Huo Tianci tossed a level 3 ordinary wolf tooth club into the decomposer. Ding! Decomposition successful. Durability-3. Experience points 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 medium-grade black iron pieces. Ding! Decomposer experience points full. Just as Huo Tianci thought the decomposer would directly upgrade to level 2, another system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Upgrade preconditions insufficient. Automatic upgrade failed. Ding! Upgrade preconditions insufficient. Automatic upgrade failed. Damn it! Not again. Huo Tianci was truly at a loss for words, for it had been previously stated that full experience would allow for an automatic upgrade. Yet now there were preconditions. Nonetheless, he weakly inquired, what are these conditions? Immediately, the system opened the attributes panel of the decomposer in Huo Tianci's mind. What a small detail. Who can see that? Finally, he saw the system click on a small, within the decomposer's attributes panel. Suddenly, another system panel appeared in Huo Tianci's mind. This time, it was densely filled with numerous entries, and upon counting, he discovered there were 9 preconditions. This caused Huo Tianci to curse under his breath. But upon reviewing these preconditions, he sighed in relief. Among these 9 conditions, he had already fulfilled 7. These 7 completed requirements included decomposing 1 piece of level 1 ordinary equipment, 1 piece of level 2 equipment, and so forth up to level 6 and level 9. As for level 7 and level 8 ordinary equipment, Huo Tianci had never even laid eyes on them, let alone decompose them. It turned out that he needed to decompose at least 1 piece of equipment from each level. Huo Tianci understood this to be a small challenge set by the system. Otherwise, the decomposer would be too overpowered. Since he lacked ordinary level 7 and level 8 equipment, Huo Tianci would have to purchase them. But did Bailey Town have them for sale? He truly doubted it. Regardless, he decided to investigate. With that, Huo Tianci made his way to the largest iron shop in Bailey Town. That moment, the shopkeeper was engaged in a business discussion with a cloaked man. What? You want 1,000 iron picks? What on earth are you planning? Upon hearing such a large order for picks, the shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, as it was indeed an excessive quantity, and no matter what I'm doing, I assure you, the silver will not be lacking. Moreover, if you can prepare these 1,000 mining picks within 3 days, I wouldn't mind giving you an extra reward. As he spoke, the cloaked man slowly placed a note for 1,000 taels on the table. Upon seeing the large sum, the shopkeeper gulped and immediately ceased his inquiries. With a beaming smile, he assured the cloaked man, rest assured, I will have the 1,000 mining picks ready for you within 3 days. Trembling with excitement, he tucked the 1,000 tael note away. We are going to strike it rich. After sending the cloaked man off, the shopkeeper could no longer contain his exhilaration, leaping with joy. After all, 1 tael could buy 10 ordinary mining picks. And now this cloaked man had offered 10 times that, if he completed the order within 3 days, he would receive an additional 1,000 taels. This was undoubtedly a recipe for immense profit. At that moment, Huo Tianci walked into the shop, noting the cloaked man exiting and the shopkeeper's delighted demeanor. It was evident that a substantial profit had been made. Boss Wang, business seems to be thriving. The shopkeeper, surnamed Wang, felt compelled to accommodate Huo Tianci, reclining on what appeared to be a rather luxurious leather chair. In the past, Boss Wang would have chased Huo Tianci away, but now, even if given 10 times the courage, he would not dare. That you, young Master Tianci? Upon seeing Huo Tianci enter, Boss Wang greeted him with a broad smile, only to quickly slap himself in the face. I'm such a fool. I spoke incorrectly. I hope the esteemed head of the Huo family will not hold it against me. Realizing his blunder, Boss Wang was filled with trepidation, and as Huo Tianci remained silent, he continued to chastise himself, each slap more forceful than the last. His fear was not solely due to Huo Tianci's position as the head of the Huo family. He was also apprehensive of Huo Tianci's formidable strength, capable of defeating even formidable opponents. 1 misstep could lead to dire consequences, reminiscent of the fate of the Wu family. Furthermore, he had previously offended Huo Tianci, hence his continuous self-punishment as an act of atonement. However, Huo Tianci was not one to nitpick. That's enough. I didn't come here to trouble you. As he spoke, he surveyed the shop's interior. The walls were adorned with a variety of weapons. Yet most were of low rank, appearing to be level 2 or level 3. Looking at the more exquisite display cases, he could only glance once before losing interest. Not a single level 5 weapon in sight. The beautifully presented swords and daggers in the cases were all merely level 4 ordinary weapons. Huo Tianci, left with no choice, had to inquire aloud, for this was undeniably disappointing. Are there truly no higher-grade weapons? Of course there are. Boss Wang, sensing Huo Tianci's discerning eye, had anticipated his lack of interest in the lower-grade weapons. Understanding Huo Tianci's esteemed status as the head of the Huo family, he had already prepared a weapon he claimed to be divine, prominently displayed on a long table. How about this sword, Huo family head? Upon opening the wooden box, a radiant sword emerged, far superior to those previously viewed, at least tenfold better. However, upon examining its rank, Huo Tianci shook his head once more, for this sword was merely an exceptional level 6 weapon. While its power could rival that of level 7, it still fell short of Huo Tianci's expectations. Is this still not good enough? Boss Wang had presented his finest treasure, a sword that could compete with level 7 weapons, yet Huo Tianci's expression remained one of disdain. Had he known that Huo Tianci sought level 7 and level 8 weapons solely for decomposition purposes, he would likely have been left utterly flabbergasted. I require true level 7 and above weapons. Huo Tianci articulated his intent. Boss Wang wore an apologetic expression, for this exceptional level 6 sword was indeed the best weapon in his possession. However, he offered a piece of advice to Huo Tianci, head of the Huo family. The 7th and 8th grade weapons can only be found at Hehe Fort. After all, we are merely a small town. Go be honest, this sword in my possession was purchased from Hehe Fort. Crafted by Master Kuang. As he mentioned Master Kuang, Boss Wang couldn't help but become a bit excited, for his weapon was indeed forged by a true craftsman. Aren't all those who can forge 6th grade weapons considered artisans? Could it be that Master Kuang possesses some unique merit? When Huo Tianci was in Long Village, he had heard of Master Kuang's reputation. He once saw a merchant claiming that the weapon he held was crafted by Master Kuang. And that dagger, which was worth merely 5 taels of silver, was sold for 50 taels. Master Kuang is a genuine craftsman, one who possesses the artisan's metal. Seeing Huo Tianci's confusion, Boss Wang felt a tinge of pride. Though he dared not be overly boastful, the artisan's metal? What is that? Huo Tianci truly did not understand, as no one had explained such matters to him. Thus, Boss Wang meticulously elaborated on the intricacies of being an artisan. After listening, Huo Tianci suddenly grasped that to become an artisan, one must pass a series of examinations. The entry-level exam is the simplest, yet it has confounded countless individuals, as it requires the crafting of a weapon with at least a 6th grade classification. Upon passing this exam, the Artisan Guild would bestow upon you an artisan's robe and the title of apprentice artisan. To attain full status, one must undertake a formal examination, which is exceedingly challenging, necessitating the crafting of a yellow-grade weapon. Only upon meeting this condition will the Artisan Guild officially recognize you as a qualified artisan, granting you the artisan's robe and, most importantly, the artisan's medal, which truly symbolizes the identity of an artisan. Simply put, the distinction between the two is akin to that of an intern versus a permanent employee. One is registered, while the other is not. Of course, the difference between being registered and unregistered is substantial, as the former receives the protection of the Artisan Guild, while the latter does not, essentially akin to a temporary worker. The Artisan Guild is a formidable force on the Julong continent. Its strength lies not merely in power, but in the fact that no warrior wishes to offend it, for it can forge countless coveted divine weapons and armaments that cause heroes to bow in deference. With that, Huo Tianci decided to take his leave after learning about the artisans and the Artisan Guild, as he was in urgent need of procuring 7th and 8th grade weapons. Otherwise, the level of his disassembly machine would remain stagnant, and it would be a waste to deplete its durability, since disassembling equipment does not grant any experience points. Leaving it at level 1. However, not using it would also feel wasteful, as the disassembly machine's durability only amounts to 100 points per day. It was akin to a tasteless meal that one cannot bear to discard. Huo Tianci finally experienced this sentiment. Thus, he hastened towards Hehe Fort to acquire the 7th and 8th grade equipment. Goodbye, head of the Huo family. We eagerly await your next visit, Boss Wang called out loudly as Huo Tianci departed, seemingly fearing that Huo Tianci might not hear him. Just as Huo Tianci stepped out of the blacksmith shop, 2 men clad in artisan robes galloped past on horseback. Isn't that Brother Hua? The 2 men bore a symbol of the Wu family on their robes. Indeed, they were the 2 outer elders of the Wu family, Wu Da and Wu Si. Recently, they had returned from Hehe Fort, bringing the head of song and back to claim their reward, and the Wu family's Hall of Rewards had granted each of them a pill. Much to their delight. Brother Hua, we must express our gratitude to you, Wu Si exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. We received considerable praise upon returning with Song An's head, and the Grand Elder even rewarded us with a condensation pill. The credit for this achievement was entirely due to Huo Tianci, as it was he who had slain Song, and Wu Da was well aware of this and proposed, Brother Hua, would you join us for a drink tonight? Certainly. Huo Tianci hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Elders, what was the reaction from the Song family? He pondered this matter, as he had indeed thwarted the Song family's ambitions. Otherwise, the entire Bailey town would have undoubtedly fallen under their control. Moreover, they had previously sent Song in to assassinate him, which clearly indicated their intent to eliminate Huo Tianci. However, the response from Wu De and Wu Si surprised Huo Tianci. What reaction could there be? Song was in violation first. Our act of killing him was justified. What could the Song family possibly say? They could only endure it. Wu De's tone was fiery, though his ire was directed at the Song family. Not Huo Tianci. Wu Si, more astute, countered, Brother Hua, I believe the Song family will not let this go. After all, they sent Song in to assassinate you. However, you need not worry for now, as the Song family has been frequently seen deep within the Beast Forest. Reportedly nearing the borders of the Dark Forest. It is speculated that they are treasure hunting, so they likely will not trouble you for a while. Wu Si relayed some rumors he had heard upon entering Heha Fort. Treasures? What treasures? Huo Tianci furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the Song family had indeed overlooked him in their quest for treasure. Naturally, the Hua family lacked the capital to attract the Song family's attention. After all, there wasn't a single profound practitioner within the entire Hua family. Such a small family hardly warranted the Song family's concern. However, if the news of Song An's death at Huo Tianci's hands were to spread, the situation would be entirely different. Fortunately, Huo Tianci cleverly ensured that someone else took the blame. Observing the two Wu family elders before him, Huo Tianci exhaled in relief. Yet, the crisis was not over. For upon learning of Song An's death, the head of the Song family, Song Tianzong, was exceedingly furious. After all, a foreign elder had been killed. However, preoccupied with the treasure hunt, he had no time to address the matter. Moreover, if one could expose their identity while attempting to assassinate a child, such incompetence deserved to perish. Meanwhile, the Wu family exerted pressure, asserting that Bailey Town was now their territory, demanding an explanation for the Song family's attempt on their lives. Eventually, a begrudging Song Tianzong had to let it go, and of course, they were unaware that Huo Tianci had been the one to slay Song An, as Wu De and Wu Si did not mention Huo Tianci during their report. They claimed that they had killed Song An themselves. Otherwise, the Song family would undoubtedly have taken extreme measures to eliminate Huo Tianci, for such a prodigy must be eradicated before he could pose a threat. As for Song Wuyan, who had sent Song in to assassinate Huo Tianci had encountered him earlier in the iron shop. Indeed, the man ordering 1,000 iron picks was none other than Song Wuyan. His intention in ordering those picks was to excavate the true treasure hidden within Bailey Town, the Xian stone veins. Certainly, when he saw Huo Tianci in the iron shop, he pretended not to notice him. For his current objective was not to kill Huo Tianci, but rather to locate the Xian stone veins. Moreover, if he were to kill Huo Tianci, it would inevitably cause chaos in Bailey Town, potentially exposing the existence of the Xian stone veins. Thus, it was best to act as if he had not seen Huo Tianci. After all, his goal was merely to find the Xian stone veins, extract some, and then flee. What treasure exactly they sought remained unclear, but the Song family was certainly busy with their endeavors. Wu Si shook his head, while Wu De cursed, I wish for them to suffer heavy losses and find nothing. Interestingly, this curse would indeed come true, as the treasure map provided by Song Wuyan was a mere fabrication, but that is a tale for another time. I too wish them failure in their quest for treasure. Huo Tianci mused with a hint of mischief. A night passed without incident, and on the following morning, Master, please take care on your journey. The elders of the Hua family were bidding farewell to Huo Tianci at the entrance. He nodded, then called for Haizi to mount. Haizi, let us set forth. Huo Tianci was headed to Heha Fort, not only to procure 7th and 8th grade weapons, but he also had a task to fulfill. Casting a glance at his third leg, Huo Tianci truly wished to retain it. What a troublesome task it was. Upon contemplating the matter, Huo Tianci felt an urge to curse. Previously, he had received a task of gifting a mysterious grade weapon to Wu Qiushuang within 3 months. Otherwise, he would lose Ding Ding. At merely 15 years old, being a young virgin, he had no desire to engage in the practices of the Kuaihua Sutra at such a tender age. Moreover, remaining idle in Bailey Town would confine him to a life akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Huo Tianci longed to venture out and witness the splendor of the world beyond. The distance from Bailey Town to Heha Fort could be traversed on horseback in as little as a day and a night, though a slower pace might extend the journey to 2 days and nights. Eventually, before sunset, Huo Tianci and Haizi decided to rest at a humble inn after a long day of travel, as they did not intend to continue their journey overnight. The inn was quite basic, consisting of just 2 floors. Nevertheless, this simplicity did not hinder its thriving business. Huo Tianci had encountered no other lodging along the way. Upon entering, he found the inn bustling with patrons of various shapes and sizes, all casting curious glances in his direction. Furrowing his brow, Huo Tianci noted that, for a fleeting moment, every pair of eyes in the room had turned towards him. Aware of the sudden attention, he was on guard. That moment, a smiling attendant approached them, inquiring whether they intended to dine or stay overnight. Dining referred to a brief meal during their journey, while staying meant lodging for the night. First, let us have some tea to quench our thirst, Huo Tianci replied, leading Haizi to an empty table. Curiosity piqued, he decided to listen in on the conversations around him to discern why he had attracted such attention. All right, I'll prepare that right away, the attendant said, scurrying off to fetch their tea. Huo Tianci activated his keen hearing to eavesdrop on the discussions within the inn. In a corner, two burly men, each bearing large swords, commented, "So they are merely two little brats. I thought they were here to claim a share of the spoils." "You're right. Look at the crowd. How are we to divide just a few stalks of Hanyu grass? If it comes to blows, we, the unconnected, will be left watching, unable to even partake in the broth." The other man, placing his sword down with a frown, lamented his predicament, suggesting he had just arrived as well. Upon hearing the mention of Hanyu grass, Huo Tianci's eyes sparkled. This grass was a crucial ingredient for refining body-enhancing elixirs. While they were not entirely helpless, the night would be pitch black, obscuring their vision. The first man chuckled oddly, and the second nodded in agreement, declaring, "Fortune favors the bold. Let us go for it." With that, they bolstered their courage with a drink. Hanyu grass, known for its cold nature, thrived in shaded areas, nourished by moonlight. Notably, it could only be harvested at the coldest moment of the day, at midnight. This explained the hesitation of those present. They were all waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Task to seize Hanyu grass activated. For each stock seized, the host will receive a bronze lottery coin. Caught off guard, Huo Tianci felt a surge of excitement. As more individuals gathered, he shifted his gaze toward the creaking door, where two young men, aged around 17 or 18, stepped inside. Their entrance mirrored Huo Tianci's earlier arrival, drawing wary glances from everyone present. That moment, Huo Tianci grasped the situation. The crowd was anxious about the presence of more people, fearing it would diminish their chances of seizing the Hanyu grass. As he observed the newcomers, he muttered, "Goodness, they are from the Song family." One of the young men wore martial attire, while the other donned a robe, both emblazoned with the prominent character Song. Such insignia belonged solely to the Song family of Heihe Fort. Panic spread among the crowd. If these two were after the Hanyu grass, their efforts would be in vain. The reputation of the Song family was well known, being one of the two dominant forces in Heihe Fort. Perhaps they are merely here to rest, some optimistically conjectured. However, in the next instant, the one in the robe declared loudly, "I am Song Wu, one of the 5 tigers of the Song family." Gasps filled the room. The name Song Wu evoked awe. He was renowned for his martial prowess and had already attained the realm of Xin Tu, standing before them as a formidable opponent. In contrast, the others in the inn were mostly at the 9th level of body refinement. Confusion lingered in the air, for the elixirs were primarily beneficial to those in the body refinement stage, and it baffled them why a Xin Tu expert would seek Hanyu grass. As the crowd pondered this, Song Wu gestured to the young man beside him, stating, "This is my cousin, Song Qing, the brightest talent of the new generation of the Song family." With this revelation, all eyes shifted to Song Qing, who was remarkably only 17 yet already at the 9th level of body refinement. It became evident that Song Wu's purpose for being there was to secure the Hanyu grass for his cousin. With narrowed eyes, Song Wu issued a veiled threat. "I trust you all will refrain from seizing our Hanyu grass. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Such a domineering proclamation left the crowd in stunned silence, including Huo Tianci, who was taken aback by the audacity of Song Wu's claim. It was as if he declared the grass as the property of the Song family, threatening violence against anyone who dared to challenge them. Resentment simmered amongst the patrons, but none dared to retaliate, muttering their grievances quietly. How unreasonable can the Song family be? Hanyu grass grows in the wild. It should belong to whoever finds it first. Indeed, why not bully the Wu family instead? They only pick on us commoners without connections. They dare confront the Wu family? Have you not heard? The Wu family once decapitated Song An, an outer elder of the Song family, and the Song family did nothing. The murmurs of discontent rose, with one individual finally exclaiming, "They're just looking to bully us." Nearby, another quickly hushed him. "Lower your voice. Song Wu is right there. If he hears us, We redone 4. Unfortunately, Song Wu had already caught wind of their conversation. In a flash, blades glinted as the three discussing the Song family met their grim fate. Who dares speak ill of my family? I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Song Wu's frustration over the earlier incident with the Wu family had reached a boiling point, leading him to resort to such brutality against those who dared to provoke him. As the remaining patrons witnessed his ruthless methods, many who harbored intentions of claiming the Hanyu grass hastily exited the inn. After all, life was far more precious than any plant. However, many chose not to leave. For the cold moon grass was not as easily gathered as one might imagine. It was not solely humans who sought it. Eventually, those with ulterior motives returned to their rooms, awaiting the arrival of the deep night. The late hours, typically a time for slumber, found the patrons of this inn wide awake, anticipating the moment of reckoning. As the clock neared the first quarter of the midnight hour, these wide-eyed individuals surged forth towards the dense forest of rocks in the northwest. Brother Wang, are you not afraid that Song Wu will kill you? Two groups of people collided not far from the inn. Of course I fear him. Do you not? The two exchanged a knowing smile. Preparing to join forces. Let us band together. After all, Song Wu is a formidable practitioner. One remarked, the Song family truly is a band of robbers. Stop complaining. Let us move quickly, or we shall miss our chance. With a glance at the bright moon above, their pace quickened. At that moment, a small figure leapt into the rocky forest, unmistakably that of Huo Tianci. He too sought the cold moon grass, spurred on by a task issued by the system, a mission to seize the cold moon grass. With a reward of a bronze lottery coin for each successful acquisition, the thought of potentially winning ignited a fervor within him. Huo Tianci followed the throng to the center of the rocky woodland. Such numbers! Under the moonlight, Huo Tianci noticed at least 50 to 60 individuals circling a massive stone, around which grew a scattering of over 20 cold moon grass plants, their roots embedded in the earth. With only a few leaves peeking out, the state of the cold moon grass indicated that the moment of extreme cold was imminent. Otherwise, it would remain deeply buried. Some might wonder why they did not simply uproot it. However, attempts to do so had previously resulted in the grass turning to ash the moment it was disturbed. Furthermore, it could not be harvested until it was fully revealed, lest it also disintegrate. The reasons behind this phenomenon were intertwined with the marvels of nature. Thus, the crowd circled the stone, eagerly awaiting the precise moment to snatch the grass before anyone else could. Scatter. Move aside. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, and those under the moonlight recognized its owner, Song Wu. Those aware of his abilities quickly retreated, while many others stubbornly remained, driven by the imminent opportunity to harvest the cold moon grass. Retreat now would render their efforts futile. Do you wish to rebel? Song Wu fumed as he surveyed the throng, his anger palpable. He swung his fist, striking anyone within reach, forcing the unwilling crowd to part for him. Witnessing this, Huo Tianci could not help but smile. For Song Wu was courting disaster. Yet, a spark was needed to ignite the collective anger of the crowd, for as the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Huo Tianci resolved to be that spark. Moments later, a mournful wail emerged from the crowd. Xiao Chong, what has happened to you? Xiao Chong, you're bleeding. You cannot die. We have endured together for so long. It is my fault. Had I not mentioned wanting a cold moon grass, you would not have come here to be struck down by the ruthless Song Wu. I no longer desire the grass. I only wish for you to come back with palpable grief. Huo Tianci shouted at Song Wu. Song Wu, you wretched beast. You have slain my brother. Today, I shall confront you. With that, he shoved a hapless soul towards Song Wu. Mistaking the action as an assassination attempt, Song Wu drew his blade and swiftly killed the man. Third brother. In the wake of the death, another anguished cry resonated through the crowd. What have you done, Song Wu? Why have you killed my brother? This time, it was not Huo Tianci but the fallen man's sibling who lamented. Realizing his error, Song Wu trembled but retorted. What, do you have a problem? Do you wish to die as well? I do not wish to die. I wish to see you perish, came a raspy voice from the crowd. Enraged, Song Wu shouted, Who dares to speak? Step forward, if you have the courage. I shall tear you apart. Though furious, Song Wu felt a twinge of frustration as he glanced into the darkness. The speaker hid within the masses, making them elusive. Suddenly, the voice taunted him again. I shall not reveal myself. I shall drive you mad, Song Wu, and do not expect to monopolize all the cold moon grass. It belongs to all of us. Besides, is your prowess so great? Come and kill us all. Let us see if you can defeat all 50 or 60 of us who are at the 8th level of body refinement. Indeed, murder brings retribution, murder brings retribution. Huo Tianci's last proclamation ignited the collective fury of the crowd. Song Wu, you have killed my third brother. I shall fight you, shouted the brother of the deceased. Huo Tianci added, for the cold moon grass, we must confront him. Otherwise, Song Wu will surely leave us with nothing, rendering our efforts in vain. In a surge of anger, the 50 or 60 body refinement experts charged at Song Wu. Though a proficient practitioner, Song Wu found himself overwhelmed by their numbers. Meanwhile, Song Qing was being mercilessly beaten by the crowd. Fifth brother, save me, cried Song Qing, huddled on the ground, desperately calling for help, for he sensed the fury of the crowd. Seeing his brother in peril, Song Wu rushed to his aid, but one fist could not fend off many. Ultimately, Song Wu had no choice but to concede. Everyone, stand down. The cold moon grass belongs to the Song family. We shall take half. Half? Are you mad? With over 50 of us, and you two want to split half? Do you take us for fools? Then, let us negotiate a quarter. As the bargaining continued, a panicked voice erupted like firecrackers. Not good! The beast horde is coming. The beast horde. The mere mention sent everyone into a frenzy, and they quickly surveyed their surroundings. Behind them, a multitude of ferocious beasts with eyes glowing red approached, clearly drawn by the cold moon grass, as they too required it for their cultivation. Damn. I thought they wouldn't come. Impossible. With over 20 cold moon grass plants, how could they resist? As they spoke, the crowd began to shift left, recognizing that fighting amidst the cold moon grass would endanger the precious plants. The beasts, too, were aware of this and began to move in unison with the humans. Avoiding the area surrounding the cold moon grass, a fearsome howl echoed through the air, causing many to shudder and retreat a few steps, with some collapsing in terror, for they recognized the source of that chilling cry. Huo Tianci looked up to see a colossal silver wolf, its fur like sharp needles, leading the pack of beasts. It's the Silver Wolf King. Indeed, it was the Silver Wolf King. Those who had collapsed in fear shouted in terror, prompting nearby strongmen to deliver stern reprimands. Enough of your cowardice. It's merely a beast of practitioner level. Why the panic? In essence, they were a group of cowards. Moreover, it was not as though they had never fought before. Had they forgotten the recent incident where Song Wu was thoroughly beaten? Thus, as long as they united as one, this horde of ferocious beasts posed no threat. The individual even used Song Wu, who had just been mercilessly thrashed, as an analogy, for his prowess was also at the Xian Tu realm. Song Wu, upon hearing this, felt an intense frustration and indignation, yet at that moment, he refrained from inciting discord. For their true enemy was the impending swarm of beasts. Damn it. Once I obtain the Hanyu grass, I will settle scores with you lot, he thought, deciding to utilize them for the time being. After exchanging glances with Song Qing, Song Wu began to direct the others to attack the ferocious beasts. Why should we listen to you? Some voiced their reluctance to follow Song Wu's commands. Fine, if you refuse to listen, then go engage the Silver Wolf King. If you can defeat it, I shall have no objections, Song Wu retorted, stepping back. The individual, realizing the gravity of the situation, grew anxious, for they had no means to contend with the Xian Tu level beasts. I can't handle it. You go, he conceded. Then be quiet. Follow orders. Song Wu coldly commanded, and he commenced directing the group to systematically eliminate the oncoming beasts. He drew forth a gleaming, bone-piercing blade to lure the Silver Wolf King away, engaging it alone, for if it rampaged through the human ranks, it would slaughter them effortlessly. Its fur as tough as a 6th-tier weapon. It must be said that his strategic prowess was commendable. Ultimately, the human faction, numbering 50 to 60, managed to withstand the assault of over 100 ferocious beasts. Of course, Huo Tianci contributed significantly to this effort. Damn it, this is all experience points, Huo Tianci thought, exhilarated after a week of inactivity. The sight of so many beasts charging forth invigorated him, for he yearned to slay monsters and reap rewards. Each punch felled a beast, and the incessant notifications of acquired materials echoed in his mind, while his cultivation surged uncontrollably. This is exhilarating. During his days at the Huo family, he had been consuming pills to refine his cultivation, which was tedious and monotonous. Now, with each strike, he was rewarded with experience points and materials, and perhaps even the chance to obtain more pills. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 drops of serpent blood. Serpent blood? What is this? Curious, Huo Tianci immediately picked up the 3 droplets of solidified red blood from the ground. The texture was akin to jelly, soft and pleasant to the touch. Serpent blood, the essence of beast blood, useful for alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. If consumed directly, it grants an instantaneous increase of 3,000 cultivation points. So that was it. The blood of ferocious beasts could be ingested, but not directly. It needed to be refined into this essence by an alchemist. The process was intricate, and any misstep could lead to failure. However, now, Huo Tianci could directly obtain it by slaying beasts, rendering the need for an alchemist moot. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 drops of unicorn beast blood. Indeed, only beasts of the 8th tier or higher yielded such precious blood. Huo Tianci did not recklessly slay these beasts, but rather contemplated how to maximize his chances of acquiring the essence. After some analysis, he concluded that only beasts of the 8th tier or above would drop this essence. And even then, it was not guaranteed. The likelihood increased with the beast's strength. Then I shall hunt beasts of the 8th tier and above. With narrowed eyes, Huo Tianci clarified his goal. He was soon seen mercilessly slaughtering the entire horde of beasts. When encountering beasts of the 8th tier, he dispatched them with a single punch. Against those of the 9th tier, he felled them with merely a few kicks. It was nothing short of a massacre. A one-sided slaughter. Who was that? How can he be so formidable? The onlookers were astonished, for while they struggled against beasts of their own level, this individual dispatched them effortlessly. Given his appearance, he appears quite young. Could he be Song Qing from the Song family? Someone speculated. Highly likely, another replied. Didn't Tisong Wu mention him at the inn? Song Qing is the foremost of the new generation of the Song family, reaching the 9th tier during our time at the inn, bolstered by the family's substantial resources. 17 years old, 9th tier. That's unbelievable, gasped the onlookers, as they collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's other side, a young man clad in Song family attire was engaged in a fierce duel with a peak 9th tier saber-toothed tiger. He swung his sword towards the beast's head. Thinking, this should surely end you, however, in an instant, the saber-toothed tiger retreated swiftly, snapping his sword in half with its massive jaws. What? The young man, none other than Song Qing, was not as formidable as the others had claimed. Instead of effortlessly dispatching the beast, he found himself forced into a desperate situation. Yet, being from the Song family, he had learned numerous martial techniques. In a moment of ingenuity, he evaded to the beast's rear and prepared to deliver the final blow. Unfortunately, the saber-toothed tiger's tail struck him like a whip, sending him flying and leaving a deep imprint on his face. Why face? My handsome face. Quickly regaining his footing, Song Qing felt the searing pain and the indentation on his cheek. Realizing his once handsome visage was now marred, enraged, he charged at the saber-toothed tiger, determined to retaliate for the insult. Beast! I'll have my revenge, he shouted, teeth clenched. Yet before he could reach it, a powerful figure descended and obliterated the saber-toothed tiger, which fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling and shaking the earth, a testament to the overwhelming strength of the blow. Unbelievable. Regardless of others' opinions, Song Qing was left in awe. The figure vanished, and he curiously approached the lifeless saber-toothed tiger, only to be struck by the horrifying realization that the beast's head had been completely obliterated, its body seemingly hollowed out, devoid of any blood. This sight terrified Song Qing, causing him to collapse onto the ground, for the grotesque image was compounded by the eerie darkness of the night. More beast blood has dropped. On the other side, after hastily stowing away the enormous fangs and flesh of the saber-toothed tiger, along with a medley of other materials into his spatial pouch, Huo Tianci gleefully gazed at the 4 drops of essence blood in his hand. Resembling jelly, indeed, the beast's blood had transformed into its purest form, gathered within Huo Tianci's grasp. This was precisely why the saber-toothed tiger's carcass had been drained dry. Subsequently, Huo Tianci continued to vanquish ferocious beasts, augmenting his cultivation, collecting materials, and extracting essence blood. Meanwhile, as he slayed these beasts, others fell prey to them, leading to casualties on both sides. Nevertheless, neither humans nor beasts were deterred by death. On the contrary, the fighting grew fiercer. For soon, the frost moon grass beneath the colossal rocks would be ripe for harvesting. Retreating now would mean losing all that had been gained, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. Time passed in the heat of battle until Huo Tianci suddenly sensed an intense chill enveloping the area. Chapter 124. The contest begins. This bone-chilling sensation was felt by others as well, prompting both humans and beasts to lift their heads toward the towering rocks. Before long, they beheld the frost moon grass, swirling with white frost emerging from the ground, carpeting the area around the immense boulders. Upon witnessing this, someone immediately shouted, "The frost moon grass is ripe for picking. Hurry, everyone. Don't let those beasts get to it first." Simultaneously, a howl echoed through the air. Indeed, the Silver Wolf King was issuing commands to the other beasts, urging them to seize the frost moon grass. In an instant, both armies surged toward the colossal rocks. For the swift would reap the rewards, while the slow would be left with nothing. At that moment, the battle between humans and beasts escalated to a fever pitch. These cursed creatures! How dare they outrun me? Take this! A burly man wielding an axe swung it at a beast that had dashed ahead of him. "Ha! The frost moon grass is mine," he exclaimed in triumph after slaying the beast, but in the next moment, a swift fire-patterned leopard lunged forward, severing his neck in a single bite. Thankfully, it was night. Otherwise, the brutal scene would have terrified many. The fire-patterned leopard then leaped toward the colossal rocks, but its fate was equally grim. "Dare to steal from me? Watch me unleash my fury." Huo Tianci sprang from the ground, fists drawn back as he propelled the leaping fire-patterned leopard away with a single punch. Yet, in the next instant, he too was attacked, not by a beast, but by a fellow human warrior. "You there, behold my blade." A square-faced man brandishing a large sword did not care who Huo Tianci was as he swung his weapon. Huo Tianci was not taken aback. After all, with the frost moon grass now available, everyone would stop at nothing to eliminate any obstacle in their path, even if that obstacle was another human. They all understood that if someone else gathered the frost moon grass, they would surely not share. The only reality was what one could grasp in their hands. All else was mere illusion, ephemeral as bubbles. Meanwhile, those fearsome beasts remained united against their human adversaries. Observing this, Huo Tianci could not help but shake his head. It was undeniable that at times, humans could be more savage than beasts themselves. As he faced the advancing blade, Huo Tianci furrowed his brow. "You wish to kill me? You lack the merit." Without hesitation, Huo Tianci gripped his dark iron dagger, declaring, "Die." He then reversed the dagger and swiftly sliced through the man's blade, driving it into the man's throat. After dispatching one foe, Huo Tianci pressed forward, though he had grown wiser. He refrained from charging to the forefront, for those who did, be they human or beast, would inevitably face a hail of attacks from all sides. Unwilling to allow another to claim the frost moon grass first, the frost moon grass shall be mine. At that moment, some humans had already reached the base of the colossal rocks. "Damn it, that's my frost moon grass." Upon seeing another attempt to seize the frost moon grass, those trailing behind kicked him away forcefully. Soon after, the horde of beasts arrived, and a great battle became unavoidable. Regrettably, the humans began to turn on one another in their desperation to claim the frost moon grass. "Who authorized you to harvest the frost moon grass?" Upon witnessing someone plucking the grass from the ground, Song Wu arrived, seething with anger. He had previously stipulated that after slaying the beasts, they would share the spoils. Yet now someone had broken the rules, prompting the inevitable infighting among the humans. "Since you've chosen this path, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Song Wu struck down one man, who had just harvested a stalk of frost moon grass. After killing him, Song Wu seized the grass, leading to increasing chaos among the humans. "Howl!" Seizing the opportunity, the Silver Wolf King let out a cry, and the remaining beasts swarmed toward the embroiled humans. "Stop fighting. For heaven's sake, cease your quarrels. Let us unite and eliminate the beasts first," someone proposed, but it was already too late. The situation had spiraled out of control. In that moment, all that occupied their minds was the frost moon grass. Claiming it was paramount, all else was but a fleeting thought. "Go perish here" is merely a reflection of your inadequacy, you worthless beings. Your existence is a waste. With a righteous air, Song Wu dealt a lethal blow to another. "A pack of wretched creatures. May you all perish here." Song Wu had not forgotten the prior humiliation of being besieged by 50 or 60 attackers. Had it not been for his strength at the Xintian level, he might have perished. Now, amidst the chaos, he saw the perfect opportunity for vengeance, determined to ensure that everyone met their end. "Song Qing, unleash a massacre. We need not concern ourselves with these scum." Song Wu gritted his teeth, his expression dark. "Understood, Brother Wu," Song Qing echoed, equally enraged. They abandoned the idea of harvesting frost moon grass near the colossal rocks and instead lay in wait on the periphery for anyone who had gathered the grass, ready to eliminate them, killing for profit while simultaneously avenging their grievances. With no expert like Song Wu to restrain the Silver Wolf King, the beast rampaged through the crowd, akin to a reaper among wheat. "Yes, yes," Slaughter them all. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Let us see how you can survive this time. As the humans fell to the Silver Wolf King's onslaught, Song Wu felt no concern. Rather, he clapped in delight. For this was precisely what he desired, saving him the trouble of acting himself. By the way, Brother Wu, how many stalks of frost moon grass do you have? Song Qing inquired cheerfully, for if he had enough, he could successfully break through to the Xintian realm. 5. And you? You're impressive, Brother Wu. I've only managed to acquire 2. If I could get 3 more, that would be perfect. Song Qing flattered him, eager for more, as this was crucial for his advancement. Of course, had it not been for my earlier condition, I would have secured all 20 stalks for you. Alas, these wretched creatures. Song Wu's ire flared once more. He then handed over the 5 stalks of frost moon grass to Song Qing. Take these 5 for now. I shall fetch 3 more for you. Just wait here. Upon hearing this, Song Qing was ecstatic. Thank you, Brother Wu. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are of the same family. With that, Song Wu leaped into the throng. Chapter 125. The hidden predator. After Song Wu departed, another figure concealed nearby finally exhaled in relief. Finally, he's gone. I thought I might miss my chance after all this time. This figure, of course, was Huo Tianci, who had been lying in wait to seize an opportunity. After contending fiercely for hours, he had only managed to acquire a single stalk of frost moon grass. When the Silver Wolf King entered the fray, he had retreated, knowing he could not match the power of the Xuantian-level beast. Now, having exited the battlefield, he spotted Song Wu and Song Qing, and more importantly, the 7 stalks of frost moon grass they held. Huo Tianci had been patiently biding his time, waiting for the chance to snatch the grass from their hands, an endeavor reminiscent of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now, the opportunity had arrived, as the Xuantian-level Song Wu had vacated the scene, leaving Huo Tianci confident that he could easily subdue the refining body-level Song Qing with a single punch. Huo Tianci's current prowess can be described as unparalleled in the realm of body refining. However, when confronted by a master of the Xian Tu, he found himself somewhat challenged. Moreover, he had already exhausted his 5 explosion talismans, leaving him without such formidable weaponry. In the face of a Xian Tu master, his only recourse was self-preservation, for slaying them was an impossibility. Even if it were feasible, it would come at an exorbitant cost. Akin to a mutual destruction, the release of the Paiyun palm demanded a tremendous amount of energy. Should he forcibly absorb the heavenly and earthly essence, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion and fall into unconsciousness, sealing his fate. Thus, avoiding a direct confrontation with Song Wu was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Nonetheless, taking advantage of Song Qing was quite within his capabilities. Who are you? Suddenly, a shadow materialized before Song Qing's eyes, sending him recoiling in terror a few steps back. Instinctively, he concealed the 7 stalks of cold moon grass behind him, for this figure seemed intent on murder and theft, as those stalks had been acquired through similar means. Brother Wu, Song Qing called out urgently, but alas, Song Wu had already immersed himself in battle, rendering him unable to hear Song Qing's cries for help. With no other options, Song Qing was left to rely on himself. You little rascal, you must have been hiding here for quite some time, he thought, realizing that Huo Tianci had appeared immediately after Song Wu's departure, indicating that he had long since set his sights on him. So you're merely a waste of the 8th stage of body refinement. Seems I overestimated you. Song Qing sneered, a smirk replacing his initial fear upon recognizing that Huo Tianci was weaker than himself. He had assumed Huo Tianci's strength surpassed his own, for otherwise, why would he attempt to seize the cold moon grass from him? It was a fool's errand, akin to lighting a lamp in a lavatory, an invitation to disaster. Yet now, a fool had indeed come to embrace his demise, a mere 8th stage body refiner daring to snatch something from a 9th stage master. At this thought, Song Qing could not help but laugh. Turning to mock Huo Tianci, a waste is one thing, but to be so foolish as to seek death. Very well, allow me to assist you on your journey. With that, Song Qing, emboldened, launched himself at Huo Tianci. In response to Song Qing's derisive laughter, Huo Tianci uttered not a word. Instead, he slowly drew back his fist and delivered a powerful blow. The assault sent Song Qing careening backwards several meters, tumbling and rolling until he finally managed to come to a halt. At that moment, he could feel his entire arm rendered immobile, thoroughly numbed. What immense strength! Song Qing gasped. Astonished, he felt that even in the presence of a ferocious beast, he had never witnessed such raw power. Could it be that he was... Suddenly, Song Qing recalled the shadowy figure who had effortlessly slain the saber-toothed giant tiger. It must be him. It must be him. Trembling uncontrollably, Song Qing recognized that the saber-toothed giant tiger was nearly his equal, if not slightly superior, indicating that this individual possessed the absolute strength to obliterate him. Please, don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Grand Elder of the Song family's inner circle. If you kill me, the Song family will not let you go. As Huo Tianci advanced step by step, Song Qing had no choice but to invoke the name of his family in a desperate attempt to intimidate him. Yet, Huo Tianci showed no signs of halting his approach. Hero, I beg you. Do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Song Qing stammered, slowly inching backward, terrified that Huo Tianci would devour him alive. No, no, please. As Huo Tianci reached out his hand, Song Qing covered his face, engulfed in despair. To his surprise, it was merely the cold moon grass. Phew, you nearly scared me to death. Huo Tianci took the cold moon grass, and Song Qing mistakenly believed he was about to be attacked, causing him to nearly wet himself in fear. Hero, you have taken the cold moon grass. Why not spare my life as well? Song Qing continued his pleas. Huo Tianci's eyes glinted with mischief as he replied. Spare your life? Certainly, but tell me, what is the worth of your worthless life? Upon hearing he might live, Song Qing desperately offered everything he possessed, finally presenting his treasured sword. Hero, this is a 7th-tier sword of the common grade. Valued at 50,000 taels of silver, I hope you will accept it. Trembling, he feared that Huo Tianci might find this offering insufficient. The 7th tier of the common grade. Huo Tianci's heart leaped upon hearing this. He had long desired such an item. After accepting the sword, he commanded Song Qing to squat in a corner and count sheep. Start with happy sheep? The phrase left Song Qing utterly bewildered. Weakly, he inquired. Hero, may I ask what happy sheep refers to? Don't understand? I don't understand. Song Qing wore a foolish grin. Yet Huo Tianci had no patience for such ignorance. I told you not to understand happy sheep. He delivered a resounding slap across Song Qing's face. Now do you understand? After a thorough lesson, Song Qing finally grasped the concept. Soon, the sound of counting sheep echoed from behind a large tree, as he monotonously recited the names of sheep. Chapter 126. Cold Moon Fruit. After seizing the 7 stalks of cold moon grass, Huo Tianci planned to return to the vicinity of the massive rock to try his luck at acquiring more. However, as he glanced toward the massive stone, he was astonished to see Song Wu engaged in battle once more with the Silver Wolf King, seemingly intent on determining who would emerge victorious in a life-and-death struggle. What was happening? Song Wu had merely gone to assist Song Qing in retrieving 3 stalks of cold moon grass. Logically, he should not have been in direct confrontation with the Silver Wolf King. Moreover, Song Wu had intended for the Silver Wolf King to eliminate those martial artists. Something must be afoot. Huo Tianci surmised correctly. As he approached the enormous rock, an even more piercing chill enveloped him, so cold. How can it be this frigid? Huo Tianci's curiosity deepened, for it felt as though he had stepped into an ice cellar. He cast his gaze once more toward the massive rock. To his astonishment, he saw Song Wu and the Silver Wolf King locked in a relentless battle atop the rock, indicating that something significant lay at that location. Unfortunately, the rock was far too immense, towering over 10 meters high to that moment. Martial artists and ferocious beasts alike were scrambling to scale its heights, as if they all aspired to reach the summit and claim victory. Both Song Wu and the Silver Wolf King, being masters of the Xian-Tu realm, could leap to the top, yet they were locked in a stalemate, each preventing the other from achieving their objective. They could only continue to battle, for only by defeating one another could they escape this deadlock. What could possibly be so enticing as to incite such madness among countless individuals and beasts? Huo Tianci was utterly perplexed by the scene before him. I'll take a look first, he thought, momentarily closing his eyes before abruptly reopening them, activating his distant vision. At the pinnacle of the massive rock, he beheld a round fruit, as translucent as ice, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, enveloped in a swirling mist of white, as if walking on thin ice. The mist exuded an extreme cold, enveloping the entire rock in a thick layer of frost. Could it be? Upon recognizing the fruit, Huo Tianci's eyes widened in astonishment, for he recognized this extraordinary item. The cold moon fruit. The cold moon fruit. Huo Tianci exclaimed, naming the rare fruit. The cold moon fruit is born only after the complete maturation of cold moon grass, which requires 50 years to reach fruition. However, that is merely the initial stage. Once fully matured, the cold moon grass continues to grow, and its core will give rise to new tender shoots, which are the nascent forms of the cold moon fruit. Every 50 years it sprouts. Every 50 years it blooms, and every 50 years it bears fruit. Coupled with the original maturation time of the cold moon grass, it takes an astounding 200 years to produce this small white fruit. During this time, it must evade human harvesters and the claws of ferocious beasts, making the emergence of a single cold moon fruit exceedingly rare. Every appearance inevitably draws the frenzied attention of countless individuals. For the extreme cold essence contained within is a precious treasure for refining a martial artist's body and a miraculous herb for enhancing their strength. It is no wonder that these individuals and beasts are driven to such frenzy. Huo Tianci finally comprehended the situation and found himself swept up in the madness as well, for he too desired the cold moon fruit. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Side quest activated. Acquire the cold moon fruit. If successful, you will receive a reward of 10,000 experience points and a pouch of silver. A pouch of silver. What might that be? Huo Tianci was filled with curiosity, but alas, he could not examine the properties of the silver pouch. It seemed that only by completing the quest would he be able to view its details. At last, Huo Tianci cast his gaze toward the summit of the colossal rock, the corners of his mouth curving upwards to an exquisite smile. For he possessed a 99% certainty of seizing the elusive cold moon fruit. Subsequently, his hands came together before his chest, fingers weaving an intricate pattern, and with a thunderous roar, a dense mist enveloped the entire area. Water escape. Mist concealment technique. His palms struck the ground, and the fog erupted instantaneously. Admittedly, it was quite impressive, though now was not the time for admiration, as Huo Tianci had urgent matters to attend to. Why had the fog suddenly descended? The night was already cloaked in darkness, and now a thick mist had rolled in, causing the warriors, whose vision was already limited, to tumble from the steep rock face. The aftermath of such falls was dire. While some perished, those who survived would be beset by the ravenous beasts below, which would devour them in an instant. The sudden onset of the fog was disconcerting. Witnessing their comrades being torn apart by the beasts below filled the warriors, stranded halfway up the towering rock, with dread. Regret washed over them for having ventured out this night, as the human fighters had already suffered significant losses. A glance around revealed fewer than 20 remaining. Their hearts sank as they beheld the throngs of ferocious beasts below. Fortunately, the majority of these creatures were incapable of climbing, their massive size rendering them land-bound. Thus, if they could reach the pinnacle of the great rock, salvation awaited them, along with the rare cold moon fruit. With a sense of desperation, they resolved to risk it all. However, at that moment, a shadowy, ethereal figure began to ascend, deftly traversing over their shoulders, arms, and even heads, soaring upward with the grace of a nimble lion. Unfortunately, those serving as stepping stones for this figure found themselves in peril. A misstep could mean their demise. The rock, though only 10 meters high, presented a taxing ascent. Thankfully, some individuals acted as a human ladder, allowing Huo Tianci to leap upwards. Otherwise, the climb would have been arduous. Upon reaching the summit, he found numerous corpses strewn about, victims who had sought the cold moon fruit and had fallen to the hands of Songwu or the Silver Wolf King. This beast is remarkably resilient. Despite employing my 7th-tier martial technique, I have been unable to inflict any harm. Songwu lamented upon witnessing the Silver Wolf King merely stagger back from his strike. This was the most formidable technique he had at his disposal, and against any other beast of the profound disciple level, it would have delivered a crippling blow. Yet, the Silver Wolf King, with its robust hide, was impervious. Its silver fur resembled a natural armor, akin to a 9th-tier mundane-grade breastplate, rendering Songwu's efforts futile. Chapter 127. Unseen and unheard. The good news was that the Silver Wolf King, having been momentarily deterred, hesitated to engage further, apprehensive of Songwu's formidable 7th-tier technique, which, although it had not injured it, had caused discomfort. It feared that the human before it might possess even greater power. The Silver Wolf King took a few cautious steps back, letting out yet another roar. Feeling a surge of trepidation, Songwu retreated a few steps, believing the Silver Wolf King might charge at him again. Exhausted from employing his 7th-tier technique, he weakly stepped back. Thus, the two adversaries locked gazes, having battled for nearly half an hour without a clear victor, their strengths nearly equal. What now? Songwu pondered, fatigue weighing on him. For human stamina could never match that of a beast. In a moment of desperation, he cast a furtive glance at the coveted cold moon fruit. Yet, in the next instant, the fruit at the center of the rock's summit vanished as if by magic, completely disappearing from sight. Stunned by the inexplicable disappearance, Songwu stood frozen, unable to comprehend how it could have vanished right before his eyes. It was impossible. It had been there just moments ago. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that the once proud white fruit had left only bare rock in its wake. Most alarmingly, the chilling aura it had emitted had also dissipated, reinforcing Song Wu's realization that the cold moon fruit had indeed vanished. The Silver Wolf King, too, perceived the fruit's absence and locked its gaze on Song Wu, believing this cunning human had stealthily plucked it away. "Tea wasn't me. It vanished on its own," Song Wu hastily explained. Forgetting that the Silver Wolf King was merely a beast, forget it. There's no point in reasoning with such a creature. After confirming the fruit's disappearance, he prepared to retreat, but the Silver Wolf King pursued relentlessly. Following a brief scuffle, Song Wu narrowly escaped. This creature is truly troublesome. After evading the beast, Song Wu sought out Song Qing, only to discover, upon returning to their prior location, that Song Qing was missing. Just as panic set in, a familiar melody floated from behind a large tree. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep, warm sheep, soft and fluffy, red wolf, gray wolf. Although sung, the tune was unmistakably familiar. Approaching, he found Song Qing squatting behind a tree, singing a sheep-counting song he had learned from somewhere. "No, please, hero. I have followed your instructions diligently, and I have not stopped since earlier. Spare my life." Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Song Qing was startled. "Song Qing? It's me." Seeing his brother in such a state of fright, Song Wu rushed to comfort him. "Brother Wu, someone bullied me, took all my cold moon grass, and even forcefully snatched my 7th-tier sword. They made me sing that sheep-counting song. You must help me." Song Qing felt utterly humiliated, and indeed, he had been. "Who dared to insult you? Speak their name, and I shall avenge you." Anger surged within Song Wu at the thought of his brother being mistreated. Though Song Qing had not seen the individual clearly due to the darkness, he vividly recalled the figure's stature and voice. It was a short, hoarse-voiced old man, incredibly powerful. "I couldn't withstand even one punch." He relayed every detail he could muster to Song Wu. "Fear not. When we encounter him again, I shall ensure he pays dearly." As he spoke, Song Wu handed 3 stalks of cold moon grass to Song Qing. Though he had failed to acquire the cold moon fruit, seizing the cold moon grass was all but effortless for a master of the profound disciple realm. Upon realizing they had not returned empty-handed, Song Qing was elated. "Thank you, Brother Wu. You are too kind. Of course, I am kind. By the way, Song Qing, isn't your father going to Fuzhou City next month? Could you possibly ask him to take me along?" Song Wu's kindness was not without ulterior motives. He sought to ensure his own interests were served. "Of course, Brother Wu. Your matters are my matters." As Song Qing gazed at the 3 stalks of cold moon grass, anticipation surged within him. If he could successfully refine them into a body enhancement liquid, he would surely break through to the profound disciple realm. Seeing Song Qing's agreement, Song Wu was equally thrilled. "Thank you in advance, Song Qing. No need for thanks. It is my duty to assist you, especially after all you have done for me." With that, the 2 brothers prepared to return to the inn. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci, having successfully acquired the cold moon fruit, chuckled. "I knew I would succeed with a 99% certainty." Holding the icy white fruit in his hand, he promptly opened a jade box to preserve it. The remaining one was merely a display of humility, for he had purchased several jade boxes during his time in Bailey Town, having previously obtained a stock of illusory firegrass that required careful storage to maintain its medicinal properties. Thus, he had prepared for moments such as this. After carefully placing each cold moon fruit and cold moon grass into a jade box and cautiously storing it in his chinkoan bag, the contented Huo Tianci made his way back to the inn.as for how he managed to stealthily acquire the cold moon fruit. The method was rather straightforward. He had employed the character card of the proud hunter, Rangar, which allowed him to enter a state of stealth in this guise. It was effortless for him to pilfer the cold moon fruit without detection, rendering even Song Wu's watchful gaze ineffective. Thus, a night passed. The following morning, in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor of the inn, 2 boys, around 15 years of age, emerged one after the other, yawning widely. "I'm so hungry," one of them exclaimed, as they descended the stairs. A rumbling sound emanated from Huo Tianci's stomach, a reminder of the exhausting battles and journeys of the previous night. "Hazy, let us go eat. Innkeeper, bring us 10 baskets of steamed buns," Huo Tianci called out nonchalantly, pretending as if nothing had transpired the night before. "Coming right up, esteemed guest," replied the innkeeper. Gazing into the bustling hall on the 1st floor, Huo Tianci noticed several patrons scattered about. Their tattered clothing and battered physiques told tales of their recent struggles. Some even missing limbs. It was evident these martial artists had sought the cold moon grass the previous night, but had returned empty-handed. Some had not survived the ordeal at all that moment. Two figures descended from the second floor, and upon seeing them, the men dining in the hall buried their heads into their tables, unwilling to meet their gaze. Indeed, these two were none other than Song Wu and Song Qing. While Song Wu appeared as usual, Song Qing's visage elicited laughter, for a long, crimson mark marred his face, a remnant of the previous night's misfortune. The indentation had swollen overnight, creating an odd bulge that made it seem as if he sported an unsightly lump on his face. An amusing sight indeed. Recalling how he had been coerced into singing nursery rhymes the night prior, Huo Tianci could not help but burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Keep laughing and I'll make you regret it," Song Qing threatened, though his warning fell on deaf ears as laughter erupted anew, even from Song Wu, who merely suppressed his amusement, though he too was tempted to join in. "Anyone who dares to laugh again will meet my wrath." Song Wu's voice commanded a sense of seriousness, causing the onlookers to feel a chill given his status as a martial adept. Huo Tianci, realizing He could not contain his mirth, quickly covered his mouth, understanding the boy's innocent disposition. Such a bunch of fools. As the laughter subsided, Song Qing's anger abated somewhat. He and Song Wu then chose a table directly behind Huo Tianci. "Brother Wu, it's him?" Song Qing suddenly exclaimed, rising from his seat. Intrigued, Song Wu inquired, "Who?" "The one who stole my cold moon grass and forced me to count sheep." Song Qing quivered, remaining hidden behind Song Wu. Fully aware of Huo Tianci's prowess, one punch could easily send him flying. Upon hearing this, Song Wu instinctively drew his gleaming blade, but after scrutinizing Huo Tianci, he sheathed it again. "Brother Qing, you're overreacting. He's merely a child. That's impossible." Song Qing frowned, for Huo Tianci's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the thief from the night before. Moving around to confront Huo Tianci directly, he was astonished to confirm, he truly is just a child. Upon assessing Huo Tianci's capabilities, he realized the boy was merely at the 4th level of body refinement and shook his head, acknowledging he had perhaps misjudged the situation. Noticing Song Wu and Song Qing scrutinizing him, Huo Tianci feigned the demeanor of a frightened lamb, timidly addressing them. "Brothers, we don't have no silver, just these few coins." He cautiously placed several small pieces of silver onto the table. Seeing Huo Tianci so intimidated, Song Wu found it amusing, patting Song Qing's shoulder to urge him to sit back down. "Brother Qing, you must have mistaken him. There's no way these two could have stolen your cold moon grass. If they had, wouldn't they be long gone instead of leisurely dining here?" Song Wu's reasoning held merit, yet the adage rings true. The most dangerous place is often the safest. "You're right, perhaps I was too anxious. The thief last night was at the 8th level of body refinement, and his voice was raspy. This boy does not fit either description. I must have been mistaken." Song Qing conceded, dismissing Huo Tianci from his thoughts, recognizing that a mere child could not possibly threaten him. Upon seeing them leave, Huo Tianci couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. He had successfully deceived them. The technique of qi concealment truly had its merits, he mused, as his 4th level prowess was a mere fade crafted through this technique, allowing him to evade detection from Song Wu and Song Qing. Meanwhile, as Song Qing resumed his seat, he pondered the humiliation he had suffered the night before. Gazing again at Huo Tianci's retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Brother Qing, stop staring. He's just a child. Besides, didn't you say your sword was taken by that man? Look at those two, only small backpacks. There's no room for a sword, much less your cold moon grass." Song Wu reasoned, offering a logical analysis. Song Qing nodded, acknowledging the validity of Song Wu's argument. However, they overlooked the existence of the Chinquan bag, a treasure capable of holding multitudes. Regardless, they found it hard to believe that Huo Tianci could possess such an item, as even their own family did not own one. Ultimately, under Song Qing's watchful eye, Huo Tianci and He finished their meal and departed the inn. "He does resemble him." As Huo Tianci ambled away, Song Qing was left with an unsettling feeling of recognition, though it was too late to pursue the duo who had already mounted their horses and ridden off. "Forget it," he muttered, shaking his head and returning to his breakfast. Convinced that any similarity was merely coincidental. Chapter 129. Arrival at Black River Fort. Setting out early, buoyed by a sense of joy, Huo Tianci rode at a brisk pace, having acquired a considerable amount of cold moon grass and a cold moon fruit the previous night. In addition to completing 2 quests that yielded significant rewards. In this spirited mood, by approximately 3 in the afternoon, Huo Tianci and Hazy arrived at the vicinity of Black River Fort. From a small hill, they gazed down upon the fort, witnessing a colossal black fortress reaching skyward, which lent the fort its name. Wow! Huo Tianci exclaimed in astonishment, for Black River Fort was immense, with houses and courtyards clustered closely together, and towering structures exceeding 1,000 in number. Beyond the grandeur of the fortress, there were also several monumental buildings within the fort, each standing 7 or 8 stories tall, creating a scene of flourishing prosperity. In comparison to the modest prosperity of Bailey Town, Huo Tianci felt as though he had just emerged from a filthy workshop into the light of day, for the two were simply incomparable. Beside him, Hazy was equally awestruck, having never witnessed such a sight. Their expressions mirrored that of frogs emerging from a deep well, finally seeing the vastness of the world beyond. This truly is a grand city. Huo Tianci marveled, feeling a rush of excitement coursing through him. Hazy shared in this exhilaration, and the two, filled with fervor, swiftly mounted their horses and raced towards the gates of Black River Fort. The gates were enormous. From their vantage point on the hill, they had seemed modest, but standing before them, Huo Tianci was struck by their formidable presence. The gates towered 7 or 8 meters high and spanned 8 to 9 zhang in width, featuring 4 arched openings for passage, a sight that appeared to be a natural formation, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Another bunch of unsophisticated country bumpkins, the gate guards chuckled to themselves upon witnessing Huo Tianci's astonished expression. Having encountered numerous dreamers longing to enter Black River Fort daily, "Hey, you little country bumpkin, don't you know to dismount?" Upon noticing that Hazy had no intention of dismounting, a soldier immediately led a few subordinates to encircle him. Seeing this, Huo Tianci felt overwhelmed, for he had just paid the toll, and in a moment of distraction, Hazy had ridden straight in. Realizing the situation, Huo Tianci ceased to feign modesty and swiftly produced a wooden token from his pocket. The soldiers recognized the insignia of the Wu family elder and promptly retreated. Moreover, the clerk who had collected Huo Tianci's toll hurriedly approached him, smiling apologetically, returning the exact amount he had just paid. "My lord, I was blind to your status. Please do not hold it against me." Although they were part of the officialdom, the Wu family was one of the 2 dominant forces in Heha Fortress. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences, for even the strongest dragon cannot contend with the local snake. Huo Tianci said nothing, simply stowed the token away and departed with Hazy. The clerk sighed in relief and felt a surge of joy. Since Huo Tianci had not taken the money, it meant he could keep it for himself. Naturally, he was also curious about Huo Tianci's identity. Who exactly was this young master? Huo Tianci wielded the elder's token of the Wu family. Yet none of the elders recognized him, nor did the young masters with whom they interacted daily. Strangely, they did not know Huo Tianci. Otherwise, they would never have dared to obstruct Hazy. Could he be the illegitimate son of some elder in the Wu family? Some soldiers speculated. Who could say? The clerk shrugged and returned to his post. Meanwhile, as Huo Tianci and Hazy entered Heha Fortress, their faces radiated excitement. They were captivated by everything around them, eager to play and purchase anything they encountered. Much like Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden for the first time, filled with curiosity about everything. Ring toss for treasure. 10 taels for 3 attempts. If you ring it, you will undoubtedly receive a Heartfire herb. If luck is on your side, you might even obtain some elixirs or rare antiquities. An outdoor stall near the corner attracted a crowd, with the vendor enthusiastically calling out to passers-by. What? The reward is at least a Heartfire herb. Upon hearing the name, some martial artists visiting Heha Fortress for the first time hurriedly gathered around. The Heartfire herb was a decade-old spiritual herb that, when consumed, could refine the body, enhance strength, and even elevate one's cultivation level. The Heartfire herb that Huo Tianci had consumed in Longzuan was a 25-year-old variant, worth approximately 1,500 taels each. He estimated that the 10-year-old Heartfire herb was worth about 300 to 400 taels, making the chance to acquire it for just 10 taels utterly irresistible. Ding! System notification. Host has accepted the Heha Fortress Training Task 1. Ring Toss Treasure Hunt. A task had arrived. Huo Tianci felt a thrill as the announcement echoed in his mind. Eager to check the task details, his joy grew as he read that the ring toss task was simple, and the rewards were considerable. According to the task's mechanics, successfully tossing the ring to claim a prize counted as task completion. Each completion would yield 100 points of cultivation value and a fragment of a bronze coin, up to a maximum of 10. This was precisely why Huo Tianci was so elated. Each set of 10 fragments could be assembled into a complete bronze coin, meaning that after completing 10 tasks, Huo Tianci would earn a whole bronze coin along with an additional 1,000 points of cultivation value. truly a remarkable gain. Chapter 130. Ring Toss Treasure Hunt. Currently, Huo Tianci possessed 12 bronze coins, a reward from the previous knight's successful mission to seize the cold moon grass. Additionally, he had completed a side quest to obtain the cold moon fruit. Suddenly, Huo Tianci recalled the pouch of silver taels he had received as a system reward. He quickly retrieved it to examine its attributes. Silver pouch contains tens of thousands of taels. Upon opening, the host may receive a random amount ranging from 1 to 100,000 taels. 100,000. Huo Tianci's eyes widened in disbelief, for that was a significant sum and of course, he might end up with just a single tael. But he had faith that his luck would not be so poor. The pouch revealed its contents slowly, reminiscent of a loading bar in a video game, a peculiar aspect of the system's magic. As he watched, the pouch flickered with various amounts, sometimes 100 taels, other times 5,000, or even 10,000. Once he realized the randomness, he ceased trying to discern any patterns and focused on the loading process. Finally, amidst a burst of light, Huo Tianci received a reward of 630,000 taels. Following the system's guidance, he transferred this sum into his Chinquan pouch. Hizi, let us go check out that ring toss treasure hunt. Although he hadn't won the grand prize of 100,000 taels, the reward of 630,000 was still quite substantial. It indicated that his luck was not entirely bad. Had he drawn just one tael, he would likely have voiced his displeasure loudly. Due to their smaller stature, both he and Hizi squeezed to the front to witness the spectacle of the ring toss. This is it. Upon seeing the various prizes displayed on the ground and the numerous rings in the vendor's hands, Huo Tianci was reminded of similar ring toss games he had encountered at roadside stalls back on Earth, where $1 would grant 5 attempts to win small prizes like keychains. Here, however, the stakes were much higher. The least valuable prize was the 10-year-old Heartfire herb, followed by the 15-year, 20-year, and 25-year variants. Behind these 4 rows of spiritual herbs were various elixirs such as strengthening pills and body refinement pills, and further behind lay a collection of rare treasures. As for the origins and functions of these curiosities, the vendor likely had no clue. He merely displayed them as valuable items. Among these treasures, Huo Tianci's gaze fell upon a particularly ancient-looking parchment, faintly sketching out some routes. This immediately reminded him of the ancient map fragment he had acquired after defeating the Wu family elder. Little brother, you must not touch those prizes indiscriminately. Otherwise, the vendor will force you to pay 10 times the price. Last time, someone couldn't pay and ended up severely injured. As Huo Tianci reached out to examine the parchment, a man in his 30s quickly intervened, stopping him. The vendor, with a fearsome demeanor, continued to watch Huo Tianci closely. Grateful for the warning, Huo Tianci withdrew his hand. Indeed, the vendor's glare suggested that had he touched it, trouble would have followed. That vendor was a skilled practitioner at the 4th level of the Xintian realm, and Huo Tianci, at his current level, stood no chance against him. Just then, several outsiders who had arrived with Huo Tianci handed 10 taels to the vendor. Upon seeing customers, the vendor's expression transformed into a smile. After gleefully accepting the silver, he set 3 finely crafted iron rings on a specially designed long table, extending 5 meters in length. The players would use this table as a starting point to toss the rings, claiming whatever prizes they managed to encircle. Is it really that simple? The outsider felt a surge of confidence. As his skills were such that he could strike down birds in flight with mere stones, this ring toss would surely be a breeze for him. The vendor smirked knowingly, a hint of mockery in his smile. As if to say that the outsider was clearly new to Heiha Fortress. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to grasp it. Eventually, the stall owner stepped aside, creating ample space for the outsider to demonstrate his prowess. The outsider, perceiving this, wore an expression of displeasure, thinking to himself, "What is this ordinary iron ring that warrants such a grand gesture? Do you truly believe I lack the strength to lift it? What an absurd jest!" With this notion, the outsider casually extended his thumb and index finger, preparing to grasp the iron ring. Unfortunately, the ring clung to the table as if it were magnetized, causing the onlookers to burst into laughter. As though they had anticipated the outsider's failure, the outsider, feeling his face flush with embarrassment, promptly abandoned his attempt with 2 fingers and resorted to using his hand. Alas, even with one hand, he could not lift the iron ring resting on the table. Eventually, he was compelled to use both hands, yet the ring remained immovable, as if it were affixed to the surface. Chapter 131. The peculiar gravity of the iron ring. The laughter of the crowd grew louder, with some spectators nearly doubling over in mirth, exclaiming that it was quite the spectacle. Yet, the outsider remained undeterred. He took a deep breath, summoning all his strength for another attempt, shouting, rise for me." However, despite his vocal exertions, it proved futile. In a moment of lost balance, he slipped and fell to the ground. The surrounding laughter reached a crescendo, and likely unable to bear the humiliation, the fallen outsider rose and confronted the stall owner. "You deceitful charlatan! You've tampered with this iron ring. Return my silver." Faced with such rudeness, the fierce stall owner refrained from delivering a punch and effortlessly lifted the iron ring from the table. Truly suspicious, Huo Tianci mused quietly, his gaze fixed on the stall owner. The stall owner then instructed the outsider, "Extend your hand." "Fine, let us see what you're up to." After the dismissive remark, the outsider extended his hand, only to find himself suddenly sinking downward. A resounding crash echoed as the ring sank into the ground. How heavy! At this moment, the outsider finally comprehended why he could not lift the seemingly inconspicuous iron ring. It weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds. He glanced around, addressing the mocking onlookers. "No wonder you all refrained from trying. You already knew? 10 taels of silver wasted." The outsider realized that this was no simple task. A bystander chimed in. "Of course, that iron ring bears the intricate inscriptions of a talismanic master, which augment its weight. Only those at the 6th level of body refinement could even attempt to lift it. And to actually raise it would require at least the 7th level. As for throwing it, one would need to be at the 8th level or higher. Given that you haven't even reached the 5th level, if you could move it even an inch, it would be a feat of extraordinary strength. So that's how it is." Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci focused intently on the iron ring and discovered intricate patterns adorning its inner circle. These markings were crafted by one of the more esteemed professions in the Julong continent, the talisman master. Talisman masters inscribe talismans, which generally fall into two categories, offensive and defensive. Anyone can activate them using incantations, rendering them a unique method akin to explosive runes, albeit with a broader range of effects. Indeed, according to Huo Tianci's understanding, some advanced talismans could summon the forces of heavenly fire and lightning, annihilating countless beings. Additionally, talisman masters can engrave special inscriptions on weapons to enhance their power. Some high-level talisman masters can even arrange grand formations to summon barriers, protecting multitudes from relentless divine powers. Only at the 6th level of body refinement can one lift it. To throw it, one must be at least at the 8th level. How could I possibly accomplish this? Upon hearing this, the outsider felt profound regret. It was no wonder 10 taels of silver could be thrown 3 times, with rewards often exceeding 100 taels. Ordinary individuals could hardly even lift the iron ring, let alone throw it. And even if they could throw it, hitting the target was another matter entirely. This was truly a scam. Huo Tianci also grasped the entirety of the situation, realizing that only those at the 8th level of body refinement could truly manipulate the iron ring. Yet, would such masters deign to regard these humble heartfire herbs and strength-enhancing pills? Undoubtedly not. Meanwhile, lower-tier warriors were lost in fantasies, especially since the stakes were 300 to 500 taels. The prospect of winning 10 taels thrice was enticing. However, the outcome was that they were all left foolish, unable even to lift the ring, meaning the stall owner was assuredly profiting without any loss. Huo Tianci's assertion of the stall owner being a swindler was entirely justified. It was indeed a cunning scheme. Damn it, 10 taels of silver wasted. The outsider, feeling utterly defeated, resolved not to squander any more money and sought to sell the 3 rings to mitigate his losses. 9 taels for all 3, who will buy? 5 taels, I'll take them. Huo Tianci approached, haggling aggressively. That's a harsh price, considering I just purchased them. I'll give you 5 taels. It's up to you whether you sell or not. With that, the two began to negotiate. Meanwhile, the stall owner was preoccupied, as a group of elegantly dressed young nobles approached, escorting a lady. What a stunning maiden! The lady was breathtaking, and even the women were captivated by her beauty. Their faces filled with jealousy and furrowed brows, as if lamenting why they lacked such a visage. The men, entranced, gazed intently, fearing they might miss a fleeting moment. Noticing the crowd's fascination, Huo Tianci stood on tiptoe, curiously peering. So beautiful, so pure. The lady wore an elegant white gown, her hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, adorned with a butterfly-shaped white jade hairpin. Her bright eyes and delicate cherry lips exuded an aura of refined grace. Yet, Huo Tianci sensed an innate nobility emanating from her. This lady was undoubtedly extraordinary. As he marveled at her beauty, Huo Tianci contemplated her background. Just then, a young man holding a fan stepped forward, posturing protectively beside her, clearing the way as if he were a gentleman. Make way! Make way! His tone was that of a gentleman, yet those who understood recognized the pretense in his demeanor. Sure enough, an unsuspecting passerby accidentally stepped on the young man's foot. With a roar, he bellowed, "You dog! Do you know who I am? How dare you tread on me? Someone, drag him away and give him a good beating for 10 minutes. Please, young Master Wu, I didn't mean it. I beg you, spare me." The victim, upon recognizing the voice, began to plead desperately, for everyone in Heihe Fortress knew who it belonged to. It was Wu Yuanming, the youngest son of the Wu family, a quintessential member of the elite. Seeing Wu Yuanming's facade crumble, another young noble standing beside the lady laughed derisively. "Wu Yuanming, your true colors are finally exposed after all that pretense." He then turned to the lady, saying, "Miss Nangong, Wu Yuanming harbors ill intentions and resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Not long ago, he was spotted at the Chui Lu Tower, a despicable character indeed. Associating with someone like him tarnishes your esteemed reputation. Song Junjian, you." Wu Yuanming instinctively cursed, but managed to restrain himself. "You don't slander a good person. I was merely looking for something." "Looking for something? Ha! So you did enter after all, yet now you deny it," Song Junjian retorted, turning back to the lady. "Miss Nangong, you must see Wu Yuanming's true nature now, hypocritical to the core. Daring to act without accountability, I warned you. Bringing him along would only tarnish your status. You. Wu Yuanming found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter the remarks directed at him. Fortunately, Nangongya stepped in to defuse the situation. Fully aware that both young gentlemen were vying for her attention and engaging in verbal sparring out of jealousy. Regrettably, Wu Yuanming's naivety made him an easy target for Song Junjian, who skillfully led him into traps during their exchange. Despite his clumsiness, Wu Yuanming unwittingly fell for all of Song Junjian's ploys. "Gentlemen, let us first indulge in the ring-tossing treasure game," suggested Nangongya, having been intrigued by their earlier conversation about how even the smallest iron rings could feel immensely heavy. Her intention for attending this gathering was to partake in the ring-tossing game, but being unfamiliar with the location, she sought guidance. Thus, Wu Yuanming and Song Junjian eagerly volunteered to escort her. However, their rivalry persisted along the way as they attempted to impress her, much to her disinterest. "Indeed, if it weren't for your meddling, Miss Nangong would have already enjoyed the ring-tossing game," Song Junjian accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Yuanming. Naturally, Wu Yuanming was not one to back down. "If you hadn't maliciously slandered me, would I have remained idle? Clearly, this is your doing." Ultimately, the trio, accompanied by several attendants, monopolized the game stall. When Wu Yuanming noticed some lingering individuals at the booth, he shot a fierce glare at the haggling foreigner and Huo Tianci, issuing a warning. The foreigner, realizing the danger, hastily extended a hand to Huo Tianci, exclaiming, "Here, I'll sell you this for 5 taels of silver." After receiving the silver, he discreetly stepped aside to observe the game, curious about how the ring tossing worked, silently grateful that Huo Tianci was there to take over the burden, lest he suffer a loss of 10 taels. Seeing that Huo Tianci remained, Wu Yuanming cleared his throat, drawing out an exaggerated hum. Yet, Huo Tianci paid him no mind. Wu Yuanming was taken aback, as it was the first time someone had disregarded him so completely. "Surely, this fellow must not recognize me," he mused, convinced that otherwise, Huo Tianci would be trembling in fear. Determined to get a reaction, Wu Yuanming continued his attempts to draw Huo Tianci's attention, but to no avail. Frustration boiled within him, yet he felt compelled to maintain a gentlemanly facade in front of Nangongya. "He must not have heard me," he reassured himself, suppressing his anger as he prepared to cough loudly to attract Huo Tianci's gaze. This time, Huo Tianci turned his head, casually remarking, "Feeling unwell? If so, you should take some medicine." Wu Yuanming's fist clenched, ready to strike Huo Tianci, but at the last moment, he withdrew, pretending to scratch his head in feigned discomfort. Aware that Nangongya was watching and had spoken to him, "Master Wu, this is a public space for everyone to enjoy." With that, she offered Huo Tianci a gentle smile, conveying that he need not be overly concerned. "Miss Nangong is absolutely right. This young man has every right to be here." Song Junjian seized the opportunity to undermine Wu Yuanming, pointing at him with a self-righteous demeanor. "I would never bully someone else. Don't listen to that despicable Song's nonsense. I merely scratched my head due to a sore throat, and I was just about to invite this young man to join me." Wu Yuanming draped an arm around Huo Tianci. Feigning camaraderie, he discreetly threatened, "You better say a few kind words for me, or else." He tightened his grip on Huo Tianci's shoulder, which, while insignificant to Huo Tianci, sparked annoyance within him. "How dare you threaten me? Not only will I not speak favorably of you, but I'll also make sure to stomp on you, Huo Tianci thought, his expression twisting into a grimace as he bent over, exclaiming, "Ouch! What are you doing?" "That hurts." Witnessing Huo Tianci's exaggerated response, Wu Yuanming was utterly bewildered. "I didn't apply much force," he stammered. Just then, Nangongya elegantly extended her hand, gently removing Wu Yuanming's grasp from Huo Tianci's shoulder, then leaned slightly to support Huo Tianci, who was on the verge of collapsing. Huo Tianci was momentarily taken aback by the fragrant breeze and the sight of Nangongya's delicate features. He swallowed hard, captivated by her beauty. "I'm fine," he said, regaining his composure and offering a sheepish smile. Nangongya returned a sweet smile, assuring him, "It's all right. Master Wu is not a bad person. I hope you can overlook this." Her kindness was evident, and it was clear she had a good heart. Seeing Nangongya assist a stranger, Wu Yuanming seethed with jealousy, convinced that Huo Tianci was merely putting on an act. Meanwhile, Song Junjian simmered with envy, regretting that he hadn't thought to employ such tactics to win Nangongya's favor. Their hearts were filled with jealousy, for she was their shared goddess. The mere sight of her with another, even for a fleeting moment, was unbearable. "Are you all right, young man?" Wu Yuanming approached with a forced smile, attempting to mask his embarrassment as he apologized to Huo Tianci. Truth be told, had Nangongya not been present, he would have relished the opportunity to dismantle Huo Tianci piece by piece. "I'm fine," Huo Tianci replied curtly, turning away, harboring no fondness for Wu Yuanming. Wu Yuanming's frustration piqued at Huo Tianci's dismissive demeanor, but he restrained himself for the sake of appearances. Ultimately, he resigned to offering 100 taels of silver as compensation for the injury. "Miss Nangong, I truly did not mean it," he said, placing the banknote in Huo Tianci's hand before hastily approaching Nangongya to apologize. Nangongya merely glanced at Huo Tianci, who chose not to press the matter further. "For Miss Nangong's sake, I will pretend that nothing happened, but do be more cautious next time," Huo Tianci warned, his tone far from meek. "Who do you think you are?" Wu Yuanming exclaimed, exasperated by Huo Tianci's audacity. "What do you mean? Who do you think you are?" Huo Tianci shot back. Nothing at all." Wu Yuanming seethed internally, wishing he could unleash his fury but knowing he must bide his time. "Find out who this young man is," he instructed one of his family's subordinates with a glare. Meanwhile, Song Junjian, brimming with jealousy upon seeing Huo Tianci pocket the silver without leaving, approached him, positioning himself between Huo Tianci and Nangongya. "Young man, you've received your silver, so why linger?" he pressed, eager to draw Nangongya's attention away from Huo Tianci. "Indeed, that fellow has spoiled the mood. If it weren't for Miss Nangong, I would have dealt with him myself." Wu Yuanming chimed in, sticking close to Song Junjian like a shadow. At last, under the guidance of Song Junjian and Wu Yuanming, Nangongya arrived at the long table. "Miss Nangong, these are the iron rings inscribed with gravitational runes," Song Junjian proclaimed, gesturing toward the table. "But do not underestimate them. They weigh 1,000 pounds. Only those at the 8th level of body refinement can lift them." He flaunted his own prowess, adding, "If you do not mind, I could demonstrate for you." "Thank you, Song Junjian," Nangongya replied graciously. After closely examining the inscription on the iron ring, Nangongya seemed to have come to a realization. Subsequently, when Song Junjian expressed his desire to perform, she smiled and nodded, for her purpose in coming here was to witness the gravity inscription and its remarkable effects. "No need to trouble yourself," she said. Song Junjian was secretly elated, for Nangongya had finally smiled at him. Indeed, capable men often attract the admiration of women. "Damn, I've been outpaced again," Wu Yuanming sighed, feeling somewhat helpless as he too had wished to voice similar sentiments, but alas, Song Junjian had acted first. "Well then, step aside. I am ready to take it." Song Junjian rubbed his hands together, as if preparing for a fierce battle. However, just as he was about to grasp the iron ring on the table and showcase his prowess before his goddess, he was taken aback as Huo Tianci, who had not yet departed, swiftly snatched the ring before him. "This is my ring. If you wish to play, by your own." He picked it up as effortlessly as if he were lifting a small stone. Upon witnessing this, Song Junjian stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, the crowd gasped collectively. Wu Yuanming exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible?" The stall owner approached Huo Tianci, initially believing that the gravity inscription on the ring had ceased to function. Otherwise, how could a mere 15-year-old child not only lift the ring but also move it at all? "What does this mean? Are you planning to close up shop?" Huo Tianci inquired, puzzled, as the stall owner extended his hand towards him. The proprietor shook his head, wearing a half-smile, which Huo Tianci interpreted as disbelief in his ability to lift the iron ring. Finally, the stall owner said, "Of course not. I merely believe the gravity inscription on this ring has lost its efficacy. I would like to exchange it for another." Just as he suspected, the proprietor placed another new iron ring on the table before Huo Tianci. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. "I knew it. That kid couldn't he possibly lift it." It became clear that the gravity inscription on the ring had malfunctioned. Indeed, when he lifted it earlier, I was nearly scared silly. I felt the same. Judging by his appearance, he must be around 15 or 16. Tio suggests he could lift 1,000 pounds is utterly impossible. Realizing the gravity inscription had failed, the onlookers expelled the breath they had been holding. Chapter 134. A stunning turn of events. Wu Yuanming and Song Junjian shared similar sentiments, as they too found it hard to believe that this rural boy could effortlessly lift the heavy iron ring. After regaining his composure from his earlier shock, Song Junjian shook his head and released a long breath, reflecting on how startling the earlier scene had been. Wu Yuanming exhibited a similar reaction. Naturally, upon learning that the gravity inscription had indeed failed, they no longer felt astonished, for the failure indicated that the iron ring was merely an ordinary one. Not only could they lift it with one hand, but even a single finger could suffice. "Kid, you're quite fortunate. It's rare for the inscription to malfunction, and you happen to encounter it. Truly, you've struck gold," Song Junjian taunted, hands on his hips. Huo Tianci chose to ignore this, for those of true strength never resort to words but rather demonstrate their prowess through actions. Consequently, Huo Tianci returned the supposedly ineffective ring to the table and reached for the new iron ring the stall owner had just provided. Observing Huo Tianci's actions, the surrounding crowd stifled their laughter, some even bursting into audible chuckles. At that moment, Song Junjian, who had mocked Huo Tianci earlier, kindly cautioned him, "Kid, don't overestimate yourself. This ring is not like the one you just lifted. This one is truly." Just as Song Junjian was about to elaborate, Huo Tianci had already seized the ring and slipped it onto a finger, spinning it effortlessly. "I don't feel any difference," Huo Tianci remarked. Compared to lifting the ring earlier, now balancing it on a finger was even more astonishing. After all, this was a weight of several thousand pounds, yet he twirled it without pause. At this moment, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. The stall owner furrowed his brow, contemplating. Could it be? Has yet another ring-esque gravity inscription failed? As the spectators stood speechless, Nangongya, who had remained still, leaned closer to the previously returned ineffective ring and casually extended her delicate fingers to lift it. Upon doing so, her brow furrowed slightly. "What's wrong, Miss Nangong?" Song Junjian inquired upon noticing her expression. "It's nothing," she replied, shaking her head with a gentle smile as she effortlessly lifted the iron ring. Her earlier frown had merely been a test to ascertain whether the ring truly lacked efficacy. Clearly, it did not, for when she initially attempted to lift it with ordinary strength, she felt the immense weight of 1,000 pounds. Only after channeling her inner energy was she able to lift it with ease. Inner energy, indeed. This seemingly delicate, ethereal, and cheerful girl was a master of inner energy. "Miss Nangong, this ring has indeed failed. It appears the gravity inscription has lost its efficacy. I suspect the ring that boy is currently holding has also failed." Song Junjian added. He then complained, "Is today some sort of supernatural event? How is it that whenever that kid lifts one, it malfunctions?" He called the stall owner over. The stall owner scratched his head, perplexed, for instances of gravity inscriptions failing were extraordinarily rare. Yet today, Huo Tianci had encountered 2 such occurrences, likely more improbable than stepping in dog feces on a busy street. "Young Master Song, let me exchange a few for you. These 3 are surely problematic." The stall owner tested the rings himself, ultimately asking Song Junjian to return the ineffective ones. Nangongya said nothing, simply placing the iron ring back on the table. After a brief smile, Huo Tianci also pushed the ineffective ring towards Song Junjian as though it was still an ineffective ring. The crowd had been listening intently to the earlier conversation, realizing that Huo Tianci's second attempt had also resulted in a failed ring. "This kid's luck is incredibly fortuitous," murmured the onlookers, as they remained skeptical of Huo Tianci's ability to lift the heavy ring, especially spinning it on a finger. Such a feat was outrageous, simply terrifying and utterly impossible. The weight of 1,000 pounds equated to the strength of 50 bulls, and to balance it on a finger was beyond the capability of anyone but a master of inner energy. This disbelief was further fueled by Huo Tianci's apparent aura, which suggested he was only at the 4th or 5th level of physical refinement. "Boss, here you go," Song Junjian casually offered, attempting to lift the iron ring with 2 fingers to return it to the stall owner. However, he inadvertently hooked himself instead. As he exerted force, he leaned forward only to find he could not lift the two ineffective rings. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Song Junjian stared at the rings, trembling in frustration. Wu Yuanming, witnessing this, couldn't help but mock him. Can you stop fussing? Struggling with those useless rings? Step aside and let me try. He approached calmly, intending to lift the two rings. However, he slipped, falling flat on the ground. Ouch! Wu Yuanming thought the ring was genuinely ineffective, so he hadn't applied much force. To his surprise, the ring felt as if it were nailed to the table, utterly immovable, as he attempted to exert some effort. He lost grip and slipped, landing on his rear. Naturally, he was as stunned as Song Junjian, displaying a similar expression of disbelief. Could it be? The stall owner, now aware of the unusual circumstances, approached and felt the ring. No way! His face was filled with horror as he gazed at Huo Tianci, who had just spun the 1,000-pound ring with a single finger. Although he was capable of such feats, his strength was merely that of a practitioner at the 4th level of the Xian realm. In contrast, Huo Tianci's aura only reflected the 4th level of body refinement, marking a significant gap of an entire great realm between them. Moreover, Huo Tianci was only about 15 or 16 years old. A true prodigy by any measure. If not a genius, he was certainly a person of innate divine strength. Chapter 135. The City Lord's Daughter. Wow! Upon witnessing Huo Tianci genuinely lift the iron ring, all onlookers returned to the astonishment they felt when he first grasped it. Could it be that this young man possesses innate divine strength? Huo Tianci's realm might be low, yet his power was astonishingly immense. This led to the conclusion that it stemmed from innate divine strength, a talent that came naturally. However, the truth of Huo Tianci's strength was that he had reached the 8th level of body refinement, and that divine strength was not purely innate but rather derived from the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique. Each level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique contained a strength of over 1,000 pounds. And combined with Huo Tianci's own power, manipulating the iron ring was a trivial task. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Observing Huo Tianci, Nangongya smiled gently and unconsciously uttered these words, as she found herself quite intrigued by him. To foster a connection with Huo Tianci, Nangongya approached him once more, placing her hands at her waist and performing a lady's greeting, saying, I am Nangongya. May I inquire your esteemed name? Young sir? Upon hearing the name Nangong, the crowd erupted in astonishment once again, seemingly more surprised than when Huo Tianci had lifted the iron ring. This young lady was indeed from the city lord's residence. A bystander familiar with the Nangong surname gasped in disbelief. It was well known that the city lord's daughter was as beautiful as a lotus in bloom, elegant and ethereal, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Now that she stood before them, she was indeed exceptional. Some even pointed out Nangongya's identity. Indeed, she was the cherished daughter of Nangongba, the city lord of Fuzhou. Huo Tianci was taken aback as well, for he had not anticipated the depth of Nangongya's background. Fortunately, he had surmised much and thus did not react with the same shock as the others. Instead, he clasped his hands together in a respectful manner and replied politely, I am honored to meet you, young lady. My name is Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci. Nangongya savored the name until she fully committed it to memory, then nodded and said, I shall remember you. Huo Tianci thought to himself, this young lady is quite endearing. I am a bit older than you. Perhaps I shall call you Little Sister Tianci from now on. By the way, Little Sister Tianci, are you here to play the ring toss for treasures as well? Huo Tianci's amiable presence prompted Nangongya to draw closer, addressing him as brother. Yes, sister ya. Huo Tianci did not shy away from the title and readily reciprocated. This left Wu Yuanming and Song Junjian, who were nearby, consumed with jealousy. Damn it! How could a wild boy win her affection? Song Junjian felt a murderous impulse, for he had done everything over the past few days to win Nangongya's favor. Yet she had hardly spoken to him. Now, an unknown young man had suddenly appeared and captured her heart, calling her sister ya. Though there was a sister in the title, it still left him extremely displeased. Wu Yuanming felt similarly, having been overshadowed by Huo Tianci's earlier display. The latter had effortlessly lifted the heavy iron ring, and naturally, it was expected that the beauty would be drawn to him. After all, who wouldn't he admire a hero of great strength? How dare he steal my thunder? Wu Yuanming gritted his teeth, preparing to showcase his own strength for Nangongya's admiration. He approached the long table and lifted the heavy iron ring with one hand. This caught Nangongya's attention, her delicate eyes widening in surprise. To effortlessly lift an object weighing 1,000 pounds, one's strength would need to be several times greater, if not dozens of times, than the weight of the ring. Otherwise, one would only invite humiliation, as Song Junjian and Wu Yuanming had previously experienced. They had underestimated the ring's weight, believing the gravity inscriptions had lost their efficacy. But once they were ready, they could easily lift it, as both were peak practitioners at the 9th level of body refinement. Miss Nangong, I too can lift this iron ring with ease. As Nangongya looked on in astonishment at Wu Yuanming. Song Junjian quickly activated his energy, lifting another iron ring of the same weight with ease. Both gentlemen are quite impressive, Nangongya remarked with a polite smile before turning to Huo Tianci and asking, Brother Tianci, what treasure do you intend to claim? Huo Tianci replied honestly, I am merely here to observe. What about you, Sister Ya? He turned to the lovely lady beside him. Me too. As she spoke, Nangongya surveyed the treasures laid out on the ground. Finally resting her gaze on a rusted ring inscribed with strange characters, Is there anything you desire? I can help you win it. Since he had 10 attempts, Huo Tianci decided to do a favor for her. That ring, please. Nangongya pointed to the one she had taken a liking to. Before Huo Tianci could respond affirmatively, Wu Yuanming and Song Junjian had already taken up their iron rings, eager to help Nangongya claim the prize, each hoping to present it as a gift to her, thus earning her favor. They knew this was an opportunity not to be missed. They had to seize the spotlight. The rewards for the ring toss comprised 8 rows, each spaced about a meter apart. The first 4 rows contained heartfire grass of varying ages, while the 5th and 6th rows featured low-level elixirs such as strength-enhancing pills and body-refining pills. The ring Nangongya desired was located in the 7th row, towards the center, while the ancient parchment Huo Tianci wanted lay at the far end of the last row. Song, are you truly that foolish? I nearly claimed it just now, and you carelessly tossed your ring and knocked mine away. What was that about? Wu Yuanming suddenly shouted at Song Junjian, as his earlier toss had almost landed on the ring, only for Song Junjian to throw another ring that forcefully knocked his away, inciting his fury to the point of wanting to fight. Chapter 136. Strength training. Song Junjian was, of course, deliberate in his actions, aiming to prevent Wu Yuanming from succeeding. What do you mean I knocked your ring away? Your ring obstructed mine, and I haven't even addressed your lack of manners yet. Miss Nangong, let us not lower ourselves to the level of this foul-mouthed individual. Not only that, but Song Junjian also skillfully turned the blame back on Wu Yuanming, criticizing him instead. Though Wu Yuanming's temperament was poor and his language coarse, he lacked cunning. In contrast, Song Junjian prided himself on his decorum and appearance. Yet he was deeply inscrutable, making him a more formidable foe, for one could never anticipate when he would strike. Huo Tianci discerned the differences between the two, as did Nangongya, while the two men bickered. Huo Tianci, holding the iron ring, attempted to toss it towards the heartfire grass rewards in the first few rows. This proved to be quite challenging. First, one must lift the iron ring, which weighed 1,000 pounds, a feat that had already thwarted countless individuals. Second, one had to adapt to the weight of the ring. Third, one needed to control their strength to release the ring accurately. Finally, and most crucially, one had to possess a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it would be futile. However, if one had mastered their control over power to a certain degree, they could direct the iron ring towards the desired reward. Yet this was exceedingly difficult. It was no wonder that this challenge triggered a task. Reflecting on this, Huo Tianci finally comprehended the essence of the ordeal. It was indeed a form of training, an exercise in mastering one's strength. After several attempts, Huo Tianci had yet to succeed in claiming a prize. Little master, I wish to play too, Blackie said eagerly, having observed Huo Tianci's enjoyment despite his lack of success. Blackie tugged at Huo Tianci's sleeve with anticipation. All of these are for you. Huo Tianci pushed the remaining iron rings towards Blackie and turned to the stall owner, saying, Sir, I would like 10 more rings, pleased. At this moment, the boss was somewhat bewildered, as Heisei appeared even smaller than Huo Tianci. Could he really lift it? While contemplating this, the boss handed 10 iron rings back to Huo Tianci. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. They had struck it lucky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Heisei had successfully looped an iron ring around a 10-year-old heartfire herb. However, the excitement wasn't just about that. It was due to the astonishing sight of Heisei lifting the heavy iron ring, which weighed 1,000 pounds. Could it be? The onlookers were nearly astounded. What a day it was, with 2 naturally strong youths appearing. Could it be that the gravity inscriptions on the iron rings had malfunctioned? An onlooker began discussing this theory, while others countered, Fool, the gravity inscriptions have never malfunctioned. He truly possesses remarkable strength. You think he is just some braggart like you? The person who was mocked fell silent, while Heisei, who had just looped the heartfire herb, was overjoyed. Young master, Heisei has received a reward. Isn't Heisei particularly impressive? Haizi danced around, proudly showcasing the heart-fire herb he had just acquired. Yes, yes, you're the best. Huo Tianci playfully pinched Haizi's cheek, a mix of affection and jealousy in his tone. It must be said, fortune favors the bold. At that moment, Nangongya approached to offer her congratulations. She slightly bent down, revealing a pure smile as she said to Haizi, "Wow, Haizi, you are truly incredible." Under the gaze and praise of the beautiful Nangongya, Haizi suddenly felt bashful, retreating behind Huo Tianci and murmuring, "Young master is the best. Sister Ya, Haizi is a bit shy." Huo Tianci scratched his head in explanation. "I see. I thought I had frightened him." Nangongya hadn't he expected Haizi to be so endearing. "How could that be? Sister Ya is so beautiful," Huo Tianci replied directly. "Really? Then let us continue." Receiving compliments about her beauty made Nangongya happy, and she readily agreed. "Of course, it's true." With that, Huo Tianci began tossing the rings again. Gradually, he grasped some techniques, or one might say a feel for it, as the iron rings transformed. They now seemed to merge as one with Huo Tianci. With a heart full of anticipation, he tossed the ring, and it landed perfectly on a rusted ring adorned with strange characters. "Got it! Got it!" Huo Tianci exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. This thrill stemmed not just from acquiring the ring, but from mastering his strength. Just then, a system notification chimed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Mastery of strength training. Ding! You have received a reward. 1 chi-enhancing pill." Indeed, the system notification echoed in his mind, amplifying Huo Tianci's excitement. Haizi and Nangongya rejoiced for him, while Wu Yuanming and Song Junjian, still in a quarrel, were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that while they were embroiled in conflict, Huo Tianci would quietly reap the benefits, becoming the unexpected victor. That little brat. Song Junjian was thoroughly enraged, as the day's protagonist was meant to be him. Wu Yuanming, who couldn't compete with Song Junjian, felt he could easily outsmart him, but the sudden emergence of Huo Tianci took him completely by surprise. Not only had Huo Tianci struck up a conversation with Nangongya, but he had also affectionately addressed her, ultimately taking the ring he had planned to present to her. "Daring to steal my thunder, are you? Then I shall make you pay." Song Junjian seethed with malice, yet he maintained a facade of composure. He approached Huo Tianci with a feigned congratulatory tone. "Your luck is truly remarkable, young brother." "Just average," Huo Tianci replied, turning to Nangongya. "Sister Ya, let me put this on for you." "Sure," Nangongya responded, extending her delicate, fair fingers towards Huo Tianci. Chapter 137. Playing with Intelligence. Upon witnessing this, Song Yunjian's anger intensified, as he believed he should be the one to adorn Nangongya with the ring. Seeing Huo Tianci touch Nangongya's graceful hand made Song Junjian feel as if a volcano had erupted within him. He wanted nothing more than to eliminate Huo Tianci to relieve his pent-up fury. Beside him, Wu Yuanming was also preparing to vent his frustration. However, compared to Song Yunjian's ruthless intentions, Wu Yuanming merely wished to give Huo Tianci a good beating. One must acknowledge, it is better to provoke a false gentleman than to anger a true villain. "Miss Nangong, is there anything else you desire?" Song Junjian sought to showcase his importance. Otherwise, he risked squandering this opportunity to impress Nangongya. He had hoped to create a beautiful memory with her, win her heart, and ultimately gain favor, especially considering her identity as the daughter of the city lord of Fuzhou, a chance for him to ascend to greatness. Yet, now all of that was jeopardized by Huo Tianci, this unknown interloper. Reflecting on this made Song Junjian seethe with rage. "Nothing else," Nangongya replied after surveying the rewards, as her sole desire was for the ring. "Damn it, this little brat has ruined my grand scheme." Song Junjian glared at Huo Tianci. Just then, Huo Tianci was still engaged in tossing rings, prompting Song Junjian to stride over, determined to disrupt his game and teach him a lesson. Clang, clang! The unique sound of metal clashing rang out as Huo Tianci's thrown iron ring was suddenly struck down by another flying ring. Immediately, Huo Tianci furrowed his brows, turning to see Song Junjian grinning maliciously. "What are you doing?" It was obvious who was responsible for this mischief, and Huo Tianci felt a spark of irritation, wondering what grievance he had with Song Junjian. "What am I doing? What else could it be but playing this ring toss game? Is this large stall only for you?" Song Junjian retorted, taking the offensive. In response, Huo Tianci merely chuckled, recognizing that Song Junjian sought to provoke him, likely due to jealousy over Nangongya's attention. "Of course not. What I meant is, please, go ahead and play." Huo Tianci stepped back, allowing Song Junjian a chance to take the stage. Stunned, Song Junjian realized that without Huo Tianci throwing the rings, he could no longer create chaos. "This little brat truly has a knack for this," he thought, feeling his intellect overshadowed. Huo Tianci, with arms crossed, addressed the motionless Song Junjian. Why aren't you playing? I've cleared the way for you. Are you going to let my goodwill go to waste? I am playing. Song Junjian protested, tossing the iron ring in a charade of participation. He felt utterly mocked, as his true intent wasn't to play but to disrupt the game. Now he was left pretending to engage while Huo Tianci had effectively thwarted his plan. This is truly self-inflicted misery, he thought. Huo Tianci added fuel to the fire, patting Song Junjian's shoulder. Song de Gongzi, you seem rather displeased, almost as if you've bitten into a fly while eating. Your face is turning green, ha. At this, Wu Yuanming burst into laughter, having never witnessed Song Junjian so flustered. It was exhilarating. Nangongya covered her face with her sleeve, suppressing a smile. Seeing this, Song Junjian's face flushed with anger, feeling utterly humiliated. Unable to maintain his composure, he pointed an accusatory finger at Huo Tianci, threatening, "You'll regret this." "We shall see." With a furious flourish of his hand, Song Junjian stormed off, forgetting to bid farewell to Nangongya. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman quietly approached Nangongya's side. "Miss, it is time for us to depart." The elder respectfully announced. "Oh, wait for me a moment," Nangongya replied, giving Huo Tianci's shoulder a gentle pat. After all, Huo Tianci had just made Song Junjian suffer a significant embarrassment, which was certainly worthy of joy. "What is up, sister Ya?" Huo Tianci inquired, turning to her. "Uncle Fu has come for me. I must return to the inn. If you have time, you can come find me there. Oh, sure, I'll definitely come to find you." "All right." After sharing a warm smile, Nangongya departed with Uncle Fu. Once she had completely left, Wu Yuanming, who had stayed behind, fixed his gaze on Huo Tianci, ultimately smirking as he shouted, "Get him," with a wave of his hand. The servants who had accompanied him swiftly surrounded Huo Tianci. The young man, Wu Yuanming, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach Huo Tianci a lesson for attempting to tarnish his image in the eyes of Miss Nangong. Huo Tianci furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the accusation. "What trap? What are you talking about?" He struggled to recall the incident. Wu Yuanming, irritated, thought to himself, "Is he really playing the amnesia card with me? Fine, let me clarify things. Initially, I merely pinched you lightly, and yet you howled like a wounded beast, causing Miss Nangong to be upset with me. If this isn't a trap, then what is it?" Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. He vaguely remembered the event, but felt no guilt. "If you hadn't threatened me from the start, would I have set you up? This is clearly your own doing." He retorted, indignantly. "Your own doing? How dare you?" Wu Yuanming exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. As Huo Tianci showed no signs of repentance, Wu Yuanming decided to take action. However, the group of lackeys he had summoned was no match for Huo Tianci. "Wow, this kid is impressive." Wu Yuanming marveled as he witnessed Huo Tianci effortlessly send one of his men flying with a single punch. The lackeys of the Wu family were all at least at the 6th level of physical refinement, and yet Huo Tianci had managed to outclass them. Upon realizing that he could not match Huo Tianci in a direct confrontation, Wu Yuanming, though not particularly clever, was not foolish either. He had already exhausted considerable energy during the earlier game of ring tossing, where each iron ring weighed 1,000 pounds. Nevertheless, he had strained himself to impress Miss Nangong. A wise man does not suffer losses for the sake of pride, he thought, contemplating a strategic retreat. He decided to withdraw with dignity, proclaiming, "I, Wu Yuanming, am not a tyrant, nor will I bully a child. Instead, I propose this. I will strike you with 1/3 of my strength, if you can withstand it. I shall let you go without further ado." As the eldest son of the Wu family, he could not afford to flee in disgrace, for he still had to maintain his reputation within the Black River Fort. Ultimately, he devised this clever scheme, patting himself on the back for his ingenuity. Facing the ancient parchment that remained unfurled, Huo Tianci found himself at a loss, as the day was drawing to a close, and the ring-tossing stall would soon close for the night. Reluctantly, he agreed to Wu Yuanming's challenge. "Very well, let us proceed," he replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he discreetly empowered himself with the strength of the dragon elephant prajna skill. "Prepare yourself." When Wu Yuanming's palm struck Huo Tianci, he felt as though he had hit an iron plate. The pain made him grimace, yet he attempted to maintain bravado, saying, "This time, I will let you off. But next time, you will regret it." With that, he rubbed his hands and fled the scene like the wind. Huo Tianci, on the other hand, successfully secured the ancient parchment. System notification. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a fragment of the ancient map." Indeed, it was a fragment of the ancient map. Huo Tianci was elated. After properly stowing the fragment, he cheerfully led his companion, Haizi, to a nearby inn for lodging. Only 3 more to go. I wonder where I might encounter them. He mused, eager to collect all 5 fragments, curious about the secrets the ancient map might hold. The inn was named Pinxian Tower, standing a majestic 5 stories tall, a rarity in Bailey Town. Even if similar establishments existed, they were typically the main buildings of influential families. The Huo family possessed one, but it served as their important administrative hall. Upon entering Pinxian Tower, Huo Tianci was met with opulence and a bustling atmosphere. A wave of luxury washing over him. After taking a deep breath of the fragrant air, he approached the counter, noting that other guests were doing the same before being escorted by waitstaff to their seats. At the counter stood a male and female attendant. Upon noticing Huo Tianci and Heizhi approaching, the female attendant turned away, busily rummaging through items, seemingly uninterested in serving them. The male attendant, feeling awkward, internally grumbled, "Why does she always leave the troublesome tasks to me? If I didn't know about her connection with Manager Dong, I would have reprimanded her already." Reluctantly, he forced a smile and asked, "What can I get for you, young masters?" Truthfully, he was hesitant to serve them, as they hardly looked like affluent young masters. "Is there a hierarchy here?" Huo Tianci inquired, intrigued. "Certainly," the attendant replied, taking advantage of the lull in customers to elaborate. "Pinxian Tower is one of the premier establishments in Black River Fort. We can even procure beast meat from magical beasts, though it comes at a steep price." "Magical beast meat?" Huo Tianci exclaimed. Astonished, the male attendant, noticing Huo Tianci's surprise, concluded that he must be a penniless youth, as the residents of Black River Fort were generally aware of the availability of magical beast meat at Pinxian Tower. "Allow me to explain," he continued. "Our establishment has 5 floors. The first serves wild beast meat for those at the 1st to 5th levels of physical refinement. The second caters to low-tier ferocious beast meat from the 6th to 9th levels. The third offers mid-tier ferocious beast meat for those from the 1st to 3rd levels of the Mystic Disciple realm. The fourth provides high-tier ferocious beast meat for those from the 4th to 6th levels. And the 5th floor specializes in exquisite ferocious beast meat for those from the 7th to 9th levels of the Mystic Disciple realm." Huo Tianci understood the classification based on the levels of wild and ferocious beasts. Realizing that higher floors corresponded to more formidable creatures and thus higher prices. However, he was puzzled by the earlier claim of magical beast meat, as magical beasts were defined as those reaching the mystic realm, and the attendant had only mentioned ferocious beasts up to the 9th level. Curiously, Huo Tianci asked, "What about the magical beast meat?" With a knowing smile, the attendant explained, "Magical beast meat is indeed available on the 5th floor. But very few patrons order it due to its exorbitant price. After all, it comes from beasts of the mystic realm. However, consuming magical beast meat has its benefits. Just half a year ago, a guest who indulged in it broke through a realm, ascending from the pinnacle of the 9th level of physical refinement to a mystic disciple." The attendant paused, aware that the breakthrough was merely coincidental, which accounted for the scarcity of orders for magical beast meat. Of course, the more extravagant the claims, the more likely patrons will be deceived, he thought, knowing that they would receive a commission for guiding guests to the higher floors. However, he felt it was futile to explain so much to Huo Tianci and Heizhi, as they hardly seemed capable of affording a meal, let alone magical beast meat. The male attendant worried that Huo Tianci might not even be able to afford a meal on the 1st floor, which typically cost at least 100 taels of silver. Observing Huo Tianci and Heizhi, he doubted their ability to pay such a sum. Meanwhile, the female attendant found his lengthy explanation amusing, grateful she had cleverly turned away to avoid the awkwardness of the situation. As the male attendant was closer to the entrance, regarding the reason why the female attendant positioned herself closer to the door, it was undoubtedly to better attract customers. Those entering to dine would naturally approach the nearest attendant to make reservations and place their orders. Consequently, her chances of earning bonuses increased significantly. In simpler terms, she was capitalizing on the leftovers that others left behind. One must admit, this female attendant was quite cunning. That moment, a rotund, opulently dressed merchant entered the establishment. Without hesitation, he called out loudly to the female attendant near the entrance, instructing her to secure a table for him on the 4th floor. Upon hearing the request for the 4th floor, the female attendant promptly abandoned her current tasks and rushed over, leaving no opportunity for the male attendant beside her. After all, there were bonuses at stake, and even if she allowed him to assist, he was preoccupied with meaningless chatter with Huo Tianci and Heizhi. Fortunately, I was astute enough not to entangle myself with those 2 beggars. Otherwise, I would have lost this business opportunity. Once the wealthy merchant was settled on the 4th floor, the female attendant returned with a beaming smile, occasionally mocking the male attendant as if to say, "You fool, why waste time with two pathetic beggars? Just find an excuse to send them away." Naturally, the male attendant was infuriated by her taunts, yet he felt powerless since this female attendant had a special relationship with their manager. It was precisely because of this connection that she could command such authority. Otherwise, she would not have had the audacity to act so brazenly. With a mutter of disdain, he continued to drone on to Huo Tianci. Having come this far, he might as well finish his spiel. After thoroughly introducing the two young masters, the male attendant inquired of Huo Tianci, "So, which floor will you be dining on?" Although this question was somewhat futile, given that Huo Tianci hardly resembled a wealthy patron, the male attendant asked out of habit. Huo Tianci, having long perceived the inner turmoil of both attendants, reflected on his past experiences on Earth, where unremarkable attire often led to disdain from snobbish servers. Particularly the more pragmatic female ones. In this world, however, the reality was even harsher. Mere wealth was insufficient without formidable strength to back it up, lest one remain a mere ant. As Huo Tianci glanced at the female attendant, he noticed her derisive gaze filled with contempt. In response, he simply smiled and redirected his attention to the male attendant, stating, "We'll dine on the 5th floor. Please arrange a table for us promptly." Huo Tianci intended to impart a small lesson, wishing to convey that even a beggar should not be underestimated. "What? The 5th floor?" The male attendant was taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. He quickly sought confirmation from Huo Tianci. "Young master, did you say the 5th floor?" "Indeed, and I would also like some beast meat," Huo Tianci added, eager to sample the delicacies of the magical beasts, before the male attendant could inquire further. The female attendant burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ha! You want beast meat? That's rich," she scoffed, thinking to herself that each piece was worth a fortune, far beyond the means of these shabby-looking boys. Just as she was about to lose herself in laughter, Huo Tianci calmly placed his dusty, tattered bundle on the pristine counter. Seeing him lay that filthy parcel on the immaculate counter, the female attendant's anger flared. She had already looked down upon Huo Tianci and now shouted, "Take that wretched thing away. Do you have any idea how much this century-old pearwood counter is worth? Can you afford the damages?" Huo Tianci remained silent, slowly unwrapping the parcel as he fully revealed its contents. The boisterous female attendant instantly fell silent. The bundle was filled with gold bars, and beneath them, one could see stacks of thick banknotes. The gold bars had been won in a lottery, amounting to 10, each weighing 10 taels, while the banknotes were acquired from the fallen warriors during a recent encounter. Though they had perished at the hands of fierce beasts, those riches were now rightfully his. With an impressive total of over 180,000 taels of silver, Huo Tianci's financial standing was far from destitute. "What did you say? I can't afford it." Huo Tianci clenched his fist and smashed the pearwood counter in two. The sight of the shattered counter left the female attendant in shock, realizing she had gravely misjudged him, mistaking both him and Hazy for impoverished wretches. Hearing the commotion, Manager Dong rushed over in a panic. Upon seeing the destruction and the chaos, he immediately ordered the two high-ranking warriors guarding the establishment to apprehend Huo Tianci. These two warriors were formidable, possessing profound abilities, while Manager Dong himself was an advanced practitioner, a master of the 9th level. Huo Tianci had no chance against them, yet he remained unafraid, for he had committed no wrongdoing. "What's this? No more business?" Huo Tianci asked, unfazed as Manager Dong approached, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. "Of course, we at the establishment are here to conduct business, but you seem to be causing a disturbance," he retorted, his eyes narrowing in irritation. It was unheard of for anyone to create such a ruckus at this venue. And today, with a significant figure dining upstairs, he needed to resolve the situation before it escalated. First, remove these two troublemakers and clean this mess up. Get a new counter set up quickly, Manager Dong barked, eager to rectify the situation without wasting further time on Huo Tianci. Just as Manager Dong was about to have Huo Tianci and Hazy taken away, the male attendant interjected, "Manager, it's not what you think. These two are guests." However, before he could elaborate, the previously stunned female attendant jumped in, accusing him of lying. "Manager Dong, don't listen to his nonsense. These two are here to cause trouble. Quickly, arrest them and beat them to death." It must be said, the heart of a woman can be more venomous than the fangs of a snake. In a bid to save herself, the female attendant disregarded everything, knowing she could not let Manager Dong discover that it was she who had first provoked Huo Tianci, prompting his furious retaliation. Otherwise, she would surely be expelled from the establishment, and thus, she had to act in self-preservation. After all, They were merely two insignificant boys. Their demise would mean nothing. Feeling a sense of triumph after spinning her deceit, the female attendant watched as Manager Dong's anger escalated. "Take them to the outskirts and throw them into the mass grave," he ordered, signaling the warriors to carry out his deadly intent. "Manager Dong?" "It isn't like that," the male attendant protested, panic-stricken. Yet, the female attendant continued to sow discord. "What do you mean it isn't? This man has been harassing me and even laid hands on me. And these two wild boys came in like lunatics, smashing our counter. You must have them killed, lest they think our establishment is easy prey." The female attendant, besides being a mere server, was also Manager Dong's mistress. Hearing the male attendant accuse her of impropriety only fueled her wrath. "Take them both," she shouted, inciting Manager Dong's fury. Yes, in the end, the male attendant was also apprehended by one of the warriors. "Manager Dong, this deceitful woman, please do not believe her," he pleaded desperately, but Manager Dong remained unconvinced. "You dare to insult me?" Hearing the male attendant's retort, the female attendant stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, leaving a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. As a crowd gathered, intrigued by the commotion within the Pai Xian Tower, they were astonished to witness individuals daring enough to cause a ruckus in such a renowned establishment. Their curiosity piqued, they drew closer to discern the identities of these troublemakers, who turned out to be two reckless youths, likely newcomers unaware of the tower's established decorum. It was hard to blame them. After all, who would dare stir unrest otherwise? Alas, it was a pity for these two young lads. The onlookers believed that Huo Tianci and Hazy were doomed this time around. As for the male attendant, his fate was sealed. After all, he had not only flirted with a lady but had also provoked the mistress of Manager Dong, an act tantamount to courting death. "Manager Dong, I didn't. How could I dare? Everyone knows your relationship with her. Even if I had 100 times more courage, I wouldn't lay a finger on her," he lamented, tears brimming in his eyes, utterly unprepared for the calamity that the female attendant had unleashed upon him. It was a lost cause. Had he known this would transpire, he would have pretended nothing had occurred. Regret washed over him as he recalled his earlier defense of Huo Tianci. Had he remained silent, the female attendant would not have accused him of harassment. "Manager Dong, look at him. He is still spouting nonsense. She is an innocent maiden, yet he claims I have relations with him. This is sheer slander, tarnishing my reputation and yours. Such a person deserves a beating." The female attendant incited Manager Dong further. Nodding in agreement, Manager Dong felt compelled to act, as his clandestine liaison with the female attendant had been publicly exposed by the male attendant. Anyone in his position would feel fury akin to murderous intent. "Enough of these fabrications. How dare you accuse me of misconduct? Guards, seize him and administer a beating." Following the female attendant's lead, Manager Dong sought to protect himself, as he could not let his wife discover his indiscretions. Otherwise, his life would be untenable. The moment the male attendant was dragged away, a cunning smile crept onto the female attendant's lips. She then turned her attention to Huo Tianci and Hazy, declaring, "You two think that a mere handful of coins makes you significant? Daring to flaunt yourselves before me, I shall ensure your demise today." After contemplating her next move, she tugged at Manager Dong's sleeve, urging him, "Manager Dong, do away with these two ruffians. Have them tossed into the mass grave for wild dogs to feast upon. Beat them to near death first, then dispose of them." Manager Dong commanded the guards detaining Huo Tianci and Hazy to follow through. However, Huo Tianci was not one to remain passive. "You deceitful wretch. Do you believe you can deceive everyone?" Huo Tianci could no longer endure the situation. The female attendant had completely distorted the truth, obscuring the facts, yet what troubled him more was that Manager Dong had taken her words at face value. Summoning his inner strength, Huo Tianci unleashed the power of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, swiftly breaking free from the grasp of the guard. The guard was taken aback by Huo Tianci's remarkable strength, pondering if he could match him in raw power, but ultimately shook his head, dismissing the thought. "And you, blind fool, do you think I am a simpleton, causing chaos for no reason?" With newfound resolve, Huo Tianci leaped towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Pointing an accusatory finger at Manager Dong, "Manager Dong, look at this ruffian. He is clearly here to cause trouble. You must act swiftly and eliminate him. Otherwise, he will surely wreak havoc." The female attendant, seeing Huo Tianci's defiance, further incited Manager Dong. Already enraged, Manager Dong could bear it no longer and surged towards Huo Tianci, intent on executing the female attendant's suggestion to eliminate him on the spot. Panic coursed through Huo Tianci as he realized the formidable strength of Manager Dong, who possessed the prowess of a 9th-tier practitioner, while he himself was merely at the 8th tier. The chasm between their abilities was as insurmountable as the Milky Way, leaving him no choice but to flee upstairs. Nowhere to run, Manager Dong, swift as lightning, closed the gap between them. In that moment, as Huo Tianci dashed away, he executed a technique that allowed him to split into 3 identical figures, each scattering in different directions. What sorcery is this? Manager Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a peculiar technique. Although taken aback, instinct compelled him to reach out and grasp the version of Huo Tianci heading left. His hand passed through the figure, which then dissipated into nothingness. An illusion? Though unfamiliar with the technique, Manager Dong's instincts informed him that this Huo Tianci was a mere figment. However, he was left pondering which of the remaining 2 was the true Huo Tianci. As confusion swirled in his mind, he realized the gravity of the situation. Clone technique. Huo Tianci formed the Yin seal once more, creating 2 additional figures, escalating the total to 4, then 8. Manager Dong's confusion deepened as he struggled to keep track of the rapidly multiplying figures. The rudimentary clone technique merely produced illusions that remained static, designed to mislead adversaries. However, Huo Tianci's mastery allowed these clones to move freely, a skill honed during his time in the Huo family. Yet, he recognized the limitations of his clones. They could only run and lacked the ability to execute techniques, unlike the shadow clones from popular lore, which could perform a myriad of tasks. Nevertheless, in this moment, his skill was sufficient. Catch me if you can, otherwise, I shall bring this establishment crashing down, Huo Tianci taunted Manager Dong. Enraged, Manager Dong realized that all 3 figures he had attempted to grasp were mere illusions. Leaving him no choice but to bellow at the guards, "What are you waiting for? Seize that rascal on it." The male attendant narrowly escaped as all the guards rushed to apprehend Huo Tianci. Bewildered by the sight of multiple fleeing figures, the guards were momentarily stunned. How can there be 5 or 6 of him? They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only to find the illusion was indeed real. "What are you standing around for? Grab him," Manager Dong barked at the guards, who were still in shock. "There's only one true figure among them. The rest will vanish upon contact," he instructed them, leading one guard to retrieve hidden projectiles. However, Manager Dong scolded him. "Are you out of your mind? This is a tavern. Do you wish to harm innocent patrons?" Realizing the truth in Manager Dong's words, the guard became terrified. If he missed and hit a guest instead, he would be doomed. But even hitting the correct target was futile, as the projectiles would merely pass through the illusions, continuing on their path. With 4 or 5 guards of comparable strength engaging, Huo Tianci's clones were swiftly dispelled, all of which were mere illusions. Meanwhile, the real Huo Tianci remained concealed on the 5th floor. "Manager, we've checked everywhere. Only the 5th floor remains unexamined. Shall we proceed?" The guards had conducted a thorough search, but hesitated to ascend, as the 5th floor was currently closed to the public, hosting a distinguished guest they could not afford to offend. Damn it, that rascal, Manager Dong seethed, for today was a significant day for him. If he could impress the esteemed guest, he stood to gain a promotion. Now, everything was at stake. After much contemplation, he resolved to ascend, determined to prevent Huo Tianci from disturbing the meal of the illustrious guest. Chapter 142. The Master of Mysticism. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci, who was hiding on the 5th floor, naturally noticed the approaching Manager Dong. With no other recourse, he resorted to his technique. Water escape. Mist concealment technique. A dense fog suddenly filled the entire 5th floor of the Pinxian building, and Huo Tianci prepared to take advantage of the vast mist to make his escape. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming force instantaneously dispersed all the fog. What? This left Huo Tianci momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. While he pondered who could possibly absorb the mist, a man clad in a copper-trimmed martial robe pushed open the door to his hiding place. Indeed, it was you. Huo Tianci had already identified this man, yet he had no inkling of the man's formidable strength. "A rather interesting little fellow, do come out," the man, appearing to be in his 30s with an approachable demeanor, beckoned. Despite this, Huo Tianci did not dare to step out. "Manager Dong, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Please, come out." The man smiled slightly before departing. At that moment, Manager Dong rushed upstairs, concerned about the sudden appearance of the dense fog, which was quite peculiar. "Why, Lord, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing the man was safe, Manager Dong let out a sigh of relief. "Would I be in any trouble?" The man furrowed his brows and shot a glance at Manager Dong before chuckling. Manager Dong thought to himself that indeed, This esteemed individual possessed the strength of a master of mysticism, making him virtually invincible in the small locale of Black River Fort. Thus, his worries were unfounded, especially considering his own capabilities were merely of a mystical disciple, a laughable notion to concern oneself with the safety of a master. Just then, Huo Tianci stealthily emerged from the compartment. Upon spotting him, Manager Dong immediately reported to the man, "My lord, this rogue is a troublemaker. I hope you will permit me to apprehend him." "Oh, a troublemaker? Is he? What mischief has he wrought?" Although the man possessed master-level strength, he was not omniscient and was unaware of the events that had transpired below. He only knew that Huo Tianci had ascended to the 5th floor and executed a peculiar technique, which led him to discover his presence. "This rogue has caused a ruckus downstairs, smashing our counter without a second thought. When I dispatched someone to capture him, he employed a strange technique to create clones. Eventually, with the assistance of the guards, we cornered him on the 5th floor where you reside," Manager Dong recounted earnestly. "A technique that creates clones?" The man glanced at Huo Tianci, now even more intrigued. Naturally, he was also curious as to why Huo Tianci did not flee from the outset. "Why should it be my fault? Why should I escape?" Huo Tianci had chosen not to escape, but rather to run directly to the 5th floor, hoping this man would intervene on his behalf. Earlier, he had used his keen eyesight to discern the man's identity and had gleaned some information through keen hearing. It was only when Manager Dong referred to him as my lord that he confirmed the man's formidable status. "Ah, so it is not my fault, and I have no reason to flee," the man mused, nodding with interest. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Huo Tianci, coldly inquiring, "Have you considered what might happen if I choose not to intervene on your behalf?" This expression sent a chill down Huo Tianzi's spine. However, he remained composed, brimming with confidence. "You will, and you cannot refuse. Never will you refuse." "Oh, but what if I do refuse?" The man's demeanor shifted slightly as Huo Tianzi's boldness sparked a hint of reluctance to assist him, though Huo Tianci had the audacity to be insolent. "I have stated that you will not refuse. However, the item is not in my possession." Huo Tianci did not wish to flaunt his status, so he refrained from displaying the royal token of the Liang dynasty. A gift from Liang Longard. To do so would contradict the intent behind the gift. "What item?" The man inquired with keen interest. "An item you will never refuse. This item is currently on the 1st floor." Huo Tianci replied with unwavering calmness. "Then I shall accompany you to take a look. However, should I find it within my power to refuse, young man, you are aware of the consequences. Indeed, only a fool would wager his life." Upon hearing this, the man's previously stern expression seemed to crumble like an ice mountain, replaced by the familiar, amiable smile. "That is music to my ears. Furthermore, I appreciate intelligent individuals, though I have a profound disdain for those who deceive me. I wonder to which category you belong. I undoubtedly belong to the former." With that, Huo Tianci, along with the man and Manager Dong, descended from the 5th floor to the 1st. Upon seeing Huo Tianci unharmed, the serving girl began to stir trouble again, attempting to incite Manager Dong to act. However, this time, Manager Dong swiftly delivered a resounding slap. "Be quiet." After silencing the girl, he turned to the man, smiling as he gestured for him to sit. "My lord, please take a seat." The man ignored him, instead turning to Huo Tianci and asking, "Where is the item?" Huo Tianci beckoned to Zi, saying, "Zi, show this esteemed uncle the item Sister Ma gave you." "Oh." Although unsure of Huo Tianzi's intentions, Zi retrieved the jade pendant from beneath his clothing, simultaneously recounting what Sister Ma had told him about it, enabling him to walk sideways like a crab. He mimicked the crab's sideways gait, eliciting laughter from the surrounding patrons, some amused by his actions while others chuckled at his words, considering his boastful claim of being able to walk sideways rather audacious. "What on earth is this?" Manager Dong leaned forward, and upon realizing it was merely a white jade pendant around Zi's neck, he scoffed. "My lord, while this pendant may possess good color, it can easily be purchased on the street for a few coins. It is hardly a remarkable item, in my opinion. These two are merely putting on a show before you, wasting your valuable time." Chapter 143, Tianha Merchants. Wanpang. Upon hearing Manager Dong address the man as my lord, the surrounding diners widened their eyes in astonishment. "I thought I must have misheard." Manager Dong had already referred to the man as my lord, but the initial noise had obscured it. Now, however, everyone was fully aware, and astonishment spread across their faces. Who is Manager Dong? He is a master of mysticism at the 9th level and the proprietor of the Pin Xian building, which is part of the Tianha Merchants establishment. And what of the Tianha Merchants? They are the wealthiest trading company in the entire Liang dynasty, controlling the economic lifeblood of the realm, teeming with experts and countless alchemical treasures. A coveted destination for all martial artists, the influence of the Tianhe merchants extends beyond Liang, reaching the surrounding 7-star mountain range, 4 major nations, 36 mid-sized nations, and 108 minor nations. Yet, according to some insiders, the power of the Tianhe merchants does not end there. It is rumored to have ties with legendary sects, though the extent of such connections remains uncertain, but they are undoubtedly formidable. Could this esteemed gentleman be Wan Peng? Some patrons began to deduce the man's identity. Wan Peng, others exclaimed in surprise, and of course, some uninformed individuals were oblivious to who Wan Peng was. Who is Wan Peng? Some curious diners inquired. You don't know who Lord Wan Peng is? You must be living under a rock. Lord Wan Peng is an esteemed official of the Tianhe merchants, overseeing the branch in Fuzhou City. A master of mysticism. At the mention of the Tianhe merchants, the inquirer nearly stumbled to the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of their reputation in Liang, rivaling that of the Alchemist Guild, Blacksmith Guild, and Rune Master Guild. Lord Wan Peng, I was blind to your status. I beg for your forgiveness. The last individual fell to his knees, pleading for mercy after having spoken out of turn. Wan Peng did not hold a grudge. Instead, he approached Hazy to examine the white jade pendant closely. Little brother, may I hold it to examine? Wan Peng sensed the pendant's extraordinary nature but needed final confirmation. Hazy remained silent, looking to Huo Tianci for guidance, unsure whether to permit Wan Peng to touch it. Let him hold it for a moment, but be careful not to damage it. You cannot afford to replace it. Huo Tianci cautioned Wan Peng to handle it gently, leaving the onlookers astonished at Huo Tianci's audacity to speak so directly to Wan Peng. As for the manager Dong, he was utterly stunned, only able to touch it lightly, and even that without causing any damage. If he had voiced such words, it is likely Wan Peng would have struck him dead with a single slap. Of course, these details are not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the final statement. You cannot afford this. Is there anything the Tianhe Merchant Guild cannot bear? I ask. Is there? In any case, Manager Dong had not anticipated this. That young man is finished. How dare he speak disrespectfully to Lord Wan Peng? Indeed, how dare he claim that Lord Wan Peng could not afford his shabby pendant? It's utterly laughable. Frankly, it's fortunate that Lord Wan Peng is so affable. Had it been me, I would have surely struck him down in an instant, then chopped him into 8 pieces to feed the dogs. While the crowd pondered how Wan Peng would deal with Huo Tianci, a faint light suddenly emanated from the pendant in Wan Peng's palm. This was the result of Wan Peng channeling a trace of his mystical energy into the pendant. Before long, the words Gu Yang along with the emblem of authority appeared on the seemingly simple jade pendant. This was the governor's token of Guiyang County. Wan Peng trembled all over. For this was indeed something he could not afford, nor could he refuse. Although he was a member of the Tianhe Merchant Guild, his position was merely that of a steward in a small branch. Should he offend a true authority in Guiyang County, such as the bearer of this governor's token, the Tianhe Merchant Guild would not hesitate to abandon him, even eliminate him, for compared to the two, his existence was inconsequential, while they would never dare offend the governor of Guiyang County. The light flickered only once before vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, aside from Wan Peng, the others present had not witnessed what the light had revealed. Finally, Wan Peng respectfully returned the pendant to Hazy. Young brother, if I have offended you earlier, I hope you can forgive me. In response to Wan Peng's apology, Hazy maintained his naive expression, unsure of how to proceed. Should he forgive Wan Peng? Of course, it seemed that Wan Peng had not truly wronged them. Ultimately, uncertain on how to handle the situation, Hazy turned to Huo Tianci. Seeking his counsel, Wan Peng, perceptive as ever, recognized that Hazy was merely a small follower of Huo Tianci. Yet, to have someone possessing the governor's token of Guiyang County as a follower suggested that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Wan Peng approached Huo Tianci to offer his apologies, but Huo Tianci turned his head away. Consequently, Wan Peng summoned Manager Dong with urgency. Dong Darren, what on earth transpired just now? To win Huo Tianci's forgiveness, he needed to resolve the matter that had just occurred. However, Wan Peng was in the dark regarding the specifics, thus he needed to consult someone. Manager Dong, whose true name was Dong Darren, felt a sudden shift in tone from Wan Peng and quickly transformed into Dong Xiaodan. Trembling, he recounted everything he had witnessed to Wan Peng without omitting a single detail. My lord, I assure you I speak only the truth. Should I misstate anything, do not hesitate to strike me down. I shall take my own life. In the end, Dong Darren even swore an oath. Upon witnessing Dong Darren's solemn vow, Wan Peng found himself at a loss for words, for it was evident that Huo Tianci had indeed caused a ruckus. Did I smash your counter without a word? Did you witness it with your own eyes? At this awkward juncture, Huo Tianci interjected with a question. Wan Peng shot him a fierce glare. Yes, yes, I absolutely speak the truth. Dong Darren, terrified, fell to his knees, shaking his head. No, I did not see anything. It was her. It was she who said it. She claimed this young brother rushed in and smashed the counter without hesitation. I arrived only after, hence I did not witness it. Chapter 144. Still dare to argue. You did not see anything, yet you believe the words of a mere serving girl? Are you foolish, I ask you? Are you foolish? Furthermore, do I have nothing better to do than to rush in and smash your belongings? As he spoke, Huo Tianci, filled with indignation, delivered a powerful kick. At this point, the situation was becoming clearer to all. Wan Peng cast a cold gaze upon the serving girl and demanded, Are you not going to confess? The serving girl, terrified, collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. I did not recognize the great mountain before me. I inadvertently spoke out of turn to that esteemed young man. I truly did not mean it. Upon hearing the serving girl still trying to argue, claiming it was unintentional, Huo Tianci's anger flared. Fine. I will concede that you did not intend it, but then you twisted the truth, obscured the facts, and falsely accused me of causing a disturbance. Moreover, you instructed Dong Darren to execute me. What was that all about? Is this also unintentional, or am I merely fabricating tales? Faced with Huo Tianci's inquiries, the serving girl fell silent, trembling in fear, for she realized her fate was sealed. Huo Tianci continued, I came in to dine. And you neglected to serve me. I tried to reserve a table, and you mocked me for being unable to afford it. When I opened my package to show you the money, you were afraid I would dirty your counter and claimed I could not afford to compensate for the damage. Thus, I smashed it to prove that I indeed could afford the cost. Yet you twisted the truth, insisting I entered with the intent to create chaos, and even commanded others to slay me. What a heart of a serpent and scorpion. After delivering these words, Huo Tianci's expression shifted as he turned to Dong Darren. By the way, how much is that counter worth? Is 10,000 taels sufficient? Or perhaps 100,000 taels with that? Huo Tianci retrieved 10 banknotes of 10,000 taels each from his package and carelessly tossed them onto the ground. I asked that not enough? He asked before tossing down another 10. After discarding yet another 10, Dong Darren, finally coming to his senses, hurriedly picked up the notes and presented them to Huo Tianci, kneeling as he did so. Young brother, that rickety counter is hardly worth anything. Please take back these banknotes. As for what transpired earlier, I was truly deceived. It was all that wretched woman's doing. Dong Darren felt an intense regret, for in his haste to handle the situation earlier, he had failed to listen to Huo Tianci's defense. Furthermore, that serving girl had been quite the instigator, and given that she was his paramour, Dong Darren had chosen to believe her. Yet who could have known that the root cause of this incident would turn out to be such? Manager Dong, save me, save me. Seeing her fate sealed, the serving girl began to plead desperately with Dong Darren. However, Dong Darren dared not voice any defense on her behalf, for he was unable to protect himself. Ultimately, in desperation, the serving girl clutched her abdomen and cried out to Dong Darren. Dong Darren, I carry your child within me. Will you truly stand by and watch me perish? Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci was taken aback. After all, the child was innocent. Just as he was preparing to spare the serving girl, Dong Darren suddenly rose and struck her down with a single blow. This outcome was utterly unexpected for everyone present. Have you gone mad? Huo Tianci rushed forward to check on the serving girl, but alas, it was too late. Manager Dong, how could you be so ruthless? That woman was carrying your child. Indeed, even a tiger would not harm its own cub. In his quest to preserve his position, Dong Darren had callously disregarded even the child. A display of cruelty that left the onlookers appalled. Faced with the scornful remarks of the diners, Dong Darren merely stated, I lost my ability to bear children 3 years ago. Whom do you think you're fooling? This revelation jolted the crowd into awareness, redirecting their ire back toward the serving girl. This scheming vixen had nearly deceived them a second time. The saying the most poisonous of hearts is that of a woman rang true. Huo Tianci was astonished by the serving girl's cunning. It was undeniable that she brought her fate upon herself, and ultimately, he decided not to pursue the matter any further. After all, she was already dead. Dump her in a mass grave. Dong Darren signaled to 2 guards, then immediately knelt before Wan Peng. My lord, I was truly deceived by that vile woman. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I would never have dared to abuse my authority in such a manner. Wan Peng remained silent, merely casting a glance at Dong Darren. Understanding the unspoken message, Dong Darren promptly knelt before Huo Tianci, saying, Young brother, I was indeed misled. I bow before you. I seek your forgiveness. I implore you, spare me this time. Witnessing Dong Darren kneeling in apology before Huo Tianci, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, speculating about Huo Tianci's identity. Could it be that this young man was acquainted with Lord Wanpeng? Given his demeanor, it seemed likely that it was truly unexpected that this young man possessed such connections. Even knowing Wanpeng of the Tianha Merchant Guild, the spectators could not help but express their astonishment. In fact, it appeared that even Wanpeng treated him with great respect. Could it be that this young man was the young master of Fuzhou City? The young master of Fuzhou City. Upon hearing those few words, everyone inhaled sharply, for such an identity was infinitely more precious than their own. It was no wonder that Wanpeng treated him with such deference. At this moment, someone began to flatter Huo Tianci. I told you, this young man possesses an impressive demeanor and exceptional looks. He must be a dragon among men. How could he possibly be a troublemaker? And you all, just because you don't dress well, does that make you impoverished and insignificant? That is merely modesty. Do you understand what modesty is? Exactly. Our young master is a person of substance and humility. How could he possibly share our narrow perspectives? Flattered by such praise, Huo Tianci felt a bit elated. Having a prestigious identity was indeed advantageous. It allowed one to navigate the world with ease. He secretly rejoiced and then lowered his gaze to the kneeling Dong Dahan, who was still pleading for mercy. He contemplated how to deal with this individual, finally stroking his chin and saying, as the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Upon hearing the words no crime, Dong Dahan felt as if he had seen the dawn after a long night, bursting with excitement. However, he quickly realized that while he could escape death, he was not free from punishment. This sentence plunged him into despair, akin to falling into an endless abyss of ice, leaving him utterly disheartened. In the end, Dong Dahan muttered with a bitter face, "My lord, could you please finish your thoughts in one breath? My heart can hardly bear such fluctuations." Chapter 145. As my underling then, my young brother, how do you propose we punish him? Wanpeng asked Huo Tianci with a welcoming smile. Huo Tianci contemplated, uncertain of the appropriate punishment. Coincidentally, as he had just arrived at Heiha Fortress, he needed a guide. He glanced at Dong Dahan kneeling before him and thought, isn't this the perfect solution? Finally, he declared, be my subordinate, and make amends for your past misdeeds. Subordinate? The mere utterance of this word left the onlookers bewildered. For Dong Dahan, a man in his 40s at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, to become a subordinate to a mere boy of 15 or 16? If he accepted, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Wouldn't it be a fate worse than death? Yet Wanpeng said, you should thank the young master for his promotion. Promotion? To be a subordinate is a promotion? Isn't that tantamount to disgrace? The spectators were once again taken aback. However, Dong Dahan quickly grasped the situation. If Huo Tianci's identity was indeed noble, being his subordinate would indeed be considered a promotion. Thank you, my lord. Ultimately, Dong Dahan bowed deeply before Huo Tianci, performing a gesture of utmost respect. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Dong Dahan then led Huo Tianci and Haizi to the 5th floor, with Wanpeng accompanying them. My young brother, who bestowed this jade pendant upon you? Wanpeng inquired curiously before the dishes were served. How did the county lord come by it? It was given to me by Sister Lanhua. Although the food had yet to arrive, there were some appetizers available, and Haizi was relishing them with great delight. Sister Lanhua? Could it be Princess Lanhua? The mention of Princess Lanhua, known for her recent marriage, sent ripples through the crowd, as her wedding had stirred the entire ancient Yang County. No one could fathom who would dare to marry her, given her less than complimentary appearance, which haunted the dreams of many men. As speculation swirled about whether the county lord had been coerced into marriage, the couple appeared blissfully in love, culminating in a grand banquet with 3,000 tables to celebrate, to which Wanpeng had the fortune of being invited. They actually married? Huo Tianci was momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated that the two peculiar individuals would rush into marriage. Is the county lord's name Bai Gone? Huo Tianci sought confirmation. Wanpeng nodded. I believe it is Bai, but I am not certain of the full name. That must be him. Huo Tianci nodded with a smile. Truth be told, the two oddities were indeed well-matched. Do you know the county lord? Wanpeng sensed something in Huo Tianci's tone, and of course, I am merely a humble subordinate. Huo Tianci gestured to himself with a thumb, subtly boasting. Wanpeng felt a twinge of sweat. He wondered what kind of extraordinary young master he was dealing with, who even had the county lord as his subordinate. At that moment, Dong Dahan entered, and upon seeing him, Wanpeng felt a tinge of jealousy. After all, Dong Dehan was now Huo Tianci's subordinate, placing him on equal footing with the county lord. This disparity was infuriating. Dong Dehan, you are appointed as the head of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Hehe Fortress. Work diligently, and your future prospects will be limitless. Wan Peng had come to announce this very decision, and now was the perfect time to do so. Upon hearing this, Dong Dehan was overwhelmed with excitement, which explained his earlier nervousness. Wan Peng had come to assess candidates to select a head for the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce stationed in Hehe Fortress. And initially, there were 3 competitors. Wan Peng intended to evaluate them all before making a decision, but now it seemed Dong Dehan had been selected outright. Looking at Huo Tianci, Wan Peng couldn't help but admire Dong Dehan's fortune, who had turned misfortune into opportunity. Certainly, he too would benefit. If he could establish a good relationship with Huo Tianci, he might find himself promoted to a significant position in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in ancient Yang County. With this thought in mind, Wan Peng discreetly presented Huo Tianci with a small gift. Young brother, this is a sprig of cold moon grass. Wan Peng believed this gift would surely win Huo Tianci's favor. However, Huo Tianci simply pulled out a dozen sprigs from his own belongings. Suddenly, Wan Peng felt as though he had been slapped in the face. I'll keep 5. Sell the rest for me. Also, could you appraise this? How much silver can it fetch? Huo Tianci produced 2 iron pillars from his possession, remnants from disassembling a 9th-grade common weapon, which yielded 2 pieces of exquisite fine iron. Wan Peng, with discerning eyes, immediately recognized the material, for as an executive of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he possessed such acumen. This is exquisite fine iron. Although he recognized the iron, he had never seen such a delicate and compact piece before. Holding it in hand and weighing it, he noted its surprising heft. This is quite heavy. Wan Peng was astonished, as such a small piece of iron should not weigh so much. Could it have been tempered and compressed? He pondered, concluding that this was the only plausible explanation. Could it be that you know a master craftsman who can compress iron so exquisitely? Wan Peng speculated that only a star-level craftsman could achieve such refinement. Craftsmen were categorized into 9 ranks, each further divided into 3 levels: gold, silver, and bronze, with gold being the highest and bronze the lowest. In the entire Dalian kingdom, the highest-ranked craftsman was merely a bronze level 3-star. Yet, Wan Peng doubted even the most skilled bronze-level craftsman could compress the iron to such perfection. This young man is certainly extraordinary. I must befriend him. This was Wan Peng's final assessment of Huo Tianci. Well, I do know someone like that, Huo Tianci replied, not wanting to disclose that the iron was produced by a disassembly machine, which did not exist in this world. Thus, claiming acquaintance with a master craftsman seemed the most prudent choice. Is that so? Who is this master craftsman? Wan Peng was curious and casually inquired. Upon seeing Huo Tianci frown, he quickly realized he had overstepped. My apologies, young brother, I was merely curious. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to answer. Subsequently, Wan Peng redirected his attention back to the fine iron in his grasp. Chapter 146. Beast meat. The exquisite fine iron captivated Wan Peng, who found himself increasingly enamored with it. I estimate it to be worth at least 500. No, that seems a bit low. Perhaps around 700. Yes, about 700 gold. Wan Peng was unable to provide an accurate appraisal, ultimately settling on a figure of 700 gold pieces. Given that 1 gold piece equated to 100 silver pieces, this amounted to 70,000 silver pieces. Huo Tianci was reasonably satisfied with this valuation. Then please sell it for me. In truth, Huo Tianci had more items he wished to sell, but he refrained. Understanding the importance of maintaining a low profile, he thought to himself that he could sell them gradually, as time was abundant. Just then, the beast meat arrived at the table, personally served by Dong Dehan. Placing it down, he enthusiastically began to introduce it. My lord, this is the meat of the magic Ling mountain goat, with strength comparable to a first-realm practitioner. The meat is exceptionally tender and flavorful. If consumed correctly, it can even enhance one's cultivation level. As Dong Dehan spoke, Haizi had already begun devouring the dish with abandon. Alarmed, he exclaimed, My lord, you must be cautious. Your cultivation is still low. Consuming too much could overwhelm you with the energy of the beast meat, leading to dire consequences. However, before he could finish, Huo Tianci also lunged at the meat, devouring it like a ravenous dog. The meat of the magic Ling mountain goat was known to enhance cultivation points, providing an increase of 10,000 cultivation points upon consumption. Due to this, Huo Tianci devoured his food ravenously. As for Haizi, he always had a penchant for consuming beast meat, and he was even capable of eating it raw. The notion of exploding from overeating, as suggested by Dong Daden, was utterly unfounded in their case. Huo Tianci lacked a dantian. A dantian absorbs energy, and if overwhelmed, it could lead to an explosion. In contrast, Huo Tianci directly fed energy into his system, which transformed it into cultivation points. Therefore, as long as he possessed elixirs, Huo Tianci could eat indefinitely, rendering the idea of an explosion nonsensical. Huo Tianci was also unaware of Haizi's situation. Regardless, an explosion was out of the question, especially since they had feasted together on the flesh of formidable beasts when Haizi was at the third stage of body refining. Everything all right? Dong Daden exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed Huo Tianci and Haizi unscathed after their feast. Wan Peng, standing nearby, shared a similar expression of astonishment. He had been poised to assist Huo Tianci and Haizi in managing the energy from the beast meat. Yet nothing untoward occurred, leaving them perplexed. Particularly noteworthy was Dong Daden, whose prowess peaked at the 9th stage of the Xian disciple realm. Each time he consumed beast meat, he could only handle half a gene, exceeding that would overwhelm him due to the immense energy, straining his dantian. Yet here were Huo Tianci and Haizi, having finished 10 genes of beast meat that Dong Daden had just presented. This left him utterly embarrassed. Wan Peng contemplated the matter, attributing the difference to their superior physiques. The quality of a warrior's physique is closely linked to their innate talent for cultivation, in essence. Huo Tianci and Haizi were indeed prodigies in cultivation. However, it was beyond Wan Peng's comprehension that Huo Tianci, lacking a dantian, could possess such talent. Yet, Huo Tianci had no need for a dantian. Such a trivial thing would only hinder him, as his system was more than sufficient to surpass all obstacles. Ding! The host has gained 10,000 cultivation points. Ding! The host has gained 10,000 cultivation points. Ding! The host has gained 10,000 cultivation points. The system's notifications chimed 3 times, as Huo Tianci had consumed 3 large pieces of the agile goat's meat, each weighing a gene, granting him the same number of cultivation points per piece. I'm so full. Huo Tianci wished to eat more, but alas, he had reached his limit, his stomach protesting with discomfort. Despite the immense energy contained within the beast meat posing no threat to him, the fullness was undeniable. After all, he was still a mortal. Under normal circumstances, he could consume 20 genes of regular beast meat without feeling sated, unerring the stark difference between ordinary and magical beast meat. Moreover, there was a monthly cap of 100,000 points for consuming magical beast meat. This indicated that, regardless of how much Huo Tianci consumed within a month, his cultivation points could only increase by that maximum amount, which could be considered a minor task. Thus, he was not in a rush. However, he grew concerned for Haizi, who had managed to consume 7 genes of beast meat. Huo Tianci was nearly overwhelmed after 3 genes. Would this gluttony lead to any unforeseen consequences? Nonetheless, his worries proved unnecessary, for after a moment's daze, Haizi showed no signs of distress, only fatigue. Little master, Haizi wants to sleep, he murmured, curling up like a sleepy bug and drifting off. Quickly prepare a guest room for the esteemed guest to rest, Dong Daden commanded, immediately directing several attendants. Aside from the 5-story main dining building, there was a slightly inferior 4-story guest house behind it, functioning as an inn that provided both food and lodging. After settling Haizi, Huo Tianci returned to the main dining hall, where he confided a secret to Wan Peng and Dong Daden. Master Wan? Manager Dong, I am also quite adept at dissection. With that, Huo Tianci revealed several materials from ferocious beasts. These materials were remarkably large. A small backpack could hardly contain them. Observing closely, Wan Peng finally recognized that Huo Tianci possessed a Chinquan bag. This young brother is truly remarkable, possessing such a rare item, Wan Peng thought enviously. Chinquan bags were worth at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. However, upon recalling Huo Tianci's true identity, he felt reassured. It was entirely reasonable for the young master of Guyang County to have a Chinquan bag. This was also why Huo Tianci felt emboldened to reveal its existence. He had sufficient backing. And Wan Peng and Dong Daden dared not provoke him. Moreover, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce looked down upon him for possessing such a bag that it was a gift from Sister Ma. Huo Tianci fabricated a small lie, producing a blue Chinquan bag from his pocket. The original color was green. This was Huo Tianci's disguise, as he was meticulous and cautious. It was gifted by Princess Lan Hua. Wan Peng nodded, awakening to the realization. And then both he and Dong Daden turned their attention to the beast materials Huo Tianci had unveiled. Chapter 147. The master of dissection. Their eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. What perfect saber teeth! Both were captivated by the saber teeth of the saber-toothed tiger. Could these teeth belong to a pinnacle beast at the 9th stage of body refining? Dong Daden guessed correctly. though he was even more astonished by how Huo Tianci had managed to extract the saber teeth without any damage. Typically, when dissecting a saber-toothed tiger, an experienced dissector would merely pry out the two prominent fangs visible outside the mouth, neglecting the inner teeth due to the time-consuming and perilous nature of the task. A moment's inattention could lead to broken teeth or injury, for the inner teeth were exceedingly sharp, like blades, capable of drawing blood upon contact. Yet, the saber teeth Huo Tianci presented were entirely intact and connected, appearing as a seamless entity, akin to a living fossil. Dong Daden marveled, while Wan Peng was left in utter astonishment. For he had never encountered a dissector with such skill. Yes, they admired the saber teeth. Huo Tianci produced a carapace that gleamed with a copper sheen, its bulging shape measuring about 1 meter in length and width. Adorned with 9 circular patterns etched into its surface, it was obvious that this carapace originated from a formidable beast at the 9th stage of body refining, the copper carapace of the copper-armored rhinoceros. Both Wan Peng and Dong Daden exclaimed in unison. After their astonishment, Dong Daden approached to inspect the copper carapace closely. To his amazement, he found no cracks whatsoever. It appeared as though it had been shed directly from the copper-armored rhinoceros, devoid of any signs of damage. Yet, a copper-armored rhinoceros would not shed its skin unless it was dead, indicating the exceptional skill involved in the dissection. The copper carapace was as solid as a mountain, an excellent material for crafting armor. The only drawback was the difficulty of dissection. A moment's carelessness could lead to cracks. "Sir, your dissection technique is truly unparalleled," Dong Daden remarked. The copper carapace had been a single piece when attached to the copper-armored rhinoceros. As it adhered to its flesh, however, during human dissection, the flesh would inevitably separate, leading to cracks in the carapace, which explained the high difficulty of dissecting the copper-armored rhinoceros. Impressive. Truly impressive. Wan Peng repeated, as these two items had opened his eyes to a new world. "Dong Daden, you know what to do now, right?" After praising Huo Tianci, Wan Peng immediately turned to Dong Daden. "Of course, I will lead the way to the slaughterhouse first thing tomorrow morning," Dong Daden replied promptly. The slaughterhouse in Heha Fortress was managed by the Tianha Chamber of Commerce, and as the main overseer stationed there, Dong Daden was responsible for all such matters. Moreover, it had been announced that Wan Peng would be returning to Fuzhou City tomorrow. Otherwise, he would have personally entertained Huo Tianci. However, he was not well acquainted with Heha Fortress, so this was the best arrangement. "Excellent." Wan Peng expressed his satisfaction as for the essence of ferocious beasts and some unique elixirs, which were rare in this world. Huo Tianci did not disclose them, as he felt he had already revealed enough. Maintaining a low profile was paramount. Being ostentatious could lead to swift demise. Meanwhile, in a lavish estate, a cold young man was seething with rage. "Haven't you found that brat yet?" He was nearly furious, for these incompetent servants could not even locate 2 little beggars on his turf. Startled by his outburst, the returning subordinate immediately knelt before him. "Young Master Song, we are close to finding him." This young Master Song was none other than Song Junjian, who had been humiliated by Huo Tianci at the ring toss stall earlier that afternoon. Now, he was searching for Huo Tianci's whereabouts, but these servants proved utterly useless. "Close? Near?" Hearing these subservient fools use such phrases to placate him only fueled Song Junjian's anger further. Today, he had been thoroughly outwitted by Huo Tianci, leading to a humiliating defeat. Now, these servants dared to challenge his intelligence, pushing him to the brink of madness. "I have commanded you already. I have urged you to act swiftly." Frustrated and infuriated, Song Junjian unleashed his wrath upon the servant. Seeking to vent his pent-up anger, the night passed in silence. Come morning, within an upscale room of the Pingxin building, the young man remained asleep. Noticing that Haizi was still deep in slumber, Huo Tianci quietly exited the room. Careful not to disturb him, he summoned a waiter, relayed a few instructions, and then set out to find something to eat. "Sir, please wait." Suddenly, the young waiter called out to Huo Tianci as he was about to leave. "Is there something you need?" Huo Tianci paused and turned to inquire. Seeing Huo Tianci stop, the waiter felt a weight lift from his shoulders, as he had nearly forgotten an important matter. "Sir, Manager Dong asked me to give you this," the waiter said, handing Huo Tianci an envelope. It was a reminder from Dong Darren, who had insisted on its delivery that very morning, and the thought of forgetting it had unnerved the young man. "All right, you may continue with your duties," Huo Tianci replied, opening the envelope. The contents revealed that Dong Darren would be assuming a position at the Tianha Chamber of Commerce that day, and thus would be unable to take him to visit the slaughterhouse in Heha Fort until the afternoon. "An afternoon visit will suffice," he murmured to himself before heading to the main building for breakfast. Upon entering the dining room, a peculiar-looking man dressed as a servant emerged from a corner and noted Huo Tianci's room number. "Ah, so you are here." It was quite the search, the man thought, recognizing Huo Tianci from their encounter the previous day. After jotting down the room number, the Song family guard promptly turned and entered another room where several young men aged 17 to 19 were seated. With Song Junjian leading the group, "Peng Fei, your father has truly ascended to great heights. Don't forget us when you reach the top." Song Junjian raised his cup in a toast with a tall, slender youth indulging in fine wine. "Brother Fei, remember that prized 6th grade armor you coveted? This time, I've procured it for you as a gift," one companion said, presenting a wooden brocade box. Inside lay a magnificent piece of blood-red patterned armor. Worth over 10,000 taels of silver, Peng Fei's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing the armor, as he had long desired it but had been financially constrained. "I, too, have brought a gift, though it may not be as splendid as Wang Ji's." Another chimed in, presenting a long sword of 5th grade quality. "I offer a medicinal pill, a gathering strength pill that I hope it meets your approval," another offered, to which Peng Fei responded enthusiastically, accepting all the gifts with delight. "From now on, as long as I feast on meat, you shall all feast with me," he proclaimed jovially. At that moment, the Song family guard entered, ready to report his discovery of Huo Tianci. However, seeing the young masters in high spirits, he hesitated, fearing to dampen their joy. "Why are you hesitating? Just speak." Song Junjian barked, filled with irritation, for the guard had failed to locate Huo Tianci throughout the night that I found him, the guard stammered. "What? Is that true?" Song Junjian leapt to his feet, pulling the guard closer. "Where is he now?" "Finally, I've tracked him down. That wild boy is currently in the Pingxian building," the guard replied timidly. "Md, that insolent brat thinks he can escape us by hiding here." Song Junjian seethed, his teeth clenched. The other young masters sensed a shift in the atmosphere. "That brazen boy dared to offend me yesterday. Today, I shall cripple him and leave him for the beasts in the forest," Song Junjian declared through gritted teeth. However, fighting is not permitted in the Pingxian building, one of the other young masters cautioned. "Rules are but mere words, the living can bend them. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is under our control now," Wang Gu retorted, boasting about Peng Fei's newfound status as the head of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. To assert his authority further, he slammed his hand on the table, prompting the others to follow suit as they prepared to confront Huo Tianci. "Md, how dare he provoke my brother? Let's teach him a lesson." Under the guidance of a Song family servant, Song Junjian and his entourage arrived at Huo Tianci's room. Inside, Huo Tianci was dining when 6 individuals barged in, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "It is you." As Song Junjian stepped forward, realization dawned upon Huo Tianci. They had come seeking trouble. "Do you dare cause a ruckus here?" Huo Tianci furrowed his brow, aware that disturbances were forbidden in the Pingxian building, lest they incur the wrath of the powerful Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "At last, I've caught you, wild boy. You thought you could hide here safely?" Song Junjian taunted, his tone suggesting he had some leverage that allowed him to act within the premises. Unbeknownst to Huo Tianci, the system had just presented him with a task: defeat the 6 individuals before him to earn rewards of 30,000 cultivation points and 2 bronze lottery tokens. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Gu questioned, mistaking Huo Tianci's amusement for mockery. "Nothing. I merely find it amusing that you rely on numbers to intimidate one," Huo Tianci replied boldly. "If you possess the courage, let us engage one-on-one." Among the 6, even the weakest possessed the strength of the 8th stage of body refinement, and a coordinated attack could overwhelm Huo Tianci. Wang Gu considered Huo Tianci's words, realizing the implications of 5 young masters ganging up on a single opponent. After exchanging glances with his companions, he offered, "I'll give you a chance. Choose one from among us." "I choose you," Huo Tianci replied directly, provoking Wang Ji's ire. "You dare look down on me? I will make you regret it," Wang Gu roared, unleashing a powerful technique known as the Tiger Roar Fist. The surrounding crowd watched with bated breath, knowing the ferocity of Wang Ji's signature move. That wild boy is doomed. He stands no chance against the Tiger Roar Fist. As Wang Gu unleashed his attack, anticipation filled the air, and all eyes were fixed on the impending clash. Across the room, the so-called Tiger Roar Fist? I would rather call it the Cat's Meow Fist. Huo Tianci transformed his hands into claws, and as they fully formed, a sound emanated between them, a howl of a wolf. This sound was clear and resonant, strikingly realistic. Even if faced with a tiger, it would be a sickly one, while he embodied the king of wolves. Yet, the so-called young masters looked down upon Huo Tianci's wolf, even mocking him. "A wolf dares to challenge a tiger. Ha ha ha, That's utterly laughable. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, the young masters clutched their bellies in uncontrollable laughter. This wild lad must be out of his mind. Surely he knows who is stronger, a wolf or a tiger. Has he never seen one? Just as they ridiculed Huo Tianci, Wang Fan, who had unleashed the tiger roar fist, was suddenly sent flying through the air by Huo Tianci's claws. The sensation was akin to a small cat encountering a fearsome wolf with bared fangs, utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. How could this be possible? In an instant, the laughter ceased, replaced by astonishment etched across the faces of those young masters. But that was not the end. Wolf Fang Fury Fist. After Wang Fan was propelled into the air, a flurry of wolf-shaped fists filled the entire private room. Not only was Wang Fan sent flying, but the walls, tables, chairs, and even the floor bore numerous imprints of wolf claws, creating the eerie impression that a true wolf king had just rampaged through the room, instilling terror in all, however. Song Junjian and his companions felt as though a fierce wind had swept past them, rendering them unable to open their eyes. They neither saw the wolf-shaped fists nor the claw imprints, as their attention was fixated on Wang Fan, who was now howling in agony, "On my hand, my hand." Wang Fan's face contorted in pain, revealing his agony. Seeing this, Song Junjian and the others rushed to assess his injuries. "Wang Fan, how are you?" "My hand, my hand." Wang Fan gritted his teeth, desperately pointing at his injured hand. Upon inspection, they discovered that his palm had been shattered from delivering the tiger roar fist. Truth be told, had Huo Tianci not shown mercy, Wang Fan's entire arm would have been completely broken. What a ruthless fellow! I shall take revenge for Wang Gu. Upon witnessing Wang Fan's miserable state, the other young masters exchanged glances and charged forward. Song Junjian shouted for them to stop, aware that Huo Tianci's strength far surpassed theirs. But it was too late. Boom! Boom! The two who had just rushed out were swiftly sent crashing back to the ground by Huo Tianci's fists, landing in a pitiful heap. The commotion from the fight in the private room was substantial, prompting the guards to rush in with clubs. However, upon realizing that the troublemakers were Huo Tianci and Dong Pengfei, they immediately retreated, having already experienced Huo Tianci's formidable prowess the night before. As for Dong Pengfei, he was their young master. How could they intervene? Yet, completely turning a blind eye was not an option. They sought out the current manager of the Pinxian building, who had recently taken over from Dong Darren. Huo Tianci was familiar with this new manager, namely the same male attendant from the previous night. Huo Tianci regarded him favorably and recommended him to Dong Darren, who promptly appointed him as the manager. Consequently, upon hearing the commotion, hurried to the scene. However, upon glimpsing the chaotic scene inside the private room, he instinctively recoiled, for the fight was raging fiercely. The good news was that Huo Tianci appeared unharmed, which eased his concerns, considering Huo Tianci was his benefactor. Unfortunately, he felt powerless to intervene. While he was unafraid of Song Junjian, he feared Dong Pengfei, the only son of Dong Darren. If he offended him, Dong Darren would undoubtedly make things difficult for him. An idea struck and he beckoned a guard, instructing him to summon Dong Darren to the scene, believing this would allow him to navigate the situation without offending either party. Quickly fetch Dong Zhushi and inform him that it is of utmost urgency. Was anxious. Meanwhile, inside the private room, what a remarkable lad. I knew you couldn't merely be at the 4th or 5th layer of body refinement. You've been hiding your strength. Song Junjian had sensed something amiss the previous day, for a warrior at the 4th or 5th layer of body refinement could hardly lift a weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Could it be that this lad is a master of the 8th layer? Beside him, Dong Pengfei was equally astonished, for Huo Tianci appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Such a high level of cultivation at such a young age was bound to astonish them all. The young masters sprawled on the ground, howling in pain, were equally dumbfounded, finally finding excuses for their defeat. This lad has concealed his strength so deeply. Had we not underestimated him, we would never have been bested in a single blow. Indeed, he must have launched a surprise attack. Yes, it was a sneak attack. They rationalized that they had not sustained significant injuries, merely being knocked away by Huo Tianci's punch. However, was it truly a case of underestimating him or a surprise attack? Wang Fan, with a fractured hand, certainly did not share their sentiments. On the contrary, he deeply felt that Huo Tianci was a formidable opponent, for he had unleashed all his strength in that last punch, only to be instantaneously defeated. Moreover, he sensed that Huo Tianci had held back. Otherwise, he might not have survived. Chapter 150. Secret Technique, Shadow Step. Reflecting on this, Wang Fan felt as though he had struck an iron wall. Realizing that Huo Tianci should not be underestimated, he conceded defeat. Help me out. I need to recuperate. Supported by a waiter, Wang Fan retreated from the scene, wishing to distance himself from the incident, especially since Huo Tianci had shown him mercy. Young Master Wang, go tend to your injuries. We will take care of this lad. Song Junjian and the others expressed their understanding, even boasting about avenging him. Wang Fan forced a smile, choosing not to respond. Once Wang Fan had completely departed, Dong Pengfei prepared to take action. Kid, today I shall show you what true strength is. Dong Pengfei cracked his knuckles and advanced confidently, for he was at the 9th layer of body refinement. Unlike Wang Fan and the others, who were merely at the 8th layer. This led him to believe that Huo Tianci would undoubtedly fall before him. Boom. Yet, Huo Tianci demonstrated with a single punch that a higher realm of strength was of little consequence. With the overwhelming force akin to a wild horse charging, Dong Pengfei was knocked unconscious by Huo Tianci's punch. Hic. Upon witnessing this, the two young masters who had previously claimed underestimation and surprise attack were left aghast. Mouths agape, swallowing nervously. It was utterly shocking. Dong Pengfei at the 9th layer of body refinement had been defeated in a single strike. Song Xiao, this lad is rather formidable. Perhaps we should retreat? The two young masters suggested, fear creeping into their voices, for if they could not defeat Dong Pengfei, facing Huo Tianci would be akin to walking into the fire, sealing their doom. Song Junjian, too, was taken aback by Huo Tianci's strength but reassured himself of his own superiority. He scolded the two frightened companions, "What are you panicking about? Am I not here? With me around, do you think this lad can escape?" Song Junjian's prowess was particularly formidable. Not long ago, he had fought evenly against a master at the 1st layer of the mysterious realm. Right? How could I have forgotten? Song Xiao, my head is so muddled with fear. With you here, this lad won't be able to escape. Upon hearing this, the two regained their confidence. Perhaps we should step outside to fight. This space is too confined. Besides his strength, Song Junjian prided himself on his intellect, for he was quite astute. Although Dong Pengfei was present, he was still bound by the rules of the Pinxian building. Otherwise, if trouble arose, he would also face repercussions, given that the Pinxian building belonged to the Tianhe Business Association, which the Song family could not afford to offend. This meant that the young masters and Dong Pengfei had all been utilized by him. One could not deny that Song Junjian was quite cunning. Very well, but before we do. Huo Tianci then fixed his gaze upon the Song family guards, for his task was to defeat 6 of them. And they had certainly been caught in the crossfire. At last, Huo Tianci delivered a powerful blow, knocking one guard unconscious. With only one target remaining, Song Junjian, Huo Tianci clapped his hands and strode downstairs. Upon witnessing Huo Tianci's audacity to challenge him, Song Junjian was seething with rage. Clenching his fists, he glared fiercely at Huo Tianci's retreating figure. Kid, once we step outside, I will make you find your teeth scattered all over the ground. In front of the Pinxian building, Huo Tianci and Song Junjian stood facing each other. Kid, do you have any last words? As they exited the Pinxian building, Song Junjian immediately ordered his men to block the doors, as if fearing that Huo Tianci might retreat. Observing this, Huo Tianci merely smiled. Last words? Are you not the one delivering them? Still so arrogant. With a swift stride, Song Junjian instantly appeared before Huo Tianci. Then, a powerful punch was launched directly at his face. Such speed! Huo Tianci barely had time to react, but fortunately, his instincts helped him block the blow. He raised his hand, palm shielding his forehead, and Song Junjian's fist struck squarely against his palm. In the next moment, Huo Tianci attempted to counter, but unfortunately, Song Junjian had already retracted his punch, and immediately, a second fist came crashing in. This time, Huo Tianci was not so fortunate. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was knocked back several steps. Song Xiao is formidable. As Huo Tianci was pushed back, his two sycophantic companions immediately cheered. Passers-by, noticing the commotion, quickly gathered around to witness the spectacle. Isn't that the young master of the Song family? Song Junjian? Why is he fighting in the street? Some recognized Song Junjian, but his opponent, Huo Tianci, left the crowd puzzled. Who was this wild youth daring to challenge the Song family's young master? This was tantamount to courting death. The Song family's ultimate technique, the shadow step, was a yellow-grade secret method. Just the basics could enable one to take 7 steps in a second. However, it was rumored that Song Junjian had mastered it to the level of minor proficiency, achieving 10 steps in a second with ease. What's more, I recall witnessing the Song family patriarch, Song Tianzong, execute the perfected shadow step years ago. Each step left behind 7 or 8 afterimages. If he ran, one would be left utterly bewildered, unable to discern reality from illusion. Huo Tianci heard these murmurs, realizing that Song Yunjian's speed was indeed astonishing, backed by a formidable secret technique of yellow-grade caliber, which should not be underestimated. As he pondered these thoughts, Song Junjian moved again. Fighting me, and you still dare to be distracted? Another punch aimed at Huo Tianci's chest. Caught off guard, Huo Tianci failed to respond in time and was forcefully knocked back another few steps. Fortunately, Song Yunjian's punch lacked overwhelming power, or perhaps Huo Tianci was simply resilient, aided by the protection of his crimson snake scale armor. After a few coughs, Huo Tianci steadied himself to eye in the face of Huo Tianci's bravado. Song Junjian merely smiled. I'm almost making you cough up blood. Am I being a tad too rough? Rough? Is it heavier than my punch? Before his words could fade, Huo Tianci shot forward like a bullet. Appearing before Song Junjian. Chapter 151. Fierce Battle. The wild horse splits its mane. His speed was astonishing. Even with the shadow step, Song Junjian didn't expect Huo Tianci to transition from defense to offense so swiftly. Charging towards him. Caught off guard, Song Junjian couldn't react in time. As the unexpected move left him astonished, he braced himself, crossing his arms in front, smugly believing he could completely defend against Huo Tianci's punch. Unfortunately, he underestimated Huo Tianci's strength. The moment Huo Tianci's fist made contact, he felt as if he were facing a ferocious beast, for only a beast could possess such overwhelming force. Boom. The punch released a shockwave through the air, causing lower-tier spectators to sway and nearly topple over. As for Song Junjian, he was sent flying over 10 meters, only to regain his balance mid-air, executing several backflips before landing on his hands and feet. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Though he hadn't been completely defeated, the force of Huo Tianci's punch had reverberated through his organs, clearly indicating the sheer might behind it. If he had been struck full force, Huo Tianci's strength was terrifying, especially for a mere 15 or 16-year-old. It was difficult to fathom. His power was comparable to that of a fierce beast he had previously encountered. Thankfully, Huo Tianci was not an actual beast, and even if he were, every beast has its weaknesses. Huo Tianci's weakness lay in his speed. While he had managed to land a hit, Song Junjian, with a bit more focus, could easily evade that previous wild horse splits its main attack. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Song Junjian regained confidence, believing he could still defeat Huo Tianci. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, for this unknown youth had managed to repel Song Junjian with a single strike, even causing him to bleed. Who was this young man? The residents of Heihe Fortress had never encountered such a formidable character. A talent like this would surely be well known. Yet, as they looked at Huo Tianci, they shook their heads in confusion, for they did not recognize him. I've never seen him before. He must be an outsider. But after that last blow, he seems incredibly formidable. Initially expecting a one-sided match, the crowd's perspective shifted dramatically after witnessing Huo Tianci's impressive strike. Formidable indeed, but can he truly rival Song Junjian? The shadow step is a yellow-grade secret technique. It is precisely this method that has allowed the Song family to thrive in Heihe Fortress for over a century. Are you blind? That young man just sent Song Junjian flying. Some began to support Huo Tianci, captivated by his remarkable performance, while others remained skeptical. The shadow step is a yellow-grade technique. The Song family has thrived due to it. Do you really think that youth can surpass Song Junjian? Foolishness, insulted, a supporter of Huo Tianci retorted. How dare you call me foolish? If you're so confident, how about a wager? I may not have much, but I certainly have money. I bet 10,000 taels of silver. Are you in? The mention of a 10,000 tael wager drew gasps from the crowd, for such stakes were substantial. The supporter of Song Junjian, undeterred, countered, if you're offering to gift me silver, I'll gladly accept. Here's 100 taels worth of gold notes, equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. I'll take that bet. After producing the gold note, he added, by the way, Song Junjian recently fought an expert at the first level of the Profound Disciple realm to a standstill. Dio, you really think that boy can defeat a Profound Disciple expert? Ha ha ha, 10,000 taels of silver are as good as mine. In contrast, the supporter of Huo Tianci stood frozen, realizing he had underestimated Song Junjian's capabilities. This is bad. What should I do? He felt a wave of panic and regret. Yet it was too late. The challenge had been issued. Kid, you must give me some satisfaction. Ultimately, he placed all his hopes on Huo Tianci, praying he could work a miracle. But could he? The thought of Song Junjian being able to contend with a profound disciple made him uneasy. The chasm between the body refinement and profound disciple realms was vast. If Song Junjian could stand against a profound disciple, he must possess true skill. But did Huo Tianci have that? Damn it. My 10,000 taels of silver! he couldn't believe Huo Tianci had the ability, and he continued to watch as the battle unfolded. Meanwhile, Song Junjian had wiped the blood from his lips and looked at Huo Tianci, stating, "Kid, your martial skills are indeed impressive, and I won't deny that. However, secret techniques are even more formidable." With that, Song Junjian took off running. If one looked closely, they would notice afterimages trailing behind him, an indication of extraordinary speed. Had he truly mastered the shadow step to great perfection? The crowd gasped again. No, not quite. This is likely the peak of minor proficiency, just a step away from perfection. Even so, he should not be underestimated. I believe Song Junjian's speed has reached 14 or even 15 steps per second. It's only natural that afterimages appear. Chapter 152. The Green Edge Fist. Huo Tianci did not perceive any phantom, for his eyes could keep pace with Song Junjian's speed, yet his body struggled to do so. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to test the waters. With that thought in mind, Huo Tianci charged towards the flickering figure of Song Junjian with the ferocity of a wild horse splitting its mane. His speed was astonishing, causing onlookers to feel as if a gust of wind had swept past them. Noticing that Song Junjian remained unmoved, Huo Tianci felt a surge of joy, for he believed this punch would, like before, send Song Junjian flying. However, Song Junjian merely smiled indifferently, twisting his body effortlessly to evade Huo Tianci's fierce attack, appearing remarkably relaxed. What? The crowd gasped, as did Huo Tianci, for they had anticipated that this punch would send Song Junjian hurtling away. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. This adage rang true, prompting Huo Tianci to sincerely reflect on its meaning after his punch missed its target. Subsequently, Huo Tianci attempted 5 or 6 more times, but each effort ended in the same result, with Song Junjian nimbly dodging every strike. "Young man, have you grasped the power of the secret technique?" Song Junjian boasted, for Huo Tianci's current attacks were entirely ineffective against him. Indeed, the secret technique was formidable. Huo Tianci did not deny this. The secret technique cultivates the inner self, while martial skills refine the exterior. Akin to martial techniques, secret techniques are categorized by rank, with the lowest being the mundane and the highest the divine, each tier further divided into 9 grades. The Song family's signature secret technique, the shadow step, belongs to the first grade of the yellow tier. Once mastered, it significantly enhances the user's speed, serving as a technique focused on swiftness. Its nature is somewhat similar to Huo Tianci's dragon elephant prajna skill. However, the former passively increases strength, while the shadow step augments speed. "Young man, out of options now. It is time for me to strike." With the momentum shifting and seeing Huo Tianci's repeated failures, Song Junjian, who had been on the defensive, transformed into an attacker, condensing his fist and charging at Huo Tianci. Green Edge Fist. Upon unleashing his fist, a surge of azure energy enveloped Song Junjian's entire arm. This was the Song family's 9th grade martial technique. The Green Edge Fist. Truly, Song Junjian was deserving of the title of the Song family's crown prince, for the resources he received for cultivation were exponentially greater than those afforded to other descendants of the Song family. It is said that mastering the Green Edge Fist to perfection allows one to rival the first grade of the mundane techniques, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. As others debated the merits of the Green Edge Fist. Huo Tianci found himself retreating 4 or 5 steps, sensing the extraordinary nature of this punch. Upon closer inspection of the azure energy, he discerned strands of profound energy pulsating within it, actually contained profound energy. This revelation astonished Huo Tianci. It indicated that Song Junjian had cultivated the Green Edge Fist to perfection, meaning he was already on the brink of entering the realm of the profound practitioner, signifying the presence of profound energy within him. Those astute onlookers also sensed the presence of profound energy. Indeed, it was true. Song Junjian's punch contained a hint of profound energy, confirming that the Green Edge Fist, when perfected, could indeed rival the first grade of the mundane techniques. What? Profound energy! The spectators gasped, for this was the hallmark of true power. How could Huo Tianci possibly withstand such an onslaught? With bated breath, they all turned their gaze to Huo Tianci. "Young man, prepare to perish." Song Junjian unleashed his ultimate techniques, the yellow tier first grade shadow step and the 9th grade Green Edge Fist. If he could not vanquish Huo Tianci with these, then his title as the foremost young master of Heiha Fortress would be rendered meaningless. Although aware of the profound energy in this punch, Huo Tianci did not express undue astonishment. Rather, he focused on devising a countermeasure. For that was the path to victory. Undoubtedly, Huo Tianci possessed numerous methods to evade this strike. However, evasion was not his objective. Defeating his opponent was as the fist approached. Huo Tianci maintained his composure, calmly manifesting several hand seals. What is that boy up to? The hand seals appeared peculiar, and the spectators had never witnessed anything like it. Regardless of what he was concocting, it seemed certain that his demise was imminent. For Song Yunjian's strike, infused with profound energy, could only be countered by a profound practitioner. Otherwise, contact would spell doom. Truly, as you say, this young man is likely facing a dire situation. The spectators unanimously defined Huo Tianci's plight as one of imminent peril. Shadow clone technique. Once the hand seals were complete, Huo Tianci instantly manifested 5 or 6 duplicates of himself, leaving the onlookers, who had previously believed Huo Tianci to be doomed, utterly dumbfounded. Some even thought they were hallucinating, rubbing their eyes incessantly. Yet, even if they were to blind themselves, Huo Tianci still appeared in multiple forms. This was indeed real. Moreover, each duplicate was capable of movement. The onlookers were nearly paralyzed with fear, for they had never encountered such a technique. However, a few had seen it just the previous night. I recognized this young brother. He was the one who caused a ruckus at the Pinxian building last night. Master Dong and several profound practitioners could not apprehend him. What? 7 or 8 profound practitioners, along with Master Dong, failed to capture him. The surrounding crowd was left in disbelief, for Master Dong was a peak expert of the 9th level of the profound realm. Indeed, this assertion was soon met with skepticism from others. You must be joking. A peak expert of the 9th level of the profound realm cannot possibly fail to capture a mere practitioner of the body refinement stage. Those self-assured individuals found it unthinkable and began to mock the claim, convinced that it was impossible. In response to such skepticism, a spectator who had witnessed Huo Tianci's true abilities scoffed, "If you cannot achieve something, you assume others cannot either." How foolish and laughable. With that, the spectator distanced himself from the crowd, joining the earlier bystander who had wagered on Huo Tianci's victory, for associating with such simpletons would only diminish his own intellect. And he believed Huo Tianci would emerge triumphant. As 5 or 6 duplicates of Huo Tianci materialized, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving Song Junjian bewildered, uncertain of which figure to strike. Chapter 153. The Masters of the Mundane Rankings. What in the world is this technique? He muttered. Never mind. I'll take down one first. With no other choice, he directed his green-edged fist towards the nearest Huo Tianci. That's a decoy, however. This Huo Tianci vanished into thin air, leaving Song Junjian with the sensation of striking nothing but air. Could this be an illusion? But can illusions move? As he observed the 4 or 5 Huo Tianci dispersing, Song Junjian felt himself encircled. Yet, his mind raced. Regardless of what this was, the real body must be singular. The other apparitions were merely distractions. He was indeed correct. However, he needed to eliminate them one by one. Otherwise, he would never locate Huo Tianci's true form. In quick succession, Song Junjian unleashed another punch, striking one of the Huo Tianci duplicates. Yet it too dissolved into a mere illusion. Another punch, and another. Alas, every strike met with emptiness, inciting a profound sense of frustration and helplessness within him. Observing this, Huo Tianci echoed Song Yunjian's earlier taunt. Now, it seems you have run out of options. The wheel of fortune turns, and the emperor takes turn sitting. Those who roam the world will eventually pay their dues. These words rang true in Song Yunjian's current predicament. As he spoke, Huo Tianci once again formed finger seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, the 3 remaining Huo Tianci duplicates multiplied to 8. This left Song Junjian, who had believed himself close to vanquishing all Huo Tianci figures, utterly frantic. Nearing the brink of mental collapse, he pointed at the surrounding Huo Tianci figures and shouted, "If you have the guts, show yourself. What kind of skill is this pathetic trick?" At this moment, those who had previously claimed Huo Tianci could not escape Master Dong's grasp fell silent, for with such a technique, even when facing a profound practitioner, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. After all, so many duplicates, all capable of movement, rendered it impossible for the naked eye to discern which was the true body and which were mere illusions, unless one were to attack them individually. But doing so would leave Huo Tianci's true self with an opportunity to strike. Fortunately, Song Junjian possessed great speed, allowing him to attack the illusions while evading Huo Tianci's true form. Yet now, this tactic proved ineffective, for despite Song Yunjian's earlier efforts to eliminate 4 of the duplicates, Huo Tianci's finger seals had allowed even more duplicates to materialize, making it impossible for him to keep up. Was this young man staging a comeback? Just moments ago, Huo Tianci was severely suppressed, as his punches were effortlessly dodged, leading the situation to the brink of defeat. However, upon the emergence of his doppelganger, It was now Song Junjian who found himself utterly powerless. This sentiment resonated with the onlookers, who nodded in agreement. It suggested that this young man was on the cusp of becoming a notable figure on the martial markets rankings. One spectator suddenly realized this fact. The martial market, formerly known as the martial artist gathering market, serves as a haven for numerous martial artists and is commonly referred to simply as the martial market. It is widespread throughout the Great Liang Empire, with the Black River Fortress being a fourth-tier city, hence it possesses one. Bali Town lacks such a facility due to its small size, rendering it a waste to establish one there. Within the martial market, martial artists can not only undertake a variety of tasks but can also challenge various experts. Consequently, some administrators of the martial market have established a challenge leaderboard to entice martial arts masters to compete, aiming to dominate the rankings. Those who achieve a place on the leaderboard not only gain fame but are also entitled to monthly rewards from the martial market, with more substantial rewards for those who rank higher. Moreover, they may also have the opportunity to accept special tasks issued by the martial market, which offer exceedingly generous rewards, including coveted items such as Xian pills and Xian artifacts, highly sought after by countless martial artists. Ultimately, driven by the allure of fame and fortune, martial artists fervently aspire to secure a spot on the martial market leaderboard. The leaderboard comprises 5 categories: Fan, Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. The Fan rank corresponds to martial artists at the body refinement stage. The Huang rank to those at the Xian disciple stage, the Xian rank to Xian masters, the Di rank to Earth masters, and the Tian rank to Grand Earth masters. As for those above the Grand Earth master level, the martial market refrains from ranking them, as they have transcended the ordinary. Could it be that Song Junjian truly defeated the one-armed Blade King, Wang Zhan, in the martial market last time? One person inquired nearby. Indeed, came the reply. Wang Zhan ranked 98-27 on the Fan leaderboard, and ultimately, Song Junjian won using the shadow step technique, barely managing to replace Wang Zhan on the leaderboard. This meant that if this young man managed to defeat Song Junjian, he would be recognized as a master on the Fan leaderboard. Others quickly grasped the implications, as such honor was a dream for them, but alas, they lacked the requisite strength. Witnessing a wild young man poised to become a master on the Fan leaderboard ignited their envy. Of course, one must first defeat Song Junjian on the martial market stage. I suspect that after winning against Song Junjian, he will undoubtedly go to the martial market to challenge the leaderboard. Ensuring his name will be etched there. It must be said that throughout history, heroes have often emerged from youth, mused a 30-year-old man still at the body refinement stage. Just then, the battle between Huo Tianci and Song Junjian finally approached its climax. With a sudden, stealthy strike, Huo Tianci executed the wild horse split mane while concealed among his doppelgangers, catching Song Junjian off guard. Frustrated, Song Junjian exclaimed, "If you have the ability, confront me in a fair duel." Resorting to such tricks is hardly a testament to true skill. He attempted to provoke Huo Tianci into revealing his true form. Yet, such taunts held little sway over Huo Tianci, for in the grand scheme, the outcome always eclipses the process. Just as people remember only the champion and seldom the runner-up, so too do they recall only who won, not the means by which they achieved victory. If you dare, forego the shadow step and let us engage in a straightforward exchange of blows. Whoever takes a step back loses. Song Junjian remained standing only due to his speed. Otherwise, Huo Tianzi's overwhelming strength could easily have felled him with a single punch. Chapter 154, Bone Shatter Stab. Upon hearing this, Song Junjian fell silent, for without the advantage of speed, a mere punch from Huo Tianci could render him unable to rise. However, compared to the shadow step, the doppelganger technique was even more underhanded. Desperately fighting, Song Junjian managed to dispel 4 or 5 doppelgangers, only for Huo Tianci to form hand seals, conjuring another 7 or 8. And no matter how hard he fought, it seemed he could never defeat them all. Why the silence? Didn't you claim you wanted a fair duel? Now, I offer you the chance to engage in a single punch contest. Whoever retreats loses. Yet, you hesitate. What am I to say about you now? I believe the term coward suits you quite well. Huo Tianci scoffed mockingly. In contrast, Song Junjian's face flushed with humiliation, for Huo Tianzi's words felt like a resounding slap to his face. He was nearly unrecognizable, having previously proposed a fair duel with Huo Tianci, only to now falter in a direct contest of strength. He had no chance of victory. At this moment, the spectators began to murmur among themselves. Song Junjian seems to be afraid. In a clash of strength, that young man undoubtedly has the upper hand. Undoubtedly? I wouldn't say so. Song Junjian wields the 9th-rank martial technique, the Azure Edge Fist, which contains traces of Xian power. How could he possibly lose? Even with Xian power, he is destined to lose. You likely did not witness the earlier scene where Song Junjian landed 2 punches on that young man. Yet he remained unscathed. When this young man retaliated, even though Song Junjian blocked it entirely, he still coughed up blood. Thus, under overwhelming brute force, Xian power proves insignificant. You must have experienced this when hunting ferocious beasts, where the sheer strength of such beasts can sometimes overpower even Xian power, crushing Xian disciples and Xian masters alike into pulp with a mere stomp. After a moment's contemplation, the individual slowly nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the analysis. Yet, he remained skeptical that Huo Tianci could unleash strength comparable to that of a ferocious beast, as such claims seemed exaggerated. After all, ferocious beasts tower several meters high and possess massive bodies, naturally wielding immense force. Huo Tianci, on the other hand, stood just over 1.70 meters, slender and frail. How could he possibly exhibit such power? Seeing the onlookers suggest that he was afraid, Song Junjian felt a twinge of humiliation. After all, he was a master on the fan leaderboard and one of the dual champions of Black River Fortress, the son of Song Tianzong, the head of the Song family, a true prodigy. Moreover, Huo Tianci was not only younger but also of a lower realm. Should he refuse to fight, he would likely face further disdain, labeled a coward. Damn it. You forced me to resort to my ultimate technique. Resolute, Song Junjian prepared for battle, as he had no path left to retreat. Fortunately, in addition to the Azure Edge Fist, he had also cultivated a secret technique, a reward bestowed upon him upon achieving mastery on the fan leaderboard. Very well, I accept. Let us engage in a single punch contest. Whoever retreats shall be deemed the loser. With determination set, Song Junjian called out to Huo Tianci. Instantly, the 7 or 8 doppelgangers of Huo Tianci dwindled to 1. And the 2 distanced themselves, preparing for a decisive punch. Today, I shall show you what Xian techniques truly entail. Indeed, the reward granted to Song Junjian by the martial market was a Xian technique. A white-grade first-rank Xian technique. What? A Xian technique? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, for true Xian techniques could shatter mountains and part seas, compared to techniques that relied solely on brute force. The power of Xian techniques was at least tenfold greater, as Xian power inherently possessed a tenfold advantage over mere physical strength of a Xian technique. Huo Tianci frowned, for having previously wielded the cloud-piercing palm. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity between Xian techniques and ordinary martial techniques. To describe it as a chasm would not be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, Huo Tianci was unafraid. He raised his gaze to Song Junjian and stated, I genuinely wish to witness this. Huo Tianci refrained from using the cloud-piercing palm, as it was unnecessary. Moreover, he lacked the energy to do so after expending considerable strength on the doppelganger technique. Instead, he relied on the dragon-elephant combined technique, which would suffice. If that proved inadequate, he would unleash the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. United as one, the dragon, elephant, and wolf, what could a mere Xian technique do against him? With a thunderous shout, Huo Tianci activated the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Prepare to receive my strike. Simultaneously, Song Junjian roared back, gathering his energy. In an instant, 5 sharp white lights emanated from the tips of his fingers, resembling the claws of a venomous serpent poised to strike. The lights mirrored the length of his finger joints, appearing as if they were the very nails sprouting from his fingertips, a sight both vivid and mesmerizing. As his fingers moved, the light danced. As his fingers curled, the light bent, creating an almost supernatural spectacle. This is the Bone Shatter Stab, a white-grade first-rank Xian technique. Some keen-eyed individuals in the crowd recognized the technique and exclaimed its name. In the martial market, Xian techniques and secret methods are accessible to any ranked martial artist, so it was not surprising that some could identify the Bone Shatter Stab. Consolidating his fingers into a hand blade, Song Junjian lunged forward like a striking serpent, aiming to pierce Huo Tianci with devastating force. Last time, when I accompanied a Xian disciple to hunt a ferocious beast, he employed this Bone Shatter Stab, and in an instant, he pierced through the body of a first-tier Xian disciple ferocious beast, severing its spine in 2. Truly formidable. The bone-piercing sting is an advanced technique that gathers all its power within the fingers. Capable of piercing through bone with ease, in this moment, the outcome of the battle became uncertain, as one could not help but wonder if that young man had any more formidable moves up his sleeve. The eager crowd turned their attention to Huo Tianci, convinced that he possessed even greater abilities. Indeed, Huo Tianci did not disappoint them, as they focused intently. The dual heads of a dragon and an elephant, formed from his energy, began to hover above his fists. The dragon's head and the elephant's head appeared almost indistinctly. If one were not paying close attention, they would have easily missed them, with the dragon and elephant heads hovering in position. Huo Tianci brought his hands together, forming the stance of the Wolf Fang Windstorm Fist. Ultimately, the dragon's head was to the left, the wolf's head was at the center, and the elephant's head was to the right, presenting a formidable trio of dragon, wolf, and elephant. Chapter 155. A single blow to determine victory. Once the stance was established, a swirling force radiated outward from Huo Tianci, creating a powerful vortex within a radius of several meters. Such overwhelming strength. The appearance of this forceful cyclone indicated the magnitude of his power. It was clear that this young man's brute force was indeed comparable to that of a ferocious beast. Those who had previously doubted were now acutely aware of Huo Tianci's terrifying prowess. It was no wonder that Song Junjian had initially hesitated to engage Huo Tianci directly, opting instead for the speed of shadow steps for self-preservation, followed by defensive counterattacks. Now, they understood the rationale behind his cautious approach. Huo Tianci's raw strength truly rivaled that of a wild beast, and facing him head-on was akin to courting death in a climactic clash. Song Junjian, employing the bone-piercing sting, collided violently with Huo Tianci's combined dragon, wolf, and elephant strike. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a series of dull thuds. The intensity of their confrontation generated a fierce gale that left the onlookers momentarily blinded, with only a few of the more powerful warriors managing to squint through the chaos. What kind of power is this? Upon impact, Song Junjian was astounded, having underestimated Huo Tianci yet again. He gazed at Huo Tianci's 5 fingers, witnessing the white energy of the bone-piercing sting being completely thwarted. Unable to advance even a fraction, It felt as if chopsticks had met the bottom of a bowl, with no path forward. However, there was good news. Huo Tianci's fists were also unable to advance, inflicting no harm upon him, leaving Song Junjian to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, was it truly so? Is this all you have? Huo Tianci's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he regarded Song Junjian. He had not fully activated the dragon-elephant prajna technique, and his current strength was approximately 150 newtons, with a maximum of 200 newtons. Sensing impending danger, Song Junjian hastily prepared to withdraw. Alas, it was too late. Huo Tianci, muscles taut and veins bulging, surged forward like a wild horse, scattering everything in his path. With a powerful strike, Huo Tianci unleashed his strength once more. And facing such overwhelming force, Song Junjian found himself devoid of any means to retaliate. He was ultimately sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he soared several meters away, his blood splattering like raindrops. Could it be? The outcome was decidedly one-sided. The crowd watched as Song Junjian lay on the ground, incapacitated, while Huo Tianci stood firm and unyielding, like a mountain. Ha ha ha, it truly is a reversal. Quick, bring me the 10,000 taels of silver. The result thrilled those who had bet on Huo Tianci, as they reveled in their winnings. I never expected that young man to be so formidable. Could it be that I truly misjudged him? The individual who lost the wager felt utterly deflated, for Song Junjian's prowess was indeed formidable, an invincible presence among the body refinement realm and a strong contender on the mortal rankings. To lose to an unknown youth was a source of great frustration. Young Master Song. Upon witnessing Song Junjian's defeat, several sycophantic followers rushed forward in a panic. Young Master, are you all right? Song Junjian, bloodied and barely able to speak, appeared gravely injured. One of his companions hurled a threat at Huo Tianci. You're finished, kid. If you have any guts, don't leave Heiha Fort. Otherwise, I will ensure you have no place to bury your body. Unfazed by such threats, Huo Tianci placed his hands on his hips and retorted, Fine, I'll be waiting for you. But don't come crying to me if I have to seek you out first. Huo Tianci exhibited no fear, for the current overseers of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Heiha Fort were his own subordinates. These minor factions lacked the weight to challenge him, let alone dare to provoke him. Don't think you can escape. After delivering a cold huff, the follower, along with another, hurriedly carried Song Junjian away. Once they had completely departed, the system chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the repulsion task. Host gains a reward of 30,000 cultivation points and 2 bronze lottery coins. A few minutes later, a carriage rushed to the scene, and a somewhat plump man hurried over to Huo Tianci. My lord, are you unharmed? The newcomer was none other than Dong Daden. Upon hearing that Huo Tianci had been cornered at the Pinxian building, he rushed over immediately. As for Wan Pong, after announcing Dong Daden as the new overseer, he returned to Fuzhou City. Your timing is rather fortuitous. I've already dealt with the situation, Huo Tianci remarked, slightly displeased. He had been besieged at the Pinxian building, which was reputed to be the safest establishment within Heha Fort, where no one dared to act. Of course, the previous night had been an accident, as the young waitress had made a mistake. However, today, while he was having breakfast, he was directly encircled within a private room, and none of the guards with spiritual energy dared to intervene. Had it not been for Huo Tianci's own skills, he might have been beaten to death by Song Yunjian's entourage. Sensing Huo Tianci's discontent, Dong Daden felt a wave of fear wash over him. Especially at the suspicion of being an accomplice. "My lord, how could I dare?" "I know you wouldn't," Huo Tianci replied. "Let's discuss this inside." There are too many people here. Not wanting to embarrass Dong Daden, especially since he had just assumed the position of overseer at Heha Fort's Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Huo Tianci understood the intricacies of maintaining his authority. Dong Daden, fully aware of this, understood that without Huo Tianci, he would never have been able to ascend to this position. Upon returning to the Pinxian building, he immediately summoned Li Er, demanding to know why the guards had not assisted Huo Tianci. If they had intervened, how could Huo Tianci have been bullied? Ultimately, Dong Daden placed the blame on Li Er for failing to act appropriately, hoping to mitigate his own responsibility. Chapter 156. The Dong family father and son Li Er felt utterly wronged. On the verge of tears. "My lord, it's not that I didn't want to help, but I simply couldn't. Young Master Dong was present and explicitly instructed me not to interfere. And he also sent away those guards, claiming it was a personal feud. I had no choice but to send word for you to come and handle the matter. I never expected that Lord Huo would single-handedly fight off the crowd." Standing firm against all odds as he spoke, he began to sing Huo Tianci's praises. Dong Daden was left in a daze, just as he was about to inquire if young Master Dong was indeed his son, when a roguish young man clad in fine garments stumbled into the room, shaking his head in confusion. Upon spotting Huo Tianci, he immediately kneeled before Dong Daden, pleading for his intervention. "Father, it was this brat who bullied me earlier and caused a ruckus at the Pinxian building, threatening to smash the place. You must have him tied up and brought to me for punishment." The young man was none other than Dong Pengfei, who had just regained consciousness after being knocked out by Huo Tianci. Upon hearing that Dong Daden had arrived, he rushed over, seeking his father's intervention. As Dong Pengfei pointed a finger at Huo Tianci, demanding his capture, Dong Daden realized he was in deep trouble. Indeed, Dong Pengfei was his son. "Bind him," Dong Daden barked, and upon hearing his father's furious command, Dong Pengfei rejoiced inwardly, knowing that his father favored him above all else, being the only child. However, the guards with spiritual energy soon approached and bound him tightly. Dong Pengfei was left utterly bewildered. "Father, it wasn't me. It was him. It was him," he cried, desperately trying to explain as his father, Dong Daden, knelt before Huo Tianci. "Your Excellency, I am Dong Daben, and I have but one son, who has now lost his ability to bear children. I implore you, grant him mercy and spare his life. I assure you, I shall discipline him rigorously henceforth." Dong Daben came to understand the entire situation. It was his son who had caused this calamity. "Father, why are you kneeling before him? He is merely a wild brat. How could he be someone of importance?" Dong Pengfei expressed his disbelief, for Huo Tianci was younger than he. He thrashed about, attempting to free himself from his bonds, but Dong Daben delivered a sharp slap, bringing him to his senses. "Wretched child! How dare you speak so boldly? Kneel before His Excellency." Dong Daben was genuinely enraged. After that strike, a deep imprint of 5 fingers was left upon Dong Pengfei's face, causing Huo Tianci to feel a pang of sympathy. Dong Pengfei, having been struck, covered his face and bit his lip, tears streaming down his cheeks, for this was the first time his father had struck him, leaving him feeling utterly wronged. Dong Daben continued to plead with Huo Tianci. As the saying goes, a father's failure to educate is a grave sin. "I am willing to accept punishment on behalf of this ungrateful child. I beseech you, grant him a reprieve." Though Dong Daben's actions were severe, his paternal love was evident. He did this for the sake of his son, hoping that Huo Tianci would spare him. Observing this, Dong Pengfei ceased his weeping, recognizing his father's intentions. He then knelt before Huo Tianci, fervently explaining, "Your Excellency, this matter has nothing to do with my father. It was all instigated by Song Junjian. He claimed you had offended him and coerced me into aiding him. Otherwise, even if you granted the likes of me the utmost audacity, I would not dare to offend you." At this point, the matter had become clear. Song Junjian had exploited Dong Pengfei's influence to act against Huo Tianci. Initially, Huo Tianci believed Song Junjian must have connections with a notable figure from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, which emboldened him. Ultimately, it turned out that this so-called prominent individual was indeed Dong Dabin's son. Gazing at Dong Pengfei, Huo Tianci decided not to pursue the matter further, realizing he had been used as a pawn. Rising to address them, Huo Tianci raised his hand, and the two men immediately stood, signifying his forgiveness. Aside from Song Junjian, there were also 3 other young masters who had previously confronted Huo Tianci. Turning his gaze towards Dong Pengfei, he inquired, "What backgrounds do those 3 possess?" "The individual whose hand you fractured is named Wang Fan. The one with small eyes is Su Jitong, and the square-faced man is Zhou Feishu. They are all well-known young masters from Heihe Fort, possessing some wealth but lacking true strength, rendering them no match for you, Your Excellency," Dong Pengfei replied honestly. "And how does Song Junjian compare to me?" Huo Tianci sought to probe the depths of the Song family's influence. Noticing Dong Pengfei's hesitance, Huo Tianci encouraged him, "Speak freely." In that case, I must confess that Song Junjian is regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of Heihe Fort. Recently, he even ascended the Martial City S rankings, becoming a notable figure, truly a child of destiny. "Your Excellency, you must have witnessed his prowess firsthand," Dong Pengfei recounted. Having fainted earlier, he was unaware of Huo Tianci's triumph over Song Junjian and mistakenly believed that Dong Dabin had rescued Huo Tianci from Song Junjian's grasp. "Experienced his prowess? Ha!" Huo Tianci laughed dismissively. This laughter left the father and son of the Dong family bewildered, as neither knew of Huo Tianci's victory over Song Junjian, having arrived after the latter's departure. Finally, Li Er, standing to the side, timidly interjected, "That Song Junjian was just sent flying by Your Excellency's punch, spewing blood, and was ultimately carried away." Upon hearing this, Dong Dabin and his son were left astonished. For the outcome was utterly unexpected. Song Junjian was a martial artist of the rankings, and each of these individuals possessed the capability to challenge practitioners of a higher realm. "You truly defeated him? Your Excellency?" Dong Dabin could hardly believe it. "The rankings? What is that?" Huo Tianci had heard passers-by mention it earlier, and now Dong Dabin's explanation piqued his curiosity. The rankings is a list established by the Martial City, cataloging the top 10,000 martial artists in every realm throughout the Great Liang Kingdom. Song Junjian ranks as the 9,827th expert on this list. Dong Dabin elucidated 1,000 people, and he ranks 9,827th? Isn't that at the bottom? Huo Tianci regarded Song Junjian's position with disdain, as it was indeed near the end. Meanwhile, Dong Dabin was sweating profusely, realizing Huo Tianci had misunderstood. He hastily clarified, "Your Excellency, the population of the Great Liang Kingdom exceeds 1.3 billion. The number of body-refining martial artists alone is at least in the hundreds of millions. TOB ranked 9,827th among 100 million. Is that truly low?" Boom. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci felt a shock within. Having overlooked this crucial detail, he had focused solely on the ranking of 9827, not realizing that the total number exceeded hundreds of millions. Stammering, he finally replied, "That indeed is not low." Huo Tianci suddenly had an epiphany. In truth, the number of body-refining martial artists in the Great Liang Kingdom was likely far greater than 100 million. Huo Tianci estimated the figure to be around 400 to 500 million. And to be within the top 10,000 among them was indeed no small feat. Dong Dabin then elaborated on the advantages of entering the rankings to Huo Tianci. After listening, Huo Tianci was astounded by the numerous benefits, including the acquisition of mystical pills and artifacts. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for accepting the Dominate the Rankings task. Ding! The Dominate the Rankings task has commenced. Entering the first stage. Entering the rankings. This was an extraordinary task. Upon hearing those words, Huo Tianci was filled with excitement, for such phrases typically indicated he had accepted a grand task, and the rewards were surely substantial. Entering the rankings task. The host must enter the rankings to complete it. Upon completion, the reward is Character Card. Supreme Sword Saint yet a character card reward. Huo Tianci's eyes sparkled, but what thrilled him even more was that this character card belonged to a Sword Saint. Up until now, he had drawn prizes 4 or 5 times, and character cards had only appeared once, indicating their rarity. However, he fully recognized the usefulness of character cards, as the Lion Dog, also known as the Proud Hunter Reinhardt, had assisted him on numerous occasions. This Sword Saint character card was a treasure he must acquire. Huo Tianci clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, "To learn how to enter the rankings." Huo Tianci bombarded Dong Dabin with questions. "Your Excellency, since you have already defeated Song Junjian, entering the rankings should be no issue at all." Dong Dabin candidly replied, proceeding to thoroughly explain the rules for entering the rankings. As noon approached, several factions arrived outside the Pinxian building. Dong Dabin stepped out and found that they were indeed there to demand a reckoning, among them the Song, Zhou, and Su families. Leading them was the elder of the Song family's inner circle, Song Tianheng, who was a direct brother to the family head, Song Tianzong. Greetings, Master Dong. Upon seeing Dong Dabin, even the head of the Song family, Song Tianzong, would need to show deference, let alone Song Tianheng, elder Song. What brings you here? Dong Dabin feigned ignorance. This left Song Tianheng puzzled, for Dong Dabin's son had participated in the incident and was rumored to have been knocked unconscious by Huo Tianci. Would Dong Dabin not seek revenge for such an affront? Realizing the implications, Song Tianheng discreetly pulled Dong Dabin aside and asked, Master Dong, could it be that this young man has a significant background? Song Tianheng sensed something, but the extent of that background eluded him. If it were truly vast enough that the Song family could not retaliate, then they would have to relent. However, if not, they must seek vengeance. For Song Junjian was the son of Song Tianzong, the young master of the Song family. Logically, if something were to happen to Song Junjian, his father, Song Tianzong, should have arrived by now. Yet, he was currently treasure hunting in the 100 Beast Forest and likely remained unaware of his son's dire condition. Nevertheless, Song Tianheng had already dispatched messages, for this was indeed a significant matter. Dong Dabin glanced around. Noting the absence of any figures before speaking, he hails from Fuzhou and is connected to Lord Wamping. It seems that Lord Wamping holds him in high regard and does not dare treat him lightly. Therefore, I suggest you all let it go. Dong Dabin spoke with feigned nonchalance. Wamping? Could it be that Master Wamping? The enforcer of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Fuzhou, Song Tianheng bombarded him with questions, for if it were indeed that esteemed individual, the Song family would have to relent, as one man alone could easily flatten their clan. Heha Fortress, when elaborated upon, is not particularly large. The most formidable masters within are the heads of the Song and Wu families, both of whom possess peak strength at the 9th level of the Profound Realm. Thus, a single Profound Master is sufficient to flatten them, and one cannot overlook Wanping's identity as an attendant of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ultimately, Dong Dabin nodded in acknowledgement of Wanping's status. Thank you for the reminder, Dong Manager. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Song Tianheng, drenched in sweat, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, for if they provoked Huo Tianci, the Song family would be doomed. Fortunately, he cleverly inquired about Huo Tianci's background from Dong Dabin, which somewhat alleviated his fears. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Dong Dabin discreetly glanced at the denomination of the silver bill, his heart leaping with joy, for it amounted to 100,000 taels. However, he feigned indifference, pushing the note forward. There is nothing inappropriate about it. If not for your reminder, Dong Manager, our Song family would have been embroiled in disaster. Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Thus, the members of the Song family retreated, and the heads of the other two families followed suit upon witnessing the Song family's departure. Elder Song, why are you leaving? Upon returning, the heads of the other two families were somewhat perplexed, considering Huo Tianci was still within the Pinxian building, and it would have sufficed for Dong Dabin to hand him over. Moreover, wasn't Dong Dabin at odds with that young man? That young man is connected to Wanping. We cannot provoke him. We must devise another plan. Song Tianheng's frustration was palpable. He could only await the return of Song Tianzong to discuss strategies together. What? Wanping? This outcome was somewhat unexpected for the heads of the other two families, and it was no wonder that Dong Dabin, whose son had been beaten, did not take action. It turns out there was such a significant background. Given this, we shall let it go. Except for Song Junjian, who was gravely injured, the others had no major issues. Ultimately, the heads of the two families considered it merely a mute loss for their sons, for they could not contend with Wanping. Song Tianheng had anticipated such an outcome, knowing this group was more inclined to submit to strength. Then I shall not see you off, with a cold expression. Song Tianheng turned away, prompting the two family heads to hastily depart. Chapter 158. The capable Niu on the other side. After finishing lunch, Huo Tianci arrived at the slaughterhouse of Heha Fortress. Sir, this is the place. In hopes of providing his son with a brighter future, Dong Dabin had entrusted Dong Pengfei to follow in Huo Tianci's footsteps, demonstrating his cleverness, and no need for formalities. Just call me Brother Tian from now on. Huo Tianci said to Dong Pengfei. Understood, Brother Tian. Dong Pengfei's heart soared with joy, for his father had already informed him of Huo Tianci's impressive background. Moreover, Huo Tianci had defeated Song Junjian, establishing himself as the leader among the younger generation of Heha Fortress. The slaughterhouse was vast, rivaling the size of the Huo family estate. Upon entering, Dong Pengfei immediately called out to a young attendant. The attendant, upon seeing him, rushed over and respectfully greeted, "Hello, young master." The attendant was exceedingly deferential, for they all recognized Dong Daden as the manager of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and his son, Dong Pengfei, as the young master. The supervisor, Ngo Danning, was currently dissecting a ferocious beast. The attendant dared not address him as Big Ngo, knowing that should he overhear, the consequences would be dire. Ngo Danning, full name Ngo Danning, was the supervisor of the slaughterhouse, not only a skilled dissector but also a master at the third level of the profound disciple realm. At that moment, he was dissecting a 9th-level ferocious beast, the bronze-armored rhinoceros. Damn, it shattered again, Ngo Danning thought, feeling increasingly agitated as cracks appeared on the bronze shell. Beside him, a fellow dissector expressed his frustration. More wearied than anything else, Brother Ngo, this is the 13th one. Shall we take a break? This suggestion irked Ngo Danning, who shot a fierce glare at him. Rest? You think we can take a break without extracting a single complete piece of the bronze shell? Get up and keep working. Under such reprimand, the fellow immediately complied. Ngo Danning resumed his efforts, muttering, "How on earth do I dissect this?" At that moment, the attendant entered to report. "Damn it, didn't I say no one is allowed in without my permission?" Ngo Danning erupted, his agitation reaching a peak upon seeing the attendant. The attendant, frightened, quickly explained, "Supervisor Ngo, it's not me seeking you. It's the young master looking for you. I'm merely delivering a message." Young master? Upon hearing those words, Ngo Danning, despite his displeasure, promptly exited the dissection room to welcome them. Outside, Huo Tianci and his companions observed a robust man with a notably large head emerge. It was no wonder he was called Big Ngo. Huo Tianci chuckled, realizing that compared to others, Ngo Danning's head was at least a size larger. Initially displeased with Dong Daden's appointment as the manager of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ngo Danning's thoughts shifted upon receiving the flawless bronze shell. A sense of crisis arose within him, for the skill to extract the bronze shell intact was beyond his capabilities. After 13 failed attempts that morning, he recognized that anyone capable of such a feat surpassed him in skill. "Young Master Dong, what brings you here?" Had it been in the past, Ngo Danning, proud and arrogant, would have disregarded Dong Pengfei. However, now he dared not, as Dong Daden could replace him at any moment, especially with a more skilled dissector present. That dissector was none other than Huo Tianci, the very individual who had delivered the flawless bronze shell to Dong Daden, who chose to present it to the slaughterhouse instead of selling it. Intending to humble Ngo Danning and remind him that the slaughterhouse could function without his arrogance. "Brother Tian and I are here for an inspection," Dong Pengfei began to introduce Huo Tianci. Inspection? Ngo Danning was taken aback, for inspections were typically conducted by superiors over subordinates, implying Huo Tianci held a higher rank. Yet, gazing at Huo Tianci's youthful visage, he found it hard to believe that this boy of 15 or 16 possessed any significant background. Ngo Danning's skepticism was natural given Huo Tianci's age, yet he refrained from showing any disrespect. "Please, sir, proceed with the inspection." However, Huo Tianci waved his hand, for his purpose in coming here was not to conduct an inspection but to hunt a living ferocious beast to slay. Similar to the activities in Long Village, a living ferocious beast, Ngo Danning was perplexed, for there were no living beasts within the slaughterhouse. "Sir, there are none here," Ngo Danning thought to himself. "What difference does it make? The warriors would surely bring in the carcasses for sale. That if you seek the living, will you not go to the beast forest to catch one yourself?" Huo Tianci anticipated Ngo Danning's thoughts, for anyone would have similar reasoning. Yet, for him, it was different. "Actually, I am also a dissector, but I have a small requirement. The beast must be alive, even if it has but a breath left." Huo Tianci proclaimed. "You are also a dissector." This revelation astonished Ngo Danning, making him recall the flawless bronze shell. Impossible! Ngo Danning could hardly believe it, yet his instincts told him that the exquisite bronze shell had indeed been crafted by Huo Tianci. Realizing this, Ngo Danning felt a sense of vulnerability, fearing that Huo Tianci had come to seize the position of supervisor at the slaughterhouse, as the capable should occupy the position, and the strong must be respected. If Huo Tianci's dissection skills surpassed his own, the role of supervisor would inevitably belong to him. "Sir, is this bronze shell yours?" Ngo Danning, still grappling with disbelief, hastily retrieved the bronze shell and inquired of Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci appeared somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, it indeed belonged to him. "It was the item I gave to Dong Daden yesterday for sale. How could it end up in your possession?" "It truly is your property?" Ngo Danning felt as if struck by lightning. "This was delivered by Dong this morning. It must be for me to imitate and learn from, right? I must say." Your dissection skills are quite impressive, my lord. Just average, by the way. Since there are no living beasts left, could you assist me in collecting some? Remember, even if there is just a breath left, it suffices. Just ensure it doesn't die completely. This is a peculiar habit of mine when dissecting ferocious beasts. Otherwise, the field during dissection will be compromised. Huo Tianci provided a brief explanation. The phrase about not dying completely sparked a clever thought in Yearned, my lord. We happen to have a critically injured Xian-Tu ferocious beast here. Would you demonstrate your skills for us? Yearned was eager to witness Huo Tianci's true dissection prowess and why dissection techniques are not for dissemination. However, I can leave you the materials obtained from the dissection for your observation. Huo Tianci mused that even if he wished to share, he could not, as these were rewards bestowed by the system. His sole privilege, is that so? Yearned felt a twinge of regret but understood. If he possessed such remarkable dissection skills, he would not desire others to learn them either. Still, witnessing the dissected materials would be worthwhile, as it could lead to research and perhaps mimicry, though whether the mimicry would succeed remained uncertain. He then transported the critically injured black cloud leopard to a dissection room. The black cloud leopard, a Xian-Tu level beast, was massive and fearsome, characterized by its cloud-like black patterns densely covering its body, creating a stunning visual impact. Upon examining its forehead, 3 slender black lines indicated its rank, revealing that this black cloud leopard possessed the strength of a Xian-Tu level beast at the 3rd realm. After inspecting its attributes, Huo Tianci confirmed his earlier judgment. Black cloud leopard, Xian-Tu level 3 beast, known for living in packs, current status, critically injured. Indeed, it was on the brink of death. Besides verifying his judgment, Huo Tianci wanted to assess the current state of the black cloud leopard. If it were already dead, he would not waste time. However, at this moment, ding system notification. Host Huo Tianci has successfully killed 1 black cloud leopard, earning 30,000 cultivation points and increasing his strength limit by 50. Ding. The host has obtained 1 black cloud leopard skin, 1 black cloud leopard skeleton, 1 black cloud leopard heart, and 2 black cloud leopard fangs. Ding. The host has received 3 bottles of advanced healing ointment, 1 Qi-enhancing pill, and 2 pieces of Xian stone. Ding. The host has acquired 3 drops of black cloud leopard essence blood. The reward notification resonated in Huo Tianci's mind for an impressive 5 seconds, offering a bounty that could only be described as extraordinarily abundant, considering the beast's Xian-Tu level 3 status. The advanced healing ointment was suitable for Xian-Tu level users, capable of fully restoring external injuries in 30 seconds. A true miracle drug. As for the Qi-enhancing pill, Huo Tianci consumed it immediately, as it increased his strength limit by 100 points, though he could only take 5 in total. This would be his 4th. The Xian stones, of inferior quality, were valued at 1,000 taels of gold each, equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. Thus, the 2 Xian stones alone from the black cloud leopard had already granted Huo Tianci an income of 200,000 taels of silver. A rather exaggerated amount as he picked up the last drops of black cloud leopard essence blood. Huo Tianci carefully examined its attributes, noting the faint luminescence it emitted, which differed from the essence blood obtained from previous ferocious beasts he had slain, indicating the presence of something remarkable. Black cloud leopard essence blood, 3rd grade essence blood, can be used for alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman creation. If consumed directly, it instantly increases cultivation points by 6,000. Remarkably, it was 3rd grade essence blood. Essence blood is classified into grades, with 1st grade being the lowest and 9th grade the highest, corresponding to the Xian-Tu 1st to 9th realms. Ferocious beasts at the 8th or 9th ranks could also yield essence blood, but it would lack grade distinctions, merely being classified as ordinary essence blood. This black cloud leopard possessed the strength of a Xian-Tu level 3 beast, meaning that once its blood was refined into essence blood, its quality would be 3rd grade. These 3 drops of essence blood were worth at least the price of 1 Xian stone. Huo Tianci understood the rarity of essence blood, having previously inquired about its value from Dong Daiden, who mentioned that even the lowest grade essence blood from a refining body realm beast demanded at least 10,000 taels, with any grade elevation doubling its price due to the challenges in refinement. A 10 success rate was already considered high. However, Huo Tianci disregarded all of this, as he could extract it directly from slain beasts. Joyfully collecting the black cloud leopard essence blood, Huo Tianci exited the dissection room. Outside, upon seeing Huo Tianci return in less than a minute, Yearned initially thought he had forgotten his dissection knife, as Huo Tianci had entered empty-handed. My lord, the knife is here. Thus, Yearned kindly offered his dissection knife for Huo Tianci's use. Huo Tianci blinked, not reaching out to take it, simply stating, "There's no need. I never use a knife for dissections." This statement left Yearned utterly bewildered. But what further astonished him was the next declaration. Moreover, I have already completed the dissection of the Xin-Tu level 3 black cloud leopard. What? Niu Danning thought he misheard. Reluctantly, Huo Tianci repeated, I said, I have finished dissecting that black cloud leopard. You may enter to verify. Chapter 160. Encountering the ancient map fragment again. Completed already? Upon hearing this, not only was Niu Danning stunned, but the other butchers in the slaughterhouse, who overheard the conversation, were equally dumbfounded. 1 minute, just 1 minute, to claim that he had dissected a beast over 3 meters long with the strength of a Xin-Tu level 3 black cloud leopard. In an instant, nearly everyone present believed Huo Tianci was jesting, pulling their leg, as this was simply impossible. Why, Lord, please don't jest with me. It would take me at least a minute just to sharpen my knife. Niu Danning was incredulous, and the other butchers echoed his disbelief, expressing that Huo Tianci was merely boasting. In light of this, Huo Tianci was somewhat understanding, recalling how those butchers in Long Village had doubted him due to his astonishing speed, which was nothing short of miraculous. It was entirely reasonable that no one believed him, as it was utterly inconceivable. Huo Tianci had transformed the unbelievable into reality. Hearing is often deceptive. Seeing is believing. If that is the case, you might as well go inside to witness the truth for yourselves. And do not assume that just because you cannot accomplish something, others cannot either. Those who think this way are typically the weak. Huo Tianci delivered this profound insight. Upon hearing his words, Niu Danning and the other butchers burst into laughter, appreciating Huo Tianci's impressive bravado. With expressions of disdain, they prepared to enter the dissection room to witness his 1-minute dissection method firsthand. Upon entering, the prior laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of astonishment emanating from the dissection room, as if they had encountered a ghost. Huo Tianci merely smiled, for such scenes were not new to him. He then turned his gaze to Niu Danning and remarked, Do not forget to assist me in acquiring critically injured ferocious beasts. Stunned, Niu Danning slowly nodded, remaining in a state of disbelief. As he began to process the situation and sought to inquire how Huo Tianci had achieved this feat, Huo Tianci had already departed. This lord is truly remarkable. Still in awe, Niu Danning quickly regained his composure and hurried off to assist Huo Tianci in acquiring critically injured ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci exited the slaughterhouse and followed Dong Pengfei to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Hehe Fortress, as he aimed to purchase weapons of the 8th rank in the mortal realm. One of the purposes of his visit to Hehe Fortress, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, was a colossal 6-story establishment occupying tens of thousands of square meters, where one could procure everything imaginable, including Xian artifacts, Xian pills, and even spiritual artifacts and spiritual pills. Of course, to acquire these items, one must possess sufficient gold and silver. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Adjacent to this towering edifice stood a slightly shorter, egg-shaped building resembling a massive ovum. Tiangu, this is our auction house at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Coincidentally, an auction is scheduled for this afternoon. Shall we go and take a look? Dong Pengfei suggested to Huo Tianci that auctions are held only occasionally, sometimes just once a month. This is because the items for auction must be exquisite, and such treasures are not readily available every day. It requires time to collect them. Only when a sufficient number of quality items are gathered can they be auctioned together. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pique the interest of potential buyers. Well, I am quite eager to witness this myself, Huo Tianci expressed, and the two entered the auction house together. Halfway through their journey, Huo Tianci expressed a desire to sell a few items. He turned to Dong Pengfei and inquired, Xiaodong, how should I proceed if I wish to part with some items? Dong Pengfei pointed to a room on the right, labeled the appraisal room, and replied, Tiangu, we must first go to the appraisal room to assess the value of your treasures. If they meet the criteria for auction, we can proceed with the sale. If not, the appraiser will provide you with a price. If both parties are satisfied with the price, the transaction can be completed swiftly and easily. This method of transaction is quite commendable and indeed efficient. Let us proceed to the appraisal room, Huo Tianci said as he entered the room. The space was modest, approximately 20 square meters, yet it was well equipped with tables and chairs. Additionally, a few attractive maidservants were bustling about, adding a certain charm to the atmosphere. At the appraisal table, 3 appraisers were assisting others with their items. One appraiser, sporting a distinctive mustache, was engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. I say, Sir, this is the 10th time this month you've brought this tattered sheepskin. I've already informed you that it holds no value. You must take another look, young man. This is an heirloom passed down through generations. If it weren't for my wife falling gravely ill, I would never consider selling it. The elderly gentleman implored, refusing to relent. Noticing that the mustached appraiser was ignoring him, he continued, To be honest, this is a treasure map. A genuine one. It is not just a worthless item. Please, take another look. Upon hearing it was a treasure map, a crowd quickly gathered. However, the mustached appraiser responded, I am well aware that this is a map, but it is incomplete. Furthermore, whether it truly is a treasure map remains to be seen. And you wish to sell it for 10,000 taels of silver? That is simply impossible. What? Incomplete. And yet you expect to sell it for 10,000? The crowd immediately lost interest upon learning of its condition. And many thought it was absurd for the elderly gentleman to ask such a price. How about 5,000? The elderly man suggested, mistakenly believing he had overvalued it. The mustached appraiser replied earnestly, Sir, this is not a matter of price, but rather that this item simply lacks value. Just then, Huo Tianci approached the elderly gentleman. Sir, may I take a look at that item? Huo Tianci felt a sense of familiarity with the tattered sheepskin and wished to examine it closely. Will you buy it? The elderly gentleman asked, his face filled with worry, as he was in urgent need of silver. Huo Tianci, being respectful of the elderly, proposed, How about this? If I find it appealing, I will purchase it, but if not, I will still give you 100 taels of silver. What do you say? Upon hearing this, everyone in the appraisal room thought Huo Tianci had lost his mind. As such a business practice was unheard of, however, the elderly gentleman was overjoyed. All right, take your time to look. As Huo Tianci held the tattered sheepskin, a notification chimed. Congratulations, the host has discovered an ancient scroll fragment. Indeed, it was an ancient scroll fragment. Without hesitation, Huo Tianci retrieved a silver note from his pocket and handed it to the elderly gentleman. Sir, I have purchased this sheepskin. Here is a note for 10,000 taels. Please accept it. Huo Tianci was elated, while those around him were left in shock. They could hardly believe he had spent such a sum on a mere piece of sheepskin. Is he truly sane? They wondered, some even regarding him as foolish. Young man, would you like to take a look at my item? I won't ask for 10,000. Just 1,000 will do, a different seller offered, presenting his trinket to Huo Tianci. Upon seeing it was a broken wooden sword, Huo Tianci was about to express his disbelief when Dong Pengfei swiftly kicked the seller, knocking him down. How dare you try to deceive my Tiange? The man, in pain, cried out, I've been assaulted. I've been assaulted. The auction house had strict regulations against physical altercations between buyers and sellers, and once discovered, the instigator would face severe consequences. Clearly, Dong Pengfei had violated this rule, and the man thought to extort some silver from him as compensation. However, he miscalculated. Dong Pengfei summoned several guards, instructing, throw this man out and blacklist him. Anyone placed on the Tianhe Commerce blacklist would forever be barred from purchasing goods from them. A severe punishment indeed. After the man was ejected, those who had previously mocked Huo Tianci felt foolish, their laughter quickly fading into silence. This is Tiange. He has come to sell some items and would appreciate your assistance. Dong Pengfei said respectfully to the three appraisers, who were key members of the Tianhe Commerce. He dared not offend them, knowing the man from earlier had been clearly seeking trouble. The appraisers understood the situation and complimented Dong Pengfei. You handled that situation excellently. Such provocateurs should be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, they will think they can treat our Tianhe Commerce lightly. Following this, the elder appraiser slammed his hand on the table before his expression softened. Of course, we will treat genuine customers with utmost sincerity. Please continue. Our Tianhe Commerce is dedicated to serving all our patrons. With that, the earlier tension dissipated, for the elder was right. Respect is mutual, if you show none. Why should I? The man had it coming. After the brief commotion settled, Huo Tianci queued for the appraisal. Adhering to the rules, as he prepared to present his treasures, all eyes turned towards him, for he had just spent 10,000 taels on that sheepskin, leading everyone to speculate that his next item would be extraordinary. Finally, Huo Tianci revealed 7 thumb-sized jade vials. Could this be some form of medicinal liquid? Someone speculated immediately. It cannot be medicine. Those vials are far too small to hold anything significant. If I am not mistaken, they must contain the blood essence of a fierce beast. The elder appraiser deduced astutely. What? Blood essence? The appraisal room erupted in excitement. Dong Pengfei was equally astonished, as the blood essence of fierce beasts is notoriously difficult to refine. Indeed, it is blood essence, Huo Tianci confirmed, nodding. The elder, now visibly excited, began to inspect each vial carefully. The blood, solid yet fluid, resembled jelly in appearance, vivid red in color, and comparable in size to an ordinary droplet of blood. Young friend, the quality of your fierce beast blood is exceptional. It must have been handled by a master alchemist, the elder remarked, unable to hide his admiration. as it had been a long time since he had encountered such exquisite items. Huo Tianci could only nod in agreement, for he could hardly claim it had been extracted through chance. Ultimately, the elder accepted all the vials and addressed Huo Tianci. These blood essences can be auctioned. Fortunately, there is an auction taking place today. Shaolin, please assist the guest with arrangements. The elder instructed the mustached appraiser. Turning back, he handed Huo Tianci a token, saying, "Take this and wait nearby if your items are sold. A staff member from Tianhe Commerce will contact you immediately." Very well. After receiving the palm-sized token, Huo Tianci followed Dong Pengfei to the main hall of the auction house. Upon entering, the once bright surroundings dimmed, and a cacophony of sounds filled the air, reminiscent of a concert, with only the central auction stage illuminated. The main hall was vast, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people, and Huo Tianci, filled with curiosity, directed his gaze towards the center of the auction stage. There, a stunning woman clad in a red slit cheongsam was brightly illuminated, introducing the items on display. The enchanting beauty, mature and alluring, captivates all with her mesmerizing eyes, crimson lips, and skin as delicate as a petal, evoking a desire for a gentle kiss. Occasionally, she gracefully strolls around the venue, engaging with guests about the treasures held within their palms. Her fitted qipao accentuates her stunning figure, while her long, fair legs tantalizingly peek through the slits of her attire, driving countless men to a frenzy. Chapter 162. A reunion with Wu Qiushuang Brother Tian. Observing Huo Tianci's rapt attention, Dong Pengfei couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. What did you say? Huo Tianci finally snapped back to reality, instinctively wiping the drool that had escaped the corner of his mouth, realizing Dong Pengfei was laughing at him. He understood he had lost his composure. It's quite normal. After all, we are all men. Also, you've got a nosebleed. Suddenly, Huo Tianci burst into laughter, noticing that Dong Pengfei was indeed bleeding, compared to his own drooling. That was a far more embarrassing situation. Damn it, he muttered, touching his nose to confirm the blood. In a hurry, Dong Pengfei pinched his nose and dashed outside. Moments later, he returned, still embarrassed, and borrowed Huo Tianci's earlier words. We are all men. Haha, by the way, this stunning beauty is named Ziyun. She is the dream goddess in the hearts of all men in Heihe Fort. If I could spend a night with her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Huo Tianci thought he had been direct enough, yet Dong Pengfei was even more so. Aren't you the young master now? With a woman like her, wouldn't it be within your grasp? Huo Tianci initially believed Ziyun to be that kind of woman. However, he was mistaken. Brother Tian, Ziyun is not just any ordinary woman. Despite her mature appearance, she is merely 18 or 19, a true enchantress. Moreover, she has connections beyond our reach. For someone like me, she is unattainable. Do you know how the previous leader of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Heihe Fort met his end? Dong Pengfei asked in a low voice. How did he die? Huo Tianci inquired. Intrigued, he attempted to pursue Ziyun and paid the ultimate price. Dong Pengfei mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Of course, my father seized the opportunity and rose to power. To be honest, our family owes a debt of gratitude to Ziyun, as well as to you, Brother Tian. Huo Tianci inhaled sharply, realizing the implications that Ziyun had a complicated background. If that were the case, why would she come to a small place like Heihe Fort to be an auctioneer? This left Huo Tianci perplexed. Damn it, am I here to admire beautiful women or to buy things? Huo Tianci had nearly forgotten his purpose for being there, as Ziyun's alluring image consumed his thoughts. Brother Tian, half of the people here aren't even here to buy anything, Dong Pengfei remarked, gesturing towards Ziyun on the auction stage. Huo Tianci nodded in agreement, especially after witnessing several men rush out, their noses bleeding. He genuinely worried for their health. Ultimately, an item was sold for 10,000 taels of silver. Soon after, the next auction item was presented, and Ziyun, with her enchanting voice, began to introduce the jade platter's contents. Next up is 7 stalks of Hanyu grass, a rare herb essential for refining body-enhancing elixirs, particularly for martial artists seeking to break through to the Xian-Tu realm. That I trust you all understand its significance. So I won't elaborate further. The starting bid is 10,000 taels of silver. Experts in body refinement should not miss this opportunity. With her words, Ziyun cast flirtatious glances at everyone, attempting to entice more bidders. I bid 20,000, Dong Pengfei inexplicably shouted. Do you want it? Huo Tianci questioned, suspecting the Hanyu grass was indeed his target. Please, no. Dong Pengfei continued to raise his bid. I bid 30,000. Why are you shouting nonsense? Huo Tianci, feeling embarrassed, quickly pulled Dong Pengfei back, thinking he had lost his mind. Brother Tian, why are you pulling me? I know what I'm doing. Those 7 stalks are worth at least 50,000 taels. As long as I don't go overboard, it's fine. Plus, I'm doing this to catch Ziyun's attention. Look, she noticed me. Really? She's looking over here. Unconsciously, Dong Pengfei became excited as Ziyun indeed glanced in their direction. Huo Tianci felt increasingly awkward, realizing Dong Pengfei's intentions. Brother Tian, let us bid together. If Ziyun notices me, it would be a stroke of fortune. After all, opportunities are seized, not given. Why not bid? Huo Tianci couldn't help but consider the logic in his words. Had it not been for the fact that the Hanyu grass was rightfully his, he might have been tempted to join in. Just don't cause trouble for your father, he cautioned. Upon hearing this, Dong Pengfei immediately lowered his hand, recognizing the wisdom in Huo Tianci's advice. As the newly appointed leader, he couldn't afford to create chaos. Right. I am the young master now. I must set a good example. Dong Pengfei wiped the sweat from his forehead. At that moment, the value of the 7 stalks of Hanyu grass soared to 60,000 taels. I bid 61,000. A melodious, slightly mischievous voice chimed in from Huo Tianci's right. The voice was strikingly familiar. Could it be? Huo Tianci looked up to find, indeed, it was Wu Qiushuang, biting her lip in anticipation, hoping no one would outbid her. Her budget capped at 65,000, yet someone had already bid higher. Surpassing her limit, I bid 70,000. A voice from the left shouted again. Turning to look, Huo Tianci recognized it as Song Qing in the fierce competition for the Hanyu grass. Huo Tianci had previously taken all the available stocks from him. Although Song Wu later helped him secure 3 stocks, it was still insufficient, as a minimum of 5 was required to concoct the elixir. Thus, he found himself here to make a purchase. Wu Qiushuang was also in pursuit of the Hanyu grass. As she sought to advance to the Xian Tu realm. Chapter 163. A smile from the beauty is even more precious. Isn't that the third miss of the Wu family? Wu Qiushuang, are you interested in the Hanyu grass? Song Qing feigned surprise, provoking her. Generally, the price for Hanyu grass ranged from 7 to 8,000 taels per stalk, making his bid of 10,000 per stalk exorbitantly high. He reveled in having outbid Wu Qiushuang. You're just asking for trouble. Wu Qiushuang fumed, realizing Song Qing was deliberately provoking her. If she lost her temper and engaged in a quarrel, it would be a trap. Thankfully, she was clever enough to turn away from him, ignoring his taunts. Song Qing continued to provoke her. If you truly want it, why not say so? I could have let you have it, after all. Ladies first. But now, if you bid 71,000, I want to raise my bid. This infuriated Wu Qiushuang further. Where would she find 71,000? If she had it, she would have bid earlier. Song Qing, let us wait and see. Furious, she turned to leave, preferring to avoid further humiliation. However, just as she stood to walk away, a voice behind her called out, I bid 100,000. If 10,000 per stock was already considered high, then 14,000 was undoubtedly astronomical, nearly double the usual price. This astonished everyone present, questioning the sanity of the bidder. Is this person insane? Who would pay that much for Hanyu grass? With that money, I could buy 2 stocks, many in the crowd whispered, deeming Huo Tianci foolish. Even Dong Pengfei beside him exclaimed, Brother, didn't you just say not to cause a ruckus? Dong Pengfei was bewildered, recalling Huo Tianci's earlier admonition against reckless bidding. Yet, here he was, boldly bidding 100,000. Certainly, this successfully captured the attention of Ziyun at the auction platform. As Ziyun fixed her gaze on Huo Tianci, Dong Pengfei seemed to have an epiphany. He gave Huo Tianci a thumbs up and remarked, Brother Tian, your move was indeed astonishing, executed with remarkable finesse. I humbly bow to your superiority. However, Huo Tianci was not seeking Ziyun's attention. Rather, he was defending Wu Qiushuang's honor. Observing Wu Qiushuang on the verge of tears, Huo Tianci felt a surge of empathy. When someone bid 100,000 taels, Wu Qiushuang, who was about to leave, returned to her seat, her impending tears vanishing in an instant. She felt a sense of relief, not knowing the identity of her benefactor, but her heart brimmed with joy. She then addressed Song Qingyan, saying, Song, do not concern yourself with my feelings. I have decided to withdraw. You may continue to bid for the Hanyu grass. Oh? Why the silence? Can it be that you cannot muster even 100,000 taels? Surely, the Song family is affluent. After uttering these words, Wu Qiushuang felt all her anger dissipate. Song Qing, feeling a sense of indignation, turned to glance behind him, trying to discern who was undermining him, but the dim lighting made it difficult to see clearly. Ultimately, realizing the folly of spending 100,000 taels on 7 stalks of Hanyu grass, he chose to relent. Just as he thought the matter was settled, a servant girl from the auction house approached Wu Qiushuang with a measured gait. "Beautiful lady, this is a gift from that gentleman you saw earlier. He mentioned that while 1,000 taels of silver is precious, a smile from a beauty is even rarer." The servant girl not only presented a jade box containing the 7 stalks of Hanyu grass, but also recited some romantic phrases, all of which were instructed by Huo Tianci that a gift for me. Wu Qiushuang's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. The suddenness of this happiness caught her completely off guard. "Could you tell me who he is?" Wu Qiushuang was curious, for it was remarkable that someone would spend 100,000 taels to please her, a gesture that nearly brought her to tears. Meanwhile, Song Qing was seething with anger, feeling humiliated. "Who is this scoundrel who dares to insult me so brazenly?" He was almost driven to the brink of violence, as it was clear that this was a deliberate affront aimed at him. "Find out who he is," Song Qing angrily ordered a servant nearby, furious that he had been publicly humiliated, not only by the expenditure on the Hanyu grass, but also by gifting it to Wu Qiushuang, his rival. The sight of Wu Qiushuang's triumphant expression only fueled his frustration. "Just wait. I will ensure you all regret this," Song Qing vowed, clenching his fists. The servant girl shook her head. "I am unaware of that gentleman's identity. However, he mentioned he would come to find Miss San after the auction." "Oh, thank you," Wu Qiushuang replied, contemplating the 7 stalks of Hanyu grass in her hands, pondering the identity of the gentleman who had gifted them to her. "Miss San, you are too kind. I shall take my leave now." After the servant girl departed, a number of people entered the auction house. "Father, what brings you here?" Wu Qiushuang was astonished to see not only her father, Wu Taishan, but also the elder of the Song family, Song Tianheng, accompanied by a large entourage. "We heard news that a significant quantity of fierce beast blood would be sold at today's auction. So your uncle and I rushed over," Wu Taishan explained. Upon noticing the jade box in Wu Qiushuang's hand, he inquired, "My dear, did you acquire the Hanyu grass?" Wu Qiushuang shook her head and excitedly replied, "A gentleman gifted it to me. A gentleman gifted it to you. Which family's son is he? The Hanyu grass is merely an ordinary spirit herb, yet it commands a considerable price. These 7 stalks are worth at least 50,000 taels of silver. Could it be that this gentleman has intentions toward you?" Wu Taishan asked with keen interest, as this pertained to his daughter's future. Wu Qiushuang's face flushed crimson as she shyly stammered, "I am not sure who he is." "Haha, if you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you further." Wu Taishan assumed she was simply shy. "I truly do not know," Wu Qiushuang insisted, feeling increasingly embarrassed. That moment, the next treasure was presented on the auction stage. Ziyun, with her enchanting voice, began to introduce the items on the jade platter. "We have 2 pieces of premium quality iron. Though small, these pieces have been refined by a master craftsman, compressed and tempered, their quality far surpassing that of ordinary premium iron, with a hardness comparable to steel forged 1,000 times. If used to create a mundane-grade weapon, our Tianhe Trading Company guarantees it will reach at least level 9, and perhaps even ascend to a yellow-grade weapon." The mention of yellow-grade ignited excitement throughout the auction house, as everyone understood the power and value associated with such items. "What? He killed a formidable opponent at the Xin realm? This cannot be," one exclaimed, recalling that Fangang had only recently been at the 7th level of the Xin realm. Thus, it is said that yellow-grade weapons are exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, how could they be worth 10 times that of ordinary weapons? "Indeed, if I could acquire this, then transform it into a yellow-grade weapon, it would be immensely profitable," another person chimed in, feeling the urge to bid. Naturally, some astute individuals posed questions to Ziyun. "Miss Ziyun, what if the weapon crafted does not achieve level 9? Anticipating such queries, Ziyun calmly replied, "Our Tianhe Trading Company will compensate for a level 9 weapon. That means the value of these 2 pieces of iron is akin to that of a level 9 weapon." Someone noted. Ziyun nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. I shall not delay you any further, as we will soon offer a large quantity of fierce beast blood for sale." Ultimately, Ziyun dropped a bombshell, causing the entire auction house to buzz with excitement once more. At this point, the presence of significant figures from the Wu and Song families at the auction was finally understood. They had come for the fierce beast blood. The blood had 4 primary uses. First, it could be consumed to enhance a warrior's strength. Second, it could be used in alchemy to increase the success rate of refining pills, with some high-grade blood capable of producing special elixirs. Third, it could be used to forge weapons, augmenting their power and potentially endowing them with the abilities of the beast. And fourth, it was essential for drawing talismans, particularly high-grade ones. Until now, only a few prominent figures within the Heihe fortress were privy to this information, namely the head of the Wu family and the elder of the Song family, but now it was common knowledge. The Tianhe Trading Company truly knows how to conduct business, Song Tianheng grumbled. For with this revelation, everyone would be scrambling to acquire the fierce beast blood. As the saying goes, scarcity breeds value, and when many seek the same item, the price skyrockets. Before the auction of the fierce beast blood commenced, the 2 pieces of premium iron had already captivated everyone's attention. Father, my sword was taken by a villain. Why not bid on these 2 pieces of premium iron to forge me a better sword? Song Qing eagerly suggested to Song Tianheng. Without hesitation, Song Tianheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of a good weapon in enhancing a warrior's prowess. He was determined not to be stingy with his son. Moreover, the Song family had considerable influence at this moment, as Song Tianzong was still outside, and his son, Song Junjian, was gravely injured and bedridden. In this situation, Song Tianheng held the reins. Qinger, whatever you wish to purchase, your father will ensure you acquire it. I have brought 1 million taels of silver with me, Song Tianheng declared, eager to indulge his son. Thank you, father, Song Qing exclaimed, his spirit lifted as he turned his gaze toward the Wu family, thinking, let us see how you contend with the Song family this time. Ultimately, the 2 pieces of premium iron were secured by Song Tianheng for 87,000 taels of silver. The people from the Wu family nearby remained motionless. For their objective was not the 2 exquisite pieces of fine iron, but rather the blood of the fierce beast. Otherwise, the Song family would need to expend at least 100,000 taels of silver to acquire these 2 pieces of iron. As for the origin of these exquisite pieces of iron, they were, of course, the property of Huo Tianci, who had entrusted them to Dong Dabin for sale the day prior. The decomposition machine indeed proved to be lucrative. Huo Tianci reflected deeply, for these 2 pieces of fine iron were the result of dismantling an ordinary 9th-grade long sword, a process that took less than 10 seconds. Now, selling them fetched the price of an ordinary 9th-grade sword. As the esteemed Ziyun noted, these exquisite pieces of iron possessed the potential to forge yellow-tier weapons, thus recovering the costs. Additionally, there was the guarantee from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce stating that if the crafted weapon did not reach the ordinary 9th grade, they would compensate with an equivalent weapon. It was precisely this reassurance that prompted numerous buyers to bid at the price of an ordinary 9th-grade weapon. Otherwise, the 2 exquisite pieces of iron would be valued at no more than 50,000 taels of silver. One must admit, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was adept at profit-making. As Huo Tianci pondered these matters, Dong Pengfei beside him tugged at his wrist and whispered, Brother Tian, look, many prominent figures who usually remain in the shadows have come today, presumably drawn by your fierce beast's blood. Following Dong Pengfei's, Huo Tianci beheld several individuals clad in martial robes, their demeanor emanating an air of superiority, standing tall with an expression of nobility. Huo Tianci surmised that these robes were indeed significant, as they bore distinct emblems. For instance, the robe of the man on the left displayed the emblem of a craftsman's hammer, its intricate design vividly striking. Truth be told, had the robe not been fluttering slightly, Huo Tianci might have mistaken the hammer for a real one. Such robes were generally referred to as refining robes, exclusive to weapon refiners. However, Huo Tianci felt somewhat disappointed, for despite the presence of 5 or 6 refiners, none wore the esteemed refining metal that truly represented their status. At that moment, an elderly man entered the auction hall, donned in a refining robe. Huo Tianci's gaze sharpened as he noticed a copper medal affixed to the old man's chest, intricately carved with a small craftsman's hammer. Additionally, at the top of the medal, there was a finely crafted pentagram. This was the unique possession of a 1-star refining master, the true emblem of a refiner, the 1-star copper refining medal. Huo Tianci swiftly concluded that this elder must be Master Kuang, the only genuine refining master within the Heihe fort. Indeed, upon Master Kuang's entrance, the other refiners immediately rose and respectfully greeted him. Master, confirming the elder's identity, several astute guests quickly offered him their seats. Master Kuang, without uttering thanks, sat down, as his status as a refining master warranted such treatment. Song Tianheng and Wu Taishan, upon seeing Master Kuang, promptly approached to greet him, knowing they required his expertise to forge weapons. Master Kuang, I have just acquired these exquisite pieces of fine iron from the auction. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce guarantees they can be forged into weapons of ordinary 9th grade and may even yield yellow-tier weapons. I wonder if you could assist me in verifying this? Song Tianheng presented the fine iron to Master Kuang. Master Kuang received it, intending to pass it to his eldest apprentice for crafting. Yet upon handling the fine iron, he immediately sensed something unusual. Could this be compressed and tempered fine iron? True to his status as a 1-star refining master, he instantly recognized its distinct properties and without hesitation agreed to assist, as crafting yellow-tier weapons from fine iron would enhance his reputation. As is well known, to forge yellow-tier weapons, one must utilize steel tempered through 100 refinements, while fine iron could also suffice. It heavily depended on the refiner's skill. Generally, only a 1-star gold-level refiner could achieve such feats. However, Master Kuang, being merely a 1-star copper-level refiner, felt confident in accepting Song Tianheng's request. After thanking Master Kuang, Song Tianheng inquired, "By the way, Master, what brings you here today?" In the spirit of reciprocity, Song Tianheng wished to return the courtesy. Master Kuang nodded contentedly, acknowledging Song Tianheng's social acumen. "I am here to procure a drop of unicorn beast blood for refining purposes. If there are any available, I hope you will not compete with me." Realizing the simplicity of the matter, Song Tianheng immediately offered, "If any becomes available, I shall purchase a drop for you, especially since you have already agreed to assist in forging my weapon." He spoke without allowing Wu Taishan an opportunity to interject, much to Wu Taishan's irritation, as he too sought to cultivate a closer rapport with Master Kuang. "Had I known, I would have purchased those 2 exquisite pieces of fine iron myself." He lamented. Wu Taishan understood well why Master Kuang engaged with Song Tianheng. It was undoubtedly due to the allure of the fine iron, as master refiners were invariably drawn to such extraordinary materials. Why didn't I think of that? What a foolish oversight! With a sense of resignation, Wu Taishan bid farewell to Master Kuang, while Song Tianheng continued his jovial conversation, igniting a pang of jealousy in Wu Taishan, who felt powerless since the exquisite iron was not his to claim. After a few minutes, Song Tianheng returned to his seat and, raising his voice, declared to Song Chinger, "I have entrusted those 2 exquisite pieces of fine iron to Master Kuang. He assured me he would exert every effort to craft a divine weapon for you. Furthermore, he guaranteed that should the fine iron indeed yield a yellow-tier weapon, he would unconditionally forge another for me." "Really?" Song Qing felt as though she were dreaming, for the weapons crafted by Master Kuang were coveted by all. Naturally, there could be no deception. As he spoke, Song Tianheng cast a glance at the Wu family. Observing their visibly grim expressions, his words, directed not only at his daughter but also at the Wu family, were unmistakably intended to flaunt his good fortune, for having Master Kuang forge a weapon was no small feat. Wu Taishan had once besieged Master Kuang for half a year, ultimately paying a hefty sum of 100,000 taels to secure his agreement. Despite Master Kuang's haughty demeanor, Wu Taishan continued to treat him with utmost respect. Fearing to offend even slightly, for Master Kuang was the only 1-star refining master in Heha Fort. To forge high-tier weapons, one could only seek his assistance, which granted him an inflated sense of pride. The title of one of the 3 most arrogant professions was not bestowed lightly. The facts spoke for themselves, yet, the previously aloof Master Kuang had readily agreed to assist Song Tianheng in crafting a weapon, promising to do his utmost and even offering to forge an additional one unconditionally if a yellow-tier weapon were produced. Words that enraged Wu Taishan. In the aftermath, Wu Taishan resigned himself to seeking alternative means to curry favor with Master Kuang. "By the way, Master Kuang, you mentioned needing a drop of unicorn beast blood. Should any become available, I will ensure to procure it for you." Following this, a throng of individuals approached Master Kuang, offering greetings and gifts, leading to a lengthy queue. The popularity of the refining master was astonishing, leaving Huo Tianci astounded as he observed individuals eager to engage with Master Kuang. However, he noticed that the heads of smaller families were largely ignored by Master Kuang, who maintained an air of indifference, yet they continued to smile and ingratiate themselves with him. Witnessing Master Kuang's haughty demeanor, Dong Pengfei expressed his displeasure, saying, "Brother Tian, this old man is truly pretentious. When my father sought his help to forge a weapon, he received both silver and materials, yet you wouldn't believe what happened next." "What happened?" Huo Tianci turned, intrigued. "Humph. It turned out that my father went to retrieve the weapon 3 months later, and that old scoundrel replied to my father that he had forgotten and needed to wait another 3 months. However, it only takes a maximum of 7 days to forge a weapon. This was clearly irresponsible. In a fit of anger, my father demanded all the materials and silver back and threw them into the river, declaring that if he sought that Master Kuang to forge a weapon again, it would be akin to seeking a dog." Dong Pengfei exclaimed furiously. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianci's fondness for Master Kuang diminished significantly. "But now, that old rascal must be in a panic. Can you guess why he personally came to purchase the blood essence of fierce beasts this time?" As he spoke, Dong Pengfei's expression gradually softened. "Because your father is now the head of Heha Fortress and the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce," Huo Tianci stated frankly. You are indeed wise, Brother Tian. This truly adheres to the saying that fortunes shift, and the weak take turns sitting atop the throne. I now wish to see how he will continue to flaunt himself before my father. At this moment, Dong Pengfei felt an exhilarating sense of clarity. For the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had no need for a self-satisfied little first-star weapon craftsman. In the chamber, not to mention a first-star copper-grade craftsman, even first-star silver-grade or gold-grade, let alone second- or third-star craftsmen, were all present. Just then, a craftsman clad in a crafting robe approached Dong Pengfei, holding a slender brocade box, under Master Kuang's direction. Oh, a master craftsman. Before the young craftsman could speak, Dong Pengfei immediately stood up to greet him. This left the young craftsman somewhat embarrassed, as Dong Pengfei's current status overshadowed him. I am honored to meet you, young master. The young craftsman finally had no choice but to return the greeting. Afterward, he said, young master, this is a gift from my master. A common grade 9th tier Qingfeng sword. As he spoke, the young craftsman opened the brocade box to reveal an exquisitely crafted sword. Upon seeing the sword, Dong Pengfei gasped in astonishment, for he had long coveted a common grade 9th tier sword. Moreover, this item was worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. After all, one should never offend silver. However, recalling his father's previous humiliation, Dong Pengfei restrained himself from reaching out, for some things cannot be bought with gold or silver. Master craftsman, this is rather too extravagant for someone of my humble status. Although Dong Pengfei spoke calmly, the displeasure in his tone was evident to all. The young craftsman, of course, noticed this and suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In this awkward moment, Huo Tianci extended his hand to take the sword. Then I shall accept this on behalf of young master as a token of appreciation for Master Kuang's generosity. Seeing someone take the sword, the young craftsman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He then bowed to Huo Tianci and said, it is merely a small gesture, and the term generosity hardly applies. Since that is the case, young master, I shall take my leave. With the task completed, the young craftsman swiftly turned to leave, fearing that Dong Pengfei might return the sword to him. If that were to happen, he would be in trouble. For Master Kuang had instructed him to ensure it was given away. As for the reason behind this, he was well aware, for Dong Dazhuang had previously made a bold statement that seeking Master Kuang to forge weapons again would be akin to seeking a dog. Within the Heihe fortress, it could be said that no one was unaware of this. Initially, everyone deemed Dong Dazhuang a fool for daring to offend Master Kuang, thinking it was a death wish. Consequently, those who wished to curry favor with Master Kuang gradually distanced themselves from Dong Dazhuang. But now, it was a clear case of an underdog's resurgence, for even Master Kuang had to bow and flatter Dong Dazhuang. If he did not, Dong Dazhuang could easily blacklist him, preventing him from selling or purchasing anything. It was likely that Master Kuang's visit to the auction house was motivated by his inability to procure the blood essence of fierce beasts directly. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to use this opportunity to mend his relationship with Dong Dazhuang, as harmony breeds prosperity. However, Dong Dazhuang's reluctance to sell the blood essence directly to Master Kuang also served his purpose, to demonstrate his authority and serve as a warning to others. After all, he had ensured that no one dared to offend Master Kuang, making it clear that lesser individuals would not dare to act out of line. Brother Tian, why did you help me accept the sword? Seeing Huo Tianci take the sword, Dong Pengfei was somewhat puzzled and of course, he felt a tinge of anger, but he dared not express it. Acting on impulse is foolish. Huo Tianci spoke these 7 words and continued. Regardless of Master Kuang's shortcomings, he is still a master craftsman, backed by the Craftsmen's Guild. If you do not accept this sword, it would be tantamount to disrespecting him and the guild. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce could never afford to have any disputes with the Craftsmen's Guild, as interest reigns supreme. Moreover, his gift of the sword already signifies a lowering of his proud stance as he seeks to make amends with you. Additionally, you are merely a junior, and it is improper to reject a senior's goodwill. Lastly, this is a matter between your father and him, and your father must have long intended to reconcile with Master Kuang. Therefore, you must accept this sword. Otherwise, it would not bode well for anyone involved. Huo Tianci spoke at length, and upon hearing this, Dong Pengfei felt as though he had awakened from a dream, suddenly enlightened. He repeatedly thanked Huo Tianci. Thank you, Brother Tian, for your help just now. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake. Chapter 167. Warming up. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a virtue, but what is truly frightening is being unaware of one's own errors. In this regard, you are still too young. Learn more in the future, Huo Tianci advised sagely. Too young. Being called young, Dong Pengfei instantly wore an unwilling expression, for he was 18 this year, whereas Huo Tianci appeared to be no more than 15 or 16. However, he did not refute it, as Huo Tianci exuded a presence that far surpassed mere age. With his intellect and extraordinary vision, in comparison, Dong Pengfei indeed appeared rather youthful. Thank you, Brother Tian, for your guidance. At this moment, Dong Pengfei was deeply impressed by Huo Tianci, for Huo Tianci possessed not only his background but also remarkable abilities of his own. Just then, 7 jade vials, each the size of a thumb, were brought to the auction stage by the attendants, and then Miss Ziyun began to introduce them one by one. These 7 drops of essence were merely from fierce beasts of common grade. Yet their quality was notably high. According to the appraisers, they were likely derived from the hands of a 2-star alchemist, and they were precisely what the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had just acquired. Meant to serve as a warm-up. Could it be that there are graded blood essences present? The last few words sent the auction house into a frenzy. Huo Tianci was also taken aback. He had initially thought that these 7 drops of essence would be the highlight, only to discover that even more impressive items existed. Truly, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce lived up to its reputation. There are 2 drops of 3rd-tier essence and 1 drop of 4th-tier essence. At this point, Miss Ziyun, the auctioneer, no longer concealed the information. In a wonder, the prominent figures from the Wu and Song families would all show up. It was to compete for these 3rd-tier and 4th-tier essences. I thought so. How could ordinary blood essence possibly attract so many people? It turns out there are such treasures as the main attraction. With so many distinguished individuals present, it seems that our small families will not be able to acquire those graded essences. However, we still have a good chance to bid on the ordinary essences. A good chance indeed, but the efficacy of the small true blood pills is utterly inferior to that of the true blood pills, alas. Ultimately, it still boils down to insufficient silver in our pockets. Otherwise, I would truly want to make a bid for those graded essences. The murmurs in the auction hall continued, with the term true blood pill frequently mentioned. The true blood pill is a medicinal concoction made from 6 types of graded fierce beast blood and 3 types of yellow-grade spiritual herbs, suitable for use by experts below the Xinling realm. The higher the grade and variety of the blood and herbs used, the greater the tier and efficacy of the resulting true blood pill. This is precisely why the prominent figures from the Song and Wu families would go to such lengths to bid for these 3 drops of graded essence. For if they could refine a 2nd-tier true blood pill, then Song Tianzong, the head of the Song family, and Wu Taishan, the head of the Wu family, could attempt to break through to the Xian master realm. Should either of them succeed, they would gain complete control over Heihe Fortress, and the family that fails to break through would face a virtually certain demise. A fact known to all that as for the small true blood pill, it is concocted from ungraded blood and herbs, and due to its inferior efficacy, it is dubbed the small true blood pill. However, the effects of some small true blood pills can rival those of first-tier true blood pills. Moments ago, Miss Zian remarked that the ordinary essence blood possessed exceptional quality, all refined by 2-star alchemists. Could it be possible, they pondered, to concoct the extraordinary small true blood pill? It is said that the efficacy of this pill rivals that of the genuine first-grade true blood pill. Should it be successfully crafted, it would yield immense profit. This opportunity must not fall into the hands of others. As they spoke, those who had set their sights on the ordinary essence blood grew increasingly agitated. True blood pill. Huo Tianci absorbed every word, contemplating the creation of this true blood pill. Of course, he would need to draw from the Bagua furnace. Otherwise, it would all be mere fantasy. He resolved to try his luck that evening. Having amassed a considerable number of lottery coins in recent days, sufficient for a couple of attempts. Thus, he planned to return home to draw, as the crowd here made it quite inconvenient. Once the atmosphere was thoroughly ignited, Ziyun at the auction stage commenced the bidding for the first jade vial containing essence blood. This drop of essence blood belonged to the fierce beast, the one-horned wild beast at the 9th level of body refinement. It is well known that the essence blood of the one-horned wild beast is among the finest for tempering weapons. If refined properly, it not only enhances the hardness of the weapon, but also imbues it with a trace of the beast's ferocity. It is rumored that Master Kuang is in need of this item. Should it be purchased and gifted to him, perhaps he might be inclined to assist the buyers in forging a divine weapon. Every gesture and word from Ziyun resonated with the hearts of all the buyers present. It must be said, this enchanting beauty possesses not only exquisite looks but also remarkable intellect and cunning. Upon hearing of Master Kuang's need, the buyers in the auction hall were stirred into action, particularly the Wu and Song families. They were determined to acquire it as a gift for Master Kuang. This was the shared sentiment of everyone in the auction house at that moment. Finally, with a delicate raise of her brow and an alluring smile, Ziyun announced, "The starting bid is 10,000 taels of silver. I bid 11,000. a voice immediately called out as soon as her words fell. 12,000. The bidding continued rapidly. When the price reached 15,000 taels, members of various families began to make their moves. I bid 20,000. This amount was called by a member of the Wang family. Following suit, the Su and Zhou families engaged in a bidding war, and as the price soared to 30,000 taels, the formidable Wu and Song families finally entered the fray. I bid 40,000. Song Tianheng directly raised the bid by 10,000, then cast a glance at Wu Taishan beside him. Wu Taishan's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated Song Tianheng's fierce approach. While others were raising their bids incrementally, he had jumped by a full 10,000. The essence blood of ordinary fierce beasts typically fetched no more than 20,000 taels. Even for the one-horned wild beast, it would not exceed 25,000. To spend 40,000 taels on it was, frankly, a foolish loss. Yet, despite the apparent loss, he felt compelled to buy it because Master Kuang needed it. Fine, I will raise it to 41,000. Wu Taishan declared, but Song Tianheng burst into laughter. Wu Taishan, if you truly wish to gift this essence blood to Master Kuang, why do you still care about the silver? Clearly, you do not wish to offer it. I bid 50,000. In an effort to stand out and earn Master Kuang's favor, Song Tianheng raised his hand high, calling out the sum of 50,000 taels. This utterly disheartened Wu Taishan. Unable to contain his frustration, he considered a direct confrontation with Song Tianheng, but the elder of the Wu family hastily restrained him. Master, this is unwise. We must conserve our funds to compete for the 3 drops of higher-grade essence blood. We cannot act out of impulse now, otherwise we will fall into the trap set by that young man from the Song family. Upon hearing this, Wu Taishan's mind cleared, and he shot a fierce glare at Song Tianheng before choosing to withdraw. Seeing Wu Taishan concede, Song Tianheng became increasingly arrogant, and the other guests in the auction hall began to murmur, suggesting that the Wu family had been bested by the Song family. Wu Taishan, I knew you couldn't part with the silver. Ultimately, Song Tianheng secured the drop of one-horned wild beast essence blood for the high price of 50,000 taels, which he immediately gifted to Master Kuang, who was exceedingly pleased. The onlookers were envious, as he had successfully endeared himself to Master Kuang. This would surely facilitate weapon crafting. However, the reality was that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce truly understood the art of business. Huo Tianci suddenly burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Brother Tian, what are you laughing at? Did the Song family not just overshadow the Wu family? Asked Dong Pengfei, intrigued. Indeed, they did. However, they are about to be met with a harsh reality. Among the 7 drops of fierce beast essence blood I possess, 2 are from the one-horned wild beast. The Song family has become the scapegoat here, I must say. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is astute in their dealings. Huo Tianci mused. Upon hearing this, Dong Pengfei quickly grasped the situation. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had indeed been clever. Before the auction, they built up the hype by presenting only 1 drop of one-horned wild beast essence blood for bidding. Those eager to please Master Kuang would inevitably bid high, and in the end, whoever offered the highest price would be the one taken advantage of, especially since the chamber did not explicitly state they were only selling 1 drop. Sure enough, after a short while, the faces of the Song family members turned grim. Ziyun at the auction stage sweetly announced, the next drop of fierce beast essence blood is also from the one-horned wild beast. For those who failed to win Master Kuang's favor earlier, now is your chance. The starting bid remains at 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, those who had previously criticized the Wu family for being reluctant to part with their silver quickly changed their tune. Recognizing the brilliance of the strategy, a grand scheme designed to ensnare the Song family, Wu Taishan had not anticipated such a turn of events. He cast a mocking glance at the now grim-faced members of the Song family. Delighting in their misfortune, it truly echoed the old adage. Arrogance comes at a price. Eventually, the drop of one-horned wild beast essence blood was auctioned off to the head of the Wang family for 29,000 taels of silver. And he too presented it to Master Kuang. However, Master Kuang's expression was merely neutral, lacking the initial joy. This was precisely why Wu Taishan had refrained from purchasing it. Gifting something first holds more significance. And in this case, it had turned into a jest, having been sold for a full 2,000 taels more than it should have been. An amusing thought indeed. How could there be 2 drops? Song Tianheng felt utterly duped. His gaze shifted to Ziyun, but upon seeing her alluring figure, his anger dissipated. After all, he dared not provoke the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. In the end, he could only swallow his grievances. For they had not claimed that only 1 drop was for sale. He could only blame himself for being overly eager to impress. The subsequent 5 drops of essence blood were auctioned off at around 25,000 taels each. fetching decent prices. Finally, the main event arrived. The 2 drops of essence blood, derived from the fierce beast known as the Crimson Flame Tiger at the 3rd level of Xin 2, were of above-average quality. Whether used for alchemy, weapon forging, or talisman crafting, they were excellent materials. The starting bid for each drop was 80,000 taels of silver. After a deliberate pause, Xian finally announced the starting price for this 3rd-grade essence blood. The 2 drops were auctioned separately, beginning at 80,000 each. Within 10 seconds, the base price surged to 100,000, and the upward trend showed no signs of slowing. Ordinary essence blood typically sold for around 20,000 taels. With each grade increase, the price doubled. Thus, 1st-grade essence blood fetched 40,000, 2nd-grade essence blood 80,000, and 3rd-grade essence blood would require at least 160,000. I bid 150,000. A commanding voice rang out. A man clad in a cloak shouted, instantly quieting the bustling auction hall. As the crowd marveled at the presence of such a formidable figure, another strong voice emerged. I bid 160,000. This individual donned a black martial robe, and like the cloaked man, his face was concealed, likely to avoid recognition. Whispers filled the room as attendees speculated on their identities. It was evident that both were experts of the Xian realm, likely aiming to bid on the 3rd-grade essence blood for the purpose of crafting 2nd-grade true blood pills for their breakthroughs. Yet, could their financial resources compete with the formidable Wu and Song families? It was a foregone conclusion that they could not. Sure enough, the Wu and Song families, who had remained silent until now, finally entered the fray. I bid 170,000. Song Tianheng, having recently been outmaneuvered, opted for a cautious approach. In contrast, Wu Taishan, who had previously hesitated to part with silver, suddenly found his resolve. I bid 200,000. He shouted, startling the cloaked man, who clearly did not possess such funds. It was evident he had merely been testing the waters. As for the man in the black robe, he showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he resolutely declared, I must obtain this drop of 3rd-grade essence blood. With that, he produced 3 weapons from his cloak. Chapter 169. Frenzied competition for 4th-grade essence blood. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce should allow for collateral. Right? These 3 swords are all of the 8th rank in the mortal class. One is hardly excessive. Even if they fetch 50,000 taels of silver each, that amounts to 150,000 for all 3. I also possess another 150,000 taels, totaling 300,000. I shall bid 300,000 taels. Should anyone offer more, let them take this drop of 3rd-grade essence blood. The man in the black robe seemed to be in urgent need, for he would not have offered such a high price otherwise. Certainly, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce accepts collateral, but we must first inspect the items, replied Ziyun with a slight smile. The man in the black robe was aware of the rules. A maid approached him and collected the 3 8th-rank swords, handing them over to a designated appraiser. Within mere moments, the maid returned, revealing that each of the 8th-rank swords could be sold for at least 60 to 70,000 taels of silver, indicating that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would make a substantial profit. It turns out collateral is permitted. Huo Tianci learned something new. Ultimately, as expected, the man in the black robe won the bid for the drop of 3rd-grade essence blood, as his offer exceeded the normal price by over 50%. Typically, the market price for a drop of 3rd-grade essence blood hovers around 160 to 70,000 taels, while at auction it approaches 200,000, peaking at around 210 to 20,000. His bid of 300,000 was exorbitantly high, enough to deter the formidable Wu and Song families of the Black River Fortress. We must secure the next drop. Wu Taishan was caught off guard by the unexpected competition, as was Song Tianheng, whose maximum bid was only 230,000 taels. If the price exceeded that, he would have no hope of claiming the 4th-grade essence blood. Thus, neither of them engaged in a bidding war for the moment. Their ultimate goal was the 4th-grade essence blood. The 3rd-grade essence blood was secondary. Both men exchanged glances, locking eyes before instinctively grunting in mutual acknowledgement. Shortly after, the second drop of 3rd-grade essence blood was put up for bidding. In an instant, Wu Taishan raised the bid to 200,000 taels, silencing the smaller families around him. Damn it, P.S. leaving us no chance. The heads of the smaller families lamented helplessly. Indeed, this was rather ruthless. I had hoped to bid 19,000 taels, but alas. Let us sit back and watch the competition unfold. If I had known it would come to this, I would have gone for the ordinary essence blood instead. Now, having missed out on the ordinary essence blood, I find myself priced out of the premium, so low yet so high. In the end, I have nothing to show for it. Listening to their grievances, Huo Tianci felt a surge of emotion, for the frenzy surrounding the essence blood surpassed his expectations. After all, alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting all required such resources. I truly hope that Nyoda can procure more fierce beasts for me, he mused silently. Once the bid reached 200,000 taels, silence fell over the auction hall that, of course, Song Tianheng had yet to make his move. He then boldly announced, I bid 220,000 taels. Wu Taishan remained composed and turned to the Wu family elder, asking, how much silver did we bring? 800,000 taels, the elder replied. How much do you estimate the fourth-grade essence blood is worth? Wu Taishan inquired further. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. I believe 50,000 taels should suffice. Considering Song Tianheng has already expended considerable funds, it would be prudent to reserve 50,000 taels. Wu Taishan nodded. Having set aside an additional 50,000, he then declared, I bid 250,000 taels. If anyone outbids me by even a single tael, I shall concede. With that, he cast a sideways glance at Song Tianheng. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Song Tianheng's mouth. But he made no further move, clearly indicating his withdrawal. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? Ziyun, the auctioneer, called out, surveying the crowd. Upon receiving no response, she gently struck her gavel and announced, Congratulations to the head of the Wu family for winning the drop of third-grade essence blood at the price of 250,000 taels. Her voice resonated through the hall. All eyes turned to the final jade vial, which contained the coveted drop of fourth-grade essence blood. Both Wu Taishan and Song Tianheng had only glimpsed fourth-grade essence blood on a few occasions, and the anticipation among the crowd was palpable. Finally, under Ziyun's graceful hand, the drop of fourth-grade essence blood was revealed to all. Compared to the previous essence blood, this fourth-grade variant was strikingly crimson and possessed a remarkable transparency. Unlike the murky quality of the earlier samples, this is indeed fourth-grade essence blood. After showcasing the item, Ziyun put it away and announced, the starting bid is 200,000 taels. Ziyun set the price low, enticing the audience with the allure of a bargain. Hearing such a modest opening, many felt a rush of excitement, eager to join the bidding, even if they knew they might not win. I bid 220,000. I bid 250,000, 30,000 from this young master. Yet, this was precisely Ziyun's intention, to stir enthusiasm in such fervent competition. Even an item valued at 100,000 taels could fetch 110,000. This was the essence of marketing. This woman is truly remarkable. Huo Tianci's admiration for Ziyun continued to grow. Finally, when the bid reached 400,000 taels, the fervor of the crowd began to wane. Yet enthusiasm remained high. At that moment, Song Tianheng suddenly shouted, 500,000 taels, raising the bid by a staggering 100,000 taels. This announcement doused the flickering hopes of the bidders like a bucket of cold water. 550,000, Wu Taishan quickly responded, fully committing himself, for this was all the silver he possessed. If he could intimidate Song Tianheng, the drop of fourth-grade essence blood would be his. Chapter 170. Frenzied competition for fourth-grade essence blood. Continued, Song Tianheng, however, was well prepared. He calmly replied, 560,000 taels. Testing Wu Taishan's resolve. Unfortunately, Wu Taishan's 550,000 taels was already his limit. The crowd struggled to comprehend the rapid escalation in bids. The value of an item worth only 400,000 taels had soared to 560,000 in the blink of an eye. Have the Wu and Song families lost their minds? Some in the audience were bewildered, for the market price for fourth-grade essence blood typically ranges from 300,000 to 400,000 taels. Yet here they were, nearly approaching 600,000. This was madness. This phenomenon illustrates the principle of supply and demand. The Black River Fortress is a small locale, and the refinement of fourth-grade essence blood is a complex process. Some of the higher-quality fourth-grade essence blood can indeed be valued around 500,000 taels. Moreover, the Wu and Song families had long been amassing materials for the refinement of second-grade true blood pills, and they were likely nearing completion. Should they obtain this drop of fourth-grade essence blood, they might very well succeed in producing third-grade true blood pills. If that endeavor were successful, both Song Tianheng and Wu Taishan would undoubtedly break through to the Xian Master Realm, and the implications for the opposing family would be dire. As you can readily imagine, upon hearing these words, one individual trembled, uttering a single word, death. Indeed, it would spell certain doom. Thus, regardless of the cost, they were determined to fight for this drop of fourth-grade essence blood. Even if they had no personal need for it, they must prevent their rival from acquiring it. I understand now. The two men continued to watch as the Wu and Song families vied for the fourth-grade essence blood. At this moment, Wu Taishan was in a state of panic. What should we do? We miscalculated. They came prepared. Logically, a bid of 500,000 taels should have been the limit, and the head of the family should have been able to intimidate him with a bid of 550,000. But the Wu family elder was equally astonished by Song Tianheng's readiness. In this critical moment, Wu Qiushuang produced 65,000 taels of silver, funds initially set aside for purchasing cold moon grass. Since Huo Tianci had assisted her in the acquisition, she saved that amount. "Father, here you go," she said, quickly handing the 65,000 taels in notes to Wu Taishan. "How did you manage this?" Wu Taishan was taken aback. Yet he quickly recalled. This was the money for the cold moon grass. Overjoyed, he grasped Wu Qiushuang's hand and fervently said, "If we manage to secure this drop of fourth-grade essence blood, you must be sure to thank that young gentleman properly." As Wu Qiushuang felt warmth in her heart, she nodded repeatedly, pondering the identity of the gentleman who had gifted her 7 stalks of cold moon grass. Shortly thereafter, Wu Taishan, having secured additional funds, promptly raised the bid to 600,000 taels, a surprising increment of 50,000 at this time. It was Song Tianheng who began to feel uneasy, for Wu Taishan's assertive bidding exuded confidence. Even though the truth was that he had been quite flustered moments earlier. Moreover, this 50,000 taels represented the last of his funds. Due to the substantial amount, Song Tianheng refrained from making unilateral decisions. As he was not the head of the Song family, he conferred with several elders beside him, and they collectively resolved to engage in a fierce contest against the Wu family. They recognized that if Wu Taishan ascended to the rank of Xian Master, it would spell the doom for the Song family. At that moment, Ziyun on the auction stage dropped a significant bombshell. "Whoever can win this drop of fourth-grade essence blood, I can arrange for a 2-star alchemist to refine pills for you free of charge on behalf of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing this, Song Tianheng wasted no time and raised the bid again, recognizing that even if they gathered all the materials for the true blood pill, they would still need to solicit the help of an alchemist. They were all too aware of Master Kuang's haughty demeanor. Seeking assistance was notoriously difficult. Ziyun's offer to help with pill refinement was akin to a powerful atomic bomb, as it could save them countless troubles. The value of a 2-star alchemist's assistance alone could easily surpass 200,000 taels. It was undeniable that Ziyun was remarkably shrewd. Her words had effectively seized the hearts of everyone from both the Wu and Song families. Huo Tianci marveled at her tactics and turned to Dong Pengfei beside him, exchanging a few words and tossing him several items. Upon seeing these items, Dong Pengfei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Don't be surprised. Hurry up," Huo Tianci urged, exasperated. After firmly clutching the items, Dong Pengfei swiftly dashed out. Just then, Song Tianheng made his bid. "I bid 650,000 taels. At present, he had a total of 800,000 taels, and he was prepared to stake it all to secure that drop of fourth-grade essence blood." Beside him, Wu Taishan grew increasingly anxious, regretting not having prepared more funds, realizing that the opportunity to have free alchemy assistance was invaluable. He had only gathered 800,000 taels, believing it to be sufficient, but now the situation had drastically changed. "How can I procure more funds in such a short time? The auction won't wait for me to gather more money." Wu Taishan lamented, realizing he was on the verge of defeat. Just then, Dong Pengfei, who had previously darted from his seat, arrived. "Wu Qiushuang, this is something that Tiangu asked me to deliver to you." Recognizing Wu Qiushuang as one of the renowned beauties of Heihe Fortress, he reluctantly handed her several stone-like items. Surprised, Wu Qiushuang looked up, realizing it was Dong Pengfei. "Could it be that the gentleman who sent me the cold moon grass is you?" Wu Qiushuang had little fondness for Dong Pengfei, considering him a debauched scion of wealth. "Absolutely not," Dong Pengfei quickly denied. "It was Tiangu who sent this. I truly don't understand why he is fond of your fiery temperament." He muttered the last part under his breath, as Wu Qiushuang's fierce demeanor made him wary. "Just as well. What were you mumbling about earlier?" she inquired curiously. "The items I just gave you. I must leave now. Take your time to examine them," he replied before vanishing into the dim light. Wu Qiushuang examined the stone-like objects in her palm, feeling increasingly intrigued. "Tiangu sent me these? Who might he be?" She momentarily failed to associate Tiangu with Huo Tianci until she gazed at the stones again, exclaiming, "Father, these are Xian stones. I have Xian stones now." Wu Taishan was utterly astonished to discover that his beloved daughter had saved him once again. He hastily took the items from her, channeling his Xian force to test them. As the stones emitted a glow, he rejoiced. "These are indeed genuine Xian stones. Frost, where did you acquire these?" "They were delivered by Dong Pengfei." But he mentioned a person named Tiangu. Wu Qiushuang's explanation trailed off as Wu Taishan became lost in his excitement. It was Pengfei. He is now the young master of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. You two are quite well matched. How about this? Once the auction concludes, I shall discuss your future with Dong Darren. No, not Dong Pengfei father. Not him, Wu Qiushuang implored, but Wu Taishan was already preoccupied with his thoughts. He then declared to Ziyun, Miss Ziyun, I wish to use items as collateral. Oh? Ziyun feigned surprise and continued, pray tell, what treasure does the Wu family head wish to pledge? Xian stones. With that, Wu Taishan raised 3 pieces of bluish-hued jade, eliciting gasps from the audience, for Xian stones were indeed rare, comparable to the 4th-grade essence blood. A servant approached to collect the items, which were then evaluated by the appraiser, who valued each piece at 100,000 taels. Wu Taishan nodded in acceptance of this price. The price of Xian stones remained stable, typically around 100,000 taels, though in the small locale of Heha Fortress, they could fetch upwards of 110,000 or even 120,000. Wu Taishan was now free from worry. I bid 700,000 taels, he announced confidently. Meanwhile, Song Tianheng appeared despondent, for the emergence of the 3 Xian stones felt like a death knell. Damn it. Even if I cannot secure it, I shall drive the price up. Though he understood he was destined to lose, he could still raise the stakes to extract a greater price from Wu Taishan. Thus, he stood and proclaimed, Wu Taishan, since we have reached this point, I shall be frank. I currently possess a total of 800,000 taels. If you bid even 1 tael above this, I shall concede this drop of 4th-grade essence blood to you. 800,000 taels, my heavens! The crowd erupted in excitement. Ziyun smirked, for her intent had been to incite a fierce competition between the Wu and Song families, allowing the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to reap the financial benefits. The originally valued drop of essence blood had now doubled in worth, yet the Wu and Song families were not at a complete loss. For Ziyun had guaranteed the free assistance of a 2-star alchemist. That is what you promised, Wu Taishan retorted, Miss Ziyun. I bid 801,000 taels. In contrast, Song Tianheng sighed, slumping back into his seat. The Wu family had now secured 2 drops of essence blood, a 3rd grade and a 4th grade, alongside their previously gathered materials. He thought to himself that the Wu family might even attempt to concoct a 2nd-grade true blood pill. If not a 3rd-grade one, if Wu Taishan were to succeed in breaking through to the rank of Xian Master, as this thought crossed his mind, he dared not continue, for the outcome would be too devastating. It must fail. The refinement must fail. He glared at the jubilant Wu Taishan, silently cursing him. After a final, forceful toss of his sleeve, he led the Song family members away from the auction house. Meanwhile, Wu Taishan proceeded to the back of the auction house to discuss the alchemy matters with Dong Darren, casually mentioning the situation regarding Wu Qiushuang and Dong Pengfei, leaving Dong Darren somewhat bewildered. Upon exiting the auction house, Wu Qiushuang recalled what the maid had mentioned earlier, that the young gentleman who had gifted her the cold moon grass would seek her out once the auction concluded. The dim lighting within the auction house prompted her to wait near the entrance. Who could it be, repeatedly extending their assistance to her? Sitting on the stone steps, she cradled her chin in thought, pondering the identity of this benefactor. Just as she was lost in contemplation, a handsome young man appeared before her. Curiously, she looked up and was instantly filled with joy. Huo Tianci, what brings you to Heha Fortress? I came to purchase some items, Huo Tianci replied after a brief pause, revealing his intent to acquire weapons of the 7th and 8th Commandeers. Why haven't you come to play? Wu Qiushuang playfully punched him with her small, delicate fist, a gesture reserved for those she held dear. I'm here now, but who are you waiting for? Huo Tianci inquired, feigning ignorance. Upon spotting Dong Pengfei emerging, Wu Qiushuang pointed eagerly. I'm waiting for him. Dong Pengfei, come here at once. And what of that gentleman known as Tiangu? Wu Qiushuang ran forward, anxious to express her gratitude, having received considerable help from him on 2 occasions. Dong Pengfei glanced at Huo Tianci, contemplating the situation. He then handed Huo Tianci the silver he had just secured. Tiangu, no wonder you offered a bid of 100,000. It turns out those 7 cold moon grasses are yours, and those 2 exquisite iron pieces as well. Huo Tianci nodded, noticing a shortfall in the silver. Dong Pengfei quickly clarified, Tiangu, it's the auction house's rule to take a commission. Huo Tianci understood. Acknowledging the efforts of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in promoting his items, particularly the remarkable price for the blood of the unicorn beast, which had doubled. Here, this is for you, Huo Tianci said, producing a banknote and handing it to Dong Pengfei. Overjoyed, Dong Pengfei expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Tiangu. Thank you. Wu Qiushuang, having overheard their conversation, was momentarily bewildered. She had not anticipated that Huo Tianci was the one who had assisted her so many times. Huo Tianci, how could I have not realized it? She thought, chastising herself for her ignorance. What are you standing around for? Let us go. Huo Tianci chuckled at her adorably perplexed expression. Since that is the case, Tiangu, I shall take my leave. My father summoned me earlier. Dong Pengfei, perceptive as he was, recognized the reason for Huo Tianci's departure but did not insist he stay. Then go on, and don't forget tomorrow. Understood. Once Dong Pengfei had left, Wu Qiushuang, her cheeks flushed, approached Huo Tianci to express her gratitude. Thank you. Without your help, my father would not have secured that fourth-tier blood today. And how do you plan to repay me? Huo Tianci inquired teasingly. How about I speak to my father and arrange a spot for you? Wu Qiushuang gestured towards the towering black structure that loomed above them. Huo Tianci was momentarily taken aback. Then followed her gaze to behold a 10-story black tower, the very fortress of Heihut. Is that tower accessible? He asked in surprise, recalling how he had tried to approach it previously, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. Seeing his astonishment, Wu Qiushuang couldn't help but chuckle. Apparently, you are unaware. This tower is an ancient relic left behind by the Xian king. The relic of the Xian king. The revelation left Huo Tianci even more astonished. I was unaware, he admitted, eager to learn more about the tower. Wu Qiushuang continued. This is why people have settled here, forming a city. Additionally, the tower opens once every 10 years, allowing individuals to enter for training. If fortune favors them, they might even discover treasures within. It is said that our Wu family's secret technique, the ironwood technique, and the Song family's secret technique, the shadow step, originated from this very tower. This year marks the 10th year, which is why I returned to participate in the trials. By the way, senior sister Nangong is here too. I'll introduce you to a stunning beauty. Wu Qiushuang eagerly anticipated the once-in-a-decade tower trial. Senior sister Nangong. Could it be Nangongya? Huo Tianci mused, certain of it. By the way, since the tower trial occurs only once every 10 years, will your father truly grant me such a precious opportunity? Surely, there must be remaining spots. Wu Qiushuang contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, only those under 18 can enter the tower. Otherwise, it's a certain death. A powerful Xinling realm expert once attempted to breach the tower and was instantly struck down by lightning. Thus, there are ample spots available. Now it makes sense. Huo Tianci nodded in realization. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Tower challenge activated. Huo Tianci received a new task, though its details remained vague, likely to be revealed once he entered the tower. I must acquire a spot to enter. He resolved that. By the way, you mentioned returning. Does that mean you weren't in Heihut Fortress before? Huo Tianci inquired with interest. Indeed, I am an outer disciple of the Warrior Academy in Fuzhou City. Impressive, isn't it? Wu Qiushuang replied proudly. She had entered the academy 3 years prior, causing quite a stir in Heihut Fortress. Her return coincided with the tower trials after a month away. The Warrior Academy? Huo Tianci was taken aback, knowing it to be a gathering place for talented cultivators. Previously, the so-called number 1 talent of Bailey Town, Wu Feiyu, had failed to pass the first round of the Academy's entrance exam. Underscoring its difficulty, I never imagined you could gain admission, he marveled. What are you staring at? Don't you believe me? Wu Qiushuang retorted. Revealing her identity card from the Academy, it bore the engraved words Fuzhou Academy along with her name. Wu Qiushuang, that I am indeed formidable, she declared, beaming with pride as she tucked her identity card away. Understood, formidable one, Huo Tianci replied, finding her quite endearing. You're the true formidable one. By the way, what are you planning to do now? Wu Qiushuang asked, eager to accompany him. Well, I intend to purchase some items, Huo Tianci answered, gesturing towards the 6-story building before them, the main structure of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, while the previous one was merely their auction house. Upon hearing of his intent to shop, Wu Qiushuang rubbed her hands together, her playful eyes sparkling with excitement, for women often find it impossible to resist the allure of shopping. As they entered, a maid approached them. May I assist you, esteemed guests? If you wish, I would be delighted to recommend some items. Huo Tianci understood the necessity of the maid's assistance, given the vastness of the 6-story chamber, which spanned thousands of square meters. Exploring it thoroughly could take an entire day. I would like to see weapons, he stated, turning to Wu Qiushuang. And you? Wu Qiushuang hesitated, remaining silent due to her lack of funds. Huo Tianci noticed her predicament. I still owe you a weapon. Consider this interest. Tell me what you desire. The mention of a mysterious weapon startled the maid, but upon seeing Huo Tianci's demeanor, she shook her head in disbelief. A mysterious weapon typically costs no less than 1,000 yuan stones, which in turn is equivalent to 10 million silver taels, an astronomical figure. She certainly did not believe that Huo Tianci could afford it. Of course, the maid did not express her thoughts, merely smiling faintly and shaking her head as she passed. Humph, with your demeanor, you could scarcely purchase even a yellow artifact, let alone a profound one. At that moment, a strikingly handsome woman with delicate brows and large eyes approached, accompanied by a young gentleman clad in silver brocade. Song Manjia, is it you? Before Huo Tianci could react, Wu Qiushuang spoke up, clearly recognizing the lady, and Gu Fengtang. What brings you to Heiha Fortress? Wu Qiushuang's gaze shifted to the young man in silver. Her astonishment was greater for Gu Fengtang, the eldest son of the Gu family in Fuzhou City. Just because you can come to the tower trials every 10 years, does that mean I cannot? Song Manjia said with a hint of frivolity. As the eldest daughter of the Song family? She was known as one of the two beauties of Heiha Fortress alongside Wu Qiushuang, and she was also a disciple of the outer sect of Fuzhou Academy. I never said you couldn't come. But what about you, Gu Fengtang? Wu Qiushuang was curious, having somewhat surmised that Song Manjia had become close to Gu Fengtang. Gu is smitten with me, and I hold him in high regard as well. So, I brought him along to see itis that inappropriate? Song Manjia expressed without a hint of embarrassment, as it was a symbol of her strength. After all, if one had the ability, one could also seek companionship with the affluent and handsome. And who is this beside you? Song Manjia turned her head, disdainfully inquiring about Huo Tianci's background. Her words laced with scorn, especially the phrase "who is this?" was clearly an insult directed at him. Song Manjia, who do you think you are? Wu Qiushuang was particularly displeased. Oh dear, why are you defending him? Is this thing your little lover? Now I understand why you rejected the pursuits of others in the academy. It seems you prefer someone younger than yourself. However, your taste appears to be somewhat lacking. With that, Song Manjia casually placed her hand on Gu Fengtang's shoulder, attempting to leverage his status to compare with Huo Tianci. Gu Fengtang, clearly understanding her intent, smirked arrogantly as he opened his folding fan and pretended to unintentionally reveal a small brocade pouch at his waist. The maid nearby gasped in astonishment. Is that the Qinkuan pouch? Huo Tianci recognized it too. Otherwise, Gu Fengtang would not have been flaunting such a delicate pink pouch. Indeed, you possess some insight. This pouch at my waist is undoubtedly the Qinkuan pouch. Gu Fengtang did not deny it. Rather, he boasted even louder. His proclamation drew the attention of many passers-by, who gathered around, eager to witness the Qinkuan pouch's marvel, having never seen one before. The pouch's rumored value was staggering, worth at least 500,000 taels of silver. An amount far beyond the means of the residents of Heiha Fortress. This palm-sized pouch truly the legendary Qinkuan pouch, which can contain all things. Some bystanders questioned skeptically, but their expressions revealed anticipation. As such treasures had been mythologized. From appearances, it seems no different from an ordinary pouch, one person observed, scrutinizing Gu Fengtang's Qinkuan pouch closely. Word has it that the Qinkuan pouch is crafted from a simple pouch, enhanced by a spatial formation inscribed by a talisman master, creating a space that can range from a few square meters to hundreds or even thousands. I wonder if that is true. I hope this young master will demonstrate it for us. Yes, please show us the wonders of the Qinkuan pouch. Unbeknownst to them, the onlookers began urging Gu Fengtang to exhibit the pouch's capabilities, eager to see if it could indeed contain a multitude of items within its small form. Gu Fengtang, basking in the flattery, felt a sense of pride, while Song Manjia felt a surge of satisfaction. Casting a disdainful glance at Wu Qiushuang and Huo Tianci, eager to witness their embarrassment, Wu Qiushuang, naturally incensed, recognized that no one wished to concede in such a competition, especially among women. However, it was undeniable that Gu Fengtang was the young master of Fuzhou City, making it somewhat unreasonable to compare Huo Tianci to him. Though frustrated, Wu Qiushuang was not the kind of girl who valued vanity. Otherwise, she would have accepted the advances of the wealthy young masters at Fuzhou Academy. Finally, she took Huo Tianci's hand, preparing to leave. Let's go. We need not concern ourselves with them. However, Song Manjia blocked their path, asserting, Wu Qiushuang, where do you think you're going? Don't you want to see the wonders of the Qinkuan pouch? Exactly. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have another chance in such a small place. You probably won't see this country bumpkin again. Gu Fengtang stepped forward, caressing the pink Qinkuan pouch, disdainfully gazing at Huo Tianci. Before adding, Wu Qiushuang, it seems your little bumpkin is eager to see me demonstrate the pouch. Even if you do not wish to, you should consider his feelings. Hearing this, Wu Qiushuang turned to Huo Tianci. But his face bore an expression of disdain, devoid of any expectation. It was evident that Gu Fengtang was merely fabricating tales to embarrass them. Wu Qiushuang realized this and replied, we are not interested in watching. Please let us pass. We need to purchase something. Upon hearing this, Song Manjia feigned surprise, saying, "If you do not wish to see, I shall tell Gu Gu not to demonstrate." How unappreciative of our goodwill. At her words, the onlookers grew anxious, for they had been eagerly awaiting Gu Fengtang's showcase of the Qinkuan pouch. Now, with a mere disagreement, the chance to see it was in jeopardy. Ironically, the crowd directed their frustration at Huo Tianci and Wu Qiushuang, blaming them for expressing disinterest. Not interested. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you are someone of importance? The young master has come all this way, and you act so pretentiously. Indeed, if you weren't interested, why not leave sooner? It's clear you want to see. Now the crowd was agitated, feeling that their opportunity to witness the Qinkuan pouch was slipping away because of Huo Tianci and Wu Qiushuang. Faced with such scornful remarks, Wu Qiushuang felt a surge of indignation. Song Manjia, observing her dismay, relished the moment and said to Wu Qiushuang, "I'll give you one more chance. If you say you want to see, I'll let Gu Gu demonstrate. Otherwise, we shall truly take our leave." Upon hearing that they might see the demonstration, the crowd's attention immediately focused on Wu Qiushuang. Under their scrutiny, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. As she could never bow to Song Manjia at that moment, Huo Tianci, who had remained stoic, finally spoke. He surveyed the crowd and exclaimed, "Is a mere tattered pouch worthy of such deference from you all? Crawling like dogs to fawn over it? Do you possess any dignity? I ask you, do you have any dignity?" His sudden outburst stunned the onlookers into silence. He then directed his gaze at Gu Fengtang. A grown man flaunting a pink, delicate pouch. Truly, if I did not know better, I would think you were an effeminate gentleman from the Yihong Lu. And what are you pretending for? Do you think you are the only one with a Qinkuan pouch? With that, Huo Tianci revealed his own Qinkuan pouch, pulling out a handful of medicinal pills. 20 condensation pills. Do you have any? He disdainfully displayed the pills before Gu Fengtang, who stared wide-eyed in shock. While the onlookers were utterly bewildered, even the previously proud Song Manjia was momentarily stunned. I ask you, do you possess 20 condensation pills? Huo Tianci pressed again, and all eyes turned to Gu Fengtang. The young master from Fuzhou City, Jiu Gu, Song Manjia, unwilling to be overshadowed, urged Gu Fengtang to compete with Huo Tianci. Gu Fengtang felt an overwhelming pressure. Just as he was about to rummage through his Qinkuan bag in search of something of value, Huo Tianci produced another handful of pills. You don't even have 20 condensation pills, so you certainly lack these 20 concentration pills. With that, he presented another 20 pills. The appearance of the concentration pills caused a stir among the crowd, as each one was worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, totaling 200,000 taels. This left Gu Fengtang, who had previously dismissed Huo Tianci as a country bumpkin, utterly astonished. However, what shocked him even more were Huo Tianci's subsequent words. A broke loser with nothing to his name, yet he dares to show off. How shameless! Huo Tianci turned his head and glanced at Song Manjia, saying, "Your taste is questionable. Our Qiushuang is far superior. After all, no matter how poor I am still wealthier than you, you effeminate young master." Huo Tianci was quite blunt. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your Qiushuang?" Wu Qiushuang blushed slightly in contrast. Song Manjia was infuriated. "Gu Gu, show them your yellow-grade weapon." Gu Fengtang was momentarily taken aback. The revelation that Huo Tianci also possessed a Qinkuan bag surprised him, but more importantly, this fellow had casually produced 2 large handfuls of pills. An intimidating display indeed. "Right, I have a yellow-grade weapon." As a young master from Fuzhou City, Gu Fengtang said, pulling out a gilded steel spear measuring 5 feet 9 inches, exuding an impressive aura. Chapter 175. Pretending to be impressive? It's just some cheap pills. As he spoke, he introduced his yellow-grade spear. This spear is called the 3-claw green mang spear, crafted by a 2-star blacksmith using the blood essence of a 5th-grade green mang beast. Its rank is a remarkable 3-star yellow-grade. Do you have anything like this? Once he regained his composure, Gu Fengtang began to flaunt his treasure. Before Huo Tianci could respond, Wu Qiushuang interjected, knowing full well that Huo Tianci possessed a profound weapon. What's so great about a 3-star yellow-grade weapon? Our Huo Tianci possesses that, of course. Huo Tianci quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from revealing that he owned a precious, profound weapon, for such treasures must remain concealed. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure invites trouble. With her mouth covered, Wu Qiushuang blinked, seemingly realizing this point. Fortunately, Huo Tianci quickly interrupted her. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently sold him out. What do you mean? Possesses what? Why did you stop? Seeing Wu Qiushuang's sudden silence, Song Manjia assumed she had run out of things to say. After all, A 3-star yellow-grade weapon was valued at around 200,000 taels of silver. And she couldn't believe that Huo Tianci could possess anything more valuable. Meanwhile, Gufeng Tang, having showcased his yellow-grade weapon, became increasingly smug. You dare to call me poor? I see you're just asking for humiliation. Do you really think a few worthless pills can make you a big spender? He even showcased the boots he wore, declaring, with your few measly pills, honestly, even the soles of these wind-treading boots I'm wearing are more valuable than your measly offerings. You think you can pretend to be rich? That's just seeking death. Upon hearing wind-treading boots, the crowd erupted in astonishment. For these were precious yellow-grade boots that not only enhanced one's speed but could also activate wind force inscriptions in dire situations, allowing the wearer to dash away as if riding the wind. This explained their name, wind-treading boots. As they gazed at the peculiar inscriptions on Gufeng Tang's boots, they noted that these boots were of inferior quality, as typical wind-treading boots featured at least 3 wind force inscriptions. Nonetheless, even with just one inscription, they were still beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Gug's precious boots are worth 800,000 taels of silver. Your worthless pills, honestly, wouldn't even be enough to carry Gugu's boots, let alone buy them. Song Manjia gleefully taunted Huo Tianci. However, Huo Tianci merely replied with 3 words, "Is that so?" During their exchange, a handful of pearls resembling pills emerged from Huo Tianci's hand. These are 20 foundation pills. Huo Tianci had amassed quite a collection of pills after slaying several fierce beasts in the battle for the cold moon grass, resulting in a significant bounty, including these 20 pills, each valued at 100,000 taels of silver. The collective value of these 20 foundation pills left Song Manjia speechless, as she realized she had been slapped in the face. Their total worth exceeded 2 million taels of silver. Moreover, when combined with the previous pills Huo Tianci had displayed, it was more than enough to purchase a 3-star yellow-grade weapon. As he continued to produce pills in large quantities. The display was indeed staggering, particularly with the recent emergence of the 20 foundation pills. Huo Tianci seemed to treat them as casually as candy. This comparison made Gufeng Tang, who merely boasted about his weapons, appear somewhat less impressive. Upon seeing the 20 foundation pills, Gufeng Tang was utterly taken aback, for foundation pills were not comparable to other body-refining pills. He recalled how his family had struggled to procure a single foundation pill for him, consulting many people to obtain one, as only 2-star alchemists could concoct them. Yet, 2-star alchemists were often reluctant to produce foundation pills due to their limited application, primarily benefiting body-refining warriors and their complexity, making them at least twice as challenging to create as other yellow-grade pills. This scarcity justified the foundation pill's high value, as it not only stabilized one's foundation but significantly increased the likelihood of a breakthrough in body-refining realms, including the transition to the profound disciple stage, earning it the title of divine medicine for body refiners. Thus, many of the offspring from prominent families would consume a foundation pill upon reaching the 9th level of body refinement to enhance their chances of breaking through to the profound disciple stage. Upon Huo Tianci displaying the foundation pills, numerous individuals rushed forward to purchase them, with some even offering as much as 150,000 taels for a single pill. It was evident that families were willing to go to great lengths for the sake of their offspring. With so many eager buyers, Huo Tianci was uncertain whom to sell to. However, he had no intention of parting with them, as he planned to bring the foundation pills back to the Huo family. Ultimately, Huo Tianci resigned himself to saying, "These 20 foundation pills will be consigned to the Tiana Commerce Guild. If anyone wishes to purchase them, please await the next auction." Excellent. We were just worried that you wouldn't be willing to sell, as these items are rare and precious. Upon hearing Huo Tianci's intent to sell, many onlookers became visibly excited. Some even speculated about Huo Tianci's identity. Could this young man be an alchemy master? With such a bounty of pills, he must be. Seeing the crowd praise Huo Tianci, Gufeng Tang felt a twinge of displeasure. After a few cold snorts, he addressed Huo Tianci once more. "Kid, you may have plenty of pills, but no matter how many you have, they can't compare to my 3-claw green mang spear." "Exactly. Pills are consumed quickly, while our Guji's weapon will last a lifetime." Song Manjia chimed in, irritated. "Did I ask that so? Then I'll just buy myself one, of course. Unlike you, Gugu, I'm not so stingy as to hoard a yellow-grade weapon for myself without buying one for you too. Right, Qiushuang?" Huo Tianci turned his gaze toward Wu Qiushuang. Chapter 176, Red Shadow Sword. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiushuang was momentarily taken aback, then immediately nodded vigorously. Eventually, Huo Tianci took Wu Qiushuang's hand and led her toward the counter selling yellow-grade weapons. "Qiushuang, let us go. I'm buying you a yellow-grade weapon. Are you really going to buy it?" As Huo Tianci genuinely led her to the counter, Wu Qiushuang felt a bit reluctant, overwhelmed by the attention. She didn't want Huo Tianci to spend so much on her, even though she longed for a yellow-grade weapon. It was simply too extravagant. Moreover, Huo Tianci had already helped her immensely by purchasing the cold moongrass and gifting her the profound stone, alleviating her father Wu Taishan's urgent needs. Now, despite not having repaid him, Huo Tianci was offering her a yellow-grade weapon. She simply didn't wish to trouble him further. Of course I'm buying it. Huo Tianci wasn't joking. Let us forget it. We shouldn't compete with them. Let us go. I don't want to buy it anymore. Suddenly, Wu Qiushuang halted her steps, expressing her change of heart about purchasing a yellow-grade weapon. Huo Tianci observed this and thought, this girl must be shy and embarrassed, which also indicated that Wu Qiushuang was a good person, not overly materialistic. If it were someone else, they would likely be eager for Huo Tianci to buy the weapon and present it as a gift. As Wu Qiushuang turned to leave, Song Manjia and Gu Fengtang, who had followed her, couldn't help but mock her. Oh dear, weren't you supposed to purchase a yellow weapon? Have you changed your mind? Song Manjia asked, arms crossed and eyebrows raised in a teasing manner. Gu Fengtang chimed in. I see that little country bumpkin has had a change of heart. After all, a yellow weapon is worth at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. He then turned to Wu Qiushuang, saying, Wu Qiushuang, it seems you've been deceived. That country bumpkin probably just sweet-talked you, but when it came time to buy, he suddenly hesitated. Did he tell you he didn't have enough silver and would buy it for you next time? Ha ha ha. Seeing the mockery directed at Huo Tianci, Wu Qiushuang quickly defended, it's my decision not to buy. It has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him? So you're not buying the yellow weapon after all? If that's the case, step aside quickly, because Gu just told me he wants to gift me a yellow weapon, Song Manjia said, floating with delight and urging Wu Qiushuang to move out of the way. This remark thoroughly provoked Wu Qiushuang. I am going to buy one now, she declared, hands on her hips, visibly furious. Huo Tianci found her anger amusing, remarking to himself how women could be so petty. The shopkeeper, a kind-looking man in his 30s, couldn't help but smile at the spectacle. May I ask what type of yellow weapon you ladies are interested in? Sword, they both declared in unison, exchanging fierce glances and haughty snorts. Only when a few exquisite women's swords were presented did they relent. I want this one, they exclaimed, eyeing the same beautiful sword. The sword, named Red Shadow, measured over 3 feet in length, delicate and striking. With a silver blade that subtly shimmered with a hint of red due to the incorporation of red iron during its forging. This enhanced both the sword's durability and its aesthetic appeal, creating vivid red shadows when wielded, thus earning its name. The shopkeeper elaborately described the sword to Wu Qiushuang and Song Manjia. After demonstrating the sword, beautiful red shadows danced around him, causing both ladies' eyes to sparkle with excitement. Gu, I want this one, Song Manjia said, clinging to Gu Fengtang's shoulder and playfully brushing against his arm, teasing him. Gu Fengtang, who had already planned to buy Song Manjia a weapon, couldn't resist her charm and readily agreed. All right, as long as it's something our Manjia desires, I shall indulge. He then shot a mocking glance at Huo Tianci, unlike some people, who merely talk big without any action. Exactly. All talk, while Gu is a man of his word. Song Manjia chimed in, her excitement palpable. Upon hearing Gu Fengtang's commitment, her delight was boundless. Of course, I must keep my word, Gu Fengtang declared, raising his thumb with confidence, before inquiring about the price of the Red Shadow sword. 3,000,000 taels, the shopkeeper replied with a smile, holding up 3 fingers. The moment the price was revealed, Gu Fengtang stuttered. 3.3 million. How can it be so expensive? His eyes nearly bulged out, as he had not anticipated the sword would be worth more than his own weapon. The 3-clawed Qingmong spear, which had cost him 2,000,000 taels, by comparison, the Red Shadow sword was at least a top-tier yellow weapon, or even higher. The shopkeeper explained, young sir, this Red Shadow sword contains red iron, which is quite rare. That is why it is classified as a top-tier yellow weapon. Its power can rival that of a 4th-tier weapon, so selling it for 3,000,000 taels is quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Gu Fengtang chuckled in agreement. However, Song Manjia shook her head in regret, realizing Gu Fengtang likely couldn't afford such an extravagant sword, given that his own weapon was merely a 3rd-tier inferior yellow weapon. The shopkeeper, recognizing Gu Fengtang's predicament, suggested, perhaps you would like to consider other swords? Huo Tianci, not one to mince words, disdainfully remarked to Gu Fengtang, if you can't afford it, then step aside. Don't just stand there like a fool. Gu Fengtang felt humiliated. He had boasted about buying a top-tier weapon, only to back down when faced with the price. A top-tier yellow weapon? Let's see you buy it. Unfazed, Huo Tianci retorted, of course I can buy it. After all, I deserve the title of a man of my word. Unlike you who merely talks nonsense. He then produced a token and addressed the shopkeeper. Give me a 50% discount. A 50% discount? Gu Fengtang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you think this is a roadside stall? 50% off? I'd say you'd be lucky to get a discount at all. A top-tier yellow weapon is worth at least 270 to 80,000 taels, and this red shadow sword, comparable to a fourth-tier weapon, is already at the lowest price of 3 million taels. Asking for a 50% discount is utterly ridiculous. The shopkeeper, initially amused, soon lost his smile upon seeing the token in Huo Tianci's hand, replaced by an expression of respect. Why, lord, he greeted, bowing respectfully. Gu Fengtang's face froze in disbelief. What? He is not a lord. Gu Fengtang felt as though he had been slapped, realizing that Huo Tianci was a high-ranking figure in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Having just compared wealth, he felt utterly humiliated. Who could possibly rival the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in wealth? No one. Without a doubt, Gu Fengtang's face burned with embarrassment. Huo Tianci's earlier display of wealth made sense now. Wu Qiushuang, on the other hand, was wide-eyed, recognizing Huo Tianci's background. How had he suddenly risen to such prominence? Yet, no matter how influential he was, it was unreasonable to expect the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to incur losses by granting a 50% discount. The shopkeeper subtly glanced at Huo Tianci, hoping for a bit more leeway. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences from his superior, Dong Daring. Huo Tianci, sensing the shopkeeper's unease, reassured him, just tell Dong Daring that I, Huo Tianci, made the purchase. And with these 10 solidifying pills, what is there to worry about? He produced 10 solidifying pills, worth 1 million taels, which made the shopkeeper nod vigorously in agreement. Why, lord, do you need anything else? The shopkeeper asked respectfully as he handed the red shadow sword to Huo Tianci. However, he immediately regretted his question. A common 8th-tier weapon. Any style will do, Huo Tianci replied, his tone serious. What are you sulking about? I just bought a 3 million tael weapon, and you still want to haggle over 7 or 8,000? Huo Tianci retorted, clearly displeased. With no other choice, the shopkeeper reluctantly handed over an 8th-tier weapon to Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci accepted the 8th-tier weapon, then turned to offer the red shadow sword, saying, Here, this is for you. In the future, you can exchange this red shadow sword for a mysterious weapon. At this point, those who doubted Huo Tianci's ability to offer a mysterious weapon began to reconsider, as he truly embodied the essence of a man of his word. In contrast, Gu Fengtang was left as nothing more than a pretender. Hey, where are you going? Don't leave. Are you really not buying the yellow weapon anymore? Upon witnessing Gu Fengtang and Song Manjia depart with cold expressions, Huo Tianci could not resist mocking them to true delight. Meanwhile, Wu Qiushuang felt elated as she gazed at the Hongying sword in her hand, her joy palpable. However, after caressing the sword once more, she returned it to Huo Tianci, saying, You should keep it. It is far too precious. Wu Qiushuang appreciated Huo Tianci's goodwill, as he had purchased the sword to vex Song Manjia on her behalf, but she simply could not accept such a lavish gift. Huo Tianci refused to take it back, stating, I have already given it to you. It is improper to reclaim a gift. Besides, even if I wished to return it, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would not allow me to do so. Just accept it. After all, I still owe you a mystical weapon. Wu Qiushuang bit her lip, her heart swelling with happiness as she nodded, for she cherished the Hongying sword. Ultimately, she said to Huo Tianci, In that case, I shall repay you with silver in the future. Feeling somewhat guilty, she devised this plan. Very well, Huo Tianci replied, amused by Wu Qiushuang's spirited nature. Subsequently, they both proceeded to the Wu residence. As Wu Qiushuang expressed her desire to show him around and treat him to dinner in gratitude. The Wu residence, lavish and grand, was located on the eastern side of Heihe Fort, directly opposite the Song family to the west. Huo Tianci had arrived from the north side of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, while to the south lay the bustling Wusher market. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and Wusher were neutral forces, whereas the Wu and Song families were embroiled in a fierce rivalry. Third Miss, you have returned. As soon as they approached the entrance, a servant rushed over to greet them. Where is my father? Besides wishing to invite Huo Tianci for dinner and a tour of the Wu residence, Wu Qiushuang's father, Wu Taishan, also wished to meet Huo Tianci in order to express his gratitude in person. Awkwardly, Wu Taishan had mistaken Dong Pengfei for Huo Tianci, believing that he was the one who had purchased the Hanyue grass and gifted Wu Qiushuang the Xian stone. Now, Wu Qiushuang sought to clarify this misunderstanding. The master is in the conference hall, discussing matters with the elders. It may be a while before he emerges, the servant replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiushuang led Huo Tianci to explore the Wu residence. Chapter 178. Wu Qiushuang's boudoir. This is my room. Finally, Wu Qiushuang led Huo Tianci into her boudoir. Upon entering, a refreshing fragrance enveloped them, and after taking a deep breath, Huo Tianci felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. This delightful scent was reminiscent of Wu Qiushuang's natural fragrance, which he had encountered previously. Noticing Huo Tianci's keen sense of smell, Wu Qiushuang felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she could not muster any anger. Especially after Huo Tianci had gifted her the exquisite Hongying sword. Aware of his own indiscretion, Huo Tianci awkwardly rubbed his nose and remarked, "Your room is quite beautiful." "Heh," Wu Qiushuang retorted playfully. "Humph, keep sniffing and I'll cut your nose off." After shooting him a playful glare, she sashayed toward the door. "Wait, my nose is stuffy today," Huo Tianci exclaimed, mistakenly believing she was upset. Wu Qiushuang was not angry. She simply said, "I'll go fetch some tea and snacks. Make yourself comfortable for now." "Oh, perfect. I'm a bit hungry," Huo Tianci responded, then began to idly explore the room. Not long after, outside the boudoir, a sweaty youth, around 17 years old and clad in white martial attire, burst in while shouting, "Third sister, I heard from the servants that you have returned." However, upon entering, he spotted a stranger rummaging through his sister Wu Qiushuang's belongings like a thief. "How dare you steal from the Wu family? Do you wish to die?" he shouted as he lunged toward Huo Tianci. "Steal?" Huo Tianci was taken aback, wondering who was stealing. He turned to see who it was, and upon recognizing the youth, both exclaimed in unison, "You!" This sweaty youth was Wu Yuanming, who had crossed paths with Huo Tianci at the ring toss game a few days prior. Realizing that Wu Yuanming had called out to his sister, it dawned on Huo Tianci that he was Wu Qiushuang's younger brother. Understanding this connection, Huo Tianci refrained from retaliating, merely stepping back a few paces. Wu Yuanming, having missed his attack, sprang back up and charged at Huo Tianci once more. "I am not a thief. You've mistaken me." With only Wu Yuanming and Huo Tianci present in the room, it was clear that Wu Yuanming had wrongly assumed Huo Tianci was the intruder. "If you're not a thief, then I'll teach you a lesson for pretending to be tough with me," Wu Yuanming declared, preparing to seek revenge on Huo Tianci, who had unwittingly walked into the trap. "Teach me a lesson? Are you capable of that?" Huo Tianci scoffed, choosing to retreat to avoid damaging Wu Qiushuang's boudoir. But Wu Yuanming relentlessly pursued him outside, proclaiming, that day, "I merely let you off because I was out of sorts. You really think you're impressive? Today, I will show you my true strength." Wu Yuanming insisted on defending himself, although he did admit that he had been in poor form that day. Realizing he could not escape the confrontation, especially within the Wu residence, Huo Tianci prepared to engage with Wu Yuanming. "Just don't cry when I defeat you and run to tell your sister," Huo Tianci warned, cracking his knuckles and adopting a fighting stance. Wu Yuanming was infuriated by Huo Tianci's dismissive attitude, declaring, "You speak so boldly. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he threw a powerful punch, only to find himself sent flying by Huo Tianci's counterattack. Crashing to the ground, Wu Yuanming felt a tremor throughout his entire arm, a sign of numbness. As he lay there, he looked up at Huo Tianci in horror, acutely aware of the vast gap in their abilities. "Impossible! This cannot be!" Wu Yuanming shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept his own weakness. Finally unable to contain his frustration, he unleashed the Wu family's secret technique, the Taimukung. Instantly, a dark, iron-blue aura enveloped his entire being. Taimukung, like the Caneying step, was a first-tier yellow-grade secret technique. But while Taimukung focused on enhancing physical strength, Caneying step sharpened agility. What a heavy punch! Huo Tianci sensed that Wu Yuanming's strikes now bore twice the weight and force compared to before. Indicating a significant elevation in his overall state, it was undeniable that secret techniques had their merit. However, once Huo Tianci activated his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the oppressive weight vanished, as his strength completely overshadowed Wu Yuanming's. "You are defeated," Huo Tianci declared, recognizing that Wu Yuanming's energy was waning. At this point, Wu Yuanming fully surrendered, understanding that Huo Tianci had been holding back. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying once more. Just then, applause echoed through the air, and a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe entered through the side door of the boudoir, accompanied by a graceful young woman. "Father, this is the Huo Tianci you mentioned." The young woman, Wu Qiushuang, explained. The middle-aged man was Wu Taishan. While fetching tea and snacks, Wu Qiushuang had run into Wu Taishan and informed him of Huo Tianci's visit. Wu Taishan was already aware of Huo Tianci's existence, having been informed by Dong Daring during their time at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "I have the honor of meeting the head of the Wu family." Huo Tianci greeted Wu Taishan with a respectful gesture. "There is no need for such formalities. If it weren't for your intervention today, that drop of fourth-tier essence blood would have surely fallen into the hands of the Song family, Huo Tianci replied. Addressing Huo Tianci with respect, the reason he referred to Huo Tianci as Sir was due to Dong Daring's habitual address. I merely acted out of a sense of gratitude, for the Wu family has also assisted me in the past. Huo Tianci explained, remembering how the Wu family had helped preserve the Huo family's safety. This debt of gratitude would remain with him for a lifetime. As they walked, Wu Qiushuang had shared everything with her father. Yet Wu Taishan was puzzled as to how a mere lord of a small 100-li town could suddenly become a prominent figure within the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 179. A display of skill, of course. Wu Taishan did not press the matter further, recognizing it as Huo Tianci's secret. This also served as a reminder that one should not judge by appearances, much like how he had secretly observed the battle between Huo Tianci and Wu Yuanming. Wu Taishan had wagered that once Wu Yuanming utilized Taimekung, Huo Tianci would surely be defeated. Yet, the outcome revealed that Huo Tianci had not even exerted himself, while Wu Yuanming crumbled like a house of cards. Your strength must have already reached an extraordinary level, Wu Taishan remarked, attempting to gauge Huo Tianci's true abilities. Huo Tianci did not conceal his thoughts. Entering the rankings should pose no problem, especially since I have already defeated Song Junjian. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiushuang and Wu Yuanming's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Wu Taishan was taken aback. The news of Song Junjian being severely injured had spread like wildfire. And it was said that the perpetrator had an impressive background, which was why the Song family chose not to seek revenge. To their surprise, it was none other than Huo Tianci standing before them. Upon realizing Huo Tianci's formidable prowess, Wu Yuanming felt a surge of comfort, recognizing that his own perceived weakness was merely overshadowed by Huo Tianci's strength. Consequently, he grew to respect Huo Tianci even more. For those with true power deserve admiration. In that case, I can rest easy, Wu Taishan thought, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. His initial motive for secretly observing Huo Tianci's abilities was to ascertain whether it would be a waste to grant him a spot in the tower if he lacked strength. However, it was now clear that Huo Tianci was indeed a formidable warrior, having bested the renowned Song Junjian. Thus, granting him a place in the tower would likely face no opposition from the Wu family. When Wu Taishan mentioned offering Huo Tianci a place in the tower, Huo Tianci was filled with exhilaration. I express my gratitude for the kindness shown by the head of the Wu family. Huo Tianci was overwhelmed with excitement. Your kindness is undeserved. I only hope you will assist our Wu family when the time comes, he added. That Wu Taishan's relief stemmed from having gained a powerful ally. The Black River Tower only permitted those under 18 to enter, leaving the elders to await the trial's outcome outside, meaning that the younger generation of the Wu family would have to rely solely on their own abilities within the tower. Inside the tower, danger lurked at every corner. Aside from the hidden traps, the most significant threats came from opponents, particularly the Song family, who had prepared extensively for this tower trial. They had not only invested heavily in helping Song Junjian ascend the rankings, but had also invited several elite young fighters from Fuzhou Academy to aid in the battle. In contrast, the Wu family had made no such preparations, as Wu Qiushuang lacked the charm of Song Manjia, which also related to her character. It was no wonder that Gu Fengtang had come to the Black River Fortress. After absorbing this information, Wu Qiushuang experienced a moment of clarity. Huo Tianci also grasped the situation and turned to Wu Taishan, stating, the Wu family has already shown me great kindness, and now you grant me a place in the tower trial. I assure you, I shall exert every effort to assist. Excellent, excellent. Wu Taishan felt reassured with Huo Tianci's presence. He then led Huo Tianci to the conference hall, where discussions regarding the upcoming Black River Tower training, scheduled for 7 days hence, were to take place. The arrival of a young newcomer with Wu Taishan raised eyebrows among the inner elders of the Wu family, who began to speculate about Huo Tianci's identity. Head of the family, who is this? The chief elder inquired, as he did not recognize Huo Tianci, and it was unprecedented for outsiders to enter the Wu family's conference hall. Thus, suspicions arose that Huo Tianci might be Wu Taishan's illegitimate child. Wu Taishan quickly waved his hand to dispel the misunderstanding, explaining, this young friend Huo is here to assist our Wu family in the tower challenge. Assist in the tower challenge? A master? Him? The elders scoffed, unable to hide their disdain, as they considered Huo Tianci too young. However, the family steward recognized Huo Tianci. Young friend Huo, the steward exclaimed in surprise, for he was well aware of Huo Tianci's formidable strength. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a supermaster. Just recently, Huo Tianci had been at the 7th level of body refinement, yet now, he had advanced to the 8th level in just a few days. A testament to his rapid progress. Unbeknownst to the other elders, some still boasted that their sons could easily overpower Huo Tianci with a single punch. Wu Taishan merely smiled at this, then leaned closer to Huo Tianci and whispered a few words. In that case, young friend, why not demonstrate your abilities for them? Huo Tianci felt somewhat awkward being addressed as my lord by Wu Taishan, but eventually consented to being called young friend Huo. After all, respect was earned through strength. With Huo Tianci's agreement, the elder whose son had boasted of his strength immediately remarked, Shangjia, why not spar with this young master Huo? A youth with a somewhat sinister appearance stepped forward from behind the elder. Walking leisurely to the center of the hall, seemingly dismissive of Huo Tianci, he stood tall, hands on his hips, and with a condescending smirk, he challenged, young friend Huo, please make your move. Truth be told, the youth's demeanor was quite irksome. Prompting Huo Tianci to ask, are you prepared? Of course, Wu Shangjie replied nonchalantly, continuing to underestimate Huo Tianci, as he was at the 9th level of body refinement, while Huo Tianci was merely at the 8th. This disparity in strength allowed him to disregard Huo Tianci entirely. Yet, in the next moment, Huo Tianci appeared before him in an instant. Wild horse splitting mane. Huo Tianci unleashed a powerful strike, sending Wu Shangjie flying across the hall, tumbling out and landing face first on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the elders who had anticipated Huo Tianci's embarrassment were instantly rendered speechless, particularly Wu Shangjie's father, who had boasted that his son could easily defeat Huo Tianci. Instead, it was Huo Tianci who had knocked Wu Shangjie down. Gaping at his son sprawled on the ground, Wu Shangjie's father rushed forward, anxious for his son's well-being. After confirming that Wu Shangjie was unharmed, he sighed in relief and helped him back into the hall. The remaining attendees regarded Huo Tianci with a mix of awe and disbelief, as if he were a monster to this moment. The family steward smiled and remarked, young friend Huo's strength could easily place him on the rankings. It is entirely normal for Shangjie to falter in defeat. He then continued, this young friend Huo is none other than the current head of the Huo family in Bailey Town, Huo Tianci. The mention of Huo Tianci's name brought clarity to all present. What? Could it be he is the one who, at the 7th level of body refinement, defeated the profound disciple Wu Dingtian? The chief elder exclaimed. Previously skeptical of the steward's claim, he now found it plausible. After all, Wu Shangjie, at the 9th level, had been unable to withstand even a single blow from Huo Tianci, which underscored Huo Tianci's exceptional prowess. Seeing Huo Tianci command the attention of all, Wu Taishan expressed his satisfaction and added, moreover, young friend Huo is a prominent figure within the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It was he who assisted our Wu family in acquiring that drop of 4th-grade essence at the auction. With this revelation, the Wu family members immediately regarded Huo Tianci with newfound respect, recognizing that he had come to their aid at a critical moment. They understood that had the Song family obtained that drop of essence, their family's fate would have been dire. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Wu Shangjie's father said, hastily approaching to offer his apologies. Huo Tianci waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Subsequently, everyone settled down to discuss the training arrangements at the Black River Tower, scheduled for 7 days later. Meanwhile, at the Song family's residence, my son, seeing Song Junjian gravely injured and lying in bed, Song Tianzong rushed back in distress. Who did this? Who was responsible? He bellowed at those around him, but the servants were too afraid to speak, fearing retribution. Yet, silence was not a cure-all, if no one knows. What use are you? Frustrated by their silence, Song Tianzong unsheathed his sword and struck down several of them, causing the remaining servants to tremble in fear. At that moment, Song Tianheng entered and, seeing his brother in a frenzy, quickly intervened, asking, brother, what are you doing? What am I doing? I am venting my anger. Song Tianzong harbored thoughts of murder, for during this period, he had risked his life in pursuit of the so-called treasure. Yet, in the end, he found nothing of the 500 elite members of the Song family he had taken with him. Many were severely injured or had perished, leaving a significant loss. If it weren't for the news of Song Yunjian's serious injury at home, he would have continued his futile search, driven by his unwillingness to accept defeat. Upon hearing this news, Song Tianheng felt as though a thunderous bolt had struck him. He was drenched in despair, as he had hoped that Song Tianzong would uncover some valuable treasure to compensate for their losses at the auction. Meanwhile, upon learning that the 4th-grade blood essence had also eluded them, Song Tianzong was consumed by rage. No treasure found, no blood essence secured. Does it seem that even heaven conspires against our Song family? Brother, it may not be so. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined, replied Song Tianheng, suddenly transforming his expression to reveal a glimmer of a smile. Seeing Song Tianheng's smile perplexed Song Tianzong, even inciting his anger. After all, they had encountered unprecedented misfortune, and yet here was his brother smiling as if they had been blessed. Brother, Manjia has returned today, and she has brought back a young master from Fuzhou City. It is said that this young master is currently pursuing our Manjia. A young master from Fuzhou City? Who is it? Upon hearing these words, the previously troubled Song Tianzong immediately displayed a flicker of joy, for this indicated that his daughter had made a promising connection, aligning herself with the young master from Fuzhou City. It is the young master of the Gu family, named Gu Fengtang, Song Tianheng replied cheerfully. He then elaborated on the Gu family's background. Brother, the Gu family is quite remarkable, one of the top families in Fuzhou City. It is said that Gu Fengtang's uncle holds a significant position at the Fuzhou Academy, truly a golden son-in-law. How impressive! Although this was the first time Song Tianzong had heard of the Gu family and Gu Fengtang, he understood the influence of a top family, as such families typically boasted at least one powerful Xian master among their ranks. In contrast, the entire Heihe fort had no Xian master, let alone a grand Xian master. This disparity was glaring. If Song Manjia could secure Gu Fengtang as her husband, perhaps the Song family could soar to new heights and dominate Heihe fort, even potentially establishing a foothold in Fuzhou City, growing into a larger family. With these thoughts, Song Tianzong couldn't help but express his joy. After all, everyone aspires to ascend, and he was no exception. He then asked Song Tianheng, "Where is this young Master Gu now?" "I believe he is in Manjia's boudoir," Song Tianheng replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Upon hearing this, Song Tianzong thought to himself, "This is excellent. This way, the marriage is practically secured. With such a connection, who would dare to oppose him?" Since Gu Fengtang was in Manjia's boudoir, they decided to wait a while before meeting him. In the meantime, summon Song Wuyan. "I intend to deal with him." Suddenly, Song Tianzong's expression changed dramatically, as he harbored doubts about the treasure map Song Wuyan had previously given him, suspecting it to be a forgery. In fact, it was indeed a fake. "Song Wuyan, to be honest, had you not mentioned those 3 words, I would have nearly forgotten about him." After searching for a while, Song Wuyan seemed to have vanished from existence, as everyone claimed they hadn't seen him in days. Damn it, it truly was a deception. This Song Wuyan dares to deceive me. Upon receiving this news, Song Tianzong tore the fake treasure map into shreds. Where were his family members? He never anticipated such treachery from someone so close to him. With everyone missing, it seemed that this scoundrel had been plotting all along. Enraged, the two of them decided to spend a hefty sum at the assassination hall in Wushi, placing a bounty on Song Wuyan's head. Meanwhile, in another courtyard of the Song family estate, filled with the vibrancy of spring, 2 bodies, akin to water snakes, finally ceased their primal movements. 1 male and 1 female, both drenched in sweat, lay in bed. These 2 were Gu Fengtang and Song Manjia. Damn it, that rustic fellow! Gu Fengtang was still infuriated, having been humiliated by Huo Tianci. Beside him, a naked Song Manjia caressed his chest, urging him not to be concerned with Huo Tianci. "Gu. He's merely a minor character, not worth your anger. That rustic fellow probably has only a little money. In terms of background and strength, you are far superior." Song Manjia showcased her alluring figure and provocatively teased Gu Fengtang. Reigniting his fervor. It must be said that Song Manjia had a knack for handling men, which explained her popularity at Fuzhou Academy. Gu Fengtang, stirred by her teasing, felt his blood boil anew, alleviating his previous frustrations. He lunged at Song Manjia's body like a ravenous wolf. After an hour, feeling hunger pangs, the 2 exited the room brimming with springtime vitality. At that moment, Song Tianzong, who had been waiting nearby, approached them immediately. "Father." Upon seeing her father, Song Manjia quickly introduced Gu Fengtang. "Oh, it's uncle." Gu Fengtang felt a bit awkward, and then awkwardly explained, "I was just reviewing some martial arts knowledge with Manjia." Since Gu Fengtang claimed to be reviewing martial arts knowledge, Song Tianzong accepted it without question, as it was inappropriate to shatter the facade. He patted Gu Fengtang's shoulder, encouraging him to study diligently. "Young man, you must have the drive to learn. I have high hopes for you." Song Tianzong was quite pleased with Gu Fengtang, the young master of Fuzhou City. Gu Fengtang nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your praise, uncle. By the way, I have a small gift for you. I hope you won't find it lacking." Saying this, Gu Fengtang produced a few small bottles from his bag and handed them to Song Tianzong. Seeing the tiny bottles, Song Tianzong was perplexed, pondering what could possibly fit in such small containers. However, upon opening one, he gasped in astonishment. "This is blood essence." Upon seeing the coagulated red droplets, Song Tianzong's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing his astonished expression, Gu Fengtang felt a sense of pride and flattered Song Tianzong. "Indeed, uncle, you are perceptive. These 3 small jade bottles contain the blood essence of fierce beasts, without a doubt, and all are 3rd-grade blood essences. Manjia and I selected these for you, as she believed they would be beneficial to you. Thus, I purchased them without hesitation. What? All third-grade blood essences? Upon hearing this, Song Tianzong's excitement peaked. This was indeed a case where fortunes and misfortunes were intertwined. With such a powerful son-in-law, whom could he fear? Fengtang, I am very pleased with this gift. As he spoke, Song Tianzong once more patted Gu Fengtang's shoulder, indicating his high level of satisfaction. Song Manjia, observing this, was overjoyed, reveling in her newfound ability. The three then proceeded to the main guest hall of the Song family to welcome Gu Fengtang. Halfway there, Song Manjia curiously inquired about Song Yunjian's whereabouts. Father, where is Junjian? Gu has brought him a small gift as well. Unaware of Song Yunjian's grave injury, Song Manjia had not been informed by Song Tianheng. Song Tianzong, however, was aware, as Song Tianheng had just briefed him. He also knew that the person who injured Song Junjian was formidable, and thus the Song family had chosen to refrain from retaliation. However, now there was a turning point, as they had a young master from Fuzhou City with them. Thus, Song Tianzong's face fell with worry as he began to confide in Song Manjia. Manjia, your brother has been seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Song Manjia dashed towards Song Yunjian's courtyard, and when she beheld her frail brother lying in bed, her heart ached deeply. Sis, you must avenge me, Song Junjian. Looking haggard, coughed as he addressed the hastily arriving Song Manjia, knowing full well that he was speaking for Gu Fengtang's benefit, seeking to leverage his identity against Huo Tianci. Gu, he is my dear brother. Song Manjia immediately implored Gu Fengtang for assistance. Gu Fengtang could not refuse, as this was also an excellent opportunity to showcase his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Damn it, how dare they bully someone? Do they not regard me, Gu Fengtang, at all? Sis, who is this? Although Song Junjian was aware of Gu Fengtang's identity, he pretended not to recognize him, feigning helplessness. This is your future brother-in-law, the Gu I often mention. Song Manjia introduced proudly. Song Manjia gently caressed her brother's forehead and began to introduce Gu Fengtang's identity. Upon hearing this, Song Junjian instantly perked up. So you are the cousin that my sister often mentions. He pretended to rise to greet Gu Fengtang but found himself unable to stand. Brother Fengtang, my little brother cannot greet you properly. I hope you won't take offense. It's all that little scoundrel's fault for ambushing me. Otherwise, Song Junjian exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. It must be said that Song Junjian was quite cunning. In truth, it was not an ambush that had injured him, but rather, he was concocting a tale to tarnish Huo Tianci's reputation. Upon hearing this, Gu Fengtang felt an even stronger urge to avenge him. An ambush, you say? Rest assured, Junjian, your brother Fengtang will certainly seek justice for you. Just tell me who that person is. That scoundrel is a wild boy. Around 15 or 16 years old, but he has quite a background. Said he has some connection with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, I would have avenged myself long ago, Song Junjian replied. Detailing Huo Tianci's characteristics to Gu Fengtang, Gu Fengtang listened. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that rustic fellow? He quickly asked Song Junjian, is this wild boy wearing a gray martial attire? Looking rather unsophisticated? Yes, that's him. Song Junjian nodded eagerly. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, could it be that brother Fengtang knows him? Gu Fengtang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Not only do I know him, but that scoundrel has also offended me. If it weren't for the fact that we were in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce at the time, I would have dealt with him already. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Fengtang had chosen to spare Huo Tianci, as he wished to investigate his identity further. After all, the managers at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce referred to Huo Tianci as Sir, indicating he likely had some significant background. Upon hearing that Huo Tianci had offended even Gu Fengtang, Song Junjian felt a surge of relief. His body, which had been aching, seemed to feel better, and his spirits lifted, for he believed Huo Tianci was doomed. Wild scoundrel, how dare you offend me? Song Junjian exclaimed joyfully, for he finally had a chance for revenge. Then he turned to Gu Fengtang and said, Brother Fengtang, this wild scoundrel is from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. It seems we cannot act recklessly. Gu Fengtang waved his hand dismissively, revealing a disdainful expression. Our Gu family has connections with Vice Director Lin of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Fuzhou City. As long as this brat's background does not exceed that, I, Gu Fengtang, will certainly deal with him. So for now, investigate his background to avoid any pitfalls. Gu Fengtang was cautious. However, the Song family had already been investigating Huo Tianci's background. Soon, Song Tianheng, having gathered some information, reported to Gu Fengtang, young Master Gu, Huo Tianci hails from Bailey Town, a small, dilapidated place with hardly any significant background. However, for some reason, he became acquainted with Wanpong. This wild boy has been flaunting his power in our Heiha fortress, but now he has stepped on a thorn, as he has offended you, young Master Gu. Wanpong. Could he be the Wanpong from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Fuzhou City? Gu Fengtang recognized Wanpong, as it was he who had sold the three-pronged Qingmong spear to him. Indeed, he is from Fuzhou City, so we cannot provoke that little scoundrel. The Song family's influence only extends to Heiha Fortress. They cannot afford to offend someone from Fuzhou City, but Gu Fengtang is different. Being the young master of Fuzhou City, he can deal with Huo Tianci without fear of Wanpeng's wrath. After all, the Gu family is acquainted with Vice Director Lin, who is Wanpeng's superior, and no wonder he seemed like a rustic, just a small character from the countryside. After hearing all this, Gu Fengtang felt his earlier concerns were unfounded. He then said to everyone, while Wanpeng may indeed be a significant figure, to me, he is nothing to worry about. Of course, to be honest, as long as you wish, young Master Gu, you could crush him with a mere finger. Song Tianheng flattered. Indeed, young Master Gu's background is the true strength. That wild scoundrel merely rides on someone else's coattails, Song Tianzong added. Exactly, my brother Gu is truly formidable, Song Manjia exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Gu Fengtang's. Flattered by such praise, Gu Fengtang felt elated and slammed the table, declaring, if that is the case, let's eliminate him. As Gu Fengtang prepared to take action, Song Junjian, lying in bed, promptly offered a suggestion. Gu Fengtang nodded repeatedly in agreement. You are right, Junjian. We shall meet him tomorrow. He then turned his gaze to Song Manjia. Manjia, let us return now to review our martial knowledge. Gu Fengtang whispered to Song Manjia, who blushed in response and shyly replied. Brother Gu, you are so naughty. Men must be a little wicked for women to love them. Brother Gu, tonight, you shall be wicked indeed. While the Song family plotted how to eliminate Huo Tianci, he was currently being led by Wu Qiushuang to meet a stunning beauty. Sister Ye, hello? Upon seeing the beautiful woman, who was naturally Nangongya, Huo Tianci waved in greeting. Nangongya turned around, her face lighting up with surprise. Oh, it's Tianci's little brother. She hadn't expected to see him. And neither had Wu Qiushuang. Oh, you know Sister Nangong? Wu Qiushuang blinked in disbelief, for Nangongya's background was exceptionally profound, making it hard to fathom how Huo Tianci could know her. Just by chance, Huo Tianci scratched his head and recounted how he met Nangongya to Wu Qiushuang. Finally, Wu Qiushuang remarked, I never would have guessed, you little rascal, you are quite popular with the ladies. After all, he was handsome, and Huo Tianci felt no shame in it. Flattery. The two girls giggled, covering their mouths in amusement. By the way, Sister Ye, are you here for the Black River Tower as well? Huo Tianci asked with interest during their meal. Nangongya nodded without hesitation. I heard from my master that the owner of the Black River Tower is not merely a Xinwang, but possibly also a master of symbol arrays. I seized this opportunity to witness the tower's true form, that a master of symbol arrays, a Xuanwang-level master of symbol arrays. This revelation astounded both Huo Tianci and Wu Qiushuang, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. No wonder the area surrounding the Black River Tower was often shielded by an invisible barrier. Wu Qiushuang seemed to awaken from a dream. That's why my master concluded that this Xianwang figure also possesses the identity of a symbol array master. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci was astonished, particularly by Nangongya. Sister Ye, could it be that you are a master of symbol arrays? Just a trainee master. I still have some distance to go before becoming a true master. Nangongya replied with a smile, displaying modesty. Wu Qiushuang interjected. Sister Nangong almost earned her Master of Symbol Arrays badge last time. Becoming a one-star master to IT caused quite a stir in the entire prefecture and even the imperial city. Qiushuang, you exaggerate. A small difference can lead to a huge gap, but I believe I will succeed next time. As she spoke, a determined light shone in Nangongya's eyes. Then I wish Sister Ye success in your next endeavor. Huo Tianci raised his cup in encouragement. The three continued to chat about trivial matters and amusing stories, and before they realized it, night had fallen. After bidding farewell to Nangongya and Wu Qiushuang, Huo Tianci returned to the Pingxian building. To his surprise, Heizi was still asleep. According to the waiter, Heizi hadn't left the room, meaning he had slept for an entire day and night. Seeing Heizi in deep slumber, Huo Tianci chose not to disturb him, gently covering him with a blanket before taking a seat on the adjacent empty bed. Now, Huo Tianci prepared to draw lots, checking the number of his bronze lottery coins. 15 coins. With a thought, he saw the number 15 in his mind, alongside the character for silver coins, unfortunately showing a count of 0, and as for gold coins, that was a resounding 0 as well. System, how do I synthesize the coins? 10 bronze lottery coins can be synthesized into a single silver lottery coin. Yet the method of synthesis eluded Huo Tianci. As this was his inaugural attempt, thus, he felt compelled to seek clarity. Otherwise, any misstep could lead to a significant setback. The system, quite straightforwardly, injected a series of data directly into his mind. Ding, data import in progress. Ding, data import successful. With the sound of these two system notifications, Huo Tianci comprehended the method of synthesizing the coins. To his surprise, it could be done in such a manner. Soon, a synthesis interface materialized in his mind. On this interface, there lay a slot for placing the coins, accompanied by a notation of synthesis probability beneath it. Observing this, Huo Tianci deposited 2 bronze lottery coins into the slot, only to see a 20 success probability displayed below. As he continued to add more bronze coins, the success probability increased, and when he finally inserted 10 coins, the probability surged to 100. At this point, he could no longer add bronze coins to the slot. This scenario prompted a bemused smile from Huo Tianci, as it reminded him of his past experiences playing online games on Earth, where he would often gamble on synthesizing equipment or materials with a success rate of 70 or 80. When successful, the rewards were bountiful, yet the harsh reality often led to multiple failures. Now, faced with the synthesis interface, he pondered deeply whether to secure a single silver lottery coin or gamble for 3 silver coins. After much contemplation, he decided to take the plunge. With a flourish of his hand, he resolved to gamble, initially opting for a 50 success chance. If he triumphed, he would continue to wager until he faced a loss. If he failed, he would methodically exchange 10 coins for 1 silver coin, ensuring he could participate in the lottery that evening. Please, let the 50 chance be in my favor. After a moment of prayer, Huo Tianci pressed the button on the synthesis interface. 5 bronze lottery coins trembled within the slot, mirroring the frantic beating of his heart, akin to a lottery player eagerly awaiting the results at the stroke of midnight. Finally, a sizzling sound enveloped the interface in a brilliant white light. What did this signify? Had he succeeded or failed? Huo Tianci felt as though his heart might burst. Squinting against the blinding luminescence, he gazed at the synthesis interface, watching as the 5 bronze lottery coins spun and melded into one. Could this be the white light emanating from a successfully synthesized silver lottery coin? Indeed, moments later, the system chimed. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 1 silver lottery coin. Elated, Huo Tianci erupted in joy, akin to a lottery winner claiming a grand prize. He swiftly retrieved the silver coin from the synthesis slot, as if fearing it might sprout legs and flee. Holding the 50 success coin in his hand, his happiness multiplied exponentially. Not only had he succeeded, but he had also conserved 5 bronze coins in the process. Encouraged by his luck, Huo Tianci decided to gamble once more, this time opting for a 70 success chance. Aware that repeatedly betting on the same probability diminishes the likelihood of success, he tossed another bronze coin into the synthesis slot, elevating the success probability to 80. With 50 yielding success, surely 80 will not fail. He retained 2 bronze coins, contemplating the potential rewards from the bronze lottery machine. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized 1 silver lottery coin. Just as he pondered the possibilities, the system confirmed his success. Huo Tianci, ever the pragmatist, was not one to be dazzled by joy. Had he gambled with the 50 chance and failed, it would have led to a deeper spiral of disappointment. Thus, he calculated that he had profitably retained 7 bronze coins. With 2 silver lottery coins in his left hand and 2 bronze coins in his right, the moment of the lottery had arrived, 4 consecutive draws. He resolved to begin with the silver lottery coins, as the rewards from the silver lottery machine were fixed, unlike the bronze lottery machine, which required reconfiguration after his previous draw had claimed the orange equipment reward, Dragon Buff. With a thought, the silver lottery machine appeared in his mind, displaying its 10 rewards: cloud-piercing palm, blade draw, life-extending pill, 5 low-grade mystic stones, decomposition machine, 10,000 cultivation points, decapitation blade, water escape, mist concealment technique, and the 18 cloth dragging techniques. Among them, cloud-piercing palm, decomposition machine, and water escape. Mist concealment technique had already been claimed by Huo Tianci. Currently, his greatest desire was the 18 cloth dragging techniques, known for its unparalleled effectiveness. The decomposition machine, having already been obtained, shifted his focus to the 18 cloth dragging techniques. While blade draw appeared flashy, it served merely as a single strike move, reminiscent of the limited skills of a character like Cheng Yaojin.as for the decapitation blade and life-extending pill. They were merely auxiliary tools. The low-grade mystic stones and the 10,000 cultivation points, worthless. This is why Huo Tianci prioritized the 18 cloth dragging techniques. It would address his foundational weaknesses, essential for a martial artist. The high rating bestowed by the system was justified, as mastering it would elevate his combat prowess comparably to top-tier mystic techniques. Realizing this, Huo Tianci ceased his idle thoughts. Daydreaming was futile. Only actual draws held merit. "An Indy, let us go for it," he exclaimed, promptly tossing a silver lottery coin into the silver lottery machine, watching as it spun vigorously among the remaining 7 rewards. 18 cloth-dragging techniques, shouted with fervor, yearning for this entry-level martial art. His cries almost transforming the word fall into father. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Congratulations on acquiring the reward, decapitating blade. Ultimately, neither his father nor the Bagua furnace arrived. However, the decapitating blade was a fine prize, certainly superior to 5 inferior mystic stones and a reward of 10,000 experience points. As the system's announcement faded, a 2-meter-long blade materialized before him. Goodness! Huo Tianci gasped, slightly taken aback, as the sword towered over him. It was indeed striking. He hefted it in his hands. It was weighty yet appealing to his taste. Intrigued, he swung it twice in the air, eager to test its field in an instant. The force of his swing sent the furniture in the room crashing to the ground, as he had aimed directly at the tables and chairs. Chapter 185. 18 Falls of Garment. Wow, how formidable! After witnessing this, Huo Tianzi's admiration for the decapitating blade grew exponentially. He examined its attributes. Decapitating blade, a weapon from the world of Naruto. Wielded by Zabuza, level, yellow grade, first class, special ability. It can absorb iron from the blood of enemies, allowing for self-repair and growth, hence regarded as an indestructible blade. Blood absorption quantity, 0-100. Upon completion, it can be upgraded to yellow grade, second class, an indestructible blade. Now you are mine. Huo Tianci felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through him as he held the sword, and after a moment of playfulness, he stored it away. Thankfully, he possessed a Qianquan bag. Otherwise, there would have been no place to stow such a blade. The handle of the decapitating blade was adjustable, measuring around 30 to 40 centimeters. But even when fully collapsed, Huo Tianci found it cumbersome, as it was his first experience with a sword, and starting with a 2-meter-long weapon was quite the challenge. After securing the decapitating blade, Huo Tianci turned his attention back to his mind, for he still had a silver lottery coin. As long as it wasn't more mystic stones or experience points, he was open to anything else. He didn't want to push his luck, considering it all hinged on chance, although he still hoped for father. Ding system notification. Congratulations on acquiring the reward, 18 Falls of Garment. Indeed, it seemed wishes could come true. Huo Tianci felt a slight enchantment, as he had just been contemplating this father. Gazing at the tattered ancient manual in his hands, he was overjoyed. He promptly began to learn it, with a mere thought. The worn-out manual of 18 Falls of Garment transformed into sparkling starlight, assimilating into his consciousness. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully learning 18 Falls of Garment. After the notification, Huo Tianci quickly checked the attributes of 18 Falls of Garment. 18 Falls of Garment, a fundamental martial art practiced by disciples of Shaolin and Wudong. Level, mortal grade, first class. Current technique level, first move, proficiency, 0-10. Upon reaching full proficiency, it can be upgraded to the minor accomplishment stage. The initial level of 18 Falls of Garment is remarkably low, which is precisely why it serves as an introductory technique, as it focuses on the learner's foundation, boasting a total of 18 moves. Each time a move is mastered, the level of 18 Falls of Garment increases, and if all 18 moves are perfectly integrated, it will directly rank with the mystic techniques of the Xian level. After comprehending 18 Falls of Garment, Huo Tianci sighed deeply. The learning curve for this technique was steep, compared to the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The latter merely required accumulating cultivation points, while 18 Falls of Garment demanded Huo Tianzi's relentless dedication. As each move had to be practiced earnestly according to the manual, completing one set would only yield a slight increase in proficiency. 10 sets were needed to level up. This was merely the first move of an entry-level skill, with subsequent stages including minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and ultimate perfection. Each move had 4 minor realms, totaling 72 stages. Oh my heavens! As he contemplated this, Huo Tianci felt a slight dizziness. If only there were advancement skill stones. The advancement skill stones, when used, could directly elevate the level of a technique. He recalled how, in the past, he had used such stones to swiftly elevate the level of the cloud-piercing palm to a yellow-grade mystic technique. Ultimately defeating Wu Dingtian, he was acutely aware of their utility. Having even just 1 or 2 would significantly expedite his training of 18 Falls of Garment. However, none were available now. Alas, no shortcuts. I shall take my time. After all, It is about building a solid foundation in martial arts, he consoled himself. Truly, it echoed the saying, the beginning is always the hardest. After completing 2 rounds of silver lottery draws, Huo Tianci summoned the bronze lottery machine. Ding! System notification. Please reselect your reward. Select, Huo Tianci declared. The reward icons of the bronze lottery machine began to spin rapidly. However, halfway through, the entire machine lit up brilliantly and emitted a clattering sound. Huo Tianci thought to himself, could it be a jackpot? The flashing lights often indicated a favorable outcome, reminiscent of his previous experience when drawing the rainbow rewards, which had thrilled him immensely, as those rewards were nothing short of divine. What will this draw yield? As this thought crossed his mind, Huo Tianci's excitement grew. Ultimately, 4 glowing blue reward cards floated out of the bronze lottery machine, appearing before him. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, for drawing a special reward, Little 4 Joys. Little 4 Joys? What about Big 3 Yuan? The name of the reward sparked a moment of jest from Huo Tianci. Yet, despite the playful banter, he was filled with elation as he scrutinized the 4 glowing blue reward cards. All glowing blue. Could it be that all 4 rewards are of blue quality? Huo Tianci inquired curiously. Indeed, host, the system replied succinctly. It further explained. The special reward, Little 4 Joys, randomly selects 4 high-quality blue rewards. In addition, special rewards also include Little 3 Yuan, Big 3 Yuan, and Grand Slam. With Little 3 Yuan randomly selecting 3 high-quality purple rewards, Big 3 Yuan selecting 3 high-quality pink rewards, and Grand Slam randomly selecting 1 from all orange rewards. Upon hearing this information, Huo Tianci grasped the full extent of the situation. However, the reward cards faced away from him. What could that mean? Is it not possible to view the rewards first? Correct, host, the system continued. It then informed him that he would need to spend a lottery coin to flip the reward cards. Huo Tianci muttered under his breath. Chapter 186. Blood Frenzy, since he could not see the rewards. Huo Tianci casually selected one of the reward cards. Immediately, the system provided a notification. Ding! System notification. For the first reward card draw, a bronze lottery coin is required. Pay. Huo Tianci declared. As he uttered the word pay, the card suspended in the center flashed blue and slowly revealed itself. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the reward. Blood Frenzy. Blood Frenzy. Are you certain this is Blood Frenzy? Upon the reward's revelation, Huo Tianci froze momentarily. As he suspected that Blood Frenzy was a skill from the game DNF, specifically for the Berserker class, he hurriedly checked to confirm. Indeed, his suspicion was correct. Blood Frenzy, a skill from DNF's Berserker class. Upon activation, the host will consume a certain amount of health over time. Simultaneously, the host's speed, strength, and defense will significantly increase, allowing ordinary slashes to transform into dual-wielding strikes. Having played DNF, Huo Tianci was acutely aware of the power of Blood Frenzy, especially the prowess of dual-wielding. However, that was merely a game. In the past, one could summon such skills with a mere click of the mouse or tap of the keyboard. Now, he could unleash it within his own body. The thought alone seemed ludicrous. Reflecting on this, Huo Tianci could only marvel at the wonders of the lottery system, which offered a veritable treasure trove of skills, from ninjutsu in Naruto to divine arts in martial arts novels. Encapsulating all manner of abilities, Huo Tianci was utterly awed. With every draw, one must kneel in reverence, for it was simply inevitable. After expressing his emotions, a hint of pride surfaced on Huo Tianci's face. For the Blood Frenzy skill perfectly complemented his decapitation blade. The decapitation blade, over 2 meters in length, could be described as a colossal sword, wielded by a berserker. The thought of activating Blood Frenzy while wielding the decapitation blade to strike down foes filled him with fervor. However, he was perplexed by the notion that this ability consumed a portion of his vitality at intervals. In the realm of DNF, activating Blood Frenzy would induce a bleeding state, gradually diminishing one's health points. To his astonishment, this concept transcended the game and manifested in reality. Huo Tianci now wondered how he would expend this vitality. Would it result in a rather embarrassing flow? Contemplating this, he instinctively clenched his legs, a sudden wave of fear washing over him. After all, Blood Frenzy was akin to a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon both enemies and oneself. What if the blood flowed in an awkward manner? He decided he must test this ability. Somewhat ironically, he found himself in the guest room of the Pin Xin building, and it was night. If he were to create a ruckus, it would surely be troublesome. He resolved to seek a more private residence the following day, as the bustling environment was proving to be quite inconvenient. Nevertheless, a brief experiment should pose no significant issues, he reasoned. As he pondered, A visible crimson aura began to emanate from his body, gradually intensifying until it enveloped him entirely. What a tumultuous power! It was no wonder it was called blood frenzy. Simultaneously, a surge of chaotic energy coursed through Huo Tianci, igniting an exhilarating desire within him to engage in a fierce battle, to unleash the turmoil he felt inside. Yet, he suppressed this impulse, for he merely wished to investigate the side effects of blood frenzy and how the blood would manifest. As he contemplated this, he felt a sudden convulsion within his organs, followed by a metallic taste flooding his throat. In a moment, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Coughing violently, he clutched his chest and promptly ceased the activation of blood frenzy. Realizing the side effects were rather severe, fortunately, the blood had emerged from his mouth. After calculating the time, he deduced that after 3 minutes of activating blood frenzy, he would expel a significant amount of blood while sustaining some internal injuries. This was manageable. If Huo Tianci was injured, so too would his adversaries suffer, as the chaotic power of blood frenzy would also affect them. Comparatively, he perceived it as a tactic that would harm the enemy while inflicting self-damage. Truly, a special reward. Huo Tianci felt immense satisfaction with blood frenzy, and, with a sense of joy, continued to draw cards. However, just as he prepared to reveal the second reward card, a system notification chimed in. Ding! System notification. Drawing the second reward card requires the payment of 2 bronze lottery tokens. 2 tokens? Huo Tianci furrowed his brow, realizing he had none. He had assumed it would cost 1 token per card. But the price had increased. Nevertheless, he understood. As this was a special lottery, he inquired if the reward cards could be retained, wishing to unveil the remaining 3 cards later. To his relief, the system permitted retention. Thus, Huo Tianci concluded this round of lottery, having obtained 2 silver tokens, one for the decapitation blade and another for the 18 stumbles. He hadn't anticipated drawing anything of value from the bronze lottery. Yet fortune smiled upon him, bestowing the minor 4 happiness reward, 4 blue top-tier quality reward cards. Somewhat disappointingly, he discovered that these 4 cards also required bronze tokens to be revealed. However, the rewards were indeed commendable, particularly the blood frenzy skill, which seamlessly paired with the decapitation blade. Satisfied, Huo Tianci retrieved the disassembly machine he had received today for weapons of the 8th rank. Ding! Prerequisites met. Disassembly machine upgraded to level 2. At last, it had leveled up. Huo Tianci promptly reviewed its attributes. Disassembly machine, auxiliary equipment, current level 2, capable of disassembling all gear below the 1st rank of Xin level, current durability 200-200, experience 0-1000. Upon reaching full experience, it will upgrade automatically. Note: the durability resets every 24 hours. Please do not waste it.an increase of 100 durability. Huo Tianci was elated, as the level 1 disassembly machine had only 100 points of durability, while now it boasted 200. Furthermore, the disassembly threshold had risen from the initial Huang level to all equipment below the 1st rank of Xin level. Naturally, the automatic upgrade feature was misleading. Upon clicking the smalled in the disassembly machine's attribute interface, 9 prerequisite tasks appeared, 1 each for disassembling weapons from Huang level 1 to Huang level 9. Only upon fulfilling these 9 conditions would the machine ascend to level 3. However, the cheapest Huang level weapon cost 1,000,000 taels of silver, and the 9th rank would surely exceed 10 million. Huo Tianci realized he was far from meeting these 9 prerequisites, but the level 2 disassembly machine was already sufficient for his needs. Feeling exhausted, he decided to retire for the night. Unbeknownst to him, Huo Tianci had fallen into a deep slumber, only to be awakened the next morning by Haizi, who had slept for an entire day and night. 9th level of body refinement. Upon examining Haizi's realm, Huo Tianci's eyes widened in astonishment. While he was aware that Haizi tended to break through after long slumbers, he had not anticipated such a leap from the 7th to the 9th level. Huo Tianci had become accustomed to Haizi's peculiarities, as this little fellow could attain breakthroughs simply through eating. In this regard, Huo Tianci's system paled in comparison, though the rewards and skills it offered were unparalleled. Little Master, Haizi is a bit hungry, perhaps due to just having broken through or from the prolonged sleep. Haizi was in dire need of sustenance. Huo Tianci promptly took him out for a meal. While they were halfway through their meal, Dong Pengfei entered the private room. Brother Tian, are you having a meal? Dong Pengfei had come to take Huo Tianci to the martial market, as he had been instructed to do so the previous day. We can discuss the martial market in the afternoon. For now, help me find a quiet place to stay. An independent courtyard would be ideal, Huo Tianci stated directly. Dong Pengfei understood, realizing that the Pin Xian building was crowded and noisy. It was suitable for a short stay but inconvenient for a prolonged one. No problem. Brother Tian, I'll be back shortly, the young master of the Tianhe Merchant Association in the Black River Fortress. Dong Pengfei swiftly found a suitable residence for Huo Tianci within an hour. Brother Tian, this is the place. Finally, Dong Pengfei led Huo Tianci and Haizi to a residence comprising 3 buildings and a spacious courtyard. It was neither overly large nor small, and it was rumored to have once belonged to a master of the Xian level. After inspecting the interior and exterior, Huo Tianci nodded in satisfaction. For this was indeed his ideal abode. How much? Huo Tianci decided to purchase it. For a gentleman, 1,000 taels of silver will suffice. The middle-aged realtor accompanying them spoke up. Thank you, sir. Here is the deed. Please keep it safe. After receiving the silver note, the realtor handed over the property deed to Huo Tianci and promptly exited, having no further business. Upon acquiring the residence, a warm sense of contentment enveloped Huo Tianci. The joy he felt was indescribable, akin to finally having a home, which instilled a sense of security within him. Intrigued, he began practicing the 18 stumbles in the courtyard. Observing Huo Tianci's gentle and fluid movements, Dong Pengfei felt a sense of confusion, as Huo Tianci was naturally endowed with immense strength and should ideally practice a more ferocious style. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Brother Tian, why are you practicing this technique? Huo Tianci candidly replied, it's foundational training. Foundational training? Dong Pengfei's eyes widened in astonishment, for he was acutely aware of Huo Tianci's formidable prowess. With a single punch, he had been knocked unconscious. Was there really a need to hone one's foundational skills? How could they possibly survive? Moreover, if one were to cultivate foundational techniques, wouldn't it be prudent to select formidable introductory methods? What could possibly be achieved with such soft and feeble strikes? Did he not fear that practice would only lead to deterioration? Huo Tianci, of course, noticed Dong Pengfei's disdain and thus addressed him, Come here, let us practice together. Huo Tianci intended to demonstrate the effectiveness of the 18 falls of clothing. However, Dong Pengfei shook his head in refusal, not wishing to be subjected to humiliation. Huo Tianci, with a smile, replied, I shall only use these soft strikes against you. If you manage to defeat me, I will reward you with a mysterious stone. Huo Tianci spoke half in jest, half in challenge. Upon hearing this, Dong Pengfei's expression shifted to one of excitement, though he still questioned Huo Tianci skeptically, is that true? What I say is never false. Huo Tianci asserted, stepping on a mysterious stone with his foot, crossing his arms as he awaited Dong Pengfei's approach. If you can obtain it, it is yours. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. A mysterious stone was worth a fortune, 100,000 taels of silver, so Dong Pengfei was determined to seize this opportunity. He assumed an attacking stance and hurled a punch towards Huo Tianci's chest. He was surprisingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Dong Pengfei had closed the distance of 5 meters and was upon Huo Tianci. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Huo Tianci stepped back. Intercepting the incoming blow with his own fist, in a swift motion, he twisted his waist, and with a side step, he placed his hands at an angle, causing Dong Pengfei to lose his balance and tumble backward. Ouch! He cried out, clearly pained from the fall, as he rose from the ground. His face, and even his mouth, were smeared with dirt. Yet beyond the physical pain, he felt a deep sense of indignation. Chapter 188. The experienced baby Huo Tianci's tactics were indeed devious. He had taken advantage of Dong Pengfei's moment of inattention, using skillful leverage to throw him off balance. If Dong Pengfei had been prepared, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Are you feeling disgruntled? Huo Tianci guessed the tumult of emotions within him. After all, losing in such a manner was undeniably frustrating, especially when it was his own brute force that had led to his downfall. This encapsulated the essence of the 18 falls of clothing, using strength against strength. If you are dissatisfied, I shall afford you another opportunity. Upon hearing this, Dong Pengfei quickly regained his footing. Having just faced a setback, he was now significantly more astute. He transformed his punches into open palms, engaging Huo Tianci in a cautious close combat, ensuring that Huo Tianci could not use his own strength against him to throw him off balance. Yet unexpectedly, Huo Tianci unleashed a sudden surge of power that was both soft and firm. This force, albeit brief, was potent enough to send Dong Pengfei flying once more, landing him several meters away. Sprawled on his back. What sort of sorcery is this? Dong Pengfei was utterly bewildered. Moments ago, he had been holding his ground, yet Huo Tianci's seemingly gentle strikes had propelled him with astonishing might. Caught off guard, he had not anticipated such an outcome. This, indeed, exemplified the principle of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. Still unconvinced? Huo Tianci approached him with a faint smile. Dong Pengfei, of course, was still indignant. This maneuver had been utterly unexpected. Had he been forewarned, the result would have been entirely different. Ouch, ouch, yet, the consequence of his indignation was further humiliation. Ultimately, Dong Pengfei lamented, vowing never to return, for the 18 falls of clothing was utterly perplexing. No matter his approach, he always ended up face first in the dirt. It that moment. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the first move of the 18 falls of clothing to a minor level of proficiency. Observing Dong Pengfei, who was now a disheveled mess, Huo Tianci shook his head slowly. The poor fellow had unwittingly become an experience point for Huo Tianci. Had Dong Pengfei known this, he would surely have cried out in despair. I treated you like a brother, yet you have turned me into a mere pawn. After lunch, Huo Tianci and his companions made their way to the martial market south of Heihe Fortress. What a bustling scene! Upon entering the market, they were greeted by an array of street vendors and general stores. Occasionally, warriors could be seen carrying the carcasses of beasts through the throngs of people, while figures of all stature traversed the market, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Brother Tian, this entire area is under the influence of the martial market, and this street is known as Martial Market Avenue. At the end of it lies the martial hall we are headed to, Dong Pengfei explained meticulously. The martial market, initially established by powerful wandering warriors, was a small organization meant to facilitate private trade and mutual support among warriors. Over many years, it had evolved from a modest entity into a formidable force. The martial hall served as the heart of the market, governing its order and assisting in various matters among warriors. It was this establishment that had contributed to the market's current stature. According to Dong Pengfei, the martial hall's strength could rival that of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, though the specifics remained uncertain. Under Dong Pengfei's guidance, Huo Tianci and Heizi stepped into the martial hall. Upon entry, a wave of imposing energy washed over them, for the hall resembled a royal palace, grand, magnificent, and undeniably exquisite. The interior was adorned with opulence, with floors that seemed to shimmer like gold and walls painted in silver. Brother Tian, this is the martial hall. It surpasses the auction house of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in grandeur. Dong Pengfei exclaimed, marveling at the sight. After his customary admiration, he led Huo Tianci to the registration counter. At this counter sat an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, who seemed somewhat indifferent. Brother Tian, this is the registration area. Huo Tianci had come to the martial hall to compete for a place on the common ranking, and the first step in this process was registration, which required a fee of 100 taels of silver. Upon payment, the hall's administrators would arrange his first opponent, a combat puppet. He placed his silver down and was directed to queue. When it was Huo Tianci's turn, the old man tossed him a wooden token and gestured towards the testing room. There were more than 10 testing rooms, yet the overwhelming crowd was evident as Huo Tianci noticed the long line forming outside. He chuckled to himself, bemused at the unexpected necessity of waiting in line in this world. Thus, with no other option, Huo Tianci resigned himself to the queue. He was already familiar with the process of challenging the common ranking. Having heard detailed accounts from Dong Pengfei, first, challengers needed to pass a qualification test by entering the testing room with their wooden token and battling the combat puppet. The hall's administrators would then assess the challenger's ability based on the number of exchanges with the puppet. Secondly, challengers could ascend the martial platform and aim for 10 consecutive victories. Should they achieve this, the hall would grant them the opportunity to directly challenge a ranked warrior. If successful, they would be recognized as a competitor on the common ranking. The vast majority opted for the first method, as battling the puppet was a safe endeavor that posed no real threat. However, the martial platform allowed for life and death stakes, yet many still chose to challenge it due to the thrill it offered, particularly since many lacked the qualifications to challenge ranked warriors outright. Chapter 189. The low-level lottery bag, for instance. This month, the 10,000th ranked warrior was capable of withstanding 103 strikes from the combat puppet. This meant that challengers had to surpass that count to qualify for a challenge, which was exceedingly difficult. Just then, a few individuals emerged from the testing room, each lamenting their experience. What on earth was that wooden puppet? It sent me flying with a single punch. One challenger, a young man in his 20s, boasted a peak strength at the 7th level of body refinement, but had failed to withstand even a single blow from the puppet. Next in line was a young man at the 8th level of body refinement, who managed to endure only 4 strikes. Upon learning that this month's ranked warrior could withstand 103 strikes, they collectively exclaimed, "What a freak!" Those who could withstand only a few blows undoubtedly surrendered, but what of those capable of enduring dozens, even scores of strikes? Such individuals refuse to concede, for they possess an unyielding spirit. It is often said that battling a mere puppet is just that, a puppet. If one can withstand a few more blows, does it necessarily indicate inferiority to those at the lower ranks? Thus, a second method of challenge emerged, leading one to the martial arena to achieve consecutive victories. This could be considered the martial hall's provision of a second chance for all. Consequently, the competition for rankings became exceedingly fierce. 83 strikes, a master has emerged. At that moment, a gasp resonated through the crowd, and all eyes swiftly turned toward the entrance of testing room number 1. The elder of the martial hall, who oversaw the testing room, was announcing the results of this round. Ultimately, a young swordsman, who could withstand 83 strikes from the battle puppet, successfully distinguished himself. Although the swordsman did not qualify to challenge the lower-ranked masters directly, his prowess far surpassed those who could only endure a handful of strikes. The elder then inquired, "Young friend, do you wish to try your luck at the martial arena?" Without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman replied, "Of course." A smirk of pride graced his lips, for he had not exerted his full strength during the duel with the battle puppet. He fought barehanded. Had he wielded his sword, he was confident he could surpass 103 strikes. This indicated he had concealed his true abilities. Moreover, there was another compelling reason. The rewards of the martial arena. Winning 3 consecutive matches yielded a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. 5 victories granted 50,000 taels, and achieving 10 victories not only awarded 100,000 taels, but also an opportunity to challenge the lower-ranked masters directly. It is for this reason that the martial arena's popularity remains undiminished, with participants willing to risk their lives in pursuit of glory. Very well, take this challenge token. Upon hearing the swordsman's desire to test his fortune at the martial arena, the elder promptly bestowed upon him an exquisitely crafted red challenge token. "Thank you, elder." Gratefully accepting the token, the swordsman traversed a corridor and entered the dedicated arena, preparing to face various masters in pursuit of consecutive victories. At long last, it was Huo Tianci's turn. "I pay my respects to the elder," he said, presenting a wooden token with a measure of respect. The elder accepted the token, murmuring incantations before gently tapping it with his finger. A surge of mystical energy flowed into the token. Activating it. Once inside, insert the token into the slot on the battle puppet's abdomen to commence your challenge. It is advisable to prepare in advance. Do you understand? The elder imparted the method of using the token to Huo Tianci, kindly reminding him that "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, elder." Nodding, Huo Tianci took the token and entered the testing room. The exterior appeared modest, yet upon stepping inside, he was astonished to find it spacious, spanning several hundred square feet. This was due to the spatial formation employed by the formation master, a considerable investment that explained why Dong Pengfei claimed the martial hall's strength could rival that of the Heavenly River Trading Company. This must be the battle puppet. At this moment, a wooden humanoid puppet sat cross-legged on the floor of the testing room, and apart from it, the space felt rather empty. Gazing at the battle puppet, Huo Tianci was astounded to see it bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, complete with 5 fingers and legs, the only distinction being its wooden composition. This must be the slot. On the puppet's abdomen was a hollow opening, thumb-sized, matching the shape and size of Huo Tianci's wooden token perfectly. Finally, Huo Tianci stepped forward and placed the token within the slot. Instantly, the previously inert puppet sprang to life, rising as if possessed. Moreover, the dull gray of its eyes slowly transformed into a flickering red hue, accompanied by a mechanical voice announcing, "Challenger, you have 1 minute to prepare." The voice resembled that of a system prompt, explaining why the elder had urged him to prepare in advance. Otherwise, the minute allocated would indeed prove insufficient. At that moment, the system chimed in, "Ding, system prompt. Challenge task initiated. For every 10 strikes you endure from the battle puppet, you will receive a low-level lottery bag. The low-level lottery bag could yield one of 6 rewards upon opening: mystical stones, cultivation points, bronze lottery coins, silver lottery coins, advanced skill stones, or fragments of special lottery coins." Fragments of special lottery coins. Upon seeing this last reward, Huo Tianci felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain such a prize, it would be splendid. In truth, the silver lottery coins were also appealing, as were the advanced skill stones. Huo Tianci was exceedingly pleased with the low-level lottery bag, for all 6 rewards held value for him. Mystical stones could be sold, cultivation points directly enhance strength. Both silver and bronze coins could be utilized for lotteries, and collecting 5 fragments of special lottery coins would grant him a chance at a grand prize. With a thrill of anticipation, Huo Tianci retrieved his executioner's blade from his spatial bag. The challenge begins. Simultaneously, the battle puppet launched an assault against Huo Tianci. The 2-meter-long executioner's blade collided with the puppet's heavy fist with a resounding crash. What a sturdy wooden figure! Though the blade was of low rank, it was classified as a first-tier yellow weapon. Yet, striking the puppet's fist left no mark, underscoring the puppet's formidable strength. However, the puppet's prowess seemed somewhat lacking, as Huo Tianci's powerful swing sent it flying several meters before it finally came to a halt. Remarkably, the puppet rose again as if the previous blow had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Your strength is impressive. You have surpassed the initial 30 strikes, the battle puppet announced, and the token displayed a count of 30 that the puppet's attacks escalated in intensity, commencing with the weakest and progressively increasing to assess the challenger's strength. Due to Huo Tianci's exceptional capabilities, the puppet bypassed the first 29 strikes, recognizing their futility. Following this announcement, an overwhelming force surged from the puppet as it prepared for its next assault. How swift! Compared to the first strike, the puppet's speed had at least doubled, and its punches bore a weight several times greater. It must possess an immense force, perhaps 80 gene. Huo Tianci discerned this after their exchange. Quickly channeling his energy to suppress the puppet, with both hands firmly gripping the executioner's blade, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the puppet. Though Huo Tianci lacked formal swordsmanship and swung wildly, his sheer strength left the puppet with no opportunity to retaliate. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, retreat. After 3 blows, the puppet was once again forced back, and the token's display flickered rapidly to 31 strikes, 32 strikes, 33 strikes. In an instant, as the puppet was pushed back, the display surged to 50 strikes, signifying an increase in its combat power. Boom! In a flash, as its power surged, the previously staggered puppet regained its footing and unleashed a counterattack against Huo Tianci. Fortunately, the executioner's blade was substantial enough. Huo Tianci raised it to shield his chest, absorbing the force of the puppet's heavy punch. Submit to me. In a swift motion, Huo Tianci pivoted, wielding the blade in a horizontal slash aimed at the puppet's abdomen. However, the puppet effortlessly raised its left hand to deflect the strike. I said, submit to me. In that instant, Huo Tianci unleashed a surge of power, causing a vortex to spiral from his feet, an indication of the manifestation of the dragon elephant prajna art. His heavy slash doubled in power. 70 strikes. The moment this force materialized, the puppet adjusted its strategy, escalating its attacks from 50 to 70. Yet, it appeared to have underestimated the dragon elephant prajna art's might. Huo Tianci relentlessly rained down dozens of strikes upon the puppet. 8.90. Overwhelmed by Huo Tianci's strength, the puppet had no choice but to adapt once more. The token's strike count fluctuated once again. When the count reached 90, the puppet sensed a qualitative shift. Its strength was now perilously close to the first realm of the mystic disciple stage. This revelation allowed it to gradually seize the opportunity to counterattack from its previous state of being overwhelmed. But at that moment, a blood-red aura enveloped Huo Tianci. The frenzy of blood surged within him, amplifying both speed and power. However, these enhancements were secondary, for the most formidable aspect of this blood frenzy was its ability to transform ordinary strikes into dual-wielded slashes. Finally, a massive, 2-meter-long beheading sword, weighing 100 pounds, began to whirl in Huo Tianci's grasp. Occasionally, the sword would split into two, striking at the left and right flanks of the combat puppet. 97 strikes, 98 strikes, 99 strikes, 100 strikes. When the count reached 100, the combat puppet, having achieved the strength of a first-level Xian disciple, found itself utterly at a loss against Huo Tianci's relentless onslaught. Die, die, die. The violent force completely consumed Huo Tianci's mind. At that moment, he yearned only for the blade in his hand to cleave his enemy into shreds. This overwhelming battle intent would have paralyzed any ordinary human with fear, yet fortunately, the combat puppet felt no such terror. At last, Huo Tianci raised the sword above his head, leaping through the air like a mountain crashing down, delivering the most ferocious slash upon the combat puppet. Crack! The blade sank deep into the puppet, and with that, it split apart. Yet Huo Tianci did not relent. With blood-red eyes, he continued to wield the fractured sword, mercilessly hacking at the puppet. It was only after a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth and a wave of pain exploded in his chest that Huo Tianci regained his consciousness and control over his body. Cough, cough, cough. It seemed he had choked on his own blood, and he immediately ceased the blood frenzy. Just moments ago, he had completely lost himself, fixated solely on the notion of killing. This frenzied thought had engulfed his mind. Had it not been for the side effects, he would have continued his slaughter. As he looked up, Huo Tianci was taken aback, for he had inadvertently carved a path from the left side of the testing room to the right, ultimately smashing the combat puppet into the wall. the distance of dozens of meters, traversed through relentless hacking. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have perished hundreds of times over. Fortunately, the puppet was merely a construct, somewhat resilient. Otherwise, Huo Tianci could scarcely fathom the outcome. Chapter 191. The might of blood frenzy gazing at the battered combat puppet, with half a beheading sword still lodged in its shoulder, Huo Tianci was uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. The blood frenzy was somewhat sinister, causing him to lose control. Nevertheless, its destructive power was undeniable. After all, when one fights without regard for life, the outcomes can be devastating. Huo Tianci approached and extracted the half-sword from the puppet's shoulder, then reached towards its abdomen, preparing to retrieve the wooden plaque and inspect his results. To his bemusement, the plaque had shattered into 2 pieces, likely a consequence of his earlier strikes, though entirely unintentional. The puppet's body was sturdy enough to withstand the sword's force, but the plaque was merely a common wooden item. This meant Huo Tianci had no score to show. However, the system conveyed his results. Ding! System notification. Host Huo Tianci has engaged with the combat puppet for a total of 157 strikes. To be candid, had Huo Tianci not shattered the plaque, the count would have undoubtedly been higher, as he still had many hidden skills yet to be unleashed. With a hint of regret, Huo Tianci exited the testing room, and at that moment, the system rang out once more. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. Host has received 15 low-level lottery bags. For every 10 strikes against the combat puppet, 1 low-level lottery bag is awarded. Thus, 157 strikes yield 15 bags. Why is he taking so long? After Huo Tianci had been inside for a quarter of an hour, the elder of the martial hall began to grow curious, as normally, a person would emerge within 1 or 2 minutes. Let me see the plaque. The elder, initially thinking Huo Tianci had achieved commendable results, was taken aback. Huo Tianci hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he handed the broken plaque to the elder. Damaged? The elder furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how someone could be so clumsy. That it was no wonder Huo Tianci had taken so long. He had broken the plaque. After a few bemused chuckles, the elder remarked, "Damaging the plaque does not count as a score." Huo Tianci nodded, remaining silent, as it was merely an accident. Subsequently, the elder announced the results of this round. Testing Room 1, Zhao Ziming, 4 strikes. Testing Room 2, Li Erden, 2 strikes. Testing Room 3, Huo Tianci, 0 strikes. Just as the elder revealed Huo Tianci's score, a shadowy figure slipped away from the testing hall towards an opulent box within the martial arena. This lavish box afforded a clear view of the various competitions on the martial stages, reserved for the affluent, while others could only watch from the stands. Seated within were familiar faces to Huo Tianci, Gu Fengtang, and Song Manjia. "Gu Xiao, miss, that kid's score has come out as 0 strikes." The shadowy figure was none other than a servant of the Song family. 0 strikes? "Are you certain you heard correctly?" Gu Fengtang frowned. For Huo Tianci had previously defeated Song Junjian, a renowned expert. Logically, Huo Tianci should have been able to withstand at least 80 or 90 strikes from the combat puppet. "I heard it clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. That score was personally announced by the elder of the martial hall," the servant replied earnestly. Then, Song Manjia interjected, Gu, have you forgotten what Junjian said yesterday?" "What did he say?" Gu Fengtang questioned, puzzled. "That wild boy only won by ambush, meaning he possesses no real skill. He is merely a paper tiger." Song Manjia smirked, reveling in the thought that Huo Tianci was so pathetic that he could not handle even a single strike from the combat puppet, while she had managed to withstand over 60. Reminded of this, Gu Fengtang suddenly understood. "Right? How could I have forgotten that? If that's the case, it will be much easier to kill him." Gu Fengtang had come to the martial arena with the intention of lying in wait for Huo Tianci, a strategy suggested by Song Junjian, who predicted Huo Tianci would come to challenge the following day. Once he arrived, an opportunity to eliminate him would present itself, for in the martial arena, life and death were determined by fate, and any method of killing was permissible. But would that wild boy dare to come challenge? Gu Fengtang found himself pondering, for if he could not withstand a single strike, what if he chose to forfeit and return home instead? While Gu Fengtang contemplated this dilemma, Huo Tianci and his companions had already entered the martial arena. The sharp-eyed servant from the Song family quickly reported to Gu Fengtang and Song Manjia. "Gu Xiao, miss, that wild boy has arrived. Over there." Following the direction indicated by the servant, Gu Fengtang and Song Manjia indeed spotted Huo Tianci's loathsome visage. "Good, he's here." Gu Fengtang was overjoyed, while Song Manjia's eyes sparkled with excitement, for they were finally able to exact their vengeance. Meanwhile, Huo Tianci and his companions approached the martial arena. "Young friend, Are you certain you wish to challenge on stage? The elder of the martial hall reiterated his inquiry to Huo Tianci several times. For the young man's test results showed he had not withstood a single strike. Such feeble strength seemed reckless to enter a challenge. Ultimately, with Huo Tianci's well-being in mind, the elder asked again with grave concern. This was akin to the elder in the testing room who had persistently cautioned Huo Tianci against seeking a challenge, given his lack of strength. Such an endeavor was tantamount to courting death. I am certain. Huo Tianci, somewhat exasperated by the repeated questioning, nodded resolutely. Very well, then I shall not impede you. The elder took Huo Tianci's challenge token and activated it with his inner energy. The words 0 consecutive wins appeared on Huo Tianci's token. Thereafter, should Huo Tianci succeed in his challenges, that number would increase, and upon achieving 10 consecutive wins, he could challenge a renowned expert. Conversely, a single failure would reset the count to 0, a rather cruel fate, as one could only win consecutively without failure. Otherwise, a single loss would necessitate starting anew, and one might even perish on the martial stage. Chapter 192. Triggering the consecutive win task. With that said, young friend, I wish you the best of luck at this juncture. The elder of the martial hall had nothing more to add, for life was precious to one's self, if the host did not cherish it. There was little use in further admonition. Thank you, elder. After clasping his fists, Huo Tianci made his way towards the 0 consecutive wins combat arena. The combat stage was divided into 10 ranks, with the lowest being the 0 consecutive wins stage. Aptly named for its purpose, it only permitted warriors holding a 0 consecutive wins challenge token to ascend and compete. Winning would elevate one to the 1 consecutive win stage, and so forth. Ultimately, if one triumphed at the 9 consecutive wins stage, they could challenge a practitioner on the mortal rankings and earn a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. Should one fail, they would start anew. Huo Tianci was well aware of these rules and, cracking his knuckles, casually stepped onto a 0 consecutive wins stage. Before him stood a young opponent, barely 18 or 19 years of age, possessing a formidable strength at the 8th layer of body refinement. Upon recognizing Huo Tianci, the youth inexplicably grew excited. Hey, you're the one who couldn't even block a single strike earlier, right? You only managed to parry 2 attacks. Huo Tianci vaguely recalled this individual. He was yearned from the second testing room, who had indeed only managed to withstand 2 strikes from the combat puppet. It was amusing that he shared the same fate as his name suggested. This thought elicited a chuckle from Huo Tianci. You little brat, what are you laughing at? Yearned, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger at being mocked by someone who had failed to defend against a single blow, bristled. However, Huo Tianci was even more incensed, for Yearned had the audacity to insult him. Huo Tianci was not one to suffer slights in silence. If someone hurled insults, he would retaliate that I merely laughed at your foolishness. What's the matter? Are you upset? If you are, come at me with that. Huo Tianci's pupils widened in fury. You insolent brat, I will bring you to your end. Yearned was thoroughly provoked by Huo Tianci's arrogance. Drawing his iron sword from its sheath, he declared, Today, you shall learn the consequences of crossing me. He was intent on slaying Huo Tianci. Seeing his opponent's murderous intent, Huo Tianci would not hold back. He retrieved his decapitating blade from his storage pouch. Unfortunately, the blade had been severed during his previous encounter with the combat puppet, leaving him with only a half-length giant blade, though merely a fragment. The jagged edge was menacing, glimmering ominously. The blade, measuring a formidable 40 centimeters in width, was indeed a sight to behold, sending chills down the spine. Such a massive sword! Yearned momentarily froze, contemplating how long it would be had it not been broken. Regardless of its length, it would belong to him. In the combat arena, should one slay their opponent, all their possessions would be forfeited to the victor. Yearned, recognizing the quality of Huo Tianci's weapon, surmised that he must possess even more treasures, perhaps even a storage pouch. The thought struck him suddenly. Huo Tianci remained silent, prompting Yearned to assume his suspicion was confirmed. If so, Huo Tianci must die. For the storage pouch was worth at least 500,000 taels of silver. Thus, if he eliminated Huo Tianci, he would be set for life. Prepare to die. With that thought, Yearned charged at Huo Tianci, sword in hand, aiming for his throat. Huo Tianci met him head-on, and with a swift motion, his half-blade cleaved through the oncoming sword, plunging into Yearned's body. One strike was all it took, swift and decisive. In a moment of sheer terror, Yearned fell, never to rise again. Ding system notification. The weapon decapitating blade absorbed 10 drops of blood. As the notification echoed, the blood-stained decapitating blade visibly began to mend itself. Truly, it was a blade that could not be broken. Huo Tianci could not help but marvel at its resilience. In addition, Yearned had dropped valuable items, 5 bottles of intermediate healing ointment, along with a reward of 1,000 cultivation points. Just then, a new challenge task was triggered. Ding! System notification. The host has achieved 3 consecutive victories and may claim a low-level lottery bag. Achieving 5 consecutive victories grants 2 low-level lottery bags, while 10 consecutives yield 5. Once the notification concluded, the inscription on Huo Tianci's challenge token changed to 1 consecutive win, indicating his eligibility to challenge opponents of greater prowess. Meanwhile, in a lavish box on the observation platform, Gu Fengteng pointed out Huo Tianci to those around him. That's the kid. Did you all see clearly? The box was filled with a diverse group of individuals, their expressions unified by a singular intensity. However, before Gu Fengteng, they dared not act recklessly, fully aware of his formidable background as a young master from Fuzhou City. His mere gesture could spell their doom. All present nodded in agreement, affirming, "Understood, young Master Gu." "Excellent." Gu Fengteng nodded with satisfaction. "This is a banknote worth 100,000 taels of silver. Whoever kills that little brat shall receive it, and I can even arrange for them to serve as a small steward in my Gu family in Fuzhou City." Ensuring they never have to worry again with that, he casually glanced at the assembled individuals. Excitement flickered in their eyes. This was a golden opportunity. Not only could they claim the 100,000 taels of silver, but they could also secure a position in the illustrious Gu family. While serving as a steward might seem humble, it was all about the family one served in places like Fuzhou City. Becoming a steward for the Gu family required at least the strength of a profound apprentice. Achieving such a position meant a lifetime free from worry, which fueled their enthusiasm. "Rest assured, young Master Gu. I will see this done," a burly man assured confidently. In contrast, a sharp-featured youth beside him displayed cunning. "Young Master Gu, I will fetch that brat's head for you right away." With that, the sharp-featured youth hurriedly took his leave. Racing towards the combat arena, aware that the first to act would claim the prize. Seeing him rush out, the others quickly followed suit, each seeking the chance to claim Huo Tianci's life and earn Gu Fengtang's favor. Along with untold wealth in his heart, Gu Fengtang reveled in joy. He turned to Song Manjia with a grin. "Your brother is clever. With this, I won't even need to lift a finger. That kid is as good as dead." He then pulled Song Manjia closer, his intentions clear. "Manjia, let us review some martial knowledge together." Gu Fengtang licked his lips, his desires stirring. Meanwhile, Song Manjia blushed, feeling a bit flustered. "Young Master Gu, this is the combat arena. It wouldn't be appropriate if someone saw us. Isn't that what makes it thrilling?" He chuckled. Just then, an unusual occurrence transpired in the testing hall, as a warrior who had entered the testing room had yet to emerge even after half an hour. This was the same room Huo Tianci had occupied earlier. Why hasn't he come out yet? The elder guarding the testing room felt a growing sense of unease. Had the combat puppet lost control and killed the challenger? As this thought crossed his mind, the elder rushed inside to investigate. Upon opening the door, he found the challenger unscathed, while the combat puppet was severely injured, bearing a ghastly 3-inch gash on its right shoulder. The wound was deep. The elder thought that if it had gone any deeper, it might have severed the puppet's shoulder completely. "Did you do this?" The challenger was inspecting the combat puppet, seemingly searching for something. The elder approached, eager to inquire, for if this individual was capable of inflicting such damage, he might have discovered a talent. Few could inflict such harm on a combat puppet. Those who could were typically top-tier practitioners, the elite among mortals. Should he uncover such a prodigious talent, the higher-ups of the martial hall might reward him with promotions and accolades. Regrettably, the challenger vehemently shook his head, insisting, "No, it was not I who caused this. When I entered, the combat puppet was already in this state. I am not in the slightest responsible." The challenger was somewhat flustered, as he feared that the elder of the martial hall would demand compensation. "It was already like this upon your arrival? Then what were you doing just now?" The martial hall elder was anxious, as he needed to locate this individual. "That I was merely attempting to activate the combat puppet. But the slot for the activation token seemed to be distorted, rendering the wooden plaque impossible to insert. That is why I spent such a long time inside." Distorted? Upon hearing this term, the martial hall elder immediately approached to inspect the abdomen of the combat puppet. His inspection left him astounded, for the slot meant for the wooden plaque had been cleaved open, resulting in the distortion. It was no wonder the activation token could not be inserted. Could it be him? At that moment, the martial hall elder suddenly thought of a person. Gazing at the broken wooden plaque in his hand, he hurried to Elder Qi. Elder Qi was the head of the martial hall at Heia Fortress. Holding a rank equivalent to Dong Dabin of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Go repair this broken plaque? Elder Qi, in his 50s, with graying hair and a tuft of goatee, possessed not only peak strength at the 9th level of the mystic realm, but was also a master of talisman arrays, as indicated by the 1-star bronze talisman medal on his chest. Yes, Elder Qi, I realize this request may be somewhat presumptuous, but I hope you will grant it. Seeing the determination in his subordinate's eyes, Elder Qi agreed to assist him, for he had nothing pressing to attend to at the moment. Thank you, Elder Qi. Thank you. The Martial Hall Elder expressed his gratitude profusely. It's merely a small matter. But you must provide me with a reason later. Elder Qi was curious to know why the Martial Hall Elder was so insistent. Shortly thereafter, under Elder Qi's masterful hands, the previously severed wooden plaque was restored to its original state. All right, as he spoke, the plaque was tossed into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before gracefully landing in the Martial Hall Elder's hand. The Martial Hall Elder was ecstatic, yet a tinge of anxiety lingered. For if Huo Tianci was not the person he suspected, he would be in trouble, as Elder Qi had just requested an explanation. Should he fail to provide one, Elder Qi would undoubtedly accuse him of causing unnecessary disturbance. With a hint of trepidation, the Martial Hall Elder infused a strand of mystic energy into the wooden plaque, yet to his dismay, it elicited no reaction whatsoever. It's over. Could he not be the one? Seeing the plaque's lack of response, the Martial Hall Elder was instantly filled with panic. Just as he was about to apologize to Elder Qi, the Elder spoke up. Hand it over. Let me give it a try. Elder Qi appeared to comprehend something, and finally, under his deft touch, the plaque finally reacted, revealing the number 157 inscribed upon it. What? Upon witnessing this scene, both men were left speechless. 157 moves. Who is this child? Elder Qi inquired hastily. However, the Martial Hall Elder did not recognize Huo Tianci, shaking his head as he reported to Elder Qi. I do not know that person, but I do know where he is. By the way, Elder Qi, I must take you to a place first. Thus, the Martial Hall Elder led Elder Qi to testing room number 3 in the testing hall. Upon seeing the battered combat puppet, Elder Qi was even more astonished, for the puppet's body was as resilient as a typical yellow-grade weapon. Chapter 194. Those who seek to kill me shall surely die. At that moment, the Martial Hall Elder remarked. Elder Qi, had the activation plaque not been severed, perhaps this 157 moves could have been even more. I suspect it might have reached 200 moves, indicating that this youngster possesses strength at least within the top 1,000 of the ordinary rankings. If we report this, the prominent figures of the Martial Hall and Fuzhou might come personally to inquire about this individual. Let us not rush. Although Elder Qi was excited, he was not blinded by joy. For this matter had yet to be thoroughly verified. If they reported it ambiguously and ended up misidentifying the person, or if he did not exist at all, they would find themselves in a predicament. I will take you to see this individual now to confirm if he is indeed the one. Very well, Elder Qi agreed, and together with the Martial Hall Elder, they promptly headed to the Martial Hall's combat arena to observe Huo Tianci. At that moment, Huo Tianci was in the midst of a winning streak. His opponent, a 20-year-old youth with hair partially obscuring his face and a somewhat sharp, monkey-like visage, was evidently no good person. Ha ha ha, glory and riches are within my grasp. The youth was elated, being the first to challenge Huo Tianci, having forfeited his 4 consecutive wins to confront him on this winning streak. Seeing the youth's unrestrained excitement, Huo Tianci was somewhat bewildered. Just then, a voice of astonishment erupted from the audience. The area around the combat arena was filled with spectators, serving both to watch the matches and to gamble on the outcomes, which was one of the ways the Martial Hall generated revenue. Otherwise, the vast establishment could not sustain itself, lacking the direct profit channels of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Isn't that Gulu? A spectator recognized him. He was just on the 4-win combat platform. Indeed, but I wonder why he forfeited in the 5-win challenge. Something seems off. Did he forfeit because his opponent was too strong? Perhaps. Challenges in the combat arena depended on the opponents. If one was too formidable, forfeiting was not necessarily a bad choice. For instance, when Gulu faced the 0-win combat platform, his opponent immediately forfeited upon recognizing him. As Gulu's strength had always hovered around 5 consecutive wins, I reckon that fellow will also forfeit. A spectator pointed at Huo Tianci, confident in his prediction, for Gulu was an experienced fighter in the arena. Despite being in his 20s, he had spent 3 years honing his combat experience. It was said that he could defeat initial stage practitioners of the 9th level of body refinement with his peak 8th level strength. In contrast, Huo Tianci was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, with no doubt limited combat experience. Comparatively, Gulu held a level advantage over him, being at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. while Huo Tianci was only at the mid-stage. Consequently, many wagered that Huo Tianci would surrender without a fight. However, one individual took the opposite stance. Dong Pengfei, I'm betting everything on Tiangu to win. Dong Pengfei thought, as this was an easy opportunity for profit, given Huo Tianci's ranking in the ordinary rankings. Thus, anyone betting on Huo Tianci would surely earn a return. Yet, some mocked Dong Pengfei to is this guy foolish. Gulu is a 5-win, even 6-win expert. It's obvious who will win this match. You really think that 15 or 16-year-old kid is a dark horse? If he truly is, I'll just swallow this ingot of silver whole. The individual made a bold statement, claiming that if Huo Tianci won, he would live stream himself swallowing the silver. Initially, Dong Pengfei had no intention of stirring up trouble, but with such a spectacle promised, he could not let the opportunity for entertainment slip away. That he approached the man and proposed an additional wager. Whoever lost would swallow the silver. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. The man smirked, convinced of his victory. The crowd's attention turned to the winning streak combat platform. At this moment, Huo Tianci remained perplexed and asked Gulu, why are you smiling so broadly? Gulu unabashedly replied, because once I kill you, I'll have a lifetime of glory and wealth to enjoy. As he spoke, a gleam shone in Gulu's eyes, as though the riches were already within his reach. For Huo Tianci stood right before him. Kill me? Who wants to kill me? Huo Tianci furrowed his brow at the mention of this word. When you reach the underworld, the king of hell will inform you. But for now, prepare to meet your end. With that, Gulu lunged forward, fist clenched, charging at Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci gripped his decapitating blade with his right hand, countering with his left fist. You dare to exchange blows with me? You seek death. Gulu's heart leaped with joy, for he believed Huo Tianci's strength was inferior to his own. With a single punch, Huo Tianci would surely be grievously injured. Thus, Gulu unleashed all his energy, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Huo Tianci. Yet the outcome was unexpected. Gulu was instantly sent flying. As he marveled at Huo Tianci's extraordinary strength, the latter had already leaped into the air, executing a powerful downward strike with his blade aimed at Gulu. The giant blade pierced through Gulu's body, resulting in his instantaneous demise. His lifeless form plummeted to the ground, a sight that left all onlookers astounded, as none had anticipated that Gulu would be so swiftly dispatched by Huo Tianci. Those who seek to slay me shall meet their end. After eliminating Gulu with a single strike, Huo Tianci surveyed the crowd, proclaiming this declaration to assert his strength and warn others that he was not a feeble sheep to be slaughtered at will. The ruthlessness of Huo Tianci's actions undeniably instilled fear in many who harbored intentions to kill him. Yet, some among the crowd harbored different thoughts, believing that Gulu's death was fortuitous, for it meant that the wealth and glory of Gu Fengtang would now belong to them. Chapter 195. Uncle Mao, but was it truly wealth and glory? How could this young man be so formidable? In the next bout, the square-faced brute was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by Huo Tianci's strike. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the blow with his broadsword. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Gulu. Upon inspecting his weapon, he was astonished to find the blade completely dulled, despite it being a 7th-tier broadsword. To be frank, had it not been a 7th-tier weapon, this square-faced man would have perished. Of course, this was also due to the broken state of the executioner's blade. Had it been in prime condition, the outcome would have been fatal for him. I concede. Realizing the severity of the situation, the square-faced man promptly chose to surrender. This decision was undoubtedly wise. Otherwise, Huo Tianci would have undoubtedly slain him on the stage, while the rewards from Gu Fengtang were enticing. They were not worth the price of one's life. Ding, system notification. Host achieves 3 consecutive victories. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations. Host receives a low-level lottery ticket X1. Just as the square-faced man surrendered, the system notification rang out. Simultaneously, the administrators of the Martial Hall presented Huo Tianci with a reward of 10,000 taels of silver for his 3 consecutive victories. Rewards from the Martial Hall could only be claimed once every 3 months, a measure to deter unscrupulous martial artists from easily racking up consecutive wins. Did I see that correctly? That person is Elder Qi. Upon witnessing Elder Qi bestow silver rewards upon Huo Tianci, an incredulous murmur swept through the martial arena, for Elder Qi seldom appeared in public. This was partly because he held a prominent position within the Black River Fortress Martial Hall, and more significantly, he was a 1-star copper-level array master, a status that surpassed even Master Kuang's. It was not that array masters were inherently superior to weaponsmiths. Rather, Elder Qi's dual identity as a high-ranking member of the Martial Hall and an array master commanded great respect. My young friend, Here is the silver note from the Marshall Hall. Please accept it. Elder Qi personally presented the silver note, wishing to observe Huo Tianci closely and leave a positive impression on him. Thank you, honored elder. Although Huo Tianci did not recognize Elder Qi, he discerned the astonished gazes of those around him, leading him to surmise that this middle-aged man was a significant figure within the Marshall Hall. My young friend need not be overly polite. My surname is Qi, and my given name is Zhou. May I inquire about your name? Elder Qi sought to uncover Huo Tianci's identity. So you are Elder Qi Zhou. I am Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci's eyes brightened, for although he was unfamiliar with Elder Qi, he was well aware of the name Zhou. Dong Pengfei had recently mentioned that the Grand Elder of the Black River Fortress Marshall Hall was named Qi Zhou, and he was the only one-star array master within the fortress, a figure of considerable esteem. Huo Tianci, a splendid name, Elder Qi affirmed with a nod of approval. He then placed a hand on Huo Tianci's shoulder, squinting with a smile as he said, Young Huo, I sincerely hope you can add another martial master to our Black River Fortress. I have great faith in you. Elder Qi's approachable demeanor, devoid of the pretentious airs exhibited by Master Quan, made him particularly revered within the Black River Fortress. I shall exert my utmost effort. With that, Huo Tianci ascended to the stage for his third consecutive victory. His opponent was a middle-aged martial artist clad in a black robe, which obscured most of his face. Upon assessing his strength, Huo Tianci noted that he was merely at the 8th level of physical refinement, 40 years old, and at the 8th level of physical refinement, he was quite ordinary. However, Huo Tianci did not underestimate him, for every practitioner deserved respect. Huo Tianci clasped his fists in greeting. The middle-aged martial artist replied in a gravelly voice, You may call me Uncle Mao. Uncle Mao was not an assassin sent by Gu Fengtang. He was merely an ordinary passerby. Like Huo Tianci, it was his first time in the Black River Fortress, first time at the Martial Hall, and first time on the martial combat stage. Unlike Huo Tianci, Uncle Mao sought only to break through his own limits, having sensed an opportunity for advancement. Unfortunately, his small village lacked skilled practitioners for sparring. Fortunately, the village was relatively close to the Black River Fortress, prompting Uncle Mao to visit the Martial Hall in search of a worthy opponent to facilitate his breakthrough. Uncle Mao wielded a rusty axe, measuring about 7 or 8 inches in length, with a curved blade that bore a striking resemblance to a typical axe. The only distinguishing feature was its age. Understanding Uncle Mao's intentions, Huo Tianci sheathed his executioner's blade. Not out of disdain for Uncle Mao, but rather out of a genuine desire to engage in a fair contest, for when compared to Uncle Mao's axe, his executioner's blade was a yellow-tier weapon. However, Uncle Mao waved his hand. No need for that. Young Huo axe is quite formidable. Very well, I shall not impose. Huo Tianci replied sincerely, respecting this middle-aged man who continued to pursue his martial path at over 40 years of age. A pursuit deserving of admiration. The referee signaled the start of the match. The two men sprang into action. Clang! The executioner's blade clashed against the axe, the metallic sound reverberating through the air. What? Huo Tianci was somewhat taken aback, for Uncle Mao's axe had completely withstood the force of his executioner's blade. Indeed, it was no ordinary weapon. The executioner's blade was a yellow-tier weapon, implying that Uncle Mao's axe must also be of a comparable caliber. Chopping with style. Suddenly, the rusty axe spun in Uncle Mao's hand, and with 3 swift, decisive strikes, he aimed at Huo Tianci. Resembling someone truly chopping wood, it was no wonder this technique was dubbed chopping with style. Those who have chopped wood would understand the importance of the first cut being steady, the second cut being heavy, and the third cut being fierce. Only in this manner can one effectively sever a log in one fluid motion. Uncle Mao's prowess was remarkable, as he had managed to derive and create a unique martial technique from the art of chopping wood. Chapter 196. Bully Zhang. Such a remarkable technique. As Uncle Mao wielded his heavy axe, Huo Tianci was forced to retreat a step. However, when that fierce strike landed, Huo Tianci was pushed back, for within those seemingly inconspicuous 3 strikes lay the principles of steadiness, weight, and ferocity. The first strike tested the waters. The second drove back the foe, and the third aimed to kill. Recognizing the brilliance of Uncle Mao's chopping with style, Huo Tianci inserted his executioner's blade into the ground, sliding 5 or 6 meters before steadying himself after being forced back. Seeing Huo Tianci skillfully deflect his fierce strikes using the edge of his executioner's blade, Uncle Mao was equally astonished, for Huo Tianci's capabilities exceeded his expectations. However, ultimately, Huo Tianci was still pushed back by the force of Uncle Mao's final strike. Young Huo, you are the first to withstand my 3 strikes, Uncle Mao exclaimed, impressed. To be candid, had it been an ordinary person, Huo Tianci would have already perished, for Uncle Mao had cultivated a formidable blade energy. Blade energy refers to the hidden force applied to a blade, and once mastered, it can enhance one's technique tenfold. In contrast, sword energy pertains to the same principle. Once one achieves this energy, they enter the initial stage of mastery in both blade and sword techniques. If one can condense this blade or sword energy into a tangible force, they advance to the second stage, achieving minor mastery in their techniques. If they can wield this energy with finesse, projecting it outward, they attain major mastery, a state known as the third stage. The fourth and final stage is the pinnacle of achievement, often referred to as the unity of man and sword, or man and blade. Yet, those who reach the first stage, mastering blade energy, are exceedingly rare, let alone achieving the fourth stage of unity. Nevertheless, Uncle Mao had accomplished this feat, showcasing his profound understanding of blade techniques. However, this also posed a weakness, as he overly relied on his own methods, or rather, he depended too much on that peculiar, rusty axe. If memory serves, this seemingly battered axe must harbor some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to withstand the might of the executioner's blade. Afterward, Huo Tianci expressed the thoughts that had been brewing within him to Uncle Mao without omitting a single word. Upon hearing this, Uncle Mao's eyes glimmered momentarily, as if he had suddenly awakened from a dream. "Young brother Huo, I owe you a favor." With newfound clarity, Uncle Mao clasped his fists in gratitude towards Huo Tianci, then raised his hand to signal the referee. Surrendering, he now sensed that he could break through, which was precisely his intention. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that he could not defeat Huo Tianci, as the latter had not even exerted himself. "You are a person worthy of my respect." Huo Tianci returned the gesture with a fist salute. As for the matter of owing a favor, Huo Tianci paid it no mind. Yet, years later, Uncle Mao saved his life. But that is a tale for another time. Until we meet again. With that, Uncle Mao departed from the martial arena. In truth, he shared a similarity with Huo Tianci. He too had only recently begun his cultivation. The reason he had started at the age of 40 remained his own secret. The referee announced Huo Tianci as the victor. Below the martial arena, those who had wished to kill him were once again elated to see him narrowly escape defeat, for they perceived yet another opportunity for their own ascension. Simultaneously, they felt a twinge of jealousy at Huo Tianci's fortuitous fate. This wild lad is indeed fortunate. Having fought 4 matches, 2 of his opponents inexplicably conceded. If it were me, I would have already achieved 10 consecutive victories and become a master on the mortal ranking. Among them, many were envious of Huo Tianci's seemingly absurd luck, but was it truly mere luck? "Get out of my way." Just as Huo Tianci prepared for his next bout, a brutish man wielding a machete swaggered onto the martial arena. Without a word, this bully delivered a powerful kick to his opponent, a slender youth, sending him sprawling out of the arena. The slender youth clutched his abdomen in pain, ready to curse the fool who had struck him, but chose silence instead, for the bully possessed the strength of 8 consecutive victories, an opponent he could not afford to provoke. "Damn it, that bully Zhang got ahead of us. Our chances are dashed." Seeing that Zhang had taken the stage, the others who sought to eliminate Huo Tianci sighed in resignation, as Zhang was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement and had withstood 71 blows from a combat puppet. It was clear that Huo Tianci's survival would be a daunting task. "If only I had gone up earlier," a one-eyed warrior lamented, harboring ambitions of wealth and a peaceful life in Guizhou City, free from worries. However, whether this ambition would lead to prosperity or demise remained uncertain. On the martial arena, the arrogant bully Zhang declared, "Boy, be wise and extend your head so I can behead you. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death." Zhang's arrogance was palpable, demanding Huo Tianci's submission from the outset. In response, Huo Tianci merely beckoned him with a finger and, with a smile, said, "Come and take it if you dare." "How dare you be so insolent? I intended to give you a quick death, but since you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will chop off your fingers one by one. Then drink your blood, rip out your heart, pull out your tendons, and skin you alive, using your organs as my feast." Zhang's fury escalated at Huo Tianci's defiance, with the referee announcing the start of the match. The machete-wielding bully Zhang lunged towards Huo Tianci. Just as he neared, he grounded himself, leaned at an angle, and swung the heavy machete with tremendous force. "Die, boy." Zhang was confident that this strike would cleave Huo Tianci in two. As he had maximized the momentum of his 100-pound blade, the air vibrated with the sound of his strike, a sign of the tremendous force behind it, indicating that his blow had at least 100 newtons of power. This technique of leveraging power was enough to make even an adept martial artist wary. The boy was surely doomed. Rumor had it that just days prior, Zhang had used this very technique to fell a fearsome beast at the pinnacle of body refinement. If he could fell such a creature, then Huo Tianci was unlikely to survive. Many spectators believed that Huo Tianci was doomed. However, they were about to be sorely disappointed. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill in an instant. A far more potent aura erupted from Huo Tianci in a heartbeat. His strength surged past 100 newtons, then 120, and ultimately 150. With renewed vigor, Huo Tianci wielded the machete with even greater force. Defeat before me. The two massive blades collided, shattering Zhang's machete into fragments. Simultaneously, blood sprayed from Zhang's body. Huo Tianci's blade struck the ground with such force that the entire martial arena trembled slightly. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. Gazing at the arena where Huo Tianci's blade had struck, the once solid floor now bore a deep indentation, cracked and shattered, and Zhang lay lifeless. His head cleaved cleanly in two by Huo Tianci's devastating blow. The horror of his demise beyond imagination. It must be him. Observing this, Qi Zhou and the elder from the martial hall recognized Huo Tianci's true identity. 157 strikes. That's 157. Considering that Huo Tianci had previously withstood 157 strikes from the combat puppet, Qi Zhou's eyelids fluttered at the realization that this was not Huo Tianci's ultimate limit. Elder Qi. We ought to. Since Huo Tianci had demonstrated the qualifications to challenge those on the mortal ranking, there was no longer any need for the ongoing consecutive victories in the martial arena. Therefore, the elder beside Qi Zhou suggested that Huo Tianci should directly engage in the challenge against the mortal ranking. However, Qi Zhou waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to rush. Since he possesses such strength, this challenge of 10 consecutive victories should be trivial for him. Moreover, we can further observe the extent of his abilities. Indeed, Elder Qi possesses great foresight. The referee then declared Huo Tianci the winner. Could it be that this lad was truly a dark horse? Just moments ago, I heard he had failed to withstand a single strike from the combat puppet, yet now he has effortlessly slain the bully Zhang. Could this information be false? It must be false information. The martial artists near the arena who had witnessed the event felt their eyelids tremble. Among them were those who had been incited by Gu Fengtang to eliminate Huo Tianci. Damn it! How dare he deceive us? Gu Fengtang had claimed that Huo Tianci was weak and could be easily defeated, yet the reality was that he had just beheaded the bully Zhang. I knew it couldn't be that simple. Otherwise, Gu Fengtang would not have offered such a hefty bounty of 100,000 taels of silver, along with numerous promises of rewards at this point. The majority of the martial artists chose to withdraw, for wealth and glory are meaningless without life to enjoy them. Nevertheless, some individuals did not relinquish their ambitions, for fortune was tantalizingly close. Yet, the ultimate outcome awaited them was no different than that of the bully Zhang, slain in a single blow. With no opportunity to retaliate, as the situation unfolded, many began to recognize Huo Tianci. It's him. It's really him. Who is he? A nearby onlooker inquired. He is the master who battled Song Junjian the other day, sending him flying with a single punch, leaving him gravely injured. No wonder he seemed familiar. What? Is it this lad? The news of Song Junjian's injury had spread throughout the Black River Fortress, now realizing that it was Huo Tianci who had caused it. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for this confirmed that Huo Tianci possessed the strength of a master on the mortal ranking. Phew, good thing I didn't go up. Otherwise, I would have been the one to perish. This realization brought a sigh of relief to those who had initially planned to eliminate Huo Tianci, as they felt they had narrowly escaped death. That bastard. He led us to our doom. Simultaneously, some vented their frustrations at Gu Fengtang, though they refrained from seeking vengeance due to his formidable connections. Instead, they settled for muttering curses as a means of venting their anger. Unbeknownst to them, the competition had reached its 7th match. I concede. Yet, before Huo Tianci even stepped onto the martial arena, his opponent had already surrendered. Due to the formidable prowess of Huo Tianci, he had already established himself as a master on the mortal rankings. Even if he refused to concede, defeat was inevitable. Rather than endure torment or risk his life, it would be far more prudent to surrender voluntarily. Meanwhile, outside the opulent private room in the martial arena, a servant of the Song family was growing increasingly anxious. Having knocked on the door for quite some time without a response, Gu Fengtang and Song Manjia remained inside, oblivious to his presence. Eventually, Gu Fengtang, while fastening the buttons of his attire, opened the door with a carefree expression. Upon seeing the Song family servant, his brow furrowed in irritation. Did I not instruct you not to disturb me unless it was urgent? Gu Fengtang had been able to maintain his composure a bit longer, but the persistent knocking had disrupted his focus. Despite this, The thrill of having someone outside knocking while he was engaged within was exhilarating. Song Manjia, too, was enjoying this tantalizing experience, reclining on the sofa with a rosy glow, savoring the delightful sensations from earlier. However, their expressions shifted to surprise as they learned that Huo Tianci had not perished. The curtains in their private room had been drawn, and upon opening them, they were met with the disdainful visage of Huo Tianci, which incited Gu Fengtang's ire. What are those fools doing? They can't even handle a mere nobody. How dare they think they can enter my Gu family's gates? Preposterous. Even if they were to fetch water for us, they lack the qualifications. The servant from the Song family interjected, Sir Gu. It is not that they are incapable. Rather, that young man is exceptionally skilled. You may not have witnessed it, but that peak practitioner of the 9th layer of body refinement, the bully Zhang, was felled by him with a single strike. His abilities are extraordinary. A single strike to slay a peak practitioner of the 9th layer of body refinement? Are you certain? Gu Fengtang was skeptical. I would not dare to lie, sir. Had it not been true, the experts I gathered would not have all chosen to forfeit. At this revelation, Gu Fengtang's expression turned grave. Could it be that we have underestimated his strength? Song Manjia, however, remained unfazed. Brother Gu, no matter how strong he is, can he surpass you? Why not take matters into your own hands and eliminate him? Gu Fengtang shook his head. I have recently advanced to the Xin disciple realm, which prohibits me from challenging anyone on the mortal rankings. What? When did this happen? Song Manjia gasped in astonishment. Brother Gu? When did you? Just the night before we arrived at Heiha Fortress, he replied, having kept this development to himself. Why did you not inform me? Song Manjia's affection for Gu Fengtang intensified upon hearing this. As breaking through from body refinement to Xin disciple was a significant milestone that I have now told you, Gu Fengtang replied, playfully caressing her. How inappropriate. There are others present. Song Manjia retreated to the sofa, resting her chin on her hand, her demeanor alluring as she said, Brother Gu, since this is the case, we need not rush to eliminate that wild boy. There exists a more advantageous opportunity for us to seek revenge. At that time, you may even have your way with Wu Qiushuang, that coy little vixen. Is that true? Gu Fengtang was elated by Song Manjia's generous proposal. He had originally intended to leverage his status as the eldest son of the Gu family to win over both Song Manjia and Wu Qiushuang, the twin beauties of Heiha Fortress, and pursue a shared romantic escapade. Song Manjia, understanding his intentions, readily embraced him. However, Wu Qiushuang had not only rebuffed his advances, but had also engaged him physically. Ultimately, due to the regulations of Fuzhou Academy, Gu Fengtang had to relent. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with Song Manjia, who could satiate all his desires, which is why he accepted her invitation to this modest Heiha fortress, as he had begun to contemplate marrying her. Of course, Brother Gu, you are the eldest son of Fuzhou City. Having multiple wives is entirely normal, but do not forget the value of Manjia. I have given you all my firsts, and I desire a formal acknowledgement. Song Manjia was also cunning, seeking to leverage this opportunity to secure a commitment from Gu Fengtang, thereby positioning herself as the future lady of the Gu family in Fuzhou City. Gu Fengtang, without hesitation, agreed, as he had already harbored such intentions. The fact that Song Manjia allowed him the freedom to pursue other women only heightened his excitement, particularly regarding Wu Qiushuang, whom he had long desired. He affectionately embraced Song Manjia, declaring, Of course, Manjia, how could you not know my feelings for you? Otherwise, would I have come to this Heiha fortress? After their intimate moment, Gu Fengtang inquired about Wu Qiushuang, as he had long wished to claim her. That coy little vixen, who initially feigned innocence to reject me, has now succumbed to the allure of the affluent elite from the Tianhe Merchants Association. Such a harlot deserves to be treated as a mere plaything. Indeed, Manjia, how can I forcefully claim her and ultimately conquer this little hussy? Gu Fengtang had previously considered abandoning his pursuit of Wu Qiushuang, believing that he had enough with Song Manjia. Yet, after Song Manjia's suggestion, his desire to have both beauties in Heiha Fortress reignited, primarily driven by a need for retribution. Why should Huo Tianci be superior to Gu Fengtang and win Wu Qiushuang merely due to his wealth? This was unacceptable. Song Manjia shared this sentiment, intending for Gu Fengtang to seduce Wu Qiushuang, enjoy her briefly, and then discard her, relegating her to the status of a mere plaything. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she proposed. Brother Gu, in 7 days, the trial at Heiha Tower will commence, and only martial artists under 18 are permitted entry. If the Wu family dares to send anyone, the men shall be slain, and you may do as you please with the women. At that time, you may treat Wu Qiushuang as you wish, but you must promise me to keep it casual. Certainly, certainly that my heart belongs solely to you. And as for that haughty wench Wu Qiushuang, I only wish to toy with her to relieve my frustrations. That is my dear brother Gu.as they spoke. This pair of lovers became enmeshed once more. With their plans altered, Gu Fengtang and Song Manjia abandoned the idea of eliminating Huo Tianci in the martial hall. For the Heihe Tower in 7 days would be their domain. Should Wu Qiushuang and Huo Tianci dare to enter, they would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Moreover, besides Gu Fengtang himself, 2 exceptionally formidable allies were on their way to Heihe Fortress. Huo Tianci emerged victorious. At the same time, Huo Tianci had secured his 8th victory on the martial stage. Each match concluded with a decisive strike, or his opponents conceding outright. Faced with such overwhelming momentum, many martial artists hesitated to challenge him, as a loss would reset their progress, forcing them to start anew. If luck was unkind and they suffered additional defeats, they could find themselves forever stuck. Or worse, risking their lives, a steep price to pay. The arduous journey to an 8-match victory was hard-earned, and no one wished to squander their efforts. For Huo Tianci was undeniably formidable, the crowd hesitated to challenge him. The referee waved a flag to announce Huo Tianci's automatic advancement. Just then, a man in his 30s, wielding a single blade and missing an arm, descended onto the combat stage with a thunderous impact that shook the very ground. It was the one-armed Blade King, Wang Zhan. Upon his arrival, many recognized him immediately. The referee, seeing this, withdrew his flag and inquired, "Are you here to issue a challenge?" Wang Zhan was well known within the martial hall of Heihe Fortress, having previously been a master on the mortal rankings until his defeat at the hands of Song Junjian. Indeed, esteemed elder, I heard that a formidable fighter had arrived, and I wished to witness his prowess. With that, Wang Zhan presented his challenge token. The referee accepted the token, glanced at it, and upon confirming the 8 consecutive victories inscribed upon it, he promptly signaled for both parties to take their positions. Preparing to commence this 8th victory challenge match, Wang Zhan, best of luck. In the audience, many were cheering for Wang Zhan, as the match a month ago had ended in an unjust defeat for him. It could be said that Song Junjian had played a despicable trick. Indeed, that match was a pivotal contest in the rankings, where Song Junjian triumphed over Wang Zhan. Prior to the match, Wang Zhan had sustained an injury. Significantly diminishing his capabilities, he had sought to postpone the battle for a few days, but Song Junjian's father, Song Tianzong, adamantly refused, leaving Wang Zhan, without sufficient backing, to confront Song Junjian regardless, despite the circumstances. Wang Zhan fought fiercely against Song Junjian, even managing to gain the upper hand at times. However, Song Junjian resorted to employing the shadow step technique, evading Wang Zhan and exhausting his stamina. Ultimately, due to his prior injury and the fact that he was already missing an arm, Wang Zhan succumbed to fatigue and fainted in the arena, lamentably losing the match. The spectators felt a deep sympathy for him, yet a loss is a loss. Subsequently, Elder Qi Zhou investigated the circumstances surrounding Wang Zhan's injury before the match, uncovering that it was indeed Song Tianzong's machination, aimed at ensuring his son, Song Junjian, would win and ascend to the ranks of the formidable. With the title of a ranked master, Song Junjian would gain unconditional entry into Fuzhou Academy as a disciple of its outer sect. It must be said that the Song family was quite cunning. Regrettably, Elder Qi Zhou lacked solid evidence to directly implicate Song Tianzong, leading him to reluctantly abandon the investigation, aware that offending the Song family, a powerful entity in Heihe Fort, would be unwise to compensate Wang Zhan. Elder Qi Zhou welcomed him into the martial hall and granted him a minor position, thus making Wang Zhan an official member of the hall. His appearance this time was at Elder Qi Zhou's behest, who wished for him to gauge the true strength of Huo Tianci. Huo Tianci, a practitioner of the 8th realm of body refinement, took the matter seriously, for Wang Zhan, known as the one-arm blade, had quite a reputation. Most importantly, Wang Zhan was a genuine ranked master. Although he had slipped from the rankings, his strength remained formidable, possibly even surpassing his previous prowess. Moreover, Huo Tianci had heard considerable accounts of Wang Zhan's defeat to Song Junjian a month prior. Dong Pengfei remarked that Wang Zhan had been injured before the match, and thus was not in peak condition, implying that Song Junjian's victory was merely a stroke of luck aided by his peculiar technique, the shadow step. Otherwise, a single punch from Wang Zhan would have sufficed to defeat him. This indicated that Wang Zhan was indeed formidable, which prompted Huo Tianci to muster all his focus to eye in the martial hall. Wang Zhan stood at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of body refinement. He clasped his hands in greeting to Huo Tianci, who mirrored the gesture. The two took their positions, awaiting the referee's signal to commence the match. The anticipation in the audience was palpable. Upon seeing both competitors ready, The entire audience rose, eager to witness this thrilling and exhilarating contest. To the left of the arena stood the day's unexpected dark horse, Huo Tianci. To the right, a seasoned powerhouse from the rankings, Wang Zhan, who, despite having fallen from the list, remained a formidable figure in the hearts of many. Uncertainty loomed over who would emerge victorious. In this moment, the Marshall Hall seized the opportunity to open betting, offering odds of 1-1 for Wang Zhan and 1-3 for Huo Tianci. This implied that a victory for Wang Zhan would return 200 taels, while a win for Huo Tianci would yield 400 taels. As soon as the odds were released, those already supporting Wang Zhan hastily placed their bets on him, as the odds clearly suggested that Wang Zhan was superior to Huo Tianci. Otherwise, how could Wang Zhan be offered 1-1 odds while Huo Tianci received 1-3? Forget it. I'll bet on Wang Zhan as well. After all, he is an established powerhouse. This decision swayed those who had been indecisive to also choose Wang Zhan, as they felt particularly secure betting on him. Meanwhile, Dong Pengfei took a contrary stance, exclaiming, "I'm betting it all on Brother Tian." Dong Pengfei was in high spirits, having seen his initial capital of 10,000 taels swell to 90,000 after several matches. If he won this round, it would amount to 360,000 taels, an incredible fortune. "I'm going to get more snacks for you, Brother He," he called to his companion, who eagerly nodded in agreement, as he relished the dual delight of witnessing his young master's match while savoring a variety of delectable treats. Back at the arena, the referee had waved the flag and announced, "The match begins." Instantly, both opponents charged at each other bare-handed. "Is that all you've got?" Wang Zhan bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Huo Tianci flying. Huo Tianci bent his body in an attempt to stabilize himself, but the force of Wang Zhan's blow was overwhelming, propelling him forward despite his efforts to halt. The soles of his boots carved deep grooves into the arena floor, accompanied by plumes of dust as he skidded to a stop.